My name is Lin Foam, a young man who awakened his talent on the day of job transition.
Chapter 1, F rank? No, it's a nation-level bug.
Summer 2077, Shanghai City's career transition square was packed with people.
Today marked the global unified career transition, where individuals aged 25 would awaken their talents and embark on their transcendent paths. Success or failure would be determined in this moment. I understood the importance of power all too well. As the cold electronic voice sounded, I followed the crowd toward the towering job change altar.
Buzz, the pillar of light enveloped me as information flooded my mind. Talent, system debugger rating, F grade, low potential, ability, debug eyes, can identify errors or optimizable aspects in systems, rules, and energy circuits. Lin Foam, awakened talent system error corrector, F rank. The official announced loudly. The crowd erupted in laughter instantly. F grade? Looking for trouble with the system? Good for nothing. Yet, my mind was shaken to its core. Activating the eye of error detection, the world before me suddenly transformed, revealing the intricate energy circulation within the altar with crystal clarity. I spotted a minor blockage in the altar core's energy circuit. Detected optimizable BUG, class change energy guidance circuit, efficiency loss, percent optimization solution, adjust energy frequency by 0.1 Hz%, proceed with correction? Yes, I silently affirmed in my heart. An imperceptible ripple merged into the altar, the blockage vanished, and the energy flow became smoother. Success! In an instant, I realized this was no mere F-rank ability, it was a strategic, world-shaking divine skill. It can correct and optimize every known system, from minor energy circuits to the grand world rules. At that moment, a grand electronic sound reverberated across the square. Global screening announcement, Phase 1, all newly awakened professionals must reach level 10 within 30 days. Those who fail to meet the standard within the stipulated time, annihilation. The square instantly descended into a cacophony of panic and despair-stricken wails. My heart burned even hotter instead. F-tier talent, self-reliance spells certain death. What I lack is not potential, but resources and time to realize it. I turned to look at the official management platform. The only way to break the deadlock, sell this bug-level talent to the nation that can maximize its use. Exchange everything I need with an F grade. A staggering plan instantly took shape in my mind. I closed the eye of Ireda and, under countless gazes, walked down the altar with steady steps, heading straight for the heavily guarded official platform. Chapter 2, Shocking the Central Command. You call this an F rank? The official platform was heavily guarded, but I didn't force my way in. The error detection I activated again, turning the world into a sea of data. I locked onto a public information terminal not far away. Discovered exploitable BUG, public query system rights module, overflow vulnerability, percent exploitation method, construct query request, trigger overflow, obtain temporary administrator permissions. Confirmed. I squeezed to the front of the terminal, quickly tapping the screen to input a specific overly long character sequence. Privilege escalation successful, temporary administrator, valid for 360 seconds, percent I instantly pulled up the back-end operation interface, with the error-checking eyes running at full capacity, locking onto the target, National Supernatural Affairs Strategic Bureau, Anonymous Information Submission Channel, highest priority. I need your pledge of loyalty. His gaze swept across the public database, locking onto a widely deployed basic defense facility. Target detected, T3 type energy shield generator. Discovered optimizable BUG, coil parameter drift, approximately 3%. I compiled the bug description and optimization plan into a data report, swiftly drafting the email body, identity, awakener, talent rating F-, ability, error detection and optimization. Proof, the attachment contains documentation on the prevalent efficiency bug in T3 type energy shield generators and the optimization solution. Objective, to seek resource allocation for mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. If interested, please list the special mission codenamed Star of the Corrector on the official merit exchange platform of Shanghai City within 3 days. I will claim it myself. Attaching the document now. After confirming the agreement's security, I click send. The email has been sent through the encrypted channel. After swiftly clearing the operation logs and access traces, I casually leave the terminal, my figure quickly disappearing into the crowd. Thousands of miles away, beneath the capital of China, at the highest command center of the National Strategic Bureau of Supernatural Affairs. The sharp orange alert sounded. Report! The whisper channel has received a top priority encrypted email. The analyst's voice was hoarse. Whisper channel, theoretically a top secret communication line accessible only to the highest echelons. A middle-aged officer hurried over with a grave expression. Origin? Untraceable. The sending IP was traced to a public information terminal in Shanghai City's Class Change Plaza. The general said in a deep voice. Contents. The analyst's pupils constricted. The sender claimed to possess an F-grade talent capable of identifying and optimizing system errors. The attachment contained an optimized design for T3 shields. Preliminary data model verification. It matches. Consistent with the Xianhuang team's top secret report from last week. This self-proclaimed F-rank individual actually solved the military's top-secret research problem that had stumped them for an entire week.
Chapter 3, S-Class Agents Deployed for One Person Only.
National Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, Supreme Command Center.
The atmosphere froze solid. That whisper email from the public terminal had landed like a boulder in a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves rippling across the calm surface.
The middle-aged commander's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at the attachment on the screen.
Optimization plan for the T3 micro-energy shield generator. How many of these things are deployed nationwide? Billions. Immediately. Highest priority. Activate the Heavenly Craftsman supercomputing cluster. Verify the attachment data. The commander's voice was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. Yes, General Zhao.
The technical supervisor beside the analyst responded instantly, fingers flying across the light screen. The command traveled through encrypted lines, instantly reaching the supercomputing center deep underground. The colossal Tiangong cluster activated, processing massive data streams to simulate and validate the models and parameters within the email attachment. Inside the command center, you could hear a pin drop.
Everyone held their breath, awaiting the results. Time seemed to stretch endlessly.
General Zhao stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep and intense.
F-class talent? Error correction optimization? If this were true, what would it mean? He dared not imagine.
An entity capable of optimizing bugs within existing mature technological systems.
Its value was beyond estimation. Beep beep beep.
A crisp alert tone shattered the silence. The technical director snapped his head up, his face a mix of disbelief, ecstasy, and shock.
General. Verification successful. The data models match perfectly. The optimization plan, theoretically entirely feasible.
His voice trembled as he pointed to a set of astonishing comparative data on the screen. Based on preliminary simulations, if all T3 generators nationwide undergo optimization, annual savings in standard energy units would reach at least 800 billion.
Equipment maintenance costs reduced by 15%. Overall defense network stability would increase by 0.8%. Boom! These figures struck like a sledgehammer, pounding into everyone's heart. 800 billion standard energy units. What does that even mean?
Enough to sustain a 10,000-strong elite professional legion through a year of high-intensity combat operations.
It could even build 2 brand-new large-scale airborne bases. And this is merely a minor optimization of a basic defensive facility. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This isn't just F-grade. This is ING national treasure level. No. It's a treasure of human civilization.
General Zhao's eyes blazed with intensity.
Prepare the report immediately. Highest encryption level. I want this report on the first leader's desk within 5 minutes. Yes, sir. The entire command center sprang into high gear.
The information was encrypted, packaged, and transmitted through top-secret channels, layer by layer.
Less than 3 minutes later.
In the heart of the capital, within an austere yet imposing study,
an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, alert and energetic, studied the report on the screen, his brow slightly furrowed. F-class? System correction specialist? Public terminal hacked into the whisper channel? T3 shield optimization, 800 billion energy units.
The old man's fingers tapped lightly on the desk, his gaze deep as the ocean. Moments later, he picked up the red communicator on the desk.
Strategic Bureau, Zhao Genhua.
Soon, General Zhao's solemn figure appeared on the screen.
Commander. Genhua, are you certain about this report?
The old man's voice was calm, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument.
Reporting, Commander. The data has been verified by Tiangong and is accurate.
Have you reviewed the sender's request?
Yes. He requires resource allocation, cooperation, and urgent deadlines. He requests we contact him through special operations channels. Interesting.
A meaningful smile touched the corners of the old man's mouth.
An F-class rating.
I fear the current system cannot comprehend the value of such capabilities.
Commander, you are wise.
General Zhao immediately responded.
The global recruitment notice had barely gone out when he came knocking. Looks like he's desperate but also a smart one.
The old man pondered for a moment. Such talent must not fall into others' hands, nor be lost in the screening process. His voice suddenly turned stern.
Transmit my orders. Activate the highest level contingency plan. National Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, execute Operation Starseeker immediately. Target, anonymous email sender, codenamed the proofreader. Requirements, find him at all costs. Protect him.
Fulfill all his reasonable demands at this stage.
Authorize S-class resource mobilization. S-class operative team, deploy immediately. Remember, swiftly. Steadily. Ensure absolute success. Yes. Mission accomplished.
General Zhao snapped to attention and responded loudly.
Communication terminated.
General Zhao turned, his face bearing an unprecedented gravity and a hint of excitement.
Order. Darkblade Special Operations Unit, assemble immediately. Target, Zhanghai City. Mission level, S-Class. Communications Intelligence Division. Track down the user of that public terminal with all available resources. Within 30 minutes, I want his precise location. Orders flowed like a torrent as the entire Strategic Bureau roared into action like a precision-engineered war machine.
Zhanghai City, southern outskirts, edge of an abandoned industrial zone. This desolate area was rarely visited, its crumbling walls and overgrown weeds creating a bleak landscape. Lin Feng found a relatively clean corner and began performing the most basic physical exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats. Sweat soaked through his thin short-sleeved shirt as his breathing grew heavy.
This body's physical foundation was woefully inadequate. 25 years of hardship, struggling to survive, malnutrition was the norm.
Although his body had gained some strength during his class change awakening, it remained frail.
Pant.
He gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that once the state apparatus noticed his email, their response would be swift. Before that happened, he had to push himself to the limit. Even if it was just a slight improvement in physical fitness, it could add a little leverage to his bargaining position. While training, he diverted a sliver of his focus to activate the eye of correction once more. This time, he turned his gaze inward. Scanning own life structure. Identified optimizable bug, inefficient muscle energy transmission. Optimization solution, adjust cellular energy supply mode. Identified exploitable bug, delays in neural signal transmission. Exploitation strategy, establish neural reflex optimization. A flood of information surged into his mind. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Holy crap! It really works. Even his own cultivation can be optimized? This talent is beyond belief. He immediately tried adjusting his breathing rhythm. Following the optimization plan's instructions, his breaths became long and rhythmic. With each inhale, it seemed to draw on the sparse, free-floating energy around him, merging it into his body. The fatigue was actually fading away slowly. Strength seemed to be growing, albeit extremely faintly. Slowly, but undeniably real. Awesome! Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence. With this, even without external resources, his cultivation speed would absolutely surpass his peers. Given time. But just then, an extremely faint engine roar drifted in from the distant sky. The sound was peculiar, deep and powerful, clearly not from an ordinary aircraft. A warning bell rang loudly in Lin Feng's heart. It's coming! So soon? He snapped his head up. 3 sleek, all-black aircraft with sci-fi designs hovered ghost-like in the air not far away. No markings. But their cold metallic sheen and the faint yet powerful energy fluctuations emanating from them proclaimed their extraordinary nature. Swish! 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 3 figures leapt from the craft like apparitions. They landed silently on the ground. They wore pitch-black combat suits of unknown material, perfectly hugging their bodies and outlining powerful silhouettes. Their faces were concealed by full-coverage tactical helmets, revealing only cold visors. Their presence was restrained, yet carried a suffocating sense of pressure. Like 3 silent gods of death. S-Class agents. Undoubtedly the nation's most elite force. Lin Feng's heart instantly leapt into his throat. He forced himself to calm down, instinctively activating his error detection eye. He wanted to gauge their strength. Warning! Target's energy level is too high. Information shielding force field interference. Error detection eye analysis obstructed. Unable to penetrate. Lin Feng's heart sank. Their strength far exceeded his imagination. At least mid to high-tier professionals. Possibly even higher. After landing, the trio instantly formed a triangular formation, surrounding Lin Feng at the center. Their movements were swift, precise, and brimming with tactical discipline. There was no overt hostility, yet the invisible pressure field left Lin Feng nearly unable to breathe. The air around him seemed to freeze solid. The leader, slightly taller than the others, flashed a stream of data through the visor beneath his helmet, locking onto Lin Feng. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice sounded. Chapter 4, National Level Treatment. My sister can be saved. The cold, synthetic voice echoed across the abandoned wasteland. Target confirmed, Lin Feng. Codename, Corrector. The lead S-Class agent, codenamed Blade One, locked his visor onto Lin Feng. He gave a slight nod, his tone carrying an odd, mechanical reverence. Directives from Commander 1. Please accompany us. There was no coercion in the arrest, more like an invitation that brooked no refusal. Lin Feng's heart pounded wildly. He had bet correctly. The state apparatus's response speed was beyond imagination. He took a deep breath, suppressing his churning emotions. Good. One word, steady and firm. Rin sidestepped, gesturing with a pleased motion. The other 2 agents silently stepped back, widening their perimeter. Lin Feng stepped forward, walking toward the sleek, jet-black aircraft. The hatch slid open silently. The interior was sleek and futuristic. Soft alloy seats, a control panel glowing with a faint light. Lin Feng sat down, and the door closed. The craft lifted off instantly, astonishingly fast. The view outside blurred as it receded rapidly. There was almost no turbulence.
Is this the pinnacle of the nation's technological achievements? Lin Feng was secretly amazed. The flight lasted roughly half an hour. The speed was so high he couldn't discern the exact flight path. Finally, the aircraft descended vertically. It landed in a vast underground space so immense that the sky was completely obscured. Brightly lit, it resembled broad daylight. Countless precision instruments hummed, energy bands darting through the air. Personnel in uniforms of various colors hurried back and forth, their expressions solemn. The air carried a distinct scent, a blend of technology and raw energy. The National Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. The True Core Headquarters. The underground base. Lin Feng was led by Rin through layer upon layer of security checkpoints. Identity verification, iris scans, energy field detection. Security was tightened to the absolute extreme. No unauthorized presence dared set foot inside. Finally, they came to a halt before a massive alloy door. The door bore no markings, only the cold gleam of metal. Rinichi, we're here. He stepped forward to authenticate his credentials. The alloy door slid open silently. Beyond it lay a spacious, well-lit conference room. Several people sat around a long table. At the head of the table sat none other than General Zhao Genoa from the earlier communication. Shoulder straps adorned with stars, his face stern and resolute, his gaze piercing. Beside him sat several elderly figures whose presence radiated profound depth and unwavering authority. Some wore white lab coats, others military uniforms. Without exception, they are all truly great figures. The pillars of the nation. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Lin Feng as he walked in. No contempt, no doubt. Only scrutiny, curiosity, and an undeniable sense of importance. Zhao Genoa rose to his feet, his expression solemn. Comrade Lin Feng, welcome. He extended his hand proactively. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised, but calmly extended his hand to shake it. General Zhao. Sit down, Zhao Genoa gestured. Lin Feng sat down as instructed, his gaze calmly sweeping over the assembled crowd. The pressure was immense. But he couldn't show weakness. This was a negotiation. A negotiation that would determine his future. Zhao Genoa cut straight to the point. We received your email. The optimization plan for the T3 shield is invaluable. Your capabilities are urgently needed by the nation. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. State your terms. As long as they're reasonable, the nation will do its utmost to accommodate them. Here it comes. Lin Feng felt certain in his heart. He didn't beat around the bush, stating his sole and most urgent demand directly. I need the state to save someone. My sister, Lin Xiaoyu. She suffers from systemic rejection syndrome. Systemic rejection syndrome? An elderly man in white robes present gasped in shock, a renowned authority in the medical field. This condition was exceedingly rare. It represents a fundamental conflict between the body and the spiritual energy and laws of the universe. Like living amidst poisonous gas. Every moment brings erosion. The treatment costs are astronomical. And the success rate is extremely low. It's practically a death sentence. Zhao Genoa furrowed his brow slightly and turned to the medical authority. Professor Wang, is there any way? The elderly man addressed as Old Wang wore a grave expression. Difficult. Extremely difficult. Conventional methods are nearly useless. Unless we resort to the life cradle and source energy elixir. Those are national treasure level strategic medical resources. Annual quotas are extremely limited. The atmosphere in the conference room froze momentarily. Lin Feng's heart instantly leapt into his throat. He knew his sister's illness was difficult to treat, but he never imagined it would require resources of this caliber. Zhao Genoa's gaze swept over Lin Feng. He saw the unmistakable tension and hope deep in the teenager's eyes. He paused for 2 seconds. Then he slammed his hand down on the table. Use it. His tone was decisive and unquestionable. Compared to the value of a proofreader. What's one set of life cradles? Immediately. Right now. Contact Jianghai City. Transport Comrade Lin Xiaoyu to the capital life support base with the highest honors. Senior Wang. You must lead the team personally. At any cost. She must be saved. Yes. Mission accomplished. Old Wang sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with determination. Challenging incurable diseases. Saving the family of a war hero. It is our duty. The order was transmitted instantly through encrypted channels. The entire state apparatus roared into action, mobilized by a single request from Lin Feng. Lin Feng watched the scene unfold before him, his heart pounding wildly. This was the power of the state. A single word could command billions in resources. His tense body finally relaxed slightly. His eyes grew warm. My sister, she's saved. 25 years of struggle. 25 years of hope. At this very moment, a glimmer of hope finally appeared. He looked at Zhao Genoa and said solemnly, Thank you, General. Thank you, country. From this day forward, whenever the nation calls, I, Lin Feng, will answer without hesitation. His voice carried an unprecedented resolve. Zhao Genoa nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the attitude he sought. Good. Very good. Comrade Lin Feng, effective immediately, you are appointed as Special Advisor to our Strategic Bureau. You will be granted S-level access privileges. Your security will be directly handled by the Shadow Blade unit. Absolutely foolproof. Cultivation resources, martial arts manuals, high-grade equipment, make a list of what you need. The state will provide it all. Zhao Genoa's tone was bold and decisive. 1,000 gold pieces for a horse's bones. And this horse, Lin Feng, was worth a fortune. As for that global selection where one must reach level 10 within 30 days. Zhao Genoa chuckled, radiating overwhelming confidence. For others, it's a death sentence. For you, it's nothing. With the full backing of the state. Forget level 10. Within a month, pushing you to tier 2 or tier 3 is no problem at all. Bold. This is the confidence of a top-tier superpower. Lin Feng finally felt at ease. The greatest threat to survival had been resolved. His sister's terminal illness was resolved. He had ascended to the heavens in one step. From a Mot F rank to a state-sponsored S-rank advisor. This transformation felt as swift as a dream. But he knew this was no dream. It was all thanks to his talent as system correction specialist and everything it had secured for him. He looked at Zhao Genoa. General, I need to enhance my capabilities as soon as possible. Not just for myself, but to better serve the nation. Good. Zhao Genoa praised him. You have the right mindset. I've already made arrangements. Effective immediately, you will enter the Hidden Dragon Academy for specialized training. It boasts the finest instructors and the most advanced facilities. There's another group of promising seeds just like you. Together, you will grow into pillars of our nation. The Hidden Dragon Academy. Lin Feng had heard of this name. It was the nation's most mysterious and highest-level talent cultivation base. Those who gain entry are nothing short of prodigies 1 in 10,000. Either they had connections reaching the heavens. And he, an F rank, had actually made it in? And for special training. The nation's level of regard for him once again shattered his expectations. Additionally, Zhao Zhenhua added. Regarding the specific application of your talent, we'll establish a dedicated error correction project team. You will serve as its leader. Name any experts you need from any field, we'll get them on board. Military industry, energy, biotechnology, information technology, every field. We're opening them all up to you. This power is immense. Lin Feng felt his breathing quicken. This meant he would have access to the nation's most sensitive technological secrets. And use his abilities to optimize them. This was simply exhilarating. His talent finally had a place to shine. And it was the ultimate stage to showcase it. Zhao Genoa smiled with satisfaction as he watched the fire ignite in Lin Feng's eyes. Young man, enthusiasm is exactly what's needed. He stood up and extended his hand once more. Comrade Lin Feng, welcome aboard. From this day forward, we fight side by side. Lin Feng gripped his hand firmly. I won't let the nation down. Zhao Genoa patted his shoulder, his voice booming. Good. Now, let Rendai take you to settle in. Report to the Hidden Dragon Academy tomorrow. Rennie stepped forward and bowed slightly. Advisor, please. Chapter 5, First Merit. Instant Level 7. Rennie acknowledged the order and led Lin Feng out of the conference room. The alloy door closed silently behind them. The corridor was wide and brightly lit, radiating a futuristic technological vibe. Zhao Genoa's voice crackled over the internal comm system. Comrade Lin Feng, an urgent mission. His tone was urgent and grave. A critical system failure has occurred in the public safety network of Jianghai City's 7th district. This could trigger false monster intrusion alerts. The consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Just joined and already on a mission? And one of this magnitude? What can I do? He asked directly. Zhao Genoa, you need to fix it immediately. The expert team is already on standby. They'll provide all necessary technical support. Permissions have been granted. Rennie halted in his tracks as the adjacent wall slid open, revealing a separate control room covered in screens. Several experts in white lab coats were already in position. Their expressions were tense, and they looked somewhat surprised to see Lin Feng. So young? This is the special advisor they mentioned? But military orders are absolute. They immediately stood up. The lead officer quickly announced, Advisor, the data interface is ready. System architecture diagrams, real-time data streams, open everything. Lin Feng nodded and walked to the main console. Countless lines of code and data cascaded across the screens like a waterfall. Red warning lights flashed blindingly. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Error detection eye, activate. Buzz. The world before his eyes transformed once more. No longer a jumble of code, but a clear system framework. Like a meticulously detailed map of the human body's meridians. Energy flowed through it, commands transmitted between nodes. He scanned it in a single glance. The vast and complex security system was instantly deciphered. Almost in the next second. A distorted, blocked node was pinpointed with precision. Critical bug detected, threat level assessment module logical recursion error. Error causes infinite loop in specific high energy reaction assessment, depleting resources and pushing system to collapse. Optimization solution, correct recursion exit conditions and implement an exception termination mechanism. Confirm correction? Yes. Lin Feng silently affirmed in his mind. An invisible wave surged through the data interface in an instant, spanning thousands of miles, precisely targeting the system core of Jianghai's 7th district. The marked faulty logic node trembled slightly, as if an invisible finger had set it right. Buzz. Inside the control room, the shrill alarm abruptly ceased. The frantically scrolling red error codes vanished instantly, replaced instead by a steady green data stream signifying stable system operation. Every monitoring indicator light turned green in unison. The entire control room fell silent. Dead silence. Several experts stared wide-eyed. Their mouths hung open, as if petrified. Moments ago, they'd been in a state of utter panic. They had exhausted every contingency plan, yet remained helpless. They were even preparing to request a forced restart, a costly decision. And then, this young man just stood there, watched for a few seconds. Then, it was fixed. This. The lead expert's finger trembled as he pointed at the screen. The bug disappeared? The system returned to normal? Another expert lunged toward the equipment. His hands furiously pounded the keyboard, pulling out the back-end logs. Holy crap! The core logic has been fixed. A perfect fix. Efficiency even increased by 0.1%. How is this possible? Who did this? They whipped their heads around to stare at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with horror, shock, disbelief. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, as if he had merely done something trivial. Problem solved, he said casually. Solved? This was the critical bug that had plagued them for hours, even alerting the Strategic Bureau headquarters. You solved it in seconds? Is this even humanly possible? Even the legendary S-class information masters wouldn't be this absurd. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The gaze directed at Lin Feng had completely changed. From initial confusion, it had turned to awe. Fervor. Advisor, you're amazing, a young expert blurted out. The lead expert immediately elbowed him. But his eyes burned with equal fervor. Report immediately. The system is restored. The bug is perfectly fixed, he shouted excitedly into the communicator. Strategic Bureau Command Center. Zhao Genoa leapt to his feet. What? Fixed? That fast? After confirming the information was accurate, he burst into laughter. Excellent. 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 Truly worthy of the corrector. The foremost merit. This is the greatest merit imaginable. Without hesitation, he immediately issued his orders. Transmit my command. Reward Special Advisor Lin Feng. Experience points, directly infuse 100,000. 100,000 experience points? The staff officer beside him flinched. That's enough for an ordinary adventurer to grind monsters for months. For a newly awakened rookie, this was like ascending to heaven in a single bound. Equipment. Issue a full set of Enlightener Special Operations gear. Weapons. Issue the Lightning Falcon Gauss pistol. Void Splitter Alloy Dagger. Top tier gear again. The Enlightener set. Astonishing defense, built-in energy shield. Worth a fortune. Gauss Rift Splitter. Military grade exclusives. Far surpassing anything on the open market. System currency. Reward 10 million credits. 10 million. More than the average person could earn in a lifetime. Contribution points. Reward 10,000 points. Contribution points. These are even more precious than currency. They can be exchanged internally for rare resources, cultivation techniques, and privileges. 10,000 points. Enough to exchange for an A-grade cultivation technique. Zhao Genoa declared in one breath, brimming with confidence. All rewards. Distribute them immediately. Inform Comrade Lin Feng. This is only the beginning. As long as he continues serving the nation will spare no expense. Inside the control room, Lin Feng's personal terminal vibrated violently. Ding. Experience infusion detected. Plus 100,000. Level up. LV1. Level up. LV2. Level up. LV7. Boom. Massive energy erupted within his body. His physical capabilities skyrocketed. Strength. Speed. Reaction time. Fully enhanced. Like riding a rocket. Instantly transcending the novice stage. Ding. Received National Strategic Bureau Reward, Enlightener Set 1. Ding. Received National Strategic Bureau Reward, Gauss Pistol 1. Ding. Received National Strategic Bureau Reward, Void Splitting Alloy Dagger 1. Ding. Received National Strategic Bureau Reward, System Currency plus 10 million. Ding.
Received National Strategic Bureau reward, contribution points plus 10,000. The barrage of notification sounds left Lin Feng momentarily dazed. These rewards are way too generous? And this was only the first mission. The experts beside him stared wide-eyed at the holographic display projected from Lin Feng's personal terminal. 100,000 EXP. The Enlightener set. 10 million currency. 10,000 contribution points. This treatment was even more extravagant than the core training for S-rank geniuses? Is this the true value of a corrector? The lead expert took a deep breath, suppressing his shock and envy. Stepping forward, he addressed Lin Feng respectfully. Advisor. The general instructed me to convey this is only the beginning. Chapter 6, Lightspeed Leveling. What is the screening period? Listening to the expert's words, Lin Feng nodded slightly, his expression calm. To him, these rewards were well-deserved. His abilities were worth every penny. Renai stepped forward, his electronic voice sounding, Advisor, please follow me. I will arrange your accommodations in subsequent matters. Lin Feng followed Renai out of the control room, leaving behind a group of experts still reeling in shock. They traversed several heavily guarded corridors before arriving at a silver metal door. Your temporary residence. Renai verified his access, and the door slid open silently. The interior was spacious, sleekly luxurious, and fully equipped with cutting-edge technology. Buzz. A faint ripple. Lin Feng's personal terminal projected a glow. A streamlined combat suit, shimmering with a pale blue glow, materialized in the center of the room. The Enlightener suit. Immediately afterward, a futuristic-looking pistol and a cold, gleaming dagger also floated into existence. Thunder Falcon Gauss pistol. Void-splitting alloy dagger. The efficiency of the state apparatus was terrifying indeed. Rewards credited instantly. Your exclusive training ground is ready, Ringyi's voice chimed in precisely, located on level B7, Unit 001. Ready to begin anytime. Lin Feng didn't hesitate, let's go now. He couldn't wait to experience the sensation of lightspeed leveling. Level B7, Training Ground 001. A vast domed space, its walls constructed from special energy crystals that simulated various environments. At its center stood a metal platform 100 meters in diameter. Training Ground 001, highest specifications. The internal energy field has been specially modulated. Capable of boosting training efficiency by 100%. 100%. Double the experience. Lin Feng's eyes burned with intensity. The nation had truly spared no expense. He stepped onto the platform. Welcome to Super Efficiency Training Ground 001. Select Training Mode, Simulated Combat Energy Extraction Technique Practice. Simulated Combat. Maximum difficulty. Lin Feng declared immediately. He intended to digest that 100,000 experience points as swiftly as possible and continue leveling up. Mode confirmed, Simulated Combat Inferno level. Generating scene, Ruined Bone Wastes. Monsters deployed, Rotten Bone Hounds LVA-10. Buzz. The surroundings transformed instantly. Crumbling walls and howling winds. 10 massive, bone-spiked corrupted bone hounds materialize out of thin air. Their crimson eyes lock onto Lin Feng. Level 8 monsters. Higher level than he currently possessed. But in Lin Feng's eyes, none of this was a problem. Kill. With a thought, the Enlightener set instantly enveloped his entire body. A pale blue aura swirled around him. The Thunder Falcon Gauss pistol materialized in his right hand. Bang! A blue arc of lightning erupted. It struck the charging hound's skull with pinpoint accuracy. Pop! The hound's head exploded like a watermelon. Killed Rotten Bone Hound LV-81. Experience gained, 800-200% equals 1600. Double EXP. Awesome. Lin Feng darted through the pack like lightning. Bang! 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 The Gauss pistol's fire rang out relentlessly. Each shot claimed a life. His marksmanship wasn't exceptional, but the overwhelming stats from level 7 combined with the Thunder Falcon's power were more than enough. In under 30 seconds, 10 level 8 Rotten Bone Hounds all wiped out. Experience points plus 16,000. Level up. LV8. Boom. Greater power surged through his body. Monster deployed, Skeletal Overlord LV-10-1. A 3-meter-tall skeleton overlord wielding a massive axe appeared. LV-10. Right at the survival threshold for the screening phase. A nightmare for others, but for Lin Feng. Die. Lin Feng charged forward instead of retreating. The rift blade appeared in his left hand. Bang! Bang! The Gauss pistol fired in rapid succession, bullets striking the skeleton overlord and sparks flying. Its defense is incredibly high. Roar! The skeleton commander's massive axe swept through the air, stirring up a vicious wind. Lin Feng planted his foot lightly, evading effortlessly. His speed was overwhelming. He closed the distance. The rift blade flashed with a cold gleam. SSSSHHH. The dagger pierces precisely between the skeleton overlord's ribs. Energy erupts. Snap. Bones shatter.
Skeleton Commander LV10 defeated. Experience gained, 1,500 200% equals 3,000. Level up. LV9. Leveled up again. This speed. Absolutely insane. Monsters spawned, Spectral Knight LV12 3.
3 ghost knights appeared, mounted on skeletal warhorses and wielding long spears. Lin Feng's fighting spirit surges.
Bring it on. He charged like a tiger among sheep, wielding both blade and lance. Battle. Slaughter. Level up. 1 hour later. Defeated Abyssal Spider LV15-1. Experience gained, 5,200% equals 10,000. Level up. LV10.
The required level for the screening period has been reached.
Time taken, 1 hour.
Lin Feng stared at the LV10 displayed on his personal panel, utterly unfazed.
Too easy.
To him, this so-called life or death screening was nothing but a joke.
Continue, he said in a deep voice.
He wanted to see just how high he could level up with national resources.
Monsters deployed, Gargoyle Elite LV16-5. Battle. Continue. Meanwhile, in a lounge area of the Strategic Bureau's underground base,
a massive light screen displayed news from the outside world.
Breaking news.
Only 28 days remain until the deadline for the first phase of the global screening. The footage showed scenes of chaos on the outskirts of major cities.
Countless newly minted operatives surged toward the wilderness like a tidal wave. For survival.
For that elusive level 10.
Outskirts of Jianghai City, massive beast tide erupted yesterday. Over 300 newcomers perished. Clashes erupted resource points across major safe zones. Heavy casualties reported. Experts urge, stay calm. Team up. Never venture alone. On screen, faces young and desperate. Cries, wails, gunfire, and the howls of monsters. A living hell. To survive, people resort to any means. Rushing for supplies. Turning on each other. The news footage was horrifying.
In the break area, several researchers passing by watched the news inside.
It's so tragic. This screening process is nothing short of a purge. Yeah, reaching level 10 in a month is impossible for ordinary people. Probably less than 1 in 100 will survive. Wonder how that proofreader consultant is holding up. He's only F rank.
Just as one researcher finished speaking, an internal notice suddenly popped up on the nearby information terminal.
Internal announcement, Special Advisor Lin Feng has surpassed level 12. Put. The researcher who had just spoken spit out a mouthful of water. What? LV12? How long has it even been? Not even 2 days? You've got to be kidding me. Holy crap. Is this real?
Several researchers crowded around, staring at the notice with eyes wide as saucers.
The date was clearly marked. Today. Less than 2 days. From awakening to LV12. Even a rocket couldn't go that fast. F rank? Screw F rank. What F rank could reach level 12 in a day and a half? No wonder he gets S rank treatment. Someone muttered under their breath, their tone dripping with envy and resentment. Compared to this guy, those newbies struggling to survive out there might as well be from another world. Inside Training Ground 001. Lin Feng was covered in blood, hyper-realistic, yet his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. This sensation of power surging through him. It was utterly addictive. Killed Infernal Hound LV18-2. Experience gained, 8,200%. 2 is equal to 32,000. Level up. LV13. Level up. LV14. 2 levels in a row.
He felt his strength, speed, and reflexes undergo another qualitative leap.
The energy aura surrounding the Enlightener set grew even more solid.
The lightning arcs fired from the Gauss pistol grew more ferocious.
When the rift blade was swung, it even created faint spatial ripples. Powerful. Invincible. He now possessed the confidence to effortlessly crush those so-called geniuses outside. What's A rank or B rank? With the full backing of the state apparatus, they're nothing but commonplace. Continue.
Battle fervor surged in Lin Feng's eyes.
Deploying monster, War Colossus LV21.
A 10-meter-tall War Colossus crashed to the ground.
LV20. Peak Tier 1.
Lin Feng was not alarmed, but delighted.
Bring it on.
He intended to use this Colossus to surge to LV15.
Battle erupted once more. More intense. More frenzied.
Energy beams collided with colossal stone fists.
Sparks flew everywhere. Gunfire intertwined with the deafening roar of metal.
Outside the training ground, in the monitoring room, Rin stood silently, data streams scrolling rapidly across the visor of his full-coverage helmet.
Real-time monitoring of Lin Feng's vital metrics.
Heart rate, energy fluctuations, psychic energy expenditure, combat skill assessment.
All normal, even far exceeding expectations. Especially the rate of level advancement. It was utterly mind-boggling.
Even he, an S-class operative who had seen countless prodigies and prodigious talents, had never witnessed such terrifyingly rapid advancement.
Target potential, revised to, immeasurable. Reniki's internal recording system automatically updated the assessment.
His mission was to protect this advisor.
Now it seemed that the advisor's own growth rate might prove more effective than any protection. Buzz. A deafening explosion echoed through the training grounds. The colossal form of the War Colossus crashed to the ground, shattering into a sky filled with sparkling fragments. War Colossus LV-21 killed. Experience gained, 15,200% equals 30,000. Level up. LV-15.
Lin Feng stood atop the Colossus's wreckage, the Enlightener set radiating brilliant light.
LV-15. Within 2 days. 15 levels in a row.
This pace, if revealed, would shock all of China.
The entire world.
The so-called global screening period was nothing more than an appetizer for him. Feeling the surging power within him, his gaze turned toward the void.
Level 15? Not enough.
His journey lies among the stars and the vast seas. To reshape the entire world, he needed even greater power.
Continue training? End training? The system prompt sounded.
Just as Lin Feng was about to select continue, Ren Yi's voice came through the calm. Advisor, General Zhao has new instructions.
The enrollment procedures for the Hidden Dragon Academy have been finalized. They've sent someone to pick you up. Qianlong Academy? So soon?
Lin Feng paused briefly before choosing to end the training session.
Fine. Let's see what the nation's premier talent cultivation base truly looks like. Perhaps there are faster ways to level up there. He sheathed his weapon. The simulated bloodstains vanished from his body, and the Enlightener suit faded away.
He stepped out of Training Ground 001. Renichi was already waiting outside. Beside him stood a young woman in a dark green uniform, her bearing sharp and spirited. The woman's gaze toward Lin Feng held a hint of curiosity and scrutiny, but it quickly transformed into a formal smile. Stepping forward, she saluted Lin Feng with a standard military salute.
Reporting, Advisor.
Xin Bing, first-class assistant instructor of the Dragon Academy's training division.
I've been ordered to escort you to enrollment. Chapter 7, One-Word Nationwide Cultivation Technique Optimization.
Advisor, please follow me. Xin Bing stepped aside to lead the way. Her gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a moment, filled with scrutiny.
Less than a day, and already LV-15? Is he a monster? Even with maxed-out resources, this is absurd.
The trio headed toward the dedicated hover elevator.
Runny followed silently behind.
The Hidden Dragon Academy is located in a separate space on the outskirts of the capital. You will be granted the highest level of access and resources, Xin Bing explained. General Zhao specifically instructed that your error correction project team,
personnel and equipment are already being prepared.
Lin Feng nodded. The nation's efficiency was truly astonishing. Buzz. His wrist terminal vibrated again. An encrypted communication request from Zhao Genua. Lin Feng accepted the call.
Zhao Genua's slightly weary yet excited face appeared. Comrade Lin Feng. I'm afraid I must trouble you once more. This is an absolute emergency.
Lin Feng, General, please proceed.
Zhao Genua spoke rapidly, the basic qi gathering technique. That's the most basic meditation technique taught to everyone. We've discovered a suspected widespread bug. Countless experts have studied it for decades. No clues whatsoever. Only now, through Tiangong supercomputer simulations, did we catch a trace of anomaly. It might be causing a hidden bottleneck in cultivation efficiency.
Lin Feng's eyes sharpened.
A universally accessible cultivation technique? If this could be optimized, its value. Give me the data. He wasted no words. Zhao Genhua immediately began processing. Highest access. Tiangong Assistant. A massive data stream instantly flooded into Lin Feng's personal terminal.
Xin Bing and Ren Yi beside him both felt the immense shockwave of information.
Xin Bing's beautiful eyes widened. What level of data transmission was this?
Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as his error detection eye activated. The torrent of data before him transformed into countless threads of energy in motion. The operational pathways of the basic qi gathering technique became clearly visible.
Complex. Vast. Yet fundamental. His gaze swept over it like the most precise scanner, analyzing it in an instant. An extremely minute yet pervasive blockage point throughout the core of the technique's operation. Precisely identified.
Optimizable bug detected, energy circulation node in basic qi gathering technique minor resonance disruption. The disruption reduces energy absorption efficiency by approximately 5%, leading to unstable foundations over time.
5%. Seems insignificant. But this is a cultivation technique practiced by the masses. It affects hundreds of millions of practitioners.
Optimization plan, adjust node energy resonance frequency by 0.013%.
Confirm correction? Yes.
Lin Feng confirmed with his mind. The invisible fluctuations transmitted through the Heavenly Craftsman supercomputer. Like a virus, it instantly spread throughout the National Cultivation Technique database. The underlying code was silently corrected. Across countless cities and corners of Huagua.
Practitioners cultivating the fundamental chi gathering technique.
Whether newly awakened novices or battle-hardened veterans.
Almost simultaneously.
Buzz. They felt a slight tremor run through their bodies.
The familiar cultivation techniques suddenly flowed with unprecedented ease. The energy particles in the heavens and earth seemed to grow more receptive. The speed at which they absorbed energy into their bodies surged dramatically. Ha! What's going on? My cultivation speed has accelerated? Holy crap! It really is. At least half a notch faster. My bottleneck loosened? Is this an illusion? Countless cultivators snapped out of their meditations. They stared at each other in disbelief. Strategic Bureau Command Center. Report. National Cultivation Efficiency Monitoring data shows anomalies.
Basic chi gathering technique practitioners show an average efficiency increase of 5.13%.
Data remains stable and rising. Boom! The entire command center erupted in chaos. Zhao Genoa's hands trembled as he gripped the communicator.
Staring at Lin Feng's calm face on the screen, his voice cracked.
Lin. Comrade Lin Feng. Did you do this? Lin Feng nodded. Yeah, just a minor bug. Fixed it. A minor bug? A problem that had plagued the nation for decades. A problem that had affected the cultivation foundations of hundreds of millions of people. And to you, it's just a minor glitch? Zhao Genoa's face flushed crimson with fury. He roared, rewards. Give me massive rewards. National contribution points. 1 million. Whoa, a gasp of astonishment erupted nearby. 1 million contribution points?
The highest reward for an S-rank mission was only 100,000 points.
This is 10 times that amount? Military rank. Effective immediately. Comrade Lin Feng is hereby awarded the rank of Major General.
With the title of Special Advisor to the Strategic Bureau.
Major General? A rookie who just awakened a few days ago? Even if it's just a nominal position. This is terrifying. Reputation. Internal system notification.
Awarded 1 special merit.
Named this optimization the Qiming optimization. Named in honor of Comrade Lin Feng's contributions. A cascade of orders echoed through the entire Strategic Bureau. Ding.
Received National Strategic Bureau Reward, contribution points plus 1 million.
Ding. Military rank promotion, Major General Special Advisor. Ding. Acquired national level prestige, Merit of Enlightenment Internal.
Lin Feng stared at the terminal notifications, his expression unchanged.
1 million contribution points. Not bad. Major General rank? Just a title. What mattered to him was the impact this action itself would bring. Nationwide cultivation efficiency increased by 5%.
This meant the growth rate of practitioners across the entire nation
will be elevated to a new level. Over time. What a terrifying leap this will be. National strength will surge dramatically.
Zhao Genoa shouted excitedly, Comrade Lin Feng.
This is a monumental achievement. A truly monumental contribution. Your ability is nothing short of a national treasure. No. It's a pillar that anchors the nation.
Lin Feng, General, you flatter me.
It's simply my duty. Ha ha ha. Well said, duty. Zhao Genoa roared with laughter.
I've already made arrangements with the Hidden Dragon Academy.
Whatever you need. Just ask. The nation will sell everything it owns to satisfy you.
The communication ended.
Inside the floating elevator, a deathly silence fell.
Shen Bing looked at Lin Feng, her gaze utterly transformed.
Shock. Horror. Even reverence. What just happened? Fixed the bug in the national cultivation technique? Boosted the cultivation efficiency of all practitioners nationwide by 5%? 1 million contribution points? The rank of Junior General? What kind of god-tier move is this? One person single-handedly elevates the entire nation. Such contributions. Who could match this? This isn't genius anymore. This is a miracle.
Her mouth opened, wanting to speak, but her throat felt parched.
Finally, she took a deep breath and saluted Lin Feng once more. This salute was perfect. Powerful. Filled with genuine respect. Advisor Lin. Before she could speak, Ren Yi's cold electronic voice sounded. Arrived at the outer access point of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Chapter 8, Genius Provocation?
One slap to send them flying.
The floating elevator doors slid open silently. Ahead lay a spacious, bright silver-white hall.
The vaulted ceiling soared high, with pale blue energy bands weaving and flowing. The atmosphere was thick with futuristic technology.
This was the outer access point of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Countless runes flickered faintly on the walls and floor.
They formed a powerful spatial stabilization and defensive force field. The air was thick with potent, refined energy. Even the mere act of breathing felt utterly exhilarating.
Mr. Lin, this way, please. Xin Bing took a deep breath, suppressing the storm raging within her.
She stepped aside to lead the way, her posture even more respectful.
Even a hint of admiration. What had just unfolded was utterly staggering. Nationwide cultivation technique optimization. Millions benefited. The rank of junior general. 1,000,000 contribution points.
This was nothing short of a mythical achievement.
And the one who created all this was the young man before her eyes, who had only recently awakened.
She now fully understood General Zhao and the higher-up stance.
S-class treatment? That's too low.
Such an existence deserves the nation's full resources to cultivate. Just then, a slightly flippant voice sounded from the side.
Well, if it isn't Instructor Shen? Why are you being so polite to a new recruit?
A young man approached, clad in the same dark green uniform but a more ornate style, with an S-class trainee badge pinned to his chest. Tall and handsome, he carried an air of unshakable arrogance. His name was Xiao Tian, a prominent figure at the Hidden Dragon Academy. Possessing the S-class talent, Thunder Control, he hailed from the Xiao family, one of the capital's most prestigious clans. With deep-rooted connections and formidable strength, he had always looked down on others. Seeing Shen Bing's attitude toward Lin Feng, surprise and displeasure flashed in his eyes. Shen Bing was renowned as the Ice Queen instructor of the Hidden Dragon Academy.
She was icy cold to everyone. When had she ever been so respectful? Moreover, the other party looked far too ordinary. His aura wasn't strong either. Level 15?
Barely reached the first tier.
The Hidden Dragon Academy had plenty of such mediocrities, but was this one truly worthy of Shen Bing's attention? Shen Bing's brow furrowed slightly. Trainee Xiao Tian, what's your tone? This is Advisor Lin Feng. Advisor? Xiao Tian scoffed, sizing Lin Feng up from head to toe. What kind of advisor? I've never heard of him. New hire from which department? Some nepotism hire?
His tone dripped with contempt and provocation. Lin Feng paid him no mind whatsoever. He was still savoring the sensation of restoring the foundational qi gathering technique.
Nationwide optimization. That kind of influence. So satisfying. Next stop, the Hidden Dragon Academy. Let's see what else can be optimized. Techniques? Secret realms? Training facilities? His eye of correction was already itching for more.
Seeing Lin Feng ignore him, Xiao Tian's expression grew even colder.
A mere level 15 dares to ignore him? Hey, kid. I'm talking to you. Struck dumb?
He stepped forward, blocking Lin Feng's path.
A powerful aura of thunder and lightning began to emanate from him, carrying the imposing aura of an S-rank genius. Shen Bing's expression darkened. Xiao Tian. What do you think you're doing? This is the Dragon's Lair access point. Private combat is strictly prohibited. Xiao Tian sneered coldly. Instructor Shen, I have no intention of fighting.
I merely wish to seek guidance from this advisor.
What gives you the right to treat him this way?
The Hidden Dragon Academy isn't some place where just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can walk in. His gaze, like a sharp blade, pierced Lin Feng. Lin Feng finally lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. His gaze was calm and indifferent, as if he were looking at a stone by the roadside.
That look enraged Xiao Tian to the core. You're asking for death. He growled, lightning flaring around his body.
A massive hand, coiled with electric arcs, lunged toward Lin Feng's shoulder. He intended to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Make him understand just how deep the waters of the Hidden Dragon Academy ran.
Shen Bing cried out, stop.
She tried to intervene, but Xiao Tian's speed was too swift. His S-class talent, combined with years of grueling training, made his power far beyond her reach.
Yet. Smack. A crisp, resounding slap echoed through the hall. Time seemed to freeze for an instant.
Shen Bing froze mid-stride, her forward momentum halted. Xiao Tian, his hand still outstretched, froze.
Only, his face now bore a clear handprint. It stung fiercely. He hadn't even seen how the other had struck.
Lin Feng withdrew his hand, his expression unchanged, as if he'd merely swatted away a fly. His strength, enhanced by level 15 and optimized by Qining's foundation, had long since surpassed what it once was.
Crush an S-rank of the same tier? A piece of cake. You dare hit me? Xiao Tian finally snapped out of it. The stinging pain on his face paled in comparison to the humiliation and rage burning within him. He was the prodigy of the Xiao family, an S-rank disciple. And now he'd been publicly slapped by some unknown nobody? I'll kill you. Xiao Tian erupted in fury. Lightning surged wildly across his body. A terrifying aura erupted. The energy throughout the entire hall began to surge chaotically. He was about to get serious. At that very moment. Swish! A pitch-black figure materialized before Xiao Tian as if teleported. It was Rennie. Without warning, he had positioned himself in front of Lin Feng. His cold mechanical hand moved like lightning. It seized Xiao Tian's wrist with pinpoint accuracy just as he was about to unleash his lightning. Snap! The sound of bones dislocating echoed. Xiao Tian's scream was brutally cut off in his throat. His lightning ability seemed to have met its nemesis. Instantly suppressed. Extinguished. That mechanical palm contained terrifying power and rule suppression beyond his comprehension. Let go. Xiao Tian's face turned deathly pale as cold sweat poured down his forehead. He felt his wrist was about to snap. The energy within his body was completely sealed off. Who was this black-armored man? How could his strength be this terrifying? Rin's emotionless synthetic voice rang out. Threat to consultant's safety. Per regulations, eliminate the threat. He tightened his grip. Xiao Tian was lifted up like a rag doll. Then, he was ruthlessly hurled toward the entrance of the hall. Thud. A dull thud. Xiao Tian slammed hard against the alloy door before tumbling to the floor. Every bone in his body felt like it was about to shatter, leaving him utterly battered and broken. He struggled to get up, only to find every muscle in his body utterly drained of strength. That blow had been more than just a physical attack. It contained a special energy vibration. It had directly crippled his ability to move. The hall fell into complete silence. Shin Bing stared blankly at the scene, her cherry lips parted slightly. Too overwhelming. Xiao Tian, an S-rank prodigy, didn't even get a chance to fight back. He was tossed aside like trash by Lin Feng's bodyguard. Is this the spectacle of an S-class special advisor? Lin Feng hadn't even furrowed his brow throughout the entire incident. He merely said indifferently to Ren Yi, "Don't waste your time on me." Then he stepped forward and continued walking, as if none of it had anything to do with him. Ren Yi nodded silently and followed behind him. His icy gaze swept over Xiao Tian, collapsed at the doorway. Warning! Xiao Tian trembled violently at the contact of that gaze. Fear. An unprecedented terror. He had no doubt that if he dared show any further disrespect, this black-armored man would kill him without hesitation. Who was he? What was Lin Feng's true identity? Advisor? Major General? Xiao Tian's mind was in chaos. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Shin Bing finally snapped back to her senses and hurried to catch up with Lin Feng. Her heart was still racing as she watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, filled with awe. Too powerful. Not only was his own strength terrifying, but even his bodyguards were monstrously strong. This Lin advisor was undoubtedly the nation's hidden trump card. She dared not show the slightest negligence, her voice carrying an imperceptible tremor. Advisor Lin, please come inside. I'll show you the facilities of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Chapter 9, Dare to Touch Me? The nation's specially assigned guard. Through the heavy gates of the access point lobby, the interior scene suddenly opened up. This was the true Qianlong Academy. Gone was the cold, metallic tech aesthetic. Instead, it was a blend of ancient simplicity and futuristic design. Floating islands, flowing streams of energy. In the distance, towering ancient trees could even be seen, radiating spiritual light. The energy concentration in the air surges once more. Pure. Vast. Lin. Advisor Lin. Shin Bing's voice trembled. She forced herself to steady her nerves, guiding Lin Feng forward. Earlier, Xiao Tian had been struck flying by a single palm strike. Then he was crippled and tossed aside by that black-armored guard. The sheer impact of it all was overwhelming. S-rank genius? Top-tier noble scion? In front of Advisor Lin, they were nothing. She now felt immensely relieved that she had maintained a respectful attitude. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Advisor, I'm deeply sorry about what happened earlier. The Dragon's Lair Academy's management has been negligent. Shin Bing murmured. Lin Feng didn't pause his stride, waving his hand dismissively. It's not your fault. He didn't give the Xiao Tian a second thought. Just a clown. Killing him would only dirty his hands. His attention was fixed on the surroundings. His eye of correction swept over it. The energy fields here, the spatial structures, all present opportunities for optimization. Plenty of bugs. The Hidden Dragon Academy truly did not disappoint him. At that very moment. Buzz. Lin Feng, Shin Bing, and Ren Yi's communicators all rang simultaneously. It was the highest level internal communication. General Zhao Genoa's voice, tinged with anger, came through. Comrade Lin Feng. Are you all right? Clearly, he was already aware of the recent confrontation. I'm fine, General, Lin Feng replied calmly. Glad to hear it. This is outrageous. Zhao Genoa's anger flared. What's going on with the Hidden Dragon Academy? A national treasure. Nearly desecrated by common thugs. The Xiao family? Oomph. I'll settle accounts with them later. His voice was firm and decisive. Shin Bing trembled slightly upon hearing this. The Xiao family was in for a world of trouble. Zhao Genoa's tone shifted abruptly, becoming solemn and grave. Comrade Lin Feng. Your safety is our top priority. What just happened has sounded the alarm for us. The Strategic Bureau and the Dragon's Lair's High Command are holding emergency consultations. It has been decided. Effective immediately. A dedicated security detail will be assigned to you. The Dragon Fong Special Operations Unit. Dragon's Fong. Shin Bing sucked in a sharp breath. That was the most elite unit in the Hidden Dragon Academy. Directly under the Academy Director. Rarely deployed. And they're being deployed to guard Advisor Lin? Such treatment unprecedented.
Zhao Zhenhua continued, Squad Leader Longzhan.
A rank peak powerhouse.
Half a step from S rank. Every team member is at least high tier B rank. Their sole mission
is to ensure your absolute safety. Simultaneously, to fulfill every requirement for your proofreading work. Anyone, anything, who dares to obstruct. Dragon's Fang reserves the right to act first and report later.
Killing intent surged.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. An exclusive guard squad? Sounds promising. It would save a lot of trouble. All right, he agreed. Dragon Fang is already en route. They'll be here shortly. Zhao Zhenhua declared. Blade 1, return to the unit immediately. Await further orders. Yes.
Ranyi's cold electronic voice replied. The communication disconnected.
Almost simultaneously. A ripple rippled through the space ahead.
Swish, swish, swish.
12 figures materialized silently. They wore uniform dark gold combat suits. Fierce dragon tooth emblems were embroidered upon their chests. Their aura was fierce. Their killing intent pierced the heavens. Like elite warriors emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The leader stood towering like an iron pillar. His face was stern, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. None other than Dragon Fang's captain, Long Zhan. A rank peak. Just one step away from S rank. His power was terrifying beyond measure. He strode forward and knelt on one knee before Lin Feng. His movements were crisp and decisive, radiating the iron discipline of a soldier. Dragon Fang Special Operations Team Captain, Long Zhan. Reporting with all members. Reporting to Advisor Lin. His voice boomed, making the air vibrate. Behind him, 11 members knelt in unison on one knee. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Their presence was awe-inspiring. Greetings, Advisor Lin. The roar thundered like a clap of thunder. Shen Bing was once again utterly stunned. Dragon's Fang. The ace unit of the Hidden Dragon Academy. They actually paid such profound respect to Advisor Lin. This display. It was terrifying.
Lin Feng surveyed the scene before him and nodded.
Rise. Yes.
Long Zhan rose, his gaze burning intensely upon Lin Feng.
So this is the national treasure who perfected the basic chi gathering technique? Truly extraordinary. Despite his youth, that composure and calmness. Far surpassing his peers. Advisor Lin. From this moment onward, Dragon Fang assumes full responsibility for your security. Any request you have, just give the word.
Long Zhan's voice rang out with unwavering resolve. My mission is to ensure you can work without worry.
Whoever dares to stand in my way, I will kill them. Simple. Direct. Domineering.
Lin Feng was satisfied.
Let's go.
He lifted his step and continued forward. Long Zhan immediately waved his hand.
12 Dragon Fang members instantly fanned out. 4 led the way. 4 flanked the sides. 4 brought up the rear.
They tightly shielded Lin Feng, Shen Bing, and Renyi at the center.
Forming an impenetrable mobile fortress. Renyi silently fell back to the rear of the formation. His task was temporarily complete. The group pressed deeper into the Hidden Dragon Academy. Their aura was utterly different from before. Every Dragon Fang member radiated fierce energy. Their gazes were sharp. Their dark gold combat suits gleamed brilliantly under the energy glow. Wherever they passed,
students and instructors who had been chatting in small groups
fell instantly silent, scattered to the sides of the road. Their eyes filled with shock and awe. Is that the Dragon's Fang? Good heavens! The entire Dragon's Tooth force is out? Who are they escorting? The one in the middle, so young. Who is he? Never seen him before. A freshman? A freshman getting Dragon's Fang escort? You've got to be kidding. Even Captain Long Zhan himself is here.
The murmurs were hushed to near silence. But the look in everyone's eyes as they gazed at Lin Feng had changed.
Curiosity. Speculation. Shock. And profound apprehension. A figure worthy of such an escort from Dragon Fang. Their status and standing must be terrifyingly high. Even the core offspring of some high-ranking S-class students wouldn't receive such pomp and circumstance.
Shen Bing stood beside Lin Feng, her back straight as an arrow.
She felt a sense of pride. At the same time, she couldn't help but be secretly amazed. Is this the treatment reserved for an S-class special advisor? It was outrageous.
Lin Feng paid no heed to the stares and whispers around him. He simply absorbed the potent energy permeating the Hidden Dragon Hall. His eye of correction silently activated,
scanning everything along the path.
An energy tower, its circuitry seems off. A medicinal field, the spiritual energy circulation was off. A teleportation array, spatial coordinates are off.
So many bugs.
A faint smile curved his lips.
This place would be a stage to shine. Experience. Contribution points. He wanted it all. Strength. Must be boosted immediately. The nation needed him. His sister was still waiting for him. He has no time to waste. The group crossed an open plaza. A majestic hall loomed ahead. Ancient and majestic, the plaque bore 3 characters in sweeping calligraphy. Qianlong Hall. The core hub of the Hidden Dragon Academy. It's also where new recruits report and receive their assignments. Advisor Lin, we've arrived, Xin Bing announced respectfully. Long Zhan waved his hand. 8 Dragon Fong members pinned themselves to either side of the palace doors like javelins. A chilling aura filled the air. No one was permitted to approach. Long Zhan and 3 other members escorted Lin Feng as they stepped through the palace doors. The interior was vast. Numerous trainees were processing paperwork or collecting resources. Upon seeing the Dragon's Fong guards escorting Lin Feng inside, everyone froze in their actions, their gazes turning toward them in unison. Shock, confusion, bewilderment. The instructor in charge of reception froze in place. Why was Dragon Tooth here? And escorting a new recruit? Xin Bing stepped forward, presenting his credentials and transfer order. Special Advisor to the Strategic Bureau, Major General Lin Feng. Here on orders to process enrollment and resource allocation. His crisp voice echoed throughout the Grand Hall. Special Advisor. Major General. Boom. The Grand Hall erupted in an instant. Everyone was stunned. A newly awakened rookie? With the rank of Major General? What kind of galactic joke is this? But seeing Xin Bing's stern expression and the menacing aura emanating from the Dragon's Fong beside him, no one dared to question it. The responsible instructor immediately stood up and hurried over. His face plastered with a fawning smile. My apologies, Major General Lin. My deepest apologies. Quickly. This way, please. The VIP entrance. He personally led the way, his demeanor reaching the pinnacle of reverence. The surrounding cadets watched Lin Feng, surrounded like a moon surrounded by stars. Their expressions were complex. Envy? Admiration? Or fear? Perhaps all of the above. But this was power. This was status. Under the icy stares of the Dragon Fong members, no one dared to look again. Nor did anyone dare come within an inch. That intangible aura of intimidation enveloped the entire venue. Chapter 10, High-Level Dungeon? A national team sightseeing tour. Inside the Dragon's Lair, the atmosphere froze. The instructor in charge of reception was sweating profusely, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He wished he could complete all the procedures in an instant. The man before him was a Major General. A VIP escorted by Dragon's Fong. He couldn't afford to offend him. Not in the slightest. LL Lieutenant General Lin. Your identity verification, complete. Accommodations, resource allocations, all at the highest S-class specifications. The instructor bowed and scraped, his smile stretched so wide it looked like it might crack. The surrounding cadets held their breath, not daring to breathe. At that very moment. Buzz. A shrill alarm pierced the entire Dragon's Lair. A top-level emergency communication request. The instructor's face drained of color, nearly collapsing to the ground. What on earth happened now? A holographic screen popped up, revealing General Zhao Genoa's anxious face. The background showed the Strategic Bureau Command Center, bustling with activity. Comrade Lin Feng. Zhao Genoa's voice was urgent. Urgent mission. Extremely urgent. Lin Feng, General, please proceed. The A-rank instance Abyssal Forge. Something's gone wrong. We need critical data from the core zone. But the internal environment has undergone sudden changes. Danger levels have skyrocketed. The standard assault team suffered heavy casualties. They can't advance further. Zhao Genoa's gaze grew grave as he looked at Lin Feng. We need your abilities. Find a safe path. Retrieve the data. A rank instance? Abyss Forge? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A dungeon? Perfect. More bugs for sure. No problem. He replied crisply. Zhao Genoa breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, Great. I've already coordinated it. The nation's top-tier assault team, Breakthrough. They'll coordinate with your Dragon's Fong squad. Full-time escort. Captain Chu He of the Breakthrough Army will rendezvous with you immediately. Ensure your safety at all costs. Communication terminated. Within the Dragon's Lair, deathly silence descended once more. Breaking Army? That's the nation's most elite raid team. With a glorious battle record. The elite of the elite. And they've been reassigned to assist this Lin advisor? And all just to collect some data? What a display of favor. What a spectacle. Unbelievable. The mentor trembled all over, gazing at Lin Feng as if he were a deity. A fierce glint flashed in Long Zhan's eyes. Long Tooth, receive your orders. Prepare for battle. Yes. The team members roared in unison, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Xin Bing stood by, numb with shock. This advisor Lin's moves were more terrifying than the last. Soon. The sound of marching footsteps echoed outside the hall. 10 figures emerged, clad in silver-gray special operations uniforms. Their chests bore the emblem of a sword piercing a shield. Their aura was as heavy as mountains. Their gazes as sharp as blades. They were the nation's premier strike force, breaking army. At the forefront stood a man with a stern countenance and an upright bearing. None other than Captain Shu He. A high-tier A-rank powerhouse. His dungeon-clearing expertise is unmatched. Shu He's gaze swept across the hall, finally settling on Lin Feng. A hint of scrutiny and curiosity flashed in his eyes. So they said this operation would follow the advisor's lead? A LV-15 Major General? Suppressing his doubts, he stepped forward and saluted. Captain Shu He of the Breaker Corps. Reporting for duty. Advisor Lin, please give your instructions. His voice was crisp, carrying the obedience of a soldier. Lin Feng nodded. Proceed. No unnecessary words. 2 elite squads, 12 from Dragon's Fawn, 10 from Breaking Army. 22 elite warriors in total. They swarmed around Lin Feng, departing the hidden Dragon Hall in a mighty procession, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers within the hall. Their exclusive aircraft awaited, heading straight for the entrance of the A-grade instance located in the capital's suburbs. The Abyssal Forge. The entrance was a massive, twisted, dark red spatial fissure, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The surrounding space warped around it. It radiated a scorching, savage, heart-stopping aura. At the entrance, several small mercenary groups or academy teams lingered. Upon seeing the emblems of Dragon's Fang and Shattered Legion, they immediately backed away. Their eyes brimmed with awe and envy. It's Dragon's Fang and Breaking Army. They're heading into the Abyss Forge? Heavens! Didn't they say the danger level of that dungeon has skyrocketed lately? The national team is moving. This must be major. Who's that young man being shielded in the middle? No clue, but his status is absolutely terrifying. Amidst the murmurs, Shu He approached Lin Feng. Advisor Lin, are you ready? His tone remained professional, yet carried a hint of warning. And a great instance no small matter. Lin Feng glanced up at the fissure, activating his error detection eye. Countless energy streams and spatial parameters flooded his vision. The entrance energy field is unstable. 3 meters to the upper left is the weak point. Entering from there will allow us to bypass the first wave of spatial turbulence. Lin Feng remarked casually. Shu He froze. A weak point at the entrance? They hadn't detected it even with precision instruments. He glanced at the technician beside him. The technician hurriedly operated the equipment. Seconds later, his expression changed abruptly. Captain. It's true. The data matches. At that location, the energy field does show a slight deviation. Shu He's pupils contracted slightly. He looked back at Lin Feng, his gaze transformed. Something's up. Follow the advisor's instructions. Dragon Fawn leads the way. Break Army follows. Long Zhan commanded in a deep voice. He trusted Lin Feng unconditionally. The Dragon's Tooth Squad members charged toward the designated position without hesitation. Their figures vanished into the fissure, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The Break Army members exchanged glances and followed suit. Shu He cast one last glance at Lin Feng before following in. Lin Feng, as if taking a leisurely stroll, stepped in last. The scene before their eyes shifted. Scorching heat. As if standing inside a colossal furnace. Dark red rivers of magma flowed. The air warped. The pungent smell of sulfur stung his nostrils. Terrifying roars echo from the distance. This is the Abyssal Forge. The environment is utterly inhospitable. The monsters are savage and ferocious. On guard. Shu He barked, and his team instantly formed a defensive formation. Energy shields activated. Weapons cocked. They were seasoned veterans, well aware that danger lurked everywhere in such places. Yet Lin Feng pointed to an inconspicuous rock ahead on the left. Over there. Smash it. Long Zhan wasted no time, unleashing a punch. A class peak power erupted. Boom. The rock shattered, revealing a downward passageway covered in runes. This, a hidden passage? Shu He was stunned. Their raid team had studied the map countless times. Never discovered it. Take this way. We can bypass the next 3 monster-infested zones, Lin Feng said. Under the eye of correction, no shortcut could remain hidden. The members of the Break Army exchanged bewildered glances. This is the bypass? A place where they'd always had to fight tooth and nail for half an hour. Follow. Long Zhan leapt down the passage first. The others hurried after him. The passage twisted and turned, yet it wasn't dark. Luminous crystals were embedded in the walls. Occasionally, scattered low-level flame elements would emerge. The Dragon's Fang members casually crushed them with their fingers. They posed no threat whatsoever. Their path remained unimpeded. After about 10 minutes, they emerged from the other end. The scene before them changed once more. A vast underground cavern lay ahead. At its center stood an energy tower pulsing with data. The target. The core data zone. But surrounding the energy tower, hordes of monsters lurked. Lava trolls. Flame lizards. Sulfur-eye demons. All above level 25. Even level 30 elite monsters. Their numbers at least 100. They've completely surrounded the energy tower. Prepare for battle. Shuhi's expression turned grim. This is a tough fight. We must fight our way through. Lin Feng spoke again, pointing to a massive stone pillar on the left. Over there. There's a control console. It's the switch for the ancient defense system. Destroy it and the monsters will turn on each other. Shu He. Pujuan's group. Is this even possible? When they studied the map, they'd only treated it as an ordinary obstacle. Shu He immediately ordered, "Fire team. Focus fire on that stone pillar." The Pujun long-range gunners locked onto the target instantly. Boom. 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 Energy beams. Fragmentation shells. Poured forth in an instant. The massive stone pillar exploded with a thunderous roar, revealing an ancient control console covered in runes. The console shattered in the explosion. The next second. Roar. The monsters besieging the energy tower suddenly went berserk. As if driven mad. They began savagely attacking their own comrades. Chaos erupted instantly. The lava troll swung its massive fist, smashing into the flame lizard. Sulphurite demons fired beams that pierced through their own kind. They were turning on each other. Truly turning on each other. They didn't even need to lift a finger. Now. Charge the energy tower. Shu He made his decision instantly. Dragon's Fang, clear the way. Long Zhan roared. 22 figures, like sharp arrows, darted from the chaotic battlefield's edge straight toward the energy tower. Occasional stray attacks or unwary monsters were effortlessly dealt with by Dragon's Fang and Breaker of Armies. They advanced as if entering an unguarded realm. Soon, they charged to the base of the energy tower. The tower gates stood tightly shut, covered in energy barriers. Just as Chu He was about to call for the decryption specialist, Lin Feng reached out and lightly tapped an inconspicuous pattern on the door. Hum. The tower doors slid open silently. Chu He watched Lin Feng's finger, his Adam's apple bobbed. Chapter 11, Dimensional Strike. This dungeon is way too easy. Chu He stared at the gaping tower door, feeling his worldview crumble. This was the core restriction of an A-grade instance. A tough nut that countless experts had struggled to crack, even with brute force. And now, this Lin consultant opened it with a single finger tap? Was he dreaming? Enter. Lin Feng's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He stepped forward first, entering the energy tower. Long Zhan and the Dragon Fall team members immediately followed, forming a tight protective formation. Chu He jolted awake and waved urgently, "Break army! Follow!" The tower's interior was vast, filled with the cold, clinical feel of technological creations. Pale blue data streams cascaded down the walls like waterfalls. In the central area, a massive control platform was faintly visible. Buzz! The passage ahead suddenly ignited with a dense web of crimson beams. They intertwined into a web, blocking the path. High energy reaction. It's a defensive laser net. Caution. Touch and die. Chu He warned sharply. He recognized this thing. Extremely dangerous. It required precise calculations to pass through. Lin Feng didn't even glance at the laser net. He pointed at an inconspicuous control panel on the passageway wall. Deactivate sequence 371. Chu He immediately turned to the technical expert in the team. The expert looked equally baffled but stepped forward to operate it. Fingers swiftly pressed the 371 buttons. Whoosh! The sky-filling crimson lasers instantly extinguished. The passageway was now completely clear. The Peijun technical expert stared blankly at the 3 buttons he had pressed. That's it? Previously, cracking this system took at least half an hour. And involved enormous risks. Chu He felt his throat go dry. Just what kind of monster was this consultant Lin? Continue forward. Soon, a spacious hall appeared ahead. In the center of the hall, a colossal humanoid sentinel formed from liquid metal slowly rose to its feet. LV-35. Elite Class Data Guardian. Its aura was savage. Energy readings were extremely high. Prepare for battle. Chu He roared. This is a tough nut to crack. We need to focus our fire. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the liquid metal guardian. His eye of correction activated. He pointed to the rear of the guard's left knee, a structural connection point. The redundant heat dissipation port for the energy core. Defensive weakness. Long Zhan wasted no time. His form erupted. A class peak power concentrated in his fist. Like a cannonball. It slammed straight into that spot. Boom! The metal guardian seemed to sense the danger and attempted to defend. But Long Zhan's speed was too fast. His angle too precise. The fist struck with pinpoint accuracy. Snap! Sizzle! Frenzied energy erupted from the breach. The colossal liquid metal guardian's body stiffened abruptly. Then, like a deflated balloon, it collapsed to the ground. All energy readings vanished. Reduced to a lifeless heap. Instant kill. Another instant kill. A level 35 elite guardian. Gone just like that? The members of the Breaker Squad felt their hearts skip a beat. Was this really an A-rank dungeon? Could this be a beginner tutorial? Lin Feng didn't even glance at the limp guardian. He strode straight toward the core control platform at the hall's far end. There, a constantly rotating data cube hovered. The mission objective. The critical data. Shuhi immediately ordered the tech team to advance and prepare for download. Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him. Staring at the data cube, his error detection eye activated once more. The data stream is slightly chaotic, with minor corrupted frames present. He extended a finger and tapped the void. An imperceptible fluctuation merged into the data cube. The once slightly chaotic data stream instantly became incredibly smooth and seamless. Alright, start downloading. Lin Feng withdrew his hand. The technical team rushed forward and connected the equipment. Buzz. Data transmission commenced. The speed was astonishingly fast. In less than 10 seconds. Data download complete. Integrity 100%. No errors. The tech crew stared at the screen, their mouths forming perfect O's. Previously, downloads took at least 10 minutes. And there were always minor errors. The consultant, he can even optimize data? Shuhi witnessed it too, utterly stunned. Ding. Mission complete. Rating, perfect. Lin Feng's personal terminal emitted a notification sound. Simultaneously, Zhao Genoa's communication request came through again. Success? That fast? Zhao Genoa's voice brimmed with ecstatic joy. The data is flawless. Excellent. Comrade Lin Feng. Withdraw immediately. I'll handle the rewards. Lin Feng scanned the hall. He pointed toward a seemingly ordinary wall. Emergency teleportation array, coordinates 793.441.002. Shu He. He was numb. He immediately directed his team to locate the array and input the coordinates. A flash of light erupted. Over 20 people vanished instantly within the energy tower. The next second, they materialized outside the instance entrance. Outside, the sun shone brightly. The mercenaries and squads still lingering at the entrance froze in shock upon seeing them emerge. They're out? That fast? How long were they even in there? 2 hours? Impossible. Clearing the Abyss Forge in 2 hours? He glanced at the timer. Total time from entry to exit, 2 hours, 17 minutes, 30 seconds. He took a deep breath, feeling as if he were dreaming. Previously, when they broke the army's strategy for this dungeon, the fastest record was 3 days. And they'd paid a heavy price for it. Today, it felt like a leisurely sightseeing trip. At that moment, Zhao Genoa's command came through again. Comrade Lin Feng. Mission accomplished flawlessly. Your contribution is immense. Reward, 500,000 experience points. Contribution points. An additional 2 million. All current output from the Abyssal Forge. Full ownership rights transferred to you. All rare materials and equipment. You have first pick. Boom. Lin Feng's personal terminal began vibrating wildly once more. Ding. Detected EXP infusion. Plus 500,000. Level up. LV16. Level up. LV17. Level up. LV18. Level up. LV19. Level up. LV20. Level up. LV21. Boom. 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 Massive surges of energy repeatedly washed over his body. Lin Feng's level skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly breaking through the peak of Tier 1, reaching LV21. Tier 2. This speed. Absolutely staggering. Add to that the 2 million contribution points, plus the priority selection rights for the entire A-rank dungeon's loot. The rewards were overwhelming. Shui stood by, listening to General Zhao's orders and the beeps from Lin Feng's terminal. He opened his mouth, only to let out a bitter laugh. He activated his internal communications. Command Center, Commander Chu He reporting. His voice carried an unmistakable sense of awe. Mission accomplished. Abyss Forge, completed in 2 hours and 17 minutes. Chapter 12, Zhao Gang? Nothing but an ant. Outside the instance entrance, the atmosphere felt oddly tense. Shui ended the transmission, his gaze toward Lin Feng filled with complexity. Shock, admiration, and a hint of an indescribable sense of distance. This Advisor Lin and he, they simply weren't from the same world. Advisor Lin, the Strategic Bureau will dispatch personnel to handle follow-up operations and tally the spoils of war, Shui said respectfully. Our task at Breakthrough Army is complete. We can withdraw at any time. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze settling on his personal terminal. Experience points reset. Level 21. Contribution points balance 3.01 million. A massive haul. Xin Bing recovered from her shock and stepped forward. Advisor Lin, I've arranged a private jet for your return to the Hidden Dragon Academy, she said cautiously. Lin Feng suddenly lifted his head, gazing toward a specific direction. That was the direction of Capital District G. The place where he had struggled for survival for many years after arriving here.
No rush, Lin Feng said indifferently.
Let's go to District G. District G?
Shen Bing and Shu He both froze in surprise. That place was the capital's marginal slum district. Chaotic, filthy, dangerous.
What was Advisor Lin going there for?
Long Zhan, however, had no questions. He gave the order directly.
Plan the route.
Target Sector G.
Yes, sir.
The Dragon Fong team sprang into action. Seeing this, Shu He no longer asked questions and saluted his farewell.
Advisor Lin, the breaking army will withdraw first and await further orders.
Lin Feng gave a slight nod. Soon, a military hovercraft transport larger and more advanced than the one that had picked up Lin Feng earlier landed. The hatch opened to reveal an interior as luxurious as a top-tier presidential suite.
Dragon Fawn operatives entered first to conduct a security sweep.
Lin Feng stepped inside, followed closely by Shen Bing and Long Zhan. The transport vehicle lifted off silently, accelerating at an astonishing speed. Outside the windows, the bustling cityscape of the capital rapidly receded.
From this lofty vantage point, the stark disparities in wealth between districts became even more evident.
After several minutes, the transport hovered above an abandoned factory on the edge of Zone G. The stench of garbage and low-grade fuel already permeated the air. Advisor, the environment below is complex with a mixed crowd, Long Zhan cautioned.
It doesn't matter. Lin Feng stood up. The hatch opened, and Dragon's Tooth members rappelled down first. Like ghosts, they dispersed to secure the surrounding high ground and passageways.
An invisible aura of lethal intent filled the air, causing nearby thugs peering cautiously to instantly retreat.
Lin Feng descended the gangway at a measured pace, stepping onto this familiar ground. Beneath his feet lay cracked concrete, stained with oil and unidentified grime. The energy in the air felt thin and chaotic. Compared to the hidden Dragon Academy, this place was pure hell. Shen Bing followed behind, her brow slightly furrowed, clearly uncomfortable with the environment. Long Zhan and 4 Dragon Fong members guarded Lin Feng, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Their presence felt utterly out of place in this area. It was like walking into a landfill wearing a dust-free suit. Advisor, why are you here? Shen Bing couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng didn't respond, simply walking in a certain direction guided by memory. That shabby little shack he used to live in, it should still be there. He wanted to go back and see if there was anything worth taking with him. Of course, that was just a passing thought. Mainly, he wanted to see for himself. After gaining power, his mindset had changed. The place where he once struggled to survive was now merely scenery he casually passed through. He rounded a corner where trash piled up in the alley. A commotion of shouting and wailing reached my ears. Several young men in tattered leather jackets, looking like thugs, were surrounding a small stall selling synthetic food. The vendor, a frail old man, was being choked by a burly thug who had grabbed him by the collar. "Old man! Where's this month's protection money?" the thug roared. "Pay up now, or I'll smash your stall." Beside him, a young man with a buzz cut and a cigarette dangling from his mouth kicked over the nearby goods. Synthetic biscuits and cheap nutrient drinks scattered across the ground. The buzz-cut youth wore a savage grin, his aura significantly stronger than those around him. Faint energy fluctuations could be detected roughly LD4. It was Zhao Gang. Lin Feng's footsteps halted. What a coincidence. This guy, he's still alive. Looks like he got lucky and survived in some low-level dungeon. His strength had improved slightly, and his nerve had grown bolder. After kicking the items, Zhao Gang was about to continue his rampage. When the corner of his eye caught sight of Lin Feng and his group approaching. He was first intimidated by the Dragon Fong members' combat uniforms, which looked ridiculously expensive. But then, his gaze settled on Lin Feng. Lin Feng wore ordinary casual clothes, his aura subdued. He looked like a student who'd never weathered any storms. Zhao Gang froze for a moment before recognizing Lin Feng. "Hey! Isn't this Lin Feng?" Zhao Gang let out a strange laugh. He released the old man and strode over with his henchman in tow. "Haven't seen you in a few days, and now you're all dressed up like a proper gentleman? Hooked up with some rich lady," he spat, his words thick with filth. His eyes swept over Shen Bing with a look of greed. "Nice one, Lin Feng. That chick's hot." A cold glint flashed in Shen Bing's eyes, but she remained silent, awaiting Lin Feng's instructions. Long Zhan and the Dragon Fong members stood expressionless, like statues. But to Zhao Gang, it looked more like they were scared stiff. "What's the deal? Made it big and forgot your old brothers?" Zhao Gang stepped up to Lin Feng, extending his hand to slap him on the shoulder. He acted like he was the boss. "Seeing how well you're doing now, isn't it time to show some respect to the old boys?" "Not much, just this much." He held up 5 fingers. 50 grand. Buy us some booze." His underlings behind him joined in the clamor. "Yeah, Brother Feng. Brother Gang's a level 4 professional now. We've got your back. No one dares mess with you." Lin Feng stared at Zhao Gang's smug face, his eyes showing no emotion. It was as if he were observing a buzzing fly. He couldn't be bothered to speak. Beside Long Zhan, a team member codenamed Dragon 5 stepped forward. The movement was subtle, yet carried the weight of a mountain. "Buzz. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped Zhao Gang. It was the overwhelming pressure of a high-tier B-rank powerhouse. And it belonged to a battle-hardened elite of the Dragon's Fang, whose killing intent had been forged through countless conflicts. Snap! The smile on Zhao Gang's face froze instantly. He felt as though an invisible mountain had crushed him. His bones were screaming in agony. His breath caught in his throat. His mind went blank. Thud! His legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees. It wasn't that he wanted to kneel. His body simply couldn't withstand that overwhelming pressure. His measly level 4 strength was no match for a high-tier B rank, not even an ant. The few underlings behind him collapsed instantly, foaming at the mouth. They hadn't even been subjected to the full force of the pressure, merely the aftershock had knocked them unconscious. Guh, guh. Zhao Gang's throat emitted guttural sounds. He lifted his head to stare at Long Wu, his eyes filled with utter terror. What kind of monster was this? B rank? Or even higher? How could such a powerhouse appear in G District? And he's Lin Fang's bodyguard? Zhao Gang finally understood. He had provoked an existence he wasn't even worthy of looking up to. A warm liquid instantly soaked his crotch. He had pissed himself in fear. My lord, spare my life. Zhao Gang wept uncontrollably, frantically kowtowing. I am blind and ignorant. I deserve to die. Please spare my wretched life, your excellency. I'll never dare again. Thud. 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 His forehead slammed against the filthy concrete floor, quickly becoming a bloody mess. Yet that terrifying pressure still crushed him. He couldn't even bring himself to end it. Lin Feng frowned. This noise was getting on his nerves. He waved his hand lightly. Long Wu immediately understood. He raised his foot, the one clad in dark gold combat boots, aiming it squarely at Zhao Gang's head. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a direct kick. Thud. A dull thud like a watermelon bursting. Zhao Gang's groveling in pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. He collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, utterly silent. Whether he was dead or not was unclear, but he had certainly passed out. Long Wu withdrew his foot and turned to Long Zhan, his voice icy. Captain, what should we do with him? Chapter 13, Spirit Chi transforms into rain. The bug of the S-class spirit gathering array. Long Zhan's gaze swept over the unconscious Zhao Gang on the ground, as if looking at trash. Dump him in the trash recycling bin. His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Yes, sir. 2 Dragon Fang members stepped forward, hoisting Zhao Gang and his henchmen like dead dogs and dragging them away. Dead silence hung over the area. The old man selling synthetic food cowered behind his stall, trembling violently, not daring to make a sound. Lin Feng didn't even glance back, turning to continue walking. Shen Bing hurried to keep up, feeling queasy from the bloodshed and chaos, but her disciplined training kept her silent. Long Zhan and the other Dragon Fang members guarded his sides, their footsteps steady, their killing intent concealed. After traversing several filthy, dilapidated streets, Lin Feng finally halted before a crumbling little building. This was his former home. The door lock was long rusted shut, opening with a gentle push. Inside, the room was cramped, dimly lit, and permeated with a musty odor. Apart from a broken bed and a table, it was practically bare. Lin Feng glanced inside from the doorway. There was nothing worth lingering over. Let's go, he said, turning to leave. The past had faded into mist. Once again boarding the hovercraft, he returned to the Hidden Dragon Academy. This time, their destination lay deep within the academy, the core area reserved for top-tier students and high-ranking officials. The transport pierced through layer upon layer of energy barriers before finally landing on an island suspended amidst the clouds. The island featured palaces of jade and marble, graceful cranes soaring through the skies, and spiritual energy shrouding the air like mist. Compared to the outer G-zone, it was like paradise versus hell. Advisor Lin, your private courtyard, listening to Rain Pavilion, is here, Shen Bing respectfully guided the way. Ahead lay an expansive, secluded courtyard, timelessly elegant, its entrance adorned with a plaque-bearing dragon and phoenix calligraphy. An energy barrier enveloped the grounds, shielding it from prying eyes, while the spiritual energy within was astonishingly dense. This site is protected by an S-grade spirit gathering array, one of the highest-grade cultivation grounds in the Hidden Dragon Courtyard, Shen Bing explained. Lin Feng stepped into the courtyard. The spiritual energy that washed over him nearly suffocated him. Pure. Vast. His eye of correction instinctively scanned the surroundings. The courtyard's layout, energy currents, and array patterns were all laid bare before his eyes. Soon, his gaze settled upon the jade altar at the courtyard's center, the very core of the formation. Optimizable bug detected, S-grade spirit gathering array core energy circuit node redundancy. Resulting in approximately 15% loss in energy conversion efficiency. An S-rank formation has bugs? And it's losing 15% efficiency? That's no small loss. Lin Feng walked to the courtyard entrance and instructed Long Zhan, secure this area. No one is to approach. Yes. Long Zhan immediately stationed his men to guard the courtyard entrance. Shen Bing sensibly stepped back outside the gate, not daring to disturb him. Lin Feng walked slowly to the jade altar at the courtyard's center.
The altar radiated a warm glow, its surface engraved with intricate, mystical runes that pulsed with energy.
He raised his hand and tapped lightly with his fingertip.
Optimization plan, adjust node energy resonance frequency plus 1.27%, remove redundant circuit branches x3.
Confirm calibration?
Yes.
An invisible ripple spread out like ripples on water, merging into the altar.
The runes on the altar suddenly blazed with a piercing light.
The next instant, boom!
The spiritual energy throughout the entire courtyard erupted like oil set ablaze.
It instantly boiled over. It raged.
What had been a mist-like haze of spiritual energy surged in concentration at a visible, frenzied pace.
Double, triple, quadruple.
The dense spiritual energy began to liquefy, condensing into rice grain-sized droplets of spiritual liquid that fell in a steady shower. The entire courtyard was enveloped in an impenetrable, thick spiritual mist so dense you couldn't see your hand in front of your face.
Taking a single breath felt like being torn apart by overwhelming energy.
Outside the courtyard, Shen Bing and the Dragon Fall team members also sensed this terrifying energy fluctuation.
Shen Bing's face paled with horror. What was happening? Had the S-grade spirit gathering array gone berserk?
Long Zhan's pupils contracted, but recalling Lin Feng's orders, he commanded in a deep voice, maintain alertness.
Trust the advisor.
Just then, a streak of light shot toward them from the distance. It was a middle-aged man clad in gray mentor robes, responsible for maintaining the arrays in this sector.
He had rushed over after sensing the abnormal spike in energy readings from Tingyu Pavilion. What's happening? The middle-aged instructor stared in horror at the courtyard shrouded in thick fog. The array at Tingyu Pavilion malfunctioned?
He tried to rush inside, but Long Zhan stopped him with a raised hand.
Military restricted zone. Keep out.
Long Zhan's voice was icy cold, his aura overwhelming. The middle-aged instructor nearly stumbled backward under the force of Long Zhan's peak rank aura. Recognizing the figure as Captain Longya, he immediately restrained himself, urgently asking, Captain Long Zhan,
what's happening inside?
The formation's energy readings are off the charts.
It's about to exceed the safety threshold. Long Zhan remained expressionless. The advisor is inside.
No need to worry.
Advisor? What advisor? The middle-aged mentor froze, then realized. Could it be that mysterious VIP who just moved in? But what is he doing in there? Messing with the S-class spirit gathering array like this? The middle-aged mentor was frantic with worry.
He quickly pulled out his device and scanned the interior of the courtyard. What he saw shocked him beyond belief.
The readings on the device went wild.
They shot off the charts.
Spirit energy concentration, 3 times the usual level? And still rising? Array efficiency, 285%? How is that possible? Isn't the theoretical limit only 100%?
The middle-aged mentor held the device, his hands trembling. He suspected the device was malfunctioning. Or that his eyes were playing tricks on him.
An S-grade spirit gathering array. Efficiency at 285%? This isn't an array anymore. It's a miracle. Could it be that advisor's doing? A newcomer who'd only awakened 2 days ago? The middle-aged mentor felt his brain couldn't keep up. But he knew this matter was absolutely no small affair.
He snapped his head up, staring at Long Zhan, his voice cracking.
Captain. This must be reported immediately. An S-class spirit gathering array operating at super theoretical efficiency. This could completely reshape our understanding of array theory.
Ignoring Long Zhan's attempts to stop him, he turned and sprinted away, frantically contacting the higher-ups at the Hidden Dragon Academy. He had to get to the Array Research Center. He needed to mobilize every expert.
What was happening at Tingyu Pavilion was too astonishing.
Long Zhan watched his retreating figure, choosing not to intervene. The advisor's abilities were meant to be known to the higher-ups. He only grew more determined to protect Lin Feng. Within the courtyard, the spiritual mist gradually subsided, yet its concentration remained at a terrifying threefold level. Lin Feng stood beside the altar, feeling the surging energy within him. The results were impressive. The optimized S-grade spirit gathering array had boosted cultivation efficiency by more than threefold.
1 day of cultivation here equaled a month outside.
His level 21 bottleneck seemed to be loosening. It seemed essential to optimize every formation in the Hidden Dragon Hall.
Qianlong Academy, Array Research Center. Alarms blared incessantly.
A group of white-haired professors gathered around a massive light screen, their expressions agitated.
Tingyu Pavilion. S-class spirit gathering array, serial number 001.
Energy readings are abnormal.
Efficiency peaked at 289%. Stabilized at 285%. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our theoretical models don't support this level of efficiency. Quick! Connect to Tingyu Pavilion's surveillance feed. I need to see what's happening.
The leading professor was Zhu Geyun, the foremost authority on array studies at the Hidden Dragon Academy. His gaze locked onto the screen, a piercing light blazing in his cloudy old eyes. The surveillance feed activated, but the dense spiritual mist within the courtyard obscured everything. Only the cold silhouette of the Dragon Fall team member at the entrance remained clearly visible. It's the new special advisor. The middle-aged instructor who had rushed off to report returned, panting heavily. I saw him enter the courtyard with my own eyes.
Then the formation. Zhuge Yun whipped his head around, grabbing the man's arm. Who are you talking about? Advisor Lin Feng? Yes. It was him. Zhuge Yun sucked in a sharp breath. The one who fixed the bug in the basic chi gathering technique? He actually knows array formations? And can make an S-grade spirit gathering array achieve super theoretical efficiency? Quick! Prepare the carriage. I'm going to Tingyu Pavilion myself. Zhuge Yun shouted excitedly. Chapter 14, Sweeping the Hall of Merit Clean Unbelievably Lavish. Within Tingyu Pavilion's courtyard, the spiritual mist gradually stabilized yet remained astonishingly dense. Lin Feng felt the energy surging rapidly within him, the barriers of level 21 beginning to show signs of weakening. The optimized S-grade spirit gathering array proved remarkably effective. He turned, preparing to leave the courtyard. Just as he reached the doorway, several streaks of light approached at breakneck speed. Leading them was a white-haired elder none other than Zhuge Yun. Behind him followed several researchers, their expressions filled with excitement. Advisor Lin. Zhuge Yun's voice preceded him, brimming with unrestrained excitement. Long Zhan stepped forward, blocking his path with a cold, commanding presence. The advisor is resting. No disturbances. Lin Feng waved dismissively. It's fine. He turned to Zhuge Yun. What brings you here? Zhuge Yun looked at Lin Feng, then at the terrifying spirit mist filling the courtyard. He took a deep breath. Advisor. The spirit gathering array at Tingyu Pavilion, was that you? He asked cautiously. Just a minor issue. Fixed it on the spot. Lin Feng's tone was matter of fact. Just fixed it on the side? Zhuge Yun and the experts behind him nearly choked on their breath. That had been a bottleneck plaguing them for years. Super theoretical efficiency. Advisor, you're a genius. A true genius. Zhuge Yun was so excited his beard was trembling. May I ask, advisor, how did you achieve this? Could you offer some guidance? Lin Feng had no interest in explaining the array's principles to them. I need to go to the Hall of Merit, he stated bluntly. Zhuge Yun froze, then hurriedly offered, I'll accompany you. I have some matters to attend to. He wanted to seize the chance to ask more questions. Lin Feng didn't refuse and began walking forward. Long Zhan immediately led his men to follow, keeping the excited Zhuge Yun and the others at a distance. Xin Bing trailed silently at the rear, numbly observing the reverence shown to Lin Feng by the master of array formations. Qianlong Hall, Hall of Merit. This place felt even more ancient and solemn than the hidden Dragon Hall. The exchange was handled by an elder with snow-white hair and beard, his aura deep and solemn. His power reached the upper echelons of Grade A, commanding profound respect. Numerous trainees queued inside the hall for exchanges. When the Dragon Tooth Guard escorted Lin Feng and Zhuge Yun's group inside, it caused another stir. It's him again. That mysterious young general. Even old Zhuge is following behind? What's he doing at the Hall of Merit? Showing off? All eyes turned toward them, filled with envy, jealousy, and curiosity. Elder Sun, in charge of the exchange, raised an eyebrow at the commotion. He recognized Zhuge Yun, and he recognized Dragon Feng. A young man who could command the attention of both these factions was clearly no ordinary figure. He set aside his tasks and rose to greet him. Master Zhuge, what brings you here? Elder Sun inquired courteously. Zhuge Yun hastily waved his hands. Elder Sun, this is Advisor Lin Feng. Advisor Lin wishes to exchange some items. Elder Sun's gaze fell upon Lin Feng as he gave a slight nod. Ah, Advisor Lin. Please present your identity token. Lin Feng projected his identity information from his personal terminal. Elder Sun's pupils contracted slightly upon viewing it. Major General. Special Advisor. What truly startled him was the contribution point balance displayed afterward. 3,010,000? He rubbed his eyes, making sure he hadn't misread it. Where could a freshman just enrolled possibly get that many contribution points? Even if they'd accomplished something truly monumental, it shouldn't be this much. Could it be a special allocation from above? A connection? Elder Sun murmured inwardly, but his expression remained impassive. Advisor Lin, what would you like to exchange? His tone remained unreadable. The surrounding trainees, who had been eavesdropping with pricked ears, grew curious too. 3 million contribution points. What treasures could that buy? Lin Feng spoke, his voice not loud but clear throughout the hall. Rare materials below Grade A. Universal skill manuals. Energy crystals. And various basic elixirs. 100 of each, please. Dead silence. The entire Hall of Merit fell instantly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng. As if they were looking at a madman. 100 copies of each? How many types of materials, skill manuals, crystal cores, and elixirs exist below Grade A? Thousands. Tens of thousands. 100 of each? Are you trying to empty the Hall of Merit?
Elder Sun was stunned, thinking he must have misheard.
Advisor. Advisor Lin, are you certain?
His voice was dry.
Certain. Lin Feng nodded. Elder Sun sucked in a sharp breath. He quickly ran the numbers in his head. The contribution points required would likely be tens of millions. No. Even more. What good would his 3 million contribution points do?
Advisor, your contribution points. Elder Sun gently reminded him. Lin Feng cut him off. If it's not enough, we'll just owe it for now. General Zhao said that whatever I need, the nation will sell off its pots and pans to provide.
How utterly arrogant. How overbearing. Yet no one dared to object. General Zhao. He's a big shot at the Strategic Bureau. Who dares question his words?
Elder Sun's mouth twitched slightly before he could only manage a bitter smile.
All right, very well, he conceded helplessly. I'll handle it immediately.
He began operating on the exchange system's light screen. A massive exchange list popped up.
Elder Sun checked each item one by one, entering quantities of 100.
His fingers were nearly cramping from the repetitive tapping. The surrounding trainees watched the inventory numbers rapidly decrease on the screen, their hearts aching with pain. Those were resources they had longed for.
Swept up in a wholesale buying spree like this? Truly, comparison breeds envy.
Lin Feng stood nearby, watching Elder Sun operate the system with boredom. His eye of correction scanned the exchange system interface. Soon, he noticed something intriguing. Elder Sun, he suddenly spoke up. Elder Sun's hand trembled, nearly making a mistake.
Advisor. Advisor, is there anything else you require? He asked cautiously.
Lin Feng pointed to a probability explanation regarding rare item spawns on the light screen. There's an issue with the refresh probability calculation formula here. The weighting coefficient for the fifth parameter is set 0.02 too low. This causes the actual appearance rate of items like void dragon crystals to be far below the stated value. Elder Sun froze, staring at the formula. It was a system-built formula that had been running flawlessly for decades.
He instinctively dismissed Lin Feng's claim as nonsense.
But recalling the young man's previous miraculous feats, he couldn't be certain. He hesitated, then pulled up the back-end verification program. He entered the correction parameters Lin Feng had mentioned. Buzz. The system began simulating the verification calculations. Seconds later, the results popped up. Elder Sun stared at the comparison data on the screen, his eyes widening instantly.
It's true. It's actually true.
After adjusting the parameters, the simulated appearance rate of rare items perfectly matched the nominal value. And the previous probability was indeed significantly lower. A bug that had persisted for decades.
And he spotted it at a glance? Elder Sun abruptly looked up at Lin Feng.
His gaze had completely changed.
No longer the previous indifference or resignation.
Instead, they were filled with shock.
Even fervor. Who exactly was this Advisor Lin?
Not only was his power terrifying, his background reached the heavens.
He could even casually point out such a deeply hidden system bug? This ability is utterly unearthly. See, Counselor. Elder Sun's voice trembled, overcome with emotion. You're a god among men. This bug.
It's plagued our Hall of Merit for decades. Countless trainees have complained about being unable to exchange for rare items.
We always thought it was a matter of luck. Never imagined it was a flaw in the system itself.
Your guidance is truly a blessing beyond measure.
He bowed deeply to Lin Feng.
This bow came from the depths of his heart, a genuine and heartfelt acknowledgement. The surrounding trainees overheard their conversation and were equally stunned beyond belief. So the exchange probability really was flawed.
And it was this Advisor Lin who uncovered it?
The looks they gave Lin Feng instantly grew complex. Gratitude and admiration mingled within it, while jealousy faded considerably. Someone who could casually resolve such an issue was clearly not on the same level as them. Zhuge Yun watched from the side, twirling his beard with a smile, his eyes sparkling with admiration.
Indeed. This youth is extraordinary.
Elder Sun straightened up, his demeanor more respectful than ever before.
Advisor Lin. Please wait a moment. I will process your exchange immediately.
His fingers flew across the light screen with noticeably increased speed. He even invoked partial elder privileges to directly allocate resources from the central treasury. Rare materials, skill manuals, and energy crystals flowed into Lin Feng's account like a river. Though his contribution points remained negative, no one dared to say a word. Soon, the massive exchange list was processed. Elder Sun wiped his brow and respectfully handed Lin Feng a specially crafted spatial ring.
Advisor Lin, everything you requested is here.
Additionally, to express our gratitude for identifying the system bug. Per the regulations of the Hidden Dragon Academy, you will be rewarded 1 million contribution points. Your contribution point deficit will be reported for adjustment shortly.
Chapter 15, Trash Turned Divine Gear, Turning Scrap into Gold. 1 million contribution points credited.
Lin Feng glanced at the number on his personal terminal and nodded slightly.
3,000,001 contribution points. Plus that spatial ring brimming with supplies. Not a bad haul. Advisor Lin, about that spirit gathering array.
Zhuge Yun approached, his face brimming with anticipation. He wanted to ask about that super theoretical efficiency. Lin Feng cut straight to the point, we'll discuss it later. Take me to the lab first. He wasn't particularly interested in cultivation resources right now. The urgent priority was to enhance his debugging skills and find more bugs. The lab. There must be plenty of good stuff there. Zhuge Yun paused, but dared not ask further. Alright. I'll make arrangements immediately. Elder Son hurriedly added, Consultant Lin, take your time. Please visit often. His deference was utterly unreserved. Lin Feng departed the Hall of Merit amid the reverent gazes of the crowd. The dragon tooth guards radiated an intimidating presence. Xin Bing followed alongside, already somewhat accustomed to such scenes. They boarded an internal high-speed hover car. Soon, they arrived at the rear mountain area of the hidden Dragon Academy. This area lay far from the student quarters, guarded by even stricter security. A massive silver-white dome structure came into view. Advisor Lin, this is the exclusive laboratory prepared for you, Xin Bing introduced. Laboratory 001 for extraordinary materials and structures, the highest specification. Highest specifications? Lin Feng gazed at the magnificent structure, saying nothing. Stepping through the entrance, the interior space was immense. Like a massive warehouse. But inside, utter chaos. Damaged metal armor plates and broken weapon fragments littered the floor. Oddly shaped, otherworldly minerals shimmering with an unknown glow. And rows upon rows of sealed data storage units, labeled failed and discarded. Piled high like mountains. Xin Bing felt a bit awkward at the sight. Ahem, advisor, the equipment here is all top of the line. It's just, we've got a lot stored here. An elderly man in an oil-stained white lab coat yawned as he approached. His hair was disheveled, dark circles hung heavily under his eyes, he looked like he hadn't slept in days. You're the new consultant, Lin Feng? The old man eyed Lin Feng up and down, his tone flat. His name was Wang Kuan, an A-level researcher in charge of this lab. He harbored some skepticism toward the young Major General who had been parachuted in. I'm Wang Kuan, he introduced himself briefly. I'm handing over lab access to you. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. I've got a mountain of data to process. He clearly didn't want to linger. Lin Feng didn't look at him, his gaze sweeping over the junk. Error detection I activated. A torrent of information flooded in. Damaged equipment schematics. Energy fluctuations of otherworldly materials. Logical errors in failed data. Nothing but bugs. Dense, swarming bugs. A faint smile curved Lin Feng's lips. This is the right place. He casually picked up a palm-sized, dark red metal fragment from a pile of scrap nearby. Its edges were twisted and charred, with several holes punched through it. Wang Kuan glanced at it and recognized it as a fragment from the chestplate of the Grade A battle armor Scarlet Flame. It had long been deemed completely scrapped, not even worth recycling. He was about to turn and leave. Lin Feng's calm voice rang out. Crimson Flame chestplate. Core energy circuit design redundancy. The material lattice exhibits unstable resonance at a 7.3 Hz frequency. Wang Kuan's footsteps halted abruptly. He whipped his head around. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Lin Feng. What did this kid just say? Holding the fragment, Lin Feng continued. Repair plan, adjust the circuit structure according to drawing number AX7. Replace node materials with YM3 superconducting alloy. This will restore 80% of the base performance. If the heat dissipation module is upgraded to an ice marrow crystal array, overload capacity can be increased by 15%. Lin Feng finished speaking and casually tossed the fragments back into the scrap pile. As if he'd merely casually commented on some roadside trash. But Wang Kuan was struck as if by lightning. He froze in place. He stared fixedly at that fragment. Every word Lin Feng had just spoken. Each one felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Circuit redundancy? Lattice resonance instability? AX7 blueprints? YM3 alloy? Ice marrow crystal array? These were top secret data and technical blueprints. How did that kid know? And that repair plan? He lunged toward the scrap heap. His hands trembled as he dug through the debris, retrieving the fragment once more. He pulled out a portable high-precision scanner and began scanning the fragment furiously. Simultaneously, he activated his personal terminal and rapidly searched the database. Data comparison. Model simulation. Seconds later, Wang Kuan's hand holding the scanner began to shake violently. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Heavens, heavens! He gasped in disbelief. Completely accurate. Not a single digit off. Redundant circuits. Unstable resonance frequency. This repair plan, theoretically, it's entirely feasible. No. It's perfect. Absolutely brilliant.
He snapped his head up, staring at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with horror, shock, disbelief, and a hint of fanaticism. Just one glance? And solved the problem that had plagued the materials department and equipment department for years. And provided an optimization plan? Is this even humanly possible? And he actually thought he was just a connected insider? What a pair of blind eyes. Advisor. Wang Kuan's voice trembled. Where was even a trace of his earlier indifference? He rushed over to Lin Feng in a few strides, his excitement making him stammer. How did you figure it out? We've studied this fragment for 3 years. Even supercomputers couldn't find the problem. You just glanced at it. Lin Feng watched his agitated state with growing impatience. Is it that difficult? He countered. Wang Kuan. Not difficult? It's not hard for you? Wang Kuan felt like he'd been hit with 1,000,000,000 points of damage. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet unsure what to say. Finally, he took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Lin Feng. 90 degrees. Perfectly executed. Counselor. Wang Kuan failed to recognize Mount Tai when it stood before him. I apologize for my previous negligence. Please forgive me. From this day forward, whatever you command, Wang Kuan will brave fire and water. Without hesitation. His tone brimmed with fervor and adoration. A being who could effortlessly solve Class A equipment puzzles. This man was nothing short of a living deity in the realm of scientific research. Following him would undoubtedly lead to earth-shattering breakthroughs. Beside them, Shin Bing watched the scene unfold, a slight twitch playing at the corner of his mouth. Another big shot, effortlessly won over by the consultant? Long John and the Dragon Fong members remained expressionless, unfazed by the routine display. Lin Feng waved his hand. Get up. Compile all the data on the discarded items here and bring it to me. Damaged equipment, unknown materials, failed data, everything. Wang Kuan's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, advisor. I'll get right on it. He spun and dashed off, moving with a speed that belied his age. He would compile all the data at top speed. He had a premonition. This lab was about to undergo a seismic shift. No! The entire scientific community would be shaken by this advisor. Lin Feng watched Wang Kuan's retreating figure before turning his gaze back to the junk. Under the scrutiny of his error detection eye, these items radiated an alluring glow. Nothing but bugs. Nothing but points ripe for optimization. Is it really that hard to repair a grade A equipment? Is it that hard to analyze an unknown material? Is perfecting a failed experiment that difficult? For others, perhaps it is. But for him. Lin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. This scrapyard was about to become a treasure trove that would drive the entire nation of China wild. He reached out and picked up another piece of blackened metal, its original form unrecognizable. Wang Kuan had already rushed back with a data storage device, his face flushed and breathless as he stood beside Lin Feng, waiting for another miracle. Chapter 16, Making National Treasure Experts Bow in Awe. Lin Feng observed Wang Kuan's demeanor. This guy knows when to back off, he thought. He casually tossed the blackened metal chunk back onto the scrap pile. Core remnants of the alien lifeform force field disruptor. The energy matrix was misaligned, triggering self-destruction. Not worth repairing, but the design principles are worth studying. Wang Kuan nodded repeatedly as he listened, clutching the storage device as if it were an imperial edict. Yes. You're absolutely right, advisor. This jammer project has failed for 5 years. So it was a matrix issue all along. He was utterly in awe of Lin Feng. Just then, Lin Feng's personal terminal buzzed again. It was General Zhao Genoa. Comrade Lin Feng, the correction project team is fully prepared. The first plenary meeting is now in session. Location, Xianlong Hall, Conference Room 0. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. So soon? Understood. He closed the communication. He said to Wang Kuan, you go ahead and organize the materials. I'll attend a meeting. Wang Kuan nodded hastily. Yes, sir. Go ahead, advisor. Lin Feng stepped out of Lab 001. Long John and the Dragon Fall team members immediately followed, with Shin Bing close behind. Conference Room 0 was located in the most secure area of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Security was even tighter here, with even the Dragon Fong members forced to wait outside. Only Long John was granted permission to accompany Lin Feng inside. He pushed open the heavy alloy doors. Inside lay a vast circular conference hall. Bright lights illuminated the space, radiating a futuristic technological ambience. The long circular conference table was already filled with people. Over a dozen figures. Each exuded profound aura, eyes sharp and piercing. They included men and women, young and old. Yet without exception, each was a titan in their respective field. Military industry. Energy. Biotechnology. Information technology. Materials science. Array formations. China's most elite experts. National treasures. At minimum, they were all seasoned rankers. And several even carried the subtle aura of S rank.
General Zhao Genoa sat beside the main seat, his expression solemn. Seeing Lin Feng enter, a smile spread across his face as he rose to gesture.
The main seat was actually empty.
Clearly, it was reserved for Lin Feng. Lin Feng wore a brand new, specially tailored Major General's uniform.
The stars on his shoulder epaulets shone brilliantly.
His expression calm, he walked toward the main seat under Long Zhan's escort.
Instantly, every gaze in the conference room focused on him. Scrutiny, curiosity, astonishment, and undeniable skepticism. Too young. Even with the rank of Major General, that youthful face. Could he truly lead these national treasure-level experts? Irrata project team? Sounds like a fairy tale. Error correction system? Optimized technology? What gives this kid the right? The atmosphere grew tense. Many experts furrowed their brows, glancing at Zhao Genoa with questioning looks.
Lin Feng seemed oblivious to these glances, taking his seat at the head of the table without hesitation. Long Zhan stood behind him like a towering pillar.
Zhao Genoa cleared his throat, about to make an introduction.
Suddenly, an elderly man seated across from him, his hair and beard entirely white, dressed in the uniform of the Military Industry Research Institute, spoke up. His voice boomed with the sternness of a soldier.
General Zhao, forgive my frankness.
The old man fixed his gaze directly on Lin Feng, showing no courtesy.
This Major General Lin Feng, isn't he far too young?
The Error Correction Project team handles matters of the utmost importance.
It involves core national technological secrets. Having him lead US, isn't that a bit frivolous?
He was Lu Jinghua, a titan in the military-industrial sector who had overseen multiple S-level projects. He was a man of uncompromising integrity who brooked no nonsense. He wasn't targeting Lin Feng personally, he was judging the matter, not the man.
To entrust such a crucial project team to a greenhorn?
He was the first to object.
The moment old Lu spoke, the meeting room atmosphere grew even more tense. Many experts nodded in silent agreement, clearly endorsing his words. Zhao Genoa frowned, about to speak.
Lin Feng raised his hand, signaling him to hold his peace. He looked at Lu Jinghua, his gaze calm.
Mr. Lu, is it? An expert in the military industry? Lu Jinghua snorted. That's right.
The old man spent his entire life working on weapons and equipment. Lin Feng nodded, lightly tapping the holographic interface before him.
Access granted. A massive, intricate 3D schematic instantly projected onto the center of the conference room. Streamlined exoskeletal armor. Energy cores pulsing. It was one of Huagua's most advanced individual combat systems. S-Class Project Dragon Scale. Lu Jinghua's pupils contracted upon seeing the blueprint. This was the core project he oversaw. Top secret. How did this kid gain access to it?
Lin Feng ignored his shock and continued operating.
Data scrolled rapidly across the light screen. Finally, it settled on a set of test data concerning an energy shield. Dragon Scale Type 7 Energy Shield. Under extreme low temperature or high interference conditions. Activation response time, average delay of 0.03 seconds.
Lin Feng's voice was flat, yet it struck like thunder. This issue had been the greatest bottleneck of the Dragon Scale project. It had plagued them for 3 full years. Countless resources had been poured in, supercomputers employed for simulations.
Yet the root cause remained elusive. A 0.03 second delay seemed insignificant. But on the ever-shifting battlefield, it could be deadly. You've been hunting this problem for 3 years, right?
Lin Feng turned to Lu Jinghua.
Lu Jinghua's face flushed crimson, his breathing becoming ragged. Exactly. 3 years. They'd been completely stumped. How did this kid know so much?
Lin Feng gave him no time to think, his finger tapping the light screen once more. He pulled up the underlying algorithm code for the shield core control chip.
Amidst the dense stream of code, one line was highlighted in red. It was an extremely complex logical judgment statement.
The problem lies here, Lin Feng stated calmly.
The environmental stress judgment module. Line 1734, logical or operation priority error. Under specific extreme conditions, this causes the system to prioritize redundant self-check procedures, resulting in delays. Lin Feng's error detection vision had already thoroughly parsed this complex algorithm. This bug was deeply concealed. Routine testing could never trigger it. It only surfaces at specific moments when multiple extreme conditions overlap. No wonder they couldn't find it for 3 years. Optimization approach 1. Adjust logical operation precedence. Place the self-check program after the stress response. This will completely eliminate delays. Optimization approach 2. Rewrite the judgment module algorithm. Implement predictive environmental assessment mechanism.
Not only does this eliminate delays, but it also preloads shield energy 0.01 seconds earlier. Response speed surpasses expectations. Lin Feng finished speaking, withdrew his fingers, and leaned back in his chair. As if he had merely mentioned something trivial. Dead silence filled the conference room. You could hear a pin drop. Every expert, including General Zhao Genoa, were wide-eyed and gaping.
as if witnessing a miracle. Especially Lu Jinghua. His entire body shook violently. He leapt to his feet. The chair toppled to the floor with a clatter. But he didn't notice. His eyes were fixed on the line of code highlighted in red on the screen. Then he stared intently at the two optimization approaches Lin Feng had provided. His mind raced frantically. Analyzing. Validating. The more he simulated, the more his heart pounded. The more he verified, the more horrified he became. No mistake. Absolutely no mistake. That logical flaw. That priority issue. That was the root cause of the delay. How could they not have thought of it? How could they have overlooked it? And those two optimization approaches. Especially the second one. Introducing a prediction mechanism? Absolutely a stroke of genius. Not only did it solve the problem, it even achieved performance overtaking. A bottleneck in their S-level project that had plagued them for 3 years and consumed countless resources was exposed by this young man in just a few words? So, it was here all along. Lu Jinghua murmured, his voice trembling. He snapped his head up to stare at Lin Feng, his aged eyes blazing with an extraordinary brilliance. Excitement. Ecstasy. Admiration. This bug. We've been hunting it for 3 years. It's here. It's right here. His aged face flushed crimson with excitement as he pointed at the light screen, his voice trembling. All the experts in the room watched Lu Jinghua, overcome with emotion and losing his composure. Then they turned to Lin Feng, seated at the head of the table, calm and composed. Their gaze toward Lin Feng had completely changed. All doubts vanished into thin air, replaced instead by profound reverence. And fear of an unknown power. What kind of monster was this young man? A prodigy? A genius? No. Such words fall far short. He is a god. A god of bug fixes walking among mortals. Zhao Genua watched the scene unfold, his heart churning with shock. Yet outwardly, he remained impassive, even flashing a knowing smile. He had long known Lin Feng's abilities defied the heavens. But he never imagined it would be this beyond comprehension. The bottleneck of an S-class project. Solved with a casual gesture? What a treasure! The nation has truly found a priceless gem. Young? Inexperienced? High military rank? In the face of absolute technical prowess. These are nothing. From this day forward. Who dares question Lin Feng's standing? Lu Jinghua rushed excitedly to Lin Feng's side, wanting to say something. But his lips trembled and not a single word came out. Finally, he bowed deeply to Lin Feng once more. Advisor Lin. This old man is convinced. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. I was blind and short-sighted before. Please accept my punishment, advisor. The other experts behind him rose one after another, bowing deeply to Lin Feng. We are all convinced. Their voices were in perfect unison, brimming with reverence. A single bug. And it made this group of national treasure-level experts bow their heads in unison. Technology. That's the real deal. Lu Jinghua straightened up, still staring intently at the code on the light screen, his hands trembling slightly. Chapter 17, Optimizing Dragon Scales, Massive Rewards. Lu Jinghua stood straight, his aged face still flushed. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around abruptly. Quick! Everyone! Verify immediately. Highest priority. Access the Tianshu supercomputing cluster. Simulate. Simulate the optimization results at maximum speed. The experts present snapped out of their daze and responded in unison. Feverish eyes. They rushed toward the control console in the conference room. Fingers danced across keyboards. Commands rained down. A massive data stream began surging. Parameters input complete. Algorithm model correction in progress. Tianshu computing power connected. Simulation commencing. On the light screen, countless data points frantically refreshed. The progress bars surged upward at a visible pace. This speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Because Lin Feng had directly pointed the way, eliminating countless trial and error iterations. In under 5 minutes. Simulation complete, a young expert screamed. Pointing at the final comparison data on the screen, his voice trembled. Shield response speed increased by 53.7%. Overall defense capability increased by 21.2%. Energy consumption reduced by 10.5%. Boom! This set of data exploded like a nuclear bomb. They exploded in the minds of all the experts. Success! It truly succeeded. And the results were even better than Lin Feng had predicted. The S-level bottleneck that had plagued them for 3 years. Completely shattered. Ha 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 ha. We did it. We really did it. Lu Jinghua was beside himself with joy. He grabbed the arm of an energy expert beside him and shook it violently. Old Wang. Did you see that? Did you see it? A national treasure. A true national treasure. All the experts were flushed with excitement, their bodies trembling. Their gazes toward Lin Feng brimmed with indescribable reverence. General Zhao Genua leapt to his feet. Immediately. Highest priority. Report to the military headquarters. He directly activated the encrypted communication link to the highest echelons. Soon, an elderly man with the rank insignia of a full general appeared on the holographic screen, his face stern and commanding. The military headquarters big shot. The head honcho in charge of equipment development. Genoa? What is so urgent? The old admiral's voice was steady. Zhao Genoa took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and reported at breakneck speed. Reporting to the commander. The Dragon Scale Project. The bottleneck has been overcome. The optimized design has been validated. Performance has significantly improved. What? The old general sat bolt upright. A terrifying gleam erupted from his eyes. Explain clearly. What happened? Zhao Genoa briefly recounted the events, emphasizing Lin Feng's pivotal role. After hearing the report, the old admiral fell silent for a full 10 seconds. The tension in the conference room reached an unbearable peak. Then, the old admiral slammed his fist on the table. Good. 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 He repeated the word 3 times. His voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. Heaven bless Wagwa. Heaven bless Wagwa. His eyes burned with intensity as he fixed them on Zhao Genoa's image on the screen. Genoa. Relay my orders. Advisor Lin Feng. A peerless national hero. Military headquarters. At all costs. Full support. Whatever he needs, give it. Manpower? Provide it. Funds? Provide them. Resources? Provide them. The correction project team. Elevate it to the highest national strategic priority. All permissions. Fully authorized. The old general's tone was unwavering and uncompromising. His authority was absolute. Rewards. Immediately. Right now. Experience points. Infuse him with 10 million. Whoa. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room once more. 10 million experience points? That's enough to propel a second-tier powerhouse straight to third tier, right? That's terrifying. Contribution points. 5 million. Old Sean continued. Another 5 million. Lin Feng's total contribution points now exceeded 8 million. Rare strategic materials. 100 kilograms of void secret silver. 1 ton of stardust. 500 kilograms of 9 nether cold iron. With each name announced, the expert's heart skipped a beat. These were top-tier strategic materials that money couldn't buy. Even S-class projects might not secure this much. And now, they're being handed directly to Lin Feng personally? Special authorization. Granting Advisor Lin the dragon-patterned order. With this token, you may mobilize all units under the direct command of the military headquarters, up to and including S-class. In wartime. Equivalent to the Marshal's personal presence. Boom. The dragon. Mobilizing units below S rank? This power. It's too great. Terrifyingly great. The old admiral's order, transmitted through the highest level encrypted channel, reached its destination in an instant. Lin Feng's personal terminal began to vibrate violently once more. Ding. Experience infusion detected. Plus 10 million. Level up. LV22. Level up. LV23. Level up. LV28. Level up. LV29. Level up. LV30. Boom. 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 An even more terrifying torrent of energy erupted within his body. Physical prowess skyrockets. Energy intensity grows exponentially. LV30. Second tier peak. Just one step away from tier 3. In just a few short days. From 0 to LV30. This speed. Unprecedented in history. Unmatched in the future. Ding. Receives military reward, contribution points plus 5 million. Ding. Receives military reward, void mithril 100 kilograms. Ding. Receives military reward, stellar sand 1000 kilograms. Ding. Receives military reward, nether cold iron 500 kilograms. Ding. Obtained special item, Dragon 1. Ding. Permission granted, partial access to the military headquarters highest level database. Ding. Obtained privilege, priority allocation of national strategic materials. The succession of notification sounds caught Lin Feng off guard. The military's rewards were even more generous than the strategic bureau's. It seemed the dragon scale optimization held truly astonishing value. Inside the conference room, all the experts stared at the holographic display projected from Lin Feng's personal terminal. Especially that level 30 rank and the long list of rare resources. Envy? Jealousy? Perhaps. But more than that, it felt only natural. Such an extraordinary contribution. Deserved such an extraordinary reward. Lu Jinghua stared at Lin Feng, his eyes burning brighter. Advisor Lin. Your optimization plan has completely rewritten the history of individual combat. Once fully deployed, our nation's combat capabilities will soar to new heights. Zhao Zhenhua also burst into laughter, his spirit soaring. Comrade Lin Feng. Well done. The nation will never forget your contributions. He turned to all the experts, his voice booming. From this day forward, the correction project team will follow the lead of Advisor Lin. Cooperate fully. No mistakes allowed. Yes. All the experts responded in unison, their voices brimming with determination. Lu Xinghua stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Consultant Lin. For the subsequent upgrades and replacements of Dragon Scale, we humbly request your guidance. Chapter 18, ranked first on the hidden dragon list? Crush it. Lin Feng looked at Lu Xinghua. This old man was even more enthusiastic than that Wang Kuan. The Dragon Scale upgrade, we'll discuss that later. He stood up, ready to leave. Having just overcome the bottleneck of the S-Class project and reaped a massive reward. LV-30. Second tier peak. Now he just wanted to return to Tingyu Pavilion or head to Lab 001. Continue hunting for bugs. Continue growing stronger. Zhao Zhenhua approached with a smile. Comrade Lin Feng, no rush to leave. There's a minor matter that requires your attention. Lin Feng looked at him. Zhao Zhenhua activated a light screen. Displayed was a post from the internal forum of the Hidden Dragon Academy. The headline was bright red and eye-catching. Shocking. Crony parachuted into Qianlong Academy, hoards S-Class resources, assaults classmates. The poster was none other than Xiao Tian. This guy, barely recovered from his injuries and already out causing trouble? The post exaggeratedly recounted the earlier conflict at the access point. He cast himself as the victim. He heavily questioned Lin Feng's abilities, claiming they were solely built on resources. Finally, he taunted Lin Feng to prove himself on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Countless replies flooded the thread below. Some voiced skepticism, others were just spectators, while a few echoed Xiao Tian's stance. Clearly, Lin Feng's sudden arrival and extraordinary treatment had stirred considerable envy. Lin Feng glanced through them, utterly unfazed. Clowns. Ignore them, he said indifferently. Zhao Zhenhua shook his head. Comrade Lin Feng, the dragon's lair is treacherous waters. Some people won't stop bothering you until you make them feel the pain. Demonstrating your strength appropriately has its advantages. It will also make your subsequent work smoother. Lin Feng understood. This was about establishing authority. Though troublesome, Zhao Zhenhua had a point. All right. He nodded. Zhao Zhenhua smiled. Then go play around on the Hidden Dragon list. Let them see what true genius looks like. Qianlong List Testing Center. Located at the heart of the Hidden Dragon Academy, a massive black pyramid-shaped structure stood. This was the core venue where Qianlong Academy students tested their strength and competed for rankings. At this moment, the central plaza was teeming with people. News of Xiao Tian's challenge to Lin Feng had already spread far and wide. Countless spectators had rushed to witness the spectacle. Xiao Tian stood in the center of the plaza, a smug look on his face. His injuries had been healed with expensive potions. Though he still felt uneasy about that black armored guard. He refused to believe Lin Feng himself was that formidable. Level 15? Just stacked with resources. Once he actually made it onto the Hidden Dragon rankings, his true colors would surely be exposed. He was determined to expose Lin Feng publicly. To destroy his reputation. Then, let's see how he monopolizes resources. Just then, a stir rippled through the crowd. Dragon's Fang. 12 Dragon Tooth operatives clad in dark gold combat suits. Split through the crowd like javelins. Their icy gazes swept across the square, filling the air with a murderous aura. The once noisy square fell instantly silent. Lin Feng, surrounded by a group of experts, walked forward slowly. Zhao Zhenhua, Lu Xinghua, Zhu Weiyun, all present. This display. Once again, it stunned everyone. Xiao Tian saw the situation and felt a chill run down his spine. But the arrow was already on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. Steeling himself, he shouted. Lin Feng. You finally have the guts to show up? The Hidden Dragon list. It's not something you can climb onto just by relying on connections. Lin Feng didn't even glance at him. He strode straight toward the entrance of the testing center. Ignored. Utterly ignored. Xiao Tian's face turned ashen. Fine. Just wait and see how you embarrass yourself. Inside the testing center was a vast virtual space. A massive light screen floated in the center, displaying the real-time rankings of the Hidden Dragon list. The top spot was occupied by a name that stood out, Emperor 1. Lin Feng approached a testing platform. Select test mode, Standard Challenge, Extreme Survival, Endless Challenge. Endless Challenge, Lin Feng declared. Whoosh! A chorus of gasps erupted around him. Endless Challenge. The highest difficulty. The opponents will generate the strongest templates based on the challenger's strength. And it keeps getting stronger. Until the challenger falls. Only the most ruthless, utterly confident in their own abilities, dare choose this mode. Please set the initial opponent level and template. Level 30. Random Elite. Lin Feng spoke again. Another wave of gasps erupted. LV30. Second tier peak. He himself was only LV30. And he was directly challenging the strongest at the same level? How audacious. Xiao Tian sneered coldly. He's asking for death. A level 30 elite template. Combat power comparable to a regular tier 3. He'll be wiped out instantly. Zhao Zhenhua and the others remained calm, radiating confidence. Settings complete. Endless challenge LV30 elite about to begin.
Lin Feng stepped onto the platform.
The platform glowed brightly.
A towering 3-meter-tall energy form clad in dark golden armor and wielding a massive sword
slowly coalesced into form. Its aura was savage. Its pressure was staggering. It was the LV30 elite template, the War Knight. Everyone held their breath. The War Knight moved, raising its massive sword high, about to strike down.
Lin Feng also moved.
He simply took a step forward. Then, with equal simplicity, he swung a fist. No burst of energy. No earth-shattering roar. As if he'd merely waved his hand casually. But, boom! A faint yet crystal-clear explosion. That imposing War Knight didn't even have time to swing his greatsword. A fist-sized hole appeared in its chest. Then, its entire body shattered like broken glass. Instantly disintegrated. Transforming into swirling fragments of data. Vanishing. The entire process unfolded at an extreme speed. Ding! Kill LV30 Elite Template, War Knight. Time, 0.1 seconds. Refreshes the Dragon's Lair leaderboard's fastest kill record. The cold, metallic system notification echoed throughout the testing center. Like a heavy hammer, it slammed into everyone's heart. 0.1 seconds? One punch? Instant kill on a level 30 elite? A new record? Dead silence. The entire testing center fell deathly silent. Everyone stood frozen in place as if petrified. Frozen in place with their expressions frozen in time. What had they seen? An illusion? That was a War Knight. An existence capable of rivaling early third-tier powerhouses. Blown to pieces with a single punch? In 0.1 seconds? Is this the kind of damage a peak second-tier fighter can dish out? Even if DE, the top ranked on the hidden dragon list, showed up, he couldn't possibly do that? Monster. This isn't human. It's a monster. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Tian's cold smile froze on his face. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the empty testing platform. His mind went blank. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be seeing things. 0.1 seconds to take down a War Knight? What kind of interstellar joke is this? His body began trembling uncontrollably. Fear. A fear deeper than when he was crushed by Ren before. It was the fear of absolute power. His face burned with stinging pain. More than when he'd been slapped. The stares from those around him were filled with mockery, pity, and schadenfreude. He had become a complete laughingstock. His previous posts now made him look like a complete idiot. Thud. Xiao Tian's legs buckled and he collapsed onto the ground. His face turned as pale as paper. He was utterly devastated. It's over, completely over. What kind of being had he offended? Zhao Zhenhua watched the scene unfold, clapping his hands in laughter. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. 0.1 seconds. Brilliant. Experts like Lu Jinghua and Zhu Geyun were equally stunned and filled with admiration. This power. It's terrifying. No wonder he can solve S-level problems. Lin Feng withdrew his fist, his expression unchanged. He turned, his gaze sweeping toward the arena's perimeter. His gaze swept over Xiao Tian, who lay limp on the ground, without lingering. Nothing but an ant. His gaze finally settled upon the massive Dragon Ascension chart display. Ranked first, DE. He casually asked Shin Bing beside him. Is the top of the hidden dragon list really that strong? Shin Bing nodded instinctively, extremely powerful. Senior DE is widely recognized as the top cultivator in the Hidden Dragon Academy. Rumor has it he's already reached the threshold of the 4th tier. Oh. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he stepped onto the testing platform once more. Continue the challenge? Next opponent, LV31 Elite Template. Lin Feng chose not to continue. He addressed the system directly. Challenge target, first on the Hidden Dragon list, DE. Replicate his highest combat power template. Now. Buzz. The system seemed to stutter for a moment. Warning. Detected a challenge request beyond level requirements. Target, Emperor ELV39 Elite Template. Confirm? Silence. Once again enveloped the entire arena. Everyone was stunned. Challenge DE? A level 30 challenging a level 39? Against the undisputed top player of the Hidden Dragon Academy? Has this guy lost his mind? The shock from instantly defeating the War Knight hasn't even faded yet. He's pulled off an even more terrifying move. Even heavyweights like Zhao Zhenhua were stunned. Lin Feng is really pushing the limits here. DE isn't just a War Knight. He's a true prodigy. His combat prowess is otherworldly.
Lin Feng stared at the system prompt, his expression calm.
Confirm. Confirmed. Generating opponent DELV39 Elite Template. A light flared once more. A figure slowly coalesced. Tall and slender, his features blurred and indistinct as if shrouded in mist. But the aura emanating from him. Terrifying. Vast. Immeasurably profound.
Merely standing there caused the entire testing chamber to tremble.
LV39. A terrifying presence nearing the 4th tier. The simulation body of the top-ranked individual from the Hidden Dragon Academy. Everyone felt suffocating pressure. Even the big shots like Zhao Jinhua. Their expressions turned grave. Could Lin Feng truly pull this off this time? Emperor One moved.
He carried no weapon, merely raising a single finger slowly,
pointing it at Lin Feng.
At the tip of his finger, a point of light, brilliant beyond measure, suddenly flared. As if a star had been condensed into it. A devastating aura spread out. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, staring at that point of light. He took a simple step forward. Still, he simply swung out a fist. His fist seemed devoid of any energy fluctuations.
But space. It seemed to freeze solid under that punch. Time
seemed to halt beneath this punch. The brilliant light at the tip of Emperor One's finger abruptly extinguished. His raised finger froze mid-air. Lin Feng's fist had already slammed into his chest.
Crack. The sound of shattering glass.
Starting from the point of impact, the mighty simulation body of Emperor One
shattered inch by inch. Reduced to the most fundamental data streams. Annihilated. Vanished. Ding. Elite Template LV39, Emperor One defeated. Time, 0.3 seconds. The system notification sounded once more.
Lin Feng withdrew his fist and stood with hands behind his back. He gazed at the empty platform and shook his head slightly.
Number 1 on the Hidden Dragon list? Is that it? Chapter 19, a single word awakens the mentors begged to be my disciples.
The testing center fell deathly silent. Everyone stood frozen, like statues. Lin Feng withdrew his fist, clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head. His calm voice shattered the silence.
Yet it sent countless hearts trembling violently. Instantly defeated the Emperor One template. And he said that's it? Insane. Absolutely insane.
Yet no one dared to challenge him. That terrifying power was right before their eyes. Xiao Tian collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant.
It's over. His life is over.
To have offended such a monster. Lin Feng turned and walked down the platform.
He couldn't be bothered to glance at Xiao Tian again.
Let's go, he said to Long Zhan. The show of force was over.
Time to get down to business.
Long Zhan respectfully agreed, and the Dragon Fang members immediately formed a protective perimeter.
Zhao Jinhua, Lu Jinghua, and the others hurried to follow. Their faces were filled with excitement and awe. Today, they had witnessed a miracle. The group exited the testing center. The crowd in the plaza automatically parted to form a path. The gaze they cast upon Lin Feng was filled with awe. Fear. 0.1 seconds to annihilate the War Knight. 0.3 seconds to take down the Emperor's template. This news swept through the entire Qianlong Academy like a hurricane. It instantly swept through the entire Qianlong Academy. The forums exploded. The communication channels exploded. Everyone was discussing this prodigy who had burst onto the scene. Lin Feng. Major General. Level 30. His combat prowess defies the heavens. Crushing the Hidden Dragon rankings. Just then, a figure blocked their path ahead. An elderly man clad in a blue robe. His hair and beard were streaked with silver, his countenance scholarly and refined, yet his gaze was sharp as lightning. An immense energy fluctuation, vast as the sea, radiated from his body. S-Class. An absolute S-Class powerhouse. Master Wang? Zhao Jinhua recognized the man.
Wang Mingyuan, senior instructor of the Hidden Dragon Academy.
Specializing in energy manipulation.
His strength was unfathomable. He too had heard of Lin Feng's exploits and rushed over. General Zhao, Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly. His gaze settled on Lin Feng, tinged with scrutiny and curiosity. This gentleman must be advisor Lin Feng, I presume? Lin Feng regarded him, his eye of correction sweeping over him. Energy circulated within him. Interesting. What brings you here? Lin Feng inquired. Wang Mingyuan smiled, his demeanor carrying the reserved dignity of a seasoned master. I've heard the consultant is a prodigious young talent with extraordinary combat prowess. I'm no great shakes, but I've gained some insight into energy manipulation. I'd like to exchange ideas with you, advisor. Perhaps we might find some inspiration. Though framed as an exchange, it carried the weight of a test. He wished to see what made this youth so highly regarded by the higher-ups. Combat prowess alone does not define everything. Before Lin Feng could speak, Lu Jinghua couldn't hold back. Old Wang. Don't go acting like you know it all. Consultant Lin's abilities are beyond your comprehension. He held Lin Feng in the highest regard and couldn't stand others questioning him. Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly and looked at Lu Jinghua. Old Lu, why are you so worked up? I just want to exchange ideas with the consultant about energy manipulation. Lin Feng waved his hand. Go ahead. He also wanted to see how advanced energy manipulation was in this world.
Alright. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Wang Mingyuan's eyes.
He raised his right hand, palm facing upward. A fist-sized, crimson energy sphere materialized.
The energy was pure, condensed, stable. It radiated terrifying heat.
The surrounding air warped. This is my self-developed S-rank energy control technique, the heaven-burning hand.
Wang Mingyuan's face bore a look of pride.
This was the culmination of over a century of his research.
Unparalleled in power. Exquisite in control.
With a flicker of his intent, the crimson energy sphere began to shift. At times it transformed into a soaring bird, agile and swift. At other times, it became a fierce tiger, domineering and ferocious. At other times, it became a fine needle, darting through the void.
The energy shifted forms with effortless fluidity. His control reached the pinnacle of mastery. The surrounding experts all nodded in silent admiration. Truly worthy of Master Wang. This energy manipulation. Truly masterful.
After completing his demonstration, Wang Mingyuan turned to Lin Feng, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry.
What do you think, Consultant Lin?
Lin Feng gazed at the energy sphere, his expression calm.
All show and no substance.
The three words slipped out lightly.
The smile on Wang Mingyuan's face froze instantly. All show and no substance?
His pride and joy, the S-class technique.
Dismissed as all show and no substance?
Rage surged within him.
Advisor Lin.
What do you mean by that? He demanded in a deep voice.
Lin Feng raised a finger, pointing at the energy sphere.
There are three flaws. First, during energy compression and conversion, the nodes become unstable, resulting in approximately 7% of energy being wasted. Lin Feng's finger tapped the air, and a faint glow flickered at a specific point on the energy sphere.
Wang Mingyuan's pupils contracted sharply.
That was precisely the area he found most obscure.
Second, there's lag in the precision shaping control.
Especially during rapid changes. Energy flow fails to keep pace with intent, resulting in a 0.5-second delay in peak response. Lin Feng again pointed out several critical junctures in energy flow.
Wang Mingyuan's expression shifted slightly. This was precisely the bottleneck he'd been unable to overcome.
Third, the core operational logic prioritizes stability excessively, sacrificing explosive power and adaptability. When encountering defenses or interference of equal level, it becomes easily countered.
Each of Lin Feng's words struck like a heavy hammer, slamming viciously into Wang Mingyuan's heart.
His face flushed crimson, then drained pale, then turned ashen. Every flaw Lin Feng pointed out pierced straight to the core. They were all problems he had studied for a century yet remained unable to solve.
How could this young man see through it all at a glance?
After speaking, Lin Feng looked at the stunned Wang Mingyuan.
Want to learn? Wang Mingyuan nodded instinctively.
Lin Feng raised his right hand, fingers splayed. A ball of energy, equally crimson, materialized in his palm.
But, unlike Wang Mingyuan's,
the energy sphere in Lin Feng's palm was more condensed,
more pure.
The intense heat it emitted was restrained yet terrifying.
It resembled a miniature star.
With a thought, the energy sphere began to transform, still taking the forms of birds, tigers, and needles.
But faster, more stable in form, smoother in transition, perfectly seamless, utterly fluid. Even more astonishing, the energy sphere instantly disintegrated, transforming into a sky filled with tiny sparks, only to coalesce again in the blink of an eye, condensing into a flaming longsword. Its power surged. Its aura was staggering. This is the true scorching heaven palm?
Wang Mingyuan stared at the flaming sword in Lin Feng's palm, utterly dumbfounded. He felt like the thing he'd spent his entire life studying was nothing but a joke. Lin Feng casually dismissed the flaming sword.
Optimizing the approach.
Replace nodes with spatial microcirculation to reduce losses. Integrate the Dragon's Roar algorithm into the control logic to enhance responsiveness. Integrate antimatter models into the core to amplify burst damage. That's about it. Lin Feng finished speaking and prepared to leave. But Wang Mingyuan felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him.
Spatial microcirculation. Dragon's Roar algorithm. Antimatter model? These mind-boggling concepts seemed to open an entirely new door for him. The bottleneck that had plagued him for decades, at this very moment, cleared away. Boom! The energy stagnant within him for years suddenly began to surge. His aura surged upward. Mid-tier S rank. Peak. Half a step to refining the void. He actually broke through on the spot?
The surrounding experts were stunned into silence.
Wang Mingyuan felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. His body trembled with excitement. Tears welled up in his eyes. He spun around abruptly. Facing Lin Feng, he bowed deeply. With utmost solemnity. Utmost reverence. Advisor Lin, your brilliance is like clearing the clouds to reveal the sun. You've awakened this old man from decades of confusion. This kindness. I can never repay it. He raised his head, his aged eyes sparkling with an extraordinary light. The accomplished become teachers. Truth knows no hierarchy. From this day forward. You. Consultant Lin. You are my teacher, Wang Mingyuan. His voice boomed, echoing far and wide. An S-class mentor. Taking a newly enrolled novice as his teacher? The crowd was once again stunned. Wang Mingyuan paid no heed to the stares around him. He bowed deeply once more toward Lin Feng. Master. Please accept this disciple's bow. Chapter 20, Sisters' Recovery and Awakening of God-tier Talent. Outside the testing center, the silent crowd parted like a receding tide, forming a wide passage. Wang Mingyuan hurried to catch up with Lin Feng, his face still radiating excitement and admiration. Teacher. That energy manipulation you just demonstrated was nothing short of divine. That spatial microcirculation. He chattered on, eager to seek guidance. Lin Feng kept walking. Long Zhan had already signaled the Dragon Fall team members with a glance to gently distance the overly enthusiastic Wang Mingyuan. Just then, General Zhao Genoa's communicator buzzed urgently, signaling the highest encryption level. He answered, his expression shifting slightly, a hint of tension visible. But that tension quickly dissolved into disbelief and wild elation. What? Really? Fantastic. Fantastic. Zhao Genoa's voice trembled as he shouted, completely disregarding his composure. He abruptly hung up the call, grabbed Lin Feng's arm, and stammered excitedly. Comrade Lin Feng. It's tremendous news. Tremendous news. Lin Feng watched his unusual excitement, a faint stirring in his heart as he vaguely guessed what it might be. Is it Xiaoyu? His voice remained calm, though a subtle shift was detectable to the attentive ear. Yes. Comrade Xiaoyu. Zhao Genoa nodded vigorously, his eyes reddening. The Capital Life Support Base just sent a report. Old Wang and the team succeeded. A complete success. Comrade Xiaoyu's systemic rejection syndrome has been completely cured. All bodily indicators are perfect. Cured. Lin Feng's hand, hanging at his side, tightened imperceptibly. The massive weight that had hung over his heart for 25 years finally lifted. Zhao Genoa took a deep breath and continued, his voice tinged with astonishment. And there's an unexpected bonus. Based on your optimized fundamental qi guiding technique, Elder Wang and the others made subtle adjustments to the energy guidance pattern of the life cradle. As a result, during the healing process, Comrade Xiaoyu's body spontaneously resonated intensely with the energies of heaven and earth. It was as if something deep within her bloodline had been awakened. Preliminary scans indicate it's an extremely rare, even unprecedented, innate bloodline talent. It seems capable of directly perceiving and influencing the fundamental structure of energy. Zhao Genoa paused here, his eyes burning as he looked at Lin Feng. This ability, how strangely similar it sounded to Lin Feng's error detection eye. Though manifested differently, both seemed to fundamentally touch upon the level of rules. Could it be that both siblings? He dared not dwell on it, it was too astonishing. In any case, Comrade Xiaoyu has not only made a full recovery. She's also turned misfortune into fortune by awakening her innate talent. This is double good fortune. Truly immense double good fortune. Zhao Genoa excitedly slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. Nearby, experts like Lu Jinghua, Zhu Geiyun, and Wang Mingyuan, along with Xin Bing and Long Zhan, were equally stunned by the news. Not only was his sister healed, but she had also awakened a special talent? This consultant Lin truly possesses extraordinary fortune and is no ordinary man. Even his family members were benefiting. Lin Feng's heart finally settled. His sister was safe, that mattered more than any reward. As for the talent, as long as she's safe. Can I talk to her? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Of course. Zhao Genoa immediately began the procedure. Highest security clearance. Connect to the life base. Soon, the light screen before Lin Feng lit up, and the connection was established. The scene revealed a bright, clean room brimming with vitality. A girl wearing a light green hospital gown, looking about 16 or 17, with rosy cheeks and eyes bright as stars, gazed curiously at the communicator held before her. It was Lin Xiaoyu. She was a world apart from the frail, pale, and perpetually pain-stricken sister from Lin Feng's memories. She appeared healthy, lively, and brimming with vitality. Even more astonishingly, strands of pale golden energy threads unconsciously danced around her fingertips like mischievous sprites. Brother! Spotting Lin Feng on the screen, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly as she exclaimed with delight. Her voice rang out clear and bright, like a nightingale's song. Lin Feng gazed at his sister's familiar yet unfamiliar healthy face on the screen, listening to that vibrant call. The softest part of his heart stirred. His eyes stung slightly, but he quickly suppressed the warmth. His gaze softened like never before. Xiaoyu, he responded softly. Brother! I'm better. I'm completely better. Lin Xiaoyu waved her arms excitedly. Grandpa Wang and the others said I'll never feel sick again. And look. She held out her finger like a treasure, the golden threads of energy dancing at her fingertips. I think I can feel them now. And I can even control them a little bit. Isn't that amazing? She tilted her head, her large eyes blinking rapidly. Yeah, it is amazing. A faint curve touched Lin Feng's lips. Once your body stabilizes a bit more, I'll come visit you. Really? That's great. Lin Xiaoyu cheered excitedly. Come visit me soon, okay? I'm so bored here. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. The siblings chatted briefly for a few more moments, with Lin Xiaoyu excitedly talking and Lin Feng quietly listening. That sense of relief at having her back softened Lin Feng's entire demeanor. The call ended only when the doctor reminded Lin Xiaoyu she needed rest. The light screen dimmed. Lin Feng stood for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. Zhao Genoa watched him and smiled. Rest assured, Comrade Xiaoyu is receiving the best care possible. Her talents are exceptional, and we'll assign the most suitable mentor to guide her. Lin Feng nodded. Thank you for your concern, General. It's only right. Only right. Zhao Genoa waved his hand dismissively. Oh, and the commendation from the military headquarters has arrived. Come on, let's head back to Tingyu Pavilion to take a look. The group boarded the hovercar once more and headed back to Tingyu Pavilion. As soon as they reached the courtyard gate, two officers in crisp military uniforms, bearing the rank of Brigadier General on their shoulders, were already waiting there, carrying a special metal box. Long Zhan stepped forward to negotiate and verify their identities. The two Brigadier Generals immediately snapped to attention and saluted upon seeing Lin Feng. Reporting to Major General Lin. By order of the military headquarters. We deliver the special commendation for the Dragon Scale Project optimization. They opened the metal case. Inside lay a token shimmering with an extraordinary glow. Neither gold nor jade, it bore a vividly carved five-clawed golden dragon. The dragon pattern token. This token alone represented immense power. Beside the token lay several containers sealed with a peculiar energy. Through the transparent walls, one could see liquid starlight, the void secret silver flowing within. Stellar sand as brilliant as cosmic dust. And the bone-chilling 9 nether cold iron. Each item was a top-tier strategic resource capable of making even S-rank powerhouses envious. Now, they were piled here like cabbages. Xin Bing, standing beside him, watched these treasures and felt his breath catch in his throat. Void secret silver. Stardust. 9 nether cold iron. And the dragon-patterned order. This reward is utterly outrageous? The military's regard for Advisor Lin had reached an almost unbelievable level. The two generals delivering the rewards solemnly handed them over to Lin Feng. Their demeanor was exceedingly respectful, even tinged with a hint of flattery. No wonder the man before them could effortlessly resolve S-class project challenges and held the dragon-patterned order. Even with the same rank, their statuses were worlds apart. Major General Lin, the supplies have been delivered. If there are no further instructions, we shall take our leave. Lin Feng took the dragon-patterned order, sensing the peculiar power within it, and nodded. The two generals saluted once more and departed at a brisk pace. Zhao Genoa examined the contents of the box, murmuring in admiration. The military headquarters really spared no expense this time. Comrade Lin Feng, you must keep these items safe. Lin Feng casually handed the box to Long Zhan beside him. Put it away. Long Zhan accepted it solemnly, as if cradling a priceless treasure. These strategic supplies were priceless. Lin Feng gazed at the thick spiritual mist still lingering in the courtyard. General, I plan to seclude myself for a few days. Having just reached LV-30, he needed to consolidate his cultivation base. Moreover, he intended to visit Lab 001 to thoroughly examine that junk. All right. Zhao Zhenhuan nodded immediately. Focus on your seclusion. I'll handle everything outside. The dragon's tooth will guard this place. No one is to disturb you. He knew that every time Lin Feng went into seclusion, it could bring astonishing improvements. After giving a few more instructions, Zhao Zhenhua departed with Lu Jinghua, Zhu Geiyun, and the others. They had much to attend to, such as the comprehensive upgrade plan for the dragon scales. At the courtyard gate, only Lin Feng, Xin Bing, and the Dragon's Tooth squad remained. Xin Bing looked at Lin Feng, hesitating to speak, but finally said respectfully, Advisor Lin, unless you have further instructions, I shall take my leave. Chapter 21, Repairing the Earth Veins, Energy Output Skyrockets. Lin Feng nodded. Very well. Xin Bing bowed, then turned and hurried away. She needed time to process everything that had happened today. This Advisor Lin had delivered a shockwave too profound to ignore. Lin Feng lingered no longer, heading straight back to the Tingyu Pavilion courtyard. Long Zhan immediately commanded the Dragon's Fall team to seal off the entire courtyard. Entering the optimized S-grade spirit gathering array, a thick wave of spiritual energy washed over him. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, beginning to stabilize his newly surged cultivation base at LV-30.
The energy within his body surged like a raging river, roaring and surging. With every breath, vast quantities of pure spiritual energy poured in, swiftly refined and assimilated. The barrier at the peak of the second tier was incredibly solid, yet not impenetrable. Lin Feng did not rush to break through to the third tier. He intended to build his foundation as solid as possible. Through the eye of correction, he examined his own body. Every minute structure within his body, every flow of energy, was clearly visible to his eyes. Optimizable bug detected, 17 minor blockages in second-tier energy circulation. Optimizable bug detected, inefficient fusion between vital energy and qi. Optimization bug detected, unstable structures within the mental sea. As expected, rapid advancement had left numerous hidden flaws. Despite the foundation of national resources in Qiming's optimization, it still fell short of perfection. Optimize. Lin Feng thought. An intangible force began to act upon him. Blocked energy nodes cleared, circulation smoother. Vital energy and qi began to fuse in a more efficient manner. The structure of his spiritual sea was reinforced and optimized. His aura steadily yet firmly rose within this solid foundation. His foundation grew increasingly robust. 3 days later, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes held a restrained brilliance, his aura harmonious and unified. The LV30 realm was now completely solidified. His foundation was far more solid than any other at this level. Even denser than some ordinary early third-stage practitioners. Time to check on the lab, Lin Feng said as he rose. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, Long Zhan approached him. Advisor. General Zhao has an urgent communication. Lin Feng answered the call. Zhao Genoa's slightly anxious face appeared on the screen. Comrade Lin Feng. There's a problem at Geothermal Energy Station 03 in the western mountainous region. Energy output is extremely unstable, frequently teetering on the brink of collapse. The expert team is at a loss. We suspect a problem with the deep geothermal veins. The energy environment there is chaotic, making precise detection difficult with conventional instruments. I think, perhaps only your abilities can resolve this. Zhao Genoa's tone carried a hint of hope. Geothermal vein issues? Lin Feng's interest was piqued. Could the eye of correction truly perceive the flow of earth veins? The address. Lin Feng was concise. All right. The private jet is ready. The energy experts from the correction project team are on standby. Zhao Zhenhua exclaimed with delight. Half a day later. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, western Huagua. A massive base constructed within a colossal valley came into view. This was Geothermal Energy Station 03. Outwardly unremarkable, yet deep underground, it harnessed terrifying geothermal energy from the Earth's core. It stands as one of the nation's vital energy sources. Lin Feng's private jet touched down on the base's helipad. Long Zhan and the Longya team members stood guard at his side. Several experts in white lab coats, looking exhausted yet excited, hurried over to greet them. Leading them was the foremost authority in energy research, academician Chen Guodong. Advisor Lin, you finally arrived. Academician Chen grasped Lin Feng's hand as if clutching a lifeline. Quickly. This way, please. They hurriedly led Lin Feng toward the base's core control room. Along the way, the instability of the energy field was palpable. The air was thick with scorching and violent energy. Alarm lights throughout the base flickered intermittently. Advisor, look. Academician Chen pointed to a set of wildly fluctuating curves on the main control screen. The energy output is extremely unstable. The difference between the highest and lowest values is nearly 100-fold. If this continues, the entire guidance array could collapse. We've tried every possible solution, but we can't pinpoint the cause. The energy from the deep geomagnetic veins is too violent, our instruments simply can't pinpoint it accurately. Academician Chen's face was etched with worry. Lin Feng didn't glance at the screen, his error detection eye was already activated. His gaze seemed to pierce through thick layers of rock, reaching tens of thousands of meters deep into the earth. There, magma surged like golden rivers, roaring and surging. The colossal energy of the earth's veins, like a slumbering dragon, exuded a heart-stopping aura. A torrent of energy surged upward through natural geomantic channels. Near the surface, a massive artificial guiding array attempted to harness this power. The problem lies at the point where the array meets the earth's energy. Lin Feng clearly saw a subtle repulsion between the array's energy frequency and the natural fluctuations of the Earth's energy. Like oil in water. Critical bug detected, artificial guidance array and natural geomantic energy exhibit repulsive conflict frequency mismatch. Resulting in low energy conversion efficiency approximately 15%, extreme instability, and a high risk of energy backlash. So that's it. The array's designer focused solely on channeling energy, failing to perfectly align with the Earth vein's inherent nature. Take me to the array's core, Lin Feng stated. Academician Chen froze. The array's core? Advisor, you. He hesitated. The energy environment there was far more hostile, and besides. Lin Feng offered no explanation, simply striding toward the dedicated passage leading underground. Long Zhan immediately led his team to follow. Academician Shan and the other experts exchanged glances before hurrying after them. They were determined to see what this young advisor intended to do.
Descending a kilometer underground via the special elevator. The scorching heat intensified. Energy fluctuations grew increasingly violent. Ordinary practitioners would be eroded by the energy radiation if they stayed here too long.
Finally, they emerged into a vast subterranean cavern.
At its center stood a colossal altar, constructed from countless runes and a special alloy. This was the core of the artificially guided array. Beneath the altar, faint crimson veins of earth energy glowed, pulsing like the breath of a colossal dragon. The energy fluctuations were so intense that the altar itself trembled slightly. Advisor. This place is far too dangerous. Academician Chen exclaimed anxiously.
Lin Feng paid no heed, striding directly to the edge of the altar. He closed his eyes, sensing the vastness and rhythm of the earth vein energy below. The power of a peak second-tier LV-30 cultivator circulated slowly within his body. A faint, nascent understanding of the energy's laws seeped into his consciousness. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Extending his right hand, he pointed his index finger toward the void above the altar. A faint yet intensely focused light glowed from his fingertip. He began to inscribe patterns in the void. Not runes, nor array patterns, but a more profound, more essential energy node. His movements were not swift, yet they carried a peculiar rhythm. As if he were communicating with the very earth's veins. Engaging in dialogue. Experts watching this scene were utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was he doing? Performing some kind of shamanic ritual? Carving energy nodes into the void? Unheard of. Yet they dared not interrupt, watching in rapt silence. As Lin Feng's fingertips danced. One by one, tiny points of light emerged in the void, connecting and assembling. Forming an extraordinarily complex yet perfectly harmonious three-dimensional structure. This structure radiated an essence akin to the Earth's pulse energy, yet far more refined. Optimization plan: construct resonant bridge nodes to synchronize the array's frequency with the Earth's energy pulse. Lin Feng's gaze intensified as he activated the final node. Buzz. The entire subterranean cavity shook violently. Beneath the altar, the Earth's pulse energy instantly ceased its violent fluctuations, becoming utterly docile. Then, as if finding an outlet, an incredibly pure, incredibly colossal geothermal energy was perfectly channeled through the resonance bridge nodes inscribed by Lin Feng, rushing upward through the circuits of the artificial array. Rumble. A thunderous rumble, deep beneath the earth, echoed like a deafening roar. The entire energy station base trembled faintly. Above the surface, a colossal, solid as metal pillar of golden energy suddenly erupted from the base's center, piercing the heavens. Piercing straight through the clouds. A colossal wave of energy pressure instantly radiated outward. Fortunately, the base's defense system activated in time. Layer upon layer of energy shields unfolded, shielding, absorbing, and converting that terrifying beam. Even so, that fleeting spectacle was enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone who witnessed it. Inside the core control room, the shrill alarm blared wildly once more. But this time, it wasn't a malfunction alert. It was an energy output overload warning. On the screen, the energy output curve, as if injected with adrenaline, shooting upward at a near vertical angle. 100%, 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, finally stabilizing at a staggering 512%. And the curve remained perfectly smooth. Not a single fluctuation. The entire control room fell deathly silent. The technicians on duty looked as if they'd seen a ghost. Rubbing their eyes, pinching their thighs, unable to believe what they were seeing. 5 times. The output power surged 5-fold. And it remained rock solid. What kind of god-tier operation is this? Inside the underground cavern, Academician Chen and the other experts watched the altar operating smoothly, feeling the steady, colossal flow of energy. Then they glanced at Lin Feng, standing before them with hands behind his back, calm and composed. They collectively froze in place. A single thought echoed in their minds. The divine being has truly descended. Capital City, Strategic Bureau Command Center. Report. Geothermal Energy Station 03. Energy output stable at 512% of rated power. Energy fluctuations 0. Confirmed. Data is accurate. The analyst monitoring the data spoke with a trembling voice. Zhao Genoa leapt to his feet. His eyes locked onto the data on the screen. 5 times. Stable output. He succeeded. Comrade Lin Feng succeeded again. He hadn't just solved the single power station's problem. He had shattered the energy bottleneck that had plagued Huadhui for decades. Geothermal energy. Unbridled geothermal energy. Could it truly be harnessed to perfection? What does this mean? Unlimited, clean, and affordable energy. An energy revolution. A global energy revolution. About to be launched by Huadhui. And the source of it all, that young man, Lin Feng.
Zhao Zhenhua trembled with excitement.
He immediately established communication with the highest authorities.
This news must be reported immediately.
In the underground cavern, Lin Feng observed the stably operating array core and nodded slightly.
Earth pulse energy could indeed be corrected and optimized. Then what about the other natural laws?
He lifted his gaze, his eyes seeming to pierce through the rock layers, fixed on the distant horizon.
Energy output surged fivefold. Quite a commotion. Hopefully it won't attract any unwanted attention. Academician Chen Guodong finally snapped back to reality, stumbling a few steps toward Lin Feng. His lips trembled, wanting to say something, yet unsure where to begin. Finally, he bowed deeply to Lin Feng. This bow represented the profound respect of the entire energy science community.
Long Zhan silently watched it all unfold, the fervor in his eyes growing even more intense.
The advisor had once again performed a miracle. He could even repair the Earth's veins. What was beyond his capabilities? The nation's energy bottleneck seemed to finally glimpse the dawn of a solution. Yet, that towering pillar of energy, though promptly obscured, had unleashed such immense fluctuations. Could it truly have gone unnoticed?
Chapter 22. The Supreme Council. One word silences the Hall of Elders. Geothermal Energy Station 03, energy output stabilized at 512%.
The news swept through China's highest echelons like a tsunami. Geothermal veins restored. Energy dawn.
Countless challenges plaguing the energy sector crumbled before Lin Feng.
Capital City, Core District, Conference Room Number 1. The atmosphere was solemn to the extreme. The Commander-in-Chief presided personally. All major figures were in attendance. Comrades.
The success of Energy Station 03 proves one thing. The leader's voice boomed as his gaze swept across the room.
Comrade Lin Feng's proposal is viable.
It is groundbreaking.
I hereby declare.
The Qiming project is hereby launched in full force, effective immediately.
Boom. Every person present was utterly stunned. The Qiming project.
This super project, hailed as pivotal to China's national destiny for the next century,
was finally set to begin. Appointment.
The commander's gaze turned to Lin Feng, who was present as an observer. Comrade Lin Feng, appointed as chief advisor to the Qiming project, with the rank of deputy director of the Strategic Bureau.
You shall possess priority authority over the deployment of all resources and personnel within the program. And final veto power. The room fell deathly silent as the words echoed. Deputy director rank. Chief advisor. Priority deployment. Final veto. This power was immense. Beyond imagination.
Lin Feng remained composed as he rose to salute. I shall not betray the nation's trust.
3 days later.
The inaugural high-level coordination meeting for Project Qiming.
National Development and Reform Commission, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Defense Industry, Ministry of Finance.
Leaders from all ministries gathered in one place. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, his expression calm. Behind him, Long Zhan stood like a towering mountain, serene and commanding.
The meeting commenced, with each agenda item proceeding methodically.
When it came to the Energy Ministry's allocation plan, Deputy Minister Zhou Kong of the Energy Department, a lean-faced elder with a slightly sinister gaze, cleared his throat.
Advisor Lin, your geomagnetic resonance proposal is indeed ingenious.
He shifted his tone, a barely perceptible hint of condescension creeping into his voice. But geothermal energy development is a matter of great importance. A single hair moved affects the entire body. You are still young, after all, and lack experience.
Such immense authority is it really? He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Doubt.
To openly question the chief advisor at such a high-level meeting.
Several heavyweights frowned slightly, turning their gaze toward Zhou Kong.
This man, backed by several old energy conglomerates, was notorious for his conservative stance.
Zhao Zhenhua's expression darkened, about to speak.
Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him.
What are your thoughts, Vice Minister Zhou?
Zhou Kong adjusted his glasses and calmly produced a document. This is a conservative alternative plan for the cascade development of geothermal energy, formulated by our Ministry of Energy experts after joint deliberation with multiple parties.
It emphasizes safety and controllability, with phased implementation to minimize risks.
He signaled his assistant to project the plan onto the central light screen. Spanning hundreds of pages, it featured detailed data and clear charts.
It certainly looked prudent.
A hint of satisfaction flashed across Zhou Kang's face. This was the plan they had prepared for so long, meant to be unveiled at the critical moment to seize the initiative.
He refused to believe that this greenhorn could find any flaws in it.
Lin Feng stared at the light screen as his error detection eye quietly activated.
The complex data streams transformed into clear lines of logic before his eyes. Moments later, he withdrew his gaze. I've reviewed the proposal. Zhou Kong, what do you think, Consultant Lin?
His tone carried a hint of challenge. Lin Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop, his voice flat.
It's full of holes. What? Zhou Kang's expression darkened instantly. The other bigwigs present also stiffened. First, the data model.
Lin Feng continued unhurriedly. For the geothermal energy decay curve, the Beta 7 model you adopted has an incorrect gamma correction parameter value. It should be 0.043, but you used 0.013. This directly caused the initial investment estimate to be at least 35% too low. The subsequent funding gap will become a bottomless pit. Cold sweat broke out on Zhou Kang's forehead. This parameter was top secret. How did he know? Second, resource allocation, Lin Feng continued. The project requires 3,000 tons of the specialized high-temperature alloy HX5. But you overlook the strategic reserve cycle for the critical catalyst zirconium silicate. In its production process it requires advance booking at least 1 year in advance. At your current pace, the alloy shortfall will reach 60%, bringing the project to a complete halt. Zhou Kang's face began to pale. He hadn't paid attention to these details at all. Third, safety redundancy. Lin Feng's tone remained unruffled. The pressure peak feedback algorithm contains a fatal if-else nesting error in the logic checks between lines 78 and 83. When pressure exceeds 1.73 times the critical threshold and temperature fluctuates beyond 5 degrees Celsius, the system erroneously prioritizes Pressure Reduction Program B over Emergency Pressure Relief Program A. The consequence? A chain reaction system collapse, leveling everything within a 100-mile radius. Whoa! A collective gasp of horror echoed through the conference room. 100-mile radius, leveled to the ground? This isn't a safe plan. It's a suicide mission. Zhou Kang's body shook violently, sweat pouring down like rain, his face ashen as death. He tried to argue back, but every word Lin Feng spoke cut like a surgical blade, striking right at the heart of the matter. These flaws he hadn't even known about them. He couldn't refute them. And one more thing, Lin Feng glanced at him. For the geological assessment of the western mountainous region, you're using outdated data from 3 years ago. The latest exploration report indicates 3 newly identified high-risk active fault zones in the target area. Based on your construction plan, there's a 90% probability it will trigger a magnitude 7 or greater earthquake. The transportation plan is even more laughable. It completely disregards the Kunlun Mountains' 4-month winter ice lock period. Construction delays will start at a minimum of 6 months. Lin Feng finished speaking, leaned back in his chair, lifted his teacup, and took a gentle sip. Deputy Minister Zhou. Is this the prudent plan you referred to, the one that underwent multiple rounds of verification and is supposedly safe and controllable? In my view, it's a self-destructive plan that squanders billions in investment, triggers geological disasters, blows up an energy base, and leaves behind endless calamities. Zhou Kang slid off his chair with a thud. His face turned ashen. His lips trembled. He couldn't utter a single word. He was finished. Completely finished. In front of so many heavyweights, he'd been publicly flayed alive by a young upstart. Utterly humiliated. His political career was over. Inside the meeting room, the other bigwigs watched Zhou Kang's pitiful state, their hearts churning violently. Their gazes toward Lin Feng were filled with awe. Shock. Too powerful. Too terrifying. That insight. That foresight. It was almost inhuman. The leader's expression remained composed, yet a hint of amusement and approval flickered deep within his eyes. It seems Comrade Zhou Kang's proposal does indeed warrant reconsideration, he stated calmly, his words settling the matter. For all subsequent technical proposals and resource allocations under Project Qiming, Advisor Lin Feng's opinions shall serve as the final standard. All departments must cooperate unconditionally. Yes. All the leaders responded in unison, without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, Lin Feng's absolute authority was firmly established. After the meeting concluded, Zhao Zhenhua hurried to catch up with Lin Feng, his face beaming with a bright smile. Comrade Lin Feng. Well done. Ha ha ha. That old codger Zhou Kang, relying on his seniority and powerful backers, has been trying to sabotage the Qiming project all along. But now he's been shut down. See how he dares to make waves now. Lin Feng remained non-committal. Oh, right. Zhao Zhenhua lowered his voice. The commander and military headquarters just approved new commendations for you. In recognition of your significant contributions to the direction of the Qiming project. Experience points, 20 million. Whoa! Another 20 million. Lin Feng's total experience points had already skyrocketed off the charts. Contribution points, 10 million. This time, Lin Feng's status truly skyrocketed. Ding! Detecting experience infusion. Plus 20 million. Level up. LV31. Level up. LV32. Level up. LV38. Level up. LV39. Level up. LV40. Boom! And even more terrifying. An even more vast torrent of energy exploded within Lin Feng's body like a cosmic stellar explosion. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, leaping with joy, transforming. LV40. Mid-stage Tier 3. His strength underwent another earth-shattering transformation. Ding. Received national reward, contribution points plus 10 million. Ding. Acquired special honor, Dawnbreaker Medal 1. Lin Feng felt the surging power within him, his gaze calm and serene.
Chief Advisor of the Qiming Project, Deputy Director of the Strategic Bureau. Who dares question? I'll smack you silly with bugs in no time. Chapter 23, The Mantis Stalking the Cicada, Unaware of the Sparrow Behind. Inside Top Secret Lab 001, the air seemed to crystallize solid. Lin Feng floated motionless at the center of the anti-gravity field, eyes tightly shut. The torrent of LV-40 energy surged through him like a newborn cosmic river, roaring, churning, then settling into an unprecedented sense of mastery. Every cell seemed to possess independent will, yet under his divine consciousness, they formed an army of absolute obedience. The power of mid-tier stage 3 represented not merely an explosive increase in total energy, but a qualitative leap in his insight into the microscopic world. Eye of correction upgrade complete. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his pupils, it seemed as though countless stars were born and extinguished. He drifted gracefully from the anti-gravity field to the ground, his body light as if weightless. He casually picked up the cup of Longjing tea freshly brewed by the robotic arm on the lab bench, its fragrance wafting gently. Just as his fingers were about to touch the warm cup, his gaze sharpened slightly. Error detection eye activated. In an instant, the fate trajectory of the Celadon teacup was instantly analyzed within his field of vision. Target, Celadon teacup. Bug analysis. Due to uneven internal stress generated during firing, a critical point will be reached in 1 second due to thermal expansion and contraction. A 1 centimeter crack will form at a 30-degree angle southeast of the rim. Almost the instant the system prompt appeared, Lin Feng's fingers moved with elegant precision. Instead of touching the cup's body, he gently pinched the base. Crack. A barely audible crack sounded as a fine crack precisely appeared at the location predicted by the system. The scalding tea nearly spilled out. Had he been even 0.1 seconds slower, his hand would have been scalded. Lin Feng gazed at the crack, a satisfied curve lifting the corners of his mouth. This was the power of future sight peering into the cracks of time to glimpse the vulnerabilities of all things. Before major threats materialized, this seemingly insignificant ability proved the ultimate means of seeking advantage and avoiding harm. Setting the teacup aside, he returned to the main console, ready to continue refining the macro architecture of Project Qiming. A torrent of data cascaded into his field of vision. The eye of correction operated at full capacity, deconstructing complex code and protocols into the purest threads of logic. The security systems of the entire 001 lab, extending hundreds of meters beyond its perimeter, were interconnected with his command console. This ocean of data should have been like a harmonious symphony, every note precise and flawless. But at this very moment, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He detected a faint discordant note. Extremely faint, extremely concealed, like a spider's thread drifting outside the score, gently brushing against the strings of this data. This wasn't an internal system bug, it was an external intrusion, a deliberate and purposeful probe. Logic penetration, initiate. Lin Feng's consciousness instantly plunged into the deepest layers of the data stream. He observed camouflage detection signals nearly undetectable by conventional firewalls silently infiltrating the logical gaps within the laboratory's perimeter security network. They neither attacked nor destroyed, merely recording, scanning, and mapping a complete digital blueprint. The sophistication of this technique far surpassed any cyber attack he had ever encountered. This was no longer mere hacking, it was state-sponsored, premeditated strategic intelligence gathering. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed Zhao Zhenhua's encrypted hotline. The call connected almost instantly. Lin Feng? Any new orders? Zhao Zhenhua's voice was full of vigor. General, I've detected highly unusual and exceptionally professional reconnaissance attempts around the laboratory perimeter. The adversary is conducting passive vulnerability scans on our security systems with highly sophisticated techniques. Any findings? On the other end, Zhao Zhenhua fell silent for a full 10 seconds. When he spoke again, his voice carried an unprecedented gravity, tinged with a hint of shock. You've already noticed? Zhao Zhenhua could scarcely believe his ears. The top-tier expert team from the National Security Department, utilizing space-based satellites and the most advanced quantum surveillance equipment, had only detected these anomalous signals 5 minutes prior and preliminarily identified their source. Yet Lin Feng, positioned at the very core of the detection, had proactively identified the threat earlier than the nation's highest intelligence agency. This was beyond mere keen perception. It was animalistic instinct, no, divine insight. General, it seems I was right, Lin Feng remarked calmly. It's more than just a guess. Zhao Zhenhua took a deep breath, his tone turning grave. Just moments ago, the Supreme Leader personally ordered the activation of the highest-level counter-espionage contingency plan. The United States of America has activated their deepest, most dangerous spy network within China, codenamed Cold Cicada. Cold Cicada? Lin Feng savored the name, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The cicada burrows underground for years, waiting only for the moment to break through the soil and emit its deadly chirp. This codename brimmed with patience and lethal intent. Yes, Cold Cicada. Zhao Zhenhua's voice was hushed, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. According to the fragmented intelligence we intercepted, they have two objectives.
First, to steal the core technology of the Qiming project at any cost.
And to assess you using any means necessary if required. The phrase any means carried an unmistakable hint of bloodshed.
Lin Feng's expression remained utterly unchanged as he lifted the cracked teacup and drained the remaining liquid in one gulp.
The warm liquid slid down his throat, yet his gaze grew colder. What exactly do they intend to do?
That's precisely the most troublesome part. Zhao Zhenhua's tone grew heavier.
They didn't opt for traditional cyber attacks or physical infiltration.
Instead, they employed a strategy we find hardest to refuse: a blatant, open move. A scientific exchange delegation composed of top scientists and engineers from the White Eagle Federation has obtained all necessary legal documentation and is currently en route to the capital aboard a chartered aircraft. Under the guise of exchange, they intend to visit us to visit you, the chief advisor of the Enlightenment Project. Lin Feng smiled a cold, amused smile.
Prey delivered to our doorstep? How interesting. Don't underestimate them. Zhao Zhenhua's voice carried an unprecedented edge of caution. This delegation conceals the most elite operatives from the Cicada network. We cannot even fully verify the true identities of every individual within a short time frame. And, Lin Feng. Zhao Zhenhua paused, seemingly weighing his words, before delivering a chilling warning.
Their ace agent, codenamed Mantis, has already begun operations.
Mantis? Lin Feng's eyebrows arched slightly. Yes, Mantis. Zhao Zhenhua's voice was heavy as iron. We have virtually no intelligence on him.
All we know is that he is Cold Cicada's sharpest blade, a master of disguise, assassination, and psychological warfare.
He never operates with his team.
Like a mantis lurking in the shadows, he strikes when his prey is most relaxed and least prepared, delivering a fatal blow. This time, the technology delegation is the cicada out in the open, while the real mantis lurks in the shadows, the yellowhammer poised to snatch the cicada. No, he's the hunter poised to capture both the cicada and our primary target.
He's already entered the country. We lost track of him. The call ended. The laboratory fell silent once more.
Lin Feng leaned back in the cold command console chair, his fingers tapping the tabletop rhythmically. The cicada was in plain sight, the mantis lurking in the shadows. Open schemes and hidden plots intertwined, weaving a web of deception targeting both him and the Qiming project.
He could sense the network's surveillance, anticipate the shattering of a teacup, yet from which unforeseeable angle would that phantom codenamed Mantis swing its side?
A cold, battle-ready curve slowly formed at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth.
The mantis stalks the cicada.
He murmured, his eyes swirling with starlight, the intent to kill unmistakable.
But do you know that after the cicada's song, what stirs might just be the dragon? Chapter 24, The fish has taken the bait. Turn the tables. Lin Feng ended the call, the three cold words echoing through the top-secret laboratory. Not a trace of tension flickered in his eyes. Instead, it held the excitement of a hunter who had tracked down his prey. The cicada in plain sight, the mantis lurking in the shadows? Very well. Then let's prepare a grand hunting trap for them. Lin Feng immediately contacted the State Security Department's Special Task Force, Cicada Hunt. His orders were simple yet deadly. Let them in. Watch them. Don't disturb them. I want them to leave with their hands full. 3 days later, at the National Science and Technology Research Center, a small, closed-door technical meeting was underway, the atmosphere buzzing with intensity. The experts from the White Eagle delegation were engaged in a heated debate with Chinese scholars. Suddenly, a red alarm flashed across the main screen in the conference hall. Alert! Pressure anomaly detected in backup cooling system 07. Suspected valve leak. A young researcher gasped in alarm. The room erupted in commotion. In the eyes of White Eagle spies Smith, Anna, and others present, a sharp gleam flashed simultaneously. Lin Feng abruptly rose and strode toward the control console. His expression grave, he rapidly issued a series of commands. Switch to backup lines. Isolate the malfunctioning section. Professor Wang, pull up the underlying code. Just as he turned and swung his arm dramatically, a black USB drive the size of a fingernail slipped silently from his suit pocket. Click. It traced a tiny arc, landing precisely in the gap behind the cooling grill of the adjacent server cabinet. The action was executed with utmost stealth. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sudden emergency. Except for one person. Anna. Her sapphire blue eyes locked onto the spot where the USB drive vanished. She didn't act immediately. Instead, she waited patiently, like a lurking female leopard. Until the crisis passed and everyone's attention returned to the discussion. Only then, as she lifted her coffee cup and turned, did she execute a deft sidestep. A specially designed magnetic probe disguised as a hairpin slid from her hair into her palm. The probe precisely slipped into the grill's gap and drew it in with a gentle pull. USB drive secured. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking no more than 2 seconds. She believed she had gone completely undetected. Little did she know, an inconspicuous smoke detector in the corner, equipped with an ultra-micro camera inside, had already streamed every detail clearly to Lin Feng's eyes. That night, in a heavily guarded suite at the state guest house, Smith stared at the USB drive Anna had brought back, his eyes burning with intensity. Well done, Anna.
Meanwhile, Michael Chen, codenamed Scorpion, also delivered good news. Sweat dripped from his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with the wild joy of having narrowly escaped death.
Boss. I did it. China's firewall is stronger than I imagined.
I nearly got tracked by their ice shield defense system. But I managed to breach it and obtain the core parameters of an energy module. The ice shield system he described was precisely the appetizer Lin Feng had deliberately prepared for him.
That firewall deliberately contained 3 interlocking logical bugs. Enough to exhaust any master-level hacker to the point of exhaustion, yet at the last moment, it offered him the sliver of hope for success. This made the intelligence he stole seem incredibly valuable. Incredibly real.
Smith fed both pieces of intelligence into an encrypted computer simultaneously.
He did not report it immediately.
As the overall commander of Cicada, he was cautious and suspicious. Initiate Hive verification protocol, he ordered in a low voice. Hive was their internal AI system used for cross-verifying intelligence. Data streams scrolled frantically across the computer screens. The conceptual framework diagram of Project Shiming from the USB drive began cross-referencing with the core parameters Michael Chen had stolen. One parameter matched one blueprint. One module linked to one design. Perfect. Seamless. The two actually corroborate each other perfectly. Smith's breathing quickened. But that wasn't enough. He retrieved more outdated, fragmented intelligence gathered by the Cicada network over years of infiltration within China's energy sector. The AI ran a technical iteration simulation comparing the new and old intelligence. The conclusion popped up again: technology pathway match 99%. Intelligence credibility extremely high. Smith slammed his fist on the table, his face lighting up with frenzied joy. He saw it. He saw the fatal flaw in the Qiming project. According to this intelligence, the core of geomagnetic resonance lay in an ultra-high frequency energy resonance. But this resonance had an extremely narrow stability threshold. Once interfered with by a specific frequency, it would trigger a chain reaction of energy decay. Moreover, it could be safely and deliberately induced to halt its core function. This was nothing short of a gift from God. He could already envision himself using this intelligence to cripple China's century-long national fortune without firing a single shot. Becoming a hero of the United States of America. What he didn't know was this. If this fatal flaw were truly exploited, the specific frequency interference would not only fail to shut down the system. Instead, it would act like a key, unlocking the backdoor bug Lin Feng had deliberately left behind, instantly detonating the entire geothermal power station's energy reserves. Its destructive force would be sufficient to physically obliterate everything within a 100-mile radius, including the agents and equipment carrying out the mission. This was a map to hell. And Smith was treating it as the key to paradise. Meanwhile, at Lab 001, Lin Feng and Zhao Genoa stood side by side, watching Smith's face contorted with ecstasy on the surveillance screen. He's hooked, Zhao Genoa's voice carried a note of satisfaction. A fish that takes the bait will always struggle a bit. Lin Feng's gaze was calm, yet deep as the sea. He tapped the tabletop lightly. Now is the time to apply some pressure to that praying mantis lurking in the shadows. The words had barely left his mouth. An urgent intelligence report came through the state security encrypted channel. Report. The mantis has moved. He exploited the window when we lost track of him and has successfully infiltrated the inner second ring of the capital. The target appears to be your private residence. Zhao Genoa's expression darkened. This is bad. A cold smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. The cicada in plain sight had swallowed the poison bait and was now gleefully preparing to present his prize. The hidden mantis could no longer hold back. It was about to swing its deadly scythe at the core figure behind this cicada. General, no need to be nervous. Lin Feng turned to gaze out at the deep night beyond the window, his eyes flashing with the confidence of one who controlled everything. The trap is already set. Now, let's see is the mantis blade faster, or my net closing in even quicker. Chapter 25, The Death of the Mantis, the Cicada's Final Hour. State Security Department, Secret Command Center. A massive holographic screen displayed a precisely zoomed-in 3D map of the capital. A ghostly red dot approached Lin Feng's private residence along an eerily circuitous route. Mantis, caught in the net. Lin Feng sat composed at the command console, uttering the 5 words with unwavering calm. Before him, a dozen split screens monitored every corner inside and outside the apartment in real time. Zhao Genoa stood behind him, fists clenched, palms drenched in sweat. This was no ordinary assassin, it was the sharpest blade in the cicada's arsenal. He bypassed 3 hidden perimeter checkpoints and hacked the community's security AI. He moves like a true phantom, a state security technician's voice trembled. Of course he could bypass them, Lin Feng said calmly. Because those 3 checkpoints were deliberately left for him to hack. Like breadcrumbs, leading him step by step to the stage prepared for him. At that moment, Mantis had already infiltrated the apartment building. He didn't take the elevator. Instead, like a gecko, he clung to the smooth exterior wall, climbing upward silently. Yet beneath the scrutiny of the error detection eye, the specialized optical camouflage combat suit he wore revealed a fatal flaw. Bug alert: under high-frequency electromagnetic pulses, the energy core of the optical camouflage suit experiences a 0.3-second phase disruption, causing the camouflage to fail. Dragon Fong Team 5, stand by, Lin Feng's voice crackled over the encrypted channel. Mantis clung to the exterior of the 18th floor balcony, drawing a pen-shaped laser cutter. The instant the laser ignited. Go! Inside the apartment, curtains violently ripped open. 3 electromagnetic pulse directional devices, already disguised as interior decorations, activated instantly. Buzz! The invisible pulse struck with pinpoint accuracy. The optical camouflage on the mantis abruptly failed, exposing its form completely in the night. A warning bell rang wildly in his mind, triggering an extremely swift reaction. His body plunged downward, attempting to evade the firepower from the window. But facing him was Dragon Fong. Several assault rifles fitted with suppressors spat deadly tongues of fire. The bullets didn't strike his body, but instead struck with precision at the points where his hands and feet clung to the structure. Mantis grunted as he plummeted from the 18th floor like a. Yet despair did not cloud his face. Instead, a savage, vicious glint flashed across his eyes. He slammed his hand against a button at his waist. Plan B, anti-gravity hover device. This was his trump card. It would allow him to hover in midair for 3 seconds, adjust his posture with ease, and land safely. Inside the command center, Zhao Genoa's heart leapt into his throat. A cold smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Plan B? Your trump card is also my prey. His voice echoed again. The energy module in his anti-gravity device skipped overload protection to achieve miniaturization. High-power microwave radiation will incinerate it instantly. On the rooftop of the apartment building, the Dragon Fong sniper, already on standby, pulled the trigger. What shot forth was not a bullet, but a beam of high-power microwaves invisible to the naked eye. The falling mantis jolted to a halt as its anti-gravity device activated successfully. He smiled. Yet that smile lasted only 1 second. Sizzle! A faint sound echoed as a wisp of smoke rose from the device at his waist, instantly rendering it useless. No! For the first time, genuine fear and despair flashed in the mantis's eyes. He couldn't understand why every trump card he'd prided himself on seemed as laughable as a child's toy in the face of his opponent. He crashed like a meteorite onto the high-strength air cushion laid out below, instantly swallowed by the waiting Dragon's Tooth operatives. Mantis was captured. Lin Feng didn't even glance at the capture footage on the screen, his gaze shifting instead to the nationwide map. The mantis hunt is complete. His finger tapped lightly on the console. Now, it's time to clean up Cicada. Close the net. At the command, Dragons Fong and State Security Special Forces struck like thunder. Capital City, a private club. Anna Coulson elegantly swirled the red wine in her glass, awaiting news of the mantis operation's success. Suddenly, a burst of static crackled through her earpiece. Her expression darkened instantly. This was the highest-level alert. The operation had been compromised. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurled her wine glass at the floor-to-ceiling window behind her. Crash! The glass shattered instantly. Like an agile cheetah, she leapt out. This was the 2nd floor, and she had already mapped out her escape route. Yet the moment she landed, before she could dash toward the prearranged getaway vehicle, several state security agents materialized like ghosts from the surrounding shadows, instantly sealing off every possible escape route. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Anna's eyes. You forced my hand. She tore open the sleeve of her right arm, revealing a patch of skin gleaming with a metallic sheen. Plan B, high-voltage arc arm. This was her final trump card capable of unleashing a terrifying high-voltage electric arc within 3 meters, paralyzing all living things. Her right arm implant requires 1.2 seconds of energy precharge to activate. Lin Feng's icy voice crackled through the Special Forces captain's earpiece. During precharge, the energy converter's heat dissipation vent 3 inches below her left scapula is its sole vulnerability. A sharp gleam flashed in the Special Operations captain's eyes. Just as Anna raised her arm, the moment before the electric arc erupted, a specially designed cold capsule round struck precisely below her left shoulder blade. Whoosh! A frigid mist instantly engulfed the area. The terrifying electrical energy brewing on Anna's arm seemed to be choked off, emitting a reluctant wail before extinguishing instantly. The energy circuits within her body froze solid and short-circuited in an instant. He froze in place, unable to move. Impossible, my pre-charge time, how could you possibly know? Anna's eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across the nation. Report. Target Hawkeye Smith apprehended at the State Guesthouse. Report. Target Ghost Michael Chen apprehended at Secret Base. Data destruction failed. Report. All 17 members of the Cicada node in the southwest sector are under control. Report. Victory reports poured into the command center like snowflakes. In less than an hour,
Cicada, this vast espionage network operated by the White Eagle for decades, had been utterly crushed within China's borders. Uprooted to the core. The command center erupted in jubilation. Zhao Genoa's face flushed crimson with excitement. Brilliant. Comrade Lin Feng. You've achieved another extraordinary feat. Lin Feng remained calm, as if he had accomplished nothing more than a trivial task. General, Smith's room at the state guesthouse was merely a decoy. I want his real command center. He pulled up the back-end logs of Smith's communicator, his eye of correction scanning through them. Amidst the seemingly chaotic signal hopping records, an abandoned relay station address repeatedly accessed 3 times and containing a verification bug was exposed. Outskirts of the capital. Abandoned factory number 7. Lin Feng pointed at the map. Half an hour later, Lin Feng personally led the team. Dragon War led Dragon Feng, coordinating with the state security's most elite technical assault team, charging straight toward the target. Beneath the factory lay a secret base fortified like a military stronghold. Yet under Lin Feng's error-detecting gaze, all defenses proved futile. Third tile on the left pressure sensor has a blind spot. The laser net ahead, the cooling fan in the control core has a bug. It'll automatically reboot after 5 seconds of overload. Guided by Lin Feng's instructions, the Special Forces team moved through the facility as if unopposed. Finally, they reached the deserted core control room. At its center sat a cube-shaped storage device, quietly emitting a faint blue glow. Hellhound multi-layered dynamic encryption. Theoretically unbreakable. The state security tech expert sucked in a sharp breath. Lin Feng stepped forward, his error detection eye scanning the device. Theoretically? Against a bug, there is no theory. He stated calmly, the noise harvesting sensors have a calibration bug in the filter module. A 7 Hz directional interference source can deceive its key generation algorithm. The technician scrambled to follow the instructions. Buzz. A faint hum. The supposedly unbreakable Hellhound displayed a line of green text on its screen, access permission granted. Every technical expert present froze in place, their gazes fixed on Lin Feng as if beholding a deity. Lin Feng began reviewing the files. Soon, a top-secret folder named Stinger caught his attention. He clicked it open. Inside lay a genetic attack plan detailed to an appalling degree. As Lin Feng scanned the contents, his eyes turned icy cold. A terrifying aura of murderous intent radiated from him, causing the temperature in the entire control room to plummet by over 10 degrees. Even Long Zhan behind him felt a shiver run through his very soul. Zhao Genoa, viewing the document via remote connection, turned ashen-faced instantly, veins bulging on his forehead. Beasts! These beasts who would destroy a nation and wipe out a race, he gritted out, his voice trembling. Lin Feng slowly closed the document, his voice as cold as ice from the depths of hell, echoing through the deathly silent base. General. War is coming. Chapter 26, The Crisis of Extinction. 72 hours to save Huagua. Lin Feng's gaze was icy as he held the document titled Poison Sting. This was no ordinary espionage operation, it was a blatant plot for genocide. Half an hour later, the Strategic Bureau's highest-level red alert blared across the skies. In Conference Room 0, lights blazed brightly, the atmosphere heavy as iron. The chief sat solemnly at the head of the table, his expression as still as water. Core experts from the military, state security, the Strategic Bureau, and the Correction Project were all present. Liu Jinghua, Zhu Guiyun, Wang Mingyuan, Wang Kuan, and several of the nation's foremost authorities in biological genetics such as Professor Hua, the mother of genetics from Huaqing University, all wore solemn expressions. The detailed contents of the Poison Stinger project were displayed on a massive light screen via an encrypted projection. It was shocking. Professor Hua's voice was hoarse, tinged with uncontrollable anger and sorrow as he interpreted the cold data. This is a targeted attack specifically designed to exploit the unique genetic sequences of our Chinese people. It exploits a vulnerability at the systemic rule level that we have yet to fully comprehend. It marks the target genes, then slowly erodes them. On the light screen, a 3-dimensional model of the marked and eroded gene chain was displayed. The healthy double helix structure appeared as if infected by an invisible virus, developing tiny, spreading dark spots. The incubation period is extremely long, as short as 3 to 5 years, or as long as 1 or 2 generations. In the initial phase, cultivation potential only slightly declines, making it difficult to detect. In the middle stage, cultivation speed slows dramatically, even stalling, as vitality begins to decline. Once it reaches the late stage. Old Hua took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Massive loss of cultivation ability, rapid depletion of vitality, and even direct threat to life. This is not alarmist rhetoric, but a cold, hard projection based on their experimental data. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. Frost settled over every face. This was more insidious, more vicious than direct warfare. According to intelligence analysis, Zhao Genoa added, his voice strained with suppressed fury. The White Eagle Nation has already begun small-scale dissemination through covert channels. For instance, through specially treated imported goods, contaminated medical supplies, or even direct deployment by undercover agents. Their objective is to silently undermine the very foundation of our nation's future. Smack!
The top leader slammed his fist on the table, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice cold as ice.
Their intent to destroy us remains undying. Well done, White Eagle Nation. Well done, Poison Sting. He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping across the room. My order. Effective immediately, the nation enters Level 1 War Alert. All relevant departments are to fully support the Poison Sting decryption operation.
His gaze finally settled on Lin Feng.
Comrade Lin Feng.
Lin Feng rose to his feet, his expression calm, yet deep within his eyes burned a fierce anger.
Present. The genetic blueprint of Stinger is far more complex than anything we currently understand.
The commander's voice was grave.
Conventional decryption methods could take years, even decades. We cannot afford to wait. I give you in all of China's 72 hours. 72 hours, the golden window for rescue. At all costs, decode the Stinger genetic blueprint and find a solution for decryption and containment.
All national biological gene laboratories, supercomputing centers, and relevant experts are at your disposal.
Authority unlimited. If we fail.
The commander trailed off, but the weight of his tone spoke volumes.
The consequences would be unimaginable.
It would be a catastrophe for the entire nation. Lin Feng's eyes were resolute, his voice steady.
I guarantee we will complete the mission.
No grand rhetoric, only the most resolute commitment. As soon as the meeting concluded, Lin Feng immediately led the correction project team's biological gene experts, along with esteemed figures like Elder Hua, into the Genesis Biological Laboratory, the deepest, most highly classified facility located beneath the Qianlong Institute.
This facility housed China's most advanced genetic research equipment and the most comprehensive genetic database. The vast circular laboratory was brightly lit. Dozens of top experts worked with solemn expressions, swiftly operating various precision instruments.
The genetic map data of Venom Sting had been uploaded to the central supercomputing cluster. On the light screen, the complex, twisted gene sequences resembling a labyrinth of abyssal depths flashed and shifted ceaselessly. Every node could conceal a deadly trap.
It's too complex. This doesn't resemble a naturally formed genetic structure at all.
A young geneticist stared at the data, muttering to himself, his forehead glistening with sweat. Marker points are extremely difficult to identify, their camouflage is too sophisticated. Old Hua frowned deeply, his fingers darting across the light screen as he attempted to isolate the critical sequences.
Their erosion pattern seems to exploit some energy transmission principle we haven't yet grasped.
Another senior expert remarked in a deep voice, his tone thick with profound concern.
Time ticked by, the atmosphere in the lab growing increasingly oppressive. Despite the experts' relentless efforts, progress remained painfully slow. The complexity and strangeness of the Venom Sting genetic blueprint exceeded everyone's expectations. Lin Feng stood before the central control console, his expression serene. His eyes had long since activated the error detection vision. To his eyes, the perplexing genetic map was not a tangled mess. Instead, it resembled a colossal program composed of countless lines of code. Those so-called marker points and bizarre erosion patterns were, to him, nothing more than bugs within this program or deliberately exploited vulnerabilities. He did not disturb the experts working intently. He knew conventional research methods would struggle to yield breakthroughs in the short term. What he needed was to dissect the problem from another dimension, a more fundamental level. His mental focus intensified, pushing the power of his error detection eye to its absolute limit. A torrent of genetic data flowed through his mind like a starry river. He searched, seeking out that most primal, most core bug. The system rule loophole exploited and distorted by the White Eagle Nation. On the laboratory wall, a massive countdown display showed crimson digits pulsing relentlessly. 71 hours 58 minutes and 32 seconds. 70 hours 58 minutes and 31 seconds. Each passing second felt like a heavy hammer striking everyone's heart. The shadow of Stinger had already fallen over the land of China. Those marked individuals might be right beside them, or even their own loved ones and friends. Unwittingly, they were walking toward the abyss. The race against time for life and death had begun. Lin Feng took a deep breath, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. He would find him. He had to find him. He was China's last hope. Chapter 27, A Nation-Destroying Virus? No, an opportunity for universal evolution. The air hung heavy in the Genesis Biolab. The countdown ticked like a death knell. 69 hours, 50 minutes, 21 seconds. Professor Hua and several eminent scholars stood gathered around the light screen, brows furrowed. These marker points are too elusive. A gray-haired academician massaged his temples. They blend perfectly into the normal gene sequence. Like a drop of water merging into the ocean, impossible to distinguish. Another expert sighed. We've tried tens of thousands of screening algorithms. None yielded satisfactory results. The initial manifestations of erosion are also extremely subtle. By the time we can clearly detect the anomaly, it's likely already. The consequences were all too clear. In the corner of the lab, Lin Feng stood with his eyes closed. An invisible force field seemed to envelop him. Long Zhan and the Dragon Fall team members guarded the outer perimeter of the lab, ensuring no one could disturb him.
Within Lin Feng's mind, the eye of correction had reached an unprecedented peak.
The incredibly complex poison spike gene map. What appeared as gibberish to ordinary experts. Yet to him, it was a series of clear, flowing code. Flowing, intertwining, forming the mysteries of life. What White Eagle Nation exploited was the rules. What he sought was the flaw within those rules. His mental energy was intensely focused. Like the most precise probe, it plunged deep into the ocean of genetic chains. Countless normal gene sequences flashed past him. He was searching for that singular anomaly. Time ticked by, second by second. The expert's murmurs grew increasingly subdued. Anxiety spread through every heart. Suddenly, Lin Feng's consciousness locked onto a specific gene fragment. It was short and inconspicuous. Within the vast genetic chain, it resembled a speck of dust. Yet, it emitted a peculiar flicker. Under the scrutiny of the proofreading eye, this segment's code was entirely distinct from the rest. It resembled a miniature energy receiver. It possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the system energy of the outside world. Found it. Lin Feng murmured inwardly. This fragment itself harbors no malice. It was more like an innate switch. A switch related to system energy affinity. Under normal circumstances, this switch remained in a semi-closed state. Or rather, its expression efficiency is low. Thus, most people's perception and absorption of system energy remain at a relatively mediocre level. Lin Feng continued his in-depth analysis. The so-called genetic scientists of White Eagle Nation. They discovered this switch. But instead of seeking ways to activate it and enhance energy affinity, instead, they employed an extremely vicious method. They distorted the switch's function. They forcibly locked it into a flawed state and bound it to a slow erosion program. This distorted and amplified bug is the very core of Stinger. Those elusive marker points. They are merely the ripples and projections left by this core bug on the genetic chain. Experts are still searching for a needle in a haystack, trying to find that common pathological focus among countless superficial manifestations. They believed the marker points were the virus. Unbeknownst to them, it was merely the result of the bug's operation. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His eyes held no trace of joy, only cold, murderous intent. And a strange, faint glow. He looked at the central light screen displaying the genetic map that still baffled the experts. So that's how it was. The White Eagle Nation had exploited this flaw. They had transformed it from a potential point of evolution into a devastating weakness. A faint smile slowly curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Since it's a bug, then it could be fixed. Since this bug is related to system energy affinity, then, while the experts were still struggling to find the marker point, Lin Feng has already begun contemplating how to fix this bug. Could this bug actually be put to use? He approached Hua Lao and the others. Professor Hua, distinguished colleagues. Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet it instantly perked up every expert present. They all turned to look at Lin Feng, their eyes filled with anticipation. Consultant Lin, have you made any discoveries? Old Master Hua asked in a hoarse voice. Lin Feng nodded. The marker point, I've found it. What? The entire laboratory fell silent in an instant. All the experts stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng in disbelief. Found it? So quickly? They'd spent hours researching, employing every possible method. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of the marker point. Consultant Lin, found it? Where is it? A young doctor stammered. Lin Feng extended his hand and tapped lightly on the central light screen. The intricate genetic map instantly shifted. Countless sequences flashed by at lightning speed. Finally, it settled on a small, utterly inconspicuous segment. It was precisely the segment Lin Feng had identified earlier. Here. Lin Feng pointed to that segment. This is the core mechanism of the poison sting. The experts crowded around the light screen, scrutinizing it closely. That gene fragment appeared utterly ordinary. It showed almost no difference from the surrounding sequences. How is this possible? We've analyzed this sequence, it's perfectly normal. A senior academician voiced his doubt. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. You've only seen the surface. He reached out once more, manipulating the light screen. The power of the eye of correction emanated faintly through his fingertips. On the light screen, the internal structure of that gene fragment was magnified layer by layer, dissected. What had appeared to be a normal sequence, at its most fundamental level, revealed a minute yet distinct distortion point, like an erroneous character in a code. This distortion point emitted energy fluctuations that jarringly clashed with its surroundings. Old Hua stared at the distortion point, his pupils suddenly contracting. She had spent her entire life studying genes. Never had she encountered such an eerie structure. This isn't naturally formed. Lin Feng's voice remained calm. This is an artificially created, or rather, artificially amplified bug. A gene expression bug related to system energy affinity. The White Eagle Nation exploited this bug. They twisted and amplified it, creating the venom spike. Lin Feng's words struck like thunder. They exploded in the minds of every expert present. A gene expression bug? System energy affinity? These concepts felt both familiar and alien to them. Familiar were the terms themselves. What felt unfamiliar was how Lin Feng connected them in this way. And that he regarded them as the root cause of the venom sting. So that's how it is. A bright light flared in old Hua's eyes. She seemed to grasp a thread of inspiration. No wonder the marking points were so difficult to locate. No wonder the corrosion process is so bizarre. Because they aren't external viruses, but a flaw within our own genes, maliciously exploited. The other experts began to realize this as well. Their gazes toward Lin Feng brimmed with admiration and awe. The puzzle that had baffled them for hours had been so effortlessly unraveled by consultant Lin. Then, can this bug be fixed? One expert asked hopefully. All eyes focused on Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at them, a peculiar curve once again playing at the corners of his mouth. Fixed? Too simple. He paused, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. I was wondering, could this bug be used in reverse? Chapter 28, Turning Poison into Treasure, Evolving the Entire Population. The atmosphere in the Genesis Biolab had frozen solid. Every top expert was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's words, use it in reverse. Turn it around? Utilize this deadly venomous spike gene sequence in reverse? How could that be possible? Professor Hua was the first to recover. A startling gleam flashed in her cloudy old eyes, her voice trembling with excitement. Advisor Lin, are you suggesting? Lin Feng remained composed, his gaze sweeping over every expert present. Venom spike exploits a genetic expression bug in our Chinese bloodlines related to system energy affinity. The White Eagle Nation maliciously distorted and amplified this, attempting to lock down our potential and slowly erode our vitality. He paused, his tone carrying an unshakable confidence. Since it's a bug, it can be fixed. Since the essence of this bug is tied to energy affinity. A faint smile curved Lin Feng's lips. Then why can't we completely correct this negatively locked bug and optimize it to its absolute maximum potential? Not only would we erase the venomous thorn's markings and corrosion, but also seize this opportunity to fully awaken the innate resonance potential deep within our bloodlines, that innate connection to the energy of heaven and earth and the rules of the system. Transforming this deadly poison into a super tonic that fortifies the body and unlocks latent potential. Boom! Lin Feng's words exploded like a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. The minds of every expert in the laboratory went blank in an instant. Reverse optimization? Turning poison into a tonic? This was such a wildly imaginative, such a bold, such an utterly unimaginable concept. They had spent their entire careers studying genes, yet never once had such a mad notion crossed their minds. Is this even theoretically possible? A young geneticist murmured, his eyes filled with bewilderment and awe. Dr. Hua took a deep breath, struggling to steady her racing heart as she fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. Advisor Lin, do you have a concrete plan? Lin Feng nodded. I have a preliminary concept. He walked to the central control console, his fingers flying across the light screen. The power of the Eye of Correction unleashed without restraint. The core gene bug fragment he had identified was magnified once more. But under Lin Feng's manipulation, it began to undergo reorganization and optimization in an entirely new manner. One by one, entirely new gene regulatory sequences materialized from nothingness. Each sequence precisely targeted different layers of the core bug. Some were tasked with unlocking, others with repairing, some with enhancing efficiency, and others with guiding. Experts gathered around, watching the dazzling yet mysteriously beautiful process of gene sequence construction on the light screen, each holding their breath. They couldn't comprehend it. Or rather, Lin Feng's approach to constructing these sequences completely transcended their existing knowledge systems. It resembled a direct editing of the fundamental rules of life itself. Here, adding a segment of Dragon Roar wave sequence can enhance resonance frequency with higher dimensional energy, Lin Feng explained casually while operating, as if describing a trivial matter. Dragon's Roar wave sequence? Elder Hua and the other eminent scholars exchanged bewildered glances. The term was utterly unfamiliar to them. This node requires calibration with the return-to-origin algorithm to ensure stable energy affinity and prevent backlash. The return-to-origin algorithm? Yet another entirely new concept. Lin Feng ignored their confusion as his movements grew increasingly rapid. Under the scrutiny of the correction eye, countless possibilities were instantly deduced, filtered, and optimized. Like a creator standing atop the pinnacle of life's code, he freely modified the blueprint of existence. Time ticked away, second by second. The countdown on the wall had already reached 68 hours. The atmosphere inside the lab, however, gradually shifted from the initial oppressive anxiety to an almost frenzied anticipation. All the experts forgot their fatigue, forgot the passage of time. Like the most devoted apprentices, they gazed in awe at Lin Feng's masterful manipulations. Each sequence construction, every node adjustment, delivered a shock akin to a sudden awakening. Who knew genes could be manipulated like this? Who knew life's potential could be unleashed in such a brutally simple way? Finally, with roughly 65 hours left on the countdown,
Lin Feng halted his work.
on the light screen, a brand new gene optimization sequence, radiating a faint golden halo, appeared in its entirety.
It appeared flawless, brimming with vitality and explosive power.
Like a slumbering dragon, poised to awaken.
It's done, Lin Feng murmured softly.
He gave this sequence a name.
The Dragon Soul Awakening Sequence. It serves 3 purposes. First, it purges all traces and negative effects of the venom spike dot. Second, it repairs and optimizes genetic bugs related to energy affinity, significantly enhancing an individual's efficiency in absorbing and converting cosmic energy. Third, and most crucially, Lin Feng paused, a profound gleam flashing in his eyes. It gently guides and awakens the innate adaptability and affinity for system rules deep within our Chinese bloodline. Simply put, it enhances cultivation aptitude, making it easier to comprehend rules and break through bottlenecks.
Moreover, even for ordinary individuals lacking innate cultivation talent, it holds a certain probability of unlocking the door to cultivation. Silence. Dead silence. If Lin Feng's proposal of reverse optimization had been earth-shattering before,
then now, the 3 effects of this Dragon Soul Awakening sequence, especially the third one,
were nothing short of a mythical revelation. Enhancing the cultivation aptitude of the entire populace? Allowing ordinary people to unlock the door to cultivation? This is no longer mere genetic enhancement.
This is artificially orchestrating a monumental, sweeping evolution of the entire species.
Madness, utter madness. An elderly academician muttered, trembling with excitement. Not from fear, but from an indescribable ecstasy and awe.
Professor Hua suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's arm, her hand icy cold from overwhelming emotion.
Advisor Lin. The sequence, can it truly be achieved?
Her voice trembled with disbelief. Lin Feng looked at her calmly and nodded.
Theoretically, it's flawless.
For specifics, we'll need final simulation verification through the Heavenly Craftsman supercomputer.
Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, though it was unclear who. The gaze the entire lab's experts directed at Lin Feng could no longer be described as mere awe. It was the gaze reserved for deities, saviors, and pioneers.
He had forcibly turned a crisis of extinction into an opportunity for universal evolution.
Such vision. Such ingenuity.
It was nothing short of a stroke of genius.
No. A miracle.
Zhao Zhenhua, listening in via remote communication, heard Lin Feng's explanation and the experts' reactions. His hand holding the communicator trembled slightly. He knew Lin Feng was exceptionally strong and highly creative. But he never imagined that Lin Feng could bring such an enormous surprise to him and to the entire nation of China. This was no longer merely resolving a crisis. This was about leading the entire Chinese nation toward a whole new level.
Immediately.
Upload the Dragon Soul Awakening sequence data to Tiangong.
Zhao Zhenhua roared into the communicator, his voice distorted with excitement. Highest priority. At all costs. Conduct simulation verification. He could hardly wait to see the results.
Lin Feng gazed at the golden glowing Dragon Soul Awakening sequence on the light screen, his eyes calm and profound.
Detoxification? Too low level. I will make the entire population evolve.
This gift package White Eagle Nation schemed so hard to deliver.
We, the Chinese nation, would be rude to refuse.
He eagerly anticipated the moment when the Dragon Soul Awakening sequence would quietly spread across the land of China. When the collective strength of the Chinese people begins to surge at an astonishing rate.
What expressions would grace the faces of the White Eagle Nation's high-ranking officials?
It would be truly spectacular.
A familiar, amused curve once again touched the corners of Lin Feng's lips. Chapter 29, Nationwide Optimization, Awakening of the Dragon Veins.
Strategic Bureau, Zero Command Center. This was the very core brain of Huagua's response to extraordinary crises, yet at this moment it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the top experts and analysts in their specialized uniforms, including General Zhao Zhenhua with his shoulder stars, held their breath. Their eyes, filled with fervor and reverence, were fixed on the young figure at the center of the command center.
Lin Feng.
He stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the enormous holographic 3D sand table that covered the entire hall before him. Upon it, every detail of China's 9,600,000 square kilometers of mountains and rivers was rendered with pinpoint precision.
Yet beneath Lin Feng's discerning gaze, this was no ordinary military map.
It was an unprecedented creation, the China Rule sand table woven from the collective destiny of hundreds of millions of citizens, the dragon energy of the land's veins, and intangible cosmic principles. A colossal golden dragon, formed from the collective destiny of hundreds of millions of citizens, coiled atop the sand table, slumbering. Its scales were dull, its aura subdued, as if awaiting the moment to awaken.
National optimization, initiate.
Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet it carried an almost magical authority, instantly transmitting the highest level encrypted command to every corner of Huagua.
The next second,
a sudden transformation erupted upon the sand table.
Countless fine golden specks, like a gentle rain, materialized from the void. They silently showered every inch of the land, every city, and every village across the vast expanse of China. This was the Dragon Soul Awakening Sequence Guide substance, diluted billions of times over. Through water supply systems, air purification networks, and various subtle channels, it began nourishing every descendant of the Chinese people upon this land. The slumbering golden dragon of destiny, as if stirred by some mysterious force, emitted a deep, resonant dragon's roar. On its body, a scale located in the eastern coastal region once dull and lifeless began to glow faintly with a golden light. "Success!" exclaimed an expert monitoring the data, his voice trembling with excitement. Zhao Zhenhua clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with intensity. However, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He extended a finger and tapped lightly on the massive sand table. The area where Donghai City was located instantly zoomed in. Reporting to consultant Lin, an expert immediately relayed the findings. The Donghai City region shows a sequence activation rate 3.7% below the national average. Preliminary assessment indicates local industrial water pollution may be interfering with the guidance factor. "It's not water pollution." Lin Feng spoke calmly, his eye of correction having already discerned the root of the problem. "It's Donghai City's drinking water source. The naturally occurring manganese-type trace elements in it have triggered a subtle rule repulsion bug with the B3 solvent, causing the sequence activation efficiency to drop. Notify Donghai City to immediately adjust the guidance agent formulation. Reduce B3 solvent concentration by 0.13%. Simultaneously, add trace amounts of neutralizing enzyme 9 at a precise dosage of 0.02 mg per cubic meter." The order was issued. The experts present stared in stunned silence at Lin Feng's deity-like precision and unwavering confidence in his directives. Less than 5 minutes later, a report arrived from Donghai City. After adjusting the formula, the sequence activation rate began to soar. On the sand table, the dim area representing Donghai City suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance. The golden dragon of destiny let out another satisfied dragon's roar. Its scales were now fully illuminated, radiating a golden, sacred, and majestic glow. The entire dragon's body seemed to grow even more imposing. "Brilliant!" Zhao Zhenhua couldn't help but cheer. This sensation of orchestrating strategies from afar, deciding the fate of a nation like a deity, it was utterly exhilarating. And this was merely the beginning. Report. In the Northwest Gobi test zone, due to unique geomagnetic conditions, a decay bug has occurred in sequence energy transmission. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the room. Adjust the resonance frequency of the local Qiming formation from 7.3 Hz to 7.315 Hz. This will create regular resonance with the geomagnetic field, leveraging its force against itself. Report. In the southwest 100,000 Mountains region, the unique bloodlines of ethnic minorities are causing a compatibility bug with the sequence. Without hesitation, Lin Feng replied, add a natural affinity factor extracted from the life totem to the guiding agent at a concentration of 0.01%. This will achieve perfect compatibility. One seemingly intractable problem after another proved child's play before Lin Feng, effortlessly resolved one by one. Upon the sand table, the golden dragon representing China's destiny glowed ever brighter. Scale after scale ignited in succession. From the eastern coast to the western plateaus. From the snowy northern lands to the southern seas. Golden light swept all before it. The slumbering dragon was slowly awakening at a visible pace. Its form grew increasingly solid, its aura ever more colossal. An intangible, boundless confidence and strength belonging to the entire nation was quietly gathering. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the land of the white-headed eagle, deep within the Pentagon's underground shield command center, the atmosphere was as oppressive as death. A disheveled white analyst, his face ringed by two enormous dark circles, pounded the keyboard in hysterics. Another one of these statistical ghosts. Why did China's National Potential Composite Index suddenly jump in such an illogical, stair-step fashion without any warning? Has their database been tampered with? No. Our quantum entanglement probes show no reaction. Did they develop a new gene-based drug? Impossible. No intelligence indicates such a breakthrough. What the hell is going on? Someone tell me. The defense minister stared at the screen, where the red curve representing Huag was potential shot upward at a near 90-degree angle. His face was so dark it could have dripped water. He felt as if he were watching the most absurd science fiction movie. China was the protagonist who had unlocked blood and infinite upgrade cheats. They, meanwhile, had become the foolish villains who kept getting beaten senseless without even understanding why they were being attacked. China, Command Center. Lin Feng had no idea how utterly mad and broken his opponents across the ocean were becoming at that very moment. He simply sat quietly, admiring his creation. Upon the sand table, the golden dragon of China's destiny had fully awakened. It roared to the heavens, its golden divine light illuminating the entire sand table of rules. That colossal, majestic might, commanding the world with utter disdain, stirred a surge of pride and honor deep within the souls of every Chinese present. It worked! Zhao Zhenhua wept tears of joy. However, at that very moment, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, without warning. His gaze instantly sharpened like a blade. fixed intently upon the neck of the golden dragon of destiny.
There, atop that flowing, nearly impenetrable layer of divine protective light. A thread finer than a strand of hair by billions of times, nearly impossible to detect by any instrument or even by an S-rank powerhouse.
A pitch-black crack. Silently, it appeared. From within that fissure emanated an extremely faint yet ominous and eerie aura of rule distortion. As if something unseen had exploited some unfathomable glitch, tearing open a tiny breach, attempting to infiltrate the heartland of China. A cold curve formed at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. A bug that came knocking? Seems some rats still refuse to give up. Chapter 30, The Shepherd's Hunting Game.
Zero Command Center, atop the massive Huaxia Rule Santable. Upon the newly awakened golden dragon of destiny, its entire body radiating brilliant golden light, a crack finer than a strand of hair appeared on its slender, majestic neck. Like a flaw on a perfect piece of jade, it stood out starkly.
Lin Feng, what's wrong? Zhao Genoa was the first to notice Lin Feng's unusual state and the fleeting, icy killing intent that had flashed through him. A rat has infiltrated.
Lin Feng's voice was flat, yet it instantly froze the atmosphere throughout the command center.
He extended a finger and tapped lightly on the massive sand table. The jet-black crack instantly magnified billions of times. The eye of correction operated at full capacity, rendering the world before his eyes with unprecedented clarity. He saw it. It wasn't a true crack, but an extremely faint yet utterly bizarre distortion band. Like a parasite, it had exploited an infinitesimal gap in the rapid flow of Huaxia's protective national fortune, forcibly tearing open an entry point and burrowing its way in. Clever, Lin Feng murmured, a cold smile curling his lips. This isn't conventional infiltration. It's a rule-level penetration exploiting perceptual deception.
Neither the standard heavenly net system nor even the psychic power of an S-rank powerhouse could detect it.
Zhao Genoa's heart sank upon hearing this. Is it White Eagle Nation?
They've already lost their patience so quickly?
Who else could it be?
Lin Feng's gaze shifted to another screen in the command center. It displayed China's real-time military activity map.
Heavenly Engineer.
Activate highest level permissions. Lock onto this anomalous bug fluctuation source and conduct reverse tracking.
Boom!
The Tiangong supercomputing cluster emitted a deep rumble as a torrent of data cascaded down the screens like a waterfall.
In less than 3 seconds, a blinding red dot abruptly appeared on the aerial map of China's northwestern border. It was moving at supersonic speed toward the inland hinterland. Its trajectory was erratic and elusive.
Locked on, a technical expert screamed, his voice thick with disbelief. Zhao Genoa stared intently at the red, his fist clenching unconsciously.
Where is their target? Tiangong initiated another high-speed simulation, mapping out multiple potential attack routes. Ultimately, every route converged on a single location.
The heavily guarded ground testing facility for the Kunpeng aerospace carrier's core engine, deep within the Gobi Desert.
Damn it!
They want to destroy the heart of our Kunpeng, a major general roared in fury. Zhao Genoa's face darkened to the extreme, ready to order an immediate intercept.
Hold on.
Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him, a hint of amusement playing on his lips.
A bug that walks right into your hands, why crush it immediately? He watched the red dot on the screen, convinced it was moving undetected at high speed, his gaze as cold as if observing a cage full of white mice. They think they're ghosts, hunters in control of the game. Then let them dream a little longer.
Lin Feng walked to the China Rule sandbox, his correction eye once again scanning the vast expanse. His finger tapped lightly ahead of the Ghost Squad's planned flight path.
There lay a zone of intense stratospheric convection.
Fix the atmospheric ionosphere instability bug here, Lin Feng stated calmly.
The next second, thousands of kilometers away in the northwest sky, the previously clear, cloudless sky suddenly darkened. Thick bolts of lightning, like silver serpents dancing wildly, appeared out of nowhere. They formed a small yet terrifying thunderstorm zone. The Ghost Squadron, flying at high speed, was startled by this sudden turn of events. Captain Night Owl. High-intensity electromagnetic storm ahead. Our phantom systems will be jammed. Damn it. Change course. Veer 30 degrees south. We're going around it. Night Owl cursed under his breath.
Though he found the storm's timing suspicious, he didn't dwell on it, immediately ordering a course correction. Inside the command center, Zhao Genoa and the others stared dumbfounded at the red dot on the screen as it obediently followed Lin Feng's planned route and made a sharp turn.
This maneuver is way too slick? This wasn't about fixing a bug. This was clearly summoning wind and rain, acting as a shepherd to drive this group of self-important ghosts into a preset slaughterhouse.
Continue, Lin Feng said, his expression unchanged as his fingers moved across the sand table once more. Fix the spatial micro-wrinkle bug on their new flight path. The command was issued.
The detouring Ghost Squad suddenly sensed an extremely faint energy fluctuation in their Phantom stealth system. Warning! Spatial parameters showing faint fluctuations. Stealth field stability decreased by 1%.
The weather and space in this damn place are way too unstable, another team member muttered under his breath.
Night Owl's brow furrowed as a growing sense of unease gripped him. Adjust course again. 15 degrees north. We must exit this anomaly zone immediately. And so it went.
Under Lin Feng's repeated divine guidance of fixing environmental bugs, Team Ghost zigzagged like monkeys being led on a merry dance across the vast skies of China. They believed they were evading various hostile natural phenomena. Unbeknownst to them, every move they made was calculated by Lin Feng. Step by step, they were being herded toward that place long prepared for them. The Graveyard of Death.
Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief.
A combat staff officer pointed at a gorge on the map, his voice trembling with excitement.
The target has entered the preset C3 ambush zone of Dragon's Fang.
Zhao Genoa watched the red dot finally cease its movement on the screen, exhaling a long breath as a cruel smile spread across his face. He turned to look at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with unparalleled admiration.
To toy with the enemy as if they were in the palm of one's hand. This was the true meaning of a dimensional strike.
Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet, walked to the communicator, and connected to Long Zhan's encrypted channel.
Long Zhan. Advisor. Dragon Fang is in position.
Long Zhan's voice came through the communicator, cold yet excited.
A bloodthirsty curve lifted the corners of Lin Feng's mouth.
His voice, transmitted through quantum communication, echoed clearly in every Dragon Fang member's ear like the Grim Reaper's verdict.
The fish is in the net. Get ready. Time to collect the delivery.
Chapter 31, The Divine Hand, Correcting Errors Across the Void.
Northwest Border, Death Canyon C3.
The Ghost Squad had barely touched down when an uneasy feeling surged to its peak within squad leader Night Owl.
Move out.
Long Zhan's low command echoed like the opening salvo of hell. 12 figures clad in dark gold dragon scale armor burst forth from all directions like specters peeling from the shadows, utterly silent.
Enemy attack.
Night Owl reacted with lightning speed, his warning ringing out sharply. Beside him, the member codenamed Viper instinctively raised his arm to wield the energy blade.
But it was too late. Target Viper, right prosthetic arm. Prepare for a powerful magnetic pulse.
Lin Feng's voice seemed to have foreseen everything. A Dragon Fang team member, shouldering a peculiar device, had already locked onto the Viper.
Buzz. An invisible magnetic pulse surged through the air. Ah!
Viper screamed in agony as a tearing pain shot through his right arm. The energy blade, sharp enough to slice through iron like mud, instantly extinguished. His entire cybernetic limb froze rigid, completely beyond his control.
Cybernetic interface overload bug triggered. Swoosh! A dark golden blade flashed by, swift as lightning.
Viper's head, frozen in terror, flew skyward.
Blood stained the cold Gobi rocks crimson. The first. They know our weakness.
Alarm bells rang in Night Owl's mind, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head.
Impossible.
Every member's equipment glitches and physiological flaws were top-secret classified information within White Eagle Nation. The one on the left with the energy rifle, his optical camouflage has an imaging delay bug under 780 nanometer infrared light.
Lin Feng's remote command echoed once more.
A flash of red light flickered in Long San's eyes as his specialized tactical goggles switched frequencies, instantly locking onto the previously indistinct figure.
Bang! The specially designed sniper round struck with pinpoint accuracy.
Another Ghost team member fell silently. In the blink of an eye, 2 key commanders were lost. Yet Night Owl was, after all, a battle-hardened ace captain. After a moment of shock, a flash of ruthlessness and resolve flickered in his eyes.
Activate Silent Domain. Codename Hermes Veil.
He slammed a concealed button on his chest armor.
Buzz.
An invisible energy field, filled with chaos and warp laws, instantly radiated outward from him,
enveloping the entire canyon. Warning.
Unknown rule interference bug force field detected. Properties, shields conventional communications, distorts energy perception, interferes with mental lock-on. Inside Zero Command Center, the blue dot representing Dragon Fang Squad on the holographic display before Lin Feng began flickering violently, his connection becoming intermittent. Communications are being jammed.
Zhao Genoa's expression darkened. Night Owl watched the Dragon Fang Squad fall into brief chaos, letting out a cold, savage laugh. Fools! Did you really think I'd come unprepared?
Hermes Veil is an anti-rule weapon we developed specifically to counter prophet-type enemies like you. Within this field, all perception will be distorted. All communications will be blocked.
Lin Feng, your eyes are blinded now.
Your voice is now silenced.
Ghosts!
Let them taste true despair.
Counterattack.
Without Lin Feng's bug command, the Dragon Fang Squad was like blindfolded warriors. Though formidable and fearless in battle, they instantly found themselves locked in a fierce struggle against the Ghost Squad equally elite A-rank operatives armed with superior gear.
Boom!
Shirshan, shielding the support member Linghu behind him, took the full brunt of an enemy energy cannon blast on his back. Even with the upgraded dark gold dragon scale armored defense, he was still knocked flying, blood spurting from his mouth.
Shirshan!
His teammates' eyes widened in horror.
Damn it! I can't see their movements.
Blazing Fire's pyroblast missed its mark, allowing the enemy to seize the opportunity. A cold energy blade sliced through his arm.
The tide of battle turned in an instant. Inside the command center, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Lin Feng. Zhao Genoa cried urgently, "What do we do now?" Lin Feng remained silent, slowly closing his eyes. When those eyes opened again, they held not a trace of emotion, only a cosmic, unfathomable calm. Remote command? A cold curve touched his lips. Who told you I only know remote command? A rule interference field? Interesting. But playing with rules in front of me. He slowly extended his right hand, fingers splayed, palm facing upward. You lot are still too green. In my name, I correct the heavens and earth. Boom. A terror beyond description, as if emanating from the very source of the world, descended suddenly, centered on Lin Feng. In that instant, his spiritual power seemed to connect with the very dragon veins of all China, resonating with the vast heavenly net system. It pierced through spatial barriers. Ignoring the shielding of the silent realm. It descended with pinpoint precision upon the battlefield of Canyon C3. On the battlefield, Night Owl, who had been relentlessly suppressing the Dragon Fong squad, froze rigid. He felt with horror a cold, vast, godlike will locking onto him. Before that will, his pride and joy, the Hermes veil, felt as fragile as thin paper. Every intricate energy circuit within his S-class battle armor, Night God, every minute structure, even every control program composed of countless lines of code, were all seen clearly. Utterly transparent. Impossible, impossible. Night Owl let out a blood-curdling scream that sounded nothing like a human voice. How could you penetrate my silent realm? Your domain? Lin Feng's cold, detached voice seemed to resonate directly within the depths of his soul. To me, it's full of holes. Target, S-class battle armor Night God. Critical bug detected, energy cycle overload bug. Bug description, its core energy module employs an unstable algorithm to forcibly compress energy during pursuit of maximum output. Upon exposure to specific frequency energy stimuli, this algorithm enters a logical infinite loop, causing instantaneous reverse energy shockwaves that detonate the core from within. Now, taste the sensation of being consumed by your own power. Lin Feng's will, like an invisible finger, gently plucked a certain energy rule string within the battlefield's surrounding space. The natural energy field of the entire C3 canyon had its resonant frequency forcibly and precisely altered to 6.666 Hz. At that very moment, Night Owl was preparing to push the Night God battle armor's power to its absolute limit, aiming to annihilate the trapped Dragon Fong squad in one decisive strike. But then, he suddenly felt an excruciating, gut-wrenching pain surge through the core energy module in his chest. He looked down to see his pride and joy, the S-class battle armor, erupting from its chest with a blindingly dangerous red glow. The internal energy surged like a runaway stallion, violently reversing its flow. No! Night Owl let out a desperate roar. He tried to cut off the energy supply, but it was too late. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering explosion. The Night God battle armor exploded from within. A terrifying energy storm engulfed Night Owl, along with his twisted despair, swallowing them whole. The White Eagle Nation's strongest ace, a PK rank powerhouse, along with his S-rank battle armor, the pinnacle of the nation's technological prowess. Under Lin Feng's devastating dimensional strike, it shattered into a sky filled with flying metal fragments. The silent realm collapsed in its wake. The remaining few Ghost team members watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. Their expressions froze in utter terror and bewilderment. What awaited them was the Dragon Fong squad's blades, fueled by boundless fury and vengeance. The battle was over. Inside the command center, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Though his face was pale, a victorious smile curved his lips. General. The package has been delivered. Zhao Genoa stared at the demonic figure on the screen, exhaling a long, heavy breath. He turned his head to look at the young man beside him. Only two words remained in his mind. Invincible. Lin Feng answered Long Zhan's call. Pack up that captain's remains and bring them back. I'm very interested in the technology on his body. Chapter 32, The Battle for Souls. Strategic Bureau, deepest underground level, the Ultra S-Class Bioinformation Lab, codenamed Deep Blue. The air was icy and heavy. The shattered remains of Night Owl's Night God battle armor, along with his highly genetically modified brain preserved in a special energy container, lay silently on the central laboratory table. Surrounding them, over a dozen of China's most elite biologists, neuroscientists, and information engineers stood with grave expressions, utterly helpless. Impossible. General Zhao, it's utterly impossible. A white-haired academician removed his glasses and rubbed his temples wearily. We've attempted 17 non-invasive memory retrieval protocols. Each time, the moment our psychic probes approached the target's cerebral cortex, that damn self-destruct sequence activated instantly. He pointed at the screen, where a bizarre data stream composed of countless twisted runes flashed dangerously red. This isn't a conventional self-destruct mechanism. It's more like a form of mental contamination embedded at the soul level. Once triggered, not only will all memory data be instantly obliterated, but it will unleash a terrifying psychic plague. Enough to drive everyone in this entire lab mad. Zhao Genoa's face turned ashen, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. The methods of this White Eagle Nation are truly vicious to the extreme. At that moment, the laboratory's alloy doors slid open silently.
Lin Feng stepped inside, with Long Zhan following closely behind like a towering pillar.
Advisor Lin.
Seeing Lin Feng, all the experts present looked upon him as a savior, a glimmer of hope igniting in their eyes. Without a word, Lin Feng walked straight to the lab bench, his gaze calmly sweeping over the screen displaying that bizarre mental pollution bug.
The eye of correction activated silently.
Conventional methods are indeed useless, Lin Feng stated flatly, effectively sentencing the expert's efforts to failure with a single sentence.
You've treated it like a lock, constantly trying to figure out how to open it. But in reality, it's a trap. The more you try to unlock it, the more you trigger it. The senior academician froze, then smiled bitterly. Advisor Lin, your insight is as sharp as a torch. So, what do you suggest we do? It's simple. Since it's a trap, don't step on it. Just dismantle it. Dismantle it? Everyone present was stunned. That's a bug embedded at the soul level. How do you dismantle it?
Lin Feng offered no explanation. He sat down before a specially designed deep consciousness diving device and donned the connected helmet. General Zhao, whatever happens next, do not interrupt me. Zhao Zhenhua met his resolute gaze, took a deep breath, and nodded firmly, understood. Buzz. Lin Feng's consciousness was instantly pulled into a bizarre, chaotic, and maddening world. This was the mental labyrinth woven from the remnants of Night Owl's brain memories intertwined with the White Eagle Nation's psychic corruption. Countless twisted memory fragments scattered like shards of a shattered mirror. Interwoven with the malice-filled, corrupted bug runes of the Ouroboros, they formed deadly logic traps.
This is interesting. Lin Feng's consciousness floated calmly amidst the chaos. Rather than rushing to search for memories, he used his eye of correction to analyze the labyrinth's underlying structure. Found at the maze walls constructed by the logic deadlock bug. Visual distortions created by the memory fragmentation bug. And this, the coarse psychic corruption self-destruct bug, lurking like a ticking time bomb in the labyrinth's deepest recesses. At that very moment, deep within the labyrinth, the time bomb seemed to sense the intruder. Boom! A mental shockwave, condensed from pure malevolence, struck violently. Mental assault? Too bad your trigger mechanism has a bug. Lin Feng sneered coldly. His consciousness shifted slightly, dodging the shockwave at an impossible angle by the narrowest of margins. He had precisely exploited a minute delay bug in the shockwave's energy transmission path. Now, it's my turn. Lin Feng ceased his passive defense. His consciousness transformed into a golden lightning bolt, charging toward the labyrinth's core. Wherever it passed, the so-called logic traps and memory fog crumbled like paper under his error-detecting gaze, pierced with effortless ease. Like a programmer wielding ultimate administrator privileges, he rampaged through the enemy's mental server. Finally, he reached the deepest recesses of the labyrinth. The mental corruption self-destruct bug, composed of countless twisted runes and emitting an ominous red glow, lay before him. Sensing mortal peril, it began to flicker wildly, on the verge of detonation. Trying to self-destruct? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Feng's lips. Before me, you don't even have the right to self-destruct. Eye of correction, alter. Lin Feng's psychic energy transformed into billions of invisible threads, instantly binding the self-destruct bug. He did not repair it. Instead, he altered its core command. Command self-destruct altered. New command, forced information release. Buzz. The imminent detonation of the self-destruct bug abruptly halted. Then, like a database whose every valve had been forcibly opened. All the deepest, most locked-away memories within the Night Owl's mind. Like a bursting dam, it gushed out wildly. The overwhelming torrent of information instantly shattered the entire mental labyrinth, violently flooding into Lin Feng's consciousness. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his brain would burst. But he endured the excruciating pain, frantically sifting through and reading the information. He saw it. A secret laboratory called Genesis. He saw several ancient stone tablets engraved with mysterious genetic sequences. He witnessed the birth of the Stinger Project. He saw the development of the Silent Realm. He saw how Night Owl and his ghost squad were transformed into inhuman, ghostly war machines through these technologies. Finally, all images froze upon a majestic palace buried deep underground, radiating boundless majesty and deathly stillness. Countless lifelike terracotta warriors, like a silent army, guarded a colossal bronze sarcophagus. A desolate, ancient, and even fatally terrifying aura, one that seemed to transcend existing rules, swept over us. The underground palace of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum in China. Lin Feng's consciousness jolted violently. He finally understood. This is the true origin of all White Eagle's cutting-edge technology. A terrifying dungeon of S rank, or perhaps even beyond S rank, concealing the secrets of an ancient, extraordinary civilization. I must obtain it. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open as he tore himself away from the submersible's controls. His face was as pale as paper, yet his eyes burned with an unnerving intensity. He turned to Zhao Zhenhua, whose face was etched with tension. Though his voice was weak, it carried an unquestionable resolve. General, I found the source of White Eagle Nation's black technology. An ancient imperial tomb, dormant for 1,000 years. Chapter 33, Using Our Ancestors' Methods to Prepare for Tomorrow's Battle. Strategic Bureau, Conference Room 0. Dead silence hung heavy, palpable as substance. After Lin Feng delivered his report word for word on the earth-shattering intelligence concerning the underground palace of Qin Shi Huang's tomb, obtained from the mental labyrinth, the highest decision-makers of Hua Nation fell into a prolonged silence. Beneath that silence, a torrent of rage was brewing. Genesis Laboratory. Ancient genetic tablets. Academician Lu Jinghua, a titan of the military-industrial complex, his cloudy old eyes bloodshot, his hands trembling violently with fury, knuckles turning white. I understand everything now. He slammed his fist on the table, his voice hoarse with rage. No wonder White Eagle Nation has made so many astonishing breakthroughs in genetic modification and rule-based weapons in recent years. The spiritual plague of Project Stinger. The silent realm of the Ghost Squad. The underlying logic of these technologies fundamentally contradicts their existing tech tree. I've been puzzling over this for ages. He sprang to his feet, jabbing his finger forcefully at the imposing holographic projection of the underground palace. His voice cracked with fury. So that's it. Those shameless thieves have been stealing all along. They've been stealing the legacy left by our ancestors. They've desecrated the tomb of our first emperor. They've stolen the most ancient, most core extraordinary technologies of our Huaxia civilization. And then, they've turned these very technologies into weapons against us. This is utter shamelessness. Utter depravity. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. General Zhao Genoa's face turned ashen, a terrifying aura of murderous intent radiating from him, causing the temperature in the conference room to plummet. This is no mere theft of technology, he snarled through gritted teeth. This is the most fundamental desecration and plunder of a civilization. They seek to sever our roots, using the brilliance of our ancestors to forge the chains that will strangle our descendants. The room erupted in fury. This was not merely a military threat, it was an intolerable, profound humiliation to the nation's very soul. Quiet. Lin Feng's calm voice, like ice water poured over heads, instantly cooled the heated crowd. His face remained icy, yet his eyes burned with extraordinary clarity and sharpness. He turned to Zhao Genoa and began his calm, logical analysis. General, distinguished elders, anger won't solve this. We must now confront a far more severe reality. He extended a finger, tracing streams of data through the air. Based on the wave patterns I've analyzed from the fragmented memories of Night Owl, it can be deduced that within the underground palace of the first emperor's mausoleum, there exists an independent and extremely ancient rule field. This field shares commonalities with our current system rules yet exhibits fundamental differences. I refer to it as the ancient Huaxia protocol. The so-called black technology of the White Eagle Nation essentially exploits the system bugs in our modern equipment and the incompatibility with the ancient Huaxia protocol to create rule-based weapons. In other words, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he delivered a conclusion that sent a chill through every expert present. All our current standard equipment, whether individual combat armor, energy weapons, or even aerospace carriers like the Kunping class, is designed based on the existing system rules. Once within the domain of the ancient Huaxia protocol in the Qin Emperor's mausoleum, even the most minor, harmless, or undiscovered design bugs and manufacturing bugs in our equipment will be amplified infinitely. The result could very well be weapon failure, combat armor paralysis, or even immediate energy core detonation. To proceed directly is to court death. The words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. The rage on Lu Jinghua and the others' faces instantly gave way to a cold sweat. As top experts in their respective fields, they instantly grasped the terrifying implications of Lin Feng's words. It was like trying to use top-tier antivirus software developed for Windows to eliminate a core virus on a Harmony OS system, a platform built on entirely different underlying logic. The result would be that not only would your antivirus prove ineffective, but it would crash and blue screen due to system incompatibility. Then, what should we do? A young major general asked, his voice dry. Simple. A hint of pride flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Prepare for tomorrow's battle using the methods of our ancestors. He spun abruptly and declared to Zhao Genoa with unwavering resolve. General. Time is of the essence. Since White Eagle Nation has already gained the upper hand, they won't stop now. We must act immediately. I require full authority to mobilize Lab 001 and all relevant experts. Conduct a targeted bug immunity upgrade on all core equipment deployed in our upcoming campaign. We have no time to develop new equipment from scratch. The only solution is to patch our existing gear, a special patch compatible with the Guhua Tixia protocol and capable of resisting its rule amplification. Zhao Genoa perked up at the words, slamming his fist on the table. Excellent. I'll issue the order immediately. All relevant resources nationwide will be allocated to you without restriction. Whatever you need, you shall have. An unprecedented pre-battle bug-fixing mobilization raced against time, unfolding with maximum efficiency within Lab 001. Full sets of equipment for the Dragon Fang Squad and the elite breaker forces were urgently delivered.
This golden dragon scale armor achieves 99% energy circuit efficiency under the current system. Lin Feng pointed to a suit of battle armor, explaining to the visibly tense academician Wan Kuan. But in my simulations, once it enters the ancient Huaxia protocol field within the Qin Emperor's mausoleum, a minute resonance frequency bug within it will be amplified 17-fold. The result? Energy transmission efficiency plummets to 30%, with a 15% chance of outright overload.
Academician Wan Kuan broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Then, what should we do? Fix it. Lin Feng's answer was simple and direct. But that wasn't enough.
When upgrading Chui's breaking army spear, a massive problem arose.
This won't work, Consultant Lin. Academician Lu Jinghua stared at the blueprints, his brow furrowed in worry.
For the armor-piercing rules at the tip to function stably under the ancient Huaxia protocol, we must incorporate at least 0.5 grams of secret metal as the rule transmission medium. But our strategic reserves of this material are completely depleted.
All the experts fell silent. It seemed like a dead end.
Lin Feng, however, walked over to a pile of spare materials and pulled out two seemingly unrelated ordinary alloy pieces. This A7 alloy exhibits the property of strengthening under stress, but it carries an energy overload brittleness bug. And this B9 alloy possesses extreme ductility, but it has an energy transmission attenuation bug. He placed both alloys onto a specially designed rule resonator. The eye of correction erupted with golden light. At a resonance frequency of 73 kHz, infuse the power of the dragon vein to forcibly counteract and neutralize these two diametrically opposed bug attributes. Buzz. The instrument emitted a piercing, buzzing sound. Amidst dazzling light, the two alloys began to fuse at a visible speed. As the light faded, a brand new silver metal, sparkling with pinpoints of starlight and emitting incredibly stable, regular fluctuations, appeared before everyone.
What is this? Academician Lu Jinghua trembled as he stepped forward. After testing it with his instrument, he gasped in astonishment.
Its regular transmission properties match those of secret metal with a similarity rate of 99.9%.
No! Its stability surpasses even that of secret metals. The entire laboratory erupted in excitement.
All the experts stared at Lin Feng as if he were a miracle-working alchemy god walking among mortals.
Exploiting a bug. Neutralizing a bug. Thus creating an entirely new, perfect substance.
Such methods had completely surpassed their comprehension. Under Lin Feng's near-bug-like creative ability, every challenge dissolved effortlessly. When the countdown ended and China's most elite expedition team assembled aboard the Kunlun, every piece of equipment they carried had been transformed beyond recognition.
Depart! Lin Feng stood at the bow, gazing intently at the ancient land that held China's millennia-old secrets and humiliations, his gaze sharp as a blade. Qinshi Huang, your legacy has been stolen by petty thieves. Today, we have come. Not only will we reclaim everything that belongs to us, but we'll also wipe out every damn bug in your tomb. Chapter 34, A Grade-Killing Array? Your knees must be broken. Deep within Mount Li, at the end of the fissure. The moment the fully equipped national team stepped into this area, an ancient field of rules utterly distinct from modern systems descended like an invisible mountain, crushing them. Whoa! Chui sucked in a sharp breath, feeling the steady power coursing through his breaker gun, his face still pale with lingering fear. If it weren't for Advisor Lin pre-installing that bug immunity patch on our gear, we'd be stuck here now. Our weapons would have been rendered useless on the spot. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as a Siberian blizzard. It was from this very place that those White Eagle bandits stole everything that rightfully belonged to us. The group looked up, following his gaze toward the 100-meter-tall bronze gate radiating boundless desolation and majesty, their eyes blazing with fury. Lin Feng said no more, his gaze piercing through the gate as if seeing the slumbering dragon's soul deep within the tomb and the stolen national fortune. Dragon War. Present. Open the gate. Yes, Advisor. Long John's imposing frame stepped forward, his arms bulging with sinewy muscles as he thrust against the 100-meter-tall bronze gate. Boom! The massive door didn't budge an inch, as if fused with the entire mountain range. Long John let out a low growl, unleashing his PK-class strength without reservation. Veins bulged on his forehead and arms, while fine cracks appeared in the rocks beneath his feet. Yet the door remained as heavy as a mountain. Interesting, Lin Feng murmured, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He wasn't surprised. The entrance to an S-rank dungeon would never be so straightforward. Shui frowned slightly and signaled to the members of the Break Army behind him. Prepare to force entry. At that very moment. Buzz. The eyes of the ferocious beast totem on the bronze gate suddenly blazed with an eerie crimson light. A terrifying surge of energy, like a primordial beast awakening, swept out. Crack. 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 Dust swirled from 12 massive recesses carved into the cliff walls flanking the gate. 12 bronze golem figures, each 10 meters tall and wielding massive weapons, slowly rose from their recesses. Their eye sockets flashed with the same crimson light, filled with cold, murderous intent. A grade peak puppets. Shui's expression changed, his voice rising in shock. 12 of them. This is a killing formation. Gao Ziyang's expression also turned grave. The 12 golden figures moved in perfect unison, their massive swords, spears, and battle axes whipping through the air with piercing screeches. With heavy, deliberate steps, they encircled the group at the center, their murderous intent piercing the heavens. Clang! A member of the Breaker Squad reacted with lightning speed, raising his specially alloyed shield to meet a descending greatsword. Clang! Sparks flew. The high-tier B-rank Breaker member was sent flying over 10 meters, shield and all. He slammed into the cliff face, spitting blood from his mouth as his face instantly drained of color. What immense power, he gasped, his arm still trembling slightly. Their material is unique, ordinary energy attacks barely affect them. Another member's energy rifle struck the golden figure, leaving only a faint white mark. Invulnerable to blades and bullets, limitless in strength. Shu He's expression grew grim as ever. Form the formation. Prepare for a tough fight, he barked sharply. The Dragon Fong squad had already spread out, forming a defensive formation back-to-back with the Breaking Army squad as they watched the advancing golden figures warily. Each of these golden puppets possessed Pika rank combat prowess, fought with utter disregard for their own lives, and coordinated with seamless precision. When 12 joined forces to form a killing formation, their power increased exponentially. Even an early S-rank powerhouse trapped within would likely need a bitter end. Advisor? Long Zhan turned to Lin Feng, awaiting orders. He believed these iron monstrosities posed no threat to the advisor. Lin Feng remained composed, his eye of correction having already scanned the 12 golden figures inside and out. To his eyes, these so-called Pika rank puppets were riddled with flaws. Their energy supply originates from a shared core 1 kilometer underground. The core's power output is average. Driving 12 A-tier peak puppets simultaneously is pushing it. Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet every team member heard it clearly. Upon hearing this, Shu He and Gao Ziyang both perked up. Had they found a weakness? Lin Feng continued, however, the core has a self-destruct protocol. Forcibly destroying it would be a losing proposition. The hope that had just begun to rise in everyone's hearts was doused with a bucket of cold water. Lin Feng shifted his tone, a faint smile curving his lips. But there's a consistent structural stress bug at their joint connections. Specifically, 3 inches upward from the inner side of the left ankle, at the rivet connecting to the tibia. He extended a finger and tapped lightly at the air. An imperceptibly faint light point appeared, precisely marking the ankle of one of the golden statues. That rivet, due to a design flaw, can only bear 30% of the load compared to other parts. And it's a weakness shared by all 12 golden statues. Upon hearing this, Shu He and the expert's eyes lit up. A structural flaw affecting all of them? This was practically a target handed to them on a silver platter. Dragons Fong, receive your orders. Lin Feng's voice was calm yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Yes. The 12 Dragon Tooth members responded in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. Form 4 teams of 3 each. Each team will handle 3 golden statues. Target, the mark on the left ankle. Attack angle, 45 degrees upward from below. Power output, a full strength strike at peak B level. Remember, all must strike simultaneously. Lin Feng's commands were concise yet precise to the extreme. Angle, force, timing, not one could be overlooked. The Dragon Fong members showed no hesitation whatsoever, swiftly adjusting their formation according to Lin Feng's instructions. They placed near blind trust in Lin Feng's commands. Because the advisor never errs. 12 golden figures closed in, their massive weapons whistling through the air as they swung down. Shu He and the members of the Break Army had their hearts in their throats. Could the Dragon Fong team succeed? Just as the Golden Warriors' attacks were about to strike. Now! Long Zhan roared. Swish! 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 12 dark gold figures surged forward like ghostly apparitions, moving at impossible angles and speeds. The specially alloyed daggers or short blades in their hands flashed with a cold gleam. Stabbing precisely at the left ankles of the 12 golden statues, the vulnerable points marked by Lin Feng. The attack angles were flawless. Their bursts of force were perfectly calibrated. Most crucially, the 12 assaults struck simultaneously, in the very same instant. Snap! A series of sharp, piercing metallic snaps rang out almost simultaneously. Like the scythe of death, slicing through the threads of fate. Those 12 imposing bronze golden figures, radiating murderous intent. The massive bodies stiffened abruptly. Their massive weapons, raised high, froze mid-air. Then, before the stunned and horrified gazes of all, their mountain-like bodies, heavy as mountains, toppled backward in unison. Boom! 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 12 deafening explosions erupted in rapid succession across the Rift Valley. Dust swirled. Rocks flew everywhere. 12 bronze golden statues, each towering 10 meters high, like giants stripped of their bones. They all knelt to the ground in unison. No, not kneel. The rivets connecting their shin bones to their left ankles had snapped clean off. Their entire lower legs twisted at grotesque angles. Deprived of support, they could only collapse to the ground in this humiliating posture. The crimson glow in their eye sockets flickered violently like a dying candle in the wind. Then, they extinguished completely. The immense energy fluctuations dissipated along with them. The 12 A-grade peak puppet killing formations, in that instant, became nothing more than a pile of lifeless scrap metal. The entire process, from Lin Feng issuing the command to the golden figures collapsing to the ground, lasted no more than 10 seconds. A deathly silence hung over the rift. Only the dust stirred by the falling golden figures drifted slowly through the air. Shui's jaw dropped as he froze in place, combat stance still locked. Behind him, the members of the broken army squad stared blankly, their expressions frozen as if they had seen a ghost. Major General Gao Ziyong even rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. This is it? Those were 12A rank peak puppets. Their killing formation was powerful enough to threaten S-rank opponents. And it was shattered so effortlessly, with a single move? They hadn't even had a chance to strike. The Dragon Fang members sheathed their weapons and reformed their ranks, their expressions calm as if they had merely accomplished a trivial task. Their gazes toward Lin Feng brimmed with fervent adoration. Advisor, the eternal god. Lin Feng brushed the dust from his hands, as though it were merely an insignificant obstacle casually swept away. He walked up to the still-sealed bronze gate, his voice level. A peak tier A class puppet killing array? Sorry, but your knees have a built-in flaw. Shui swallowed hard, feeling his understanding of the world had been shattered once more. So this was how one dealt with formidable dungeon guardians? Advisor Lin's abilities defied all conventional understanding. Gao Ziyang stepped forward briskly, his voice brimming with awe. Advisor Lin, you're truly incredible. Lin Feng ignored their astonishment, his gaze returning to the massive bronze door. With the gatekeeper dealt with, it was time to enter the main hall. He extended his hand and pressed it lightly against the massive door. This time, a faint mechanical click sounded from within the door. Then, it slowly swung inward. Chapter 35, Military Spirit Runs Amok, Clear the Path for Me. Passing through the oppressively stifling passageway, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. Yet the sight before them sent a chill through every soul. Before them lay an endless underground plaza, where tens of thousands of terracotta soldiers stood in perfect formation. Clad in ancient armor and wielding sharp spears, they stood silent and still, like a deathly legion risen from the underworld. The terracotta army formation. Shui's voice was dry, his expression more grave than ever. The moment they stepped onto the edge of the plaza, disaster struck. Hum. As if responding to some invisible command, crimson points of light simultaneously ignited within the hollow eye sockets of every terracotta warrior. A colossal, blood-soaked military aura brimming with iron-blooded ferocity and slaughter surged skyward, coalescing above the plaza into a vast, shadowy projection of an iron-blooded general. The military spirit. Gao Ziyang paled in horror, his legs buckling beneath him as he nearly collapsed. Those who trespass upon the imperial tomb shall die. The command from the soul of the army pierced every mind like a billion steel needles. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as his error detection vision activated instantly. To his perception, this soul of the army was formed by the residual obsessions of countless soldiers, unified and controlled through some special formation into a massive collective consciousness. Interesting. A bug on the spiritual level? With a flick of his thoughts, Lin Feng extended a strand of pure psychic energy, simulating an extremely simple pseudo-command chaos. He attempted to disrupt the military spirit's control from its very foundation. Hum. At the front ranks of the military formation, hundreds of terracotta warriors indeed faltered in their movements, momentarily plunged into chaos. Yet, the very next second. Roar! The ethereal soul of the army hovering above the plaza roared like an enraged lion, its silent bellow echoing across the plaza. It instantly locked onto Lin Feng, the psychic intruder. A colossal, overwhelming mental pressure, like a mountain crushing down, slammed toward Lin Feng alone. Put! Lin Feng felt as if struck by lightning. A searing pain shot through his mind, a metallic taste surged in his throat, and a trickle of blood seeped from his nostrils. Advisor. Long Zhan's face drained of color as he instantly stepped in front of Lin Feng. It's locked onto me, Lin Feng said, his face pale but his voice unnaturally calm. This military spirit is stronger than I anticipated. I need time. Kill. At that moment, the tens of thousands of terracotta warriors had recovered from the chaos. They poured all their fury onto this group of daring intruders, charging forward like a black tidal wave. Form a circle. Protect the advisor. Shu roared fiercely. Without hesitation, the Dragon Fang and Breaker army members instantly formed a tight defensive circle, shielding Lin Feng at its center. Clang! 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 Spears and halberds rained down like a storm, shields piled high as mountains. The deafening clang of metal met metal echoed relentlessly. Though the team members were all elite fighters, facing a B-rank peak puppet legion that outnumbered them by hundreds of times and showed no fear of death, the pressure instantly reached its peak. One Breaker member, momentarily careless, had his arm slashed by a long spear, blood pouring freely. Hold firm. Buy time for the advisor. Long Zhan fought like a madman, his battle blade whirling wildly as he cleaved two advancing terracotta warriors into fragments. At the center of the battle array, Lin Feng stood with eyes tightly shut, having long since tuned out the carnage around him. His consciousness had plunged into a crimson battlefield. This was the core consciousness of the military soul. The murderous intent of countless ancient soldiers converged here. The phantom of that iron-blooded general fixed him with a cold gaze, its overwhelming pressure threatening to crush his spirit completely. You think you can crush me with pure mental force? Lin Feng sneered within his consciousness. Conventional methods were indeed useless, but your very existence is a colossal bug. Eye of correction, operating at its absolute limit. Enduring soul-shredding agony, Lin Feng forced himself to search within the raging torrent of consciousness for the most fundamental, core control logic. Critical logic bug detected, threat identification module target confusion. Bug description: the core command of the military soul is guard the Imperial Mausoleum, exterminate all intruders. However, its definition of intruder contains a logical vulnerability susceptible to tampering. Found it. Since your directive is to exterminate intruders. A maniacal curve tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's consciousness. With a flick of his thoughts, he skillfully mimicked the aura of the absorbed dragon vein core fragment, seamlessly merging it with his own mental fluctuations. Now, I am part of the Imperial Tomb. And you, these terracotta warriors moving without permission, are the true intruders. Boom! Lin Feng violently slammed this altered highest authority command, infused with the aura of the dragon vein, into the core of the military soul. In the real world, the tens of thousands of terracotta warriors frantically assaulting the defensive array froze in mid-motion. The red light in their eyes began to flicker wildly, filled with chaos and contradiction. The next instant, before the horrified eyes of Chu He, Long Zhan, and the others, the terracotta warrior closest to them abruptly swung its halberd around, driving it viciously into the chest of its comrade beside it. Thud! The clay body shattered instantly. This seemed to be a signal. The entire vast army of terracotta warriors had completely lost control. They began attacking all moving comrades around them indiscriminately and with frenzied ferocity. Kill! Exterminate the intruders! Kill! Defend the Imperial Tomb! Conflicting commands echoed within their chaotic minds until only the purest instinct for slaughter remained. Spears and halberds swung wildly, blades clashed in fury. One terracotta warrior after another shattered into countless fragments amidst the fratricidal carnage. The scene was both horrific and spectacular. This. Gao Xiong stared in stunned silence, breath nearly caught in his throat. Chu He and Long Zhan were equally stunned. They stared at the bloody path carved by the terracotta warriors themselves, then turned to Lin Feng in the center of the formation, pale-faced, yet wearing a faint, cold smile. Their hearts were filled with nothing but boundless awe. This was no longer combat, it was a mockery of the rules. It was absolute domination over the enemy's will. Let's go. Lin Feng opened his eyes, his voice tinged with exhaustion yet radiating in unquestionable authority. With Long Zhan's support, he straightened his body and stepped forward first, treading onto the bloody path carved out by the terracotta warriors with their very lives. Lin Feng glanced back over his shoulder, a weary yet supremely confident smile curling his lips. The first emperor's military spirit? Sorry, but your logic has a bug. Chapter 36, Physical Laws? In my eyes, they're bugs too. At the passage's end lay a vast, open cliff. Below the cliff, the sight made even the most battle-hardened team members gasp in shock. There flowed a subterranean river so wide its opposite bank was invisible. Yet its currents carried not water, but viscous, murky liquid mercury, dark and viscous, churning like a living creature. A sickly sweet, poisonous mist hung over the surface. Merely gazing at it from afar sent a stinging pain through one's very soul. The entire space was shrouded in an invisible barrier. Energy circulation within the body grew sluggish. Not only was flight impossible, but even mobilizing energy became exceedingly difficult. The first emperor fashioned mercury into rivers, streams, and seas. The legend was true after all. Gao Xiong's lips turned pale, his voice trembling with shock. Chu He's expression grew grave. He retrieved a fist-sized piece of special alloy from his gear pack sufficient to withstand Class A attacks and hurled it forward with force. The alloy block sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, plunging into the mercury river. SSSSHH. Not a single ripple disturbed the surface. The incredibly hard alloy block, upon contact with the mercury, dissolved like butter dropped into strong acid. A wisp of blue smoke rose as it rapidly melted and decomposed, leaving not a single trace behind. Whoa! The members of the Break Army squad all paled. This was no mere poison or corrosion. This mercury contained some destructive principle beyond their comprehension. No bridges cross rivers, flight is hindered, mercury dissolves all things. Chu He took a deep breath, his voice heavy with gravity. This place is a true impassable natural barrier. Long Zhan gripped his battle blade tightly, scanning the surroundings warily, yet he too could think of no way to cross the river. Just as the group was at a complete loss, even beginning to feel despair, Lin Feng walked to the edge of the cliff, his gaze calmly fixed on the churning river of mercury. Advisor, this. Chu He began to speak, but Lin Feng raised a hand to silence him. Through Lin Feng's eye of correction, the world before him had already transformed. What he saw was not a river, but countless distorted, tampered with lines of rules.
Here, the law of gravity was abnormally amplified, while the law of buoyancy was suppressed to its absolute limit. Any object falling into this void would instantly sink to the bottom and disintegrate under the terrifying gravity and pressure. Yet within this seemingly flawless, rule-bound abyss, a fatal flaw existed. Found it, Lin Feng murmured with a faint smile. He spotted an extremely concealed ancient array node at the very center of the riverbed beneath this mercury-like river. This node was the core responsible for regulating the buoyancy rule. By stimulating it with energy, he could temporarily reverse the river's physical laws. I need to activate a device at the riverbed, Lin Feng announced, turning to address the group. But that device can only be triggered by the purest form of energy. The riverbed? Shu He froze. We can't even get there. Lin Feng didn't respond, instead slowly extending his right hand. His LV-50 colossal energy began to gather in his palm. This was no longer a simple accumulation of energy, it was the process of materializing his own corrective power. A faint crackling sound filled the air, as if space itself were subtly warping. A spear of pure, translucent rule energy slowly coalesced in his palm. Runes swirled along its length, radiating a piercing aura that seemed to penetrate and correct everything. Is this the advisor's new ability? Wang Meng stared in disbelief. Lin Feng's face was also slightly pale now. Clearly, maintaining this spear of rules was taking a tremendous toll on him. Long Zhan, Shui, prepare for battle, Lin Feng's voice was steady. I intend to deliver this to the riverbed, but the process may prove troublesome. With that, he concentrated his psychic energy intensely, guiding the rule spear like an arrow released from its bowstring. It instantly pierced the air, hurtling toward the riverbed at the center of the milky river. Yet, just as the rule spear was about to enter the river, splash! The tranquil surface of the Mercury River erupted violently. Dozens of monstrous serpents, formed from liquid mercury, surged skyward from the river. Though eyeless, they radiated savage, greedy energy as they opened their massive jaws. They lunged madly toward the spear, which contained the pure power of the rules, attempting to devour it. Mercury Guardian Beasts! Protect the spear! Shu He roared, reacting first. The fire support specialist of the Break Army Squad instantly opened fire, unleashing a torrent of energy beams and armor-piercing rounds like a downpour upon the mercury serpents. Clang! 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 Bullets struck the mercury serpents, nearly creating ripples on their surfaces, utterly ineffective. Physical and conventional energy attacks are useless, a team member shouted urgently. Use shockwave and penetration type attacks. Battle-hardened veteran Long Zhan immediately issued the most correct command. The Dragonfall team members instantly switched weapons. Blades and swords, each carrying a unique shockwave frequency, whistled through the air. Boom! One mercury serpent was struck by Long Zhan's shockwave blade beam. Its massive body convulsed violently, twisting and writhing. Though it didn't collapse, its movements visibly slowed. It's working! Shu He's spirits soared. Everyone, focus fire. Buy time for the advisor. In an instant, the cliff's edge erupted into a dazzling web of fire, where energy beams intertwined with the flashes of blades and swords. The Dragon's Fang and Breaking Army members fought with all their might, clearing obstacles for Lin Feng from the shore. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained utterly focused, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he carefully maneuvered the spear of rules. Amidst the relentless pursuit and encirclement of countless mercury serpents, he struggled to advance deeper into the riverbed. Each evasive maneuver, each burst of speed, drained his mental energy at an alarming rate. Faster, faster. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng pushed his mental energy to its absolute limit just as an exceptionally massive mercury serpent king lunged to swallow the spear. Hit it! The spear of rules transformed into a streak of light, narrowly grazing the serpent king's massive jaws and piercing with pinpoint accuracy the ancient array node at the riverbed's bottom, a node dormant for 10,000 years. Hum! A deep, vast humming sound rose from beneath the earth. The entire Mercury River abruptly halted. In the next instant, before the horrified stares of all present, the ceaselessly surging river water seemed to be held down by an invisible giant hand. It began to bulge upward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the river's center, a massive, dark green stone slab dozens of meters wide and hundreds of meters long was lifted skyward from the riverbed by an eerie, reversed buoyancy force. It spanned the broad river, bridging both banks to form a natural yet utterly bizarre temporary stone bridge. We did it! Gao Zhiyong exclaimed, tears of joy welling up in his eyes. The stone bridge is sinking. We don't have much time, hurry. Lin Feng barked the order and charged forward first. The others snapped out of their daze and immediately scrambled up the stone bridge at top speed. The giant mercury serpents, seemingly losing their target the moment the bridge rose, plunged back into the riverbed. The moment the last team member stepped onto the opposite bank, the massive stone bridge finally exhausted its buoyancy. With a thunderous crash, it plunged back into the churning mercury, vanishing from sight. Shui turned to gaze at the Mercury River, now restored to its deathly stillness. He gasped for breath, his face etched with relief and awe at having survived the ordeal. He approached Lin Feng and said sincerely, "Advisor, just now, thank you." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the still abyssal passage ahead. A faint, serene smile touched his lips.
No need to thank me. I merely reverse the laws of physics. Chapter 37, City of Mechanisms, Obey My Command. His words were spoken with casual ease, yet they sent shockwaves through Chui He Gao Ziyong and the others. Reversing the laws of physics? What immense power! With complex emotions, the group followed Lin Feng deeper into the city. Crossing the Mercury River felt like stepping from myth into another era. The sight before them left everyone holding their breath. It was an underground city whose grandeur defied description. Countless bronze gears, each as large as mountains, emitted a dull clanking sound as they meshed together and slowly turned, driven by an ancient and mysterious force. Dense networks of mechanical linkages, like the city's veins, channeled energy to every corner, gleaming with a cold, dangerous light. This is the Mechanism City. Gao Ziyong's voice cracked with awe, his sense of self shrinking to that of an insignificant insect. Shu He gripped his spear tightly. He could sense that this city, silent for 10,000 years, was itself a colossal living entity, brimming with endless lethal intent. The instant their feet touched the first paving stone at the city's edge. Boom! The entire city roared like a colossal beast awakening. Whoosh! 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 From thousands of holes in the towering walls on both sides, poison-tipped crossbow bolts poured down like a torrential rain. Crack! Crack! The ground split open, unleashing countless razor-sharp alloy spikes sharp enough to pierce tanks that erupted violently, sealing off every retreat. Roar! Dozens of 5-meter-tall bronze golems, wielding giant axes and wolf-tooth clubs, their eyes blazing crimson, charged forward with earth-shaking strides. A net of death, a fatal trap. Same old routine. Shu He roared, already dependent on Lin Feng's command style. Advisor, where's the weakness? Lin Feng swiftly identified 3 seemingly unrelated yet system logic conflicting highest priority threat points. Long Zhan, left front third support pillar. Shu He, right rear high voltage energy conduit. I'll handle the puppet leader. Lin Feng's voice was clear and composed. His plan was to replicate the successful strategy used to break the 12 Golden Men formation earlier, causing the central system of this mechanical city to crash into a state of logical freeze. Roger that. Long Zhan and Shu He wasted no time, immediately directing their teams to prepare for a thunderous strike. 3, 2, 1. Attack! Boom! 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 3 critical points erupted with immense energy simultaneously. However, the anticipated scene of the Mechanism City grinding to a halt did not materialize. Warning! Coordinated attack threat detected. Activating annihilation mode. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed across the city. In the next instant, the entire mechanical city's operational speed surged threefold. Arrow showers grew denser, spike traps erupted chaotically, and the bronze golem's speed and strength surged explosively. Thud! A member of the breaker squad couldn't dodge in time and was struck by a massive axe, instantly falling to the ground, gravely wounded. No! It's not glitching. It's evolved. Shu He paled in horror. He never imagined the system within Qin Shi Huang's tomb possessed the ability to learn and evolve. The old tactics were completely useless now. Hold firm. Everyone fall back into defensive formation. Buy me 1 minute. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out like a stabilizing force through every team member's earpiece. He was no longer a bystander. His terrifying power erupted without restraint in that instant. His form blurred into a shadowy afterimage as he charged through a hail of arrows and raging puppets. With steps as elusive as a gazelle's leap, he surged toward the colossal bronze central processing unit at the city's heart. Each evasion perfectly sidestepped a lethal strike. Each step landed precisely between trap activations. Protect the advisor. Dragon War's eyes blazed crimson, his expression frenzied. Leading the Dragon's Fang and Breaker army members, he used their very bodies to forge a defensive line for Lin Feng, withstanding the storm of attacks unleashed by the mechanized city. Finally, 1 second before the defense crumbled, Lin Feng's figure appeared before the central device, which resembled an ancient supercomputer. Found you. His hand pierced through layer upon layer of energy shielding, precisely landing on an extremely hidden maintenance interface that emitted faint bug fluctuations. Boom! Lin Feng's consciousness was instantly pulled by a colossal force into a bizarre and surreal data space. Here, there was no physical substance. Only countless gears formed from bronze light spun endlessly, while innumerable runes representing logic and rules flowed through the void. A faceless giant, over 100 meters tall and composed entirely of pure data, slowly turned, locking its cold gaze onto Lin Feng's consciousness. It was the very soul of mechanics that powered this city of gears. Logic trap, activate. Data storm, annihilate. The soul of machinery launched its assault, instantly unleashing a raging tempest across the entire data realm. Yet, it faced Lin Feng, the sole system bug fixer in this world. Playing logic games in front of me? A cold sneer curled the corners of Lin Feng's consciousness. Your core code from the very first line is nothing but bugs. The eye of correction pierced through the data space, seeing everything. Every attack from the mechanical soul was riddled with flaws in Lin Feng's eyes. His consciousness transformed into an indestructible blade, charging directly at the soul of Mechanism's core. Your permission module has an overflow vulnerability. Your memory recycling mechanism contains a logical infinite loop. Your highest command, guard the Imperial Mausoleum, doesn't even prioritize self-preservation as its top priority. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the data space like divine retribution. Exploiting the soul of the mechanism's own bugs, he effortlessly bypassed its layered defenses, tampered with its permissions, and implanted a backdoor program. Impossible. The soul of the mechanism emitted a final, defiant roar as its colossal data form began to disintegrate piece by piece. In the real world, Shu He and the others had nowhere left to retreat. A row of colossal crushing gears, bearing the shadow of death, slowly descended upon them. In that very moment of despair. Buzz. Every sound, every movement in the entire city abruptly ceased. Time seemed to hit pause. The next instant. Click, click. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, the mechanical traps that had been poised to tear them apart began to slowly retract. The bronze automatons, radiating murderous intent, turned in perfect unison, lowered their weapons, and respectfully stepped aside to either side. A broad, level, and utterly safe path now stretched before them. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his hand from the central control panel, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Yet his eyes shone with an astonishing clarity. He turned to face the stunned crowd, a faint, calm smile curving his lips as if he had accomplished nothing more than a trivial task. Let's go. This city now obeys my command. Chapter 38, Final Boss, Unlimited Energy, right? At the end of the mechanism city. A bronze gate stood before them, more majestic, more shadowy than any they had seen. The door is carved with sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants. As if encompassing the entire world. An indescribable aura of power seeped out from behind the door. It felt more terrifying than the 12 golden statues, the terracotta army formation, the water Milky Way, and the mechanism city combined. This must be the entrance to the main burial chamber. Gao Zhiyong's voice was hoarse, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He felt his legs trembling slightly. Shu He's expression grew grim as ever. The veins on his hand, gripping the specially crafted spear, stood out prominently. Be careful. Whatever lies within is definitely no ordinary thing. Long Zhan and the Dragon Fall team members had already formed a protective circle around Lin Feng. Their expressions were grim and fierce, their eyes alert, like leopards poised to strike. Lin Feng remained calm, his gaze piercing through the massive bronze door. His eye of correction had already scanned the scene beyond the door. Prepare for battle, he said calmly. The final guardian is about to emerge. The words had barely left his lips. Boom! The massive bronze door, heavy as 10,000 June, slid violently open to both sides. A thick, indelible aura of blood and slaughter surged forth like a bursting flood. Woo! A piercing horn blast echoed from beyond the doors. It sounded as though 1,000 armies were roaring and bellowing. A towering, imposing figure slowly emerged from the darkness. He wore tattered black battle armor, its plates scarred by countless slashes and chisel marks. In his hand, he gripped a bronze halberd over 8 feet long, its blade glinting with a bloodthirsty cold light. His face remained indistinct, shrouded in a cloud of black mist. Yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. 2 burning crimson flames. Filled with savagery, slaughter, and boundless battle intent. S-rank, early stage. Shu He's pupils suddenly contracted. Such overwhelming malevolence. Long Zhan felt a chill run through his heart. This spirit was more powerful than any enemy they had encountered before. Those who trespass into the Imperial tomb. The spirit of the Qin general spoke, its voice harsh and grating like metal scraping. Die. The word death had barely left his lips. The bronze spear in his hand swung forward with a violent thrust. Swish! A blood-red spear shadow, condensed to its absolute limit, tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking toward the crowd. Its speed was beyond measure. Its power was terrifying beyond compare. Watch out! Shu He roared, his spear transforming into a silver dragon as it met the attack head-on. Clang! A deafening clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Shockwaves rolled out. Shu He felt an unstoppable force collide with him. His palm instantly split open, blood gushing forth. His entire body flew backward like a scent flying over 10 meters. He slammed heavily into the stone wall behind him, letting out a muffled groan. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the front of his robe crimson. His face was etched with sheer terror. A single strike had inflicted a severe wound. This S-class heroic spirit was far too powerful. Form the formation. Long Zhan ordered without hesitation upon seeing this. 12 Dragon Fang members instantly dispersed, forming a battle formation. Golden energy surged around their bodies. Kill! Long Zhan roared, charging forward first. His specially forged battle blade unleashed a series of fierce slashes, striking toward the Qin general's spirit hero. The other Dragon Fang members attacked simultaneously, assaults raining down on the spirit from all directions. Clang! 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 The dense clanging of metal echoed. The bronze spear in the Qin general's spirit hand whirled in a blindingly dense dance, blocking every single attack. He stood like a mountain, immovable. Yet with every counterattack, he forced the Dragon's Fong members into disarray. Dragon War, a PK rank warrior, coordinated with the battle formation of 11A rank members. Yet he was being subtly suppressed. This spirit seems to possess inexhaustible power. Shui wiped the blood from his lips and said in a deep voice. He noticed faint crimson patterns spreading across the ground beneath the spirit's feet. Those patterns appeared to be connected to the dragon veins throughout the entire underground palace. Each attack was amplified by the energy of the earth veins. Correct, Lin Feng's voice echoed in his ear. He's connected to the dragon veins of this underground palace through an ancient spirit-binding ritual. Theoretically, as long as the dragon vein remains unbroken, his power is limitless. Shui's heart sank upon hearing this. Infinite power? How could they possibly fight this? Gao Zhiyong's face turned ashen. An S-tier beginner with infinite mana? This was an unbeatable boss. Lin Feng, however, remained calm. His eye of correction had already seen through everything clearly. To his eyes, the so-called spirit-binding ritual was riddled with intricate flaws. One of them was the most fatal. Exploitable bug detected, periodic energy absorption gap in the ritual's energy conversion node. Bug description: when drawing energy from the dragon vein of the underground palace, the core conversion node experiences a 0.3 second energy supply vacuum every 17 seconds. Exploitation strategy: during this vacuum period, its defenses drastically weaken and its connection to the dragon vein temporarily severs. Lin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Longzhen, Shui. Both responded simultaneously, struggling to fend off the spirit's attacks. This spirit's energy supply isn't flawless, Lin Feng stated slowly. Approximately every 17 seconds, its energy supply experiences an extremely brief interruption, lasting about 0.3 seconds. What? Shui froze upon hearing this, then his eyes flashed with sharp insight. A 0.3 second energy vacuum? This was a godsend. Longzhen's spirit surged as well, his battle blade growing even more fierce. Advisor, are you suggesting? Exactly. Lin Feng nodded. That 0.3 seconds is his time of death. I'll time it. When I say go, unleash your strongest attack and focus fire on his left foot. Left foot? Shuhi was puzzled. That's the weakest point connecting the spirit-binding ritual to his body, Lin Feng explained. During the energy vacuum period, striking there yields the best results. Shuhi and Longzhen exchanged glances, seeing excitement and resolve in each other's eyes. With Consultant Yu Lin on our side, no enemy is insurmountable. Understood, the two replied in unison. Gao Zhiyong stood by, utterly dumbfounded. This is how they found the boss's weakness? And such an utterly bizarre weakness at that? Advisor Lin, how on earth did you figure that out? The spirit of the Qin general seemed to sense something, intensifying its assault with savage fury. The bronze spear swept through the air, trailing a trail of blood, forcing Longzhen and Shuhi to retreat step by step. Roar! He let out a roar unlike any human voice. Clearly, he too knew he couldn't afford to give these men a moment's respite. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he silently calculated the time. 16 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. His mind was intensely focused, detecting the slightest fluctuations in the energy flow. Ready! Lin Feng barked. Longzhen and Shuhi took deep breaths as energy surged wildly through their bodies. Ready to strike. The spirit of the Qin general seemed to sense the threat, his long spear erupting with an even more blinding crimson glow. He intended to strike first. A cold smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. S-class spirit? Unlimited energy? Sorry, your charger has a loose connection. That 0.3 second energy vacuum might be hard for others to exploit. But for him, Lin Feng, it was enough to obliterate you 100 times over. Now. Chapter 39, Using a Knife to Kill. The boss killed himself? Lin Feng's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding amidst the fierce battle. Xinjiang Yingling's assault was fierce, the crimson spear shadows nearly engulfing Longzhen and Shuhi. Hearing Lin Feng's roar, the two hesitated not a moment, instantly changing their tactics. Roar! Longzhen unleashed a thunderous roar, his body erupting in blinding golden light. He abandoned all defense, channeling every ounce of his strength into the blade in his hand. Upon the blade, a golden dragon coiled and roared, its might terrifying. Breaking Army Dragon Soul Slash. Shuhi's eyes blazed crimson as energy raged within him. His spear transformed into a silver streak that tore through space. The spear tip flickered with icy light, radiating an unyielding resolve. Shatter Void Starfall Thrust. The two warriors unleashed their most devastating attacks simultaneously. Their target, the left foot of the Qin general's spirit, fatally connected to the ground. At the same instant, a sharp gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as an imperceptible stream of energy shot from his fingertip. This energy stream did not target the spirit's body. Instead, as if guided by eyes, it shot precisely toward the ground beneath the spirit's feet. There, an ancient array pattern, extremely subtle and hidden, flickered faintly. It was one of the critical nodes through which the spirit-binding ritual drew energy from the dragon vein.
It was also the fatal flaw in the array pattern that Lin Feng had uncovered. The Qin general spirit seemed to sense the deadly peril. Two crimson flames pulsed violently across his blurred visage. He tried to change tactics and defend, but it was already too late. The 0.3-second vacuum and energy supply vanished in an instant. Boom! Long John's golden blade aura and Shui's silver spear aura struck the Qin general spirit's left foot with almost simultaneous force. Snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed. In the instant the energy supply was cut off, the Qin general's defense plummeted to freezing point. His once impregnable left ankle was instantly torn apart by terrifying force. Black blood, mixed with shattered bone fragments, spurted forth. Arg! The Qin general spirit let out a roar of excruciating agony. His form staggered violently, the connection to the earth's pulse momentarily loosening. Yet this was merely the beginning. At the very moment his left foot was gravely wounded. The energy stream unleashed by Lin Feng struck precisely at the array pattern's critical flaw. Buzz! The entire underground palace shook violently. Like a slumbering dragon whose forbidden scales had been touched. Beneath the Qin general spirit, the crimson patterns connecting to the underground palace's dragon veins erupted with a blinding, blood-red light. A torrent of dragon vein energy, violent beyond description, lost the proper guidance of the spirit attachment ritual. Like an uncontrolled torrent, it surged madly back along those patterns. Its target was none other than the bodies of the Qin general spirits. Backlash. The purest, most terrifying energy backlash. No! The spirit of the Qin general let out a howl filled with terror and unwillingness. He tried to struggle, to sever the connection to the dragon vein. But it was all too late. The raging dragon vein energy had already surged into his body. It felt like countless bombs had detonated within him. Boom! 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 His towering, muscular frame began to crack and shatter inch by inch. Blinding streams of blood spurted from the fissures. His shattered battle armor instantly crumbled to dust. The bronze spear in his grasp emitted a mournful wail as it shattered into pieces. Ugh! The agonized screams of the Qin general spirit echoed through the entrance of the main burial chamber. Filled with despair and agony. His blurred features contorted and distorted in the crimson glow. Two burning crimson flames gradually dimmed. Gao Ziyong stared in stunned disbelief, his entire body trembling. What on earth had just happened? Shui leaned on his spear, gasping for breath, his face etched with disbelief. That instantaneous burst of power had nearly drained him of all his strength. But he never imagined the effect would be so terrifying. Long John stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving violently. His eyes widened in shock as he watched the spirit of the Qin general teetering on the brink of collapse. Was this the advisor's scheme? Using the boss's own power to destroy the boss? Too terrifying. Lin Feng remained calm, as if everything was under his control. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Bugs, once triggered, often lead to devastating consequences. Especially bugs involving the energy core. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering roar. The colossal form of the Qin general spirit could no longer withstand the onslaught of the raging dragon vein energy. It shattered completely. No flesh or blood scattered. Only crimson specks danced through the sky like dazzling fireworks, bursting in midair. Then, they gradually faded away. The spirit of a legendary Qin general, a terrifying S-tier beginner-level existence. The ultimate guardian of the underground palace. Simply obliterated in an instant. Not even a single intact fragment remained. The entire process from the moment Lin Feng shouted now to the spirit's explosive demise lasted no more than 5 seconds. Blindingly fast. Brutally ruthless. The entrance to the main tomb chamber fell into deathly silence. Only the gradually fading crimson light points bore witness to what had just transpired. Gao Ziyang's mouth hung open, speechless for a long moment. His mind felt like it had completely shut down. An S-rank boss, just like that? Gulp. Shuhi swallowed hard. The look he gave Lin Feng was filled with awe and a hint of fear. Just what kind of monster was this advisor Lin? Long John drew a deep breath and slowly sheathed his sword. He approached Lin Feng, dropped to one knee, and spoke with profound reverence. Advisor's divine might. Advisor divine might. The rest of the Dragon's Fong members knelt in unison on one knee, their voices rising in unison. Their voices brimmed with fervent reverence. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Trivial skills, he remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, both Gao Ziyang and Shui's mouths twitched. Trivial skill? You call this a trifling skill? Then what are we? Insects crawling on the ground? Lin Feng paid no heed to their expressions. He stared thoughtfully at the spot where the Qin general spirit had dissipated. Exploiting a bug to make enemies devour their own power. This feeling was rather satisfying. So what if it's an S-rank boss? In the face of a bug, they'd still have to bite the dust, wouldn't they?
He even wondered what would happen if this exploit were applied on the battlefield. The vision was nothing short of spectacular. Advisor, we. Gao Zhiyong cautiously opened his mouth, wanting to ask what to do next.
Lin Feng's gaze had already shifted toward the main tomb chamber door, slowly creaking open.
Let's go.
Let's go see what treasures the first emperor has left for us. His tone was matter-of-fact, as if he'd just resolved a minor inconvenience. Shu He and Gao Zhiyong exchanged glances, each seeing a wry smile in the other's eyes.
Following this advisor, Lin was truly taxing on the heart. Too intense. It was utterly mind-blowing.
But they also knew this might just be what they called tagging along with the big shots.
And the most powerful kind at that. An S-rank boss taken down in an instant? And he even exploited a bug to make it backfire on itself? That's so badass.
Lin Feng strode forward, heading toward the wide-open main tomb chamber door. Long Zhan and the Dragonfall team members immediately followed close behind, guarding him on both sides. Shu He and the members of the Break Army unit hurried to keep pace. Gao Zhiyong hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed. Chapter 40, the core fragment emerges. As the spirit of the Qin general completely dissipated, the massive bronze door sealing the main burial chamber creaked open with a heavy, grinding sound. It slowly swung inward. All eyes converged on the widening crack in the door. An indescribable, ancient aura seeped through the opening. It carried the weight of millennia, yet radiated an unparalleled majesty. Lin Feng's gaze remained calm, yet his heart surged with emotion. The Qin Emperor's mausoleum, the final destination of this S-rank dungeon, was finally revealing its true form. Boom! The massive doors swung wide open. The sight beyond left everyone speechless. Golden splendor. As far as the eye could see, dazzling gold stretched out. A massive night pearl was embedded in the dome, emitting a soft yet brilliant glow. It illuminated the entire main burial chamber as bright as day. The floor was paved with polished black jade, reflecting the golden glow. The surrounding walls were carved with intricate and exquisite dragon patterns. Each dragon appeared so lifelike it seemed poised to burst through the walls at any moment. Luxury, utter, unparalleled luxury. Gao Zhiyong felt his mouth go dry, his eyes filled with awe. This is the tomb of the first emperor? Shu He was also deeply moved. The grandeur here far exceeded his imagination. Truly worthy of the title Emperor of the Ages, Long Zhan murmured, his voice tinged with reverence. The main burial chamber was more expansive than any other area they had seen. It resembled an underground palace. At the very center of this palace stood an enormous coffin, forged entirely from an unknown black metal. Its surface was engraved with patterns of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and streams. It radiated an overwhelming aura that seemed to suppress the heavens and earth. The first emperor's coffin. Gao Zhiyong gasped in shock. Everyone's breathing grew heavy in that instant. They knew their ultimate goal lay before them. Lin Feng's gaze, however, did not linger on the coffin. Instead, he looked upward. There. A palm-sized object floated silently. Its entire surface radiated a profound, deep black hue. Its surface was covered in countless intricate, profoundly mysterious patterns. Those patterns seemed to be living things, slowly shifting and flowing, emitting a faint, eerie glow. A peculiar energy fluctuation emanated from the dark green shard. That fluctuation was not unfamiliar to Lin Feng. It resonated faintly with a certain power within his body. More accurately, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the primordial essence of his innate talent, the system bug fixer. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. His error detection eye instantly activated to its fullest extent. Within his vision, the information of that dark green fragment crystallized into clear form. Warning! Unknown Supreme Rule Aggregate detected. Name, System Core Fragment Incomplete Dragon Vein Attribute. Status, slightly damaged, energy leaking. Description, suspected to be one of the foundational fragments constituting this realm's system rules, containing partial primordial world energy and underground palace dragon vein characteristics. Current attemptable actions, contact, absorb extremely dangerous, repair? System Core Fragment. Lin Feng's pupils abruptly contracted. His breath caught in his throat. It really is it. The White Eagle Kingdom obtained ancient genetic technology and energy crystals from the outer layers of the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. They speculated that deep within the Qin Emperor's mausoleum lay secrets tied to the origins of the system. Now it seemed their speculation was entirely correct. Moreover, this secret was far more astonishing than they could have imagined. This isn't merely about the system's origins. It is part of the system's origin itself. Lin Feng felt a surge of blood rush straight to his head. What had been his greatest goal since his transmigration? Beyond protecting his sister and strengthening the nation. On a deeper level, it was to figure out exactly what this world system was all about. To understand the true purpose behind his own innate talent, the system bug fixer. Now, the clue was right before his eyes. And it was such a crucial, core clue. Advisor, what is that thing? Long Zhan noticed Lin Feng's unusual state and asked in a deep voice. He could sense that the suspended, dark greenish-black fragment emitted an aura that made his heart race. Shui Yi Gao Jiang and the others also turned their gaze toward the fragment. Though they couldn't discern its nature, they knew that anything capable of unsettling Lin Feng so profoundly was no ordinary thing. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing down the excitement surging within him. Something that could change the world, he said slowly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Change the world? Long Zhan, Shui, and Gao Jiang all felt a jolt in their hearts upon hearing this. For something to be described as world-changing by Advisor Lin, just how significant must it be? The first emperor, truly a grand gesture, Lin Feng murmured to himself.
To actually seal a system core fragment within his own mausoleum.
And to fuse it with the dragon vein of the underground palace.
No wonder this Qin Emperor's mausoleum instance was so unique and powerful.
Lin Feng's gaze grew intensely fervent. Step by step, he advanced toward the colossal coffin of the first emperor. Long Zhan and the others immediately followed, their expressions vigilant, ready to respond to any unexpected developments at any moment.
The main burial chamber was shrouded in silence.
Only the echoing footsteps of the group reverberated through the vast, empty palace. The closer Lin Feng drew to the dark green shard, the more distinctly he sensed the peculiar fluctuations emanating from it. The sensation was like a parched land receiving long-awaited rain, or a wanderer returning home. The innate talent within him, the system bug fixer, was rejoicing, leaping with excitement.
It was as if the fragment held a fatal attraction for it.
Lin Feng halted before the coffin. He looked up at the suspended dark blue fragment. It lay there silently, as if it had been waiting for thousands of years. Awaiting the arrival of someone who could understand it, someone who could master it. Lin Feng extended his hand, slowly reaching toward the fragment. His fingertips trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from sheer excitement and anticipation. This was the core fragment of the system.
Emperor Qin Shi Huang, you rock. What changes would come once he obtained it? Lin Feng's fingertips were about to touch the dark blue fragment. He could even feel the faint texture of the intricate patterns on its surface.
And the colossal, ancient power contained within.
At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The dark blue shard suddenly erupted in blinding light. An invisible repulsive force surged from the fragment, attempting to push Lin Feng away. Simultaneously, the dragon vein energy throughout the main burial chamber began to violently churn. As if stimulated by some force, it turned violent. This is bad. Gao Jiang's face paled. It's resisting. Long Zhan and Shu Yi's expressions also tightened, ready to rush forward. Don't move!
Lin Feng barked, halting them. His gaze sharpened as the innate talent within him, the system bug fixer, abruptly activated.
An aura emanated from Lin Feng, one sharing the same origin as the dark green shard, yet purer and more overbearing. That aura acted like an invisible giant hand, firmly grasping the fragment, attempting to break free. Trying to escape?
A cold smile curved Lin Feng's lips.
Do you think you can escape before me?
He flipped his wrist, his fingers snapping shut. The dark green fragment emitted a reluctant hum.
Ultimately, it was firmly grasped within Lin Feng's hand.
The light faded, and the repulsive force vanished. The surging dragon vein energy gradually subsided. Lin Feng opened his palm. The palm-sized, dark blue fragment lay quietly in his palm. It felt warm to the touch, pulsing with a peculiar vibration. As if it were a living thing. Lin Feng gazed at the fragment in his hand, his heart swelling with boundless ambition. The system core fragment, it was his. He could feel his connection to this world growing stronger. The path ahead grew clearer. Advisor, you just got it? Gao Jiang stared in disbelief. The earlier harrowing scene had left his heart pounding in his throat. He never expected Consultant Lin to handle it so effortlessly. Shui also wore an expression of utter disbelief. The overwhelming pressure emanating from that fragment had made even him feel a pang of dread. How could Consultant Lin have seized it barehanded? Dragon Zhan's eyes burned with fervor. Truly worthy of the title of advisor. Any miracle seemed perfectly natural in the advisor's hands. Lin Feng paid no heed to the stunned gazes around him. His attention was entirely focused on the fragment in his hand. He could sense a vast and intricate stream of information slowly surging forth from the fragments. It was attempting to enter his mind. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he offered no resistance. He was determined to see what secrets this core system fragment held. What changes would possessing it bring to him? A hint of anticipation flickered across Lin Feng's lips. The first emperor's coffin remained lying there in stillness, seemingly unchanged since time immemorial. Yet the void above it had lost a trace of its mysterious dark blue hue. That fragment bearing the secrets of the world had found its new master. Lin Feng clutched the system core fragment tightly in his hand, feeling the power emanating from within. He was about to begin unraveling the greatest mystery of this world. Chapter 41, Ability Evolution. I can anticipate your bugs. Lin Feng clutched the dark blue-black fragment tightly. A warm sensation radiated from his palm, an odd vibration reaching deep into his soul. He could distinctly sense a colossal, ancient power slowly flowing within the fragment. Like a slumbering dragon, about to awaken. Advisor, this thing.
Long Zhan's voice was low, his eyes filled with caution. Shu He's expression was equally grave. The fragment's energy fluctuations unsettled him. Gao Ziyang held his breath, afraid to disturb whatever lay within.
Lin Feng remained silent.
His entire focus was immersed in communicating with the fragment. Boom!
A torrent of complex, intricate rules and information erupted violently from the fragment. Like a bursting starry river, it violently surged into Lin Feng's mind. Countless esoteric symbols, twisted lines, and obscure murmurs flashed and intertwined frantically within his consciousness. These were fragmented glimpses into the world's composition, the flow of energy, and the evolution of rules.
Most remained blurred and incomprehensible, as if shrouded by a thick fog.
Lin Feng let out a muffled groan, his face turning slightly pale. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Even with his current mental strength, he felt somewhat overwhelmed.
But then, at that very moment, the eye of correction between his brows suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. That light was brighter and more intense than any previous time, as if drawn and nourished by some mysterious force. Buzz! Lin Feng felt his vision instantly become crystal clear. Everything around him was rendered in minute detail. Energy particles flowing through the air, the intricate carvings on the walls. Even the energy circuits on Long Zhan and the others' equipment were perfectly visible. This level of clarity was an entire tier above what he had experienced before.
My eye of correction. Lin Feng's heart stirred. He could sense that his innate ability, upon coming into contact with this fragment of the system core,
had undergone a subtle yet fundamental evolution.
Not only had his vision sharpened, but his perception of energy and the underlying rules had grown more acute.
More importantly, Lin Feng's gaze instinctively swept over Gao Ziyang.
In his eyes, a paving stone at Gao Ziyang's feet suddenly flickered with an extremely faint red glow.
Error detection eye alert, structural stress imbalance detected. 17% chance of minor warping bug occurring in 1 second. It was almost an instinctive reaction. General Gao, watch your step. Lin Feng blurted out.
Gao Ziyang froze, instinctively glancing downward.
The instant he lowered his head. Snap!
The paving stone at his feet indeed lifted slightly. Though the shift was slight, had he taken that step just now, he might well have stumbled.
Whoa!
Gao Ziyang sucked in a sharp breath, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead.
What just happened? He hadn't noticed anything unusual at all. Shu He and Long Zhan also wore expressions of shock. Advisor Lin's perception was incredibly sharp.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed with intense light.
Prediction.
The eye of correction could actually vaguely predict the probability of a bug occurring within 1 second for simple phenomena. Though it was only 1 second and merely a probability. But this is nothing short of a god-tier skill. In the blink and miss at chaos of combat, a single second of foresight could mean the difference between life and death.
Awesome!
Lin Feng roared inwardly. This core fragment of the system truly is a priceless treasure. Merely touching it had already evolved his core abilities. He forced down his excitement and refocused his gaze on the dark greenish-black fragment in his hand. The evolved eye of correction scanned it once more. This time, he saw with greater clarity and depth.
Name, System Core Fragment Incomplete Dragon Vein Attribute.
Status at multiple internal structural damages, severe energy leakage, broken rule chains. Total, 173 minor bugs, 3 medium bugs, 1 major bug. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. This fragment itself was a major bug. Or rather, a severely damaged divine artifact.
What if I could repair it? A bold thought surfaced in his mind. Repair the core fragment of the system? The difficulty would likely be countless times greater than repairing an S-grade equipment piece. But if I succeeded, the benefits would be absolutely unimaginable. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he resolved to give it a try. He concentrated his mind, summoning every ounce of his error correction power.
With utmost caution, he selected an almost imperceptible energy leakage bug on the surface of the fragment. It was an extremely minute crack, causing a trickle of primordial energy to slowly leak away. Initiating repair of micro bug, energy leakage .007.
Beads of sweat formed on Lin Feng's forehead. The difficulty of fixing this minuscule bug far exceeded his imagination. It felt like using mortal hands to mend the robes of a deity. Every thread of energy guided, every rule node adjusted, demanded absolute precision. Time ticked by second.
In the main burial chamber, you could hear a pin drop. Long Zhan and the others watched Lin Feng intently, not daring to make a sound.
They could sense that Lin Feng was undertaking something of utmost importance and immense difficulty. Finally, hum!
The dark green shard in Lin Feng's hand suddenly emitted a faint vibration. The tiny point where energy had been leaking slowly closed. A nearly imperceptible wisp of flickered across the fragment's surface. Micro bug, energy leakage .007, repair successful. System core fragment incomplete dragon vein attribute integrity boost, 0.0001%. Your talent, System Bug Fixer, has gained a trace amount of experience feedback. The eye of correction's ability to analyze rule-level bugs has slightly improved.
Lin Feng exhaled a long breath, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Fixing just this one minor bug had drained nearly half his mental energy. Looks like repairing this fragment will be a long and arduous journey, Lin Feng murmured with a wry smile. Yet his eyes shone with excitement. The error detection eye had upgraded. It could even predict bugs. This fragment itself was a vast treasure waiting for him to repair. Advisor, are you alright? Long Zhan asked with concern. Lin Feng shook his head, a faint smile touching his lips. I'm fine. Quite well, actually. He carefully stored the dark green fragment into a specially crafted storage space. This object was too important, it absolutely couldn't be mishandled. General Gao, Captain Chu, Lin Feng addressed the two. Our business here is concluded. We should prepare to return. Take all other discoveries from the Qin Emperor's mausoleum with us as well. Gao Ziyang and Chui perked up at his words. This expedition to the Qin Emperor's mausoleum had yielded tremendous rewards. Not only had they uncovered clues to the origins of White Eagle Nation's black technology. More importantly, with Advisor Lin by their side, they had practically crushed this S-rank dungeon. What had seemed like insurmountable obstacles became laughable in front of Consultant Lin. Yes, they replied in unison. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze deep and intense. With the system core fragment secured, his error correction abilities had evolved. Now it was time to properly digest this newfound power. White Eagle Nation, and those enemies lurking in the shadows. Wait for me. A cold smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. He couldn't wait to test his newly evolved power. Chapter 42, Ascending to Tier 4, The World's Greedy Stare. The atmosphere aboard the transport ship on the return journey was starkly different from the outward voyage. Advisor Lin, this time. Major General Gao Ziyang's face glowed with excitement as he stammered incoherently, finally slapping his thigh emphatically. Old man, today I finally understand what divine skill means. Astonishing. Truly astonishing. Captain Chui sat nearby, silently polishing his long spear, his gaze complex. This expedition to the Qin Emperor's tomb had delivered a seismic shift to his worldview. The seemingly insurmountable crises that had once left them helpless crumbled before Lin Feng like a child's sandcastle. Long Zhan and the Longya squad members stood solemnly around Lin Feng as always, their eyes burning with fervor and loyalty so intense it seemed tangible. Lin Feng leaned back in the plush seat, eyes closed in apparent relaxation, though his consciousness had long since plunged deep within his body. The system core fragment he had named the Heart of the Dragon Vein quietly emitted a faint energy, resonating mysteriously with his eye of correction. Capital City, Strategic Bureau Headquarters. General Zhao Genoa had long been waiting anxiously on the helipad, surrounded by a group of military and political leaders and core experts. Seeing Lin Feng step safely down the gangway, his heart finally settled. He strode forward and gave Lin Feng a hearty pat on the shoulder. Good man. I knew you could do it. Inside the highest-level classified conference room, the atmosphere was solemn yet charged with intensity. The gaze transmitted via encrypted communication from the top leader was filled with approval. When Lin Feng displayed the trophies he had retrieved from the Qin Emperor's tomb, artifacts containing ancient technological knowledge like the puppet core, formation jade tablets, and alchemy manuals, the entire conference room erupted in excitement. National treasure-level experts like Lu Jinghua and Zhu Beiyun were as excited as children, running their hands over the fragments with eyes brimming with fascination and ecstasy. These lost ancient technologies were priceless treasures for China, capable of triggering a new wave of technological revolution. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. A genuine smile spread across the aged face of the top leader. Comrade Lin Feng, you have once again achieved an extraordinary feat for our nation. Rewards for merit. General Zhao Genoa declared with great enthusiasm. In recognition of Comrade Lin Feng's tremendous contribution and the supreme strategic value of that Heart of the Dragon Vein, the state has decided. He paused, and the conference room fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Comrade Lin Feng is hereby rewarded with 30 million experience points. Boom! Even with Lin Feng's altered state of mind, this figure sent a rush of excitement through him. Contribution points, 15 million. He is hereby awarded the honorary medal Pillar of the Nation. You have priority selection rights for all spoils within the Qin Emperor's mausoleum, excluding the Heart of the Dragon Vein. Laboratory 001 shall receive unlimited resource supply. A series of rewards so lavish they bordered on outrageous rained down upon him. Lin Feng's personal terminal vibrated violently. He felt an indescribable surge of energy more colossal and vast than any he had ever experienced pouring into his body, like the Milky Way itself crashing down from the heavens. The LV-44 bottleneck shattered instantly. Level up. LV-45. Level up. LV-46. Level up. LV-49. The barrier of the third-tier peak was torn apart like thin paper by this terrifying energy. Boom! An even more terrifying, more vast, and slightly overbearing aura suddenly erupted from Lin Feng. Fourth tier. The air within the entire conference room seemed to freeze solid. Every major figure present felt that heart-stopping, oppressive pressure. Level up. LV-50. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes.
His gaze seemed to hold swirling starry rivers, and the world became clearer and more transparent to him. He could feel that every movement he made now contained power sufficient to effortlessly tear apart space. Ding! National reward received. A satisfied curve touched Lin Feng's lips as he watched the series of notifications flash across his personal terminal. However, just as the meeting room atmosphere reached its peak and everyone was immersed in joy, Zhao Genoa's expression suddenly changed. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. The man who had been smiling moments ago now wore a stone-like expression, his eyes carrying an unprecedented gravity. Everyone were celebrating too soon. He projected a newly transmitted, top-secret marked urgent intelligence report onto the central light screen. Comrade Lin Feng, your operation at the Qin Emperor's mausoleum, though covert, caused far too much commotion, Zhao Genoa said in a low voice. The annihilation of those spirits and the transfer of the dragon vein heart seem to have triggered some kind of global-scale alarm system we've never detected before. He pointed to a line in the intelligence report. According to intelligence relayed by our candle dragon deep within the White Eagle Nation's highest echelons, at the exact moment you acquired the heart of the dragon vein, world-class relics held by multiple top-tier powers including the White Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation all exhibited intense, anomalous activity. They've activated a joint emergency protocol, codenamed Key Hunters. Their objective is to locate and seize keys like the dragon vein heart artifacts potentially connected to the very foundations of the world. The joyful atmosphere in the conference room vanished instantly, replaced by dead silence and heavy tension. Zhao Genoa continued, his words directed squarely at Lin Feng, and you, Lin Feng, have been designated their primary target. A mysterious powerhouse in possession of a key. He opened another file. Even more coincidentally, the annual Global Youth Extraordinary Beings Exchange Tournament has suddenly announced it will be held 2 weeks earlier than scheduled. And the prize for this year's champion, a peculiar stone, shimmering with an eerie purple gold glow, appeared on the light screen. It is called the Stone of Horus. Is this very artifact recently excavated from an Egyptian pyramid ruin? We're 90% certain this thing is a trap set for you. A banquet to lure all the key holders worldwide into revealing themselves. The moment the image of the Stone of Horus appeared, within Lin Feng's body, the dark green dragon vein core fragment he had carefully stored trembled violently. A powerful yearning and resonance surged directly into his mind. Warning! Detecting intense rule fluctuations from a homologous system core fragment unknown attributes. Lin Feng's pupils abruptly contracted. This was no longer suspicion, it was confirmation. The White Eagle Kingdom and those hidden factions actually possessed another core fragment. They were using it as bait to lure him into a trap. A feast of treachery? A trap? Instead of fear, Lin Feng's eyes blazed with terrifying intensity, his lips curling into a cold, predatory smile. He stepped forward, his gaze burning as he fixed it on the image of the Stone of Horus, like a primordial beast locking onto its prey. General, he spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet powerful enough to send a chill through every major figure in the conference room. Pass the word. I'll take this trap. This stone, I claim it. Chapter 43, Dragon Veins as the net, rules as the bait. Every military and political heavyweight present felt their hearts tremble violently. In the young man's eyes, they saw not a shred of hesitation or fear, only a palpable, boiling fervor for battle and an unyielding, determined edge. Excellent. General Zhao Genoa slammed his fist on the table, the first to recover from the shock. His eyes blazed with immense admiration and heroic fervor. Truly the pillar of our nation. Since they dare to bait us, we shall overturn their fishing boats. Through the encrypted communication, the Supreme Commander watched Lin Feng's demeanor shift dramatically on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. His aged voice carried unwavering support. Comrade Lin Feng, proceed with full authority. The entire nation stands as your most steadfast backing. The meeting instantly shifted from crisis response to war mobilization. Lin Feng, what do you need? Zhao Zhenhua asked directly. I need absolute silence and full access to Lab 001. Lin Feng's gaze was deep. Since the enemy uses core fragments as detectors and bait, I must thoroughly understand the nature of this key in my possession before proceeding. At the same time, I'll prepare a surprise for them. Half an hour later, at the 001 Supernatural Materials and Structures Laboratory. The lab was elevated to maximum alert status. The perimeter was sealed off by the Dragon's Fang squad personally, while inside, academician Wan Cohen led his top-tier assistant team to ensure all equipment operated at peak efficiency. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the laboratory's center, the dark greenish-black dragon vein core fragment suspended silently before him. This time, his goal was no longer to repair that insignificant 0.01% integrity. His objective was to take the offensive. The enemy's ability to deploy the Stone of Horus means they've mastered methods to conduct large-scale rule probing using core fragments. Lin Feng's thoughts raced. And such probing must leave traces. His immense level 50, Tier 4 psychic power surged unreservedly into the eye of correction. Amplified by the dragon vein core fragment, his perception connected with unprecedented depth to the land beneath his feet and the entire nation of Hua to its dormant, colossal dragon veins. Boom!
Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to instantly break free from the constraints of his physical form, transforming into an omnipresent god's eye view. He saw it. Within his evolved vision, countless golden threads each a billion times finer than a strand of hair unfolded like a colossal net spanning all 9,600,000 square kilometers of China, clearly laid bare before his eyes. That was the dragon veins manifesting. The threads of cosmic order. They nourished the mountains and rivers, sheltered all living creatures, and were intertwined with the destiny of every Chinese soul. Yet upon this perfect golden web, several extremely faint, unnatural purple gold alien threads were now creeping in. Like stealthy venomous snakes, they cautiously seeped in from beyond the borders, attempting to eavesdrop and perceive the fluctuations of this golden web. Found them. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. This was the probing of the Horus Stone. This was the gaze of the Ouroboros. He could clearly see the tips of these alien threads emitting an intangible, rule-like fluctuation, searching for an aura sharing the same origin as the dragon vein core fragment. Looking for me? A cold curve touched Lin Feng's lips. Then let you find me. He did not brutally sever these probing threads that would only alert the enemy. Instead, he intended to use his error detection eye to feed these alien threads a fatal bug. Error detection eye, deeply analyzing alien rule threads. Structural bug detected, verification vulnerability exists in the rule simulation protocol, susceptible to being overwritten and deceived by higher tier rules of the same origin. Perfect. Lin Feng took a deep breath and commenced the boldest, most intricate operation of his career. He channeled the power of the dragon vein core fragment, carefully extracting a small branch from the main trunk of the rule threads within the dragon vein of Huagua. Then, using the transcendent analytical power of the erasure eye as his compiler and his own psychic energy as his carving tool, he began weaving a segment of false rules from nothingness. He disguised this fabricated thread of rules to mimic the exact aura of the dragon vein core fragment, but secretly directed its core position toward a long-abandoned nuclear bunker 5,000 meters beneath the capital's surface. This constituted a flawless information fraud and signal deception at the level of fundamental rules. The advisor, what is he doing? Academician Wang Kuan trembled visibly beside him. Though he couldn't comprehend it, he sensed Lin Feng was channeling a terrifying power beyond his understanding of force bordering on creation itself. As Lin Feng completed the final segment of his deception code, the false rules he had created merged into the vast ocean like a drop of ink, silently integrating into the rule network of Huagua's dragon vein. Instantly, those foreign alien probe threads reacted like sharks smelling blood. They abandoned scanning other areas and surged madly toward the signal source indicated by the false rules. They had locked onto their target. Within the detection networks of the Ouroboros and the White Eagle Nation, the signal source representing the heart of the dragon veins had firmly manifested deep beneath the capital's underground, remaining motionless. A perfect target, a deadly honeypot, personally set by Lin Feng. Done. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his psychic energy, his face slightly pale, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Rising to his feet, he addressed the virtual projection of General Zhao Genoa, who had been waiting nearby, speaking calmly. General, I've prepared a grand welcome ceremony for our guests. Now, I can go on my vacation to Revalin with peace of mind. He paused, a playful smile curling his lips. While I'm away, keep a close eye on that target for me. Zhao Genoa stared at Lin Feng, a chill creeping up his spine. The methods of this advisor Lin had completely surpassed his comprehension. Using rules as bait? Treating the nation's entire dragon vein as a fishing net? This wasn't war anymore. This was a dimensional strike. He took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll handle everything on the Revalon front. Now, it's time for you to learn what our true enemy, the Ouroboros, truly is. Chapter 44, Unveiling the Venomous Serpent of the World's Dark Underbelly. Zhao Genoa immediately connected to the communications of Hummingbird, the head of the Strategic Bureau's Intelligence Analysis Division. The holographic screen lit up, revealing Hummingbird's face, slightly pale from chronic sleep deprivation. He rendered a crisp military salute to Lin Feng, his expression grave. Advisor Lin, we've consolidated all top-level intelligence regarding the mysterious organization Ouroboros. As he spoke, a complex network diagram unfolded in the holographic projection. However, the vast majority of the map remained shrouded in thick, black fog representing the unknown, with only a few scattered points glowing faintly. As you can see, Hummingbird's voice carried a hint of frustration. This organization operates with such extreme secrecy that even after decades and countless resources, we've only scratched the surface. All we know is that its tentacles reach every corner of the globe, driven by an almost pathological obsession with the system, ancient relics, and individuals with special talents. He pointed to one of the illuminated dots, a file sealed for 30 years. 30 years ago, in a small South Asian nation, every extraordinary individual's energy core withered overnight, plunging the country into decline that persists to this day. Post-incident investigations uncovered only a charred emblem bearing the mark of the Ouroboros at the scene. He pointed to another light, a blurred satellite image. 15 years ago, Europe's most celebrated S-class prodigy, the Holy Light Knight, vanished without a trace from his heavily guarded ancient castle.
The only clue left behind was an extremely faint serpentine mark on his personal sword, as if corroded by the force of rules. With each revelation from Hummingbird, the air in the conference room grew heavier. These seemingly unrelated unsolved cases were now strung together by a dark thread called Ouroboros, emanating a chilling aura of terror. They're like a pack of vultures lurking in the shadows of the world's rules, silently devouring everything that piques their interest. They're members. We don't even know if they're human or some kind of monster twisted by the rules. Hummingbird concluded bitterly. Now, to combat us, the White Eagle Nation has resorted to inviting wolves into their home, collaborating with these monsters. They've pledged to unlock all technologies obtained from the Qin Emperor's mausoleum in exchange for the Ouroboros' assistance to seize the dragon vein heart in your possession, and you yourself. Zhao Genoa clenched his fists until they cracked, his eyes blazing with fury. Lin Feng, however, remained composed. He listened quietly to Hummingbird's report, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. Too little intelligence, he said slowly. With only this, we remain at a disadvantage. Hummingbird nodded helplessly. Yes, Advisor Lin. They're too deeply concealed. Conventional intelligence methods are nearly useless against them. If conventional means fail, we'll resort to unconventional ones. Lin Feng rose and walked slowly toward the holographic projection shrouded in mist. Director Hummingbird, list every target you suspect is connected to Ouroboros, every company, organization, and individual, even if you lack concrete evidence. Hummingbird paused, puzzled, but complied immediately. Instantly, hundreds of names and codenames appeared on the light screen, spanning the globe from Wall Street financial titans to ancient European nobility, to certain notorious underground mercenary groups. These are merely our speculations, with no concrete evidence, Hummingbird cautioned. It's enough. A deep, enigmatic light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Eye of correction, activate. Support module, Ouroboros rule imprint, loading. In that instant, Lin Feng's vision underwent a cataclysmic shift. He no longer saw mere names and codes, but scrutinized the intricate causality threads and rule chains linked behind them. With the assistance of the Ouroboros rule imprint, any target that had deep contact with that sinister organization inevitably bore a faint, rust-like bug contamination on its own rule chain. Such contamination was undetectable by conventional means, yet under Lin Feng's error detection eye, it shone as clearly as fireflies in the night. His gaze swept across every name on the light screen like the most precise scanner. Kronos Capital ruled out. Merely a money laundering tool being exploited. Blackwater International ruled out, merely peripheral mercenaries. Descendants of the Knights Templar? Interesting, but not core. Lin Feng's mouth spewed out one name after another. Each target he dismissed sent shockwaves through Hummingbird and Zhao Genoa's minds. Because these were precisely the entities they had suspected most intensely, yet never found conclusive evidence against. Consultant Lin Feng. How on earth was he making these judgments? Found it. Suddenly, Lin Feng's finger tapped precisely on an inconspicuous name on the light screen. Ikaros von Heinrich. Hummingbird immediately pulled up the profile. He's one of the rotating chairmen of the judging committee for this year's Rivalon tournament. An old established noble from the German Federation, his public persona is that of a renowned collector of ancient artifacts. A cold curve formed at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. No, he has another identity. A core member of the Ouroboros. In Lin Feng's vision, the chains of rules behind this man named Icarus were entwined with an intense, indelible dark purple glow, the signature bug contamination of the Ouroboros. What? Hummingbird and Zhao Genoa cried out in unison. The chairman of the judging committee was actually a core member of Ouroboros? This intelligence was priceless. And this. Lin Feng's finger moved again, pointing to Anubis Foundation on the list of sponsors. This foundation serves as the Ouroboros' most crucial intelligence hub and operational base in Europe. Over 40% of the secret funding for this tournament flowed through here. Hummingbird watched as Lin Feng methodically exposed one hidden enemy core after another, like a general reviewing his troops. His mind felt completely frozen. This wasn't intelligence analysis anymore. This was divine revelation. Advisor Lin was operating on a dimension they couldn't comprehend, surveying the entire chessboard from above. So that's how it is. After marking all the compromised nodes, a clear conspiracy network diagram centered around the Riverrand tournament suddenly unfolded before everyone. They used the Stone of Horus as bait, the tournament as their stage, Icarus as their mastermind, and the foundation as their support to weave an inescapable net. Lin Feng turned to face Zhao Genoa and Hummingbird, who were already staring in stunned silence. Their goal wasn't merely to lure me in. They intended to use this opportunity to screen and mark the world's new generation of geniuses. Anyone demonstrating exceptional potential in the tournament, or showing a special affinity for the Horus Stone, will be secretly recorded and marked as their future prey. What a vicious scheme. Killing two birds with one stone. Zhao Genoa gritted his teeth. General, now is not the time for anger. Lin Feng remained composed, yet his eyes shone with the confidence of one holding all the cards. Since we've already seen through all their cards. He stepped to the conference table, hands braced on the surface as he leaned forward slightly. An invisible aura of formidable presence instantly filled the room. Then, from this moment onward, the roles of hunter and prey have been reversed.
This mission to Revelon has 3 objectives.
First, secure the Stone of Horus. I intend to turn their bait into our spoils of war.
Second, neutralize Icarus.
Sever the Ouroboros from its grasp on the tournament.
Make them lose both their queen and their army. Third,
a cold, murderous intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes.
I will use the trap they've set to trace it back. I will turn the tables and expose every last detail of the Ouroboros operations in Europe laid down over decades. Chapter 45, First Clash? Your power belongs to me.
Lin Feng had just concluded his meeting with Zhao Genoa and returned to the heavily guarded Lab 001.
The rule trap he had set for Ouroboros had already taken effect.
That false signal source pointing toward the abandoned fortifications now stood like a lighthouse in the deep sea, silently awaiting its prey to draw near. Advisor, everything is ready. Academician Wang Cohen and his team stood by, ready to assist Lin Feng with final preparations before their departure to Reveran. Lin Feng nodded, preparing to enter the specially constructed Room 0, a chamber with the highest level of physical and energy isolation.
The moment he pushed open the chamber door, disaster struck. No shrill alarms. No violent explosions. A far more bizarre and spine-chilling phenomenon unfolded. Clack! A specially alloyed pan placed by academician Wang Cohen on the edge of the lab bench floated up without warning, spinning eerily in midair.
Immediately afterward, a centrifuge operating at high speed within the lab began to decelerate sharply and inexplicably, as if an invisible force had seized its throat. The energy-sensing lights in the corner began flashing erratically, weaving red, green, and blue like the signal of a madman.
What the hell? Wang Cohen exclaimed in shock. All systems are reporting errors. Gravity parameters are abnormal.
Energy flow readings are chaotic.
Long Zhan's expression darkened instantly.
He led 4 Dragon Fong members to shield Lin Feng in the center. The energy halos on their dark gold combat suits pulsed as they scanned their surroundings vigilantly.
Yet they could see nothing. The enemy was invisible and intangible.
Advisor, this is a rule-level attack. Long Zhan's voice was grave. He could feel the surrounding space growing viscous and alien. Lin Feng remained calm, yet a cold, sharp gleam flashed in his eyes.
This is perfect timing.
He slowly raised his head, his correction eye already activated. Within his vision, the entire 001 lab and even parts of the outer Qianlong courtyard were shrouded in a faint, dark purple mist filled with an aura of evil and chaos. Countless twisted, unstable temporary bugs were proliferating wildly within this haze. Like the most vicious viruses, they eroded the physical laws of reality, creating localized chaos.
Warning!
Massive rule contamination force field detected. Bug source, external remote projection, exhibiting high directionality and self-replicating properties.
Assessment, this is a precise, probing attack targeting you. Testing me?
A cold smile curved Lin Feng's lips.
Seems they still aren't entirely confident in that decoy target they set for me. He instantly grasped the enemy's intent.
This is using small-scale rule pollution to force him into action. Once he moves to fix these bugs, the other side can secretly observe and analyze his capability patterns, strength, and reaction speed. What a clever test of the waters.
Advisor, should we activate the Dragon's Lair's highest level defense formation? Long Zhan asked in a low voice.
No need, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. That would only give them more data on our defense systems. Instead of retreating to the inner chamber, he slowly walked out of Lab 001 and stood in the open courtyard.
You want to watch? Then I'll let you watch your fill. Lin Feng drew a deep breath.
The terrifying aura of a level 54th tier powerhouse surged skyward, no longer concealed in the slightest.
He didn't bother fixing each minor disruption individually. That would be too slow and exactly what the enemy wanted. What he intended to do was strike at the heart of the matter. Correction eye locks onto the core node of the rule pollution force field. Analyzing. Core attack bug module detected, chaos seed.
Lin Feng saw it, high in the sky, kilometers away, a stream of unnatural energy perfectly concealed by optical and energy camouflage was continuously projecting this rule pollution. At the core of this energy stream lay a bug module he had never encountered before, one brimming with malice and distortion.
Chaos seed?
Lin Feng sneered coldly.
The name sounds intimidating enough, but pity your structure is riddled with flaws. He chose neither defense nor expulsion. He chose invasion and seizure.
Lin Feng raised his right hand, palm facing upward. A pure, supreme force of correction and order, a power of correction coalesced in his palm into a tiny, faintly golden vortex. Since you've offered your power so willingly, I shan't refuse. With a flicker of intent, the pale golden vortex suddenly expanded. An invisible, overwhelmingly domineering suction instantly enveloped the entire area. The dark purple contaminated energy that had been eroding the rules of reality seemed to have encountered its natural nemesis and sovereign. They emitted waves of silent wails, ceasing their chaos. Instead, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, they surged madly toward the golden vortex in Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng was actually forcibly devouring his opponent's attack.
What?
High above the clouds, dozens of kilometers away, a shadowy figure cloaked in black trembled violently, uttering an incredulous cry. He was none other than the core operative dispatched by the Ouroboros faction for reconnaissance, codenamed Illusionist. He could distinctly sense the rule pollution energy he had unleashed being forcibly plundered by a power even more tyrannical and higher tier. He tried to sever the connection, only to discover with horror that his power was trapped like mud, utterly unable to break free. No! This can't be. What kind of power is this? A storm of shock raged within the illusionist's mind. His pride and joy, the rule pollution, had become nourishment for the enemy? Outside Lab 001, Wang Kuan and the Dragon Fong team members were utterly dumbfounded. They watched helplessly as the bizarre phenomena that had caused immense chaos vanished as swiftly as smoke scattered by the wind. All the anomalous energy transformed into streaks of purple light, drawn into Lin Feng's palm. The golden vortex in Lin Feng's palm, having devoured vast quantities of contaminated energy, deepened in hue, now tinged with an eerie purple. Analysis complete. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Through absorption and analysis, he had thoroughly uncovered the internal structure and every vulnerability of the opponent's Chaos Seed bug module. Now, it's time to return it to you. A cruel smile curled the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. He clenched his fist with a sudden force, completely crushing, restructuring, and optimizing that massive energy. Then, pointing into the void, he extended a finger. The Chaos Seed, now optimized by him and amplified to over 10 times its original power, raced back along the energy path it had come, returning with unmatched speed and ferocious force. Put! Dozens of kilometers away, the illusionist was struck as if by lightning, violently spewing a mouthful of black blood. He felt a destructive energy containing his own power yet 100 times more terrifying than his own slam violently into his spiritual core. The phantom cloak concealing his form instantly exploded, revealing his pale face contorted in sheer terror. A monster! He's a monster! The illusionist let out a piercing scream, daring not to linger a moment longer. Burning his life essence, he transformed into a streak of light and fled frantically into the distance. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his fingers, his expression serene. He opened his palm, revealing a slender, dark purple energy thread pulsing at his fingertips, emanating an eerie aura. It was the illusionist's primordial rule imprint, deliberately intercepted by him. Run? Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng stared at the thread of rule imprint, as if seeing the frantic retreating figure before him. He turned to Long Zhan, who stood frozen in utter shock, and declared, "Inform the general. The fish has taken the bait and seems rather frightened. Reveran, our hunt can officially begin." Chapter 46, Countering the Rules. Forging my personal divine weapon. Within Laboratory 001, traces of the unnatural purple energy belonging to the Ouroboros and forcibly seized still lingered in the air. Lin Feng's fingertips pulsed with the primal rule imprint of the illusionist, his expression serene yet his mind churning with turmoil. General Zhao Genoa's virtual projection stood nearby. Having just witnessed an unimaginable display of rule-devouring and god-tier counterattack, the look in his eyes toward Lin Feng had shifted from mere esteem to profound reverence. "Lin Feng, what just happened?" "I devoured his power, analyzed his bug, then used his own strength to severely wound him," Lin Feng explained casually, as if describing something as mundane as eating or drinking. He slowly crushed the sliver of rule imprint between his fingers. Every bit of information contained within was laid bare under the scrutiny of his correction eye. Their rule corruption may seem bizarre, but it's actually a crude, forced distortion of reality's rules. Like a shoddy virus code riddled with flaws, it's full of exploitable, fatal defects. A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Feng's eyes. "And I figured something else out." He turned to look at Zhao Genoa. "The Horus Stone isn't merely bait, it's an ultra-long-range rule beacon, their positioning system to lock onto me. As long as it remains in Rev-Allen, I'm like a beacon in the night, nowhere to hide." "What?" Zhao Genoa gasped. "Then the risks of this operation. Risk is also opportunity." Lin Feng cut him off, his eyes gleaming with predatory intensity. "If they can track me, I can use this connection to track them back. The problem is, conventional gear won't even be cannon fodder in the upcoming rule war. Zhao Genoa instantly grasped Lin Feng's meaning and immediately declared in a grave tone. "What do you need? Speak. Even if it means emptying the National Treasury's strategic reserves, I'll approve it." "Excellent." This was precisely the response Lin Feng had been waiting for. He swept his hand decisively, issuing his first command since becoming the pillar of the nation. "Academician Wang Kuan. Present. Advisor Lin." The gray-haired academician Wang Kuan immediately rushed forward, his face radiating fervent admiration. "Transport all S-class equipment wreckage from the captured Ghost Squad, along with every ancient bronze artifact, jade piece, and formation core retrieved from the Qin Emperor's mausoleum, to the Celestial Forge. Additionally, allocate 1,000 kilograms of void secret silver, 10 tons of stellar sand, and 3,000 kilograms of 9 netherworld cold iron from the National Treasury." "Yes, sir." Wang Kuan turned without hesitation to carry out the orders. Zhao Genoa watched Lin Feng's astonishing display of authority, his heart pounding wildly yet filled with unparalleled anticipation. "Lin Feng, what are you planning to do?"
They have rule weapons. We must have them too. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened with intense focus. No. We will forge something stronger than there's something capable of countering the rules, divine weapons. In the days before we depart, I will personally forge a brand new set of equipment for myself and for the Dragon Fang squad. For the next 72 hours, the most critical research area of the entire Hidden Dragon Academy burned with lights, plunging into an unprecedented frenzy of activity. The energy core of the Celestial Forge was pushed to its absolute limit, unleashing terrifying temperatures capable of melting S-grade strategic materials within its depths. Lin Feng stood before the furnace, no longer merely a commander but transformed into the creator who directed everything. At 7,000 degrees Celsius, the spatial properties of Void Secret Silver become extremely unstable due to a molecular structure bug. Lin Feng's voice echoed throughout the workshop. Wang Kuan, activate the energy field. Lock the frequency at 17 Hz. I'll use the power of correction to forcibly stabilize it. Wang Kuan and his team worked up a sweat as they watched the priceless Void Secret Silver, guided by Lin Feng, blend seamlessly with the other materials like docile flowing water, without the slightest hint of rejection. Stellar Sand Powder, add 0.03 grams. Note, its energy amplification curve will decay upon contact with 9 nether cold iron due to a hidden conflict bug. Reducing the ambient magnetic field strength to 0.07 will perfectly circumvent it. Lin Feng's instructions were precise to the extreme, each targeting the most core and hidden bugs within materials science and energy theory. He didn't even need blueprints. All designs were generated, simulated, and optimized in real time within his evolved, error-detecting vision. He infused a sliver of the Earth's laws he had grasped from the Dragon Vein core fragment into the combat boots design, enabling them to connect with the Earth and draw endless power along with extraordinary traction. He reverse-engineered the chaos principle he had devoured and analyzed from the illusionist, refining it into a phantom badge capable of distorting light and perception. His most significant masterpiece, however, was a pair of entirely new gauntlets forged for himself. Crafted primarily from Void Secret Silver, they fit his hands perfectly, light as air. At the knuckles, thinly polished pieces of stardust were embedded, while the palms bore a miniature array personally designed by Lin Feng to amplify the power of the Eye of Correction. It bore no flashy name. Lin Feng simply called it the Bug Fixer, a soul type. When these gauntlets, shimmering with silver and starlight, were finally complete, the energy in the entire workshop seemed to pause for a moment. The aura it emitted transcended the realm of S-grade equipment entirely, reaching a new, indescribable level. Simultaneously, Lin Feng utilized the remaining scraps to craft 12 dragon scale talismans for each member of the Dragon Fang squad. These talismans were similarly inscribed with simplified order formations. While incapable of active attack, they could withstand a single lethal rule corruption assault at a critical moment. When the revitalized Dragon Fang squadron and Lin Feng, now equipped with the brand new bug corrector, stood before Zhao Genoa once more, Zhao Genoa felt an unprecedented, suffocating aura of overwhelming power wash over him. This was no longer a mere guard squad. This was clearly an army of gods and demons capable of crushing a medium-sized nation. Capital City, the highest-level military airport. Codenamed Kunping, Hua Nation's latest generation of supersonic stealth strategic transport aircraft lay dormant like a giant beast, quietly docked. Lin Feng, clad in black combat fatigues and wearing his silver gauntlets, stepped slowly up the boarding ladder. Shu He and his squad, serving as the publicly acknowledged combat force for the competition, had long been waiting inside the cabin. Their eyes brimmed with awe and shock as they looked at Lin Feng and the Dragon Fang squad. They knew their role in this mission was merely supporting. The true stage belonged to that man. Zhao Genoa had personally come to see them off. He looked at Lin Feng, offering no words, only a solemn military salute. Lin Feng gave a slight nod before turning and stepping into the cabin. The cabin door slowly closed. The engines of the Kunping roared lowly, piercing the clouds in an instant. It transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Its destination, Rivalon. A hunting game meticulously orchestrated by the Ouroboros was about to begin. Little did they know. This time, the one entering the hunting grounds was not prey, but the ultimate hunter armed with a divine weapon and possessing omniscience. Chapter 47, A Banquet of Betrayal? The Hunter Who Walked into the Trap. Rivaran, the ancient city renowned for its perpetual neutrality and picturesque landscapes, now drew the world's gaze as host to the Global Youth Extraordinary Talent Exchange Competition. As the supersonic aircraft codenamed Kunping from Huagua sliced through the sky and touched down smoothly on its dedicated helipad, countless media lenses and the covert gazes of various factions instantly converged upon it. Lin Feng descended the gangway first, clad in a perfectly tailored black combat suit and wearing the bug fixer gauntlets that shimmered with silver starlight. His expression was serene, his gaze as still as a bottomless, icy pool. It seemed his purpose here was not dialogue, but to survey his domain. Behind him, Long Zhan and the Dragon Fang members stood with an aura as solid as mountains. Their brand new gear, personally optimized by Lin Feng, reflected a chilling, heart-stopping coldness in the sunlight. The tournament committee official in charge of reception hurried forward, his face plastered with a professional smile. Welcome to Rivaran, friends from the East. We have arranged the finest suites for you at the Peace Palace Hotel. The Peace Palace Hotel, Riverrun's most renowned 7-star establishment, served as the designated lodging for all delegations participating in the tournament. Its security system was reputed to be impregnable, capable of withstanding a direct assault from an S-class powerhouse. Yet, the instant Lin Feng's toes touched the opulent, red-carpeted lobby of the hotel, the dragon scale amulets worn on the chests of Long Zhan and all the Dragon Feng members behind him, crafted personally by Lin Feng, simultaneously began to glow faintly, emitting an almost imperceptible warm radiance. Meanwhile, Zhu He and his Breaker Squad members trailing behind suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain in their brains. It felt as though countless invisible steel needles were attempting to pierce their mental seas, probing their secrets and corrupting their wills. Ugh! A broken army member groaned, his face instantly turning pale. What's happening? My head is spinning. Watch out! Mental attack. Zhu He's expression darkened as he immediately channeled his energy, attempting to resist this invisible assault. The air in the entire hall seemed to thicken into a viscous, eerie substance at that moment. Members of other nations' delegations appeared oblivious, continuing their lively conversation. Yet this only highlighted how precise and vicious the attack targeting the Chinese team truly was. This was a trap. A silent warning aimed at the Chinese delegation, or more precisely, at Lin Feng himself. Interesting. Far from feeling the slightest tension, a cold smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. This welcome ceremony is truly unique. He slowly raised his right hand, clad in silver gauntlets. Correction eye activated. In his vision, the entire Peace Palace Hotel was already enveloped by a vast, sinister, dark purple net of rules. This net, invisible and intangible, radiated a rule contamination filled with chaos and distortion, the same essence as an illusionist. Like a colossal information black hole, it greedily scanned, analyzed, and eroded every high-energy lifeform that entered its grasp. At this moment, the core power of this vast net was concentrating its firepower, striking toward the Huagua team. You think a rule trap can test my limits? A hint of amusement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Very well. Then I'll show you what true rules truly mean. His fingers, adorned with the bug corrector, spread open lightly. A pale golden energy more overpowering and purer than the opponent's rule contamination, brimming with the essence of order and correction, suddenly erupted from his palm. This force did not disperse outward. Instead, like the most precise program command, it instantly infiltrated the dark purple web of rules enveloping the entire hotel. If the Ouroboros rule network was an operating system riddled with viruses and backdoors, then what Lin Feng was doing now was directly seizing the super user privileges of that system. At the hotel's pinnacle, within an opulent presidential suite, a blond middle-aged man, dressed in a white tailcoat, handsome and refined, leisurely sipped a cup of black tea. Through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, he surveyed the welcoming crowd below. He was Icarus, one of the chairmen of the judging committee for this competition. He was also a core member of the Ouroboros organization. A holographic display, visible only to him, floated before him. It clearly displayed the real-time data of the Chinese team members, including heart rate, energy fluctuations, psychic resistance. The Huagua team's guardian possesses formidable physical constitution. It appears he carries some sort of rule-bound protective artifact. That captain, Zhu He, possesses commendable willpower, but even he won't last long under my web of truth. A cat-like, elegant smile touched Icarus's lips. As for that key target, Lin Feng, let me see what makes you so special that the Prophet holds you in such high regard. His fingers poised to execute the next command on the light screen. Suddenly, the holographic screen before him violently trembled, erupting with a torrent of chaotic gibberish. At the screen's center, 2 words formed from pure golden code: dominant and unmistakable correction, flashed briefly before vanishing. What? Icarus's face paled as he leapt to his feet from the sofa. He realized with horror that his meticulously constructed web of truth was being forcibly taken over by an unmatched, terrifying force. His connection to the web of rules was being brutally severed. No! It wasn't merely severed. The enemy was invading in reverse. This is bad. Icarus tried to halt the spell immediately, but it was already too late. A storm of rules infused with his own power, yet distorted and amplified dozens of times over, surged back along the network he had laid, raging with fury. Put! Icarus was struck as if by lightning, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. His handsome face instantly turned as pale as paper. His mind felt as though it had been forcibly formatted by a supercomputer, countless pieces of information violently deleted and corrupted. Crack! The precious bone china teacup in his hand shattered into the finest powder without any external force striking it. For in that instant, Lin Feng had exploited a rule backlash to temporarily erase the physical property bug that granted the cup its sturdiness. Icarus staggered backward, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. What kind of power is this? He saw through my web of reality? And manipulated it in reverse? He never imagined his pride and joy, the power of rules, could be broken in such a manner, let alone turned against him. Hotel lobby. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his hand, and the invisible pressure enveloping the Huagua team members instantly dissipated. Zhu He and the others exhaled deeply, their gazes toward Lin Feng now brimming with awe akin to survivors of a catastrophe.
Lin Feng's gaze pierced through layer upon layer of ceilings, seemingly meeting the horrified stare emanating from the penthouse suite above. He picked up a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray and raised it in a distant toast toward the penthouse. Then, he downed it in one gulp. Icarus, now, who is the player and who is the pawn? Chapter 48, Public Humiliation. Your gear has a bug. In the lobby of the Peace Palace Hotel, the invisible pressure of unspoken rules targeting Team China dissipated completely under Lin Feng's forceful counterattack. Chu He and several pale-faced teammates gasped for breath, their eyes fixed on Lin Feng with awe and gratitude akin to survivors of a catastrophe. They knew that without Lin Feng's intervention, that brief minute of rule erosion would have left indelible scars in their minds. In the presidential suite atop the hotel, Icarus slumped on the sofa, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He had lost. In the first round of silent confrontation, the intricate trap he had meticulously laid out was not only instantly seen through by his opponent but also turned against him, becoming a brutal slap across his face. This Lin Feng, what kind of monster is he? Icarus growled hoarsely, all traces of his former elegance and composure gone. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, this silent confrontation had gone largely unnoticed by most. To them, it merely appeared that several members of the Huagua team looked unwell, as if suffering from homesickness. Just then, a wave of arrogant and contemptuous laughter shattered the atmosphere. Oh? Is this not Team Huagua? Why do you all look so grim? Have you been drunk by Riveran wine, or have you been scared out of your wits by the aura of the strong here? Jackson, captain of the White Eagle Nation's delegation, strode over with his chest puffed out in his prized wings of Liberty battle armor. Behind him, the White Eagle team members all wore smug, gloating smiles. Unaffected by the rules' pressure, they dismissed the situation as Team Huagua's incompetence making a spectacle of themselves. Before Chu He could retort, another cold voice chimed in. Jackson Cohen, why waste words on a pack of defeated dogs? The fate of the weak is to be looked down upon by the strong. The captain of the Sakura Nation team, Miyamoto Yuichiro, strolled forward with his hand resting on the demon sword Onamaro at his waist. His narrow eyes, like venomous snakes, swept over Lin Feng and Chu He, brimming with undisguised contempt. The two teams' coordinated attack instantly thrust Team China into the spotlight. The surrounding delegations turned their gaze toward them, their expressions tinged with amusement and a sense of watching a spectacle unfold. Chu He's face turned ashen with rage, ready to explode. Lin Feng gently raised his hand to stop him. His gaze swept calmly over Jackson and Yuichiro Miyamoto, as if observing two clowns putting on a show. The eye of correction had already silently activated deep within his eyes. To others, these two were the rising geniuses of their respective nations, formidable opponents. But in Lin Feng's vision, they were nothing more than two bug-ridden puppets, manipulated by the Uroboros like mere tools. Target, Jackson White Eagle Nation. Equipment, Wings of Liberty battle armor. Bug detection, the emergency cooling system within the battle armor contains a low-level bug in its exhaust valve firmware. When stimulated by specific external high-frequency energy waves, it erroneously executes the exhaust test program. Target, Yuichiro Miyamoto Sakura Nation. Equipment, Demon Sword Onamara corrupted. Bug detection, the energy resonance core within the blade has been covertly implanted with an audio backdoor bug by the Uroboros. This backdoor facilitates remote monitoring and energy interference. I see. Lin Feng understood completely, a cold smile curling his lips. Uroboros really knows how to make full use of everything, even using their own lackeys as cannon fodder to test my reactions. He glanced at the two figures before him, still prattling on and flaunting their power, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. Since you two enjoy putting on a show so much, I'll give you a stage and add some special effects. Facing their joint provocation, Lin Feng remained silent, merely raising his champagne glass slowly and making a distant toast gesture toward them. Just as Jackson and Yuichiro Miyamoto thought he was backing down, their smug smiles widening. Lin Feng's left hand, clad in the bug corrector gauntlet, flicked imperceptibly. Two streams of correction energy, infused with a special frequency, shot out like invisible commands. They instantly traversed space, striking the bug nodes on both men with pinpoint accuracy. The next instant. PSSSHHH. Jackson, who had been standing tall and enjoying the spotlight, suddenly saw his futuristic silver-white battle armor spewing out large puffs from its heat dissipation vents all over his body. Rich, vivid, and distinctly girlish, pink smoke. Not only was the color bizarre, but it carried a sickly sweet strawberry scent, instantly enveloping his entire body, making him look like a giant cotton candy that had just exploded. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. What is this? Is this the latest feature of Wings of Liberty? Pink mist? Ha 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 ha. After a brief silence, an uncontrollable wave of laughter erupted like a tidal surge. My battle armor. Jackson was stunned. Staring down at the pink smoke billowing from his body and inhaling the sickening strawberry scent, his face instantly turned beet red. He frantically pounded his battle armor, trying to shut off this inexplicable feature, but it was utterly useless. Yuichiro Miyamoto was also stunned by this sudden turn of events, about to mock Jackson's predicament.
Suddenly, the demon sword on Amaru at his waist emanating an ominous aura vibrated violently without warning. Then, amidst the deathly silence of the entire crowd, it emitted a sound. Clear, loud, soft, and even tinged with a hint of grievance. Meow. That single cat cry seemed to possess petrifying magic. The laughter in the entire hall abruptly ceased. Every expression froze on every face, as if time itself had halted. What had they seen? What had they heard? The legendary demon-slaying sword, renowned throughout the land of cherry blossoms for its countless victories over demons, was mimicking a cat's meow? The handsome features of Miyamoto Yuichiro turned from pale to ashen, then from ashen to a deep purple. He felt the blood rush to his head, overwhelmed by an unprecedented, searing humiliation that threatened to consume his very sanity. Ah! He let out a roar that sounded inhuman, nearly drawing his sword to slash down everyone mocking him. Lin Feng slowly set down his wine cup, calmly observing the farce he himself had orchestrated. He stepped forward, his voice low yet carrying clearly to every corner of the hall. It seems your equipment requires a thorough system overhaul. I'd advise your country's technical department to thoroughly cleanse those laughable test programs before shipping products. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Jackson and Yuichiro Miyamoto before finally seeming to pierce through space and land somewhere on the upper level. After all, not every bug merely puffs out smoke or meows like a cat. With that, Lin Feng turned away from the two men, now utterly mortified, and departed with the Chinese team members trailing behind him, all of them struggling to suppress laughter that threatened to tear their insides apart. Only a disheveled soldier surrounded by pink strawberry-scented smoke remained, along with a swordmaster clutching his meowing demon blade, questioning the meaning of life in utter collapse. The entire crowd stood in stunned silence, bewilderment, and uproarious laughter. In that moment, everyone understood one thing. That seemingly ordinary tactical analyst from Huagua was an absolute devil, not to be messed with. Chapter 49, 30 seconds. Target, the puppeteer behind the scenes. Riverend Central Arena, lights blazing, roaring with voices. This high-tech arena, capable of holding 100,000 spectators, was now packed to capacity. The eyes of the world were fixed on the ongoing first-round elimination match. The massive holographic screen displayed the opposing teams in stark contrast. China National Team vs Andean Eagles. The Andes Eagles, a seasoned powerhouse from South America, are known for their players' mastery of combining strength and speed. Their aggressive style should not be underestimated, echoed the official commentator's voice throughout the arena. In the China team's preparation zone, Chu He and his teammates took deep breaths, ready to take the field. Though they had witnessed last night's pink bubble incident and the demon blade's cat-like cries, gaining a new understanding of Lin Feng's abilities. But facing the official match, they dared not let their guard down for a moment. Lin Feng sat calmly in the coaching booth. His gaze did not linger on his opponents but slowly swept across the entire arena. Through his proofreading eye, the seemingly fair and impartial high-tech arena was already permeated by countless intricate, dark purple threads of rule contamination. The energy transmission panels on the ground, the gravity balancing devices in the air, the energy shields surrounding the arena, even the activity levels of elemental particles in the air all harbored artificially implanted backdoor bugs that could be remotely activated. The energy source of these bugs originated from the same source as the Web of Truth Icarus had cast the previous night, and the contamination present in Jackson and Miyamoto's equipment. Ouroboros. Lin Feng's gaze finally settled on the members of the Andean Eagle Squad. Sure enough, a faint, dark purple energy shrouded the energy cores of these members. They weren't being controlled. Instead, through some means, they had gained the power of the Ouroboros while simultaneously becoming mobile keys to activate the arena's bugs. A bunch of fools treated as expendable pawns, Lin Feng sneered inwardly. He had already seen through their entire plan. Leveraging home field advantage and exploiting the arena glitch, they intended to crush Team China with overwhelming force in the first round, shattering their confidence while testing his reactions. Icarus watched it all unfold coldly from a corner. The match begins. The electronic voice boomed throughout the arena as the referee gave the command. The captain of the Andean Eagles, a mountain of a man with dark skin, flashed a savage, eerie grin. He stomped his foot violently. Boom! It wasn't the explosion of his own power, but the rules of the entire arena that ignited completely in that instant. Buzz. The ground in the Chinese team's half instantly surged with triple the gravitational force. Chu He and his teammates felt as if a mountain had been placed upon them, their movements becoming incredibly sluggish. Even raising an arm became an extraordinary struggle. Energy particles in the air instantly became sluggish, forming a massive energy suppression field. Their internal energy flow felt like it had sunk into quicksand, suppressing their combat effectiveness by at least 50%. Even more terrifying, the alloy floor beneath their feet seemed to come alive, violently warping, cracking, and bulging as if trying to swallow them whole. In stark contrast, the Andean Eagle's half remained entirely unaffected. Instead, the energy particles in the air surged with unprecedented vitality, boosting their speed and strength by at least 20%. As one side weakened and the other strengthened, the disparity in their combat capabilities instantly widened to a despairing chasm. Ha 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 ha! You weaklings from China! Taste despair! The Andes Eagles captain roared with maniacal laughter, leading his team like tigers descending a mountain as they charged toward Chu He and his companions, who were now trapped and unable to move. Dirty trick. This is cheating. Referee. Protest. From the stands, the few supporters of Huagua roared in fury, but their cries were quickly drowned out by a sea of gloating laughter. Had the rules been tampered with? No proof. To the vast majority, this was simply China's team failing to adapt to the arena environment, a display of inadequate skill. In the VIP section, Icarus held his wine glass, watching the disheveled Chinese players on the monitor. A look of vengeful satisfaction spread across his face. Lin Feng, this is the price you pay for humiliating me. Now, let's see how you'll save the day. He intended to force Lin Feng into fixing these bugs, thereby exposing his ability model for all to see. On the field, Chu He and the others glared with fury. The dragon scale talismans on their chests emitted a faint warmth, shielding them from the most lethal rule erosion. Yet, facing the overwhelmingly dominated field and the fierce opponents, they were still trapped in a desperate situation. Coach. Chu He instinctively glanced toward the coaching bench. He expected Lin Feng to point out the bug's critical points, how to evade it, and how to counterattack just as he always had before. Instead, Lin Feng made a move that stunned everyone in the arena. Slowly, he rose from the coaching bench. His gaze didn't linger on the bug in the arena, nor did it follow the charging enemies. His gaze pierced through layer upon layer of obstruction, locking precisely onto the direction of the main control room behind the arena, a space protected by multiple layers of energy barriers. Through his proofreading eye, a colossal energy conduit representing the manipulation of rules extended from that very spot, connecting to every bug on the battlefield. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Fixing the bugs first? That's childish thinking. My target is you. Lin Feng turned to Chu He and the others, who were gritting their teeth and holding on. His voice was calm, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Long John, protect them. Chu He, all of you hold out for 30 seconds. 30 seconds? The entire arena erupted in shock. What did this mean? Was he abandoning the match? Though puzzled, Chu He and the others, driven by absolute trust in Lin Feng, suddenly unleashed their full power. Back to back, they formed a circle, preparing to withstand the storm-like onslaught. The next second, under the gaze of 100,000 spectators and countless surveillance cameras, Lin Feng took a single step forward. His figure blurred like lines erased by an eraser, then vanished completely from where he stood. This was no afterimage from high-speed movement, it was genuine disappearance. Leveraging his understanding of the spatial rules glitch and the power of the phantom badge, he had bypassed the physical barriers entirely. Where is he? Where did he go? The coach of Team China ran away? The entire arena was stunned. In the VIP section, Icarus crushed his red wine glass in his hand with a sharp crack. He leapt to his feet, his face etched with disbelief and terror. He sensed it. A terrifying force, imbued with the absolute essence of order, was advancing toward the backstage control room at breakneck speed, ignoring all defenses in a manner he couldn't comprehend. No. His target isn't the arena. His target is... Icarus's hair stood on end in an instant. The roles of predator and prey were utterly reversed in that very instant. Backstage in the arena, within the heavily guarded main control room, a man clad in a technician's uniform, his gaze icy cold, was intently manipulating the light screen, maintaining the arena's bug operation. He was the member sent by Ouroboros to manipulate the arena. Watching the disarray of Team Huagua on the screen, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, the massive door behind him, forged from superalloy, capable of withstanding missile strikes along with its surrounding energy barrier, rippled like water disturbed by a pebble, sending out an eerie wave. A slender figure emerged from the ripples, seemingly ignoring all physical and energy defenses, walking straight through. As if he had always belonged there. Lin Feng brushed imaginary dust from his clothes, meeting the horrified gaze of the Ouroboros member, who spun around in terror. A gentle smile touched his lips. Found you. 30 seconds? Not even close. Chapter 50, Capturing the King. Crushing both rules and flesh. The Ouroboros member manipulating the light screen, codenamed Artisan, spun around abruptly, his face etched with horror as if he'd seen a ghost. Behind him, 3 other members radiating equally eerie auras were now on high alert, instantly shifting into combat mode. Lin Feng remained composed, glancing at the timer on the control console. Only 5 seconds had passed since he left the coaching bench. Enemy attack. Kill him. Artisan was the first to react, letting out a sharp growl. His hands danced frantically across the console. His target wasn't the arena, it was this control room itself. This was his true home turf. Boom. In an instant, the entire control room's protocols detonated. Energy tubes on the ceiling erupted with light 100 times more blinding than the sun, attempting to blind Lin Feng. The oxygen content in the air was instantly sucked out, replaced by an inert toxic mist capable of corroding energy. The floor's gravity system went completely haywire, fluctuating between 1,000 times normal gravity and complete weightlessness.
Countless hidden bug codes activated within the alloy walls, transforming into energy chains that coiled toward Lin Feng like venomous snakes from all directions. This wasn't a physical assault, it was a fatal trap that transformed the entire space into a cage of rules.
The other three members struck simultaneously, erupting with dark purple energy not to attack Lin Feng, but to reinforce and amplify the rule chaos forged by the artisan.
In an instant, they sought to drown Lin Feng in an ocean of rules, to dissolve him completely. Yet, facing this rule storm powerful enough to make any S-rank powerhouse pale, Lin Feng merely raised his left hand, the one wearing the bug corrector, with a light flick. The Eye of Correction activated at full power. Golden light erupted from his palm and eyes like a rising sun, blazing forth with overwhelming brilliance. To his eyes, this so-called rule storm was nothing more than a pile of garbage code cobbled together from shoddy bugs, riddled with flaws. Order, reconstruct. Lin Feng uttered the 4 words with detached indifference. The overwhelming power of error correction instantly swept through the entire control room. The blinding glare bug was instantly corrected, its light instead converging into a beam that slammed into the eye of an Ouroboros member, drawing a piercing scream. The oxygen-depleting bug was exploited in reverse. All the inert toxic mist, as if swallowed by a black hole, surged madly into the control console before the artisan. The light screen instantly erupted with sparks and billowed black smoke. The chaotic gravitational field was forcibly smoothed out, returning to normal. Before the energy chains could reach Lin Feng, their internal code structures were instantly deciphered and altered. Like tamed pets, they abruptly shifted course mid-air, lashing viciously toward the 3 support members instead. Crack! 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 Struck by their own power, the 3 members were caught off guard, lashed until their skin split open, their screams piercing the air. No! Impossible! The artisan glared with eyes bulging, his rule storm treated like child's play by his opponent. In a single exchange, it had been utterly dismantled, even backfired. Had enough? Lin Feng's voice was like the whisper of death itself. Now it's my turn. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as the terrifying physical strength of a level 50, tier 4 powerhouse erupted instantly. His figure blurred into an afterimage, moving so fast it surpassed the monitoring system's capture limit in the control room. Exploiting bugs was merely a tactic. To resolve the battle within 30 seconds, crushing his opponent with sheer physical might was the fastest way. Boom! Before a member attempting to form an energy shield could react, Lin Feng's fist tore through the flimsy layer of rule-based defense, slamming viciously into his chest. Snap! The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. The man flew like a, spewing blood wildly as he slammed into the alloy wall, sliding down, his fate unknown. 10 seconds passed. Seeing this, the other 2 men's eyes flashed with despair and madness. Abandoning their rule-based resistance, they drew 2 energy daggers glowing with an eerie light, lunging left and right to stab at Lin Feng's vital points. Lin Feng neither dodged nor retreated. His hands, equipped with the bug corrector, moved faster than lightning. Like iron pincers, they seized both wrists with pinpoint precision. Weapon Energy Core Bug Overload. Lin Feng thought to himself. Boom! Both energy daggers instantly lost control, exploding in their own hands. Amidst their screams, both arms were blown to shreds, their bodies hurled backward by the shockwave. 15 seconds passed. Inside the control room, only Lin Feng remained, along with the artisan who had long since been scared out of his wits. The artisan stared at Lin Feng, who now resembled a demon god, his body shaking violently. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead. He wanted to resist, but he realized that all his skills were nothing but a joke in front of this man. Lin Feng walked step by step toward him. You, what the hell are you? Before the artisan could finish, Lin Feng's hand shot out like lightning, clamping around his throat and hoisting him off the ground. Enough chatter. Lin Feng's other hand slammed down on the main control console, which was spewing black smoke yet still commanding the arena. Error detection I, global scan. Detected 178 arena bug nodes. Detected 34 rule loopholes? All fixed. Extreme optimization applied based on existing rules. Lin Feng's finger tapped lightly on the console. Center of the arena. Under the protection of the dragon scale talisman, Chu He and his teammates gritted their teeth, desperately holding on. Their defensive perimeter had been squeezed to its absolute limit as the Andes Eagles' relentless assault rained down like a torrential downpour. 30 seconds remaining, just 5 seconds left. Die, Chinese! The Andean captain roared with maniacal laughter, channeling all his power into his most devastating strike. At this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. The terrifying gravitational and energy suppression field enveloping the Chinese teams half vanished without a trace. Replacing it was a gentle yet colossal energy that surged into their bodies, instantly restoring their depleted strength, even surpassing their peak condition. The ground felt solid as a mountain. The air was crisp and fresh. Meanwhile, on the Andean Eagles' side, all energy amplification vanished instantly. The power bestowed upon them by the Ouroboros was forcibly severed by a domineering force of order. As if their very spines had been ripped out, their faces turned deathly pale, their bodies shook violently, and their strength plummeted to rock bottom. The ferocious strike aimed at Chu He, before it could even reach its target, lost all momentum and dissipated on its own.
The advisor succeeded.
A wild gleam of joy flared in Shui's eyes as he roared, "Counterattack!" The Wagwa team members, who had been building up their momentum, unleashed their full combat power like caged tigers released.
In that single second, the tide of battle turned completely. Deprived of their rule-enhanced advantage, the Andean Eagles proved as fragile as clay pots and straw dogs against the Wagwa team, now restored to peak form and beyond utterly defenseless. They crushed them like dry twigs. In a mere 3 seconds, the battle ended. Every member of the Andean Eagles was knocked off the stage. The entire arena fell deathly silent.
100,000 spectators fell utterly silent.
They couldn't comprehend what had just transpired. Why had the Andean Eagles, who had held such an overwhelming advantage, suddenly faltered? Why did the Chinese team, on the brink of defeat, suddenly unleash such terrifying power? Why had that bizarre field condition suddenly reversed, even improved?
In the VIP box, Icarus's face was ashen, his entire body trembling.
He stared fixedly at the field, then shifted his gaze toward the main control room, his eyes filled with endless venom and terror. Inside the main control room,
Lin Feng held the lifeless artisan like a dead dog in one hand, watching the arena footage displayed on the control console.
Time froze. 28 seconds.
A cold, sharp curve formed at the corner of his mouth.
"Now we can have a proper chat about you, Ouroboros." Chapter 51, The King Returns. The Hunt under Global Broadcast.
Backstage at the Rivellon Arena, the master control room, which should have been the most heavily fortified defense in the entire venue, now lay in utter ruin. The Ouroboros operative codenamed Artisan hung in the air, held by Lin Feng's single hand like a chicken with its neck wrung. His face, twisted by terror, bore not a trace of the earlier smugness and cruelty. Only the most primal terror of impending death remained. His limbs hung limply. His mental core had been utterly shattered in the one-sided crushing blow moments ago, and his once proud ability to manipulate the rules had vanished into thin air.
"Now, where are your accomplices?"
Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet it pierced the artisan's eardrums like a frigid wind from the depths of hell.
I don't know."
The craftsman managed to utter a few words with great difficulty, his eyes filled with despair. A cold curve touched the corner of Lin Feng's mouth.
The fingers of his other hand lightly tapped the point between the artisan's eyebrows.
A surge of pure correction energy flooded in, not to heal, but to precisely shatter the last fragile defensive bug within his mental sea.
"Ah!"
The artisan let out a scream that sounded inhuman, feeling as though his soul had been plunged into boiling oil, with every secret laid bare. Lin Feng obtained the information he sought. Though sparse, it was sufficient. Without another word, he grabbed the utterly broken captive and turned toward the alloy gate, now warped and distorted by the force of rules. On the arena floor, the referee had just blown the final whistle. The 10,000 spectators in the stadium, along with the billions watching the global broadcast, were still reeling from the unfathomable, earth-shattering reversal. Their minds were blank. They couldn't comprehend how the Chinese team, teetering on the brink of defeat one moment, had descended like gods from heaven the next, crushing their opponents with overwhelming force. Even more baffling was the sudden disappearance of Team China's coach mid-game.
Where had he gone? Did he run away? Or did he employ some tactical maneuver we're unaware of? Commentators and analysts worldwide frantically analyzed replays, desperately seeking a plausible explanation. At that very moment, in the arena's backstage area, the passageway door leading to the inner core zone creaked open with a bone-chilling metallic screech. A tall, slender figure emerged from the darkness of the passageway, walking slowly against the light. He still wore that same casual outfit, his expression serene, as if he'd merely gone for a stroll. But in his hands, he carried a blood-soaked, unconscious figure. It was Lin Feng. His reappearance occurred at the exact same spot where he had vanished moments before. In that instant, the entire world seemed to hit mute. All the clamor, all the chatter, all the speculation, everything froze in that instant. The entire crowd of 100,000 spectators fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes widened, every mouth gaped open, as if witnessing a miracle descend. Their faces bore expressions of indescribable shock and horror. The global broadcast cameras zoomed in frantically. They captured Lin Feng's calm face and the unidentified captive in his grasp, presenting them clearly before billions of eyes. After a brief, deathly silence, a volcanic eruption of shock and awe swept across the entire planet. "My God! He's back!" Riveron's official commentator gasped, nearly dropping the microphone from his trembling hands. "He didn't escape. This isn't some tactic. He went hunting." Those words detonated like a nuclear bomb, instantly igniting everyone's understanding. They finally understood. The sudden shift in the game's dynamics, the Chinese team's desperate counterattack, everything stemmed from this man. He wasn't analyzing tactics, he was creating them. He wasn't following the rules, he was setting them. In the VIP box, Jackson of the White Eagle Nations team stared fixedly at Lin Feng's figure on the screen. His once arrogant face had turned deathly pale, his body trembling slightly beyond his control. He recalled that eerie pink mist, remembered that demonic blade that mimicked a cat's cry. It turned out those were merely casual displays of mockery. This time, however, the opponent displayed a truly icy, terrifying power capable of crushing everything.
A bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head.
He knew that if he faced Team China in the semifinals, what awaited him would no longer be a humiliating joke, but death. Meanwhile, in another, even more opulent private box,
Icarus crushed the stemmed glass in his hand with a sharp crack. Crimson wine mingled with shards of glass, trickling through his fingers, yet he remained utterly oblivious.
His gaze was fixed on Lin Feng and the subordinate in his hand, a face he knew all too well. It's over. The elite squad he'd dispatched to control the arena, the one dubbed the Artisans, had been annihilated. Not only had the enemy shattered his rule traps on the front lines, but they had also breached all physical and energy defenses in the back end in a manner he couldn't comprehend. They had struck at the heart of his operations, snatching his executor like a chicken. This wasn't combat, it was a dimensional strike. For the first time, Icarus felt the emotion called fear. His heart trembled violently. This Lin Feng had completely surpassed the organization's expectations. He wasn't merely a potential target who might possess the key. He was a threat capable of undermining the entire Ouroboros plan, a demon. Inside the arena,
ignoring all the stares around him, Lin Feng walked slowly back to the Chinese team's preparation area. Long John and several state security agents disguised as staff, who had been waiting there, immediately approached.
Advisor. Long John's voice brimmed with excitement and admiration.
Lin Feng tossed the barely conscious artisan to them, simultaneously handing over a micro-data core.
The only survivor.
Take him to the designated location and interrogate him with the highest clearance.
Extract everything he knows about Ouroboros.
This data core contains all the operational logs and encrypted communications I copied from their backend.
Send it back to headquarters immediately for decryption by Hummingbird and the others.
Yes, sir. Long John solemnly accepted it and immediately led his men away silently. General Zhao Genoa strode over, his lips trembling with emotion as he stared at Lin Feng.
After a long moment, he finally managed to say, "Good work, kid. Well done."
Lin Feng nodded slightly, his tone calm.
"This is just the appetizer."
As he spoke, his gaze pierced through thousands of meters, ignoring all walls and crowds, locking precisely onto the VIP section, the private box where Icarus sat.
Inside the box, Icarus stiffened violently. He felt a bone-chilling intent to kill, like an invisible blade instantly piercing through all his defenses and pinning him down. He saw Lin Feng, far away, slowly raise his hand in his direction. Then, his thumb traced a light, sweeping motion across his throat. A simple gesture, yet one brimming with utter contempt and a bloody warning. "Next, it's you." Icarus' pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. A provocation. This was an unmasked declaration of death from the hunter. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at him. A loser about to be eliminated was not worthy of his further attention. He turned, his eyes fixed on the name of the next opponent for Team China on the tournament bracket. White Eagle Nation. Chapter 52, Overwhelming pressure shatters the opponent's mindset. The atmosphere at Rivellon Central Arena grew eerily tense, unlike anything seen before. Gone were the usual roars and fervor of competition, replaced instead by a heavy silence, a blend of awe, dread, and utter disbelief. The semi-final was about to begin, pitting Team Huagua against Team White Eagle. Yet at this moment, the eyes of every spectator worldwide were not fixed on the players about to take the field. Instead, his gaze fixed intently on the man sitting calmly with his eyes closed, resting in the Huagua team's coaching booth. Lin Feng. Not long ago, this man vanished before the eyes of the entire world, only to emerge unscathed from the arena's central backstage area, carrying a mysterious captive. That silent hunt, that bizarre reversal on the field, had completely overturned everyone's understanding. Tactical analyst? That title now sounded like a colossal joke. This was clearly a terrifying entity capable of manipulating the rules and rewriting reality. Within the White Eagle Nation's preparation zone, the atmosphere had grown thick with tension. Captain Jackson wore a brand new set of Guardian battle armor, reputed to offer superior defense. Yet his face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. His body trembled slightly, not from excitement, but from an uncontrollable dread. Pink smoke, the demon blade's cat-like cries, a hunt from the shadows. Scene after scene flashed through his mind like the most terrifying nightmare. He could distinctly feel Lin Feng's gaze, unseen yet seemingly omnipresent, scanning him like the most precise scanner. It was examining him from head to toe, scrutinizing every single component of his battle armor down to the last detail. A powerful premonition gripped him. At the slightest thought from his opponent, this battle armor he prided himself on would instantly turn into a pile of scrap metal, billowing pink smoke. Or even explode on the spot. "Captain, it's our turn to enter the arena," one team member cautiously reminded him. Jackson jolted awake. He took a deep breath, forcing down the fear in his heart, and led his team onto the field. "The match begins." The referee's voice trembled slightly. On the field, Chui led the Chinese team in battle formation. They had absolute confidence in Lin Feng, but they knew even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. They wouldn't let their guard down for a moment. However, Jackson on the opposing side made a move that surprised everyone. Instead of charging forward with his usual arrogance, he instinctively assumed a defensive stance.
His nerves were stretched taut, constantly on guard against any glitches in his battle armor. On the coaching bench, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He calmly glanced at Jackson. Yet that single glance sent a chill down Jackson's spine, making every hair on his body stand on end. It was as if he saw countless dense red codes and vulnerabilities suddenly appear on his battle armor, threatening to crash at any moment. No! There's a bug. Jackson's composure shattered completely. He let out a startled cry, forgetting his attack entirely as he frantically scrambled to inspect his battle armor. This momentary distraction proved fatal in a duel between masters. Opportunity. A sharp gleam flashed in Shui's eyes. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. The spear surged like a dragon, carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. It instantly pierced through Jackson's defensive gap, the spear tip pressing precisely against his throat. The battle ended in a mere 3 seconds. Jackson froze, staring at the spear tip pressed against his throat, his mind going blank. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Defeated? The ace of White Eagle Nation had exposed a weakness within the opening 3 seconds out of fear his equipment might fail? Defeated in a single move? This wasn't a gap in combat prowess, it was a complete mental collapse. That man sitting in the coach's seat had shattered a top-tier player's will to fight with just a single glance. Team Huagua wins. The referee's voice shattered the deathly silence. Yet no cheers erupted, only a collective gasp of horror filled the arena. Such sheer terror. Lin Feng's intimidating presence had reached an unimaginable level. Soon, the final match arrived. Team Huagua faced Team Sakura. In the Sakura Nation's preparation zone, Yuichiro Miyamoto's hand rested on the demon sword on Amaru, his expression grave. He understood the true nature of Lin Feng's power even more clearly than Jackson did. It wasn't a supernatural ability, it was a higher dimensional mastery over the rules. In his mind, the scene of the demon sword's cat-like cry replayed endlessly, a soul-piercing humiliation and terror. He had also witnessed Lin Feng's hunting in the backstage area. That method, which ignored all defenses, had already surpassed the realm of understanding within the samurai code. He slowly walked onto the arena, not glancing at Chu He or the others. His gaze fixed directly on Lin Feng in the coach's box. Lin Feng met his gaze, his eyes calm as still water. Their gazes locked in midair. To Miyamoto Yuichiro, it felt like gazing upon a vast starry sky, deep, boundless, and looming high above, overlooking all living beings. Before such power, his cherished way of the sword seemed as insignificant as dust. Struggling was pointless. Resistance would only invite humiliation. He made a decision that stunned the entire crowd. He sheathed his sword and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle toward Lin Feng. Then, he turned to the referee and declared, "We concede." The entire arena erupted in shock. A final match forfeited? Ignoring all the gasps and doubts, Miyamoto Yuichiro spoke calmly. Facing overwhelming power beyond reach, acknowledging the gap and avoiding humiliation is the samurai's final dignity. In this battle, we concede defeat wholeheartedly. With that, he led his team off the field without looking back. The champions of this year's Global Youth Extraordinary Talent Exchange Tournament. Team Huagua. The referee's voice boomed across the sky. Team China ascended to the pinnacle of the world in an unprecedented manner without shedding a drop of blood, without fighting a single battle, in both the semifinals and finals. Everyone knew this championship glory belonged to the man who had scarcely left the coaching bench throughout the entire tournament. In the VIP box, Icarus watched the scene unfold. His expression had regained its composure, yet beneath that calm surface lay the most unyielding resolve. Victory after victory? Triumph without a fight? Good. Very good. The more terrifying the power Lin Feng displayed, the more he proved himself worthy to become the vessel for the Hygra's century-long plan. Conventional methods are useless now. Then we shall play our final trump card. Icarus rose to his feet, adjusting his collar. The Horus Stone was always a trap prepared for you. Now, I shall personally preside over this sacrificial rite. On the arena floor, Lin Feng rose slowly to his feet. The title of champion held little meaning for him. His gaze fixed upon the chamber symbolizing the champion's glory, the very place where his true objective lay. The Horus Stone. He knew the Ouroboros' final counterattack awaited him there. Chapter 53, The Final Open Strategy, The Devil's Deal. The roar of the champion swept through the entire Rivellon arena like a tsunami. Confetti filled the air. Team Huagua claimed ultimate glory in a manner that stunned the world without even fighting. Shu He and the others excitedly tossed Lin Feng high into the air, their faces radiant with ecstatic joy. General Zhao Genoa was moved to tears, repeatedly declaring, "Our nation shall rise again." Everyone was immersed in the joy of victory. Only Lin Feng remained calm. For him, the championship was merely a process, not the ultimate goal. His true objective was the Stone of Horus and the Ouroboros hidden behind it. Lin Feng politely declined the celebration. Just as Team Huagua prepared to head to the designated chamber to claim their championship prize, a senior official from the organizing committee hurried over. "General Zhao, Advisor Lin, congratulations on your victory." He paused, then lowered his voice. Mr. Icarus, the chairman of the organizing committee, wishes to meet with advisor Lin privately to discuss the handover of the Stone of Horus. Given the gravity of the matter, he requests this be done in strict confidence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenhua and Long Zhan both furrowed their brows. Icarus. After experiencing the mental pressure in the hotel lobby and the confrontation backstage at the arena, this name had long been classified by them as belonging to a top-tier dangerous individual.
What does he want?
A flash of murderous intent flickered in Long Zhan's eyes as his hand instinctively moved toward his waist.
Lin Feng gently waved his hand, signaling them to calm down.
He knew what was coming would inevitably come. As the head of the Ouroboros operation in Rivellon, Icarus had lost subordinates and seen his plans thwarted. He would never let this go. Better to meet him head-on than let him lurk in the shadows and strike from the shadows.
Lead the way, Lin Feng said calmly. Lin Feng, beware of a trap. Zhao Zhenhua warned anxiously. Rest assured, General.
He's merely a cornered viper, hardly a threat worth worrying about. Lin Feng gave them a reassuring look before following the official toward a heavily guarded secret meeting room on the top floor of the arena. Inside, only Icarus remained. He had shed his elegant tailcoat for a set of dark gray casual clothes, his face looking somewhat pale. Clearly, the earlier clash with Lin Feng had severely drained his energy. Yet his eyes remained sharp, like those of a gambler betting everything on one last roll of the dice.
The door closed, sealing out all external sounds.
Icarus watched Lin Feng enter, dispensing with pleasantries and getting straight to the point. Lin Feng, there's no need for beating around the bush between us. His voice was hoarse as he declared.
The true net in the hotel, the backstage control of the arena, all my doing. I admit, I underestimated you.
You're 100 times more terrifying than the organization's intelligence described. You're also part of Ouroboros, Lin Feng stated calmly.
Correct, Icarus admitted openly. I am a core member of Ouroboros.
And you are the most unpredictable variable in our plan. He stepped before Lin Feng, his gaze intense.
But now, we can make a deal. You want the Horus Stone, correct?
Lin Feng remained non-committal.
Icarus sneered coldly. Don't think that just because you won the championship, you can easily get your hands on it. That divine stone is protected by an ancient guardian spirit array. And the core control of this array is bound to my very essence. He pointed to his own head, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. This is the organization's contingency plan.
If I die, or if my spiritual essence collapses, the guardian spirit array will immediately activate its self-destruct sequence. It will drag the Stone of Horus and the entire chamber into spatial turbulence, obliterating them completely.
No one will ever lay claim to it. This was a blatant scheme.
He laid his trump card bare. He was telling Lin Feng, kill me, and you still won't get what you want.
So what?
A hint of amusement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes.
Therefore, we cooperate. Icarus fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng. Once we enter the secret chamber, I will conduct a mental synchronization ritual. You must lower your mental defenses and synchronize with my psychic energy. Guided by me, we will jointly soothe and deactivate the guardian spirit array, allowing you to safely retrieve the divine stone. In exchange, you must guarantee my safety. Ensure I leave Rivellon unharmed, and that the Huagua authorities take no action against me. You get the divine stone you've longed for, and I preserve my life. This is the best outcome for both of us, isn't it? Icarus spread his hands wide, his tone earnest, as if proposing the fairest bargain imaginable. Lin Feng regarded him, a cold curve slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. The eye of correction had silently activated the moment he stepped into the room. Target: Icarus Ouroboros member. Detected inductive speech bug, exaggerating the consequences of the spirit array's self-destruction while concealing its controllability. Detected core logic bug. The so-called spiritual synchronization ritual is fundamentally a colossal spiritual enslavement and possession complex. Once the target's psychic energy connects, they will be instantly controlled, their consciousness erased and replaced. Detected an energy link between the target's mental core and the rule contamination source within the champion's chamber. This link activates the possession bug. I see. This old fox not only seeks to save his own skin, but also aims to seize the initiative and directly possess my body. What a cunning scheme, killing two birds with one stone. He intends to use this open scheme to force me into this meticulously prepared soul trap. Icarus watched Lin Feng's silence, assuming he was weighing the pros and cons, a flicker of smug satisfaction crossing his mind. As long as Lin Feng agreed, as long as his spiritual energy entered the trap, he was absolutely certain he could complete the possession in an instant. This young man with terrifying abilities, his body, his innate talents would all belong to him. Well, Lin Feng, this is your only chance to obtain the divine stone, Icarus pressed. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Sounds like a decent deal. He looked at Icarus as if surveying prey that had walked right into his trap. I accept. But I expect the ritual you prepare to be truly spectacular. A flash of wild joy flickered in Icarus's eyes. He thought Lin Feng had taken the bait. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you. He gestured invitingly. Then, Mr. Champion, please follow me to claim your reward. Lin Feng stepped forward to follow. He sneered inwardly. Trying to possess me? Very well. You think this is a deal, but to me, it's nothing more than a banquet of greed, served up on a platter. The two walked one behind the other toward the champion's chamber where the Stone of Horus was kept. The final battlefield lay there. Chapter 54, Devouring Traps, Battle of the Spiritual Realm. The chamber symbolizing champion glory closed its doors behind them, sealing out all light and sound from the outside world. No gilded splendor here, only deep, unyielding darkness. An ancient, obscure energy pulsed through the air, oppressive enough to make one's heart race. At the chamber's center, a simple stone platform held a crystal suspended in midair, radiating a profound indigo glow. This was the Horus Stone. Visible energy fields twisted the light around it, forming an impenetrable barrier. Icarus led the way, glancing back at Lin Feng with eyes that flickered with the uncontrollable excitement and cruelty of a hunter watching prey step into a trap. Advisor Lin, do you see it? This is the Guardian Spirit Array. Now, the ritual begins. Please offer no resistance. Clear your mind and synchronize with my power. Only then can we safely extract the divine stone. As Icarus finished speaking, his eyes suddenly erupted with an intense, dark purple glow. A vast, unnatural spiritual force surged forth like a burst dam, instantly locking onto Lin Feng. Without restraint, it raged toward the depths of his mind. He didn't even bother to conceal it anymore. The moment Lin Feng's mental energy touched it, the trap would activate instantly. A deal? Cooperation? Those were nothing but jokes. What he wanted was everything Lin Feng possessed. Lin Feng remained calm, offering no resistance. He allowed that raging psychic force to engulf him. Boom! The world spun wildly. Lin Feng's consciousness was instantly pulled into a bizarre and surreal world. Here, the sky was blood red, the earth formed from countless struggling souls, and the air was thick with chaotic, twisted, and insane energies. A world forged from pure psychic energy. Icarus' figure slowly materialized at the world's center. He transformed into a 100-meter-tall, dark purple giant, like a god of creation, towering above and looking down upon the insignificant Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha! Lin Feng! Welcome to my mental realm. Icarus's arrogant laughter boomed like thunder across the entire realm. Here, I am the ruler, I am the law, I am the god. You thought you could bargain with me? Foolish. Everything you are, your body, your abilities, your very soul will become my possession. Your consciousness will be utterly obliterated here, becoming nourishment for my divine realm. As the words fell, the entire spiritual realm began to churn violently. Countless seas of gold and silver materialized from thin air, attempting to corrode Lin Feng's will. Thousands of breathtakingly beautiful succubi swarmed in, their sultry whispers attempting to shatter Lin Feng's mental defenses. The most terrifying, most regretful, and most agonizing scenes from Lin Feng's past memories were forcibly awakened, transforming into heart demons that preyed on the living, lunging toward him. Even the apparitions of his deceased parents appeared, cursing him with the most venomous words. This was Icarus's ultimate killing move. He had channeled his entire life force, exploiting the Ouroboros' rule bug, to construct this mental purgatory capable of strangling the soul of any S-rank powerhouse. Yet, faced with this soul-shredding tempest capable of instantly shattering anyone, Lin Feng stood there silently, a peculiar expression, one might even call it boredom, playing across his face. Golden light flickered silently in his eyes. The Eye of Correction activated. In his vision, this so-called spiritual divine realm was no dwelling of deities. It was clearly a junkyard piled high with countless shoddy bugs. Those mountains of gold and seas of silver shimmered with material error bug. Those stunning succubi bore rough modeling bugs and skeletal binding errors, their movements stiff and laughable. Those heart demons and curses were riddled with logic confusion bugs and emotional module missing bugs, performing like the most inept actors. Even Icarus's seemingly majestic divine form is riddled with energy overflow bugs and structural instability bugs. At the core of this entire world lies a massive, intricate, and rapidly spinning, spiritual enslavement and possession complex bug. Is that it? Lin Feng shook his head, not even bothering to criticize. Too crude. The Ouroboros technology is truly disappointing. His voice was soft, yet it reached Icarus's ears with crystal clarity. What? Icarus's enormous face contorted with disbelief. You're unaffected? Impossible. A fact? Lin Feng smiled, his expression filled with amusement. Who said I was resisting? He slowly raised his hand, the power of the Eye of Correction instantly locking onto the core of this world, that mind slave and possession bug. You've created a rather interesting bug. It possesses formidable absorption and conversion capabilities, only the direction is wrong. Lin Feng's voice sounded like a judgment. Now, I shall correct it. Core logic tampering. Energy flow reversal. Target locked, Icarus. A golden force more overbearing, more pure, and more high-dimensional than Icarus's psychic power instantly invaded the world's core. Snap. The bug designed to enslave and possess Lin Feng not only remained intact but seemed infused with divine power, its operational speed surging 100-fold. Yet its function was utterly reversed. From a soul-stealing program, it transformed into a frenzied energy extractor. And its target? None other than the creator of this divine realm, Icarus himself. Boom! The entire spiritual realm shook violently. No! No! My power! My power is draining away. Icarus roared in utter terror. He realized with horror that the spiritual energy forming his divine realm, along with the very source of his soul, was being sucked away like matter into a black hole. It surged madly and irreversibly through the channel he himself had created, rushing toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng spread his arms wide, like a bottomless abyss, greedily devouring it all. It was pure, unadulterated spiritual energy. It was the soul's origin containing fragments of the rules. It was the very core energy connected to the Horus Stone. Icarus's 100-meter-tall divine form began to shatter inch by inch, transforming into a torrent of energy absorbed by Lin Feng. The entire blood-red world began to crumble apart. The roles of hunter and prey were utterly reversed in that instant. Icarus tried to sever the connection, only to discover that this bug, corrected by Lin Feng, had spiraled completely out of control. He was utterly powerless to stop it. The soul-stealing trap he had meticulously prepared now became a gluttonous feast for Lin Feng, who absorbed all of Icarus' power. What kind of monster are you? Icarus roared in utter despair. Bathed in a torrent of energy, Lin Feng felt the power within him surge wildly. Watching Icarus crumble, he offered a cold smile. My thanks for the hospitality. Your glitch? I'll take it. Chapter 55, Evolution. Devouring the boss, ascending to the peak. Within the spiritual divine realm, an apocalyptic scene unfolded. The heavens shattered, the earth collapsed, and every rule constructed by the bug warped and obliterated. Icarus's 100-meter-tall divine form roared in despair and refusal to yield. His pride, his mental power, the very source of his soul upon which he depended for survival, was being devoured by the corrected bug black hole in Lin Feng's palm. It was being consumed madly, irreversibly. No! Stop! Ah! In his final agonized scream, Icarus's form completely collapsed. He transformed into a torrent of the purest spiritual energy, merging with the fragments of his entire divine realm and the last threads of primal power connected to the Horus Stone. All of it surged into Lin Feng's body. Simultaneously, a barrage of cold system notifications flooded Lin Feng's mind like a raging storm. Experience points plus 5 million. Experience points plus 8 million. Experience points plus 10 million. Detected absorption of special soul energy. Additional EXP gained. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. His level shot up like a rocket, skyrocketing wildly. LV 51. LV 52. LV 53. LV 54. LV 55. 4th tier peak. Just one step away from the 5th tier sovereign. A colossal force surged through Lin Feng's entire being like a river bursting its banks, washing over every inch of his flesh and every single cell. Yet the gains were far more than that. The primal force connected to the Stone of Horus, the moment it entered Lin Feng's body, immediately resonated intensely with the dragon vein core fragment within the ancestral cavity between his eyebrows. A cool, crystalline perception as if capable of piercing all illusions in the world flooded his consciousness. Ding! Detected, system core fragment Horus I incomplete. Energy of the same origin. Automatic absorption and fusion initiated. Boom! An indescribably vast torrent of information exploded within Lin Feng's mind like a cosmic stellar explosion. His eye of correction underwent a revolutionary transformation in that instant. The vision that once could only perceive bugs now seemed imbued with higher dimensional insight. Reality and illusion, in his eyes, became starkly distinct. All pretense, all fog, could no longer hide. Talent Eye of Correction evolved. Gained new trait, True Insight. True Insight greatly enhances the ability to perceive the essence of things and the fundamental rules of reality, effortlessly piercing through all illusions, and mental interference bugs. Talent Eye of Correction evolved. Gained new trait, Illusion Shatter. Illusion Shatter actively unleashes the power of the true rule to purify, dispel, and counteract all illusion type and mental corruption type bugs. Talent, Evolve. Swish. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. The collapse and fusion of the spiritual realm occurred in but an instant within reality. Within the chamber, darkness still reigned. Yet the murky, twisted energy fluctuations that had filled the space had vanished like purified sewage. The air felt clearer than ever before. Icarus, standing opposite Lin Feng, still maintained the posture of his outstretched hands. Only his eyes had completely lost their luster, becoming hollow and gray. Black blood slowly trickled from his 7 orifices. His soul's origin and spiritual core had been utterly devoured and obliterated by Lin Feng within his own divine realm. Now, he was nothing but an empty shell devoid of consciousness and soul, a true walking corpse. Thud! The shell collapsed to the ground, utterly silent. This core member of the Ouroboros had paid the ultimate price for his greed and malice. With Icarus's soul extinguished, his bond with the Horus Stone naturally dissolved. At the center of the chamber, atop the stone platform, the protective spirit array barrier distorting the light shattered silently like bubbles.
The deep indigo crystal stone floated there in stillness, emitting a pure and gentle glow, as if awaiting its true master. Lin Feng stepped forward. He reached out, grasping the Horus stone in his hand without the slightest resistance. As the fragment touched his skin, a cool, crystalline stream of perception surged into his palm, seamlessly merging with the power already fused within him. Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly, feeling the surging power within him and the entirely new perception brought by the evolved eye of correction. This sensation. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now as deep and wise as a swirling galaxy. Looking once more at this so-called champion's chamber, the lingering remnants of the illusionary energy, its inherent data stream bugs and rule distortion bugs became starkly visible. He could even reach out and directly correct them. During the process of devouring Icarus' soul and fusing with the divine stone, Lin Feng had glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of the Ouroboros organization's colossal plan. Its madness and wickedness far exceeded all expectations. Icarus was merely a pawn thrust into the spotlight. Ouroboros, thank you for your gift. A confident smile curved Lin Feng's lips as he clenched his fist, feeling a power unlike any he had ever known. This power, this evolution, had arrived at the perfect moment. He clenched the Horus stone in his hand as the aura of a level 55, 4th tier peak slowly settled within him. The mission in Rev Allen was accomplished. He no longer glanced at the soulless husk on the ground. Turning, his gaze fixed on the tightly sealed bronze doors. Outside, the general and Long Zhan were still waiting. It was time to emerge. Chapter 56, The Serpent Lord's Wrath, the Apocalypse Plan activated. When Lin Feng emerged from the secret chamber, Horus's stone clasped in his hand, Zhao Genoa and Long Zhan finally let out a sigh of relief. It worked. Zhao Genoa's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng smiled faintly, displaying the indigo crystal in his hand. I have fulfilled my mission. The crystal emitted a soothing, cool aura, as if it could pierce through all illusions. Long Zhan could distinctly sense that Lin Feng's aura had grown several degrees more powerful and refined than before he entered the chamber. Advisor, you broke through? Lin Feng nodded. I've made some progress. Level 55, peak 4th tier. Whoa! Zhao Genoa and Long Zhan sucked in their breaths. How long had it been? He'd broken through again. This leveling speed is absolutely staggering. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Zhao Genoa slapped Lin Feng's shoulder hard. With this stone of Horus, our research into this system core fragment will undoubtedly advance further. Lin Feng's gaze grew intense. General, the Ouroboros is far more sinister than we imagined. They're determined to obtain this fragment. They won't give up easily. Zhao Genoa's expression grew grave. I understand. Our mission in Rev Allen is complete. We'll return to Huagui immediately and formulate a long-term strategy. Meanwhile, beneath the deep ocean lay a bizarre city constructed from an unknown black metal. At its heart, within a pitch-black temple shaped like a coiled serpent, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. At the temple's deepest recesses, a throne stood high, shrouded in impenetrable shadows. Only a faint, elongated human silhouette could be discerned, along with 2 points of light blood red and flickering dancing within the shadows. He was the supreme ruler of the Ouroboros organization, the Serpent Lord. Below the temple, dozens of high-ranking Ouroboros officials clad in uniforms of various colors knelt on one knee, heads bowed low, trembling violently. Useless. A cold, raspy voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed from the shadows of the throne. Just 2 words, yet they seemed to contain boundless authority and fury. The temperature within the entire temple plummeted to freezing point. The kneeling officers shook even more violently, their teeth chattering audibly. The stone of Horus has been stolen. Icarus' soul trap was child's play. The Serpent Lord's voice cut like a dull blade, each word striking the hearts of all present. Who can tell me why? Why has a mere youth from Huagui repeatedly thwarted the century-long plans of my Ouroboros? No one dared to answer. Cold sweat soaked through their backs. Before the Serpent Lord, these A-rank and even S-rank powerhouses who commanded storms outside seemed as insignificant as ants. It seems conventional methods have proven ineffective against him. After a long silence, the Serpent Lord's voice resounded once more, tinged with a heart-stopping calm. His growth rate has surpassed everyone's expectations. Especially that ability to discern bugs, even manipulate them. A crimson glow flickered within the shadows. We must resort to extraordinary measures. A figure clad in a dark purple robe, wearing a bird beak mask and known by the codename Plague Doctor, trembled slightly before speaking in a hoarse voice. Snake Lord. What do you mean by that? The Serpent Lord spoke slowly. Initiate the Chaos Whisper plan. The mere utterance of those 4 words, Chaos Whisper, made the air within the entire temple seem to freeze solid. All the kneeling cadres abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Snake Lord. You must not. A burly man radiating savage brutality, codenamed the Butcher, cried out hoarsely. Chaos Whisper is the ultimate taboo. If it spirals out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be a global catastrophe. Another figure, a woman with an alluring physique and a seductive voice, codenamed the Enchantress, trembled as she spoke.
This plan violates the natural order and will provoke the collective hostility of every nation and every faction. We, the Ouroboros, will become the target of universal condemnation. Foolish, the Serpent Lord snorted coldly. Hesitating and dithering, how can one ever accomplish great deeds? Failure to act decisively invites chaos. His voice suddenly rose, filled with an authority that brooked no argument. This world has long been rotten to the core, saturated with corruption. Rather than let it linger in agony, let us purify it ourselves, establishing a new, perfect order ruled by the Ouroboros. And the whispers of chaos shall be the catalyst to accelerate this process. Quack! The Serpent Lord turned to the bird-beaked masked man. You shall preside over the ritual. Yes, Serpent Lord. The plague doctor's body trembled as he respectfully accepted the command. His eyes flickered with a fervent, sickly glow. The rest of you proceed immediately to the pre-established contamination nodes across the globe. Cooperate with the plague doctor to activate the ritual. I will make the entire world hear the gospel of chaos. I will force that Lin Feng and the nation of China behind him to run themselves ragged in endless chaos and terror until they finally collapse completely. The Serpent Lord's voice, like a devil's whisper, was filled with seduction and madness. Yes. Snake Lord. This time, no one dared to object. All cadres responded in unison, their eyes reflecting fear, fervor, or numbness. They knew that when the Chaos Whisper plan truly commenced, the entire world would face an unprecedented catastrophe. Several days later. China, capital city, Strategic Bureau's secret base. Lin Feng sat in a specially designed laboratory, eyes closed as he sensed the Stone of Horus in his hand. After fusing the second core fragment, his eye of correction underwent another qualitative leap. The awakening of true insight and illusion shatter abilities elevated his perception of the world to an entirely new level. He could clearly see the various energy currents and information streams permeating the air, even the most minute rule disturbances utterly imperceptible to ordinary people. At that moment, his brow furrowed slightly. His eye of correction spontaneously emitted a faint tremor. He keenly sensed an extremely faint yet intensely distorted and malevolent pheromone spreading like a virus within the foundational rules of the real world. This pheromone seemed capable of directly influencing human subconsciousness, amplifying negative emotions and warping cognition. What is this? A look of gravity flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. An ominous foreboding gripped him. Ouroboros. What exactly are you trying to do? Chapter 57. Overnight, the world goes mad. Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly as that ominous foreboding grew ever stronger. His eye of correction operated at full capacity. Within his vision, the faint, twisted, and malevolent pheromone bugs suddenly surged with heightened activity. No longer drifting aimlessly, they transformed into billions of invisible specters, spreading like wildfire at astonishing speeds through some unknown network within the real world. This is bad. Lin Feng's heart sank. Almost the instant his words fell, news channels worldwide began simultaneously interrupting their broadcasts with urgent bulletins, as if coordinated. White Eagle Nation, New York City Times Square, massive indiscriminate attack erupts. Thousands lose control, attacking each other. The scene is completely out of control. Sakura Nation, Shibuya streets of Tokyo, tens of thousands clash violently for unknown reasons. Police overwhelmed. Gallia, Champs-Élysées in Paris has become a violent battleground. Countless people have descended into madness, looting, burning, and destroying. The city is paralyzed. In the slums of New City, Ganges Nation, riots sparked by rumors have spread across the entire city. Casualty numbers are skyrocketing. Shocking news reports poured in like snowflakes. Online, various short videos filmed at the scene spread like a virus. In the footage, people's eyes brimmed with savagery, suspicion, despair, and an inexplicable fervor. The once thriving metropolis had transformed into a living hell in the blink of an eye. A minor disagreement could instantly escalate into a fight to the death. Strangers passing by could draw knives over a single unintended glance. Once harmonious families now hurl accusations, spew venom, and even come to blows. In offices, colleagues erupted into violent physical confrontations over the slightest matters. Online, the internet is flooded with extreme rhetoric, filled with palpable hostility. It seems as though overnight, the entire world has gone mad. Reason is discarded, morality trampled, only the most primal animal instincts run rampant. Governments worldwide were instantly overwhelmed. Initially, they believed these were merely routine public order incidents or terrorist attacks orchestrated by extremist groups. Yet as the situation rapidly escalated and spread, they realized with horror that it was far more complex. No matter how many police forces were deployed, they couldn't quell the relentless waves of riots. Any attempt to reassure the public was twisted out of context, often sparking even larger uprisings. Psychologists, sociologists, and psychiatrists convened emergency consultations, yet found no rational explanation whatsoever. No virus, no bacteria, no radiation. People had simply, without warning, collectively plunged into this terrifying state of madness. Huagua, Strategic Bureau Command Center. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Zhao Genoa's eyes were bloodshot from a sleepless night. The massive screen before him displayed chaotic scenes from around the world.
General, what's the situation domestically? A combat staff officer asked in a hoarse voice. Zhao Zhenhua took a deep breath and replied gravely, the situation is not looking good. Though shielded by the Dragon Vein's power, the nation's overall resilience remains relatively strong. Yet even in our major frontline cities, small-scale incidents of collective emotional breakdown are emerging. The people's negative emotions are being amplified by some unknown force. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that moment, Lin Feng's figure appeared at the entrance of the command center. Lin Feng. Zhao Zhenhua sprang to his feet as if seeing his savior. You're here. Quick. See what's going on. Lin Feng said nothing, silently watching the frenzied crowds on the screen. His error detection eye was now operating at an extremely high load. His true insight ability allowed him to clearly see a faint layer of filthy, ink-like mental plague hovering above the heads of those who had lost control of their emotions. Like bone-eating maggots, this mental plague relentlessly eroded people's subconscious, warping their perceptions and amplifying the darkest corners of their souls. Target: Chaos Whisper Mental Plague BUG. Bug type: Rule Corrupting, Mental Meme Transmission, Subconscious Induction. Bug characteristics: High Stealth, High Contagion, Emotion Amplification, Cognitive Distortion. Bug origin: Unknown, under investigation. It's the Ouroboros, Lin Feng said coldly. They've activated a global psychic plague bug, Lin Feng explained. It doesn't directly control minds, but acts like a catalyst igniting the latent negative emotions within everyone, plunging the entire world into chaos. A mental plague bug? Everyone in the command center paled in horror. This unprecedented attack method was beyond their wildest imaginations. Can it be cleared? Zhao Zhenhua's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply. This bug wasn't a simple virus or program error. It was more akin to a form of contamination operating at the level of fundamental rules. It directly targeted human subconsciousness, making it impossible to guard against. Conventional methods will likely prove ineffective, Lin Feng stated gravely. The essence of this bug lies in exploiting the weaknesses of human nature. Unless we can sever its transmission routes at the source and correct the errors in people's minds. Global panic spread like a plague. On the television news, the anchor's voice trembled with emotion as she reported one city after another descending into chaos. Breaking news! Global unrest has spread from major cities to secondary and tertiary urban centers, even reaching remote rural areas. Its unprecedented speed and scope far exceed all projections. The World Health Organization has classified this event as the highest-level global public health emergency. Yet to this day, no effective countermeasures have been found. The end? Has the end come? Despairing comments flooded the internet. Lin Feng stared at the frantic, despairing faces on the screen, his gaze sharpening to a piercing intensity. Ouroboros, do you truly believe this will crush us? He slowly clenched his fists. Human hearts are indeed complex. But bugs are still bugs. Human hearts can be corrected too. Chapter 58, The Truth. 36 Apocalyptic Nodes Worldwide. Zhao Zhenhua abruptly turned to Lin Feng, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Lin Feng, are you saying? This mental plague bug didn't just appear out of thin air. Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. It must rely on some kind of information transmitting vehicle or network to spread on a massive scale. Just like how computer viruses need networks to spread. Experts in the command center nodded in unison, their eyes deepening with contemplation. A major general in charge of information technology spoke solemnly. Are you suggesting, Advisor Lin, that the Ouroboros is exploiting some global information network we haven't yet uncovered to spread this mental contamination? That's one way to interpret it, Lin Feng replied. Moreover, this network is likely intrinsically linked to the system itself. The system? The room fell silent. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Recall the Qiming City incident? The Ouroboros could corrupt the city's systems, spawning bug monsters. This Chaos Whisper employs a similar method, but on a larger scale and at a deeper level. He paused, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. I need to trace this network to its source, or rather, locate the signal towers they're using to amplify and spread this psychic plague bug. Zhao Zhenhua perked up. What do you need us to do? Just say the word. The state will spare no expense in supporting you. I require an environment of absolute silence, Lin Feng stated. And the highest level authorization to mobilize the Dragon Vein's power for assistance. No problem. Zhao Zhenhua ordered immediately. Clear Strategic Analysis Room 1. Activate highest level security protocol. All energy supplies prioritize Advisor Lin. Yes, sir. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Strategic Analysis Room 1. This was the core of the entire base, equipped with the most advanced technology and the strictest security measures. At that moment, a massive circular light screen illuminated, displaying real-time data on global chaos alongside energy fluctuation maps of Dragon Vein nodes across Huagua. Lin Feng sat cross-legged upon a specially crafted cushion at the room's center. He slowly closed his eyes. Between his brows, the eye of correction, a fusion of the Dragon Vein core fragment and the Stone of Horus began to quietly activate.
An invisible wave suddenly radiated outward from him. Dragon Vein Core, activate.
With a flicker of Lin Feng's intent, the dragon vein core fragment within him trembled faintly. In an instant, the 9 primary dragon veins spanning beneath the land of Huagua, along with countless tributary veins, seemed to respond to a summons, emitting a series of deep, resonant dragon roars. The vast and boundless power of the dragon veins, like tides drawn by an invisible force, flowed through some profound connection, ceaselessly converging toward Lin Feng. Eye of Horus, true insight, open. The mysterious mark between his brows burst forth with a deep indigo glow. The world instantly transformed within his perception. No longer a mere accumulation of matter, it became an endless stream of information, lines of rules, and energy fields. The mental plague bugs ravaging the globe transformed in his eyes into filthy black torrents of data, surging madly through mental dark webs invisible to ordinary perception. These intricate mental dark webs spread across the globe like the neural networks of a human body, tightly connecting the entire world. The chaos whispers of the Ouroboros achieved their global dissemination of the mental plague by contaminating and distorting the nodes of these mental dark webs.
Found it, your transmission path.
Lin Feng's consciousness, like the most advanced tracker, locked onto those filthy black data streams.
Then, he began tracing them back. His consciousness surged upstream against the torrent of black data. The speed was beyond comprehension. Massive data analysis and path calculations that would take ordinary supercomputers years, even decades, to complete were finished in an instant before his correction eye fused with the 2 core fragments. Poof. You thought setting up information fog and anti-tracking bugs would work?
A cold smile touched Lin Feng's lips. Under his true insight, the meticulously laid traps of the Ouroboros, the false information bugs, path jump bugs, and logic confusion bugs designed to conceal their origins,
were as clear as fireflies in the night. Bug type, information source disguise bug, fixed. Bug type, tracking signal blocking bug, fixed. Bug type, rule disturbance trap bug, purified.
With a flicker of intent, the power of his correction eye sliced through these interferences like an invisible scalpel, precise and efficient. Moreover, he casually implanted a small backdoor bug within the opponent's counter-tracking bug, making his own tracking even more covert and efficient.
Turned their own weapon against them. Lin Feng's consciousness raced through the vast and intricate psychic dark web.
Gradually, one by one, signal sources radiating intense pollution began to emerge within his mental perception. These signal sources were not products of modern technology. They were ancient, desolate, and steeped in the weight of time, as if they had existed since the dawn of creation.
Some lay buried deep within abyssal chasms tens of thousands of meters below the Earth's surface, resonating faintly with the rhythms of the planet's core. Others lay concealed in untouched primeval jungles, tightly bound by the roots of towering ancient trees. Some slumbered in the boundless, turbulent ocean depths, radiating a heart-stopping chill from the abyss. And some, hidden beneath the bustling metropolises, coexist intertwined with human civilization, yet remain utterly unnoticed. These are the ancient information nodes activated and corrupted by the Ouroboros.
They may be remnants of a spiritual network left behind by an ancient supercivilization, or perhaps natural interfaces through which the system itself connects to the real world on a spiritual level. Now, these ancient nodes, meant to lie dormant, have been awakened by the Ouroboros through sinister means, their functions forcibly distorted. They have become sinister signal towers amplifying and propagating the chaotic whispers. Like pulsating, gigantic black boils, they continuously spew filthy spiritual plagues outward, contaminating the entire world.
Found it.
Lin Feng's eyes snapped open, his gaze radiating intense focus.
His finger darted across the circular light screen before him. As his fingertip touched down, red markers representing contamination nodes were precisely pinned onto the global map. Deep within the Amazon rainforest. In the heart of the Sahara Desert. White Eagle Nation, beneath Area 51. At the base of Mount Fuji in Sakura Nation.
The Arctic Ocean, beneath the permafrost. Europe, in the underground chamber of an ancient castle.
36 in total.
Each node radiated a nauseating aura of corruption and intense bug fluctuations. When the final node was marked, the entire command center fell into dead silence. Zhao Genoa stared at the dense cluster of red markers on the light screen and the sinister network they formed, spanning the entire globe. A chill shot up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. This is the true scheme of the Ouroboros? His voice was dry, tinged with disbelief and shock. They've established such a vast and covert network across the entire globe. And these nodes, many are located in those legendary sites of ancient ruins. A white-haired professor, China's foremost expert on ancient civilizations, pointed at the screen, his hands trembling. Good heavens, the Amazon's city of gold legend, the Sahara's lost oasis. Area 51's alien technology rumors, the entrance to Yomi Birakawa at Mount Fuji. Could it be, could all these legends be connected to these contaminated system information nodes? Lin Feng's expression remained calm, yet his gaze grew unusually grave. Ouroboros understands the system far more deeply than we ever imagined. They aren't content with merely exploiting bugs, they seek to control these nodes at the very root, nodes that govern the fundamental rules of the world. He drew a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the menacing red markers on the light screen.
His tone was unwavering. Now we've found the source. The next step is to eradicate them completely. Zhao Genua snapped his head up, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng. Whatever you say, we'll do. Those damned Ouroboros actually want to destroy the world this way. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. The other generals and experts voiced their support in unison, their emotions running high. Exactly. We must eradicate these malignant tumors completely. No matter the cost, we must stop this catastrophe. Lin Feng gave a slight nod, his gaze sharp as a blade. These nodes must be purified or destroyed immediately. Otherwise, the contamination from the Chaos Whisper will continue to intensify, ultimately leading to the complete collapse of global civilization. His gaze returned to the screen. 36 contaminated nodes, like poisonous thorns, had sunk deep into the Earth's body. Ouroboros, your understanding of the system is indeed profound. But playing these games in front of me? You're still too green. Chapter 59, Remote Purification, Divine Might Shakes the World. We must act immediately. Within the Strategic Command Center, Lin Feng pointed at the 36 blood-red contaminated nodes displayed on the holographic screen, his tone unwavering. These nodes are the venomous fangs through which the Ouroboros spreads its mental plague. Unless we eliminate them, the global crisis remains unsolvable. Zhao Genua clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. I'll report to the highest authorities immediately. Activate the highest-level emergency protocol. China will spare no expense in supporting your operation. The intelligence was relayed at maximum speed. After a moment of shock, China's highest leadership made an immediate decision. Comrade Lin Feng is authorized to mobilize all necessary resources. All national dragon vein energies shall obey his command. All extraordinary beings teams stand by at all times. One directive after another emanated from the capital's core, setting the entire state apparatus into motion with unprecedented efficiency. Simultaneously, Huagua's diplomatic corps sprang into urgent action. Leveraging connections forged during the recent Global Youth Supernatural Exchange competition, they notified several nations still capable of rational thought, including Gaul and North Bear, of the global chaos and the existence of contamination nodes. What? The mental plague is man-made? Those damned Ouroboros. How utterly depraved. Advisor Lin Feng has a solution? Excellent. We'll cooperate fully. These nations, already severely afflicted and overwhelmed, receiving critical intelligence and solutions from China, now felt like grasping a lifeline. They eagerly pledged joint action to eradicate contamination nodes within their borders. However, not all nations were so cooperative. When China shared the intelligence with nations like White Eagle and Sakura, countries with which it had historically strained relations, it encountered the expected resistance. White Eagle Nation, Pentagon. During a video conference, a hawkish general tapped his fingers arrogantly on the table. We appreciate China's intelligence. But matters within our borders, we are perfectly capable of handling ourselves. We require no assistance from external powers, especially uninvited ones. The implication was clear: refusal to cooperate, even suspicion of ulterior motives on Huagua's part. Sakura Nation, Cabinet Office. An official sporting a goatee bowed deeply toward the screen, his words laced with ambiguity. We are deeply grateful for the valuable intelligence your nation has provided. Regarding the joint operation you proposed, our Special Disaster Response Headquarters is working at full capacity, and we believe the situation will be brought under control soon. As for those so-called contamination nodes, we will conduct a thorough investigation ourselves. There is no need for your country to concern itself with this matter. Classic buck passing. Worse still, some smaller nations were already overwhelmed by domestic unrest, utterly incapable of mounting effective cleanup operations. Oomph, a bunch of fools. Inside the Strategic Command Center, a hot-tempered Major General slammed his fist on the table. They're playing political games with death staring them in the face. Do they really think that Ouroboros will spare them? Zhao Genua's face was equally grim. Lin Feng, what do we do now? Without these nations cooperating, it's nearly impossible for us to operate within their borders. And time is running out. Every minute we delay, countless people descend into madness. Lin Feng's gaze remained calm, as if he had anticipated this situation long ago. He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet clear enough for every ear to catch. If they won't cooperate, we'll do it ourselves. Zhao Genhua froze. Do it ourselves? What do you mean? A confident curve lifted the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. If the Chaos Whisper can spread through the mental network, then why can't the power of purification? He extended his hand, palm upward. The mark between his eyebrows a fusion of the dragon vein core and the Horus stone glowed faintly. I'll try to remotely disinfect them. Remotely disinfect? The others exchanged puzzled glances, utterly baffled. Lin Feng offered no further explanation. He sat cross-legged, eyes half closed, his mind sinking into the profound realm of cosmic laws. The Eye of Correction, activated at full power. True insight. Dispel illusion. His understanding of the truth and order rules fused perfectly with the power of the two core fragments at this moment.
The power of the dragon vein surged through him like a raging river. The Horus Stone emitted a cold, pure radiance of perception, illuminating the mists of the spiritual realm. An invisible yet majestic, divine-like fluctuation radiated from Lin Feng. This was neither a physical sound nor a mere mental shockwave. Rather, it was a resonance imbued with the power of law. Lin Feng named it the Sound of Rules. First target, Sakura Nation, node at the base of Mount Fuji. Lin Feng locked onto it with his mind. His eye of correction pinpointed the ancient information node radiating a thick aura of pollution. The next moment, from his mouth, the first syllable containing the power of truth and order was uttered. Purify. This single word seemed to pierce through spatial barriers, striking directly at the polluted node at the base of Mount Fuji. Like boiling oil splashed upon snow. Like sunlight dispelling gloom. The corrupted bug energy that had once lurked at the node's core, ceaselessly spreading the chaos whispers, emitted waves of silent wails under the impact of the voice of the rules. Like ice and snow, it rapidly melted away, reduced to the purest, harmless information. Within the Sakura Nation government offices near Mount Fuji, where officials were frantically trying to suppress the chaos. Report! Contamination levels in Sector A3 are plummeting. What? Impossible. Our Kagura purification array hasn't even been activated yet. Minister! Look! Mount Fuji, in the direction of Mount Fuji, there seems to be holy light. A team member pointed out the window, voice trembling. At the summit of Mount Fuji, a faint, sacred golden halo had enveloped the peak, its origin unknown. A soothing force of order radiated outward. Countless people who had been frantic and restless gradually regained clarity in their eyes under this soothing force, staring blankly at the chaos around them. It worked! Inside the Huagua Strategic Command Center, Zhao Genoa watched the data on the screen showing the pollution index in Sakura Nation plummeting like a cliff, slapping his thigh in excitement. This is nothing short of a miracle. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It seems my theory was correct. The voice of rules can directly correct bugs at the spiritual level. Next up, it's your turn, White Eagle Nation. He closed his eyes once more, his correction eye locking onto several critical contamination nodes within White Eagle Nation. Purify. Purge. Break. Syllables imbued with the power of the rules erupted from his mouth. White Eagle Kingdom, a highly classified underground command center. General. A miracle has occurred. A technician screamed incoherently. The psychic pollution index across all disaster zones in North America. No, the entire North American continent is plummeting at an unbelievable rate. Our Watchers force hasn't been deployed yet. Our mind beacons haven't even been activated. What on earth is happening? Could it be a divine intervention? The hawkish commander in charge of operations gaped wide enough to swallow an egg whole. The arrogance on his face had vanished completely, replaced by profound shock and bewilderment. Uncooperative? Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. Before me, you have no right to say no. Now, global cleanup begin. As Lin Feng's command echoed, pollution nodes within the territories of non-cooperative nations were remotely and precisely purified one by one. Simultaneously, elite extraordinary task forces dispatched by Huagua, led by Long Zhan, arrived in friendly nations like Gaul and North Bear. Working alongside local extraordinary individuals, they launched a thunderous purge against the physical pollution nodes. Chapter 60. One move breaks the stalemate, infuriating the Serpent Lord to the point of spitting blood. Thunderous might. Unstoppable momentum. Under the unimaginable purification of Lin Feng's voice of rules across the void, one by one, the once arrogant and tyrannical pollution nodes deflated rapidly like punctured balloons. The core chaos whisper bug energy they harbored proved utterly powerless against the pure force of truth and order rules. The polluted mental network, cleansed as if by a powerful antivirus program, swiftly restored its clarity. Simultaneously, the extraordinary squad led by Long Zhan from Huagua, alongside coordinated eradication forces from other nations, launched devastating strikes against the physical nodes. Deep within the Amazon rainforest, a deafening explosion shattered an ancient altar concealed beneath an ancient pyramid. In the heart of Siberia's blizzard-swept wilderness, a special forces unit from the Northern Bear Nation, guided by satellite imagery, detonated a bizarre stone formation buried deep beneath the sandy expanse. In Gaul, within the subterranean chambers of an ancient castle, sacred light and arcane energies intertwined, utterly annihilating the dark forces that had taken root there. Victory reports poured in from every corner of the globe. The madness and violence that had swept across the world rapidly receded like an ebbing tide. At New York's Times Square, people who had been attacking each other halted in bewilderment. Staring at the devastation around them and the wounds on their own bodies, their faces betrayed lingering fear and confusion. On the streets of Shibuya in Tokyo, countless people slumped to the ground, clutching their heads and weeping, as if awakening from a nightmare. On Paris's Champs-Élysées, survivors spontaneously began clearing the streets, their eyes brimming with a longing for peace. Major news outlets worldwide broadcast this miraculous good news at breakneck speed. Unexplained. Global riots rapidly subsiding. A miracle? Experts say they cannot explain the current phenomenon.
Public sentiment stabilizing worldwide, order being restored. Online, despair and hostility gave way to disbelieving jubilation. We were saved? What on earth happened? Someone tell me. Thank God. Thank Allah. Thank all the gods and Buddhas. In just a few short hours, 36 pollution nodes scattered across the globe were either physically destroyed or remotely purified by Linfeng. The transmission network of the Chaos Whisper has been completely severed. Beneath the deep sea, the pitch-black temple shaped like a coiled serpent. Its once stable and powerful energy fluctuations suddenly began to violently tremble, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Upon the throne, the impenetrable shadow abruptly contracted. 2 points of blood-red light flared, brimming with utter disbelief and horror. Impossible, impossible. A cold, raspy voice neither male nor female carried intense emotional turmoil for the first time. It was the Serpent Lord. He could distinctly sense the chaos nodes those he had personally activated and corrupted, with the ancient god's whispers losing their mental link with him one by one. At first, only a few peripheral nodes showed weakened signals, and he dismissed it as normal fluctuations in energy transmission. But soon, the number of severed nodes surged like an avalanche. From a handful to over a dozen, then to more than 20. These nodes were the systemic psychic interfaces the organization had painstakingly excavated from ancient ruins and successfully activated over centuries of effort. Each node was imbued with the will of the ancient gods, containing chaos memes potent enough to warp reality and corrupt souls. How could mortal flesh withstand such power? How could mental strength purify them? Who the hell is it? The Serpent Lord's voice carried a hint of hysterical madness. Could it be that the slumbering guardians have awakened? No. Their power attributes are entirely different from this method of purification. Beneath the temple, the few remaining high-ranking members of the Ouroboros, figures like the Plague Doctor and the Demoness, were already terrified out of their wits, cowering on the ground, not daring to breathe a single breath. They could feel the fury and murderous intent radiating from the Serpent Lord, nearly incinerating the entire temple. Boom! The final Chaos node maintaining a psychic link with the Serpent Lord lost its signal completely. Like the final lifeline, it was ruthlessly severed. Put! The shadow upon the throne twisted violently, as if struck by unimaginable backlash. A thread of ink-black blood dripped from the shadow's edge, silently corroding the hard black metal floor. Chaos Whisper has completely failed. The Serpent Lord's voice brimmed with resentment and venom. Who could interfere with the propagation of the chaos memes? Who could purify the corruption of the ancient god's murmur? He snapped his head up, 2 crimson points of light piercing through time and space, seeking the culprit who had shattered all his plans. Linfeng. It's you again. Wagwa. Though he didn't know exactly what methods the other had used, he couldn't think of anyone else besides that brat who kept ruining his plans. I shall tear you limb from limb. Destroy your very soul. A terrifying killing intent, tangible as substance, filled the pitch-black temple. Wagwa Strategic Command Center. On the massive light screen, the curve representing the global mental pollution index had completely returned to 0. All red markers indicating contamination nodes had turned green, signifying safety. We won. We did it. A thunderous cheer erupted within the command center. Zhao Zhenhua, tears streaming down his face, gripped Linfeng's hand tightly, too overcome with emotion to speak. Comrade Linfeng, you saved the world once again. Linfeng smiled faintly, a hint of relief washing over his face. It's the result of everyone's collective effort. He looked at the final node purified by him on the holographic screen, a peculiar coral reef deep within the Bermuda Triangle. But just moments ago, after the voice of the rules purged the Chaos Whisper bug energy from that location, his correction eye unexpectedly detected an extremely faint yet profoundly ancient fragment of anomalous data within the residual core information stream of that ancient node, layers upon layers of encryption shrouding it. This seems to be some sort of coordinate information? Chapter 61, The Third Divine Fragment, The Root of the World Tree. China, Capital City, Strategic Bureau, Strategic Analysis Room Number 1. Linfeng's fingertip tapped lightly, and the anomalous data fragment intercepted from the deep sea node in the Bermuda Triangle slowly unfolded on the light screen. It revealed a peculiar spiral structure, woven from countless intricate energy pulses and ancient pictographic symbols. It is indeed encrypted information. Linfeng narrowed his eyes as his error detection eye activated at full capacity. True insight. Through his eyes, the true nature of this data stream was laid bare. Target: a fragment of ancient star chart encrypted. Status: information loss, rule corrosion, multiple logic locks. Bug types: entropy increased damage bug, spacetime distortion bug, encryption algorithm degeneration bug. Quite interesting, Linfeng murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ordinary cryptographers, faced with encrypted information spanning untold millennia, would likely be at a loss for where to begin. But to him, these so-called encryptions were nothing more than a bunch of bugs needing fixing. Dragon vein power, converge. With a thought, colossal dragon vein power surged from his body. Guided by the eye of correction, it was precisely channeled into the data stream. Stone of Horus, shatter the illusion.
The indigo mark between his brows emitted a cool, luminous glow, illuminating the symbols within the datastream that had grown blurred and indistinct over the ages.
Repair initiated. Entropy-induced corruption bug, repairing. Information integrity plus 5%, plus 12%, plus 27%. Space-time distortion bug, calibrating. Spatial coordinate parameters stabilized. Encryption algorithm degradation bug, reverse engineering in progress. First layer logic lock disabled.
On the light screen, the once dim and fragmented data stream began to gradually sharpen and become complete. Those distorted energy pulses gradually resumed their steady rhythm. The blurred pictographic symbols revealed their true forms.
Not enough.
Lin Feng frowned slightly. Though the fundamental bugs had been fixed, the core information remained shielded by deeper layers of logical locks. He pondered for a moment, his mind flashing back to the mysterious patterns on the dragon vein core fragment from the Qin Emperor's mausoleum and the power to perceive truth contained within the Stone of Horus in the Reveran Arena. Perhaps
I need to combine the clues from before.
He immediately retrieved backup data of the dragon vein diagrams from the Qin Emperor's mausoleum and records analyzing the properties of the Horus Stone. Within his powerful psychic field, the three elements began high-speed comparison, analysis, and the bug prediction capability of the Eye of Correction reached its peak at this moment. He seemed to glimpse hidden logical pathways behind the fog of data, along with the inevitable flaws within the encryption algorithms.
Found it.
The core bug point in this encryption algorithm. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He extended his finger, tracing intricate, arcane patterns across the light screen at lightning speed. Each tap struck precisely at a weak link in the encryption algorithm, a rule loophole.
Click. Click. As if invisible shackles were being unraveled layer by layer.
On the light screen, the ancient fragment of the star map finally revealed its true form. No longer a chaotic jumble of energy pulses and blurred symbols,
but a profoundly vast and boundless star map.
At the center of the map, a green light point pulsed with the essence of life. Beside the light, written in an ancient script Lin Feng had never seen yet instantly understood, was a name.
The root of the world tree. Boom!
A torrent of complex, ancient information surged forth from the star map, flooding into Lin Feng's mind. System Core Fragment 3, Root of the World Tree. Properties, wields the primal essence of life, harmonizes the mighty forces of nature, weaves the fabric of space, and nurtures myriad living beings.
Status, dormant awaiting activation.
Potential burial sites probability highest to lowest. 1. Antarctica, beneath the polar ice cap, within an unknown thermal zone in ancient life greenhouse. 2. Amazon rainforest core, forbidden grounds of the feathered serpent totem tribe.
3. North Atlantic Ocean, periodic projections of the ancient sunken kingdom Atlantis. The root of the world tree.
Lin Feng exhaled slowly, his eyes blazing with fervor. The properties of this fragment were far more powerful than he had ever imagined.
Life. Nature. Space.
These were nearly the most fundamental rules constituting a world. Once he obtained it, his strength, along with his understanding and control over the system bug, would undergo another earth-shattering transformation.
Antarctica, Amazon, North Atlantic.
Lin Feng's gaze swept across the three potential regions marked on the light screen. Each one represented the most mysterious, dangerous, and isolated life-forbidden zones on Earth.
General.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng immediately connected to Zhao Zhenhua's communication channel.
Speak. Zhao Zhenhua's voice was steady and commanding.
I found a lead on the third system core fragment. Lin Feng cut straight to the point.
What?
Even Zhao Zhenhua, who had weathered countless storms, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
This fast?
After all, it had only been a few short days since the Chaos Whisper crisis had ended. Lin Feng's efficiency was nothing short of astonishing.
The fragment's codename is World Tree Root.
Lin Feng concisely reported the decrypted information. Upon hearing the terrifying properties of the World Tree's root and the three potential life-forbidden zones it might conceal, Zhao Zhenhua on the other end of the communication fell into a prolonged silence. After a long while, he finally spoke in a voice tinged with hoarseness.
Lin Feng. Are you certain? I'm certain. Lin Feng's tone remained calm. Good. Good. Good.
Zhao Zhenhua repeated the word 3 times, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. This fragment is of paramount importance to our nation, China, and to the future of the entire world. The nation will spare no expense to support your acquisition of it.
Activate the highest level root-seeking project immediately.
All resources will be directed toward you. Lin Feng gave a slight nod. I need to conduct further screening and verification of these 3 locations.
Leave it to you.
I trust your judgment.
Zhao Zhenhua replied without hesitation.
After ending the call, Lin Feng turned his gaze back to the 3 locations. The light of the correction eye grew deeper. He began conducting deeper rule-level scans and bug probability analyses on these 3 locations. Amazon Rainforest Core, Feathered Serpent Totem Tribe's Forbidden Ground. Bug scan results, strong residual traces of Ouroboros organization activity detected.
Moderate rule distortion.
World Tree Root existence probability, 23%.
Has the Ouroboros set its sights on this place too? Or did they conduct experiments here in the past?
Lin Feng's gaze sharpened.
North Atlantic Ocean, the mobile island Atlantis projection within the ghost current. Bug scan results, spatial rules extremely unstable.
Numerous mirage bugs and dimensional fissure bugs present.
Severe information interference.
World tree root existence probability, 15%.
A mere ethereal projection, the probability is indeed low.
Finally, Antarctica, the unknown thermal zone beneath the polar ice cap. Bug scan results detected extremely pure life rule fluctuations, highly consistent with the characteristics of the world tree's root. An unknown ancient ecosystem bug and a powerful nature guardian bug exist.
World tree root probability, 61%. This is it. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with intensity. Antarctica.
Beneath the vast, frozen white wasteland lay such an astonishing secret.
The root of the world tree. A defiant smile curved Lin Feng's lips. I'm coming. Chapter 62, God-tier enchantment, forging the God-slaying squad. Capital City, Strategic Bureau Strategic Analysis Room Number 1.
Lin Feng, we only have 12 hours. Zhao Zhenhao pointed at the Antarctic ice sheet circled in bright red on the holographic display, his voice hoarse and urgent. According to our latest analysis of Antarctic wave frequencies, the world tree root node there is extremely unstable. It's like a nuclear reactor ready to detonate at any moment, radiating chaos outward every second. We must reach it before it erupts completely or before the remnants of the Ouroboros faction beat us there. Time. What we lack most is time. This news struck each person like a boulder crashing down upon their hearts. Within the Dragon's Lair, Laboratory 001 for Supernatural Materials and Structures, lights blazed brightly. It had been temporarily upgraded as the core RD base for Project Root Seeking.
National treasure-level experts like Wang Kuan, Zhu Beiyun, and Lu Jingwa stared at the equipment delivered by the elite members of Dragon Fawn and Break Army, their brows furrowed. There's no time. Academician Wang Kuan shook his head repeatedly, clutching an equipment performance report. The environmental conditions in the Antarctic restricted zone are far harsher than those in the Bermuda Triangle.
Conventional equipment upgrades require at least 3 days for preliminary modifications. We simply won't make it in time.
Then what do we do?
Are we supposed to venture into that death zone empty-handed? A young Breakthrough Army member blurted out in panic.
Silence. Long John barked sharply. All eyes instinctively turned to the figure who had remained silent since entering the lab. Lin Feng.
He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating an eerie calm.
A conventional upgrade is indeed too late.
He spoke calmly, his voice soft yet carrying an undeniable confidence. Therefore, we must resort to unconventional methods. He walked over to a set of Dragon Tooth Squad members' dark gold dragon scale armor, extending a finger.
A faint golden glow, seemingly imbued with the cosmic truths of the universe, swirled around its tip.
I will use my own method to directly imbue your equipment with rules.
Imbue them with rules? The words fell like a thunderclap, silencing the entire room.
Whether it was the battle-hardened Long John or the scholarly Wang Kuan and others, they all froze as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with disbelief. The power of rules. That was a realm of power, according to legend, only barely within reach of SS rank beings or even higher tiers. Advisor Lin, was he seriously proposing to imbue standard issue equipment with this godlike power?
This wasn't technology anymore. This was a miracle. Advisor Lin, is this truly feasible? Academician Lu Jingwa asked, his voice trembling. We'll find out when we try. Lin Feng offered no further explanation.
His finger became the brush, the rules the ink. His fingertips, shimmering with a faint golden glow, swiftly etched intricate runes onto the core breastplate of the dark gold dragon scale armor.
Hum.
The runes flickered, then vanished into the armor. The entire suit emitted a soft hum as light swirled around it, its aura instantly becoming thick and sacred. Long John, try it on, Lin Feng said. Suppressing his astonishment, Long John stepped forward and donned the upgraded armor. He channeled his energy and unleashed a punch toward the nearby S-grade special alloy test target.
Boom! A deafening explosion. The explosive power of PK class strength. A deep fist imprint appeared on the test target. But it wasn't over yet. Around the imprint, faint, dragon scale-like illusions began to emerge. The faint shadow trembled slightly. Crack. Fine cracks appeared on the indestructible test target. This is rule damage?
Zhu Beiyun gasped in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of his head.
Good heavens!
The force of that punch seems to have pierced right through the target's surface defense, directly damaging its internal structure. Long John felt the extraordinary feedback through his fist, his eyes blazing with ecstatic light. I feel like this punch's power has increased by at least 30%. Plus, it carries an inexplicable aura of authority.
Lin Feng nodded.
I imprinted faint traces of dragon might and armor-piercing rules onto it. They can inflict mental shock on the target and deal a small amount of true damage that ignores defenses.
The entire arena fell silent once more. All the experts stared at Lin Feng as if he were a deity walking among mortals. Rule empowerment. It truly succeeded. Time is short. Next. Lin Feng didn't pause. The true power of the Horus Stone was channeled by him, transforming into the Pierce Illusion rune. It was engraved onto the helmets of his team members, providing sufficient defense against the potent illusions and mental interference bugs that might lurk within the Antarctic. He channeled the life force of the World Tree's root, transforming it into the Endless Vitality rune. This was engraved onto the energy cores of the battle armor, dramatically enhancing sustained combat capability and self-repair functions. The entire laboratory plunged into frenzied activity. Lin Feng took the lead, with experts assisting. One by one, Dragon Fang and Breaker of Armies gear was bug-fixed and imbued with the power of rules. The expedition team's strength underwent earth-shattering changes at an unimaginable pace. Just as the team was assembling and nearing the completion of final preparations, a clear, resolute voice rang out. "Brother! I want to go too." Lin Xiaoyu appeared at the laboratory door, her arrival unnoticed. She wore a well-fitted light blue combat suit, looking dashing and spirited. After this period of special training, her strength had reached the upper tier of the third stage. The faint golden speck at his brow had brightened several times over. "Nonsense!" Lin Feng frowned deeply, refusing without hesitation. "The Antarctic restricted zone is far too dangerous. What would you possibly go there for?" "I can help." Lin Xiaoyu persisted, striding over to a massive environmental analysis map of the Antarctic. An environmental analysis expert had just reported with grave concern, reporting to Advisor Lin, the area surrounding the World Tree's root is enveloped by an extremely potent life rule force field, forming a natural life mist. Conventional detection methods, psychic perception, and even your correction eye suffer severe distortion and shielding at long range. We fear it will be extremely difficult to pinpoint the core's exact location in a short time frame. Lin Xiaoyu pointed at the fog zone marked extreme danger, his gaze unwavering. "Brother! My eye of truth can pierce all illusions and perceive the very source of energy. This layer of life mist perhaps only I can see through it. This mission isn't about me fighting. I'm our team's navigator and I's the key to finding the World Tree's root." Lin Feng stared into his sister's eyes, filled with stubbornness and confidence, and felt a jolt in his heart. Only then did he realize his sister was no longer the delicate flower who needed his constant protection. She, too, could become his right-hand woman. "All right." He finally nodded, a flicker of relief and pride crossing his eyes. "But you must follow my commands at all times. No unauthorized actions." "Yay! You're the best, big bro." Lin Xiaoyu cheered excitedly. Zhao Genoa watched the siblings unite in harmony, a faint smile touching his lips. His confidence grew several-fold. Antarctica. The colossal Kunlun aerospace carrier hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Below lay endless white ice fields, howling with frigid winds like a ghostly realm. Lin Feng, Lin Xiaoyu, Long Zhan, Chu He, along with elite members of Dragon Fang and Break Army, stood fully armed on the carrier's deployment platform. Their brand new gear, empowered by the rules, glinted with a heart-stopping, faint light under the polar cold. From here, they would venture deep into that frozen wasteland, a forbidden zone sealed by ice for eons, to seek the legendary roots of the World Tree. Target area locked. Deployment countdown initiated. The cold electronic voice rang out. Lin Feng took a deep breath, gazing down at the mysterious and perilous white expanse below. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. "Let's go." Chapter 63, Rule Mimicry? Using me, the Serpent Lord, as cannon fodder? Boom! The specially designed anti-gravity landing pod crashed like a meteorite from the heavens, smashing heavily onto the 1,000-meter-thick ice layer and sending a sky full of ice shards flying. The hatch opened, and a bone-chilling wind, mingled with a strange sweet salty stench, instantly flooded in. "Is this the Antarctic life exclusion zone?" Chu He gripped his upgraded armor-piercing rule spear, scanning his surroundings warily. Visibility was extremely low. Within the white, hazy ice fog, it felt as though countless man-eating beasts lurked, waiting to pounce. The rules are chaotic. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he activated his error detection eye to its fullest. He could distinctly sense that the laws governing this region were entirely different from the outside world, filled with distortion and disharmony. "Everyone, activate your illusion-piercing helmets," Lin Feng ordered in a deep voice. "This fog carries a powerful mental interference bug." The Dragon Fang and Breaking Army members immediately activated their helmets, which had been rule-enhanced by Lin Feng. With a soft hum, a faint golden halo swirled before their eyes, sealing out the pervasive mental interference. "Watch your step!" Lin Feng suddenly shouted, grabbing Shirshan just as he nearly stepped out of the landing pod. Shirshan froze, looking down. Where the ice had been smooth just half a meter ahead of his toes, a face had silently materialized. A massive, distorted face formed from ice crystals and black vines. That face was none other than the Serpent Lord. "What?" Everyone paled in horror. How could the Serpent Lord be here? The Snake Lord's face emitted a silent, savage grin before snapping its massive jaws open. Countless vines, gleaming with an eerie light, lashed out like venomous serpents, lunging toward the crowd. "It's an illusion. Steady your minds." Lin Feng's cold shout thundered through their minds like a bolt of lightning. "It's the Rule Mimic Vine.
It's scanning our memories, simulating our most dreaded foes. Before his words faded, more figures materialized within the surrounding ice mist. Among them were even the S-class spirits encountered in the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. Though their aura was only 1/10 of the originals, the oppressive pressure stemming from the depths of memory felt utterly real.
Name: Rule Mimic Vine Bug Mutant Strain. Level: LV60 S-Class Beginner.
Abilities: Bug Mimicry reads targets' deep memories to simulate their objects of fear, psychic shock, energy camouflage. Bug point: Energy transmission delay bug exists at the connection between the phantom core and the main body. However, the core's position is constantly shifting and is protected by 3 layers of energy camouflage, making it impossible to lock on with conventional means.
Damn it! These damn things!
Shui pierced an illusion of Icarus from the Reb Allen tournament with his spear, only for the phantom to dissolve into a cloud of black mist and reform nearby.
Physical attacks are useless.
Their true forms aren't here, a member of the Breaker Squad exclaimed.
Bro! I've got this! Just as the group was locked in a fierce battle, Lin Xiaoyu's clear voice rang out. The golden eye of truth mark between her brows suddenly burst into dazzling light. True insight, activate.
In her vision, all illusory deceptions became transparent. Beneath countless chaotic energy currents, black vines resembling tree roots spread wildly beneath the thick ice layer. At the convergence of these vines, a constantly shifting core, enveloped by 3 layers of eerie energy, appeared clearly before her eyes.
Brother! I found it!
Lin Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of excitement and urgency.
11 meters to the left front, 5 meters underground. It's moving rightward.
It has 3 layers of energy camouflage. The outer layer is ice-based, the middle is psychic-based, and the innermost is a very strange dark energy.
Well done.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed with intense light.
This was Lin Xiaoyu's irreplaceable role.
Her true vision was the most precise navigational tool in this fog-shrouded forbidden zone.
All personnel, heed my command. Lin Feng's voice, calm and steady, instantly steadied the troops. Long John.
Use your Dragon Might rule to charge head-on, intimidate all illusions, and buy us 1.5 seconds.
Shu He.
Use your armor-piercing rule spear for a triple strike. Penetrate its 3 layers of energy camouflage.
Sure Shan.
The instant Shui breaks its defenses, unleash your most powerful earth-splitting axe and dig it out from beneath the ground.
Yes. The 3 roared in unison, without a moment's hesitation. This was absolute trust in Lin Feng. Roar!
Long John stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a peak S rank.
An intangible dragon's might swept out like a tangible shockwave.
The flailing illusions, under the oppressive weight of this superior being's authority, froze mid-motion.
Now!
A brilliant light shone in Shui's eyes as his spear transformed into 3 streaks of light that tore through space.
Break! 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 3 thunderous shouts.
3 spear streaks struck the exact locations indicated by Lin Xiaoyu.
The first strike shattered the ice layer.
The second spear shattered the mental barrier. The third spear pierced through the dark energy. 3 layers of energy camouflage shattered in unison.
Come out!
Stone Mountain had been poised for action. He roared furiously as earth-hued rule flames ignited upon his mountain-splitting axe. With overwhelming force, he swung it down with brutal force toward the shattered ground.
Boom!
The ice shattered explosively. The earth cracked open. A massive, heart-like, pulsating vine core entirely pitch black was violently shaken loose from the earth. The core emitted a piercing shriek, as if desperate to burrow back underground.
Too late!
Lin Feng's icy voice sounded like the Grim Reaper's verdict.
His figure flickered, appearing above the vine core in an instant. Life rule, deprivation.
He extended his right hand and pressed down lightly. The vine core, still struggling frantically, deflated instantly like a punctured balloon.
All vitality was utterly drained by Lin Feng in a supremely domineering manner. Crack!
With a faint crackle, the vine core turned to ash and dissipated in the biting wind. All surrounding illusions vanished like mirages, vanishing into thin air.
The battle ended. Kill, Mimic Vine. Experience plus 55,000. Level up. LV61.
Lin Feng felt a surge of pure energy flood his body, his strength advancing once more.
Nice work. That teamwork was flawless.
Shu He and Shi Shan high-fived each other, their faces radiating excitement. Though the battle had been perilous, the exhilaration of seamless teamwork and precision strikes sent their blood racing. This was what a true battle between extraordinary beings should be. Not like before, when they relied solely on brute force. Lin Feng watched his excited teammates, a faint smile curling his lips. This was the kind of team he wanted. Each member could maximize their potential, rather than relying solely on him to fight alone.
Big bro, I'm awesome, right?
Lin Xiaoyu ran over, tilting her little face up, her expression begging for praise.
Meichem, our Xiaoyu is the best.
Lin Feng ruffled her hair, his eyes brimming with affection. The team's atmosphere grew relaxed and confident. They pressed deeper into the restricted zone. However, not long after, the space ahead suddenly began to twist and fold, as if an invisible giant hand were toying with this very spacetime. One Dragon's Tooth member's footsteps suddenly slowed to a crawl, as if in slow motion. Another member, however, felt his speed surge so fast it nearly tore through the air. It's actually a bug that manipulates the flow of time. Chapter 64, Growing Stronger with Every Blow? This guardian beast can't be killed. Shui's expression changed drastically. He realized with horror that the spear thrust from his hand traced an eerily visible, erratic path through the air, alternating between blinding speed and agonizing slowness, making it utterly impossible to strike his target. Everyone, hold your positions. Do not move rashly. Lin Feng's voice rang out calmly. Through his eye of correction, he could clearly see the threads of spatial rules around them being twisted by a peculiar force, forming a vast, chaotic time-speed field. At the center of this chaotic force field, an immense black shadow slowly emerged from the shadows of a glacier. It was a monstrous, ineffably twisted beast, towering dozens of meters high. Its torso resembled a giant lizard, yet it was covered in rough bark like that of a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. Its limbs were thick as stone pillars, ending in claws that flashed with a metallic cold light. Its head was even more bizarre, half a ferocious beast's skull, the other half a tangled mass of twisted vines, with a single enormous eye at its center, flickering with an eerie green glow. The aura emanating from it was not pure evil or chaos, but rather an ancient, majestic, yet filled with the contradictory sensations of agony and struggle. Name, Corrupted World Tree Guardian. Level, LV 100S rank peak, half-step SS rank. Status, Rule Corruption Severe, Mind Chaos, Source Exhaustion. Abilities, Life Drain, All Things Manipulation, Hyper Regeneration, Rule Barrier Life. Core Conflict, its guardian instincts clash violently with the bug contamination source within its body. Any attack targeting its core form will be absorbed by the bug contamination source and transformed into stronger corrupting power, accelerating the depletion of the seal on the World Tree's root. What? When Lin Feng discerned the Guardian's core conflict, his pupils abruptly contracted. The more it fought, the stronger it grew. Attacking it would actually accelerate the depletion of the World Tree root? This is an unsolvable stalemate. Roar! The Guardian had clearly lost its mind. Its enormous single eye, now bloodshot, emitted a deafening roar. An invisible pressure swept over them like a tsunami. Everyone, defend with everything you've got. Long Zhan roared, charging forward first. His dark gold dragon scale armor flared with brilliant light, the dragon might rule power forming an invisible barrier that barely held back the terrifying pressure. Enraged, the Guardian snapped open its fang-filled maw. Whoosh! A torrent of dark green energy erupted like a laser cannon. It was the utterly ruthless life-draining beam. Earth Dragon Wall. Shirshan roared, thrusting a massive, energy-forged shield before the group. Boom! The dark green beam slammed into the shield, erupting with a sizzling, corrosive sound. The shield visibly dimmed at a rapid pace. Shirshan grunted, his face instantly turning several shades paler. This won't work. Shu, he exclaimed urgently. We must find a way around it. There's no way around it. Lin Feng's voice was grave. It's the final guardian of the World Tree's root. Unless we retreat, it won't stop until we're destroyed. Then take it down. Liehua roared, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Don't attack. Lin Feng immediately stopped him, explaining rapidly. Its body is contaminated by a bizarre bug. Any attack will be absorbed by the source of the contamination and transformed into poison that corrodes the World Tree root. The more we fight, the worse it gets. At these words, everyone froze in shock. We can't fight? Then how do we get past it? This was practically forcing them into a dead end. Yet the Guardian's assault shows no sign of stopping. Its vine-covered half-head emitted a series of silent hisses. Beneath the surrounding ice fields, the ground cracks open. Countless mutated bug creatures under its control surge forth like a tidal wave once more, charging toward the group with utter disregard for their own lives. Damn it! How did these things come back? Defense! Hold the line! The Dragon's Fang and Breaker's army members instantly found themselves locked in a desperate battle. They had to withstand the Guardian's world-shattering attacks while fending off the relentless stream of bug creatures. The most frustrating part was that they couldn't inflict any real damage on the Guardian itself. They could only reactively dodge and block. This battle was utterly frustrating. Put! One Breaker squad member failed to dodge in time, getting swept by a mutated ice python's tail. He spat blood and flew backward. Bro! What do we do? Lin Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears. Though her true vision could perceive the energy currents within the Guardian, it couldn't detect any exploitable weaknesses. Because the attack itself is the greatest mistake. Lin Feng's face darkened so intensely it seemed ready to drip with water. The eye of correction spun wildly. A massive data stream flashed rapidly before his eyes. Attack ineffective. Absorption and conversion. Pollution intensifying. A dead end. This is a complete and utter dead end. Unless... Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the Guardian, which was rampaging wildly yet occasionally flashed glimpses of pain and struggle in its eyes. A thought, maddeningly extreme yet audaciously bold, exploded in his mind. Since force cannot break it, then I'll solve it with mind.
since I cannot slay it. Then, purify it. Everyone, follow my commands.
Lin Feng's voice thundered like a clap of lightning, echoing in every team member's ears.
Contract the defensive line. Use every means possible to buy me 3 minutes. No. 1 minute. I will personally go and correct this guardian. What? Long John and the others were utterly horrified. Personally confront that contaminated SS tier peak monster? What's the difference between that and suicide? Advisor. You can't. Shut up. Carry out the order.
Lin Feng's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument.
Yes. Long John's eyes blazed crimson as he roared. Dragon's Fong. Breaking army. Form ranks. Fight to the death. By time for Advisor Lin. Kill.
At that moment, every member unleashed potential beyond their limits. With their own flesh and blood, they forged a small, secure zone amidst the endless tide of bug monsters,
creating that fleeting, precious opportunity for Lin Feng.
Lin Feng took a deep breath, hesitation gone. Braving the Guardian's frenzied assault, he seized the fleeting opening forged by Dragon Fong and Breaker's desperate efforts. Like lightning, he charged headlong toward the mountain-like Guardian.
Brother!
Lin Xiaoyu screamed, her voice wrenching at the heart.
Come on!
A resolute flame burned in Lin Feng's eyes. Let me see what kind of bug lurks deep within your corrupted soul.
He extended his right hand, the power of the Dragon Vein Core and Eye of Horus converging wildly within his palm.
Transforming into a swirling mass of dual-colored divine light, it became primordial energy saturated with the rules of purification and error correction.
What he sought to do was not attack, but to save. He pressed his hand against the terrifying SS tier peak monster.
Then, using his own correction power, he would repair the chaotic rules within its body and purify its polluted soul.
This was an unprecedented gamble. Win, and the sky's the limit. If he lost, it would be eternal damnation. Chapter 65, Ascending to S-Class, Mastering Spatial Power. Life and death hung in the balance.
As Lin Feng's figure transformed into a resolute streak of light, charging headlong toward the SS tier peak Guardian, every witness held their breath.
Roar!
The Guardian's chaotic single eye reflected Lin Feng's tiny yet blindingly bright figure. It unleashed a savage roar, unleashing countless vines and claws each imbued with bug rules that descended like a net from the heavens, closing in on Lin Feng with frenzied ferocity.
Brother!
Lin Xiaoyu screamed, her voice tearing at the heartstrings. Long Zhan, Chu He, and the others glared with eyes bulging from their sockets, desperate to rescue him.
Yet they were trapped by an endless tide of bug beasts, utterly unable to break free.
Yet, not a trace of fear crossed Lin Feng's face. Only a resolute determination to burn his bridges.
Now!
His right hand finally pressed against the Guardian's chest, rough as a 1,000-year-old tree trunk, yet radiating an endless aura of corruption.
Boom!
The instant their touch connected, Lin Feng's consciousness felt violently sucked into a terrifying vortex.
The scene before his eyes transformed dramatically.
He found himself in a boundless spiritual realm filled with distortion and wails.
This was the Guardian's Sea of Souls.
The sky was a dark crimson, the earth a putrid black, and the air thick with despair and madness. At the center of this realm, atop a decaying throne built from countless bones and wailing souls, sat a figure identical to the Guardian yet colossal in stature, emanating an aura far more malevolent and chaotic. The rule-corrupted entity. It was the very source of the Guardian's corruption. The core of the BUG. Insignificant ants, daring to peer into the domain of the gods. The rule-corrupted entity roared, its voice shaking souls to their core.
God?
Lin Feng's will crystallized into a towering beam of light, standing defiantly amidst this chaotic world, a cold, disdainful sneer curling his lips. Nothing but a pitiful wretch whose mind has been corrupted by the bug. He hesitated no longer. Within his Dantian and sea of consciousness, the power of the core fragment erupted with a thunderous explosion. Eye of Horus, true insight. Pale golden divine light, sharp as a sword, instantly pierced through the thick fog of this spiritual realm. Lin Feng saw clearly, deep within the decaying throne, an extremely faint emerald green speck of light, radiating pure life energy, was being tightly bound by countless pitch-black bug chains, struggling desperately. That was the Guardian's true, untainted primordial will. Dragon Vein Core, endlessly renewing. The dark green dragon vein power coalesced into indestructible protective barriers, fending off the frenzied erosion of the surrounding chaotic laws.
Awaken! He let out a soul-shaking roar.
That pure life force, like the warmest sunlight of spring, instantly surged through layer upon layer of obstruction, precisely infusing into the confined emerald green light point. The Guardian's primordial will, dormant for untold millennia, trembled violently the instant it sensed this force of the same origin. Like a lost child finding its way home. It began to violently resist the confinement of the rule-corrupted entity from within. No! The rule-corrupted entity upon the throne let out a shriek of utter terror.
How could you possibly awaken it? This is impossible. Nothing is impossible in the face of a bug. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. Correction, commence.
Using his own will as the catalyst, he channeled the primordial power of the two core fragments, transforming it into an invisible, surgical scalpel of rules.
He struck viciously at the pitch-black bug chains binding the Guardian's primordial will. Snap! 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 The chains shattered, piece by piece. The Guardian's primordial will was utterly freed from its bonds. It emitted a joyful, grateful chirp, transforming into a brilliant emerald green stream of light that merged with Lin Feng's power. Inside and out. Attacking from both inside and out. Ah! The rule-corrupted entity upon the throne emitted a wail of unwillingness as it was struck by the dual forces of pure rule energy from within and without. Its colossal form, composed of chaotic bugs, dissolved inch by inch like purified darkness, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Boom! The Guardian's entire spiritual realm began to violently reconstruct. The crimson sky turned azure. The pitch-black earth sprouted tender green grass. The wails of despair transformed into the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Outside, atop the Antarctic ice sheet, Long John and the others watched in horror as the once fearsome Guardian's polluted aura faded at a visible pace. Its agonized roar gradually subsided, replaced instead by an aura of serenity and sanctity. Finally, enveloped in a towering emerald divine light, its colossal form slowly dissipated. It transformed into a 100-meter-tall statue composed of countless vines and points of light, being crowned with antlers, its eyes as gentle and luminous as jade. The forest goddess. No longer attacking, it bowed its noble head deeply toward Lin Feng's direction, filled with gratitude. Then, its entire form dissolved into a swirling cascade of green light, like a rain of fireflies, merging into the scarred Antarctic landscape. Wherever it passed, ice and snow melted, giving way to lush greenery. At the spot where it vanished, a fragment of wood about the size of a palm, suspended silently midair, slowly drifted toward Lin Feng. Deep green throughout, its surface was covered in mystical patterns, pulsing faintly as if alive. The root of the world tree. A fiery gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He reached out, and the fragment transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging into his palm. Boom! A torrent of energy far more immense and pure than any he had ever experienced before erupted from within him, accompanied by a profound understanding of the rules. Ding! Successfully purified World Tree Guardian. Absorbed System Core Fragment, Root of the World Tree. Talent Eye of Correction significantly enhanced. New traits acquired, Life Insight, Spatial Perception. Affinity with Life Rules greatly enhanced. Preliminary Awakening of Spatial Rule Mastery. Level Up. LV 57. LV 58. LV 59. LV 60. Congratulations! Successfully ascended to S rank 5th tier Transcendent. A barrage of system notifications echoed frantically within Lin Feng's mind. S rank. 5th tier. He had finally stepped into this entirely new realm. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating a divine light that seemed to contain an entire starry sky. He casually took a step forward. Swish! Without warning, his figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing 10 meters away in the next instant. This was the initial mastery of spatial rules. Brother! Are you okay? Lin Xiaoyu, Long Zhan, and the others cautiously gathered around him, their eyes filled with awe and fervor as they looked at Lin Feng. I'm fine, Lin Feng smiled faintly. Better than ever. However, at that very moment, a chill, malevolent, and utterly terrifying aura descended from the heavens without warning, like a frigid wind from the depths of hell, instantly enveloping this area that had just regained its vitality. Chapter 66, The Serpent Lord arrives in SS rank fatal ambush. Crack! Crack! Under the crushing pressure of this aura, the surrounding space groaned under the strain, cracking open in dark fissures. As if the entire world itself was about to be torn apart by this force. Who's there? Long Zhan, Zhu He, and the others paled, bracing for battle. The newly upgraded rule-empowered battle armor they wore now flashed frantically with warning red lights. Lin Xiaoyu's face turned deathly pale. Through her eye of truth, the sky seemed shrouded in an endless black net, radiating an aura of despair and destruction. Put! Several weaker members of the breaking army team, overwhelmed by this oppressive force, spat out mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to one knee. Lin Feng snapped his head up, divine light blazing from his eyes. His error detection eye activated at full capacity. Warning! Detecting unknown ultra-high-level fate concealment BUG force field. Warning! Perception system severely disrupted. Target information retrieval failed. Fate concealment bug? Lin Feng's heart sank. He had only encountered descriptions of such bugs in the most ancient texts. Legend held it was a forbidden glitch left behind by long-lost civilizations that dared to peer into and tamper with the fabric of fate. It could temporarily block all perception and even distort causality. Ouroboros. Lin Feng instantly understood. Only that mad organization would research and exploit such an evil bug. They had been lurking nearby all along, waiting for the moment he obtained the world tree's root. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. What a deep scheme. High above, dark mist churned. 3 figures radiating S-rank terror descended like specters. They wore black robes embroidered with eerie serpentine totems, their faces concealed by twisted masks, revealing only pairs of cold, merciless eyes. These were the core S-rank leaders of the Ouroboros organization. And within their entourage, an even more indistinct, more heart-stopping figure stepped out of the void. Enveloped in a chaotic shadow, its features were indistinguishable, its gender inaudible. Yet merely standing there, he seemed the very embodiment of the universe's evil and chaos. That suffocating pressure emanated directly from him. Serpent Lord. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he uttered the two words, each syllable deliberate. That name haunted every soul who knew of the Ouroboros organization like a nightmare. Legend held that the leader of Ouroboros was a monstrous being who had lived for untold ages, mastering the exploitation of system glitches to an unimaginable degree. His power was unfathomable. Lin Feng. The Serpent Lord spoke, its voice hoarse and eerie, as if countless voices of men, women, and children had overlapped into one. We meet again. His tone carried a hint of mockery, a touch of greed, and a murderous intent so thick it felt like it could dissolve everything. Hand over the root of the world tree and the other two fragments in your possession. Then, I might consider granting you a swift death. The Serpent Lord's voice was not loud, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding in everyone's ears. Insane. Too arrogant. He clearly held no one in the slightest regard. Dream on. Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold. With you lot, hiding in the shadows like vermin? Ha ha ha. The Serpent Lord emitted a bone-chilling laugh. Seems the lesson from Revlon wasn't deep enough. Very well. I have come here today to resolve this system bug once and for all. Before the words had even faded, the Serpent Lord suddenly extended a finger clad in a black glove, pointing it at Lin Feng from afar. Rule distortion spatial collapse bug. Buzz. The space within 100 meters around Lin Feng suddenly froze. Then, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, it began violently collapsing inward. Crack. 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 Ice layers shattered. The earth collapsed. That terrifying crushing force could instantly reduce an aircraft carrier to scrap metal. This is bad. Long Zhan and the others were horrified beyond words. Such direct manipulation and distortion of the rules was beyond their comprehension. Lin Feng flickered, attempting to dodge using the spatial folding glitch he'd just grasped. But he realized with horror that the surrounding spatial rules had been completely locked down and warped by the Serpent Lord. His spatial jump point bug was utterly impossible to activate. Playing with space in front of me? You're still too green. The Serpent Lord's voice dripped with contempt. Boom! The miniature spatial shield that had just coalesced around Lin Feng's body shattered with a thunderous boom under the terrifying force of collapse, lasting less than a second. An intense suffocating sensation and tearing pain surged from all directions. Was this the terrifying might of a peak SS tier powerhouse, one who would even touch the threshold of SSS tier? Lin Feng gritted his teeth as the power of the dragon vein in the Horus Stone surged wildly within him, barely resisting this devastating force. But he knew this was only the beginning. Snake Lord, is that all you've got? Lin Feng forced a cold laugh, suppressing the bone-splitting agony. Trying to provoke me? It won't work. The Serpent Lord's voice remained utterly unruffled. I merely wish to make you understand the gulf between us as vast as the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. He raised his hand once more. This time, his fingers splayed open, revealing a constantly spinning black vortex within his palm composed of countless minute bug runes. Taste this, the 10,000 devouring void bug. This is the gift I've carefully prepared for you. The black vortex emitted a terrifying aura that devoured and annihilated everything. It seemed even light itself could be sucked in and utterly extinguished. Lin Feng's proofreading eye flashed wildly. Warning. Detected, ultra-high-risk composite rule contamination bug. This bug can forcibly strip the target's rule-based power and convert it into chaotic entropy energy. If struck, the target's transcendent foundation will be utterly destroyed. What a vicious tactic. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. This Serpent Lord not only possessed terrifying strength, but his use of bugs was utterly vicious. This 10,000 devouring void bug clearly aims to cripple him completely. Die, Lin Feng. AS rank officer of the Ouroboros cult sneered savagely, coordinating with the Snake Lord's assault as he summoned an ancient stone steel covered in cracks. Ancient taboo steel bug. Suppression. Countless twisted runes ignited upon the steel, an invisible restraining force instantly enveloping Lin Feng. The energy within his body began to flow sluggishly. Long Zhan, Chui, and the others seethed with rage, desperate to rush to his aid, but were held fast by the other 2S rank officers, unable to break free. Brother! Lin Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears, utterly helpless. It's over. A cruel satisfaction flickered in the Snake Lord's eyes, hidden in the shadows. That black vortex, capable of devouring everything, carrying an aura of utter destruction, appeared before Lin Feng in an instant. No escape. No retreat. Had he just broken through to S rank only to face this ultimate boss-level foe? It was a dead end. Chapter 67, Resonance, Manifestation of the Rule Domain. A desperate situation. A true dead end. The Serpent Lord's all-consuming black vortex was now within arm's reach. Lin Feng could even feel the soul-tearing pull emanating from it.
A terrifying existence at the peak of SS rank, brushing against the threshold of SSS rank. The perverse manipulation of bug rules had reached perfection. Just as the black vortex was about to swallow Lin Feng whole, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. Within Lin Feng's body, 3 dormant system core fragments seemed to sense their host's mortal peril. Dragon Vein Core. The Horus Stone. The root of the World Tree. Without warning, they erupted simultaneously in a blinding, dazzling light. The dark blue light of the Dragon Vein, mysterious and boundless. The pale golden light of truth, piercing through illusion. The deep green light of life, everlasting and unceasing. 3 divine lights, like 3 ignited suns. Instantly erupting from Lin Feng's body. They intertwined, swirled, and resonated before him. An indescribable fluctuation, as if originating from the primordial laws of the universe's creation, suddenly spread outward. Humph. For the first time, the Serpent Lord's eyes, hidden in the shadows, revealed a look of astonishment and uncertainty. The 10,000 devouring void bug, he unleashed that indestructible black vortex. The moment it touched the 3-colored divine light, it abruptly halted. Its spinning speed visibly slowed. The twisted, malevolent bug runes within seemed to have encountered their nemesis. They began to flicker violently, even showing signs of disintegration. What kind of power is this? For the first time, the Serpent Lord's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Lin Feng was stunned as well. He could distinctly sense the 3 core fragments within him forming an unprecedented, wondrous connection. No longer operating independently, they now resonated with each other, their energies intertwining. A force vastly more immense, more refined, and more profound than any he had ever experienced surged through his limbs and bones. His consciousness seemed to ascend countless dimensions in an instant. He saw it. The black vortex unleashed by the Serpent Lord was, at its core, segments of distorted, corrupted, and maliciously amplified system bug code. And now, under the influence of the strange force field resonating from the 3 fragments within him, these bug codes were being forcibly parsed, corrected, and overwritten by a higher, more primordial force. It was as if a shoddy, pirated program had encountered the genuine article, a system administrator wielding the highest privileges. This feeling. Lin Feng experienced a sudden flash of insight. He attempted to merge his will into this force born from the resonance of the 3 fragments. Buzz. Centered on Lin Feng, a hazy field with a radius of about 3 meters quietly unfolded, shimmering with a faint 3-colored halo. This field was not solid, even somewhat illusory. But the instant the Serpent Lord's black vortex entered this field's range, another transformation occurred. The black vortex began shrinking at a visible rate. The devouring force and rule-corrupting power contained within it rapidly diminished, as if being ground down by countless invisible files. The bug runes forming the vortex melted away like snow exposed to sunlight. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the 10,000 devouring void bug, capable of driving S-rank powerhouses to despair, vanished completely within a meter of Lin Feng. Had vanished without a trace. Transforming into the purest formless energy particles, it dissipated into the air. Put. In the distance, the S-rank officer who had assisted the Serpent Lord in unleashing the ancient steel banishment bug suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His ancient stone steel cracked with a loud snap, revealing an even larger fissure. Clearly, Lin Feng's domain had not only neutralized the 10,000 devouring void bug, but also caused the binding power to backfire. Impossible. The Serpent Lord cried out in shock, his voice filled with disbelief and horror. His crowning achievement. A composite rule corrupting bug powerful enough to severely cripple an SS rank existence. Was it really gone? Easily neutralized by a force he couldn't begin to comprehend? Is this the embryonic form of a domain? The Serpent Lord stared intently at the blurred tricolor aura surrounding Lin Feng. No. This isn't a simple energy domain. This is suppression at the level of the rules. You've actually gained preliminary control over the rules? For the first time, the Serpent Lord's voice carried genuine terror. Mastery of the rules. That was a realm only the most elite SS rankers, or even higher tier beings, could touch upon in legend. This Lin Feng had only just broken through to S rank. How could this be? Lin Feng stood within the hazy domain of rules, feeling an unprecedented sense of power and control. Within this 3-meter radius domain, his ability to modify and correct local rules received an unimaginable boost. The Snake Lord's bug attacks, upon entering this domain, were like fish out of water, their power drastically diminished. Even lower-level bugs were automatically corrected by the domain's power. As simple as clearing junk files. So, this is the power of 3 fragments resonating together? Lin Feng murmured softly, his eyes flashing with sudden understanding. The Dragon Vein Core, mastering the Earth's vitality, endowed him with immense life force and regenerative power. The Horus Stone discerned truth from illusion, allowing his error detection eye to pierce all illusions and pinpoint the essence of bugs. The root of the World Tree, mastering the fabric of existence, elevated his command of energy and spatial comprehension to unprecedented heights. The 3 united, complementing each other. Surprisingly, they had begun to form the rudimentary outline of a domain capable of interfering with the rules of reality. Though its scope remains limited and unstable.
The power it displayed was already sufficient for him to confront an entity of the Serpent Lord's caliber. This is like cheating on top of cheating. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The Eye of Correction itself was a game-breaking bug. Now, with the resonance of the 3 system core fragments, it had spawned a rule domain. If others found out about this, wouldn't they be green with envy? The Serpent Lord stared at Lin Feng, his gaze shifting between light and shadow. He could sense the aura emanating from Lin Feng surging and solidifying at an astonishing rate. That hazy rule domain was also growing increasingly solid. There was no time to wait. He must be eliminated before he fully masters this power. Even if you've somehow grasped the rudiments of a rule domain, so what? The Serpent Lord's voice grew icy and cruel once more. In the face of this sovereign's absolute power and boundless exploitation of the BUG, you remain but an insect. His hands snapped together violently. An even more terrifying, more evil, more chaotic aura erupted from his body. Let me show you what the true Bug King truly is. Taboo Rule Corruption Doomsday Bug. Chapter 68, Fierce Battle Against the Serpent Lord Bug vs. Rule. The Serpent Lord's voice echoed like the whisper of a demon from the depths of hell. It echoed across the entire Antarctic ice sheet. The sky instantly dyed an eerie crimson. Thick storm clouds churned, lightning serpents danced wildly. The earth shook violently, and bottomless fissures spread across the ice sheet like hideous scars. The air thickened with wails of despair and the stench of decay. It felt as though the apocalypse had truly arrived. This was a compound rule corrupting bug. Not only could it conjure terrifying apocalyptic illusions that eroded the mind, it could also directly distort local rules, stripping away all signs of life. This is interesting. Lin Feng stood within the newly formed tricolor rule domain. The domain's scope was limited, spanning only 3 meters. A luminous halo swirled, sealing out the despair of doom. He could sense the life force within the domain being slowly drained by an invisible force. Yet the power of the Dragon Vein Core fragment continuously replenished it. A delicate equilibrium was maintained. Eye of Horus, true insight. Lin Feng's eyes shone with divine light. The wails of despair transformed before his eyes into distorted ripples of psychic energy. At its core lay a faint psychic anchor bug. Break! Lin Feng uttered a sharp command. A pure surge of psychic energy struck the bug point with pinpoint accuracy. The wails abruptly ceased. The apocalyptic illusion flickered with a hint of instability. World Tree's root, spatial perception. Lin Feng sensed the distorted spatial rules around him. He located several critical penetration bug nodes connecting the Doomsday Descent bug to this reality. He attempted to harness the spatial control power he had just mastered. He sought to sever these connections through spatial bug repair. The space before him warped slightly. The oppressive weight of the Doomsday bug eased slightly. Oomph. A dying struggle. The Serpent Lord snorted coldly, clearly dismissing Lin Feng's resistance. His hands shifted into new seals once more. Curse of Despair and Wither. An invisible, pitch-black thread shot silently from the void. It coiled around Lin Feng's ankle. This thread carried terrifying cursed power. Once bound, life force would rapidly decay until reduced to skeletal remains. Lin Feng's rule domain violently rippled. The pitch-black thread actually pierced through part of the domain's defenses. It was about to touch Lin Feng. Correction. Lin Feng remained unhurried, his error detection eye already locked onto the rule chain bug within the cursed silk thread. With a flick of his fingertip, the power of the dragon veins and the life force of the world tree fused seamlessly, forming a peculiar corrective force. It struck precisely at the bug node within the cursed thread. SSSSH. The pitch-black cursed thread trembled violently. The withering aura upon it began to reverse, transforming into a stream of pure life energy that surged into Lin Feng's body. Though faint, it instantly invigorated Lin Feng. What? The Serpent Lord was stunned once more. Not only was his cursed bug ineffective, but it had been exploited by the opponent? This kid's abilities were too bizarre. Soul-devouring corrosion bug. The Serpent Lord roared in fury, holding nothing back. Behind him, an even larger, more malevolent black vortex materialized. Even more terrifying than the previous 10,000 devouring void bug. Within this vortex, it seemed to connect to a chaotic, entropy-filled alternate dimension. Countless twisted souls wailed within. A terrifying force of erosion, targeting the very essence of souls, locked onto Lin Feng. Black mist billowed from the vortex, attempting to invade Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. Stone of Horus, shatter the illusion. Lin Feng's gaze grew grave. Attacks targeting the soul were the most perilous. Golden light blazed from his brow as immense psychic energy surged forth like a tidal wave. On the surface of his sea of souls, he erected a solid mental bug firewall. Simultaneously, the Eye of Correction operated at full capacity, instantly locating the unstable bug in the psychic transmission pathway within the black mist. Seal it. Lin Feng used his own mental energy as a catalyst, forcibly repairing the bug. The corrosive speed of the black mist abruptly slowed. The chaotic will it contained was also greatly weakened. Damn it! This again! The Serpent Lord roared in fury. His bug attack seemed riddled with flaws in front of Lin Feng. This feeling left him utterly frustrated. Void Banishment Distortion Bug. The Serpent Lord had completely lost his mind. He raised both hands toward the heavens. The surrounding spatial laws began violently warping. Visible spatial fissures appeared around Lin Feng. The immense force of banishment sought to erase Lin Feng from this world entirely. This was the application of an advanced spatial rule glitch, powerful enough to effortlessly banish an S-rank powerhouse into the endless void. Lin Feng's rule domain trembled violently under this terrifying force of distortion. It seemed poised to shatter at any moment. He could feel his connection to reality being forcibly severed. World Tree's root. Spatial perception. A glint of madness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He did not choose to resist head-on. Instead, he played along with the plan. In the instant he was completely enveloped by the banishing force. Using his eye of correction and his nascent grasp of spatial laws, he pinpointed a singularity bug within the distorted force field. There, where spatial laws were most chaotic and unstable, lay a precarious equilibrium point. This is it. Lin Feng channeled all his spatial comprehension power into a single point. He slammed into that singularity bug. Boom! Lin Feng's figure was instantly swallowed by endless void. Ha 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 ha. He's dead. Finally dead. Ouroboros S-rank officer roared with maniacal laughter. The Snake Lord breathed a sigh of relief. Though the cost was immense, this persistent threat was finally neutralized. However, the very next second, at the spot where Lin Feng had vanished, space suddenly rippled violently. A barely perceptible bug portal silently opened. Lin Feng's figure stepped out of the portal, looking slightly disheveled. Though his face was pale and he was clearly drained, he had returned. What? The Snake Lord and his minions nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. Banished to the void, and he actually made it back? Is he even human anymore? Lin Feng stared at the Snake Lord, a cold smile curling his lips. Your bug is nothing special. He took a step forward, and his newly born rule domain suddenly expanded. The three-colored divine light blazed brilliantly. Earthly life. True perception. Spatial mastery. The forces of three domains intertwined around him, crashing violently against the chaotic, malevolent power of the Serpent Lord's bug. Boom! The Antarctic ice sheet seemed to face its true apocalypse. The sky was torn asunder. The earth collapsed. Glaciers melted. Sea waters surged inland. A terrifying energy storm swept everything away. A clash of titans. A collision of bugs. This is no longer a simple clash of power. It is the ultimate collision of two utterly different philosophies of rule application. One seeks to exploit bugs, warp the rules, and unleash chaos and destruction. The other, correcting bugs, rectifying rules, mastering the source and order. Whose bugs reign supreme? Chapter 69, The Serpent Lord's Ace in the Hole. The Antarctic icefields have become a living hell. Rules collide, shattering the heavens and splitting the earth. Lin Feng's nascent rule domain. Tricolored divine light swirled, barely holding back the Serpent Lord's bug storm. Each collision exacted a tremendous toll. The Serpent Lord, a terrifying SS-tier peak existence. His mastery of bugs was consummate, wicked, and unfathomable. Every bug attack he unleashed targeted the very cracks in the rules. Cunning, ruthless, and impossible to guard against. Kid, your domain's pretty impressive. The Serpent Lord's voice was hoarse, tinged with amusement. Pity it's still in its infancy. Before this 1 century of experience steeped in the ways of bugs. You're far too green. His hands clasped together once more, black mist surging around him. Let me show you the true power of the Ouroboros. Boom! An aura even more terrifying and unearthly than before erupted from the serpent's body. Behind him, a vast, blurred serpentine silhouette materialized. The serpentine form seemed woven from countless twisted, bug-like runes. Its icy serpentine eyes locked onto Lin Feng. System exploit, permission theft. The Serpent Lord erupted in a shrill, maniacal laugh. A faint glow now shone between his eyebrows. The nature of that light bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Feng's error detection eye. It bore a striking resemblance. Only it was murkier, more malevolent. It seemed like a twisted mirror image of the Eye of Correction. What is this? Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. He sensed it clearly. The Serpent Lord emanated a strange fluctuation, yet utterly opposite to his own innate power. Surprised, Lin Feng? The Serpent Lord's laughter grew increasingly triumphant. This is what this sovereign spent centuries cultivating. From a fragment of the system's original abandoned permission loophole. Analyzed and simulated this power. Though it has a time limit and immense side effects. But it's more than enough to deal with you. Now, let this sovereign witness your bug. The Serpent Lord's third eye between its brows suddenly snapped open. A murky beam of light swept toward Lin Feng's rule domain. Alarm bells rang in Lin Feng's mind. He distinctly sensed every minute flaw in the operation of his domain. Every minute hesitation in energy conversion. All were seen clearly by that evil eye. So that's it. Your domain is a forced fusion of 3 fragmented powers. The Serpent Lord cackled. The fusion point contains a rule rejection bug. Before his words faded, a jet black energy burst from his hand. It struck with pinpoint accuracy at the light barrier of Lin Feng's domain. An extremely concealed energy convergence point. Crack. Lin Feng's rule domain trembled violently. Where struck, the light dimmed, revealing a faint crack. How is this possible? Lin Feng was stunned. That bug point hadn't even been fully optimized by him yet. How could the Serpent Lord have spotted it at a glance? Your attack has a bug too. The Serpent Lord sneered again. Lin Feng instinctively swung a punch, dragon vein energy surging forth. He tried to mend the cracks in his domain. Yet the Serpent Lord seemed to have foreseen his move. An even more bizarre bug-tainted energy. Preemptively injected into that very fissure. Put. Lin Feng felt as if struck by a heavy blow. He felt a wave of filthy power surge back through the rift in his domain, striking him. His chest tightened and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The situation reversed in an instant. Brother! Lin Xiaoyu cried out, her face turning deathly pale. Ha 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 ha. See that, Lin Feng? The Serpent Lord cackled triumphantly. Every move you make, every flaw in your system, nothing escapes my sight. I can see your weaknesses. I can exploit your glitches. How do you expect to fight me now? He struck again, unleashing wave after wave of pitch black bug-piercing energy. Like venomous snakes, they relentlessly assaulted the weak points of Lin Feng's rule domain. Crack! Crack! Cracks multiplied across Lin Feng's domain barrier. It swayed precariously, as if it could collapse at any moment. Lin Feng's expression grew grim to the extreme. His eye of correction spun wildly. He could see the trajectory of the Serpent Lord's attacks. He could also see the flaws within his own domain. But his speed of repair couldn't keep up with the Serpent Lord's pace of destruction. This feeling was unprecedented. It was as if his most prized ability had been replicated by the enemy. And the way the enemy wielded it was far more sinister. Far more vicious. Damn it! What the hell kind of power is this? Lin Feng cursed inwardly. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. It's over, Lin Feng. A cruel gleam flashed in the Snake Lord's eyes. He thrust both hands forward with all his might. A pitch-black chain formed from countless bug runes. Like a living creature, it coiled toward Lin Feng. Bug soul binding chain. This chain not only restrained the body but also devoured the soul. Once entangled, death was certain. Lin Feng tried to dodge, only to find that every move he made seemed to be anticipated by the Serpent Lord. His spatial jump point bug construction had also been preemptively disrupted by the Serpent Lord. Useless. I see through every trick you have. The Serpent Master's voice dripped with mockery. The pitch-black chains closed in ever closer. Lin Feng's pupils contracted as his sense of danger reached its peak. He could feel the scent of death closer than ever before. Could it be that today was truly his end? No. Absolutely not. A fierce, unyielding glint flared in Lin Feng's eyes. He still had a trump card. But just as he prepared to fight to the death, a barely perceptible flicker passed through the Snake Lord's malevolent eyes. He saw it. Within Lin Feng's body, the 3 core fragments seemed to possess a deeper, more profound resonance. A mode of ultimate power one even Lin Feng himself had yet to fully master. He must not be allowed to unleash it. A flicker of apprehension crossed the Snake Lord's mind. Though he was confident he could suppress it, delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Die! The Snake Lord roared, and the bug soul binding chain accelerated once more. In an instant, it coiled around Lin Feng's body. Cold. Evil. Despair. Lin Feng felt as though his very soul was being frozen. Torn apart. A shockwave reverberated through Lin Feng's heart. Now this bastard can use the eye of correction too. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? He felt his consciousness rapidly blurring. Was he going to lose? Chapter 70, I am the bug. Fix myself. Lin Feng's consciousness plummeted through endless darkness. Cold, despair like drowning. The bug soul binding chain. Those pitch-black chains clung to him like flesh-eating maggots. Tightly coiled around his body, his soul. Every inch of his skin was being torn apart. Every thought frozen solid. Life force rapidly drained away. It's over, Lin Feng. The Snake Lord's hoarse, triumphant voice echoed in his ears. Like a death curse. No! I cannot die. A final roar erupted from Lin Feng's heart. He still had his sister to protect. He still had a nation to defend. He still had the ultimate secret of this world yet to be uncovered. The eye of correction. His innate talent. His greatest asset. If he can detect bugs in all things, why can't he detect his own flaws? The Serpent Lord could see his bugs and steal his rule information. This proves that within himself there exists a passively open interface. A vulnerability exploitable by higher-level permissions. This vulnerability is his greatest bug at this very moment. Rule domain. Damn it, pull back. Lin Feng roared in his mind, summoning his last shred of lucid will. The blurred domain that had been flowing with three-colored divine light within 3 meters around him suddenly ceased its outward expansion and defensive functions, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, instantly collapsing inward. All its power ceased to guard the exterior. Instead, with a resolute intensity, it all converged upon Lin Feng himself. At the soul level. At the level of rules. The eye of correction. Unleash my ultimate power. Behold my own bug. Buzz. Lin Feng's vision was instantly flooded with endless light and a torrent of code. This was no longer the external world. It was his own inner universe. Countless intricate lines of rules intertwined. Energy nodes shimmered like stars. And within it, a pitch-black data cable radiating a faint, unearthly aura. One end connected to the source of his soul. The other end stretched into the unknown void. Linked to the simulated of the Serpent Lord. Detected fatal self-bug, rule information interface passive open permission vulnerability prone to high-level permission theft. That's it. Found it. Lin Feng's heart surged with wild joy. His consciousness, on the verge of being swallowed by darkness, suddenly snapped back to clarity. Dragon veins. Horus. World tree. With his mind, he communicated with the 3 dormant system core fragments within his body. Grant me power. Boom. As if sensing the host's indomitable will. Once more, they erupted in dazzling, blinding light. The azure-black dragon vein power surged, vast and colossal. The pale golden light of truth pierced through all illusion. The deep green vitality of life, everlasting and unyielding. These 3 primordial forces no longer merely merged. Guided by Lin Feng's will, they now precisely targeted the marked interface bug in an unprecedented manner. Fix it. Give me a complete fix. Lin Feng's will cut like the sharpest chisel. Guided by the eye of correction. The 3 forces were transformed into the most precise bug fix patch, forcibly severing the pitch-black data cable connecting to the Serpent Master. Then, using the spatial power of the World Tree, he sealed the interface. With the true power of the Horus Stone, he fortified the seal. With the life force of the Dragon Vein core, mend the wound. Snap. A shattering sound, as if from the depths of the soul, echoed. The interface bug that had plagued Lin Feng was finally fixed. The malicious connection to the outside world was severed entirely. The instant the interface bug was fixed, Lin Feng experienced a sudden flash of insight. His understanding of the eye of correction and his grasp of bug rules instantly ascended to an entirely new realm. If he could fix his own bugs, could he then make himself immune to certain bug attacks? Like installing the latest immunity patch for the system. Buzz. The eye of correction has evolved once more. A brand new insight surges forth. New trait, rule immunity basic. Effect, for a short duration, grants partial immunity to attacks from bugs of the same origin or lower tier. Ha 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 ha. Bug immunity. I'm patching myself. Lin Feng laughed wildly inside. At the same time, far away, the Serpent Lord gloated as he savored the spectacle of Lin Feng being consumed by the soul binding chain. The simulated demonic eye between his brows greedily scanned Lin Feng's rule information. Suddenly, put. The Serpent Lord violently spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood. The demonic eye between his brows throbbed with excruciating pain, as if pierced by needles. Its light flickered wildly, instantly cracking with fissures. Ah! The Serpent Lord let out a piercing scream. What's happening? The connection is severed? His counterfeit eye of correction, due to the sudden disappearance of the target bug and the forced repair. It suffered an unprecedented backlash from the rules. It was like a hacker attempting to breach a supercomputer, only to be reverse-tracked by the system's firewall, instantly incinerating the motherboard. Impossible. How could he possibly fix his own rule vulnerability? The Snake Lord was overcome with shock and fury. He could distinctly feel the rule-stealing connection between himself and Lin Feng severed completely. He could no longer see Lin Feng's bugs. In the very instant the Snake Master was distracted and struck by backlash, Lin Feng moved. The bug soul binding chain coiled around him, deprived of the Serpent Lord's guidance. Faced with Lin Feng's newly grasped rule immunity trait, it was like encountering its nemesis. It began to tremble violently, disintegrating inch by inch. Lin Feng gave a sudden jerk. Clatter! The soul-binding chains shattered completely, dissolving into a swirling cloud of black mist. Now it's my turn. A cold glint flared in Lin Feng's eyes. He stepped forward, his form as swift as a ghost. The previously blurred rule domain expanded once more. And this time, it was more solid. More powerful. The 3-colored divine light swirled endlessly. Snake Lord. Taste this. Lin Feng hesitated not a moment, channeling the power of the 3 core fragments within him to its absolute limit. Dragon Vein power. Horus power. World Tree power. 3 primordial rule energies fused perfectly under his will, forming an unprecedented, world-shattering terror of energy. His right fist clenched, he simply thrust it forward. This punch carried no earth-shattering roar. Yet it seemed to trigger a resonance of the very laws governing the entire Antarctic ice sheet. Space itself slightly collapsed before the fist's edge. Time itself seemed to slow in that instant. This is bad. The Serpent Lord sensed an unprecedented, deadly peril. He tried to dodge, only to discover with horror that his body seemed bound by an invisible force. It was the suppression of Lin Feng's rule domain. After fixing his own bug and comprehending rule immunity, Lin Feng's mastery over his domain had skyrocketed. Break this for me. The Serpent Lord roared furiously, the colossal serpent shadow behind him materializing once more, attempting to withstand this world-shattering punch. But too late. Lin Feng's fist had already torn through space. With unmatched might, it slammed viciously into the colossal serpent's silhouette. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. The serpent's shadow, composed of countless bug runes, shattered like paper. Under Lin Feng's fist, it instantly collapsed. Exploded, transforming into a swirling storm of black fragments. Put! The Serpent Lord spat out another mouthful of blood. His body, shrouded in chaotic shadows, shook violently. His aura decayed at a visible pace, spiraling into madness. He sensed the force of the rules within him being shattered by that single punch. Even his simulated counterfeit correction had lost all support as the serpent's shadow collapsed, vanishing into nothingness. How is this possible? The Serpent Lord's voice trembled with disbelief, weakness, and fear. His pride and joy trump card. System loophole permission theft. Had it truly been broken like this? And suffered such terrifying backlash? Lin Feng's single punch not only severely wounded his physical body, it had also wounded the very source of his rules. What kind of monster are you? The Serpent Lord stared at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with utter horror. Lin Feng withdrew his fist and stood, his face pale from the immense expenditure of energy. His eyes shone as brightly as stars. Monster? No, I'm merely a bug fixer. A cold, sharp curve formed at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. And you, Serpent Lord, are the biggest bug I've ever fixed. He advanced step by step toward the Serpent Lord, his aura intensifying with every stride. Now, it's time to eliminate this bug once and for all. The Snake Lord watched Lin Feng advance, feeling the increasingly terrifying aura emanating from him. He knew he was defeated. Defeated utterly and completely. If he didn't leave now, today would truly be his end. Lin Feng, you'll pay for this. The Snake Lord let out a venomous hiss. He bit through his tongue with a sharp bite, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, he crushed an ancient jade talisman, black as ink, clutched in his palm. A strange spatial fluctuation suddenly enveloped him. Next time we meet, I will tear you to pieces. The Serpent Lord's figure rapidly faded into an ethereal blur within the spatial ripples. Clearly, he'd resorted to some last-ditch escape hack. The cost was immense. But it saved his life. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply, his intent to stop him clear. But the Snake Lord escaped too swiftly. Moreover, those spatial fluctuations contained extremely complex bug rules. In such a short time, he couldn't fully decipher and break through them. Trying to escape? Lin Feng snorted coldly. Though he couldn't completely hold him back, he would make him pay a heavy price. He abruptly raised his hand and pointed into the air toward the spot where the Serpent Lord was about to vanish. Rule correction, mark removal. A faint, imperceptible tricolor divine light shot forth in an instant. It plunged into the Serpent Lord's vanishing form. Ah! The Serpent Lord let out a scream even more piercing than before. He sensed that deep within his soul, a core imprint tied to his permission theft ability had been forcibly stripped away by Lin Feng. Though only a sliver, it was enough to deal him a devastating blow. For the foreseeable future, he could no longer wield that ability to simulate the Eye of Correction. Chapter 71, The Serpent Lord's Curse, Global Sacrifice. Spatial fluctuations surged violently. The Serpent Lord's form rapidly faded into an illusory blur within the warped light and shadow. He fled. He'd activated some forbidden, last resort bug technique. The cost was devastating. But he preserved his life. Lin Feng's gaze grew icy, yet he did not pursue. Not that he didn't want to, he simply couldn't. That single punch had nearly depleted the nascent power of his domain of rules. An entity of the Snake Lord's caliber, determined to flee, was extremely difficult to completely hold back. Unless, his law domain could ascend another tier. Lin Feng. Just as the Serpent Lord's figure was about to vanish completely, his venomous, frenzied roar echoed like a curse across the entire Antarctic icefield. Ha 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 ha. You think you've won? The Serpent Lord's voice was utterly deranged. The more bugs you fix, the more unstable the system becomes. Every correction you make only hastens its collapse. I merely opened Pandora's box prematurely. Just wait, Lin Feng. Soon, the entire world will perish alongside you. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the maniacal laughter, the Serpent Lord's figure vanished completely. As if merging into the void, not a trace of his presence remained detectable. Yet his final words took root like the most venomous seeds, deeply rooted in Lin Feng's heart. System instability? Pandora's box? Global annihilation? Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly. A powerful sense of unease descended like dark clouds over his heart. He sensed vaguely that the Snake Lord's words were no empty threats. This madman's understanding of the bug far surpassed that of ordinary people. He might have truly touched upon some forbidden truth. Correcting bugs could cause system instability? Lin Feng murmured to himself. This completely contradicted everything he had always believed. Shouldn't the Eye of Correction, by fixing bugs, make the system more stable? Could it be that everything he'd done all along was wrong? No. Lin Feng immediately dismissed the thought. Every single one of his corrections had brought about positive changes. Whether it was optimizing the foundational chi drawing technique or upgrading the dragon scale battle armor, or the restoration of the geothermal power station, all proved his abilities were beneficial to this world. The Serpent Lord must be exaggerating, seeking to shake his resolve. But what about that overwhelming sense of unease? Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He scanned his surroundings. The Antarctic ice sheet lay in utter ruin. The rift in the sky was slowly healing. The tremors of the earth gradually subsided. Yet the air still carried the lingering, heart-stopping aftershocks of the collision of laws. Long Zhan, Chu He, and the others were leading their respective teams to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Lin Xiaoyu rushed to Lin Feng's side, her small face filled with concern. "Brother, are you okay?" She could sense that Lin Feng had been in a very dangerous state just now. Lin Feng forced a smile and ruffled her hair. "I'm fine. It was nothing major." "What about that bad guy leader?" Lin Xiaoyu pressed. "He got away," Lin Feng said flatly. "But he paid a heavy price for it." Lin Feng could sense that his final finger strike had stripped away the core bug fragment related to permission theft from the Snake Lord's soul imprint. For the foreseeable future, the Snake Lord would be unable to wield that bizarre ability that mimicked the Eye of Correction. Moreover, that forbidden escape technique would inevitably come with immense side effects. Even if the Serpent Lord hadn't died, it was absolutely devastated. Good riddance. Good riddance. Lin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, yet a lingering sense of frustration remained. "Next time I see him, I'll beat him so badly he'll be crawling on the ground looking for his teeth." Lin Feng smiled but said nothing. His gaze fixed on the direction where the Snake Master had vanished, his eyes deep and unfathomable. "Pandora's box, huh? I'll see for myself what's inside." "Clear the battlefield. Prepare for return," Lin Feng ordered. He needed to return as soon as possible to thoroughly examine the Serpent Lord's final last words. And that newly acquired root of the World Tree. And that overwhelming sense of unease. He sensed something monumental was about to unfold. And it was connected to the entire system. This stirred a faint, inexplicable thrill and anticipation within him. Bigger bugs? Tougher challenges? Bring it on. I'm waiting. On the voyage back to Huagua, Lin Feng kept his eyes closed in deep thought. The Snake Lord's words echoed like a haunting melody, refusing to fade. System instability. Pandora's box. He chewed on these phrases over and over. The Eye of Correction pulsed faintly, as if resonating with something. He attempted to scan himself and his surroundings with the Eye of Correction. Everything appeared normal. No abnormal bugs were detected. Yet that sense of unease only grew stronger. Like the calm before a storm. It was suffocating. "Advisor, what troubles you?" Long Zhan sensed something was off with Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes and shook his head. "Nothing. Just a bad feeling. An entity of the Snake Lord's caliber one must guard against its death throes." Long Zhan nodded, his expression grave. "Understood, Dragon Feng will heighten security." The transport ship landed smoothly at the Qianlong Academy airfield. General Zhao Genoa had been waiting for quite some time. Behind him stood a group of experts, including Lu Jinghua, Zhu Geyun, and Wang Mingyuan. Each face bore the relief of having survived a catastrophe and boundless reverence for Lin Feng. Though news of the Antarctic battle was strictly sealed off, they could still grasp its sheer peril through scattered clues. The Snake Lord, a peak SS-class powerhouse, had personally intervened. The mere thought sent shivers down one's spine. And yet Lin Feng had managed to severely wound and drive him back. This was beyond what could be described as a prodigy. This is a god. A true god. Comrade Lin Feng. You've done well. Zhao Genoa hurried forward, clasping Lin Feng's hand tightly. His eyes brimmed with gratitude and lingering fear. Had anything happened to Lin Feng, he would have been utterly responsible. "General, you're too kind," Lin Feng replied. "Though the Snake Lord has fled, his final curse must not be ignored." Zhao Genoa's expression turned grave. "Curse? What did he say?" Lin Feng repeated the Snake Lord's words verbatim. After hearing it, Zhao Genoa and the experts present all paled. System instability? Pandora's box? Global annihilation? This sounded far more terrifying than any bug attack. This is alarmist. It must be alarmist. Lu Xingguo was the first to jump up and protest. Consultant Lin fixing bugs is clearly a great benefit to the nation and its people. How could it possibly cause system instability?
That Snake Master is just cornered in spouting nonsense. The other experts chimed in agreement.
They simply couldn't believe that Lin Feng's ability to fix errors could have any negative consequences.
Zhao Genhua, however, frowned deeply, lost in thought. He understood the Snake Lord's terrifying nature better than anyone. A being of that caliber, a curse uttered on the brink of death, was no idle threat.
Comrade Lin Feng, what are your thoughts? Zhao Genhua turned to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying.
I can't say for certain at this moment. The eye of correction hasn't detected any direct anomalies. But that sense of unease is incredibly strong.
Perhaps the instability the Serpent Lord mentioned isn't referring to a conventional bug. Rather, it pertains to a deeper level one involving the very operational logic of the system itself.
The Pandora's box, could it refer to some suppressed or sealed cluster of older, more primordial bugs?
Lin Feng's conjecture sent a chill through everyone present.
If that were the case, the situation would be dire. Immediately. Activate the highest level alert. Zhao Genhua acted decisively.
Strategic Bureau, Military Headquarters, State Security, all departments.
Enter Level 1 alert status.
Monitor all abnormal data fluctuations worldwide with utmost vigilance.
Error Correction Task Force.
Immediately investigate the underlying logic of the system.
At all costs. Identify potential risks. Orders flowed like a torrent.
The entire nation of Huagua.
The entire nation once again shifted into high gear. The atmosphere grew unprecedentedly tense.
Lin Feng watched it all unfold, the unease in his heart still refusing to dissipate.
He looked up and gazed out the window.
The sky remained clear.
Yet the invisible gloom grew thicker by the moment. Snake Master.
Lin Feng's gaze turned icy.
At that very moment. Buzz.
Lin Feng's personal terminal suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarm tones.
It wasn't from the Strategic Bureau, nor from the military headquarters. It came from the automatic alert of the correction eye. Warning. Unknown high-risk bug detected, currently awakening. Bug type, rule level contamination. Contamination scope, global. Estimated outbreak time, within 24 hours.
Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted.
It's coming. Chapter 72, The Statue of Liberty Grows Rabbit Ears?
The warning from the Eye of Correction rang like the sharpest of alarms. It exploded deep within Lin Feng's soul. Only one thought raced through his mind. That damned bastard, the Serpent Lord. What he said was actually true. Pandora's box had truly been opened.
General.
Lin Feng's voice instantly crackled through the encrypted channel of the Dragon Feng. Spread throughout the entire chain of command.
Highest level alert. Rule level contamination. Global scope. Imminent outbreak. Zhao Genhua was aboard the hovercar returning to the Strategic Bureau.
Hearing this, he was struck as if by lightning.
What?
He nearly shouted it out.
Immediately. Activate the highest surveillance permissions for Skynet. All departments. Level 1 alert. Error correction team. Assemble in Conference Room 0. Orders poured down like a raging storm.
The entire nation's most elite forces,
at this very moment, were instantly activated. However, before they could formulate a more detailed plan, the anomaly had already begun. White Eagle Nation, New City. Times Square, on the massive electronic screen.
The latest superhero movie trailer was playing.
Suddenly, ZZZZZZZZ. The screen abruptly went black. Then, a line of bizarre gibberish appears. Skill Hyper Regeneration LV3, cooldown 999,999 hours.
On the street, a healer class player who had just cast a healing spell stared dumbfounded at her skill bar. The grayed out icon seemed to mock her.
My skill. What happened to my skill?
She screamed in disbelief.
The next second,
beside her, a fire mage prepared to unleash a fireball spell.
Boom!
The fireball was unleashed. But its size was more than 10 times larger than usual.
Like a miniature meteorite. It instantly shattered the billboard across the street into pieces. Holy crap! My fireball, upgraded? The mage was both shocked and delighted. But his expression immediately darkened. He realized his mana bar was completely drained. A single fireball had drained all his mana. Sakura Country, Akihabara. The entrance to the newly opened F-rank dungeon, Goblin Lair. The light distorted violently. The previously gentle energy fluctuations suddenly turned violent. The instance's difficulty level instantly skyrocketed from F rank. Soared to B rank. And it kept climbing. At the entrance, several newcomers preparing to enter for experience grinding
were instantly hurled back by the terrifying energy surge.
Spitting blood. Their fate unknown. Damn it. The instance went berserk. Run for your lives.
Gaul, the city of romance.
Around the Eiffel Tower. Space suddenly rippled like water waves. Tourists watched in horror. The Arc de Triomphe in the distance was warping and deforming, like a distorted image in a funhouse mirror. Some stumbled, their bodies instantly stretched out, then crushed flat, shrieking in agony. Gravity anomalies. Spatial disturbances. Similar incidents unfolded within mere minutes, like a plague, simultaneously erupting across the globe. Scale bug. Item attribute bug. Instance mutation bug. Spatial rules glitch. Gravity rules glitch. All manner of unheard of, unseen bizarre bugs, emerging one after another. Initially, governments worldwide dismissed them as isolated technical glitches, or small-scale hacker attacks. But soon, they realized the severity far exceeded their wildest imaginings. The frequency of bug outbreaks grew ever higher. The scope was expanding. From major cities, it spread to smaller and medium-sized cities. From professionals to ordinary citizens. Global communication systems faltered intermittently. Transportation networks are experiencing widespread paralysis. Countless cities plunged into chaos. Panic. Like an invisible plague spreading across the globe. The Snake Lord. What exactly has he done? China, Strategic Bureau, Conference Room 0. Lin Feng stared at the disaster reports from around the world displayed on the holographic screen. His expression darkened to the extreme. Beside him, Zhao Zhenhua, Liu Xinghua, Zhu Geiyun, and other high-ranking officials. Their faces were ashen, expressions filled with horror. The alarm in the conference room scarcely ceased. The red glow cast a pallid pallor across every face. New York City. 70% of the skill system has malfunctioned. London. Thames River water flowing backward. Suspected gravity bug. New Delhi. Mass hysteria outbreak. Suspected psychic contamination bug. Our Donghai City. Small spatial rifts appearing in certain areas. Jiangnan Province. Low-level secret realm energy has gone berserk, escalating to grade A. A stream of alarming reports poured in relentlessly. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Liu Xinghua slammed his fist on the table, his beard and hair standing on end. It's that Snake Lord's doing. It has to be him. Zhu Geiyun's face turned pale as he murmured. Rule-level contamination on a global scale. This is beyond human capability. Unless the system itself has malfunctioned. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire room erupted in shock. A system malfunction? That's pure fantasy. Yet the unfathomable global bug outbreak unfolding before their eyes seemed to confirm this terrifying conjecture. Zhao Zhenhua turned to Lin Feng, his voice dry. Comrade Lin Feng. Was this what you warned about earlier? Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. That's exactly it. And this is likely only the beginning. Before he could finish speaking. Buzz. The entire Zero conference room shook violently. The overhead lights flickered wildly. All the light screens instantly went black. In the very next second, they flickered back to life. But what appeared on them was no longer data. Instead, they were filled with twisted, nauseating blocks of bug colors. Warning. Strategic Bureau's main control system experiencing unknown protocol interference. Backup power core 7 experiencing unknown bug energy backflow. Defense matrix 30% node failure. Multiple S-class formations within the hidden dragon chamber experiencing energy disruption. The alarm grew shrill and piercing. Even the Strategic Bureau headquarters is experiencing bugs? How is this possible? Zhao Zhenhua cried out in disbelief. This defense is S-rank peak, and protected by the power of the dragon vein. And yet they couldn't withstand this contamination? Lin Feng leapt to his feet. The eye of correction surged to its absolute limit. He saw it. Countless invisible, virus-like streams of pitch-black bug information, penetrating every corner of the Strategic Bureau from all directions. They twisted the rules. They polluted the energy, causing chaos. Dragon Vein Core. Suppress them. Lin Feng roared. The fragments of the Dragon Vein Core within his body blazed with intense light. A vast and colossal surge of Dragon Vein power instantly spread out, attempting to purify these bugged information streams. However, those bug information streams seemed endless. As soon as one batch was purified, more surged forth. Moreover, their contaminating nature was extremely potent. Even the power of the dragon veins can only barely slow their spread. They cannot be eradicated completely. Damn it! Lin Feng's expression darkened. For the first time, he felt utterly stumped. These bugs were unlike any he had encountered before. They seemed to have no fixed form. No clear trigger conditions. They were like the rules themselves had fallen ill. Rotting. Decaying. Spreading upward from the very foundation. He could fix surface-level bugs, but couldn't stop new ones from surging up from the depths. Snake Lord. Pandora's box. Lin Feng's mind echoed once more with the Serpent Lord's maniacal laughter. A global system bug outbreak. It's actually happening. Chapter 73, The system's roots are rotten, how can this be fixed? The error correction system was operating at an unprecedented level of frenzy. Golden light nearly solidified within Lin Feng's eyes. Like two searchlights piercing through the boundary between reality and illusion. He would see through these endless bugs. To see the true source behind it all. The Strategic Bureau Command Center was now in complete chaos. Report. Energy Core 7 bug fix failed. Energy backlash detected. Report. Defense Matrix Zone A is completely paralyzed. Zone B is experiencing unknown attribute corrosion. Report. 17 rule fracture points detected in the Dragon Sanctuary's 9 dragons locking the Heavens Mountain defense array. Alarms. Shouts. Commands. Wove together like a symphony of doom. Zhao Genoa's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He had spent his entire life on the battlefield, weathering countless storms. Yet never before had he felt such utter helplessness. Such despair. This was no war. This was a natural disaster. It was the entire system betraying humanity. Advisor Lin. Zhao Genoa looked at Lin Feng, his voice hoarse. Any discoveries? At this moment, Lin Feng was their only hope. Lin Feng didn't respond immediately. His error detection eye was focused on several of the most critical bug points within the Strategic Bureau. For instance, the Energy Reverse Flowing Energy Core number 7. Bug detected, energy output protocol maliciously tampered with reverse flow bug. Fix, correct protocol direction, reset energy flow thresholds. With a flick of his thoughts, Dragon Vein power mingled with the World Tree's life force. Precision injected into that bug node. Energy Core number 7 trembled violently. The backflowing energy was seized as if by an invisible giant hand. It halted instantly. Then, it slowly resumed its normal output direction. It's fixed. Energy Core 7 is back to normal. A technician exclaimed in delight. But the next second, the smile froze on his face. Because, right beside Energy Core 7, a previously normal backup power unit. Suddenly, without warning, billowing black smoke erupted from it. Its internal energy circuits boiled violently, like a kettle brought to a rolling boil. Bug detected, energy circuit overload chain reaction bug. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Not again. He fixed one bug, and immediately a new, even more bizarre bug spawned nearby. It was like whack-a-mole. Press down one bug, another pops up. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed under his breath. He acted again, forcibly fixing the bug in the backup power supply unit. But immediately after, an encrypted node in the communication system suddenly failed. One of the sensors in the defense matrix began sounding false alarms. Bugs. Endless bugs. They seemed to possess a life of their own. Constantly seeping out from every pore of this system. Something's wrong. Lin Feng's gaze grew intensely grave. These bugs, seemingly independent, yet somehow connected by some inner force. Their source seemed to point toward a place even deeper and more terrifying. Stone of Horus. Clear the fog for me. Golden light blazed intensely between Lin Feng's brows. The probing depth of the eye of correction surged once more. He must pierce through these illusions. Reach the very core of the problem. Boom! Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to be instantly pulled into a boundless ocean of code. Countless protocol rules radiating various hues flowed before his eyes. They crisscrossed, forming the foundational framework of this world. Some were golden, symbolizing stability and order. Some were silver, symbolizing change and possibility. Some were gray, representing restriction and constraint. These rule protocols should have meshed together like precision gears. Together, they maintained the stable operation of the entire system. But now, Lin Feng discovered with horror. Numerous dissonant notes had emerged within these rules and protocols. Some golden protocols had grown dim and lifeless, even fracturing. Some silver protocols had grown wildly violent, like wild horses breaking free from their reins. Gray agreements relentlessly eroded and devoured the surrounding normal agreements. Even more terrifying, many agreements of different colors have begun to repel each other. To clash. Like oil and water. They tangled together, erupting in blinding sparks. Each collision generates vast quantities of bug fragments. These bug fragments spread upward, seeping into the real world. Forming those endless, bizarre surface-level bugs. This is... Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. He finally understood. Conflict in the system's underlying protocol rules. He managed to utter these words with great difficulty. It was like a computer's operating system. If the kernel files were corrupted, if the underlying drivers conflicted, then, no matter how excellent the upper-level application software may be, the entire system becomes extremely unstable. Blue screens, crashes, and error messages will become a constant occurrence. This is precisely the situation we face now. The core of this world's system has failed. The Serpent Lord. Pandora's box. Lin Feng's mind was once again haunted by the Serpent Lord's maniacal face. That bastard. What he opened wasn't some bug cluster at all. He had directly shaken the very foundations of the system. No wonder these bugs are so bizarre and keep popping up endlessly. A chill gripped Lin Feng's heart. He tried to focus the power of the Eye of Correction to a segment of the underlying protocol currently embroiled in fierce conflict. It was a golden spatial stabilization protocol and a silver energy tidal protocol. They were meant to work in harmony, maintaining the energy equilibrium of the local space. But now, they clashed like mortal enemies, attacking each other with frenzied ferocity. Each collision triggers a localized spatial distortion in the real world. Repair them, now. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He summoned every ounce of his understanding of the rules within his body. Dragon Vein Power. Horus Power. World Tree Power. Three forces twisted into one, transforming into an invisible scalpel. Carefully, it pierced between the two conflicting protocols, attempting to calibrate them anew. The process was excruciatingly difficult. Lin Feng felt his mental energy being pierced by countless steel needles. Every minute adjustment consumed vast amounts of mental energy and rule power. Moreover, those two conflicting protocols seemed to possess their own will. They were violently resisting Lin Feng's repair efforts. Put! Lin Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned deathly pale. He had failed. No! It wasn't a complete failure. He had succeeded in temporarily separating those two conflicting protocols by the tiniest margin. But the cost was severe backlash against himself. Moreover, the very instant he repaired that protocol conflict, the broader underlying protocols around him seemed to be stimulated. The conflict intensified, became more violent, like a domino effect. Damn it! This is beyond my current capabilities. For the first time, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of helplessness. His error correction I could repair bugs point to point. But when confronted with this core system level fundamental protocol conflict, his power seemed so insignificant. Like a surgeon who can remove a tumor. But if the entire person's genetic chain collapses, he is powerless. Advisor Lin. What's wrong? Zhao Zhenhuan and the others, witnessing Lin Feng coughing out blood, were all horrified and pale. In their minds, Lin Feng was a god capable of anything. Even a god was coughing out blood? How serious could this problem possibly be? Lin Feng wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes heavy with gravity and a hint of bewilderment. He stared at the constantly updating global disaster data on the command hall's light screen. Those distorted cities, those mutated instances, those chaotic rules. His voice carried an unprecedented harshness. The system, the core, is malfunctioning. How do we fix this? Chapter 74, The Pristine Land of Huaxia. The world begs for mercy. Lin Feng's voice, like ancient ice, instantly froze all commotion within Conference Room 0. Zhao Zhenhua, Lu Zhenhua, Zhu Geyun. Every high-ranking official of Huaxia Nation was rendered speechless. The core is malfunctioning? How the hell are we supposed to proceed now? This was more terrifying than the sky falling. Earth had become a playground for bugs. In White Eagle Nation, the head of the Statue of Liberty suddenly transformed into a giant pink rabbit head. It was even singing at children's song off-key. Countless citizens wet themselves in terror. At New York's Times Square, every electronic screen loops a video of a buggy frog performing a demonic dance. Watching it long enough would corrupt one's mind, driving them mad. In Sakura Nation, Mount Fuji erupted without warning. But what erupted wasn't lava. Instead, it spewed multicolored jelly. The jelly hit the ground and rapidly expanded, devouring everything around it. What the hell is this crap? Has the sun goddess abandoned us? All the famous paintings in the Louvre of Gaul came to life. The Mona Lisa leapt from her frame, chasing tourists for autographs. The winged Victory, brandishing her severed arm, beat the guards to a pulp. The entire world has descended into utter chaos. Countless nations plunged into unprecedented panic and despair. Their extraordinary beings, their armies, as fragile as infants. It's over. Everything is over. The end. This is the end. Pessimism spread like a plague across the globe. China, Strategic Bureau. Lin Feng took a deep breath. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. So what if the core malfunctions? I'm a bug fixer. I refuse to believe it. That I can't even fix the core. Even if I can't fix the kernel. I'll stabilize Huagua first. Dragon Veins. Horus. World Tree. Lin Feng roared. The three core fragments erupted within him with an unprecedented, dazzling radiance. The dark blue dragon vein power surged forth like a furious dragon emerging from the sea. The pale golden light of truth pierced through all illusion. The deep green vitality of life surged endlessly. In my name. Condense the rules. Construct a stable field. Lin Feng thrust both hands outward with tremendous force. Boom! A terrifying force beyond description. Centered on him, it swept out in all directions. The earth rumbled. Space trembled.
He fused his understanding of the four elemental laws: earth, life, perception, and space. The primal power of the three core fragments. Forcibly fused. Compressed. Constructed. With the capital at its core. An invisible yet tangibly real stability field of laws. It began its arduous, gradual expansion outward. This process is extremely perilous. Countless underlying protocol conflicts lurking within the void sensed this force attempting to set things right. Like sharks smelling blood, they surged forward madly. Seeking to interfere. Seeking to destroy. Get lost. A cold glint erupted from Lin Feng's eyes. Correction eye activated at full capacity. Any bug information stream attempting to infiltrate the construction process of the rule stabilization field. Any malicious rule disturbance attempting to trigger protocol conflicts. All were instantly discerned by his gaze. Then, with an even more overbearing, more ruthless stance, forcibly corrected, forcibly adjusted, forcibly overwritten. Put. Lin Feng spat out another mouthful of blood. His face grew even paler. Yet his actions to construct the rule stabilization field did not falter in the slightest. Instead, it grew more fierce. More resolute. Hold it for me. He roared to the heavens. His voice shook the heavens. As if declaring war on the entire chaotic system. Finally. Who knows how long it had been? Perhaps an instant, or perhaps 1,000 years. Buzz. A region spanning thousands of kilometers in radius centered on the capital. A violent tremor. Then, all the chaotic fluctuations in the rules were smoothed out as if by an invisible giant hand. All flickering glitches instantly dimmed. All distorted space returned to normal. All uncontrolled energies settled into stillness. Rule stabilization field. It worked. Though limited in scope, though immense in cost. Within this domain, China is temporarily safe. It worked. Advisor Lin succeeded. Lu Xingguo wept tears of joy. Zhao Zhenhua exhaled a long sigh of relief, his entire body feeling utterly drained. Zhuge Yun gazed at Lin Feng's figure, slightly frail yet standing like a pillar supporting the heavens. His eyes brimmed with unparalleled reverence. This was truly the pillar of stability for Huagua. Within the rule stabilization field, the populace, who had been plunged into panic by various glitches, suddenly sensed that everything around them had returned to normal. Skill cooldowns were functioning properly. Item attributes stabilized. Space no longer warped. Gravity no longer felt abnormal. It was as if everything that had happened before had been nothing but a nightmare. What's going on? The bugs disappeared? It's Lin Shun. It must be Lin Shun's doing. Long live Lin Shun. Long live Huagua. Countless Huagua citizens wept tears of joy. They poured out of their homes, gazing toward the capital. Their eyes brimmed with gratitude and reverence. At this moment, Lin Feng's status in the hearts of Huagua citizens had surpassed that of a deity. He was their guardian deity. The sole hope. Yet beyond the confines of the rule stabilization field, remained a hell on earth ravaged by bugs. This stark contrast has driven nations worldwide utterly mad. China. China has actually stabilized? It's that Lin Feng. It must be him. He can actually counteract this global rule disruption? A monster. He's a freaking monster. Heads of state and leaders of extraordinary organizations, through various secret channels, were utterly stunned upon learning of Huagua's situation. Then came endless envy and jealousy. How dare they? Why does China have someone like Lin Feng? And they could only watch helplessly as their own nations, ravaged by the bug, stumbled step by step toward ruin? No. It can't end like this. Quick. Contact China. At any cost. Request Lin Feng's assistance. If he's willing to intervene, we'll negotiate any terms. In an instant, countless encrypted communications snowed down upon Huagua. White Eagle Nation, Oval Office. The once arrogant president of White Eagle Nation now spoke into the communicator with uncharacteristic humility. General Zhao. No, Marshal Zhao. Please convey this to His Excellency Lin Feng. If he is willing to intervene and help stabilize the situation in White Eagle Nation, we are willing to grant priority access to all S-Class secret realms. No. Even all SS-Class secret realms are acceptable. Even share the core data of the Freedom Divine Stone. The pride of yesteryear had long since vanished. Only humble pleas remained. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation knelt directly before the communicator, weeping bitterly. Lord Lin Feng, I beg you, save Sakura Nation. We are willing to offer everything, including the Imperial family's 1,000-year-old treasure. Gaul, the sun never sets, the White Eagle. One after another, nations that once ruled the world. At this moment, they all abandoned all dignity and restraint. Flooding Hua Nation, flooding Lord Lin Feng with the most urgent pleas for aid. They knew. The only one who could save them now is that godlike young man from China? Strategic Bureau, Conference Room 0. Lin Feng watched the constantly flashing distress signals from various nations on the light screen. His brow furrowed slightly. Constructing the rule stabilization field had drained him of immense mental energy and rule power. The 3 core fragments had also fallen into a brief state of dormancy. He was barely holding on now. Moreover, this stability field addressed symptoms rather than the root cause. Those underlying protocol conflicts continued to generate new bugs. They were merely suppressed outside the stability field for the time being. Should his strength falter or the stabilization field collapse, China will still face utter destruction. Comrade Lin Feng, are you all right? Zhao Zhenhua asked anxiously. Lin Feng shook his head, signaling he was fine. He looked out the window. The capital sky was clear and bright. It stood in stark contrast to the apocalyptic scenes unfolding elsewhere in the world. But Lin Feng knew this was only temporary. The storm was far from over. A vague notion gradually took shape in his mind. These bugs, these protocol conflicts at the lowest level, were not without clues. They might have one or more sources. Like the mother lode of a virus. If he could find these sources. Lin Feng's gaze grew increasingly sharp. Just then, a communications officer rushed in. Reporting to the general. Reporting to Advisor Lin. 15 nations White Eagle, Sakura, Gaul, and others have jointly proposed convening an emergency video conference of global extraordinary leaders to discuss solutions for the current global systemic crisis. They specifically requested that Advisor Lin attend and preside over the meeting. Chapter 75, kneel first, then beg for my assistance. The communications officer's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor and excitement. When had China ever received such treatment on the international stage? All of this, because of one man. Lin Feng. Zhao Zhenhua looked at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with questions. Lin Feng gave a slight nod. Agreed. He too was eager to see just how far this global chaos of rules had spread. And what kind of faces those lofty Western nations would be wearing now. Half an hour later. An unprecedented emergency video conference of extraordinary global leaders officially commenced. Within the virtual conference room, lights flickered. Familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared one after another. The president of White Eagle Nation sat with 2 enormous dark circles under his eyes, his expression haggard. The prime minister of Sakura Nation, hair disheveled like a bird's nest, eyes bloodshot. The president of Gaul, once elegant, now unshaven and disheveled. The king of the sun never sets wore a crooked crown, his gaze unfocused. Also present were the leader of the River Kingdom, the prime minister of Maple Leaf Nation. Nearly every prominent head of state on Blue Star, along with the leaders of major extraordinary organizations, had gathered. Without exception, their faces bore expressions of anxiety, exhaustion, and profound despair. In stark contrast to them, sat Lin Feng, seated at the head of the conference table. Behind him stood solemn-faced Chinese high-ranking officials like Zhao Zhenhua. Lin Feng's expression was calm, his gaze detached. As if this global catastrophe had nothing to do with him. This detached demeanor filled the Western dignitaries, who were usually arrogant and haughty. Felt a mix of envy, awe, and a tinge of shame they couldn't quite voice. Ahem. The president of White Eagle cleared his throat, attempting to break the oppressive silence. Thank you, Your Excellency Lin Feng, for presiding over this meeting amidst your busy schedule. His voice carried a hint of deliberate flattery. Lin Feng gave him a faint glance, saying nothing. That look seemed to regard him as nothing more than a clown. The president's aged face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the situation in your respective countries. I shall spare you further details of this catastrophe's horror. He shifted his focus to Lin Feng, his tone turning profoundly earnest. Lord Lin Feng, you are the only one in this world capable of countering this chaos in the rules. The White Eagle Nation earnestly requests your assistance. If you can help us stabilize the situation, we are open to discussing any terms. At these words, the leaders of other nations could no longer remain seated. Lord Lin Feng, the Cherry Blossom Nation also implores your intervention. The Prime Minister of Sakura Kingdom abruptly rose to his feet, executing a deep 90-degree bow. We are willing to offer our national treasure, the Yasukani no Magatama. Mr. Lin, Gaul is willing to open all its art treasuries for your selection. Esteemed Lord Lin Feng, the Sun Never Sets Nation is willing to cede 3 overseas military bases. In an instant, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of noise, like a bustling marketplace. Promises of every kind, pleas of every sort, echoed ceaselessly. These heads of state, usually so high and mighty, now, to save their own skins and prevent their nations from collapsing, had completely abandoned all dignity and pride. They now viewed Lin Feng as their sole lifeline. Zhao Zhenhua and other high-ranking officials of Huadwa watched the scene unfold, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. When had they ever imagined such a day of vindication would come? This felt more exhilarating than winning a world war. Silence. Lin Feng finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Instantly, The once noisy conference room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Every pair of eyes focused on Lin Feng.
Filled with tension, anticipation, and a hint of fear.
Lin Feng's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, slowly swept over every person present.
I have been briefed on the disaster situations you've encountered.
To describe them as heartbreaking would be no exaggeration. He paused, his tone calm yet imbued with an all-knowing wisdom. Do you truly believe these relentless bugs are occurring randomly?
At this remark, the crowd fell silent.
Weren't they?
Those bugs were wildly unpredictable, utterly illogical.
It was as if the system had gone completely mad.
A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth.
In my view, that's not the case.
Every bug has its inherent logic and root cause.
Even seemingly chaotic rule disruptions inevitably follow some pattern. He held up a single finger.
I call it the system contamination source.
Or, the bug's point of origin. System contamination source? Bug origin point? The representatives from various nations exchanged bewildered glances.
Lin Feng continued his explanation. Like the mothership of a virus or the source of a plague. These contamination sources continuously spread erroneous rule information throughout the entire system. Interfering with the normal underlying protocols and triggering chain reactions of bug outbreaks. What we're seeing now is merely the surface manifestation of these contamination sources spreading.
With those words spoken, it was as if a bright lamp suddenly illuminated a pitch-black tunnel.
A flash of realization and shock flickered in everyone's eyes.
So that's it. No wonder these bugs were so bizarre. So impossible to guard against. They all share a common mother. Lord Lin Feng. Are you suggesting? The president of White Eagle Nation asked, his voice trembling.
If we can locate these contamination sources and purify them,
this global catastrophe could potentially be stopped?
Lin Feng nodded.
Theoretically, yes. Boom. The entire conference room erupted in an instant. Hope. They saw hope.
In the midst of endless darkness and despair, Lin Feng's words were nothing short of heavenly music.
Lord Lin Feng. Please guide us. Yes. Mr. Lin.
You must know where those pollution sources are.
At your command. We'll brave fire and water without hesitation. The representatives from various nations were once again overcome with emotion. I'd love to kneel down and grab Lin Feng's leg right now.
Lin Feng raised his hand, signaling them to quiet down. I can't pinpoint the exact location of the pollution source either. They're deeply concealed, and there might be more than one. In fact, they themselves might be an extremely powerful, self-aware bug entity.
Hearing this, the group's heart sank once more.
Lin Feng shifted his tone.
But we're not entirely without leads. I propose forming an international joint investigation team,
composed of the world's most elite extraordinary individuals and technical experts, to jointly search for, locate, and ultimately attempt to purify these system contamination sources.
What do you all think?
Chapter 76, Pollution Source Lockdown, the world's only hope. Your foresight is truly remarkable, Lord Lin Feng. We are willing to follow Lord Lin Feng's command. The International Joint Investigation Team must be formed without delay. World leaders outwardly rallied behind Lin Feng's proposal. The emergency video conference of global extraordinary leaders concluded in an eerie atmosphere.
Yet the moment the video feed cut off,
encrypted communications flooded into China like snowflakes.
Urgent requests. Inquiries. Even subtle, barely perceptible pressure. They were desperate. With every passing minute and second, their nations were sliding toward the abyss of collapse under the rampant spread of the bug.
Lin Feng paid no heed to this. He had already reached the deepest recesses of the Hidden Dragon Institute.
That core processing room codenamed Tianyuan. This was the crystallization of all Huagua's technological prowess.
It was also the nerve center of the Tiangong supercomputer cluster.
Begin.
Lin Feng sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed. Before him stood dozens of massive light screens, each towering several meters high. Behind him, Zhao Zhenhua, Lu Jinghua, and over a dozen of China's most distinguished academicians and array masters stood solemnly, holding their breath in reverence. Within Lin Feng's body, 3 core fragments suddenly erupted with dazzling divine light.
The dark blue dragon vein power. Pale golden light of truth. Deep green life force.
The 3-colored divine light intertwined and swirled within his dantian, forming a miniature vortex of law.
Terrifying fluctuations of divine law radiated outward,
instantly resonating with the entire Earth's network of laws in a profoundly mysterious way.
Eye of correction. Activated at full power.
Lin Feng's vision instantly pierced through the surface of matter. The entire world transformed before his eyes into an endless, crisscrossing web of order threads.
Most threads glowed healthy gold and silver, representing order and stability. But now, dense, ominous black and gray threads crawled between these healthy strands, like maggots feasting on flesh, madly eroding and corrupting the normal rules.
Moreover, they spread across the entire web of rules at an alarming speed.
Each abnormal thread emitted a silent wail, the lament of rules collapsing. Heavenly Engineer. Activate maximum computational authority. Zhao Zhenhua ordered in a deep voice. Boom! The entire Tianyuan computing chamber shook violently. Tens of thousands of cutting-edge processing chips ignited simultaneously. A terrifying surge of energy rippled outward. Upon the colossal light screen, data streams cascaded down like a celestial river. Countless complex topological diagrams, energy spectrum analysis curves, bug mutation models. Refreshed at breakneck speed. Transforming. Reporting to Advisor Lin. Global bug data uploading in real time. Data packets received 73,218,652. Data type analysis complete. Preliminary modeling finished. An elderly academician, his hair and beard entirely white, wearing thick-rimmed spectacles, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Before him, a colossal three-dimensional model of Earth slowly rotated on the light screen. Dotted across its surface were tens of thousands of densely clustered points of light. Each light point represented a location where a bug had erupted. The darker the color, the higher the bug's severity and the greater the threat. Conduct reverse tracing based on the geographical correlation, temporal sequence synchrony, and energy level transience of bug outbreaks. Tiangong has preliminarily identified 17 highly probable rule disorder hotspot regions. The senior academician pointed to the 17 red regions highlighted on the light screen. These zones span every ocean and major continental plate across the globe. Each emitted heart-stopping energy fluctuations. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Within his pupils, three-colored divine light swirled, as if capable of piercing the primordial chaos of the universe. His gaze functioned like the most precise scanner. It swept across each of the 17 hotspot regions. Site 1, beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. Passive disturbance of the rules, unstable energy tides. Rule out. His voice was calm and steady, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Site 3, deep within the Amazon rainforest. Energy tier capped at S-class peak, insufficient to sustain global contamination. Rule out. Site 7, Siberian permafrost. Bug type 2 singular, primarily manifesting as anomalous time flow. Does not meet contamination source criteria. Rule out. With each of Lin Feng's pronouncements, another hotspot region dimmed on the light screen. His judgments were lightning fast. Incredibly precise. It seemed as though the puzzles that had baffled the world's top scientists were nothing more than reading palm lines to him. Zhao Zhenhua and the others watched, their hearts pounding with awe. Was this the terrifying power of the error-detecting eye? Directly piercing through the essence of rules. Ignoring all superficial appearances. In the blink of an eye. Of the 17 hotspot regions, only 3 remained. Located respectively in the depths of the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean. An unknown cavity beneath the African continent. And, in the Atlantic Ocean, the dreaded Sea of Death. At that very moment, Lin Feng's body trembled violently. From the eye of correction, 2 dazzling beams of golden light erupted outward like tangible matter. They pierced through the void with relentless force. Locking onto the final hotspot area. That most primal, most violent, most chaotic aura of rule corruption. Like a black hole, it devoured everything around it. The source of all bug information streams. Found it. That's it. Lin Feng leapt to his feet, his voice booming like thunder across the entire computing room. He thrust his finger forward, slamming it down hard on the holographic globe. That area in the Atlantic, glowing with an ominous red light. The Bermuda Triangle. 25 degrees north latitude, 71 degrees west longitude. In an instant, the entire Tianyuan operations room fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes converged on the sea area. Lin Feng had pointed out a stretch of water resembling the eye of a demon. Bermuda. The Devil's Triangle. Data on this sea region flashed across the screen at lightning speed. Since ancient times, this place had been synonymous with mystery and death. Countless aircraft and ships vanished here under inexplicable circumstances, never to be heard from again. Eerie magnetic anomalies. Sudden spatial distortions. Chilling legends of ghost ships. After the system descended, S-level and possibly even SS-level or higher horrifying energy fluctuations were detected here. It has been jointly designated by major extraordinary organizations worldwide as the #1 forbidden zone on the global top 10 list. Any aircraft or vessel attempting to approach vanishes without a trace, never to return. Even satellite signals struggle to penetrate that eerie energy fog. It's actually that place. Zhao Zhenhua sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes filled with horror. The Devil's Triangle. It really is that cursed place. Lu Jinghua's face also twisted in shock before a sudden realization dawned on him. No wonder the spatial rules there are already chaotic. It's practically a natural breeding ground for bugs. Perfect for contamination sources to thrive. Lin Feng's eyes grew icy as he spoke in a deep voice. It's not just a breeding ground. I suspect there might be an unknown fissure connecting to the deepest layer of the system. Or perhaps it's simply an ancient, powerful rule bug conglomerate that has slumbered for countless millennia. It has awakened. At these words, everyone felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. A fissure connecting to the deepest layer of the system? An ancient rule bug conglomerate? Any one of these possibilities was enough to make the world tremble. Now! Zhao Zhenhua acted decisively, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Notify all participating nations of this critical discovery. Simultaneously, establish an international joint fleet under China's leadership. The target. He turned to Lin Feng, his voice ringing out with unwavering resolve. The Bermuda Triangle. The news spread. The world trembled. Fear. Horror. And a glimmer of hope. The Bermuda Triangle. This name once synonymous with death and despair. Now, it stands as humanity's sole beacon of survival. Countless nations respond immediately, urgently mobilizing their most elite extraordinary individuals. The most advanced specialized equipment. Preparing to launch the largest scale challenge in human history against this legendary death zone. Lin Feng stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Tianyuan operations room. His gaze was deep as he gazed toward the Atlantic Ocean. The source of contamination? I'll see just what you really are. Chapter 77, Want a piece of the pie? Ask my fist first. Global response. Unprecedented. Centered around China's Kunlun super aerospace carrier. An international joint fleet composed of elite forces from the world's major powers. Within a mere 24 hours, assembled at a secret rendezvous point in the Pacific. Banners fill the sky. Ships stretch to the horizon. China's Kunlun. Its hull shrouded in a mysterious dragon-scale pattern coating. Like a mobile steel fortress. Hovering at the fleet's center. Exuding a terrifying, heart-stopping aura of power. At the bow, Lin Feng stood with hands behind his back, his robes billowing in the wind. Behind him, Zhao Zhenhua, Long Zhan, and other core leaders of Huagua stand solemnly. The White Eagle Nation's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier strike group, the Liberty Vanguard. The European Union's multi-purpose strategic cruiser, the Glory Goddess. The Northern Bear Nation's heavy missile destroyer, the Arctic Bear. Sakura Nation's quasi-aircraft carrier Yamada. Along with over a dozen other nations' flagship warships. Like stars surrounding the moon, they encircle the Kunlun. The scene was monumental. The scale was colossal. It was the largest gathering of naval forces in human history. Commander Lin. Admiral Smith, fleet commander of the White Eagle Nation, a portly man with slicked-back hair and a phony grin, sent his warm regards to Lin Feng through encrypted communications. It is my honor, Admiral Lin, and the honor of the White Eagle Nation, to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in confronting this global crisis. Lin Feng didn't even lift an eyelid. He replied coolly, spare me the pleasantries. I shall observe your nation's sincerity in the course of subsequent operations. The smile on Smith's face froze for a moment. What an arrogant brat. He cursed inwardly, yet outwardly maintained a pleasant smile. Haha, Commander Lin speaks his mind. We of White Eagle Nation are, of course, full of sincerity. For the sake of humanity's future. The commander of the EU fleet, Countess Isabella, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed noblewoman with an air of haughty elegance. She now transmitted her message, her voice carrying a distinctive elegance and reserve. Commander Lin, the European Union fleet will fully comply with your technical guidance. We hope to resolve this crisis as swiftly as possible. Commander Ivanov of the Northern Bear Nation, a burly man with a bear-like build and a thick beard. His voice boomed like thunder. Hey, Lin! We Northern Bear Nation don't mess around with fancy tricks. You tell us what to do, and we'll do it. As long as we can take out that son of a source of contamination. Representatives from various nations voiced their agreement. His words were earnest, his demeanor respectful. As if he truly regarded Lin Feng as a savior. A faint, almost imperceptible sneer curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Under the gaze of the proofreading eye. Their petty schemes were as transparent as fireflies in the night. Steal Hua Nation's bug-fixing technology? Want a slice of the pie from the pollution source? Or even plot behind the scenes to make him, Lin Feng, look foolish? How naive. Let's go. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with their nonsense and issued the order directly. Rumble. The colossal combined fleet surged forward like a primordial sea beast awakening. Engines roared. Cleaving through waves upon waves. Full speed ahead toward the depths of the Atlantic, the dreaded Devil's Sea that strikes terror into all who hear its name. Command center of the flagship Kunlun. A massive holographic display projected the fleet's navigation trajectory and vital data. Reporting to Commander Lin. The fleet has entered the designated course. Estimated arrival at the outer perimeter of the Bermuda Triangle in 48 hours. A Chinese technical officer reported loudly. Lin Feng gave a slight nod, his gaze piercing through layers of space as if seeing the death zone shrouded in mist. Activate the Dragon's Eye full-spectrum scanning system. Monitor all anomalous energy fluctuations and spatial parameter changes within 100 nautical miles of the fleet. The fleet continued its voyage. The surface appeared calm, yet turbulent currents swirled beneath.
Admiral Smith had repeatedly dispatched experts from White Eagle Nation under the guise of technical exchange
to board the Kunlun.
Each time, Zhao Genoa politely declined, citing military secrets.
Smith, rebuffed and humiliated, grew increasingly sullen.
General, the Huagua people are far too guarded.
A White Eagle intelligence officer whispered.
Their flagship, the Kunlun, possesses technological capabilities far beyond our imagination. Multiple batches of our micro-reconnaissance submersibles were instantly destroyed by some mysterious force the moment they approached. A cold gleam flashed in Smith's eyes.
Oomph. Lin Feng. Hua Nation. Don't think a slight lead gives you free rein to do as you please. Once we reach Bermuda, you'll have plenty to cry about. Within the EU fleet, Countess Isabella was elegantly sipping red wine.
As she listened to her subordinate's report, a hint of amusement flickered at the corner of her lips.
The rise of Huagua is unstoppable. That Lin Feng is even more unfathomable.
We needn't be the first to stick our necks out.
Let's simply observe how things unfold.
If they can resolve the pollution source, that would be ideal.
If they fail, well, that might not be such a bad thing for us either. Northern Bear Nation Fleet. Admiral Ivanov was chowing down on grilled meat and chugging vodka. Damn it. These Westerners, each one of them is as tight-fisted as a needle's eye. The Chinese are the real deal.
As long as we can eliminate that source of contamination, I'd sell my life to that kid Lin. The fleets of other nations harbored even more varied motives. Some were merely tagging along, hoping to snag some benefits. Others were driven by desperate domestic crises, grasping at straws. Still others secretly colluded with shadowy organizations. They hoped to take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters, or even create trouble for Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw through it all with crystal clarity.
But he couldn't care less. In the face of absolute power,
all their schemes and tricks were nothing but the clumsy antics of clowns. What he wanted was to reach Bermuda as quickly as possible.
Find the damned source of contamination. Then, crush it completely. 2 days later, the combined fleet finally reached the outer waters of the Bermuda Devil's Triangle. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color.
The once clear sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds.
The oppressive, leaden clouds weighed down like heavy blocks, making it hard to breathe. The sea churned violently.
Waves several meters high crashed violently against the ships. The air was thick with an eerie, chaotic energy fluctuation that sent shivers down the spine.
Report. Strong magnetic field interference detected ahead. Navigation systems down. Communication signals rapidly deteriorating. Spatial parameters experiencing severe fluctuations. Shrill alarms blared incessantly throughout the command centers of every vessel. What's happening? Smith's face turned pale. We haven't even entered the Bermuda core zone yet. Is the interference here this terrifying? Countess Isabella's wineglass slipped from her grasp, spilling its contents across the floor. Admiral Ivanov crushed the bottle in his hand to smithereens. Damn it! This cursed place. It really is unholy. At that very moment,
a sudden change occurred.
Ah!
A piercing scream erupted from a frigate belonging to a small nation. The space surrounding the frigate suddenly shattered like a broken mirror, cracking apart inch by inch. Black spatial fissures appeared out of nowhere, emitting a terrifying suction force that made souls tremble.
Help! Help me! The frigate, along with hundreds of crew members aboard.
Amidst desperate cries, it was violently dragged into the pitch-black spatial fissures,
vanishing without a trace in an instant. Not even a ripple remained. Dead silence. Dead silence. Everyone was utterly terrified by this sudden and utterly terrifying scene. What the hell kind of glitch is this? A spatial rift swallowed an entire warship? We're done for. We're all going to die here. Panic. It spread like a plague throughout the United Fleet.
Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the Kunlun, his expression calm. Through his error detection eyes, the sea ahead had long since transformed into a twisted, chaotic bug zone. Countless fractured, misaligned, and conflicting threads of spatial rules. Intertwined, they formed a colossal, natural,
spatial labyrinth bug.
He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet clear enough to reach every ear.
Welcome to the Bermuda Triangle. Chapter 78, Global Fleet Annihilation. This area is restricted.
Before Lin Feng could finish speaking,
boom!
The entire outer waters of Bermuda seemed to be violently seized by an invisible giant hand, then frantically crushed.
Space. In that instant, it shattered completely. Distorted. Collapsed. Alert. Alert. Encountering unknown powerful rule interference. Navigation systems completely failed. Compasses spinning wildly. Radar failed. Communications down. We're blind and deaf. My God. What is that? A mirage? No. It's a spatial fold.
Inside the command center of the White Eagle Nation's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Liberty Pioneer, chaos erupted instantly. The normally disciplined elite crew now scrambled about like headless flies, utterly panicked.
Instruments screeched piercingly.
Indicator lights flashed wildly, like demons dancing in chaos. Looking through the portholes, the outside scene was even more baffling. One second it was a raging sea, the next an endless desert. Another blink, and it had transformed into a frozen snowfield. Even more bizarrely, they could see their own bow mysteriously appearing behind the stern. It was like being trapped in a surreal funhouse mirror world. Steady! Everyone steady the ship! Admiral Smith's face was as white as paper, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared into the communicator. Hold your course! Hold your course! Do you hear me? General! We don't know where the heading is. A young helmsman cried out, his voice trembling. The wheel before him seemed possessed by a demon, spinning wildly on its own. Completely out of control. Our satellite positioning system shows we're on the far side of the moon. Another technician stared at the absurd data on the screen, his voice trembling. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Smith trembled with rage, slamming the communicator hard onto the floor. His pride and joy, the Liberty pioneer, now resembled a drunken fool, spinning in circles and beginning to slide uncontrollably toward a pitch-black vortex. No! Don't go there! That's a spatial rift! Smith let out a desperate howl. But it was too late. A White Eagle destroyer following alongside the Freedom Pioneer reacted a fraction too late. Its hull was instantly seized by an irresistible, terrifying suction. Crack! A bone-chilling metallic snap echoed through the air. The destroyer, weighing thousands of tons, snapped clean in two like a fragile cookie. Then, it was mercilessly swallowed by the pitch-black spatial rift. Not even an explosion. It vanished into thin air. Gulp! Smith swallowed hard, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror. This was merely the outer perimeter of the Bermuda Triangle. And it was already this terrifying? What kind of hellish nightmare must the core region be? Not just the White Eagle fleet. The European Union's goddess of glory. The Northern Bear Nation's giant bear of the icefields. The Sakura Nation's Yamada no Orochi. All other nations' fleets were now plunged into the same chaos and despair. Commander Isabella. We've lost contact with escort ships 3 and 5. Damn it! Unidentified energy entity on portside. Evade! Evade now! General Ivanov. Our propulsion system has malfunctioned. We're losing power. Bastards! Why are our missiles firing automatically? And targeting our own forces? In an instant. Screams. Explosions. Alarms. Commands. In this warped, chaotic space, they wove together into a symphony of doom. Some ships spun wildly in place, like headless flies. Some collided with each other, sparks flying skyward. Worse still, some were swallowed whole by randomly appearing spatial rifts, vanishing without a trace. In mere minutes, the combined fleet, hailed as the most powerful in human history, suffered catastrophic losses. At least a dozen small and medium-sized vessels vanished completely. On the flagship Kunlun, the scene was one of orderly calm, starkly contrasting the chaos outside. Though the hull trembled faintly and various instruments emitted low-pitched alarms. All Huagua crew members remained at their stations, working methodically and efficiently. As if the apocalyptic chaos outside had nothing to do with them. All because of the figure on the bridge, standing as steadfast as a pillar of the sea. Lin Feng. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes blazing with golden light. Error detection eye operating at full capacity. To his eyes, this so-called spatial labyrinth bug was not entirely without clues. Countless twisted, fractured, and conflicting threads of spatial rules were clearly visible before his eyes. They writhed like frenzied venomous serpents, weaving the fabric of this vast and deadly labyrinth. It truly is a spatial labyrinth bug. Lin Feng murmured to himself, his expression calm. This scene was hardly enough to intimidate him. The repair difficulty is extremely high, and the affected area is too vast. Forcing a fix would be a losing proposition. He made his decision instantly. Then, with a single thought. Within his dantian, that fragment of the world tree's root buried deep within the dragon vein, trembled faintly. Hum. A surge of supremely pure, vibrantly life-giving spatial energy instantly coursed through Lin Feng's entire body. It fused perfectly with his own understanding of spatial laws. Use me as the anchor point. Stabilize spatial parameters. Correct the navigation trajectory. Lin Feng's voice, transmitted through the Kunlun's internal communication system, rang clearly in the ears of every crew member aboard the Chinese vessel. It carried a powerful force that brought a sense of reassurance. Boom! The massive hull of the Kunlun shook violently. The spatial forces attempting to warp the hull and tear apart the void collided with an invisible yet indestructible barrier. They scattered and dissipated into nothingness. Next up. Centered around the Kunlun. Visible pale green spatial ripples spread outward like water waves, swiftly enveloping all the dozens of Chinese warships surrounding the Kunlun. Within this pale green ripple, all distorted space was instantly smoothed out. All chaotic laws instantly restored order. The Huagua fleet found a tranquil harbor amidst the raging storm. Though the outside world remained a realm of spatial chaos and demonic howls.
Under Lin Feng's protection, the Huagua fleet steadfastly maintained formation, advancing deep into the Bermuda Triangle with arduous determination. This scene,
through intermittent communication signals that barely transmitted blurry images,
was glimpsed intermittently by commanders of other nations' fleets. My God! The Huagua have stabilized?
Admiral Smith gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment.
How did they manage it?
Countess Isabella, abandoning all pretense of elegance, stared intently at the steady green glow on the screen.
That Lin Feng, what kind of monster is he?
General Ivanov slammed his fist directly onto the command console.
Damn it! The gap! This is the gap! Despair! Deep despair! The contrast only made it more glaring. Quickly move toward the Huagua fleet. Requesting Commander Lin Feng's protection. We don't want to die here.
The surviving ships of other nations clung to this last straw like lifelines.
Desperately, they attempted to rush toward that green halo symbolizing life. But how could it be so easy?
In this chaotic spatial labyrinth, they could barely protect themselves,
much less get close to the Huagua fleet.
Ships continually lost their way mid-journey or were swallowed by spatial rifts.
Lin Feng paid no heed to this. He wasn't a saint.
Protecting the Huagua fleet was already pushing his limits. As for the rest, they were on their own. The atmosphere on the bridge of the Kunlun remained tense. Though they had temporarily stabilized their position, everyone knew this was only the beginning.
Reporting to Commander Lin. Numerous unknown energy signals detected ahead.
And, we seem to have spotted something that shouldn't exist.
An officer responsible for sonar and long-range detection spoke with a hint of terror and uncertainty in his voice.
Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly.
Specify.
Yes, the outlines of ships and aircraft wreckage.
They seem to be moving. Chapter 79, Bermuda Ghosts, 10,000 ships weep. Dead silence hung over the bridge of the Kunlun.
Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on the main screen. The officer in charge of sonar and long-range detection was drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling. Commander, those things, there are more and more of them. On the screen, what had been only a few scattered, blurry dots. Now, like bamboo shoots after spring rain, they were erupting wildly.
Dense and numerous. Hundreds upon hundreds.
They completely sealed off the waters ahead and on both sides of the Huagua fleet. Each light point represented the wreckage of a ship or aircraft. They floated silently within the distorted light and shadow, emanating a heart-stopping aura of deathly stillness. Some still revealed their rough outlines.
Rust-stained World War II destroyers. A giant freighter snapped clean in two. Bombers with wingspans so vast they defy belief. Even several ancient wooden sailing ships, their tattered sails flapping in the void. These are the ghosts of ships that mysteriously vanished in the Bermuda Triangle throughout history. They're actually moving. Zhao Genoa sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The wreckage wasn't motionless. Instead, they were rotating in place or gently undulating at an extremely slow yet utterly eerie pace. As if they were still alive. Correction eye.
Golden light erupted from Lin Feng's eyes.
This time, he directly overlaid the true insight power of that Eye of Horus. In an instant,
the world before his eyes underwent another earth-shattering transformation. Those so-called ghost ships and ghost planes were not physical entities. Or rather, they weren't entirely physical. They were more like a kind of solidified time fragment, forcibly imprisoned in these waters by some mysterious and powerful bug force,
endlessly replaying their final moments before disaster struck. So that's it, the time echo bug. Lin Feng instantly understood.
These ghosts themselves possess no physical attack capabilities.
But as they endlessly replay their moment of death,
they unleashed an utterly terrifying psychic shockwave, one saturated with endless despair, terror, and resentment,
capable of instantly shattering a person's will, corrupting a person's soul. All units, take note. Do not approach those wreckage.
Lin Feng's voice rang clearly through the communication system, reaching every crew member aboard the Huagua warship.
They are time echoes. They cause severe mental contamination.
Yet his warning came too late.
Or rather, some people just love courting death. General. It's the Avengers squad. Admiral Smith's aide let out a startled cry.
Among the few remaining small reconnaissance ships of the White Eagle fleet, one suddenly accelerated. Like an arrow released from its bow, it charged recklessly toward the massive wreckage of an aircraft carrier floating in midair nearby. That carrier was none other than the White Eagle nation's mysteriously vanished Cyclops from World War II.
It's that idiot Hank.
Smith cursed furiously.
What the hell is he doing? Going treasure hunting? Order him back immediately. Now. But it was already too late.
The reconnaissance ship named Avenger had just approached within less than 100 meters of the wreckage of the aircraft carrier Cyclops.
Buzz. An invisible yet terrifyingly powerful psychic shockwave erupted like a tsunami. Instantly engulfed the Avenger. Ah!
A piercing scream erupted from the Avengers. The communication channel instantly filled with incomprehensible shrieks, cries, and frenzied mutterings, all saturated with terror and despair.
No! Don't come near. Demons. They're all demons. Fire. Fire everywhere. We're going to die. Help. Help me. I don't want to die. Kill them. Kill these monsters. Then. Bang bang bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Fierce gunfire and explosions erupted from inside the Avenger. Through the portholes, one could vaguely see the White Eagle soldiers inside, their eyes bloodshot, expression savage. Like crazed beasts, they attacked each other, slaughtering one another. Some clutched their comrades' heads, slamming them violently against the metal bulkheads. Others drew daggers, stabbing wildly at former comrades. Others simply pulled the pins on the high-explosive grenades strapped to their bodies. Boom! A deafening explosion. The Avenger reconnaissance ship exploded mid-air into a dazzling fireball. Debris scattered everywhere. Not a single one of the dozens of elite soldiers from White Eagle Nation survived. Dead silence. The communications channel of the combined fleet fell silent once more. Everyone was utterly terrified by this bloody and bizarre scene. What the hell is that? Admiral Smith felt a chill run through his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He finally understood what Lin Feng meant by psychic contamination. It was terrifying. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than being swallowed whole by a spatial rift. Commander Lin. Smith's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor and plea. What should we do? Lin Feng glanced at the screen, where the ghost ships continued their slow, relentless advance. A cold curve formed at the corner of his mouth. What should we do? Simple. Watch my moves. He extended his finger and rapidly tapped several times on the virtual interface of the command console. Eye of Horus, lock onto all rule nodes of the time echo bug. Tiangong supercomputer, analyze their mental shock frequency, intensity, and influence range in real time. Plot a safe navigation path. Deviation must not exceed 1 meter. Buzz. Within the Kunlun, countless computational cores once again unleashed terrifying processing power. In Lin Feng's eyes, that seemingly impenetrable ghost ship formation instantly became clearly organized. The influence range of each ghost ship. The burst cycle of each psychic shockwave. Even the minute loopholes and intervals within the rule-level mechanics of the time echo bug were all pierced through by his gaze. He saw them clearly. He understood them perfectly. All units, follow my command. Port 15. Increase engine power to 70%. 300 meters ahead, prepare for Z pattern evasion. Attention! Peak psychic shockwave on the right in 3 seconds. All personnel brace for impact. Lin Feng's voice was calm and steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet it functioned like the most precise metronome, directing the entire Huagua fleet, beginning to dance through this deadly minefield. At times accelerating forward. At other times, it executed emergency turns. At other times, exploiting the fleeting gaps between two intersecting shockwaves, it darted through at the absolute limit. That maneuvering. It was utterly mind-blowing. Commanders from other nations' fleets watched in stunned disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Holy crap! How is that even possible? Is he dancing on the edge of a knife? Insane! The Chinese must be out of their minds. To them, every move the Chinese fleet made seemed perilously daring. It seemed as though at any moment they would meet the same fate as the Avenger. But, miraculously, time and again, the Huagua fleet narrowly evaded those terrifying psychic shockwaves at the very edge of peril. On several occasions, the massive hull of the Kunlun came within 10 meters of a ghost battleship radiating overwhelming malevolence. Countless twisted, resentment-filled humanoid specters on that battleship nearly pressed against the Kunlun's portholes. Zhao Zhenhua and the others were so terrified their hearts nearly leapt out of their throats. Yet Lin Feng remained utterly unflappable. As if everything was under his complete control. How long had it been? Perhaps minutes, or perhaps hours. The Huagua fleet finally navigated through this spine-chilling ghost ship graveyard without incident. Behind them, countless ghosts still howled in silence, endlessly reliving their final moments of death. Ahead lay an even deeper, darker, and more unsettling expanse of uncharted waters. Phew! Zhao Zhenhua exhaled a long sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally made it through. That was intense. Long Zhan was still visibly shaken. What they'd just been through was more terrifying than facing an S-rank beast head-on. Lin Feng glanced back at the gradually receding ghost ship sea. His gaze remained solemn. Ghost ships. Time echo bug. This Bermuda Triangle truly lives up to its reputation. Even more bizarre than I imagined. Just then, the voice of a technical officer sounded again. His tone carried an unprecedented shock and dread. Reporting to Commander Lin. Up ahead, we've detected an indescribable, terrifying energy storm. It seems to be the source of all the bugs. We may have found that source of contamination. Chapter 80, the source of contamination emerges a black hole devouring the rules. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened like an eagle's at the news. Is it finally here? He sprang to his feet, his voice cold and resolute, echoing throughout the entire bridge. Target, Eye of the Storm. Full speed ahead. Boom! The massive hull of the Kunlun shook violently. Like a primordial beast awakening, it unleashed a deafening roar. The mysterious dragon scale patterns coating its hull flickered with an eerie glow. Countless runes swirled, forcibly tearing through the twisted chaos ahead as space churning like boiling water, transforming into a black divine beam piercing through heaven and earth. With unyielding ferocity, it charged toward the energy storm pointed out by the technical officer, a storm radiating endless foreboding and the scent of destruction. Behind it, the few remaining battered warships from White Eagle Nation, the European Union, and North Bear Nation. At this moment, they resembled fallen leaves in a raging storm, ready to be swept away at any moment. They had long since lost their former might and glory. Their hulls were covered in hideous, terrifying scars. Some had even had their main guns severed cleanly by spatial rifts. They could only rely on auxiliary engines to barely maintain flight. The survivors aboard, each with faces ashen and eyes vacant. But upon witnessing the Kunlun's resolute, unwavering stance, they clung to it like drowning men grasping at a last straw. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all fear. Follow. Quickly. At any cost, follow the flagship of China. Inside the half-destroyed command tower of the White Eagle Nation's Liberty Pioneer, Admiral Smith roared hoarsely. He knew. If they lost sight of it, they would be lost forever in this deadly forbidden zone. They wouldn't even qualify to become ghost ships. The other surviving warships unleashed their final reserves of power. Overloaded engine alarms blared in rapid succession. The hulls trembled violently under unbearable strain, groaning in agony. Yet they clung relentlessly to the wake of the Kunlun. For that was their only hope. Their only path to survival. Who knows how long it lasted? It felt like an eternity. Yet it felt like just an instant. The massive hull of the Kunlun suddenly grew lighter, tearing through the final, thick, tangible barrier of warped space. Before our eyes, a sudden clarity. A terrifying spectacle beyond description or comprehension in any known language. It slammed. It slammed into everyone's eyes, shocking every soul. It was an unimaginably vast energy storm, seemingly capable of devouring an entire galaxy. It hovered silently at the deepest core of the Bermuda Triangle. Billions of inky black beams, interwoven with nauseating dark red, eerie emerald green, and multicolored bands symbolizing absolute chaos. Like countless cosmic serpents hunting for prey. Spinning madly. Tearing mercilessly. It shattered the surrounding space, time, and every rule into shards, forming a realm of absolute void and destruction. And at the very center of this terrifying storm's eye, a single point. A point darker than the deepest black hole in the cosmos. More pure. More utterly despairing. It simply floats there in stillness. Yet it radiated a terrifying aura, an aura forged purely from absolute error and ultimate chaos. It resembled no known substance. Not even any known form of energy. It was more like a living entity. One possessing self-awareness. A constantly writhing, constantly expanding, constantly violating every known law and logic of the universe. Rule singularity. It's like a voracious, insatiable beast, opening its unspeakable maw, madly sucking in the surrounding threads of order, those golden and silver strands radiating divine light that represent the world's equilibrium. The moment these threads touched it, they emit a piercing wail. Then, swiftly stained pitch black. Twisted. Corrupted. Ultimately, they transformed into the purest form of bug. Mercilessly devoured by the rule singularity. Immediately after, from that indescribable core, billions of streams of bug energy surged forth like flesh-eating maggots, black as the deepest nightmares. Toward the entire Bermuda Triangle. Toward the entire Blue Star. And even deeper into the system's core. Spreading madly. Each torrent of bug energy radiated a terror that rotted souls, shattered worlds, and brought all order to its end. My God. Even Zhao Genoa, who had weathered countless storms aboard the Kunlun's bridge, couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream of sheer terror. He felt as though every drop of blood in his body had frozen solid in that instant. His very soul trembled. This is the source of contamination? For the first time, Long John's voice trembled uncontrollably, a quake rising from the depths of his soul. He felt his legs go weak beneath him, beyond his control. This thing. It was utterly beyond their ability to confront. Even looking directly at it demanded immense courage. At the distant edge of the storm's eye, inside the sole remaining command tower of the White Eagle Nation's Liberty Pioneer, through the porthole, Admiral Smith beheld that rule singularity radiating boundless despair and destruction. The color drained from his face in an instant. His legs buckled. With a thud, he collapsed onto the cold deck. His eyes held nothing but thick, indelible despair. It's over. Everything's over. Humanity is finished. Hope? In the face of this rule singularity, comparable to divine punishment, no, a billion times more terrifying than any divine punishment. What hope could there possibly be? It was the ultimate blasphemy against the very word hope. Inside the bridge of the Kunlun, Lin Feng's expression was more grave than ever before. Within his eyes, billions of mystical runes swirled and transformed. Golden divine light nearly solidified into substance, blazing as fiercely as two miniature suns. Eye of correction. Operating at an unprecedented power level, it spun wildly. Even the three core fragments within his dantian trembled faintly, radiating brilliant light as they provided an unending supply of energy to the Eye of Correction. Even so, the instant his gaze locked with that rule singularity, Lin Feng still felt a piercing pain originating from the depths of his soul, as if it sought to tear his will apart completely, to utterly corrupt it. Fortunately, his will was as unyielding as iron, and he was protected by the core fragments. He barely managed to withstand the terrifying rule corruption. Within his field of vision, every detail, every erroneous pulse of that so-called rule singularity was laid bare. Exposed without concealment. He witnessed it. He witnessed countless normal rules being twisted, corrupted, and devoured by it. He also witnessed the even more terrifying, chaotic, and ominous bug energy continuously spawning from its core. Found it. It's this. Blue Star's first system contamination source. The rule singularity. Lin Feng's voice thundered like the soul clap of thunder in an apocalyptic winter, carrying the absolute authority and judgment of an unquestionable verdict, echoing in every ear. Zhao Genoa whipped his head around, fixing Lin Feng with a deathly stare. His weathered face was now etched with agitation, fear, and the final, most frenzied glimmer of hope. His voice, twisted by the complex interplay of emotions, became utterly distorted. Lin Feng. This thing. How do we purify it? The moment those words were spoken, every surviving high-ranking official, expert, and crew member aboard the bridge turned their gaze toward Lin Feng in unison. Their eyes brimmed with bewilderment, helplessness, and an almost blind trust and reliance on Lin Feng. As if, with just one word from Lin Feng, this world-shattering rule singularity would vanish into thin air. However, Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He continued to stare intently at the rule singularity that relentlessly spread despair and destruction. His brows knitted tightly into a deep frown. This thing was a billion times more troublesome than any bug he'd ever encountered before. It wasn't a simple programming error at all. Even the Snake Lord's counterfeit Eye of Correction, crafted by exploiting rule loopholes, pales in comparison, like children playing house, utterly insignificant. It was the cancerous mutation of the system itself. A betrayal of the rules. The very antithesis of order. The embodiment of pure error. A long time passed. Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath tinged with solemnity. He turned his head, looking at Zhao Genoa, looking at all his compatriots from Huagua who gazed at him with anticipation. His voice was low and hoarse. Purification? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Chapter 81, The Singularity Guardian, the Bugged Legendary Sea Monster. Lin Feng's words felt like ice water poured over their heads. The faint glimmer of hope that had just flickered in Zhao Genoa and the others' hearts sank once more. Lin Feng, then, what should we do now? Zhao Genoa's lips trembled, his words trailing off. He wanted to ask, against a source of contamination of this caliber, what chance did they stand? But his words trailed off. A sudden change. Suddenly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That colossal energy storm ahead, radiating an aura of endless destruction. Suddenly. Violently. It began to tremble violently. As if a primordial beast, slumbering for billions of years, was about to awaken. Warning! Warning! Extremely high energy reaction detected within the storm's eye. Energy level, beyond estimation. Far exceeding the SS class threshold. Something is emerging. On the bridge of the Kunlun, the shrill alarm blared like a death knell, ringing out frantically. The next second. Roar! 3 terrifying roars, filled with boundless savagery, chaos, and pure malevolence. Like billions of tons of explosives detonating simultaneously deep within everyone's souls. The shockwave left everyone dizzy and disoriented. Blood gushed from their 7 orifices. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, 3 colossal, sky-obscuring shadows emerged from the relentlessly swirling, all-consuming eye of the energy storm. Boldly burst forth. The first shadow, like a moving undersea mountain range. Its colossal size rivaled several aircraft carriers side by side. Countless pitch-black tentacles, thicker than the Kunlun itself, lashed out like a storm cloud obscuring the sky. Each tentacle was covered in a dense cluster of twisted, single eyes, each glowing with a sickening crimson light. It radiated a nauseating aura of chaos. It was the legendary Norwegian sea monster, the Kraken. No! It was a bugged Kraken, a creature a billion times more terrifying than the legendary Kraken itself. The second shadow. Like a coiling primordial dragon. Its body stretched endlessly, its length beyond sight. Covered in massive scales as hard as obsidian, shimmering with an eerie interplay of emerald green and dark crimson.
Each scale bore unnameable, twisted runes engraved upon it enough to make one's sanity plummet. Its abyssal maw gaped wide, emitting sonic waves that seemed capable of tearing souls apart.
The unnameable Ancient One, Leviathan.
Or perhaps, the Leviathan corrupted beyond recognition by the rule singularity, transformed into a monstrous, bug-infested abomination.
The third shadow. The most bizarre. The most terrifying. Its form constantly shifts.
At times, it resembles a flesh and blood colossus stitched together from countless severed limbs and broken arms. At other times, it transforms into a churning mass of energy mist radiating chaotic, multicolored light. At other times, it coalesces into a terrifying, sky-obscuring specter, a monstrous face composed of countless wailing souls.
The only constant? Is the pure essence of error and chaos it radiates.
As if it itself were a conglomeration of bugs. A distortion point in the rules. The three-headed bug sea monster.
The moment it appeared.
Its terrifying aura, comparable to the descent of gods and demons, far surpassing the peak of SS rank,
crashed down upon everyone's hearts like a billion mountains. Thud. Thud. On the surviving warships of the White Eagle Nation, the European Union, and the Northern Bear Nation trailing behind the Kunlun.
Countless crew members, whose wills were already teetering on the brink of collapse.
Unable even to utter a scream.
Their eyes rolled back, foam formed at their mouths, they were literally scared to death.
Even those extraordinary beings below S rank were now trembling violently, their faces drained of color, unable to even stand steady. Fire, fire! Inside the half-destroyed command tower of the White Eagle Nation's Liberty Pioneer, Admiral Smith's eyes bulged as he let out a desperate roar. He knew. Facing a monster of this caliber, they didn't even have a chance to escape. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Whoosh! 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 The few remaining foreign warships unleashed every weapon still capable of firing in a relentless barrage. Energy cannons, missiles, electromagnetic railguns. But these terrifying attacks, powerful enough to obliterate a small city in an instant, landed upon the colossal form of the first bug-infested kraken, only to vanish into thin air. They simply passed right through. Not a single ripple was stirred. Not a scratch. Physical attack immunity? The blood drained from Smith's face in an instant. How could he possibly fight this? At that very moment, the second bug-infested Leviathan opened its abyssal maw wide. An invisible yet terrifying sonic wave, imbued with the ultimate logic chaos rule. Spreading like mercury across the ground, it instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Ah! My head! My head is exploding. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Kill you. I'll kill you. Those foreign survivors, already stretched to their mental limits, under the assault of this logic-shattering sonic wave, instantly snapped. Some clutched their heads, screaming wildly. Others began attacking their companions. Others pointed their weapons directly at their own temples. Bang! Admiral Smith, the once invincible commander-in-chief of the White Eagle Fleet. Now, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted like a raving demon. He grinned savagely, raising his Gauss pistol. Aimed it at his own forehead. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Blood blossomed in despair. The White Eagle Fleet was annihilated. The EU Fleet was annihilated. The Northern Bear Nation Fleet was annihilated. The remnants of other nations' forces, none survived. Upon the Kunlun. Thanks to Lin Feng's rule stabilization field providing protection, coupled with the Kunlun's own formidable rule-based defense systems, most of the Huagua crew members and extraordinary beings merely experienced intense headaches and nausea. Unlike the foreigners, they did not suffer immediate mental collapse. Even so, many ordinary soldiers with weaker willpower still experienced brief moments of disorientation and confusion. Steady your minds. Lin Feng's cold command rang out like a wake-up call, snapping everyone back from the brink of chaos. At that very moment, roar! Long John roared with fury, his battle intent piercing the heavens. As a peak S-rank physical cultivator, his will was as unyielding as steel. Though struck by the sonic blast, he recovered the fastest. You vile beast! You're asking for death! A flash of light erupted from his hand, revealing a fearsome war spear engraved with countless dragon patterns. It was his S-rank divine weapon, the Dragon Spear of Military Breakthrough. Breaker of Armies Dragon Spear. God-slaying thrust. Long John's muscles bulged like coiled steel as his vital energy erupted like a volcano. The war spear in his hand transformed into a crimson streak that tore through the heavens, carrying an unstoppable, God-slaying, Buddha-annihilating terror. He thrust it viciously toward the third bug sea monster, whose form kept shifting. This strike concentrated the pinnacle of Long John's lifetime cultivation. Its power was sufficient to instantly cripple an S-rank powerhouse. Yet, a bizarre scene unfolded. Facing Long John's earth-shattering strike, the ever-shifting bug sea monster not only failed to dodge. Instead, it emitted a bone-chilling, eerie laugh like the simultaneous shrieks of countless vengeful spirits. Then,
A crimson war spear identical to the breaking army dragon spear, yet emanating an even colder, more sinister, and more powerful aura suddenly materialized upon its ever-shifting surface.
Nether Dragon Spear. Soul-devouring strike.
The bug sea monster actually mimicked Long John's attack.
It even shouted the technique's name, though the voice was distorted and eerie. But the meaning was crystal clear. Whoosh!
Two nearly identical terrifying battle lances
crashed violently together mid-air. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering RO.
A devastating energy storm swept out. Long John felt a cold, frenzied terror far beyond his imagination emanating from the opponent's nether dragon spear.
Put! Struck as if by lightning, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood.
His entire body flew backward like a.
He slammed violently onto the deck of the Kunlun. The impact carved a deep, human-shaped dent into the deck made of ultra-hard special alloy. Long John, Zhao Zhenhua and the others paled in horror. Long John, a renowned powerhouse within the Huagua military. How could he be so severely wounded in a single exchange? That monstrous sea creature not only replicated his skill, it had even twisted and amplified the power of those skills to an even more terrifying level. Cough cough.
Long John struggled to rise from the crater, his face as pale as paper. His right hand, gripping the breaking army dragon spear, trembled slightly. Across his arm, eerie patterns as black as ink rapidly spread. They emitted a heart-stopping aura of corrosion and soul-devouring energy. A skill-stealing bug, and a twisted, enhanced version at that. Lin Feng watched the scene unfold, his gaze growing icy cold. With his error detection eye operating at full capacity, the true nature of these three bug sea monsters had long been laid bare before him. Kraken type, possessing the rule-based reality shift bug, immune to most physical and energy attacks. Leviathan type, possessing a rule-based logical chaos bug. Its sonic waves can directly attack and disrupt the target's mental logic. Unknown hybrid type, possessing the rule-based skill theft and distortion bug, capable of instantly replicating and amplifying the target's skills to counterattack. And Lin Feng's gaze shifted toward the center of the storm's eye that rule singularity, continuously spreading destruction and chaos. These three bug sea monsters all possess peak SS class strength. Their bug abilities are tightly linked to that rule singularity, drawing endless energy they're nearly impossible to kill. They are Singularity Guardians. The moment these words were spoken, the entire bridge of the Kunlun fell deathly silent. Despair etched itself upon every face. SS class peak. And three of them, possessing such bizarre and powerful bug abilities. And they can't be killed? How are we supposed to fight this? Zhao Zhenhua stared at the gravely wounded Longzhan, then at the three-headed bug sea monster radiating an apocalyptic aura. His voice grew hoarse from utter terror and despair. Lin Feng. These damn things, they're impossible to fight. Chapter 82, Undefeatable and Self-Replicating. How can we fight? Difficult or not, we fight. We have no way out. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze as cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. Before his words had even faded. Boom! Lin Feng's figure flickered, appearing instantly at the bow of the Kunlun. The Eye of Correction. Golden light erupted. Target. The bugged Kraken. That damned rule-based virtual real conversion bug. Break it! Lin Feng roared. A colossal surge of psychic energy, like an invisible blade, struck viciously at the twisted chain of rules within the Kraken's body. Repair. Initiate. 10%. 30%. 50%. Success was within reach. Suddenly. Buzz. The distant rule singularity trembled violently. A torrent of bug energy more pure, more chaotic, more malevolent than before surged forth like floodwaters released from a dam. It instantly washed over the Kraken. Put. Lin Feng was struck as if by a heavy blow, letting out a muffled groan. He felt the rule chain he had just partially repaired shatter under the impact of that torrent of bug energy. Instantly shattered. Not only that. Nourished by the bug energy, that chain of rules had grown even thicker. Even more twisted. At the tips of the Kraken's countless tentacles, which obscured the sky, a layer of bone spike-like rule spikes shimmering with an eerie glow suddenly materialized out of thin air. They radiated an even more terrifying penetrating power. Damn it! They've regenerated. And mutated. Zhao Zhenhua cried out in horror. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Again. Target. Bug-infested Leviathan. Rules-based logical chaos bug. He must find the flaw in its sonic frequency and force a correction. However, exactly the same. The moment Lin Feng's psychic energy touched the Leviathan's bug core, the rule singularity struck again. The Leviathan's soul-shredding sonic waves instantly became chaotic and disordered. Like hundreds upon hundreds of noises, all mixed together. Even more piercing. Even harder to defend against. Damn it! Lin Feng roared in fury. The third one. That ever-shifting, unknown hybrid sea monster. Rules-based skill theft and distortion bug. This one was even more troublesome.
Lin Feng attempted to forcibly analyze its bug structure using the correction eye. The result: the sea monster emitted a series of bone-chilling shrieks. A reverse stream of chaotic, corrupted bug data surged back through Lin Feng's probe, backfiring upon him. It attempted to corrupt the eye of correction. "You're asking for death." A cold gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he forcibly severed the connection. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The bugs of these three sea monsters were not only troublesome, but also too deeply intertwined with the rule singularity. Like a viral matrix with infinite self-repair capabilities, constantly evolving and mutating. Repair one and another regenerates. And the regenerated ones were even stronger than the originals. "General Lin. This can't go on." Blood trickled from the corner of Long Zhan's mouth as he struggled to shout. The dragon-shattering spear in his grasp still hummed incessantly, its battle intent undiminished. "Brothers, follow me. Buy time for General Lin. Roar. Kill." Dozens of elite members from the Dragon Fang Special Forces and the Breaking Army Special Forces. Led by Long Zhan, they charged forward fearlessly. They were China's most elite extraordinary warriors. The nation's sharpest blades. The people's strongest shields. Now, they would sacrifice their very bodies to secure a sliver of hope for Lin Feng, for China. Earth Dragon Wall. A burly Dragon's Fang member codenamed Stone Mountain roared. His Pika rank Earth elemental ability erupted in full force. A massive energy shield, thick and gleaming with an earthen yellow aura, materialized out of thin air. It blocked the multiple tentacles of the bug-infested kraken. However, SSSSHH. The kraken's ethereal tentacles, tipped with rule spikes, completely ignored the physical defense of the Earth Dragon Wall. Like a red-hot branding iron piercing through butter. With effortless ease, it pierced through the great energy shield. Then, it violently pierced through the right shoulder of the Stone Mountain. Put. Blood spurted forth like a fountain. Stone Mountain. His teammates' eyes widened in horror. I'm okay. I can still hold on. Shan's face was deathly pale, his teeth clenched. His left hand gripped the tentacle embedded in his shoulder, refusing to let it sink deeper. Meanwhile, the logic chaos sonic wave from the bug-infested Leviathan swept over them once more. My head. A relatively weaker psychic among the Dragonfang support team, codenamed Spirit Fox. Despite the rudimentary psychic shield Lin Feng had previously deployed, she couldn't withstand the terrifying sonic assault. Clutching her head, she let out a piercing scream as her eyes began to glaze over. The healing staff in her hand fell to the ground. "Spirit Fox. Wake up!" A member of the Breaker Squad reacted swiftly, pulling her behind him. But Spirit Fox had temporarily lost her combat ability, her face pale as she slipped into unconsciousness. The battle raged on, utterly brutal. The most deadly threat remained that unknown hybrid bug sea monster. A squad leader codenamed Blazing Fire, renowned for his fiery offensive prowess. He roared in fury, channeling his entire power to its peak. Flame Dragon Breaker. A colossal, lifelike fire dragon, engulfed in raging flames, roared forth. It slammed violently into the bug sea monster. This was his signature S-rank skill. Its power was enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas. However, the bugged sea monster emitted another eerie shriek. Its body twisted and writhed. It actually manifested a colossal flame dragon identical to the flaming dragon breaker. No! Even more terrifying. That fiery dragon was engulfed in a pitch-black flame, radiating an endless aura of ill omen and destruction. Netherflame. Netherflame Dragon Devour. The BUGC monster bellowed the name of its attack in a twisted, raspy voice, a name similar to Blazing Fire, yet far more malevolent. Boom! The two fiery dragons collided violently midair. Black nether flames instantly engulfed the crimson flame dragon. Then, with terrifying power several times greater than Flaming Dragon Breaker, it surged back, slamming viciously into the body of Blazing Fire. Ah! A shrill scream, inhuman in its intensity. Blazing Fire was completely engulfed by the terrifying nether flames, burning fiercely like a torch. Fortunately, his teammates arrived in time to extinguish the hellfire engulfing him. But Blaze suffered extensive burns across his body, charred black and barely clinging to life, completely unconscious. Captain Blaze. The Breaker Squad members' eyes turned bloodshot, their faces contorted with rage. How can we fight on? Zhao Genua watched as one elite soldier after another fell, while the three monstrous sea beasts continued their relentless rampage, seemingly immune to fatigue. Despair surged like a tidal wave, threatening to drown him completely. Lin Feng's face darkened so much it seemed like rain could fall from it. His eye of correction spun wildly. Countless streams of bug data cascaded before his eyes like a waterfall. Repair. Regenerate. Mutate. Repair. Regenerate. Mutate. It was an inescapable deadlock. These bug monsters were like tumors constantly sprouting from the rule singularity. Cut one off, and two more would sprout in its place, even more malignant. No! Conventional repair methods are useless against them now. Veins bulged on Lin Feng's forehead as he clenched his jaw. He attempted to channel the dragon vein power within his body, constructing a rule stabilization field to suppress these bug sea monsters. Initially, it did show some effect. The movements of the three-headed sea monster visibly slowed down. But the distant rule singularity unleashed its power once more. Torrential waves of even more violent, chaotic, and pure bug energy surged forth like a bursting river, crashing violently. Slamming violently against Lin Feng's rule stabilization field. Crack! Crack! Lin Feng's domain groaned under the unbearable strain. Fine cracks began to appear everywhere. The suppression effect is significantly diminished. Lin Feng's own aura began to grow chaotic. The toll was too great. If this continued, before the bug sea monster was exhausted, he himself would be drained dry by the rule singularity. Put! Another Dragon Fong member was swept by the Kraken's tentacle, spitting blood as they flew backward. Casualties. For the first time, China's elite team of extraordinary individuals suffered such devastating losses. Though none were killed outright, each had been rendered combat ineffective. Lin Feng's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. His fingernails dug deep into his palms. Blood dripped through the gaps between his fingers. He had never felt so helpless. So utterly frustrated. These bugs seemed like his nemesis. Unkillable. Unfixable. What to do? What the hell should he do? Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the distant rule singularity, which relentlessly spread despair and destruction. A flicker of madness. A flicker of resolve. No. It's not that they can't be killed. It's the wrong way to kill them. These things are merely projections of the singularity. They're branches. What I must cut down is the root. Lin Feng snapped his head up, his voice low yet carrying an unyielding resolve. Conventional methods are useless now. Unless we strike directly at that thing itself. Chapter 83, Insane. Bombardment with the self-destruct bug. Zhao Zhenhua and the others' pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Feng. You're insane? That's the rule singularity. The very source of all bugs. The moment your psychic energy touches it, you'll be torn apart instantly. Corrupted. Assimilated. Ignoring his own injuries, Longzhan urgently tried to dissuade him. Major General Lin. Think twice. We can still find another way. Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes burning with a flame bordering on madness. There is no other way. Unless we eliminate the source, these singularity guardians will never be eradicated. We can't afford to keep fighting this. He turned to Zhao Zhenhua, his tone unwavering. Old Zhao, buy me 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, regardless of success or failure, evacuate everyone immediately. Zhao Zhenhua's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something. But Lin Feng gave him no chance to speak further. Let's do this. He growled lowly, his eyes snapping shut. The next second. Buzz. 3 core fragments. Heart of the dragon vein. Root of the world tree. Eye of Horus. Within his dantian and sea of consciousness, an unprecedented, dazzling radiance erupted simultaneously. A colossal, boundless spiritual force, vast as the cosmic starry seas. Lin Feng channeled it with near-suicidal intensity, frenetically mobilizing. Condensing. Compressing. Transforming into a spirit sphere refined to its absolute limit, shimmering with multicolored glass-like brilliance. Target. That distant entity spreading destruction and chaos. Rule singularity. Go! Lin Feng roared in his heart. The spiritual sphere ignored the distance of space and time, defying the terrifying energy turbulence at the storm's eye. Like an arrow released from its bowstring or a divine thought crossing dimensions. With brutal force, it pierced the pitch-black, bottomless core of the rule singularity. Boom! Lin Feng's body convulsed violently. Crimson blood instantly spurted from his 7 orifices. The instant his consciousness touched the rule singularity, it felt as though billions of high-explosive bombs had been unleashed. It felt like being tossed into a meat grinder made of countless bugs, countless flawed logics, and countless chaotic rules. Pain. Indescribable agony. Pain that transcended the physical, reaching the very core of his soul. Lin Feng felt his consciousness being violently torn apart, sliced, and devoured by countless twisted, frenzied, and malevolent fragments of rules. His memories began to fragment. One moment he was in Bermuda, the next he was back in the classroom where he had awakened his talent. In another instant, he seemed to see his parents' kind smiles, only for them to instantly transform into Han Yu's tear-filled eyes filled with worry. Countless false illusions surged like a tidal wave, threatening to drown his very self-awareness. Ah! Lin Feng let out an uncontrollable, agonized roar like a wounded beast. The skin covering his body began to crack inch by inch. Like porcelain on the verge of shattering. Streams of ink-black bug energy surged through the cracks, frantically burrowing into his body. Seeking to utterly corrupt him. To assimilate him. Lin Feng. Commander-in-Chief. On the bridge of the Kunlun, Zhao Zhenhua and the others watched Lin Feng's pitiful state, their eyes bulging with fury and their hearts frozen with terror. They wanted to rush forward, but an invisible force held them firmly in place. It was the mental barrier Lin Feng had erected with his last ounce of clarity before connecting to the singularity. He did not want anyone to disturb him. He certainly didn't want his failure to drag others down with him. Hold on. You must hold on. Zhao Genoa's voice cracked as tears streamed down his aged face. He knew the terrifying peril Lin Feng was facing at this very moment. The slightest misstep meant eternal damnation. Deep within the core of the rule singularity, Lin Feng's consciousness felt like a lone boat in raging waves, teetering on the brink of capsizing at any moment. He felt his thoughts being gradually eroded and assimilated by the chaotic rules. He was losing all sense of who he was. He even felt a bizarre urge to merge with this chaos, to become part of this error. No! At the very moment consciousness was about to sink into utter oblivion, Lin Feng, fueled by an iron will and boundless devotion to his homeland, he unleashed a roar from the deepest recesses of his soul. Correction I. Activate. Amidst the frenzied amplification of the three core fragments, driven by the nearly exhausted flame of his soul, the eye of correction erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling divine light piercing all illusions and pointing directly to the very source of the rules. Bathed in this divine radiance, that core of the rule singularity, seemingly chaotic and composed purely of errors and disorder. Surprisingly, in Lin Feng's vision, teetering on the brink of collapse, a faint glimmer of pattern? Yes, pattern. Though this pattern itself was a deeper form of error. A twisted, insane, self-replicating, self-reinforcing, self-propagating logic of bug generation. Just like a computer virus. Though it causes all manner of chaos and destruction. Its own code, its mode of transmission, and its triggering conditions still adhere to a specific logic. Only this logic is malicious. Destructive. So, that's how it is. Chaos itself is also a kind of logic. Lin Feng's consciousness flickered like a dying candle in the wind, faint to the extreme. Yet deep within his eyes, nearly devoid of life, two startling flashes of light suddenly erupted. A stroke of genius. A moment of divine inspiration. If it's logic, then there must be a trail to follow. It could be exploited. It could be tampered with. Even reverse-engineered. A thought so utterly insane, yet so utterly audacious. It flashed through Lin Feng's collapsing mind like lightning. Use a bug to counter a bug. This is it. Lin Feng mustered his last ounce of strength, channeling the full might of the error detection eye and the three core fragments. Within his vision, now saturated with chaotic rules. Upon the vast and intricate bug-generating logic chain of the rule singularity, a single, most crucial node was locked onto with deadly precision. There, at the very source of this bug virus continuously replicating itself and spreading. The very command source. Change it, for me. Lin Feng's soul roared. It burned. He used his eye of correction as the compiler. His own understanding of the rules as the code. Using the three core fragments as his energy source. Forcibly enduring the unbearable agony of his soul being torn apart inch by inch, his consciousness repeatedly crushed. At breakneck speed, he wrote an extremely concise yet utterly vicious, self-annihilating bug command. The logic behind this command was simple. When I replicate I shall erase I. An absolute logical infinite loop. Once injected into the rule singularity that ceaselessly self-replicating command source, the outcome is inevitable. System crash. Self-destruction. Go to hell. With his last shred of lucidity, Lin Feng delivered this bug instruction, the culmination of his entire heart and soul, his deepest hopes. Like the sharpest surgical blade. Viciously. Into the core node of the bug generation logic within the rule singularity. Put. Lin Feng's body arched violently. As if drained of all vitality. From his 7 orifices, no longer blood gushed forth, but a faintly golden-hued primordial soul essence. The cracks on his body instantly expanded. As dense as a spider's web. His entire being seemed poised to shatter completely in the next instant. His consciousness finally gave way, plunging him into boundless darkness. But in the very instant before his consciousness vanished completely, a faint yet radiant smile of profound relief curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. At that very moment, the rule singularity, which had been spinning wildly, spreading destruction and chaos, deep within its core, suddenly, a muffled roar, thunderous yet tinged with terror and unwillingness, erupted. A wail. Immediately after, the entire rule singularity began to violently, uncontrollably tremble. Chapter 84. What kind of bug are you? Die. That wail emanating from the core of the rule singularity was piercing, despairing, unwilling, like the final wail of a program trapped in an endless loop. Then, boom, boom, boom. The entire rule singularity, that pitch black terror core that devoured all light, began to collapse inward violently, frantically, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shrinking. As if an invisible giant hand had clenched its very core with brutal force. Crack. Crack. Crack.
Grim, terrifying energy fissures spread like spiderwebs across the surface of the singularity. Countless chaotic, erroneous, bugged energy streams erupted like a burst dam, gushing madly from the fissures. Yet the instant they erupted, they were mercilessly devoured by an even more powerful force of annihilation. It's self-destructing. On the bridge of the Kunlun, Zhao Genoa's eyes widened in horror as he gasped in disbelief. He could sense it clearly. The suffocating, terrifying pressure emanating from the rule singularity was fading at an astonishing rate.
Lin Feng, he actually did it?
Long Zhan clutched his chest, staring at the collapsing rule singularity in the distance, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Using a bug to fix the source of the bug?
Such an absurd notion. Such a desperate, life-or-death gamble. Had it actually succeeded? At that very moment,
the collapse of the rule singularity reached its ultimate limit. That once colossal, pitch-black core seemingly poised to devour the entire Bermuda Triangle. Now, it had shrunk to less than the size of a basketball. Yet the annihilation force pent up within it had reached a terrifying critical point that made souls tremble.
The next second, no earth-shattering explosion,
nor a world-shattering shockwave.
That basketball-sized, intensely condensed rule singularity.
After a blinding flash of light so intense it warped the entire Bermuda spacetime for an instant.
Pop. Like a soap bubble pricked. Silently. Completely. Annihilated.
Vanished without a trace. As if it had never existed in this world at all.
Silence. Deadly silence. The terrifying pressure that had hung over everyone's heads, suffocating them, vanished in an instant.
The distorted, chaotic, and fragmented force field of rules, warped by the rule singularity, began to dissipate rapidly, like rootless duckweed that had lost its source. Across the entire Bermuda core region, the nauseating aura of chaos visibly cleared, becoming fresh and pure. It worked. It really worked. Zhao Genoa wept tears of joy, his old eyes streaming with emotion. He whipped his head around to look at Lin Feng behind him, a blood-soaked figure resembling shattered porcelain, his life force so faint it was nearly imperceptible. His eyes brimmed with boundless gratitude, profound admiration, and deep concern.
Quick! Quick! Medical team! Do whatever it takes. Save Commander Lin. However, the crisis was far from over. Roar! At the very instant the rule singularity obliterated.
Those three SS-class peak bug sea monsters, once terrifying and arrogant beyond compare, simultaneously let out a roar filled with agony and bewilderment.
Their colossal bodies convulsed violently.
Streams of ink-black bug energy, like tattoos forcibly stripped from their skin, seeped from their surfaces before swiftly dissipating into the air.
The bug-infected kraken.
Its rule-based materialization-dematerialization bug, which granted immunity to most physical and energy attacks, deflated like a punctured balloon, swiftly losing its effect. Its immense form solidified completely from its semi-transparent state, revealing a hideous, bloated flesh form covered in vicious barbs and repulsive slime.
Now! Fire!
A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Genoa's eyes as he issued the command decisively.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Dozens of secondary cannons on both sides of the Kunlun, long thirsty for action, along with the dragon's might main cannon at the bow, radiating an aura of destruction,
simultaneously erupted in deafening roars.
Countless thick beams of energy, like the scythe of death itself, slammed into the kraken, stripped of its bug-enhanced defenses.
Splatter! 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 Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Tentacles snapped.
The kraken let out a piercing, agonized howl. Its colossal body was pounded like a rag doll by countless battering rams, riddled with holes. Green blood poured forth like a torrential downpour. A single volley. This once unbeatable SS-tier peak bug sea monster lay on the brink of death.
On the other side, the beautified Leviathan.
Its rule-based logical chaos bug, capable of scrambling enemies' mental logic, now fluttered like a kite with its string cut, its power plummeting. The sonic waves emitted from its gaping maw no longer carried the mind-warping demonic resonance. Instead, they resembled the impotent rage of a terrified giant dolphin. Though it still possessed S-class physical destructive power, it no longer posed a lethal threat to a war fortress of the Kunlun's caliber.
Monstrous beast! Come and meet your end!
Long Zhan roared through gritted teeth, suppressing his injuries. The dragon-slaying spear in his hand erupted with a brilliant crimson glow. His entire body shot skyward like a cannonball leaving the barrel.
Breaking army dragon spear. Sky-splitting style.
He'd been bottling up his rage for far too long. He'd been beaten down by this beast for far too long. Now, the moment for counterattack had finally arrived. Whoosh! A crimson spear beam tore through the heavens, carrying boundless fury and murderous intent.
Slammed into Leviathan's massive, vacant eye now dulled by the loss of its bug-powered energy. Pop! The eyeball exploded. Leviathan let out an earth-shattering howl of agony. Its colossal body thrashed wildly across the sea surface, stirring up towering waves. But its life force was rapidly fading.
As for that most bizarre, most troublesome unknown hybrid bug sea monster, after losing the support of the rule singularity bug energy, Its prideful rule-based skill theft and distortion bug had completely malfunctioned. It flailed its hideous, dismembered body in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why it could no longer replicate its foe's formidable abilities. You beast. Your time is up. Several elite members of the Dragon Fong Special Forces and the Breaking Army Special Forces. Though each bore wounds, they now surged with battle fervor as if pumped full of adrenaline. Their coordination was flawless as they unleashed a torrent of powerful psychic abilities and combat techniques, pouring them relentlessly onto the hybrid sea monster stripped of its bug-enhanced capabilities. Freeze. Lightning strike. Flames. Slash. Boom. Bang. Bang. The hybrid sea monster couldn't even mount a proper defense. It was shattered into pieces, reduced to a sky filled with flesh fragments. The battle unfolded as a one-sided, crushing rout. Though stripped of its bug-like abilities, the Singularity Guardian still possessed an S-rank physique nearing the threshold of SS rank. But facing the fully armed and enraged fleet of the Chinese nation, they were nothing but lambs led to the slaughter. In less than 10 minutes, the three terrifying bug sea monsters that had once left the entire combined fleet helpless and inflicted heavy casualties were utterly annihilated. Not a single intact bone remained. We won? We won. On the bridge of the Kunlun and among the surviving soldiers of the Chinese nation from the previous battle. After a brief silence, deafening cheers erupted. The ecstasy of having survived the ordeal filled every heart. Bermuda. This devil's triangle that had plagued humanity for centuries, transformed into a death zone after the system descended. Its core source of contamination had finally been eradicated. Zhao Zhenhua watched the screen, where the sea gradually calmed, and even faint sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling onto the water's surface. The thrill in his heart was beyond words. He abruptly turned and strode purposefully toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained in a deep coma at that moment. His breathing, though faint, had grown significantly steadier. The gruesome, terrifying cracks covering his body began to slowly heal under the influence of some mysterious force. Clearly, the three core fragments were spontaneously repairing his body. Lin Feng. Zhao Zhenhua reached out, intending to pat Lin Feng's shoulder, but paused mid-air. He feared disturbing this young man who had achieved an extraordinary feat for Huagua and for all of humanity. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. At that moment, a technical officer monitoring environmental parameters suddenly let out a cry filled with utter shock and disbelief. Rule Singularity. Beneath the location where the Rule Singularity vanished. Detected in an extremely massive, super-ancient underwater ruin. Chapter 85, The Submerged City of Atlantis. An underwater ruin? Zhao Zhenhua's pupils contracted sharply. He strode over to the technical officer, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Where the Rule Singularity had vanished, the once empty deep sea region now held. A vast expanse had materialized out of thin air. No! Not a patch. It was a city. A colossal structure beyond imagination, standing silently upon the pitch-black ocean floor. A magnificent colossal city. Its entire structure was composed of an unknown, eerie blue crystal. Even under the terrifying pressure of 10,000 meters of ocean depth, it still shimmered with a dreamlike glow. Its walls soared skyward, stretching endlessly into the clouds. Countless structures, each uniquely shaped yet radiating an indescribable geometric beauty, stand densely packed. Though devoid of any signs of life, it radiates an ancient, primordial aura and an otherworldly presence that transcends the understanding of our era. As if it did not belong to this era. Indeed, it seemed not of this world at all. Atlantis? An elderly Chinese professor specializing in ancient mythology and extraordinary history stared at the screen depicting the dreamlike colossal city, his voice breaking in astonishment. His eyes brimmed with fervor and utter disbelief. Could this be the legendary prehistoric civilization that sank beneath the sea Atlantis? The moment those words left his lips, the entire bridge of the Kunlun once again fell into dead silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by the unimaginable scene before them. If the Rule Singularity had brought them fear and despair, then this sudden appearance of the divine city beneath the sea brought them endless mystery and longing. At that very moment, ugh! A faint moan escaped Lin Feng's lips. His eyelashes, fluttering like butterfly wings, slowly opened. Those eyes, once dull and lifeless from mental exhaustion, now shone like two stars reignited, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The power of the three core fragments was truly formidable. Even with Lin Feng's severe injuries and fading consciousness. In this brief moment, it was enough to pull him back from the brink of death. Moreover, due to his life or death struggle with the Rule Singularity, Lin Feng sensed that his spiritual power, after being shattered and reborn, had begun to show a faint. Refined? What is this? Lin Feng shook his still dazed head, his vision gradually coming into focus. Then, he saw the awe-inspiring undersea megacity on the screen. And the expressions on the faces of everyone in the bridge, as if they'd seen a ghost. What happened? His voice, though still hoarse, was full of vigor. It sounded nothing like someone who had just crawled back from the brink of death. Lin Feng. You're awake. Zhao Zhenhua, both shocked and overjoyed, rushed forward to steady him.
Thank goodness. How do you feel? Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling he was fine. His gaze was already completely captivated by the colossal undersea city on the screen. The eye of correction activated automatically. Golden divine light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, a torrent of information about the undersea megacity surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Material, unknown ultra-dense energy crystal, containing faint spatial law energies. Age, cannot be accurately determined, far exceeding the known history of Earth's civilizations. Energy fluctuations, extremely restrained, yet an exceptionally potent law seal exists within the core region. Danger level, unknown. However, numerous law traps and energy disruptions exist in the outer perimeter of the ruins. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. This undersea ruin was far more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. At that very moment, the dragon vein heart within his dantian. The world tree root and eye of Horus within his sea of consciousness. These three core fragments, as if responding to some mysterious summons, simultaneously erupted with dazzling, blinding light. A distinct yet faintly anxious ripple of the rules. Like a whisper traversing the ages. Suddenly resounding deep within his soul. That fluctuation was entirely different from the three core fragments he possessed. Yet it carried an intimate resonance, as if sharing the same origin and bloodline. It was it. The fourth core fragment. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He could feel it clearly. The source of that whisper lay within the depths of that colossal undersea city. But that fluctuation was far too faint. Like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Moreover, enveloping it was a suffocatingly powerful layer filled with chaos and ominous aura. Rule seal. The power of that seal was even more terrifying than that previous rule singularity. It seemed to be some even more ancient, more primordial error. The fourth fragment, it's actually here. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. After searching high and low in vain, it came to me without any effort. He never dreamed that the fourth core fragment he'd been searching for so long would appear before him in this way. Looks like this trip to Bermuda wasn't for nothing. A confident smile curved at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. At that very moment, with the complete annihilation of the rule singularity, the entire Bermuda Triangle region, the chaotic, twisted, and disordered force field of rules, was smoothed out as if by an invisible hand, began to gradually return to normal at a slow yet resolute pace. The sky no longer bore that ominous, sinister gloom. The sea no longer raged with savage fury. Even the nauseating stench of sulfur and blood in the air began to dissipate. Sunlight finally pierced through the thick clouds. It spilled onto the scarred yet still majestic deck of the Kunlun. And it shone upon Lin Feng's young, resolute face. Filled with hope. And filled with new challenges. Report. Multiple nations, including White Eagle, the European Union, and Sakura Nation, are sending urgent communication requests to us via military satellites and long-range unmanned probes. They seem to have discovered this undersea relic too. A communications officer reported with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Zhao Genoa's brows instantly furrowed. Just as expected. These bastards have noses sharper than dogs. Trouble was coming. Lin Feng, however, let a cold smile curve his lips. Want a piece of the pie? Depends if they have the stomach for it. Chapter 86, International Divvying Up? China's Absolute Dominance. On the bridge of the Kunlun, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Communication requests poured in from nations around the world like snowflakes. Zhao Genoa's expression grew grave as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint, cold smile, his gaze calm and unruffled. Connect them. I'll see what they have to say. Soon, holographic projections materialized one after another at the center of the bridge. White Eagle Nation, the European Union, Sakura. The representatives of nations that had narrowly escaped disaster at the edge of the Bermuda Triangle, or had never dared to venture deep into it, each wore expressions of complex emotion. Fear mingled with greed, and a lingering sense of resentment. General Lin. Director Zhao. The newly appointed temporary liaison officer for White Eagle Nation, a middle-aged Caucasian man named Johnson, spoke first. He forced himself to remain composed, though his voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. First, congratulations to Huagua on successfully eliminating the source of contamination in Bermuda. This is not only a victory for Huagua, but a triumph for all humanity. A string of pompous platitudes. Lin Feng didn't even lift an eyelid. Johnson cleared his throat, finally revealing his true intentions. Regarding that newly emerged undersea relic. According to international conventions and the original intent of this joint operation, I believe the exploration rights and all discoveries should be shared equally among all participating nations. The White Eagle Nation is prepared to provide our most advanced deep-sea exploration technology and a team of archaeological experts to assist in the exploration. The moment these words were spoken, representatives from the European Union, the Northern Bear, and other nations quickly echoed his sentiment. Absolutely. Mr. Johnson is correct. This is humanity's shared heritage.
We, the Northern Bear Nation, are also prepared to deploy our most elite special forces to ensure the safety of the expedition."
In an instant, the crowd was swept up in fervor. It seemed as though that undersea relic was already theirs for the taking. Zhao Genoa's face turned ashen with rage. These bastards. When Huagwei was fighting tooth and nail, they all ran faster than rabbits. Now that the danger has passed and the rewards appear, they want a piece of the pie? Have they no shame? Gentlemen.
Lin Feng finally spoke. His voice was quiet, yet it cut through the air like a 1,000-year-old glacier, instantly silencing the clamorous bridge. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze like two invisible blades, sweeping across every holographic projection.
I have only one question. Who eliminated the rule singularity? Who deserves credit for saving this sea? And whose responsibility is it for the fleets of nations slaughtered by the Singularity Guardians? 3 questions in succession. Each word cut like a knife. Johnson and the others' expressions instantly turned grim. General Lin, you can't put it that way.
A representative from a minor European Union nation attempted to interject. He was an extraordinary individual who had awakened the A-rank talent sound wave amplification, possessing a booming voice. We are also part of the United Fleet. Though our losses were heavy, but... Shut up. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with icy coldness as a terrifying, peak S-rank aura erupted like a tangible tsunami.
Put. The EU representative didn't even have time to scream. His holographic projection instantly warped violently before exploding with a thunderous bang. Thousands of kilometers away, within a secret EU base. The representative himself, eyes wide with terror, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. The sonic energy core within his body felt as though it had been violently crushed by an invisible giant hand. His entire body went limp as if drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground. Instant death. Cause of death, Grade A talent sound wave enhancement bug-induced backlash overloaded sonic blast internal circulation. 1 strike. Through a communications signal spanning thousands of kilometers. Instantly killed a peak A-class extraordinary being. And killed by a bug backlash from his own ability. What terrifying power is this? What an utterly bizarre method. The entire bridge fell deathly silent. The holographic projections of all foreign representatives froze like ducks with their necks wrenched, utterly speechless. Their gazes fixed on Lin Feng were filled with unprecedented terror and dread. This young general of Huagwa. He was nothing short of a walking, humanoid beast of terror. A god demon incarnate, a bug-level anomaly. Does anyone else have any objections?
Lin Feng asked calmly, his tone as composed as if he had merely crushed an ant moments ago. Johnson's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his back already soaked through. He had no doubt that if he dared utter another word of nonsense, his fate would be 100 times more miserable than that of the unfortunate UEFA representative. No, nothing else. General Lin is absolutely correct. China deserves the lion's share of credit for this operation. The exploration of the undersea ruins should rightfully be led by China. Johnson's voice, driven to shrillness by sheer terror, rang out. Representatives from other nations nodded frantically like chicks pecking at grain. Are you kidding me? Our lives matter more. What international conventions? What shared heritage? In the face of absolute power, it's all bull. A satisfied curve lifted at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. This one is teachable. Very good. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the colossal undersea city still glowing with a faint blue light on the screen. This ruin shall be provisionally named Atlantis. The exploration rights to its core area, along with all primary resources, shall belong to China. Other nations may participate if they wish. They may conduct auxiliary scientific research in the peripheral zones or provide corresponding technical support and material supplies. In return, China may share a portion of non-core exploration data and materials at its discretion. Of course, the prerequisite is... Lin Feng's gaze turned icy and piercing once more. Don't try any tricks. Otherwise, I won't mind adding a few more souls to the Bermuda Triangle's list of victims. A blatant threat. Unabashedly domineering. Yet not a single foreign representative present dared utter a word. They could only nod submissively in agreement. Understood. Understood. We will follow General Lin's arrangements in everything. We will fully cooperate with China's actions. What could have been an international dispute over the spoils of war, under Lin Feng's forceful leadership, into a one-sided show by China? What could they do? Who could resist China's overwhelming might? And who can blame them when Lin Feng this game-breaking force is Chinese? Very good. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand to cut the communication. He turned to Zhao Genoa, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Old Zhao, get ready. We're going to explore this underwater city. I have a feeling there's something valuable inside. Especially the whisper of that 4th core fragment. Zhao Genoa perked up instantly. All right. I'll make arrangements immediately. Dragon Fang Special Forces. Breaking Army Special Forces. All S rank and above personnel. Follow me. Target. Atlantis Core Zone.
Chapter 87, Exploring the Submarine Ruins. Let's go! Lin Feng gave the order. 3 Candle Dragon-class deep-sea submersibles, crafted with China's latest technology, glided like 3 agile deep-sea dragons. Silently and stealthily, they submerged into the deep blue colossal city of Atlantis. Inside the submersible, Lin Feng sat composed at the center, his expression serene. Long Zhan, Zhao Zhenhua, and over a dozen S-class elites from Dragon's Fang and Breaking Army stood solemnly on either side. Several white-haired yet sharp-eyed top Huagua archaeologists and ancient civilization experts stared wide-eyed, fixated on the view beyond the portholes. Good heavens! This is nothing short of a miracle. An elderly professor surnamed Li's voice trembled, his face flushed crimson. These building materials. This architectural style. It completely surpasses our understanding of any known ancient civilization. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Academician Wang, a specialist in energy studies, pointed toward a towering spire in the distance, constantly emitting faint energy fluctuations. That tower. Its energy circulation pattern seems unlike any energy system we currently know. If we could unlock its secrets, China's energy technology would undoubtedly reach a whole new level. The experts were like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden, so excited they could barely form coherent sentences. Lin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. The eye of correction had already scanned the city's basic structure with crystal clarity. Indeed. This Atlantis ruin was a veritable treasure trove of super-ancient technology. Whether it was the building materials, the energy systems, or the faintly discernible defensive mechanisms, everything brimmed with astonishing ingenuity. But also, it's riddled with bugs. Alert! High-intensity energy barrier detected ahead. The submersible's main AI suddenly sounded a frantic alarm. A shimmering blue energy screen stretched across the path ahead, like a colossal jellyfish blocking our way. Upon the barrier, countless intricate and esoteric runes flickered erratically, emanating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. This is one of Atlantis' city defense systems. Professor Li's expression darkened. According to the fragmentary data we've decrypted, this shadow energy barrier can withstand the full power strike of an S-class peak-tier powerhouse. We probably can't get through. The other experts also wore worried expressions. Long Zhan and the others gripped their weapons tighter, their expressions grave. Lin Feng, however, smiled. S-class peak? In my view, it's full of holes. He extended a finger and tapped the air. The eye of correction erupted with golden light. In an instant, it pierced the energy core of that shadow energy barrier. Energy nodes misaligned, rune sequences redundant, core logic contains at least 17 critical bugs. Repair difficulty, E level. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. A minuscule golden speck vanished into the shadow energy barrier. The next second. Buzz. That once impenetrable, destruction-radiating shadow energy barrier popped like a punctured balloon, flickering violently several times. Then, with a pop, silently, it vanished. As if it had never existed at all. This is resolved? Professor Li, Academician Wang, and the others nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. That was a defensive barrier capable of withstanding attacks from the peak of S-class. And it just vanished so casually? Long Zhan and Zhao Zhenhua exchanged glances, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes and a sense of resignation. What can you do? Their own Lin Major General was just that unreasonable. Continue forward. Lin Feng said indifferently, as if he had just done something utterly insignificant. The 3 Candle Dragon-class deep-sea submersibles continued their journey toward the core area of the ruins. Along the way, a bewildering array of ancient traps and mechanisms emerged one after another. Things like annihilation beams, spatial cleavers, mental labyrinths. Each one, taken individually, was enough to make even an S-rank powerhouse's scalp tingle. But under Lin Feng's eye of correction, all the traps and mechanisms lay exposed like a naked beauty, holding no secrets. Their internal bugs and vulnerabilities were laid bare for Lin Feng to see. Then, he casually fixed them. Effortlessly dismantled them. Those ancient technological marvels, deemed incredibly complex and dangerously intricate by experts. Before Lin Feng, they crumbled as easily as paper. Too powerful. General Lin's grasp of the rules is beyond comprehension. This transcends technology, it's a miracle. The power of the gods. The experts' reaction shifted from initial shock to numbness, and now to fervent worship. Their gaze upon Lin Feng was as if beholding a deity walking among mortals. Finally, after consecutively breaching dozens of bug-ridden defense mechanisms, 3 deep-sea submersibles reached the core area of the Atlantis ruins. A colossal structure, resembling an inverted pyramid, loomed before them. This was the source of the whisper, the 4th core fragment that Lin Feng had sensed. And also the central control room. This is the place. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened as he stepped out of the submersible first. The others followed closely behind. Inside the central control room, the space was incredibly vast. Control panels flickering with eerie light and strange instruments of unknown purpose were scattered throughout the room. And right in the center of the control room,
12 humanoid automatons, each over 10 meters tall and crafted entirely from a mysterious dark gold metal, stood silently. Their forms were fierce and menacing, radiating raw power. Their bodies were engraved with profoundly enigmatic energy patterns. Though dormant, they radiated a terrifying, heart-stopping aura of dread. These are Atlantis' war sequence guardian puppets? Professor Lee gasped again, his breathing becoming ragged. Legend says each guardian puppet possesses combat prowess rivaling that of an SS-class extraordinary being. Moreover, they can autonomously combine based on battlefield conditions to unleash even greater power. 12. There are a full 12 intact guardian puppets here. SS-grade potential? Long Zhan, Zhao Zhenhua, and the others sucked in sharp breaths upon hearing this. If they could get their hands on these 12 guardian puppets, China's top combat strength would absolutely surge dramatically in an instant. Quick! Academician Wang. Try activating them. Zhao Zhenhua exclaimed excitedly. Academician Wang hurriedly led several assistants to a control console covered in strange symbols. His hands fluttered like butterflies as he began operating the controls at lightning speed. However, 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. The 12 guardian puppets remained utterly motionless. Like a pile of scrap metal. This won't do, Director Zhao. Academician Wang said, drenched in sweat and looking utterly helpless. The startup procedures and control sequences for these puppets are just too complex. Moreover, it seems there's some kind of highest level authorization lock we can't comprehend. Unless we crack that authorization lock, there's no way to activate them. Access lock? Zhao Zhenhua frowned deeply. Just then, Lin Feng walked over at a leisurely pace. He merely gave a casual glance at the intricate control console and the 12 imposing guardian puppets. The eye of correction. A flash of golden light. In an instant, the activation protocols and control sequences of the guardian puppets as incomprehensible as ancient scriptures. And that so-called highest-level authorization lock. Revealed before its gaze, leaving no secrets hidden. Highest-level access code, Atlantis Eternal, comprising 72,832 verification protocols? It's quite well designed. Lin Feng nodded. Then, a playful curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Too bad, though. Years of bug contamination from the rule singularity, coupled with certain inherent design flaws. This so-called highest-level lock has developed a fatal bug. Lin Feng extended a finger and tapped lightly on an inconspicuous rune on the console. For instance, the verification logic here due to data overflow has shifted its validation criteria from requiring the correct password to accepting any input character. In other words, Lin Feng's smile grew even brighter. An ancient golem with SS-grade potential has such a basic bug in its activation program? This is practically free. Chapter 88 SS Class Enforcer? A free handout. Any character will suffice for access. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the empty central control room, clear and calm. He extended a finger and casually tapped the control panel covered in strange runes. As if merely brushing away a speck of insignificant dust. Hum. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the 12 dark gold guardian puppets. As if colossal beasts, slumbering for eons, had been roused from their sleep. The next instant. Swish. 12 pairs of blue electronic eyes lit up simultaneously. Like 2 rows of ghostly flames suspended over an abyss, they were cold, merciless, and radiated an aura of utter destruction. A terrifying, suffocating pressure swept through the entire control hall like a tangible tsunami. The terrifying aura of SS-class potential was unleashed without restraint. Thud. Academician Wang's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed onto the cold metal floor. The precision instruments in his hands scattered clattering across the floor, yet he remained utterly oblivious. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the massive metal beasts slowly raising their heads. His lips trembled, yet no sound emerged. Professor Lee's specialized recording panel clattered to the floor, its lens shattering upon impact. He seemed frozen in place, his expression frozen in utter shock and disbelief. Even battle-hardened S-rank powerhouses like Long Zhan and Shirshan felt their hearts skip a beat. That aura of power was overwhelming. So overwhelming it made them feel as insignificant as ants gazing up at a dragon. Highest authority transferred. Lin Feng's voice rang out once more, as calm and detached as ever. It was as if what he had just done was not seizing control of 12 SS-grade war machines, but merely casually playing with a toy found by the roadside. Boom! A deafening clang of metal echoed. The 12 guardian puppets, each towering over 10 meters, moved in perfect unison, like machines calibrated with the utmost precision. They simultaneously took a step forward, then dropped to one knee. The hard metal knees struck the ground with a dull thud, causing the entire control hall to tremble. Their monstrous, haughty metal heads bowed low. In the most humble posture, they submitted to the young, newly appointed master. It worked. Zhao Zhenhua swallowed hard, his voice dry. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Feng could no longer be described as mere astonishment. It was reverence bordering on worshipping a deity. Lin Feng nodded slightly. These puppets shall henceforth be known as the Huaxia Guardian Type 1. Their energy cores seemed connected to this ruin's power hub, allowing them to recharge autonomously.
As long as this ruin remains intact, their energy supply is virtually limitless. Nearly infinite energy. SS class combat potential. 12 units. Zhao Zhenhua felt his heart pounding wildly. He could already envision the immense strategic advantage these 12 Huaxia Guardian Type 1 units would bring to Huaxia in the days to come. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Zhao Zhenhua rubbed his hands together in excitement. Lin Feng, with these guardians and the inherent defense systems of this ancient site itself, we can establish China's most covert and secure overseas facility here. An extraordinary research base and strategic resource reserve center. Lin Feng had no objections. This Atlantis ruin was a colossal treasure trove in itself. The super-ancient technology it contained, whether in energy systems, materials science, or spatial technology, far surpassed Earth's current capabilities. If we could thoroughly research and master it, the boost to China's overall strength would be immeasurable.
Old Zhao, you handle these arrangements. Lin Feng stated. What interests me more is how much this ruin, or rather, the Atlantis civilization that created it, understands about systems. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the control hall, where rows of crystal columns resembling data storage units emitted faint, flickering light. Professor Li and the others immediately understood. Right. Why did such a powerful super-ancient civilization suddenly vanish? What connection did they have with that system that descended upon Earth, bringing bugs and the extraordinary? This, perhaps, was the greatest secret of this ruin. Quick, go take a look. A group of archaeologists and historians, energized as if on a sugar high, rushed toward the crystal pillars. Specialized decryption and reading equipment was swiftly deployed. Time ticked away, second by second, as one crystal pillar after another was successfully activated and read. Fragmented, incomplete yet mind-bending snippets of information began to manifest before them. The voice of the stars descends once more. The world, its rules, warped. Errors are spreading. We attempted to decipher the essence of the voice of the stars. It appears to be a higher dimensional rule compiler. The error is not uncontrollable. Certain errors can even be utilized, becoming a ladder for evolution. Beware, the ultimate purpose of the voice of the stars. It seeks, or rather, awakens, the primordial dreams slumbering within the planet's core. Reading this, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Voice of the stars. Rule compiler. Error. The primordial dream. Each of these terms brimmed with mystery and the unknown. Yet, fatally, they all seemed to point toward a common core. That entity modern humans called a system. The primordial dream. Lin Feng murmured the phrase under his breath. His intuition told him these 4 words held immense significance. They might even be intrinsically linked to the true reason behind the system's arrival. Gaia consciousness. A young female doctoral candidate specializing in mythological semiotics suddenly spoke softly. In many ancient legends, the Earth itself is regarded as a sentient being with self-awareness, known as Gaia. Could the so-called first dream refer to Earth's Gaia consciousness? This conjecture was bold, yet it seemed plausible. If the system was indeed awakening Earth's Gaia consciousness, what could its purpose be? The group fell into deep contemplation. The fragmented information left by the Atlantis civilization opened a new door for them to glimpse the true nature of the system. It seems our understanding of the system is still far from sufficient. Lin Feng's gaze grew profound. This trip to Bermuda had yielded tremendous results. Not only had they eliminated the first source of contamination and obtained 12 SS-tier potential guardian puppets, but they had also unexpectedly discovered this Atlantis ruin and astonishing clues about the system. China's strength had been greatly enhanced as a result. However, just as everyone was still immersed in the immense gains and the exploration of the unknown, buzz. The dragon vein heart within Lin Feng's dantian suddenly began to violently tremble without warning. A powerful, ominous, and chaotic fluctuation of rules pierced his senses like needles. Lin Feng's expression abruptly changed. This sensation. It was the second source of contamination. It had appeared. Moreover, the intensity and strangeness of its fluctuations seemed to surpass even the rule singularity in Bermuda. What's wrong, Lin Feng? Zhao Zhenhua was the first to notice Lin Feng's unusual state. Lin Feng remained silent, only abruptly lifting his head. His gaze pierced through 10,000 meters of ocean depths and thick layers of earth, fixed on some distant point. South America. The Amazon rainforest. Heart of the mist. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word, his voice cold and utterly devoid of emotion. Chapter 89, The Second Pollution Source. Zhao Zhenhua's face turned pale. A second source of contamination? He nearly cried out in shock. The Bermuda crisis had only just been resolved, and Huagua hadn't even had time to celebrate this unprecedented, monumental victory. A new catastrophe had descended without warning? Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. The dragon vein heart within his dantian and the world tree root in his sea of consciousness were resonating wildly. The chaotic fluctuations of law emanating from the distant continent were etched into his perception with bone-piercing clarity, like maggots burrowing into flesh.
Fury. Savage. Brimming with primal, bloodthirsty, frenzied vitality.
Completely different from the cold, flawed, tech-oriented bug of the Bermuda Rule singularity. This was a chaos, more ancient, more primordial, more incomprehensible.
Yes.
Lin Foam opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in his gaze.
And it's far more troublesome than the Bermuda Rule singularity.
The moment these words left his lips, the joyful atmosphere in the control room just moments earlier buoyed by the subjugation of the 12 guardian puppets vanished instantly, replaced instead by a bone-chilling cold and a heavy, oppressive weight. Several hours later. China, capital city, Supreme Command Center.
The atmosphere was as heavy as iron.
Senior Leader Long, the First Leader, and other top-level leaders of Huagua were all present. On the holographic projection screen stood the young yet resolute face of Lin Foam.
The situation is essentially confirmed.
Lin Foam stated in a deep voice.
The second source of contamination is located in South America, within the core region of the Amazon rainforest.
The local indigenous tribes refer to this forbidden land as the Heart of the Mist.
Its rule fluctuation characteristics are entirely different from the Bermuda Rule singularity.
Preliminary judgment suggests it leans toward the mutation and runaway of life rules.
The distortion and rampant deviation of life's fundamental rules? Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath.
If it were a technological glitch, they could still leverage their existing knowledge systems to understand it and find loopholes.
But a rule bug involving the very essence of life?
That was unheard of, utterly unpredictable. Following the Bermuda incident, the global disruption of rules has been mitigated to a certain extent. A general overseeing global situation monitoring reported. Every nation thought they could finally breathe easier, but then, little did they know, one crisis barely subsided before another erupted. And it came so swiftly, so ferociously.
What are other nations' responses? General Long asked in a deep voice. The general gave a bitter laugh. What else could they do?
After we resolved the Bermuda crisis, those White Eagle bastards immediately sent people over, trying to pry core data on the rule singularity and the Atlantis ruins from us.
We flatly refused.
Currently, they can only vaguely infer the potential emergence of a second contamination source globally through the processed Bermuda Rule fluctuation data models we've shared with them. As for its exact location, specific intensity, or detailed characteristics, they're completely in the dark.
The EU is in even worse shape. Their elite fleet was nearly annihilated in the Bermuda conflict. They're barely holding their own now. How could they possibly spare resources for anything else?
As for the Northern Bear, they'd like to help, but their technological capabilities simply can't keep up.
The implication was clear. Faced with this global systemic catastrophe, the only power capable of shouldering the burden and resolving the crisis is China. Only Lin Foam. All eyes turned to Lin Foam. Lin Foam, what are your plans?
The top leader inquired, his tone brimming with trust and expectation.
Lin Feng's gaze was unwavering. It's my duty. I will personally lead the team to the Amazon's Heart of the Mist. We must eliminate it before it erupts completely and causes even greater devastation.
Good.
Old Dragon slammed his fist on the table. Whatever support you need, just ask. Manpower. Equipment. Supplies. Whatever it takes, we'll provide it. This time, our nation will once again lead the world. All I need is the Dragon's Fall Special Forces and a few experts knowledgeable about primeval jungles and ancient totem cultures.
Lin Foam stated.
The Amazon rainforest is complex terrain. Too many people would only get in the way. As for other nations,
a cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Let them handle peripheral tasks, gather intelligence, and cheer from the sidelines.
The core area? That's not something they can meddle in. Dominance. Confidence. This is Lin Foam today. This is Huagua today. One day later. South America, on the outskirts of the Amazon rainforest, at a secret forward base. Several large Kunpeng transport aircraft bearing the emblem of Huagua touched down smoothly.
Lin Foam, clad in military fatigues, descended the boarding ramp first. Core members of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces Longzhan, Shirshan, Linghu, Laihua, and others followed closely behind, each radiating a fierce aura, their gazes sharp as blades. Several gray-haired yet vigorous experts and scholars, carrying various precision instruments, kept pace with them.
In the distance, observers dispatched by White Eagle Nation, the European Union, and other nations watched the Huagua contingent from afar, their expressions complex.
Envy, jealousy, and resentment mingled with helpless resignation.
Once upon a time, they were the ones who set the world's rules, the ones who led global operations.
Now, they could only watch from the sidelines, denied even the privilege of approaching the core area.
General Lin,
a Chinese major general in charge of South American intelligence, briskly approached, executing a crisp military salute. The latest intelligence on Heart of the Mist has been compiled.
The magnetic field in that area is extremely chaotic. All modern detection equipment malfunctions the moment it approaches.
Furthermore, based on the blurred footage captured by our peripheral drones and accounts from explorers who narrowly escaped, the Major General swallowed hard, a flicker of dread crossing his eyes. The flora and fauna there seem to have undergone some degree of mutation. Their bodies have grown abnormally massive, they're extremely aggressive, and they seem to possess some utterly inexplicable abilities. Even more bizarrely, there appears to be a primitive tribe living in complete isolation there. They worship some ancient totem and exhibit extremely xenophobic and brutal behavior. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at the report.
Animal and plant mutations? Primitive tribes? Ancient totems? Interesting. Let's go.
Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment, waving his hand decisively.
Our target, that heart of the mist.
I'll see what kind of surprise this Amazon rainforest glitch has in store for me.
Chapter 90, Life Extraction, the Eerie Primitive Tribe. The Amazon rainforest. The true heart of the mist. Damp, stifling, and brimming with a primal, savage aura. Towering giants blocked out the sky, sunlight struggling to pierce the dense canopy. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of humus, soft and spongy underfoot. Occasionally, unidentified venomous insects and ferocious beasts flashed through the undergrowth. Stay alert. Long Zhan, wielding his specially forged alloy battle blade, led the way at the front of the group, his voice deep and commanding. The air here is toxic. A biochemical expert accompanying the team stared at the constantly beeping detector in his hands, his expression grave. Not chemical toxins, some kind of biological rule contamination. Prolonged exposure will cause accelerated cell apoptosis.
Hiss. At these words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Truly the heart of the contamination source.
Even the air carries a deadly bug. Correction, I activate.
Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as golden divine light swirled within his eyes.
In an instant,
the invisible, worm-like biological rule pollution in the air became utterly exposed to his gaze.
Minor issue.
Lin Feng snapped his fingers. An invisible wave of rules radiated outward from him, spreading abruptly.
Wherever it passed, those biological rule contaminants vanished as if encountering their nemesis.
Everyone felt their breath ease as the suffocating oppression vanished instantly.
So powerful. The biochemical expert stared in disbelief.
The specialized protective suits they'd poured countless efforts into developing were barely holding up here.
And General Lin resolved it in the blink of an eye? Is this the power of an S-rank peak-tier warrior? No. This likely transcends the realm of peak S-rank. This is direct mastery over the rules themselves. Stay close to me.
Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he continued deeper into the rainforest.
Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the dense forest ahead. Then,
a creature the size of a heavy-duty truck, covered in dark green scales, spewing foul-smelling toxic mist from its mouth.
A giant lizard burst out of the thicket. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Feng and his companions, filled with a bloodthirsty madness. SS-tier initial energy fluctuations.
Shirshan roared, and the mountain-splitting axe in his hand instantly burst into blazing flames.
Monstrous beast. You seek death.
He was about to charge forward.
Wait.
Lin Feng reached out to stop him. The error detection eye had already locked onto the giant lizard. Genetic chain mutation bug, epidermal keratinization hyperplasia bug, neurotoxin secretion gland dysplasia bug. A cascade of bug data flashed through Lin Feng's mind.
This colossal lizard had once been an ordinary Amazon rainforest giant lizard, possessing no more than B-rank strength.
But under the influence of the contamination source, the various bugs within its body had been amplified infinitely, transforming it into this terrifying form.
Interesting.
Lin Feng's lips curved upward.
Let me see what makes this life rule bug different. His figure flickered, appearing above the giant lizard's head as if teleporting.
The colossal lizard reacted with blinding speed, its massive tail lashing out like a steel whip, carrying a force of 10,000 Jun as it swept across. The air itself screeched with a piercing roar. Lin Feng neither dodged nor retreated, merely extending a single finger. Just as the bug-ridden tail was about to strike his body, he touched a single scale on the massive tail. Buzz! A peculiar wave of rules surged from his fingertip, instantly coursing through the giant lizard's body.
Genetic chain mutation bug, repaired.
Epidermal keratinization hyperplasia bug, fixed. Neurotoxin secretion gland dysplasia bug, fixed. A series of bugs were forcibly corrected under Lin Feng's terrifying error correction ability.
The next second, an unbelievable scene unfolded. That once ferocious, colossal SS-grade giant lizard
began to shrink at a visible speed.
Shrinking. Its hard, dark green scales peeled away like receding tide.
The venomous mist spewing from its jaws vanished without a trace.
Within mere seconds,
that terrifying SS-tier monster had transformed back into a palm-sized creature, trembling in fear.
Ordinary little lizard?
Clatter. The little lizard fell from midair to the ground, looked around in confusion, then darted swiftly into the grass and vanished.
Silence. Dead silence. Long Zhan, Shirshan, Ling Hu, Lai Hua.
Every member of the Dragon Fang Special Forces stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. The accompanying experts and scholars rubbed their eyes, doubting whether they were seeing things.
One finger. Just one finger. An SS-tier beginner-level bugged monster, just like that, reverted to its original form? What kind of divine power is this? G. General Lin.
A young biologist stammered out the words.
What are you doing? Nothing.
Lin Feng said indifferently, as if he had merely done something trivial.
Just cured the illness afflicting it. Cure its illness? The crowd's mouths twitched. You call that curing an illness? This is clearly a dimension-lowering strike.
It seems that fixing bugs in the rules of life isn't too difficult once you locate the source of the problem and repair it. Lin Feng thought to himself. But the moment this thought arose.
Woo woo woo. A desolate and eerie horn blast suddenly echoed from the depths of the rainforest. Immediately after. Rumble. Rumble. The earth began to violently tremble. Countless bizarre, mutated plants and animals, radiating powerful auras, surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions. Giant carnivorous plants as massive as mountains. Mutant vines covered in barbed spikes that could shoot venom. Even bizarre creatures with insect wings yet mammalian features appeared. Their numbers ran into the tens of thousands. They covered the sky and the earth. They completely surrounded Lin Feng and his companions. And behind these bug-like creatures, a group of short, dark-skinned primitive tribesmen, their faces painted with eerie war paint, slowly emerged, wielding bone spears and blowpipes. Their eyes burned with savagery and madness. Amidst their throng, a tribal priest emerged, crowned with feathers and bearing an ancient totem pole crowned with a massive green gemstone. That totem pole radiated an eerie, heart-stopping aura brimming with primal vitality. Invaders! The tribal priest let out a beast-like growl, his voice hoarse and piercing. He raised the totem pole high above his head. Buzz! The emerald gem at the pillar's apex erupted in blinding radiance. An invisible force, brimming with the laws of life, instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Roar! Those already hideously monstrous bug-infested flora and fauna, empowered by the totem's might. Their bodies swelled to monstrous proportions once more. Their aura grew even more frenzied. Even the bugs on their bodies began to undergo secondary mutations. More bizarre. More powerful. This is bad. Fiery Roar let out a furious roar. He felt the life force within him rapidly draining away. His skin withered visibly before his eyes. His hair began turning white. This is life draining? An elderly professor specializing in life sciences paled in horror. The power of this totem can directly interfere with the target's life rules. Too terrifying. For the first time, Lin Feng's brows furrowed deeply. Eye of correction activated at full capacity. He saw clearly. That ancient totem pole was no technological artifact. It seemed alive. It was inextricably linked to this rainforest, to the beliefs of the tribal natives, and to some more primordial law of life. The life principle runaway bug it triggered was not a simple program error. Rather, it was a kind of resonance and amplification of the rules themselves. This is trouble. Lin Feng's heart sank. This kind of bug is far trickier to handle than those tech side glitches. Chapter 91, Purifying the Totem, Grasping the True Essence of Life. Lin Feng's brows furrowed as his error detection eye operated at full capacity. That ancient totem pole appeared incredibly complex to his eyes. Countless twisted, savage energy-filled lines of life's rules coiled around it like venomous snakes. This isn't a simple energy aggregate. More like a polluted, living receiver and amplifier. Lin Feng instantly grasped its true nature. This totem pole itself was not an evil object. It was a medium used by ancient tribes to communicate with this rainforest with some greater, more primordial will of nature. But then, the system descended. The rules became chaotic. Bugs proliferated. This sacred totem has been corrupted. Its original function of communicating with nature and invoking vitality has been utterly corrupted by bugs. It has become this monstrous entity, triggering the runaway of life's rules and spawning horrors. So that's it. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. These tribal natives probably don't even realize that the totem power they take pride in has long since become a deadly poison. No wonder the ecology of this heart of the mist is so bizarre. No wonder the flora and fauna here have become so utterly mutated. The source lies within this very totem pole. Roar! The tribal shaman let out another beastly roar. The totem pole in his hands glowed even brighter with emerald light. The mutated creatures around them, as if pumped full of adrenaline, lunged forward with even greater fury. Stubborn fools! Lin Feng snorted coldly. He hesitated no longer. Within his dantian, the world tree root trembled faintly. A surge of pure, vibrant life force, the very essence of the rules of existence, instantly coursed through his entire body. Since you're a glitch in the rules of life, I'll fix you with the purest form of those very rules. Lin Feng stepped forward. His figure moved like lightning. He completely ignored the bug-infested monsters charging toward him. Let those ferocious claws and razor-sharp fangs whiz past him. Not even the hem of his robe was grazed. Has his mastery of spatial rules become this refined? Long John stared in utter disbelief. The other Dragon Fong members were equally horrified. Lin Feng's target was the tribal priest and the item in his hands. Life totem. Intruder. Die. A flicker of fear crossed the tribal priest's eyes. He had never encountered such a bizarre and formidable foe. He frantically activated the totem pole, desperate to halt Lin Feng's advance. Buzz. From the totem pole, an even more intense green bug energy coalesced into the menacing specter of a giant serpent. It opened its gaping maw, lunging toward Lin Feng to devour him. Trivial tricks. Lin Feng sneered with disdain. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed. Within his palm, a miniature world tree phantom, condensed from the pure force of life's laws, silently materialized. Though minuscule, it radiated an aura of supreme life force that commanded the submission of all things. Purify. Lin Feng commanded softly. The miniature world tree silhouette burst into brilliant light. The monstrous serpent bug's shadow, upon contact with the world tree's light, melted away instantly, like ice meeting the sun. Without even a shred of resistance. What? The tribal priest was struck dumb, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. His most powerful strike just vanished like that? Now, it's your turn. Lin Feng's figure had already materialized before the tribal priest. He ignored the priest's horrified gaze and the poison arrows and bone spears flying from the surrounding tribal natives. Those attacks dissolved into nothingness the moment they came within 3 feet of his body. His sole target was that one. Life totem tainted by the bug. Eye of correction, strip away. Lin Feng's right palm gently pressed against the massive green gem atop the totem pole. The power of the world tree's roots surged into it without reservation. Like the most precise surgical blade. It began peeling away layer by layer the twisted, tyrannical bug contamination clinging to the core rules of the totem pillar. Sizzle sizzle. The totem pole emitted a shrill, wailing cry. Black, putrid, death-filled bug energy oozed from the totem pole like festering pus, only to be utterly purified by the power of the world tree's roots. The tribal priest let out a piercing scream, his entire body drained of strength as he collapsed to the ground. The spiritual bond between him and the totem pole was forcibly severed. The surrounding bug-infested creatures, once savagely rampant, now let out waves of uneasy growls after losing the totem pole's bug power. The frenzied aura radiating from their bodies rapidly faded. Some weaker bug-infested creatures even began reverting to their original forms. What is happening? The totem's power is fading. No! The totem is purifying them. The tribe's natives watched the unfathomable scene before them in terror. They witnessed the totem pole, which had previously emitted an eerie green glow, now enveloped in a purer, more sacred emerald light. The unsettling, violent aura was being replaced by a warm, life-giving energy. A miracle, a divine miracle. An elderly tribal elder trembled as he knelt to the ground, tears streaming down his aged face. It is the great forest spirit who has delivered divine punishment and granted new life. Lin Feng paid no heed to the reactions of these tribal natives. His entire focus was on correcting the life totem. This process proved far more complex than he had imagined. The bug contamination had become deeply intertwined with the core rules of the totem. The slightest misstep could cause the totem to collapse entirely. Fortunately, the world tree's root, a divine artifact defying the heavens, was present. Its affinity for and mastery over the rules of life were nothing short of a bug within a bug. Time ticked away, second by second. The black bug energy on the totem pole grows ever weaker. The emerald green sacred light grows ever brighter. Finally, hum. A faint hum, as if from the primordial chaos, resounded from the core of the totem pole. In an instant, an indescribable, grand, ancient, and compassionate will descended like spring rain upon this land long polluted by bugs. It was the spirit of nature. Or rather, the shallow projection of Gaia's consciousness in this region. Lin Feng's mind and spirit formed a faint, almost imperceptible connection with this will. He seemed to witness the rainforest's transformations over hundreds of millions of years. He witnessed the birth, proliferation, and withering of life. He witnessed the chaos of rules and nature's lament after the system descended. A profound realization surged within him. This life totem was not merely a medium for communication. It was an anchor point where the spirit of nature maintained the stability of rules and sheltered all living things upon this land. But the contamination of the bug has caused this anchor point to spiral out of control. It also made the power of the spirit of nature difficult to reach this place. And now, as the bugs are being stripped away, this anchor point is being reactivated. Boom! The restored life totem erupted with a blinding emerald divine light. Wherever the divine light touched, those bug-corrupted flora and fauna were scorched as if by sacred flames. The bugged rules within their bodies were forcibly stripped away and purified. The weaker ones immediately returned to their original forms. Others, though still fierce, had their bizarre bug abilities vanish without a trace. The chaotic rules of the entire Heart of the Mist core region seemed to hit pause at this moment. Then, at a visible pace, they began to return to normal. The tribal natives, bathed in emerald divine light, felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over their bodies. Some ailments that had plagued them for years, diseases born of bug contamination, miraculously vanished. Gods! A true miracle. All the tribal natives knelt to the ground, prostrating themselves in worship before Lin Feng and the sacredly glowing life totem. Their eyes brimmed with fervent reverence and gratitude. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his hand. The restored life totem hovered silently midair. It no longer emitted an eerie green glow, but instead radiated a soft, jade-like emerald aura. It radiated vitality and serenity. All done. Lin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. This time, the reward was far more than just eliminating a potential threat. More importantly, by restoring the life totem, he forged a tenuous connection with that mysterious spirit of nature. This connection elevated his understanding of the laws of life to a new level. Moreover, he sensed faintly that the heart of the mist seemed to conceal an even greater secret. The true core fluctuations of the source of pollution did not originate from this totem, but from deeper, more concealed. It seems this matter isn't over yet. Lin Feng's gaze shifted toward the deeper recesses of the rainforest. Chapter 92: The Horrifying Truth. They're using the world as an experiment. Lin Feng's gaze burned like a torch as he scanned the rainforest steppes. That chaotic fluctuation in the rules, though faint, could not escape his perception. The life totem is merely a contaminated node. The true source lies even deeper within. He spoke in a deep, icy tone. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan and the others stiffened. Let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng once again led the team, racing toward the source of that fluctuation. This time, they were even more cautious. Deep within the rainforest, danger lurked at every turn. All manner of mutated bug creatures emerged without end. Some were so bizarre that even the error correction I couldn't fully analyze their bugs at first glance. But in the face of Lin Feng's near bug-like power, under the fearless charge of the Dragon Fang Special Forces, all obstacles become mere trifles. Boom! 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 Energy erupted. Blades flashed. One intense, fleeting battle after another unfolded. Lin Feng struck sparingly, but each strike aimed straight for the vital points. Exploiting all manner of unimaginable glitches, he effortlessly obliterated foes who seemed formidable. The advisor's power has grown even stronger. Shirshan split an SS-tier novice venomous swamp hydra in two with a single axe swing, wiped sweat from his brow, and exclaimed in awe. Linghu nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. His understanding and application of the rules have surpassed our wildest expectations. Even the usually composed Long Zhan now gazed at Lin Feng's retreating figure with eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Finally, in the heart of a vast swamp shrouded in thick miasma, they had found the source of that chaotic rule fluctuation. A colossal structure. Hidden beneath the swamp, a colossal metal base. The entire base was constructed from an unknown black alloy, radiating a cold, technological aura. It stood in stark contrast to the style of this primeval rainforest. Like a malignant tumor growing on a healthy body. The base's entrance was cleverly concealed within a dense cluster of giant carnivorous plants. Were it not for Lin Feng's eye of correction, no one would have detected its presence. This place. Zhao Jinhua watched the live feed through remote communication and sucked in a sharp breath. How could a technological base of this scale exist deep within the Amazon rainforest? Could it be the Ouroboros? Lin Feng's eyes turned icy. Besides them, I can't think of anyone else with such vast resources and such sinister intentions. He waved his hand. Long Zhan. Break through the entrance. Yes. Long Zhan roared, his specially alloyed combat blade erupting with blinding golden light. S-class power poured forth without restraint. Boom! The seemingly delicate carnivorous flower patch, along with the alloy gate concealed beneath, was instantly torn apart by the terrifying blade aura. A deep, shadowy passageway appeared before them. Interesting. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Feng's lips. I'll see what these cowardly bastards are up to. He stepped forward first, entering the passage. The Dragon's Fall team members followed closely behind. Inside the base, the lights were bright, yet the atmosphere was oppressive and ominous. Metal corridors crisscrossed like a labyrinth. Bloodstains and claw marks dotted the walls alongside strange, indecipherable symbols. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood, mingling with the acrid fumes of chemicals, a nauseating blend. Watch out! Traps! Linghu suddenly hissed. Her keen senses detected faint energy fluctuations emanating from beneath the ground ahead. Yet, Lin Feng seemed oblivious, his footsteps unabated. Just as he was about to step into that area, the eye of correction flashed with golden light. Pressure sensing mechanism, logical judgment bug, 0.7 second delay in triggering. He merely shifted his body slightly to the side. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of poisonous spikes, gleaming with a cold, blue-black light, shot out from where he had just been standing. They whizzed past, grazing the hem of his robe by the narrowest of margins. This. The spirit fox's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she sucked in a sharp breath. She had been on high alert. Yet she never imagined the trap's trigger mechanism could be so bizarre. If not for the advisor. The traps here have all been reinforced with special bugs. Lin Feng stated calmly. Conventional evasion methods are largely ineffective. Only by altering the rules themselves can they be broken. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Their apprehension toward the Ouroboros organization deepened further. They could exploit bugs to this extent? It was utterly insane. They pressed forward. Bug-enhanced traps emerged one after another. Laser nets, energy cannons, gravity fields, psychic interference. Some even exploited bugs in the rules of space itself, creating spatial fractures and dimensional traps. The slightest misstep meant eternal damnation. But before Lin Feng's bug slayer, eye of correction. All traps are rendered useless. He always anticipates them in advance, pinpoints their flaws, and then effortlessly neutralizes them. The entire process unfolded with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Watching this, Long Zhan and the others, along with Zhao Genhua and the experts back at the command center, were left speechless. Finally, they arrived before a massive alloy gate. Etched upon the gate was a menacing emblem, a coiled viper's tail. Ouroboros emblem. This is the place. A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He could sense it clearly. Beyond the gate, the chaotic and malevolent fluctuations of the rules were intensely concentrated. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed a punch. The gate, forged from a special alloy capable of withstanding the full force of an S-rank peak expert's strike, shattered instantly like paper. Beyond the gate lay an enormous hall resembling a biochemical laboratory. Countless culture tanks, glowing with an eerie light, were scattered throughout. Each tank held bizarre, monstrous creatures of every shape and form. Giant spiders with 8 legs. Mutant tigers covered in bone armor. And some were even the result of forcibly fusing human and beast DNA. Bug creations. Each radiated an aura of utter chaos and savage brutality. A complete desecration of life. And at the very center of the hall, countless data streams flashed across a massive control console. A massive holographic screen boldly displays. Bug biological weapon development progress, 73%. Rule contamination weapon life decay test data. Global Rule Disruption Acceleration Program Phase 2. Seeing these shocking words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Ouroboros. Those bastards. Zhao Genhua trembled with rage in the command center. They were actually conducting such an evil, such an inhumane experiment. Bug biological weapons. Rule corrupting weapons. Global Rule Chaos Acceleration Project. Lin Feng stared at the information on the screen, his gaze growing icy cold. He finally understood. Bermuda's Rule Singularity. The Amazon's Life Rule Rampage. Even the mental plague that had swept across the globe earlier. It was likely all the work of these madmen, deliberately unleashing experimental subjects to accelerate global rule chaos. Or perhaps the byproducts of experiments gone awry. Their goal is to plunge the entire world into chaos. Then, they can take advantage of the chaos, achieving some unspeakable, sinister objectives. So, it was you who orchestrated this. Lin Feng's voice echoed like it came from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Ouroboros. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the bug creatures still writhing and struggling within the cultivation tanks. What the hell do you all want? Chapter 93, The Serpent Lord Returns. Ouroboros. Lin Feng's voice was bone-chillingly cold. You're courting death. Killing intent boiled in his eyes. These deranged bastards dared to use the entire planet's living creatures as experiments. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Long Zhan. Lin Feng whipped his head around, his voice sharp and commanding. Destroy every single cultivation tank. Not a single one left standing. Yes, advisor. Long Zhan and the others were already seething with rage. Hearing this, they roared in unison. The weapons in their hands instantly erupted with dazzling light. Boom! 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 A terrifying torrent of energy, like a bursting river, surged madly toward the cultivation tanks. Glass shattered. Liquid splashed everywhere. The bug creatures submerged within emitted piercing screeches. But in the next instant, their screams transformed into even more frenzied roars. Roar! From the shattered culture tanks. One after another, grotesque and terrifying bug creatures violently broke free from their restraints and burst forth. Their bodies were several times larger than when they had been submerged in the nutrient solution. The chaotic rule fluctuations emanating from their bodies grew even more intense. No! These things have been activated. Sher Shan's expression darkened. These bug creatures were numerous beyond count. Moreover, each possessed at least S-rank energy fluctuations. Among them were even terrifying SS-tier beginners. Bring it on! Lin Feng, far from being startled, grew furious, a bloodthirsty sneer curling his lips. Perfect. I'll use you to test my newly awakened power. He stepped forward. The power of the World Tree's root erupted with a thunderous roar. Emerald green divine light of life's laws swirled around him. An SS rank bug creature, covered in bone spines and resembling a hybrid of a pangolin and a centipede, opened its massive, fang-filled maw and lunged toward him. The bone spines glowed with a sinister blue poisonous light, clearly harboring a deadly bug venom. Life principle, strip away. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He didn't even activate his error detection eye. He merely extended a finger. The bug creature's forward momentum halted abruptly. Its massive body shrank rapidly, as if all moisture had been drained from it. The bone spines covering its body lost their luster, turning as lifeless as rotten wood. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying SS-class bug creature had been reduced to a desiccated corpse. Clatter. It crashed to the ground, reduced to dust. SSSSHH. Long Zhan and the others watched in stunned silence, their breath catching in their throats. What kind of technique was that? Directly stripping away life force? Too ruthless. The advisor's mastery over the rules of life has advanced once more. The spirit fox's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. Oomph. A bunch of failures, daring to act so brazenly. Lin Feng snorted coldly, his figure darting through the swarm of bug creatures like a ghostly apparition. Each strike was executed with effortless grace. Yet each time, a powerful bug creature would inevitably have its life instantly stripped away, reduced to ashes. Or, he would detect the fatal bug within them, causing them to self-destruct on the spot. A bug mantis capable of short-range spatial jumps appeared silently behind Lin Feng, its scythe-like forelimbs raised. Spatial jump bug? Trying that trick on me? Without turning his head, Lin Feng struck out with a backhand palm. The force of spatial rules surged violently. That patch of space froze instantly. The bug mantis froze mid-air like a mosquito trapped in amber. Then, crack! Space shattered. The bug mantis didn't even have time to scream before being torn to shreds by the violent spatial turbulence. Crush! Pure annihilation. Lin Feng charged like a tiger among sheep, slaughtering the bug creatures until they fled in utter disarray. His grasp of the laws of life and space had reached an entirely new level. These monsters, brimming with power yet riddled with fatal flaws, proved utterly helpless before him. In mere minutes, the hall was completely purged of every bug creature. The entire process flowed like a river, brimming with violent beauty. Awesome! Shirshan watched with blood boiling, unable to hold back a roar. Too strong. The advisor is the ultimate bug slayer. Long Zhan and the others stared at Lin Feng with admiration. Clear the area. Prepare to enter the core control room. Lin Feng brushed away imaginary bloodstains from his hands and said calmly. Yes. The group responded in unison. Soon, they arrived at the base's most central area. A massive circular control room brimming with futuristic technology. At the center of the control room stood a mainframe computer, emitting a faint blue glow, resembling a black obelisk. Countless intricate circuits extended from the mainframe, connecting every corner of the base. And before the mainframe, a shadowy, indistinct humanoid form composed of pure energy slowly coalesced. Though indistinct, the phantom emanates a heart-stopping aura, cold and malevolent as a venomous serpent. Ouroboros. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply. He would never forget this aura. It was the very same aura he had encountered in Antarctica, the energy projection of that serpent lord. He. The energy spectre emitted a hoarse, piercing cold laugh. Lin Feng, we meet again. I never imagined you'd find your way here and destroy so many of my interesting toys. Snake Lord. A cold glint flared in Lin Feng's eyes. So it was you persistent ghosts after all. Toys? You treat the entire planet's living beings as toys? Truly, deserving of death. Crime? The projection of the Serpent Lord emitted a disdainful snort. You ants will never comprehend the greatness of the Ouroboros. This decaying world is already riddled with bugs. Rather than wait for it to collapse on its own, let us accelerate the process. Then, upon its ruins, we shall build a brand new, perfect, bug-free ideal world. Madman! Lin Feng shouted angrily. Save your twisted, heretical nonsense for the king of hell. Hell? The projection of the Serpent Lord shook its head, its tone dripping with scorn. Soon, you'll know what true despair feels like. The words had barely left his mouth. Buzz! The entire base suddenly shook violently. A shrill alarm pierced the sky. Base self-destruct protocol initiated. All experimental data will be completely erased within 3 minutes. Lin Feng, you won't get anything. The projection of the Snake Master erupted in a triumphant, maniacal laugh. Trying to destroy evidence? Blow up the base? Lin Feng stared at the arrogant projection, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. In front of me, do you really think that's possible? Chapter 94, a mere projection dares to be so arrogant? Boom! Before Lin Feng's words had even faded, the eye of correction erupted with golden light. A force of rules far more terrifying, far more condensed, and far more tyrannical than before erupted violently from Lin Feng's body. Rule domain, activate. In an instant. Within a 100-meter radius centered on Lin Feng, every rule line became crystal clear. Moreover, they seemed to submit to his will. The heart of the dragon vein. The root of the world tree. The eye of Horus. The power of the three core fragments resonated perfectly in this moment. A colossal, boundless power swept through the entire core control room as if it were tangible. What? The energy projection of the Serpent Lord, that blurred visage, revealed utter disbelief and horror for the very first time. How could your mastery of the rules have improved so rapidly? This can't be. He let out a piercing shriek, hesitation gone. Terrifying bug power surged wildly from his ethereal form. Despair's wither. A jet-black bug rule beam, thick with the stench of decay and death, shot toward Lin Feng like a venomous serpent. Wherever it passed, the air seemed drained of all vitality. This curse was more vicious and powerful than the Amazonian shaman's life-drain bug. If struck, even a peak S-rank powerhouse would be reduced to skeletal remains in an instant. Trivial trick. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He didn't even consider dodging. The roots of the world tree trembled lightly. Emerald green divine light of life's laws formed an impenetrable barrier before him. SSSSHHH. The pitch-black despair withered beam, the instant it touched the emerald divine light. As if encountering its nemesis, it was instantly purified. Dissolved. Not even a ripple was stirred. How is this possible? The Serpent Lord projection completely lost its composure. His prideful bug attack had been so easily neutralized? Your bug is too low level. Lin Feng's gaze was cold and indifferent, as if he were watching a mere clown. Let me show you what true power of the rules looks like. He took a step forward, his figure blurring instantly. Void banishment. The Serpent Lord projection roared furiously, thrusting both hands forward with all his might. The space ahead abruptly twisted. Collapsed. A pitch-black spatial fissure, seemingly capable of devouring everything, materialized out of thin air, closing in on Lin Feng. This was a fatal trap, created by exploiting a flaw in the spatial rules. Once drawn in, one would be banished to an unknown, chaotic spacetime, doomed to eternal torment. Playing with space in front of me? A sneer curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. His current grasp of spatial laws was no longer what it once was. Break! He merely stamped his foot lightly. An invisible yet overwhelming force of spatial rules erupted with a thunderous roar. Crack! Crack! The pitch-black spatial fissure shattered like a broken mirror, cracking apart inch by inch. Then, they exploded violently. Violent spatial turbulence swept out in all directions. Put! The energy projection of the Serpent Lord shook violently under the impact of this spatial turbulence, nearly disintegrating completely. His illusory form grew even more indistinct. Impossible. What kind of monster are you? The Serpent Lord's projection screamed, its voice filled with unprecedented terror and despair. He had never imagined that a human could wield the power of the rules to such a terrifying degree. This was utterly beyond his comprehension. Monster? Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. Compared to you beasts who treat life as an experiment, what are my little tricks? Your energy reserves must be nearly depleted, right? Lin Feng's eye of correction had already seen through it. This energy projection, though formidable, was not the true form. Its energy source was tightly bound to the space, now on the verge of self-destruction. Each powerful bug attack accelerated the depletion of its already meager reserves. Moreover, its core control program harbored a fatal flaw. Low energy utilization efficiency and critical energy leakage vulnerabilities. You're lying. The Snake Lord projection screamed, its voice sharp but trembling with fear. But its increasingly ethereal form betrayed it. It's over. Lin Feng wasted no more words. He clenched his fist with all his might. The power of the three core fragments was compressed to its absolute limit. A devastating force gathered within his fist. Shatter, for me. He unleashed a punch. Simple. Brutal. Yet it contained terrifying power sufficient to shatter stars. Boom. The energy projection of the Serpent Lord didn't even have time to scream. Was instantly obliterated by that single punch, reduced to a sky full of sparkling points of light. In the final moment of its dissipation, a snarl filled with venom and resentment faintly echoed. Lin Feng. The Ouroboros will not let you off. You will regret this. Regret? Lin Feng sneered coldly. The ones who should regret it are you. Without so much as a glance at the fading points of light, he flickered forward, charging straight toward the main control computer glowing with an eerie blue light. Beep beep beep. The base's self-destruct countdown had less than a minute remaining. The shrill alarm sounded like a death knell, relentlessly pounding at everyone's hearts. Boss! Get out of here! Long Zhan and the others shouted frantically. Too late. Lin Feng didn't even glance back. His hands danced like butterflies across the complex interface of the main control computer. The eye of correction erupted in golden light. Logical vulnerability detected in data encryption algorithm. The self-destruct program's highest level authorization verification has a backdoor bug. The firewall's underlying code has an overflow bug. One fatal bug after another was laid bare before Lin Feng's eyes. Break it for me. He slammed his finger on the enter key. Buzz. The main control computer's screen was instantly flooded by a torrent of chaotic data streams.
Massive amounts of core secrets, layered with encryption, poured like a floodgate opening, surging madly into the specially prepared USB drive Lin Feng had prepared in advance.
Transfer progress 10%, 30%, 70%. Countdown 30 seconds. Hurry! Hurry up!
Zhao Zhenhua and others at the rear command center watched with palms sweating. This was nothing short of a race against death.
Countdown 10 seconds. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Feng's forehead.
The defense system of this main control computer was far more robust than he had imagined. Had his power not surged dramatically, causing the eye of correction to evolve alongside it,
he might have been truly helpless against it. Countdown 3 seconds. Transfer progress 99%. Ding! Data download complete. Almost simultaneously,
Lin Feng abruptly yanked out the USB drive, his figure flickering as he darted toward the passageway he had come from.
Retreat! Boom 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 boom.
He had just burst out of the base entrance. Behind him, a terrifying, earth-shattering explosion erupted.
The entire Amazon rainforest seemed to tremble violently in the aftermath of the blast. Blazing flames shot skyward, illuminating half the sky in a crimson glow. A terrifying shockwave swept across everything. Had Long Zhan and the others not retreated to a safe distance in advance, they would have been torn to shreds in an instant. Smoke filled the air. The dust settled. The once mighty Ouroboros secret research facility lay utterly reduced to ruins. Lin Feng landed steadily on the ground, gazing at the custom USB drive in his hand, which glowed with a faint blue light. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Ouroboros. Your research on the system, the list of known bugs, organizational structure, plans to locate other system core fragments and contamination source nodes. Now, it all belongs to me. I've wiped out your entire foundation. Next, it's my turn to have some fun with you. Chapter 95, Global Purge Operation, led by China. The deep blue USB drive lay silently on the conference table in the Supreme Command Center. When the shocking plans of the Ouroboros organization, along with the locations of other small contamination source nodes and secret Ouroboros bases worldwide, were decoded through specialized equipment, the entire conference room fell into dead silence. Damn it!
The Supreme Commander slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet.
His weathered face was now consumed by unprecedented fury and icy resolve. Those goddamn lunatics. They actually dared to attempt to overturn the entire world. The other high-ranking officials and military leaders were equally livid, their faces ashen with righteous indignation. Snake Master. Zhao Zhenhua murmured, a flicker of lingering fear crossing his eyes. Had it not been for Lin Feng's heroic intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Comrade Lin Feng.
The top leader took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng.
This time, you have once again achieved an extraordinary feat for our nation and indeed, for the entire world.
Lin Feng remained composed.
Just doing my duty. Well said, just doing my duty.
The top leader nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with admiration and satisfaction.
Immediately,
he spun around abruptly, his tone unwavering. Release partial evidence of the Ouroboros operation, along with the dangers posed by these contamination nodes and strongholds, to the global community. Announce that under China's leadership, we are launching a global joint cleanup operation codenamed Dawn.
Target. The Supreme Commander's voice suddenly rose like a thunderclap. Eradicate these malignant tumors completely. Restore a clear and bright world. The entire command center erupted in a frenzy. Hours later,
when China released the processed evidence of the Ouroboros crime and the contamination source information through various channels,
the entire world was thrown into utter chaos. My God! How could Ouroboros be so utterly depraved?
These contamination sources are nothing short of ticking time bombs.
No wonder global rule disruptions have been escalating lately. Countless citizens plunged into panic.
World leaders were on pins and needles. Especially those nations harboring contamination nodes or Ouroboros strongholds. They can scarcely sleep or eat in peace.
When China announced it would lead Operation Dawn and invited nations to participate,
there was scarcely a moment's hesitation.
White Eagle Nation, we firmly support and will participate in China's Operation Dawn. European Union, we pledge to contribute our strength to safeguarding global peace and stability. British Empire, Ouroboros is the common enemy of all humanity. We have no choice but to join. When did these proud Western powers ever show such practicality? But now, faced with the overwhelming might displayed by China, before Lin Feng's godlike, world-defying prowess, they had no choice but to bow their noble heads. For they know full well, without Huaguo's assistance, without Lin Feng's technical support,
they could never eliminate these troublesome pollution sources and Ouroboros strongholds on their own.
That would only lead to certain death. Soon, an unprecedented global joint cleanup operation, spearheaded by Huaguo, was launched in full force.
Lin Feng commanded from the highest command center in the capital.
His correction eye scanned battlefields worldwide like the most precise radar. North America, Rocky Mountains, Sector A3.
The core bug of the contamination source is energy radiation mutation. Its weakness lies in the third synchronization frequency of its energy circulation node. Order the local extraordinary squad to concentrate fire on that weakness. European Union, Black Forest Castle. The Ouroboros Stronghold Guardian is a necromancer knight enhanced by the dark magic bug. Its soul flame connection to the host body suffers a 0.3 second delay bug. Exploit this delay to interrupt its spellcasting. Africa, Sahara Desert, Phantom Oasis. The source of contamination is psychic illusion distortion, with the core bug lying in its subconscious logical anchors for constructing illusions. Find that phantom girl wearing the crimson veil, she's the only way to break this stalemate. Precision-guided directives, as authoritative as divine decrees, emanated from the capital, reaching the ears of joint task forces across the globe. Initially, extraordinary beings in some nations harbored doubts about these armchair strategizing directives from the distant east. But when they followed the directives and repeatedly turned peril into safety, effortlessly overcoming seemingly insurmountable obstacles, all doubts dissolved into profound astonishment and fervent admiration. Holy crap! General Lin of China is practically a god. How can he see through the bugs so clearly from halfway across the globe? Unbelievable. Is this the power of the Eye of Correction? With China leading the way, we're bound to win this time. Under Lin Feng's precise command and bug analysis. With the valiant efforts of extraordinary forces from all nations. With the powerful support of China's elite Special Operations Squad. Victory reports poured into the capital like snowflakes from every corner of the globe. In the Rocky Mountains of North America, the radiation abomination has been successfully neutralized. In the Black Forest of Europe, the Ouroboros stronghold was uprooted. In the Sahara Desert of Africa, Phantom Oasis restored to peace. In a secret laboratory on a Southeast Asian island, genetic tyrant was utterly destroyed. Within mere days, every known contamination source node and Ouroboros stronghold recorded on the USB drive was systematically eliminated. Ouroboros, the terrifying shadow that once loomed over the entire globe, suffered an unprecedented, devastating blow. Its meticulously cultivated power structure crumbled to dust. Countless members were either killed on the spot or surrendered without resistance. Globally, the unsettling phenomenon of rule disruption subsided rapidly, like a receding tide. Sunlight once again illuminated the earth. Order began to restore itself. The entire world was immersed in the ecstasy of having survived the catastrophe. And the name of Huagua, along with the name of Lin Feng, shone like the brightest stars, illuminating the entire world at this very moment. Countless praises, countless thanks, countless reverence flooded in from every corner of the globe, pouring toward the east. China's international prestige and leadership reached an unprecedented peak. It became the universally acknowledged, undisputed, the beacon of the world. And as the greatest architect of it all, Lin Feng. At this very moment, he sat cross-legged in the quiet chamber of his private villa. Boom! An indescribably terrifying aura erupted from his body. Golden divine light, as tangible as substance, shot skyward. It stirred the very winds and clouds. The spiritual energy of the entire capital seemed to be drawn by some force, madly converging toward his location. Experience points plus 100 million. Experience points plus 150 million. Contribution points plus 50 million. A barrage of astronomical system notifications flooded his mind like a relentless onslaught. This was the unprecedentedly rich reward for cleansing the world of pollution sources and dealing a crushing blow to the Ouroboros organization. His level skyrocketed like a rocket blasting off. LV-65. LV-68. LV-70. Snap. It felt as though some invisible shackles had been shattered within him. A power far stronger, purer, and more vast than before surged through him like a dragon awakening, roaring and surging through every fiber of his being. His body glowed. His mental power surged wildly. His perception of the rules grew clearer. Sharper. SS class. He had finally crossed the threshold coveted by countless extraordinary beings. He had formally entered a brand new realm reserved for the strongest. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, two dazzling golden flashes flickering in their depths. Feeling the surging power within his body, a confident smile curved his lips. SS rank? Nothing special. The global crisis was temporarily averted. The Ouroboros organization suffered a devastating blow. China had become the true beacon of the world. He himself had successfully ascended to SS rank. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. A new era seemed poised to dawn. However, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense it clearly. As if something deeper was stirring beneath the surface. Chapter 96, New Disturbances. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in meditation, his SS grade power surging ceaselessly within him. Half a month had passed since the global cleanup operation concluded. The world's surface had returned to calm, order restored. The populace rejoiced, and nations actively pursued reconstruction. China's prestige had reached an unprecedented peak.
Yet a faint unease lingered in Lin Feng's heart. The three system core fragments resonated faintly within his consciousness. He could keenly sense that Earth's invisible web of rules still harbored subtle, irregular aftershocks. Like a patient recovering from a serious illness, deep within the body, weakness and hidden dangers still lingered. This feeling. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a fleeting golden light flashing within them. It doesn't seem like the kind of disturbance caused by the Ouroboros or similar minor disturbances. It feels more like some primal law undergoing self-repair and adjustment after violent upheaval. Though faint, these rule aftershocks permeated the entire globe, omnipresent. Ordinary people couldn't detect it, and even extraordinary beings below SS rank struggled to sense it. Only those like Lin Feng bearing multiple core fragments and possessing an extraordinary grasp of the power of rules could detect this anomaly. Could it be the system itself has been affected? Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Once this thought entered his mind, it refused to leave. Though Operation Cleanup had dealt a crushing blow to the Ouroboros and eradicated all known sources of contamination. But the Ouroboros' research into the system, along with their mad schemes, still sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. Especially that Snake Master. Its true form remains unaccounted for to this day, perpetually posing a grave threat. I hope I'm just overthinking this. Lin Feng shook his head, trying to suppress this unease. He was now an SS-tier powerhouse, the guardian deity of Huagua. Whatever the future held, he was confident he could handle it. At that very moment. Buzz. The specialized communicator on his wrist suddenly began to vibrate violently. On the screen, a bright red SSS alert signifying the highest emergency level flashed frantically. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply. This level of alert had never been triggered since the global bug outbreak began. He swiftly answered the call. General Lin. Zhao Genoa's anxious and grave voice immediately came through the communicator. Something major has happened. What happened? Lin Feng asked in a low voice, the unease in his heart growing stronger. Kunlun. Zhao Genoa's voice trembled with disbelief. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, the core area of the national SSS level restricted zone. Detected, incomprehensible, terrifying energy fluctuations. What? Lin Feng leapt to his feet. Kunlun Mountains. The progenitor of all mountains in China. The birthplace of myths. Its deepest recesses are designated as a top-tier SSS restricted zone. Even with China's current technological prowess and extraordinary capabilities, it has never been fully explored. It brims with the unknown and the mysterious. It conceals terrors and perils capable of sending even SS-tier powerhouses into a heart-pounding panic. What's the intensity of the energy fluctuations? How exactly are they manifesting? Lin Feng asked at breakneck speed. Immeasurable. Zhao Genoa's voice was filled with horror. All our monitoring equipment malfunctioned the instant it came into contact with that energy. Overloaded. Some were even completely destroyed. Preliminary analysis indicates that the nature of that energy is extremely similar to the system core fragment you previously reported. But its intensity is 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. Similar to the system core fragment? 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying in intensity? How could that be possible? He possessed 3 core fragments himself and knew their terrifying power all too well. 100 or 1,000 times stronger than that? What kind of power was that? And there's more. Zhao Genoa's voice grew increasingly urgent. According to the last blurry data transmitted back, the spatial rules within the core disturbance zone are undergoing violent, abnormal distortions. It's as if some ancient and terrifying seal is beginning to crack. Spatial rules are warping. An ancient seal is breaking. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be? Transmit all monitoring data to me immediately with the highest priority. Lin Feng ordered decisively. Yes. Soon. A top-secret data packet with SSS-level encryption was transmitted to his communicator. Lin Feng swiftly opened it. His error detection eye activated at full capacity. A torrent of data streamed through his vision at breakneck speed. Satellite imagery, energy spectrum analysis, spatial curvature maps. Though most data was fragmented due to equipment damage. But thanks to the error detection eye's extraordinary ability to analyze patterns and the resonance feedback from the 3 core fragments, Lin Feng still managed to extract some crucial information. Kunlun Mountains, western section an uncharted, uninhabited zone. The sky there had transformed into an energy vortex as black as ink. At its center, lightning flashed and thunder roared as spatial barriers shattered like broken glass, revealing gaping, monstrous cracks. Heart-stopping energy, brimming with primordial chaos and the scent of destruction, poured wildly from those fissures. Merely observing these blurred images, Lin Feng felt a shudder rise from the depths of his soul. Too powerful. The essence of that energy was indeed of the same origin as the system core fragment. Yet the power it contained was worlds apart. If the core fragment in Lin Feng's hand was a stream, then the energy erupting from the depths of Kunlun was an oceanic expanse. What on earth is this? Lin Feng's heart pounded wildly. A new source of contamination? Impossible. The core of a pollution source is a bug, a distortion and corruption of the rules. But this energy, though chaotic, contained a supreme, utterly pure force of rules. It felt more like the complete form of the system core fragment? Or perhaps its very source? Lin Feng's breathing instantly grew ragged. If this were true, then the significance of Kunlun Mountain's recent disturbance would far exceed everyone's imagination. This could reveal the true secrets of the system. It might even be the key to unlocking all the mysteries of Earth's glitches. The ultimate key. But equally, such a terrifying energy eruption. Such intense spatial distortion. Once unleashed, the resulting catastrophe would be utterly devastating. It might even surpass all previous crises combined in sheer horror. Beep beep beep. The communicator sounded again. It was the Supreme Commander's highest directive. The message contained only one brief sentence. Comrade Lin Feng, report to the Supreme Command Center immediately. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply, without a moment's hesitation. Understood. He tucked away his communicator, vanished in a flash, and was gone from the quiet chamber. Kunlun Mountain. SSS Class Restricted Zone. This time, what secret are you hiding? Is it a new source of contamination, or the final clue to the system core fragment? Lin Feng's figure darted like lightning toward the direction of the Supreme Command Center. Chapter 97, Supreme Directive, explore Kunlun's Heavenly Gate. Lin Feng's figure streaked like a streak of light, appearing in an instant outside the heavily guarded Supreme Command Center. Two guards clad in special operations uniforms, radiating fierce presence, snapped to attention and saluted the moment they saw Lin Feng. General Lin. Their eyes brimmed with unabashed reverence and fervor. This was the legendary figure who had single-handedly saved Huagua multiple times and even altered the global landscape. Lin Feng gave a slight nod and stepped through the command center's doors. Buzz. An almost suffocating weight of solemnity and oppression washed over him. The vast circular conference room was brightly lit. Yet the atmosphere was oppressively tense to the extreme. Commander-in-Chief. The military's highest commanders. Along with the top officials from the National Strategic Bureau and the Special Crisis Response Department. The true core leadership of Huagua was present in full force at this moment. Every face bore an unprecedented gravity and deep concern. Comrade Lin Feng, you've arrived. The chief commander's furrowed brow relaxed slightly upon seeing Lin Feng. Yet the gravity in his eyes remained undiminished. Commander. Lin Feng strode forward and spoke in a solemn tone. What exactly is the situation in Kunlun? See for yourself. The commander pointed toward the massive holographic sand table at the center of the conference table. The sand table vividly displayed a three-dimensional image of the Kunlun Mountains. At the far western edge of the mountain range, a core area marked as an SSS Class Restricted Zone. An immense, slowly rotating vortex of pitch-black energy dominated the entire screen. The vortex was bottomless, as if connecting to some unknown, terrifying realm. Countless ferocious purple lightning bolts danced frantically along its edges, tearing at the fabric of space. Merely observing this three-dimensional image evoked a soul-shaking tremor and primal dread. Is this the Heavenly Gate? Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Though he had anticipated it through the data transmitted by Zhao Genhua. The sheer visual impact of witnessing this holographic projection firsthand still sent shockwaves through his mind. For now, we shall refer to it as the Kunlun Heavenly Gate. A white-haired elder wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke in a deep voice. Though scholarly in demeanor, his gaze was piercingly sharp. He was Academician Shen Dinghua, chief scientist of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a leading authority in the field of special energy research. Based on the fragmented data analysis we obtained at the cost of sacrificing 3 of our most advanced Quafu series reconnaissance satellites and dozens of special-purpose drones. A note of solemnity tinged Academician Xian's tone. The energy intensity within the Heavenly Gate has far exceeded the upper limits of all our existing theoretical models. The fundamental laws governing its core region are entirely distinct from those of our own world. In fact, Academician Xian took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with profound confusion and awe. The rules there seem to form their own distinct system, entirely different from the system rules we understand. They are even more ancient. More pure. More ancient? More pure? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. At that very moment, the 3 core fragments within his spiritual sea emitted a faint yet exceptionally clear resonance. As if confirming Academician Xian's assessment. Comrade Lin Feng. The voice of the first leader snapped Lin Feng out of his reverie. His gaze was intense as he looked at Lin Feng, his tone solemn and grave. Combined with the top-secret intelligence you previously submitted regarding this system core fragments. And the scattered fragments we've gathered from the Ouroboros organization about their pursuit of the system's origin. We have reached a bold yet highly plausible conclusion. The chief paused, each word like a 1,000-pound hammer striking the hearts of all present. Beyond Kunlun's Heavenly Gate, what lies hidden is most likely one of the origins of the system. Or, a far more crucial and primordial fragment than the one in your possession. The very core of the system. Boom!
The moment these words were spoken, an invisible storm seemed to erupt throughout the entire conference room. Even the seasoned elite of Hua Nation present, who had weathered countless storms, now paled in shock.
The source of the system? The core entity of the system core? Any one of these speculations was enough to overturn the entire world's understanding.
It also signified an unprecedented, colossal risk.
Alongside unfathomable, colossal opportunities.
My assessment aligns with the commander's. Lin Feng spoke in a deep voice, his gaze unwavering. The core fragment within me has triggered an unprecedentedly intense resonance with the energy inside the heavenly gate.
There, undoubtedly lies a shocking secret concerning the system.
Good. Commander 1 slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with resolute determination.
In that case, we must take the initiative. We cannot let the remnants of the Uroboros faction, or any other unknown covetous entities, beat us to it.
He turned sharply to Lin Feng, his tone firm and commanding, leaving no room for doubt.
Comrade Lin Feng,
I now formally issue you, in the name of the Supreme Command Headquarters of Huagua,
SSS-level Supreme Directive.
You are ordered to immediately assemble the most elite Special Exploration Task Force.
Assume command.
At all costs, penetrate the core of the Kunlun Forbidden Zone, the world beyond the Heavenly Gate.
Uncover the truth.
If possible, acquire or secure the crucial artifact tied to the very origin of the system. The nation will spare no resources to provide you with all necessary support.
Personnel. Equipment. Supplies. Intelligence. Authorization. Whatever you need, we will provide it. There is only one requirement.
The Supreme Commander took a deep breath, his gaze piercing like flames.
Come back alive.
His words rang out with thunderous force.
The entire conference room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes in the room was fixed on Lin Feng, filled with trust, anticipation, and deep concern.
This was undoubtedly a mission where 9 out of 10 would die.
SSS Class Restricted Zone. The Unknown Heaven's Gate.
A terrifying entity tied to the very source of the system.
Any one of these would be enough to make even an S-rank peak powerhouse hesitate.
But Lin Feng smiled.
He laughed with confidence, with composure, even carrying a hint of indescribable excitement and anticipation. Mission accomplished.
He snapped to attention, his voice ringing out with the force of clashing metal.
Dragon Fang Special Forces. Breaking Army Special Forces.
And Academician Shen Dingwa, along with several national treasure-level experts who have achieved the highest accomplishments in ancient formations, ancient scripts, geological structures, and high-dimensional physics.
I need them to accompany me.
Approved. The Commander-in-Chief gave the order without hesitation.
All personnel, assemble immediately.
The Candle Dragon-class aerospace carrier, the Inglon, stands ready for your command.
Departure in 3 hours.
Lin Feng saluted once more, his eyes blazing with fierce combat intent. The core of the Kunlun Forbidden Zone. The Kunlun Heavenly Gate.
What world lay hidden beyond that gate?
A catastrophe that would shatter heaven and earth, or
an unparalleled opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single step? The challenge of an SSS-rated Forbidden Zone. He, Lin Feng, accepted it. Chapter 98. Does the Eye of Correction have blind spots?
The aerospace mothership Inglong hovered over the western reaches of the Kunlun Mountains, at the edge of the SSS-class Forbidden Zone shrouded in thick energy mist. Below lay the Kunlun Heavenly Gate, resembling a portal connecting to another dimension. The pitch-black energy vortex was 100 times larger and 1,000 times more awe-inspiring than anything seen in holographic projections. Frenzied energy turbulence raged at the vortex's edge, tearing at space with a teeth-grinding hiss.
Even Lin Feng, an SS-grade cultivator, could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from primordial chaos from this immense distance.
Gulp. Long John swallowed hard, his face turning slightly pale.
Boss, this thing, it's just too damn weird, right?
Top-tier experts of the Dragon Fang Special Forces like Stone Mountain, Spirit Fox, and Blazing Fire now wore solemn expressions. They had weathered countless life and death perils, yet the oppressive weight emanating from the Kunlun Heavenly Gate before them was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Break Army Squad, prepare to assault. On the other side, Captain Xiang Chu of the Breaking Army Special Operations Squad, composed of the military's most elite warriors, held a specially crafted battle axe gleaming with a cold light, his voice deep and commanding. They were China's secretly cultivated ace unit, specifically trained for unconventional warfare. Each member possessed at least S-tier beginner-level strength, and when combined with their specialized equipment, their combat power was staggering. Behind the squad, several white-haired yet sharp-eyed elders watched intently toward the direction of the Heavenly Gate. They were Academician Chen Dingwa and other globally renowned national treasure-level experts in ancient formations, ancient scripts, geological structures, and high-dimensional physics.
General Lin.
Academician Chen Dingwa adjusted his reading glasses on his nose and turned to Lin Feng. Preliminary remote sensing data analysis indicates the spatial disorder around the Heavenly Gate has exceeded safe thresholds.
We do not recommend direct approach. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze calmly fixed upon the immense energy vortex. I understand.
He stepped forward, golden light swirling around him.
The terrifying pressure of an SS-class powerhouse instantly radiated outward, slightly countering the primordial aura emanating from the heavenly gate. Eye of Correction, activate.
Blinding golden light erupted from his eyes.
In an instant,
the entire world transformed before his eyes into an intricate web of crisscrossing, complex lines of law. His task was to find the energy structure glitch within the Kunlun heavenly gate among these lines, along with a safe path to enter it. This was the trump card that had made him famous, the one that had never failed him.
However, the next second, Lin Feng's brows suddenly furrowed.
The golden divine light in his eyes flickered unsteadily. Within his vision, the energy structure of the Kunlun heavenly gate did indeed manifest.
It was a map of rules unfathomably grand, boundlessly vast, yet ancient and utterly pure. Countless rule runes, radiating an ancient aura he had never witnessed before, revolved ceaselessly within the pitch-black vortex like stars. They interlinked, forming a flawless, self-contained closed loop of rules. Powerful. Imposing. Even perfect.
Lin Feng clearly saw the flow of energy, the operation of the rules.
Yet he couldn't find a single flaw. Yes. Not a single one. How could this be? A storm of shock surged through Lin Feng's mind.
Since awakening the Eye of Correction, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. No matter how intricate the technological artifact, how bizarre the supernatural phenomenon, or how formidable the enemy, under his error detection eye, nothing could hide, revealing countless flaws. But the Kunlun heavenly gate before him seemed to be a flawless existence. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He activated his error detection eye once more, attempting to analyze these ancient rules at a deeper level. Yet, the result remained unchanged. Those rules seemed like an entirely separate underlying code existing independently from the modern system rules. Ancient and pure, they radiated an indescribable profundity and power. Though the Eye of Correction could see them, it could no longer understand them as easily as before, let alone find loopholes to exploit. It was as if you were using the most advanced quantum computer to analyze a tortoise shell engraved with Oracle bone script. You could scan every detail of the shell, yet remain utterly unable to grasp the true meaning of those symbols. A firewall, or rather, a cognitive blind spot. Lin Feng's expression grew incredibly grave. This was the first time he had encountered such a massive obstacle at the level of fundamental rules. "Boss, what's wrong?" Long Zhan keenly sensed Lin Feng's unease and couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, withdrawing from the state of the Eye of Correction. When he opened them again, the golden light had vanished, replaced by a look of deep contemplation. "The situation is somewhat beyond expectations," Lin Feng said in a low voice. "The rule system of the Heavenly Gate differs significantly from the system rules we are familiar with. My Eye of Correction is currently unable to identify an effective breakthrough." "What?" At these words, every face paled. Lin Feng's error detection eye was their greatest reliance. If even the error detection eye had failed, how could they possibly enter the Heavenly Gate? How could this happen? The spirit fox couldn't help but cry out in shock. Could it be, this Heavenly Gate is truly impenetrable? Not entirely impenetrable. Lin Feng shook his head. "It's just that the way we understand and break it may need to change." He turned to academician Qian Dinghua and the others. "Professor Qian, distinguished experts, what have you discovered?" Academician Qian Dinghua frowned deeply, exchanging sullen glances with the other experts. "General Lin, based on our preliminary analysis of the energy dissipating around the Heavenly Gate perimeter and our survey of the surrounding geological environment." Academician Li Yuanchao, an expert specializing in paleogeology, spoke up. "We've determined that the formation of the Heavenly Gate was not an instantaneous event. It resembles more of a channel sustained and activated over an extended period by some ancient and powerful force." "A passageway?" Lin Feng's eyes flickered. "Yes." Professor Sun Zhongjing, another authority on ancient scripts and mystical formations, took up the thread. His voice was hoarse, yet tinged with an uncontrollable thrill. "We discovered some extremely faint yet incredibly ancient engravings on several mountain walls surrounding the Heavenly Gate. Those markings appear to be the remnants of some sort of formation diagram. Moreover, their style is entirely distinct from any ancient formation we know of. They radiate an indescribable aura of Taoist mystique and profound mystery." Lin Feng's heart stirred. "Formation diagram?" He felt he had grasped something. "Take me to see it." Lin Feng made his decision instantly. He sensed faintly that this might be the key to unlocking the secrets of the Kunlun Heavenly Gate. His Bug ability had temporarily failed in the face of these ancient and pure rules. Then perhaps an even more ancient method was needed to confront this unprecedented challenge. The rules of Kunlun were truly formidable. How on earth could one possibly enter this mysterious Heavenly Gate? Chapter 99, The Ancient Array Diagram. The Yinglong lowered its altitude, hovering above a relatively gentle mountain hollow. Below, the turbulent energy currents were slightly less dense, yet still pulsed with a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Lin Feng leapt down first. The Dragon's Fong and Breaking Army Special Forces squads, along with National Treasure-level experts like Academician Shan Dinghua and Professor Sun Zhongjing, followed closely behind. The ground beneath their feet was hard as iron, bearing an eerie dark red hue. The air carried a faint sulfuric scent and an indescribable, ancient desolation. General Lin, this is the place. Professor Sun Zhongjing pointed ahead at several broken stone tablets scattered among the boulders, covered in moss and the marks of time's erosion. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Lin Feng's gaze swept over them, stirring a faint stir within his heart. These steels were made of a material neither metal nor stone. They felt icy to the touch yet contained a faint, peculiar energy fluctuation. Clearly, they were of an age beyond estimation. Master Sun, are you certain these are array diagrams? Lin Feng asked. No mistake. Absolutely no mistake. Professor Sun Zhongjing abruptly lunged toward the largest fragment, carefully brushing away the dust and moss covering its surface. His fingers traced the indistinct engravings as if caressing the most precious, rare treasure. These lines, this layout, this aura. The old professor murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with rapture, as if he had reached some profound realization. Academician Shen Dinghua and several other experts gathered around, each pulling out specialized tools to begin meticulous examination and analysis of the stone tablets. The residual energy is extremely faint, yet the structure is remarkably stable. The stone's composition is indecipherable, possibly extraterrestrial material, or some ancient, unique earth mineral beyond our current understanding. These engravings were not carved by human hands. They appear more like imprints directly seared by some high-energy force. One astonishing preliminary conclusion after another flowed from the experts' mouths. Lin Feng listened quietly, his error detection eye already activated. He could see that these shattered stone tablets indeed bore remnants of extremely intricate, rule-like lines. These lines shared the same origin as the ancient, pure patterns within the heavenly gate, yet they were more fundamental and more fragmented. They resembled components of some immense, intricate instrument, scattered across the land by the erosion of time and the shifting of the earth's crust, stripped of their original function. Heavens! This is... Suddenly, Professor Sun Zhongjing let out a gasp that sounded like a dream-like murmur. He snapped his head up, his aged face contorted with a mixture of disbelief, ecstatic joy, and utter horror. The river diagram. The Luo book. The old professor's voice, driven to shrillness by overwhelming excitement, rang out. There's no mistake. These engraved patterns are profoundly connected to the legendary river diagram and Luo book. Boom! The words struck like thunder from a clear blue sky. Everyone present, including Lin Feng, was shaken to their core. The river diagram and the Book of Changes? These were the most mysterious and ancient legends in Chinese civilization. Legend has it that Fuxi drew the 8 trigrams based on the river diagram, while Yu the Great governed the floods using the Luo book, laying the foundation for Chinese civilization. Hailed as the cosmic cube, they contained the ultimate truths of heaven, earth, and all things. Could these shattered stone tablets possibly be connected to such profound and unfathomable legends? Professor Sun, are you absolutely certain? Academician Shan Dinghua's voice trembled slightly as he hurried over to Professor Sun Zhongjing, his gaze fixed intently on the stone tablet. Old Qian. Look here. This 9-palace arrangement. And these signs of the 5 elements interactions. Professor Sun Zhongjing pointed to several seemingly insignificant engravings on the steel, his tone urgent. Though incomplete, its core mathematical logic aligns remarkably with ancient texts describing the river diagram and the Book of Lo. And these directional markers subtly correspond to the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, the celestial constellations' movements. This cannot be coincidence. It must be an ancient array laid down by our forebears, inspired by the river diagram and the Book of Lo. Its purpose was likely to open and stabilize that heavenly gate. Whoosh! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. This conjecture was utterly earth-shattering. If true, the origins of this Kunlun heavenly gate would be far more ancient and mysterious than they could ever imagine. Lin Feng's eyes, in that instant, grew incredibly bright. The river diagram and the Book of Changes. Ancient array diagram. The 3 core fragments within his sea of consciousness resonated faintly once more the instant these words were uttered. As if drawn by some mysterious force from beyond. So that's how it is. Lin Feng murmured to himself, golden light blazing from his eyes. He instantly understood. Why his error detection I couldn't directly locate the heavenly gate bug. Because the rules of the heavenly gate were not born from modern system rules. They adhered to a more ancient, more primordial cosmic truth. The great way of heaven and earth represented by the river diagram and the Book of Lo, long discerned by the ancient sages of Huaxia. This great way was inherently flawless and self-contained. How could there be any bugs? To enter the heavenly gate, one must not seek to exploit loopholes in the rules. Rather, it requires understanding, conforming to, and even repairing the design logic of these ancient array diagrams. To restore them to full functionality. Master Sun, Master Qian. Lin Feng spoke abruptly, his voice unwavering.
Can you deduce the complete structure of this ancient formation and its core operational principles from these fragmentary steels in the shortest possible time?
This. Sun Zhongjing and Shen Dingwu exchanged glances, their expressions clouded with difficulty. General Lin, these formation diagrams are far too fragmented, and the mathematical transformations they contain far exceed our comprehension.
Academician Shen Dingwu replied with a wry smile.
Even if we devote all our efforts, it would likely take months, perhaps even years, just to grasp the most superficial aspects.
And the success rate is extremely low. Months? Years? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow.
We can't afford to wait that long. A cryptic smile played at the corners of his mouth.
Since modern scientific methods won't work, we'll try a different approach.
His gaze fell upon the ancient, weathered stone tablets, his eyes flickering with a peculiar light.
Perhaps these relics left by our ancient ancestors require a more mystical approach to decipher. Chapter 100, The Body is Key. Mysticism?
Professor Sun Zhongjing and academician Shen Dingwu exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of bewilderment and confusion in the other's eyes.
They had devoted their entire lives to science and archaeology. When had they ever heard of using mysticism to solve such a world-class puzzle? General Lin, what exactly do you mean? Academician Shen Dingwu asked cautiously.
Lin Feng's lips curved upward slightly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Since these array diagrams are connected to the river diagram and the Book of Changes, they follow even more ancient and fundamental rules. Then, using our modern system rules and the eye of correction to hunt for bugs is like climbing a tree to catch fish. Perhaps what they require is not repair, but
resonance. Resonance? All eyes instantly focused on Lin Feng. Exactly.
Lin Feng extended his hand, and 3 brilliant beams of light, each a different color, slowly materialized in his palm, intertwining and radiating.
An earth-yellow dragon vein fragment. Solid as a mountain, boundlessly weighty. Golden eye of Horus.
Piercing through illusion to reveal truth.
Emerald green world tree root.
Bursting with vitality, commanding space.
3 system core fragments. Simultaneously manifested. That terrifying force of law instantly swept out. The surrounding air seemed to freeze solid.
Long Zhan, Xiang Chu, and the others felt a chill rising from the depths of their souls, nearly suffocating them. Too powerful. Even without Lin Feng deliberately projecting his aura, the mere natural emanation from the core fragment was unbearable.
This is the power of this system core fragment?
Academician Shen Dingwu and Professor Sun Zhongjing stared in utter disbelief, their bodies trembling violently. Though they knew from top-secret reports that Lin Feng possessed this heaven-defying artifact. But witnessing it firsthand delivered an incomparable shock. Since these ancient array diagrams share the same origin as the Heavenly Gate, they must also contain some fundamental rules.
Lin Feng's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. I intend to attempt energy resonance with them using the power of the core fragment. To see if I can activate them. This is far too risky.
Professor Sun Zhongjing gasped in alarm.
General Lin.
Though these array diagrams are incomplete, unleashing their contained energy could have unimaginable consequences.
Indeed, General Lin.
If it triggers a chain reaction and causes the Heavenly Gate to spiral completely out of control, then...
Academician Shen Dingwu also wore a look of deep concern. It's fine.
Lin Feng waved his hand, his tone calm yet carrying an unquestionable resolve.
I know what I'm doing.
He drew a deep breath, and his terrifying SS-grade psychic power surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the shattered stone tablets. Though the error detection I couldn't directly locate the bug, its formidable rule perception ability remained intact.
Under Lin Feng's intensely focused psychic perception,
the ancient, indistinct carvings on the steel seemed to come alive.
Faint yet profoundly mystical lines of rules slowly emerged in his mind, intertwining and evolving. So that's how it is.
Moments later, a flash of realization crossed Lin Feng's eyes. He realized. The bugs in these ancient array diagrams weren't merely structural flaws.
Their true flaw lay in the absence of the most crucial rule trigger. Like a machine missing its ignition key.
And this rule fuse, determined by the mathematical logic and energy flow of the diagrams.
Pointing directly to the most fundamental concept in ancient Chinese philosophy. Heaven, Earth, humanity. The 3 talents.
Heaven, Earth, and man, the 3 talents, the rule fuse. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the 3 core fragments in the palm of his hand. The dragon vein fragment, bearing the power of the Earth's dragon veins, embodying the virtue of bearing all things, symbolizing Earth. The eye of Horus, discerning truth, shattering illusion, reflecting the human heart, symbolizing man. The root of the world tree, governing the realm of life, bridging heaven and earth, symbolizing heaven. This was nothing short of a match made in heaven.
Let's take a gamble.
A thunderous gleam erupted from Lin Feng's eyes.
He hesitated no longer. In my name. Command. Dragon veins as foundation. Suppress the Earth's energy. Boom.
The earth-hued dragon vein fragment suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance. Transforming into a streak of light, it shot toward the largest of the fragments, a broken stone steel representing the koan position.
The steel shook violently. A visible earth-yellow halo rose from the steel. It resonated intensely with some mysterious force deep within the earth. The entire Kunlun mountain range seemed to tremble ever so slightly at that very moment. It worked! Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. Eye of truth. See into the heart. Whoosh! The golden eye of Horus transformed into a dazzling golden thread. It shot with pinpoint accuracy toward another stone tablet representing the human position. Golden light erupted from the steel. A vast will, capable of discerning all things and distinguishing right from wrong, spread out. As if countless eyes of wisdom slowly opened in the void. Just one more to go. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the final crucial stone tablet representing the Chen position. World Tree. Connecting heaven and earth. Boom! The emerald green roots of the World Tree erupted with the most colossal force of life and space. Like an ancient divine dragon awakening, it roared as it charged toward the stone tablet. At that moment, all three stone tablets simultaneously erupted with earth-shaking divine light. Earth yellow. Golden. Emerald green. The three-colored divine light shot skyward. In midair, they intertwined and coalesced, forming an ancient, profoundly mystical seal imbued with the ultimate truths of the Tao. Heaven, earth, man. The three talents unite. The great formation, activate. Lin Feng roared with all his might. As if his words commanded the laws of nature. Boom! 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 The once lifeless Kunlun heavenly gate seemed to be infused with boundless energy at that very moment. A pitch-black vortex of energy began spinning at an unprecedented speed. The entire sky was churned into a storm of shifting clouds and shifting winds. Thunder roared. Lightning flashed. Space shattered. Waves of primordial pressure, 10 times more terrifying than before, swept forth from the depths of the heavenly gate. Bad news. Retreat. Academician Qian Dinghua and the others paled in horror, scrambling backward in panic. Long Zhan and Xiang Chu immediately commanded their teams to deploy defensive formations, shielding the experts firmly behind them. Only Lin Feng remained standing tall in his original spot, his robes billowing in the wind, his eyes burning as he stared intently at the violently spinning heavenly gate. He could sense it. The power of the three core fragments was resonating in an unprecedented, wondrous harmony with the ancient formation diagram and the very rules of the heavenly gate itself. They were opening a gateway to the unknown. Crack! A sharp, shattering sound, like glass cracking, erupted from the vortex's core. Immediately after, before the utterly stunned gazes of all present, a path formed entirely of pure rule energy, radiating multicolored auroras, resembling a gateway to a fairyland. Path of light. Slowly extended from the depths of the pitch-black vortex. It stretched all the way to the very feet of Lin Feng and the others. This is... Long Zhan and the others stared in stunned silence, almost forgetting to breathe. It worked. It actually worked. Professor Sun Zhongjing trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face. A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. A relieved smile finally touched Lin Feng's lips. He could clearly sense that this path of light, composed of pure rules, was no easy road. It held layer upon layer of trials and some kind of indescribable restriction. It seemed only those meeting specific conditions were permitted to tread upon it. Lin Feng's gaze grew profound. Chapter 101, Entering the Kunlun Heavenly Gate. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on the members of the first echelon. Long Zhan, Xiang Chu, you two come with me. He turned to Xiang Chu, the captain of the Break Army Special Forces, a burly man wielding a battle axe. Yes, General Lin. Xiang Chu responded without hesitation, his voice deep and resolute. Elder son, elderly, you two come along as well. Lin Feng turned to the two white-haired experts. Ha? Us? Sun Zhongjing and Li Yuanchao froze for a moment, then their faces flashed with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Rest assured, I'll ensure your safety. Lin Feng's tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable confidence. Everyone else, stand by at your positions and maintain vigilance. Yes. The remaining team members responded in unison. Lin Feng stepped forward first, treading onto the multicolored trial path formed purely by rules. Radiant light swirled beneath his feet as an invisible force of rules surged forth, seemingly intent on screening and rejecting those who dared to tread upon it. This force was immensely powerful, strong enough to render even S-rank powerhouses unable to move an inch. Yet Lin Feng walked as if on level ground, strolling with ease. The three core fragments within him resonated faintly, creating a wondrous harmony with the ancient rules of the path of trials. To him, those screening forces felt like a gentle breeze brushing his face. Keep up. Lin Feng called back over his shoulder. Long Zhan and Xiang Chu gritted their teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to struggle onto the path of light. The terrifying pressure of the rules instantly overwhelmed them, turning their faces pale and causing their steps to falter. What overwhelming rule suppression! Long Zhan growled low, his dragon blood boiling within as he forced himself to steady his stance. Xiang Chu's eyes widened with fury as a cold gleam flashed from his battle axe, forcing him to endure the crushing pressure. The two experts fared even worse.
The moment they stepped onto the light path, the world spun violently around them, as if they were being torn apart. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly as a gentle force of rules emanated from him, enveloping the two elders.
The pressure eased instantly. "Thank you, General Lin."
Sun Zhongjing and Li Yuanchao breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to catch up. The five of them traversed the multicolored light path, heading deeper into the pitch-black vortex of the Heavenly Gate.
The path seemed endless, surrounded by distorted, shifting light patterns and chaotic currents of law.
They walked for an unknown duration.
A sudden blinding light filled the air.
The blinding light caused everyone to instinctively close their eyes.
When they opened their eyes again, they were utterly stunned by the scene before them. The snow-covered Kunlun Mountains vanished. In its place lay a vast, boundless, mist-shrouded realm of wonder. The sky was a pale gold, as if countless tiny points of light were flowing through it. The air was saturated with an intense, almost tangible energy a single breath felt invigorating and uplifting. This is spiritual energy? Long Zhan gasped in astonishment as he felt the surging power within his body. The ground was covered with all manner of exotic flowers and plants, many glowing with a luminous radiance that clearly marked them as extraordinary. In the distance, verdant mountains lay layered upon each other, waterfalls cascading down. Vaguely visible were jade palaces and crystal towers, veiled in mist and clouds like mirages. Several graceful cranes with pure white feathers soared through the clouds, their cries clear and resonant, piercing through metal and shattering stone. My goodness! Even Xiang Chu, the iron-willed warrior, stood utterly speechless. Could this be the legendary Kunlun Immortal Realm? The two elderly experts, Sun Zhongjing and Li Yuanchao, trembled with excitement, their eyes reddening. The ancient texts were not false. The ancient texts were not false.
A hint of astonishment flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The scene before him truly surpassed his expectations.
He could clearly sense that the spatial laws here were entirely different from the outside world, stable and brimming with vibrant vitality. Everyone, be cautious. This place is no ordinary place. Lin Feng cautioned, keeping his correction eye constantly active. Though the scenery was picturesque, he sensed a faint sense of unease. As if beneath this fairyland, some unknown danger lurked. Just then, several peculiar figures slowly materialized within the mist ahead. Some were humanoid forms radiating soft white light, angelic in appearance. Their movements followed a distinct pattern, as if on patrol. Others were pitch black, their forms twisted and shifting like ghostly shadows. They drifted erratically, radiating chaos and an ominous aura. What are those things? Long Zhan immediately grew alert, clenching his fists. Xiang Chu raised his battle axe, shielding the two experts in front of him. The light and dark figures seemed to have detected Lin Feng and his companions. They halted their movements, all turning their gaze toward them. Though devoid of facial features, Lin Feng could distinctly sense a cold, emotionless hostility locking onto them. Prepare for battle. Lin Feng barked the order. Leave it to me. Xiang Chu roared furiously, launching the first attack. He hurled his specially crafted battle axe with all his might. The battle axe sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, transforming into a cold gleam as it struck with pinpoint accuracy toward the nearest white silhouette. This strike alone could cleave a small mountain in two. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The battle axe, powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter rocks, passed clean through the white light's body. As if striking an illusion, it inflicted no damage whatsoever. The battle axe continued its momentum, plunging deep into the ground far away. What? Xiang Chu's face turned pale. Physical attacks are ineffective? Long Zhan was equally stunned, immediately unleashing a punch toward a black shadow. His fist, powerful enough to shatter a tank, struck nothing but air, passing straight through. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same moment, the light and dark figures launched their counterattack. White light extended its hand, and chains of pure light chains of law materialized out of thin air, coiling toward Long Zhan. Long Zhan felt his body grow heavy, as if sinking into quicksand, his movements becoming excruciatingly sluggish. The gravitational rules within a small area were distorted. The dark shadow emitted a silent shriek, and an eerie energy fluctuation swept over Xiang Chu. Xiang Chu felt the world before his eyes warp, as if space itself had shifted, nearly causing him to stumble forward. Watch out! Their attacks target the very fabric of reality. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply as he immediately shouted the warning. He activated his error detection eye, scrutinizing these bizarre foes. In his vision, these shimmering lights and dark shadows possessed no physical substance whatsoever. They were composed entirely of pure, intensely condensed rule energy. The white ones represented rules like order and stability. Black represented rules like chaos and distortion. Rule manifestations. Lin Feng instantly grasped the essence of these entities. They were the manifestation of this unique spatial rules, the primordial lifeforms of this fairyland. The eye of correction could see through their composition, yet it was difficult to find any weaknesses or errors akin to those of bug creatures. Because they themselves were part of the rules. Rule domain, activate. Lin Feng roared, and an invisible realm of rules instantly unfolded. The formidable force of rules collided violently with the rule fluctuations emanating from those light and shadow forms. Sizzle!
A shrill, grinding sound filled the air. Lin Feng's domain successfully repelled most of the attacks, freeing Long Zhan and Xiang Chu from the constraints of the rules. Yet he sensed a hint of pressure. These concrete manifestations of rules weren't exceptionally powerful individually, roughly S rank. But their attack patterns were too bizarre, directly targeting the rules themselves impossible to guard against.
Moreover, their numbers seemed to be growing.
From the mist swirling all around, new flashes of light and dark shadows continuously emerged, densely packed, encircling them completely. What alarmed Lin Feng even more was that behind those ordinary rule manifestations, he faintly sensed several more powerful, more condensed rule energies lurking in the shadows.
General Lin. These things seem to be composed of pure rule energy.
Academician Li Yuanchao stared at the monsters immune to physical attacks, his voice filled with horror. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed the battles in this Kunlun immortal realm were entirely different from anything he had experienced before.
Chapter 102, Immune to Bugs?
Lin Feng's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept toward the depths of the mist where light and shadow constantly surged forth. The even more powerful rule energies he sensed were rapidly drawing nearer.
Here they come. Hum. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing any previous manifestation of rules, crashed down like a tangible tsunami.
Long Zhan and Xiang Chu's expressions abruptly changed. Their breath caught, as if an invisible mountain had crushed them beneath its weight. Even Lin Feng's domain of rules rippled violently under this pressure, as if it might shatter at any moment.
So powerful.
Lin Feng's heart sank, his gaze turning intensely grave. The clouds parted, revealing a 10-meter-tall humanoid creature. Its entire form was composed of dazzling golden light, clad in intricate armor adorned with intricate rule runes. It bore no face, only a pair of eyes burning with golden flames, coldly observing the intruder. In its hand, it gripped a golden spear formed entirely from condensed rules of order. Wherever its tip pointed, space itself warped ever so slightly. Guardian of Order. Lin Feng instantly read the opponent's information through his eye of correction.
Rank, SS tier peak, extremely high alignment with the rules, infinitely approaching SSS tier.
Attributes, order, stability, judgment.
Abilities, rule judgment, order field, absolute defense rule level. Weaknesses, none? Lin Feng's heart sank abruptly.
The analysis results from the eye of correction revealed that the opponent possessed virtually no conventional bugs. Its rule structure was exceptionally flawless, like a precision-engineered closed loop, leaving almost no exploitable vulnerabilities. How could this be? Since the error detection eye had awakened, this was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a situation.
Eliminate intruders.
A cold, utterly emotionless command echoed directly within everyone's minds. The Order Guardian moved. Its movements were not swift, yet each step seemed to tread upon the very nodes of some fundamental law. The surrounding space warped as it moved. The ordinary rule manifestations scattered, clearing a path.
All together now. Long Zhan roared, his muscles bulging as he charged forward first.
His fist slammed out with unmatched force, aiming straight for the Guardian's chest. Xiang Chu followed closely behind, his battle axe sweeping through the air, trailing a blinding cold light. However, the Order Guardian merely raised his left hand.
Hum.
An invisible golden barrier instantly materialized before it. Countless runes of law swirled upon the barrier. Long Zhan's fist, still half a meter from the barrier, suddenly slowed.
Its force dissipated like mud sinking into the sea, swiftly neutralized. Finally, it landed limply against the barrier, failing to even create a ripple. What? Long Zhan was utterly stunned. Xiang Chu's battle axe met the same fate.
The moment it neared the barrier, the cold gleam on the axe blade rapidly dimmed, as if some force had forcibly corrected its trajectory. In the end, it scraped past the barrier's edge, striking nothing but air.
Rule deflection? And force dissipation? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The Guardian's defensive capabilities were utterly unfathomable. It wasn't brute force resistance, it was directly twisting or nullifying the attack at the level of the rules themselves. Judgment. The Guardian's icy voice echoed once more. The golden spear in its grasp pointed distantly at Long Zhan and Xiang Chu. Whoosh! Whoosh!
Two intensely condensed beams of golden light shot forth from the spear's tip, moving at an extreme velocity.
Watch out!
Lin Feng shouted, activating his domain of rules at full force in an attempt to block them. Yet the golden beams seemed to ignore his domain entirely, piercing straight through. Or rather, they were manifestations of higher-level rules themselves. Lin Feng's current domain strength was insufficient to fully interfere. Thud! Thud! Long Zhan and Xiang Chu reacted with lightning speed, instantly crossing their arms to block. But the rule power contained within the golden beams was simply too terrifying. The two were struck as if by a high-speed train, letting out agonized groans as they flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The energy armor covering their arms shattered instantly, revealing charred wounds. Cough, cough. Long Zhan struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. This guy is too strong. Xiang Chu also pushed himself up, his face pale, the hand gripping his battle axe trembling slightly. With just one move, both of them S-rank peak-tier powerhouses had been injured simultaneously. General Lin, its rule structure is too perfect, there's almost no opening to exploit. Lin Feng said gravely, attempting once more to analyze with his error detection eye while channeling the power of the world tree's roots to heal Long Zhan and Xiang Chu. But the result remained disheartening. The error detection eye could perceive the colossal rule energy surging within the Guardian, yet it could not, as before, easily locate exploitable bug points. This Guardian seemed to be the very embodiment of perfect rules. The Order Guardian gave them no chance to catch their breath. It raised its golden spear once more, this time targeting the two experts standing at the rear. In its eyes, these two powerless ordinary humans were the highest priority targets for elimination. No! Lin Feng's expression darkened as he instantly materialized before the two experts, unleashing his full rule domain. But the Guardian's attack was not linear. Whoosh! A golden beam shot forth, only to split into two in midair with uncanny precision. It bypassed Lin Feng's frontal defense and streaked toward the expert's flanks. Attacks at the level of rules defy the laws of physics entirely. Don't even think about it. Xiang Chu, closest to the danger, roared furiously. Ignoring his own injuries, he lunged forward, using his own body to shield the two experts. Thud! The golden beam pierced through Xiang Chu's shoulder blade with brutal force. Blood instantly stained his combat suit crimson. Ugh! Xiang Chu let out a muffled groan of pain. The immense impact slammed him into the two experts, sending all three tumbling to the ground. Captain Xiang, Sun Zhongjing and Li Yuanshao were terrified out of their wits, rushing to support Xiang Chu. I'm fine. Xiang Chu gritted his teeth, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The force of the golden beam's inherent rules was violently eroding the life force within his body. Had it not been for his formidable constitution and sheer willpower forcing it back, this blow alone could have been fatal. You're asking for death. A cold glint flared in Lin Feng's eyes. A chill intent to kill instantly locked onto the Order Guardian. He stomped his foot violently, transforming into a golden streak of light as he charged headlong toward the Guardian. Since he couldn't find any glitches, he'd rely on raw power. He refused to believe that an SS-tier peak rule-forged entity could defy the heavens. Rule stripping. Lin Feng roared, activating his correction eye in tandem with his rule domain, attempting to forcibly strip the order rules surrounding the Guardian. The golden radiance enveloping the Guardian indeed dimmed slightly. But the next instant, an even more colossal surge of orderly rule power erupted from its body, instantly repairing the strip portion and even suppressing Lin Feng's domain in return. Lin Feng felt a tremendous backlash force surge through him, causing his rule domain to violently tremble, nearly collapsing. Even the effect of stripping rules is this weak? Lin Feng was stunned. This Guardian's command over the rules of order is nothing short of astonishing. His error correction eye proved vastly less effective against such a near-perfect embodiment of rules. For the first time in direct combat, he felt his bug-detecting ability was so powerless. Boom! The Guardian's golden spear, radiating an aura of absolute judgment, thrust toward Lin Feng once more. Even before the spear reached him, the terrifying force of the rules made Lin Feng feel a deadly threat. The team plunged into an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Xiang Chu was gravely wounded, Long Zhan also suffered severe injuries, and the two experts were utterly powerless. Even the eye of correction he relied upon seemed to have lost its former magic. Could it be that today would be their downfall? Chapter 103, Turn their own weapon against them. The golden spear, enveloped in the terrifying power of the ultimate judgment, pierced straight toward Lin Feng's forehead. The shadow of death instantly descended. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, yet his heart grew an unprecedented calm in that instant. To endure it head-on was absolutely out of the question. Rule stripping had little effect. The eye of correction couldn't find any bugs. What to do? In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's mind raced frantically. Though the proofreader's eye couldn't detect bugs, the Guardian's flawless and rigorous rule operating mechanism was clearly laid bare before his eyes. Like an instrument of utmost precision, every gear, every component, meshed seamlessly, adhering to some constant law. Pattern. Order. Frequency. A sudden flash of insight lit up Lin Feng's eyes. Since he couldn't break its rules, then, could he try? Blend into it? Or rather, synchronize. This is an extremely bold, even reckless idea. Aligning one's own rule domain to match the enemy's rule frequency. It's like dancing on the edge of a knife. The slightest frequency deviation or insufficient domain strength leads to only one outcome. The domain collapses, the user is consumed by the backlash of the rules, and there's no place to bury the remains. But this is currently the only way to break the stalemate. I'll take the risk. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. At this life or death juncture, he chose to trust his own judgment. Rule domain. Frequency adjustment. Buzz. The power of rules within Lin Feng surged through his body in an unprecedented manner. His immense mental energy intensified, meticulously manipulating the energy fluctuations within his domain. No longer was it a direct confrontation, but rather an attempt to mimic, to align with the frequency of the Order Guardian's rules. This was an exquisitely delicate and exquisitely perilous process. Sizzle.
Lin Feng's domain of rules violently trembled, its edges even showing minute cracks. His mental energy raced away like floodwaters released from a dam. Put. Lin Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning several shades paler. Boss. Long John, watching from afar, cried out in horror. He tried to rush over but was pinned down by the terrifying pressure emanating from the guardian, unable to move. Xiang Chu was consumed with anxiety, but his injuries were too severe he could barely stand. Hold on. You must hold on. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, every ounce of his focus immersed in adjusting the frequency of the rules. Almost there. Just a little more. He could feel the fluctuations of his domain drawing infinitely closer to the guardian's frequency. Just as the golden spear was about to pierce his forehead. Buzz. A peculiar humming sound resonated between Lin Feng's domain of rules and the guardian of order. As if two tuning forks had achieved perfect resonance. Success. Rule synchronization. In an instant. The world before Lin Feng's eyes transformed completely. The golden spear, which had been moving at an extreme speed, now seemed to move in slow motion before his eyes. The colossal flow of rule energy within the guardian pulsed through him, every minute shift clearly reflected in his perception. He could even clearly see the guardian's next attack intent. So, that's how it is. A knowing smile curved Lin Feng's lips. His body shifted slightly to the side. Whoosh! The golden spear, powerful enough to instantly kill an SS rank expert, whizzed past his cheek. The fierce force of the rules even severed a few strands of his hair. By a hair's breadth. He dodged. Long John and Xiang Chu stared in disbelief. A faint flicker of what seemed like a program glitch flickered in the Order Guardian's eyes. It couldn't comprehend how this intruder had evaded its fatal strike. It's not over yet. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with intensity. In this state of rule synchronization, he could not only anticipate, he could even guide. The Guardian, its strike missed, instantly changed tactics. The golden spear swept across, unleashing a devastating storm of rules. Instead of retreating, Lin Feng advanced, extending a finger to lightly tap the void. Hum. A peculiar fluctuation traveled through the synchronized realm of rules, transmitting onto the Guardian's attack trajectory. The violent storm of rules experienced an imperceptibly subtle deflection in its trajectory. Boom! The rule storm grazed Lin Feng's body and slammed violently into the distant mountain wall. It left behind a terrifying, bottomless ravine. What kind of power is this? Long John was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Feng could actually redirect the Guardian's attack? This was utterly unheard of. Turn their own weapon against them. Lin Feng felt the strange state brought on by the rule's synchronization, his mind becoming clear and empty. Though he couldn't directly create a bug, this method of borrowing force to strike back was equally powerful. Again! Lin Feng moved like a phantom, circling the Order Guardian at breakneck speed. The Guardian unleashed relentless assault streaks of golden beams, waves of rule-based storms devastating the heavens and earth. Yet under Lin Feng's uncanny anticipation and manipulation, these assaults either missed their mark, were redirected into empty space, or even boom! The golden beam fired by the Guardian was skillfully redirected by Lin Feng, striking its own arm. The Guardian's massive frame jolted violently, and the golden glow on its arm dimmed noticeably. Though the damage was minimal, it undeniably demonstrated the extraordinary effectiveness of Lin Feng's newly mastered ability. Roar! The Order Guardian seemed enraged, letting out a silent roar. The runes of law etched upon its body flared brightly, unleashing an even more terrifying aura of pressure. Order field. Activate. Hum. An invisible golden force field instantly enveloped 100 meters around the Guardian. Lin Feng felt his body grow heavy, as if trapped in viscous amber, his movements abruptly slowing. The predictive advantage granted by rule synchronization was drastically diminished. This is bad. Lin Feng's heart tightened. The Guardian's golden spear thrust forward once more, carrying an unstoppable momentum. This time, there was no way to dodge. I have to take it head on. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as the power of the three core fragments surged to its absolute limit. Dragon Vein Power. Earth Guardian. Eye of Horus. Truth-piercing illusion. World Tree's Roots. Life Space. Three-colored divine light coalesced before him into an indestructible energy shield. Simultaneously. Leveraging his state of rule resonance, he barely sensed an extremely minute node within the Guardian rule's operation. Or rather, an imperceptible flaw within its perfect rule-based loop. Now, Lin Feng channeled all his power into his fingertips. The instant the golden spear was about to pierce the shield. Whoosh! A dazzling beam, fused with the power of the three shards, shot with pinpoint accuracy toward that rule node. Boom! An earth-shattering roar erupted suddenly. The tricolor shield before Lin Feng collided violently with the Guardian's golden spear. Crack! The shield held for less than a second before shattering violently. Terrifying rule-bound power surged forth like a raging torrent, instantly engulfing Lin Feng. But, at the exact same moment, the fusion beam fired by Lin Feng struck the Order Guardian's rule node with pinpoint accuracy. Pop! Like the pop of a balloon.
The Order Guardian's massive, flawless golden form stiffened abruptly. The rule runes covering its body rapidly dimmed, as if deprived of their energy source. The golden flames burning within its eyes began to flicker violently, until finally, they extinguished completely. Crash! The massive golden form shattered inch by inch like a sand sculpture deprived of support, scattering into a sky filled with golden specks that dissolved into the air. Only a golden core, radiating the pure essence of order, remained suspended mid-air. Cough cough cough. As the energy storm dissipated, Lin Feng's figure emerged. His clothes were torn to shreds, blood trailed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper, evidence of immense exhaustion and significant injury. Yet he stood ramrod straight, his eyes blazing with excitement. "We won! Boss! Are you okay?" Long Zhan rushed over and supported Lin Feng. "I'm fine, just a few scrapes." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the golden core. This was the very essence of the Order Guardian. With a wave of his hand, the golden core flew into his palm. A surge of pure order binding power surged into his body. Ding! Defeated Order Guardian SS Tier Peak, gained massive EXP. Ding! New ability acquired, Rule Synchronization Basic. Rule Synchronization Basic adjusts the frequency of one's own rule domain to attempt synchronization with a target rule entity. Upon successful synchronization, significantly enhances perception and foresight regarding the target's rule operations, while enabling minor guidance or interference of the target's rule energy. Proficiency, 0-10,000. Just as expected. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. Though the battle had been arduous, the rewards were immense. Not only had he gained massive experience, but he'd also mastered rule synchronization, a completely new combat technique. This would be a tremendous asset when facing enemies too formidable to defeat through bugs alone. Can't exploit bugs? Then become one yourself? This technique was nothing short of divine. Chapter 104, Ruins of the Immortal Pool, the Queen Mother of the West's Rule Imprint. Lin Feng held the pure golden core in his palm, closing his eyes to sense its essence. The essence of the Order Guardian's power slowly integrated into his domain of rules. The newly grasped rule synchronization ability rapidly solidified and enhanced. Though still rudimentary, this entirely new combat approach held boundless potential. He opened his eyes and walked over to Xiang Chu. The life energy from the roots of the world tree surged forth, a green radiance enveloping the gruesome wound on his shoulder blade. "How does it feel?" Lin Feng inquired. "Much better, General Lin." Xiang Chu flexed his arm. Though pain still lingered, the destructive force of the law had been largely dispelled. "Not dead yet. Still got fight left in me." He grinned, revealing teeth as white as bone. Long Zhan approached, his face still pale but his gaze sharp. "Boss, what was that ability just now? How did you manage to redirect that monster's attack?" he asked curiously, Lin Feng's maneuver having completely shattered his previous understanding. "A newly grasped ability called Rule Synchronization." Lin Feng offered a brief explanation without elaborating. "Rest up first and recover your condition." His gaze fixed on the mist-shrouded area ahead. Having defeated the Order Guardian, the path ahead seemed clearer now. As the Guardian dissipated, the surrounding ordinary rule manifestations receded like a tide, vanishing into the mist. The terrifying pressure that had weighed on everyone's hearts also lessened considerably. "General Lin, look ahead." Academician Li Yuanchao, who had been holding the detection device, suddenly exclaimed excitedly. The group followed the direction of his pointing finger. Before them, the churning clouds seemed to be parted by an invisible giant hand, revealing the scene concealed within. It was palaces. A palace complex so vast it defied imagination, yet utterly ruined. Crumbling walls and collapsed jade pillars. Many structures remained only as foundations and indistinct outlines, yet their former splendor and grandeur were still discernible. The style of these palaces was ancient and mysterious, steeped in the rich aura of ancient Chinese mythology. The flying eaves and bracket sets, the carved beams and painted pillars, though mostly in ruins, still radiate an indescribable aura of majesty and sanctity. Good heavens! Professor Sun Zhongjing stared at the scene before him, trembling with excitement, nearly losing his footing. This architectural style, these rune patterns. There's no mistake. Absolutely no mistake. He hurried to a broken jade pillar, tracing its blurred engravings as if reunited with a long-lost relative. This is the cloud pattern from the pre-Qin period. No! It's even older than that. Could this possibly be? The old professor's voice cracked with emotion, his words tumbling out in a flustered rush. The Queen Mother of the West. This place is most likely the legendary Kunlun Immortal Palace where the Queen Mother of the West resided. Boom! The words sent shockwaves through the entire crowd once more. The Queen Mother of the West? She was one of the most revered and enigmatic ancient goddesses in Chinese mythology. She presides over the elixir of immortality, commands all celestial beings, and dwells atop Mount Kunlun. Could it be they had truly arrived at a place straight out of myth? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He stared at the ruined palace complex, his eye of correction already taking in every detail. He could sense the profound imprint of immense power lingering within these ruins. Though shattered beyond recognition after countless millennia, they still radiated a power that sent shivers down the spine.
Proceed with caution,
Lin Feng said in a low voice, leading the way toward the palace complex. Long Zhan and Xiang Chu immediately followed, flanking him on either side to protect the two experts in the center. Stepping into the palace complex, a desolate, ancient aura washed over them. It felt as though they had traversed the ages, returning to an era woven from myth and legend. The jade pavers that once covered the ground lay shattered and dust-covered.
On the collapsed beams and pillars, intricate and exquisite carvings were still faintly discernible. A faint, peculiar fragrance lingered in the air, as if the lingering essence of some mystical plant had withered away.
The group moved cautiously through the ruins, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. The deeper they ventured, the denser and more magnificent the palace ruins became. Finally, they reached the very heart of the palace complex. The scene suddenly opened up before them. Before them lay an immense pool. The pool's edges were carved from solid blocks of pristine white jade. Though much of it was now broken, the original opulence and splendor were still evident. The pool's floor was paved with multicolored jade stones, each emitting a faint, shimmering glow.
Yet the entire pool lay dry, not a single drop of water remaining.
The jade pool. Professor Sun Zhongjing stared at the immense jade pool before him, his lips trembling as he uttered the two words. The legendary place where the Queen Mother of the West entertained the immortals.
The fairyland of the jade pool.
Though long since dried up and stripped of its former divine aura, its majestic grandeur still sent shivers down one's spine.
It truly is the pool of immortals. Academician Li Yuanchao murmured, his eyes brimming with reverence.
Lin Feng's gaze, however, did not linger on the jade walls or the jade stones at the bottom of the pool.
His gaze was fixed intently on the very center of the jade pool. There, he sensed an utterly terrifying imprint of law.
That force was vast and boundless, radiating the supreme majesty of order while containing an endless breath of life.
As if it were the very core of this Kunlun immortal realm.
The source of all rules. The power of this rule imprint far surpassed that of the peak SS tier Order Guardian from earlier by more than a few fold.
It was like comparing a firefly to the full moon. What overwhelming power!
Lin Feng's heart trembled with awe. Merely sensing it from afar caused the law domain within his body to stir with an overwhelming urge to prostrate itself in reverence.
This power absolutely transcended the SS rank. It might even be true God tier.
What made Lin Feng's heart race even more wildly was this. Within the core region of that terrifying law imprint, the three core fragments within his body resonated with unprecedented intensity, as if encountering kindred spirits.
Hum. Dragon veins.
The eye of Horus.
The root of the world tree.
The three fragments trembled uncontrollably, radiating an overwhelming sense of longing.
Indeed. Right at the center of that rule imprint.
Lin Feng sensed it clearly. The faint aura of the fourth system core fragment.
It was right there. But this aura was being ruthlessly suppressed by that terrifying rule imprint. Or rather, protected. As if this rule imprint served both as a prison and a guardian. The fourth core fragment.
Lin Feng's breathing grew slightly ragged. After searching high and low in vain, it came to me without effort.
He never imagined he'd actually find the clue to the fourth fragment right here.
Once he obtained it, his power would undergo another earth-shattering surge. He would also gain greater confidence in unraveling the mystery of Earth's bug.
But
Lin Feng's gaze once again fell upon that terrifying imprint of the rules.
That power was simply too overwhelming. So immense that even he felt profound apprehension. The difficulty of extracting the core fragment from beneath the imprint of such an existence was unimaginable. Boss, what's wrong? Long Zhan noticed Lin Feng's unease and asked in a low voice.
Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and apprehension within him, and spoke slowly.
At the very center of the Yaoqi pool lies an extraordinarily powerful imprint of the rules. Its intensity far surpasses that of the guardian we just faced. Whoa! Long Zhan and Xiang Chu sucked in sharp breaths, their expressions instantly turning grim. Far surpassing the guardian? Could that mean SSS tier? Or even stronger? And
Lin Feng paused before continuing. At the center of that rule imprint, I sensed the aura of the fourth core fragment.
What? The fourth one? This time, even the two veteran experts gasped aloud. Core fragments.
They were objects powerful enough to trigger a global crisis.
Who would have thought the fourth one would appear here? The crowd's eyes instantly grew intense.
Yet they were also filled with worry. The fragments are suppressed, or rather, protected by that imprint of the rules. Lin Feng said solemnly.
Getting close to it won't be easy. His gaze swept across the seemingly empty expanse between them and the Yaoqi.
Under the eye of correction, that area was densely woven with countless invisible threads of rules.
They intertwined, forming a vast and intricate law maze. Chapter 105, The Patterned Maze, Trial of the Path of the Heart.
Lin Feng's gaze grew solemn as he stared at the seemingly tranquil yet treacherous zone ahead.
Up ahead lies the patterned maze.
His voice was low, yet it reached every ear with clarity.
This labyrinth isn't physical, it acts directly upon the mind and soul. Extremely dangerous. Upon hearing this, Long John and Xiang Chu stiffened, gripping their weapons tighter. A mental assault? Far more insidious and unpredictable than direct combat. Expert Sun Zhongjing and Li Yuanchao's expression shifted slightly, a hint of worry flashing in their eyes.
Their mental fortitude paled in comparison to these battle-hardened warriors.
Stay close to me. Don't fall behind.
Lin Feng reiterated his warning before stepping forward, entering the area where the interwoven lines of rules lay. Buzz. It felt as though they had passed through an invisible membrane. The scene before them remained unchanged. The ruined Yaoqi Palace remained, the vast, dried-up jade pool still lay before them. But an intangible, eerie force that pierced straight to the depths of the soul descended in an instant. Professor Sun Zhongjing, walking in the middle of the group, halted abruptly. His eyes grew unfocused as he stared blankly ahead at the empty space before him.
Professor? You're still alive?
The old professor's voice trembled, his eyes brimming with disbelieving ecstasy. He reached out, as if to touch something.
Professor Sun.
Academician Li Yuanchao, standing beside him, paled and quickly grabbed his arm.
Look closely. There's nothing there. No. You're talking nonsense.
Sun Zhongjing violently shook off his hand, as if possessed.
My teacher is right there.
He's waiting for me with the latest research findings.
The puzzle that's haunted me my entire life is finally about to be solved.
Tears streamed down his aged face as he surged forward, heedless of danger.
No. It's an illusion.
Long Zhan growled, lunging forward to stop him.
Don't move.
Lin Feng's voice rang out just in time. A golden light flashed in his eyes as the Eye of Horus activated instantly. Brilliant golden light, like two sharp swords, swept toward the direction Sun Zhongjing was looking.
Sizzle.
The air seemed to crackle with the sound of something being scorched.
The scene before Sun Zhongjing shattered like a broken mirror, vanishing in an instant.
Ugh! The old professor staggered as if struck by a heavy blow, his face turning deathly pale. He stared blankly ahead, cold sweat beading on his forehead.
Just, what was that? It was an illusion born from your inner obsession, Professor Sunday.
Lin Feng said calmly.
Fortunately, we caught it in time.
Otherwise, your soul might have been assimilated by the labyrinth, trapped within it forever. Sun Zhongjing shuddered, overcome with dread. That illusion had been so vividly real, he had nearly succumbed to it.
Thank you, General Lin. He thanked him, still trembling with fear. At that very moment.
On the other side, Academician Li Yuanchao suddenly halted his steps. A gentle smile spread across his face as he softly called out into the air.
Xiaoya? Is that you?
You're back? His eyes brimmed with the joy of reunion and profound longing. Clearly, he too had fallen into an illusion targeting the deepest regret within his heart. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly as the Eye of Horus activated once more. Golden light swept over him, causing Academician Li Yuanchao to jolt violently and snap back to consciousness. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath, his eyes filled with pain and confusion.
Just an illusion. Professor Li, steady your mind.
Lin Feng urged.
This maze relentlessly attacks the softest, most stubborn parts of our hearts.
Seeing both experts fall victim in succession, Long Zhan and Xiang Chu's expressions grew even more grave. Though their wills were strong, they were not without desires.
Who among us has no regrets? Who among us has no desires? Once the labyrinth seized upon a weakness, the consequences would be unimaginable.
The Eye of Horus holds potent countermeasures against illusions of this spiritual nature.
Lin Feng explained while maintaining the Eye of Horus's operation.
I'll do my best to dispel the illusions for you, but ultimately, it depends on your own willpower. Golden light enveloped the entire group like a protective shield. Low-level, blurry illusions melted away like ice under the golden radiance.
But the labyrinth's power was far from exhausted. Suddenly, Long Zhan let out a low growl, his eyes instantly turning blood red.
As if witnessing something utterly enraging, his muscles tensed, radiating murderous intent.
Traitor! I'll kill you! He raised his fist violently, ready to smash it into the air beside him. Long Zhan!
Lin Feng barked, and the light of Horus's eye instantly focused on him.
ZZZZT!
Long Zhan's body trembled violently. A flicker of clarity returned to his eyes, though they remained filled with fury and agony.
Boss! I saw! Zhao Hai, Zhao Hai had been a member of the Dragon Fang Special Forces, sacrificed during a mission.
Clearly, the maze had stirred painful memories of his fallen comrade within Long Zhan, warping them into a vision that fueled his rage.
Hold steady. It's not real.
Lin Feng increased the output of Horus's eye. Long Zhan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he fought fiercely against the phantom in his mind.
On the other side, Xiang Chu's situation was no better.
His eyes widened as he stared intently ahead, his knuckles turning white from the intense grip on his battle axe. Before his eyes, the horrific scene of the two experts being torn apart by the monster seemed to materialize. And he had been powerless to stop it.
The agony of failure and self-reproach gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. No! Xiang Chu let out a desperate roar, on the verge of a mental breakdown. Wake up! Lin Feng once again channeled the power of the Eye of Horus, bathing Xiang Chu in its light. Golden light flowed like a pure spring, cleansing the minds of both men from the illusion's corruption. After a long while, Long John and Xiang Chu gradually shook off the illusion's grip, gasping for breath, pale-faced, and still trembling with fear. Damn powerful illusion. Long John croaked hoarsely. We almost got sucked in. Xiang Chu's face was still flushed with fear. And this was merely the outer layer. Lin Feng's expression remained grave. He could sense that as they delved deeper, the labyrinth's power was steadily intensifying. The illusions it produced were growing increasingly vivid and harder to resist. The Eye of Horus proved effective, but at a tremendous cost. Moreover, while it could dispel illusions, it could not eradicate the obsessions and desires within their hearts. The core of this labyrinth was a trial of the heart. It tested the moral resolve of every soul who dared to enter. The slightest wavering of will, or any unresolved obsession lingering within, could lead to eternal damnation. Their souls become utterly assimilated by the labyrinth, fused into the very fabric of this ruined paradise. Eternal damnation. Press on. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. Whatever trials lay ahead, he must overcome them. The fourth core fragment lay just ahead. The group set off once more, their pace slowing. Each step was taken with utmost caution. Lin Feng's focus was razor-sharp, the golden glow of Horus's eye constantly enveloping the group. The deeper they ventured, the greater the pressure became. Illusions of every kind emerged one after another. The allure of power, the secrets of immortality, mountains of wealth, the temptation of beauty. Even the tender scene of a departed loved one returning to life. Truth and falsehood, illusion and reality. They relentlessly battered the defenses of everyone's hearts. The two experts could barely move forward, relying entirely on Lin Feng's Horus Eye for forced protection. Long John and Xiang Chu, too, had to pause frequently to resist the increasingly powerful illusions assaulting their minds. Sweat soaked through their garments. The mental toll was far more grueling than the physical battle. Lin Feng was suffering as well. Maintaining the Horus Eye's operation drained his mental energy tremendously. More crucially, he sensed a far more formidable force deep within the labyrinth locking onto him. It felt as though a trial tailored specifically for him was about to begin. This damn place is worse than fighting that Iron Hulk. Xiang Chu wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Indeed. Long John echoed in a low voice. Mental attacks impossible to guard against. The path ahead remained shrouded in mist. The powerful imprint of the rules at the heart of the Yaoqi pool lay within reach, yet felt as distant as the horizon. Chapter 106, Lin Feng's Inner Demons? Confronting his own obsessions. Just as the group struggled forward, Lin Feng's footsteps abruptly halted. A cold and eerie spiritual force, far surpassing anything he had encountered before, seized his soul like an invisible giant hand. Boss? Long John keenly sensed something amiss and whipped his head around. There stood Lin Feng, eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, his face turning instantly pale. The golden light of the Eye of Horus flickered violently around him, flickering erratically as if subjected to intense interference. General Lin! Xiang Chu and the two experts cried out in alarm. The golden protective barrier enveloping them was rapidly thinning. The suppressed illusions around them seemed to stir restlessly. Don't go near it. Long John blocked Xiang Chu, who was about to step forward, his expression growing grim. The boss might have fallen into the illusion too. And judging by the commotion, this was undoubtedly the most powerful illusion targeting him. At this moment, Lin Feng's consciousness had plummeted into a completely different world. A world of gray, cold, and deathly silence. He saw the future. The first future. A global cataclysm erupted in unprecedented rule-shattering disaster. Countless twisted monsters, ancient rules beyond the correction Eye's comprehension surged forth from dimensional rifts. Cities fell, humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. And he, Lin Feng, guardian deity of Huagua, a peak SS-tier powerhouse. Faced with these monsters, he finds himself utterly helpless. His error correction eyes spin frantically, yet they find no exploitable glitches. His combat skills and physical prowess, long neglected due to his reliance on error detection, had grown rusty and feeble. He could only watch helplessly as Long John, shielding the retreating civilians, was torn apart by ancient rules. Xiang Chu fought valiantly until his death. Countless familiar faces vanished before his eyes. And he, possessing the god-defying error detection eye, was utterly useless, unable to do anything. No! Lin Feng let out an agonized roar, his heart wrenching in agony. A wave of helplessness and despair instantly engulfed him. The vision shattered. The second future appeared immediately. This future was colder, more suffocating. He became the sole SSS tier being on Earth, an existence surpassing even SSS tier. His Eye of Correction had evolved to its ultimate form, capable of discerning every flaw in the cosmic rules. He became the perfect world restorer. Under his repair, the entire world became orderly and harmonious, no more disasters, no more strife. But there was also no longer emotion. To fix a fundamental rule bug that could potentially destroy the solar system. He stood above the starry sky, expressionless. Below him lay the burning earth. He sought his sister, Lin Xiaoyu, aboard an escape pod, staring at him with eyes filled with disbelief. Brother! Her voice was filled with despair and heartbreak. Sacrifice is necessary to fix the bigger bug. This is the optimal solution. The cold, emotionless words came from his own mouth. He didn't even glance at Lin Xiaoyu one last time, merely waving his hand to initiate the final repair program. Earth, along with everyone he had once cherished upon it, dissolved into cosmic dust. Only one thing remained: absolute order, absolute perfection. Icy universe. And he was the sole god of this universe. A lonely, emotionless god. Lin Feng clutched his head, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. A terror and agony deeper than the first future gripped his heart. Becoming a worthless shell, he could not accept it. Becoming an emotionless monster was even more unbearable. The Eye of Correction. What was the purpose of obtaining this power? Was it for protection? Or for destruction? To become stronger? Or to ultimately lose everything? Does immense power bring salvation or a curse? For the first time, Lin Feng's convictions were shaken to their core. His gaze grew lost and hollow. In the real world, the golden protective barrier shielding everyone had grown as thin as a cicada's wing, on the verge of shattering. Long Zhan and Xiang Chu gritted their teeth, struggling desperately to withstand the renewed onslaught of illusory corruption. The two experts were deathly pale, teetering on the brink of collapse. Boss! Wake up! Long Zhan shouted anxiously, but his voice failed to penetrate Lin Feng's consciousness. Just as Lin Feng was about to sink completely into the abyss of self-doubt, a voice childlike yet filled with concern seemed to traverse time and space, resonating deep within his soul. Brother? It was Xiaoyu. Lin Feng's entire body trembled. He could almost see his little sister's adorable face, looking at him with concern. Brother, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Brother, you promised to protect me. Brother, you promised to protect Wagwa. Guard. Those two words exploded like thunder in his chaotic mind. Yes. Guard. I gained this power to protect. To protect my sister. To protect my comrades. To protect my nation. The Eye of Correction is merely a tool. Power itself is neither right nor wrong. The key lies in the one who wields it. Over-reliance is wrong. But power itself is not. To become cold and ruthless in pursuit of absolute perfection is an even greater mistake. That is not restoration, it is destruction. My path is the path of protection. Not the path of cold, lifeless machines. Boom! It was like a bolt of lightning striking his mind. Lin Feng's once confused gaze instantly cleared, hardening into unwavering resolve. An unprecedented surge of powerful spiritual will erupted from the depths of his soul. In the real world, his tightly closed eyes snapped open. Golden light blazed from his pupils. Brighter than ever before. Sharper than ever before. Buzz. The golden light shield, on the verge of shattering, instantly solidified and erupted with an even more powerful radiance. The restless illusions surrounding him, as if encountering their nemesis, emitted silent shrieks and scattered one after another. Boss! You're awake! Long Zhan was both shocked and overjoyed. It's fine now. Lin Feng's lips curved into a confident smile, yet his gaze swept coldly across the void. You think a mere illusion of the heart could shake me? He raised his hand, activating the Eye of Correction at full power. This time, his analysis was no longer focused on external enemies. Instead, this illusion amplified by the labyrinth's power born from his own obsessions and fears. The illusionary realm of the heart demon. I'll see for myself how this glitch is constructed. In his vision, the seemingly real illusions around him began to disintegrate. Countless twisted, negative rule lines representing fear, doubt, and confusion intertwined. At their core lay the very seeds of self-doubt he had just sown. So that's it, using my own obsessions as the core of the rules? Lin Feng sneered coldly. Then, as long as I can correct this core. Golden light blazed in his eyes. A colossal surge of psychic energy flooded into the correction eye like a tidal wave. Break it for me. The correction eye locked onto that rule core bug formed by obsessive will. An invisible yet overwhelmingly powerful corrective force descended with a thunderous crash. Crack. Crack crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed. The entire heart demon illusion collapsed like a program whose core code had been forcibly deleted. It began to violently collapse. Disintegrate. The gray sky shattered, the cold future vanished. Twisted lines of law snapped apart, inch by inch. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it vanished into nothingness. Put. Lin Feng spat out another mouthful of blood, his face growing even paler, yet his eyes burned with an unnerving intensity. Correcting the bug within his own heart demon. This maneuver was nothing short of defying the heavens. Though the cost was immense, even damaging his spiritual essence, his will had undergone unprecedented tempering and elevation in this confrontation. His Tao heart grew even more steadfast. The mist ahead abruptly cleared significantly the moment the illusory realm shattered. The path to the center of the immortal pool seemed become clearer. Chapter 107, The Queen Mother of the West Xiao Pool offers warmth. At the end of the path, the central area of the jade pool lay fully revealed before everyone's eyes. It was a slightly elevated jade platform. The jade platform lay utterly bare. Yet everyone knew the terrifying imprint of the rules was right there. The aura of the fourth core fragment also emanated from there. Go! Lin Feng hesitated not a moment, stepping forward first. Having just conquered his inner demons, his resolve was stronger than ever. Long Zhan and Xiang Chu followed closely behind, shielding the two experts between them. Though they had just endured the torment of the illusory realm, now, every pair of eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Closer. Closer and closer. That colossal, boundless aura like the divine pressure of a god grew clearer and clearer. It was suffocating. Lin Feng even felt his own domain of rules begin to tremble slightly under this overwhelming pressure. This was undoubtedly a power imprint surpassing even SS grade. Finally, the group stepped onto the jade platform at the center of the Yaoqi pool. The anticipated attack never materialized. That terrifying imprint of rules remained quietly entrenched there, as if it had existed since time immemorial. But the instant they stepped onto the jade platform, the entire jade platform suddenly illuminated. A soft, milky white glow, like moonlight, rose from beneath the platform. Within that light lay unimaginably pure life energy and the vast, boundless power of cosmic order. This light was not blinding, instead, it carried a warm, benevolent aura. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Feng and his four companions completely. What is this? Long Zhan and the others were startled, instinctively preparing to defend themselves. Don't resist! Lin Feng barked immediately. He could sense that this immense force, though vast, carried no malevolence whatsoever. Instead, it felt like a gift. The milky white light, as if possessed of life itself, actively merged into everyone's bodies. The first to react violently was Xiang Chu. The gruesome wound on his shoulder blade began healing at a visible pace under the light's illumination. Necrotic tissue shed away as fresh muscle, blood vessels, and nerves rapidly regenerated. The lingering destructive force of the rules melted away like ice and snow, swiftly neutralized and dispersed. Within mere breaths, the wound on Xiang Chu's shoulder blade vanished completely. His skin was smooth as new, without even a trace of scarring. But that wasn't all. He could distinctly feel his entire body undergoing some extraordinary transformation. His bones grew more resilient. His muscles brimmed with explosive power. His qi and blood surged like the mighty Yangtze River. Even more, he sensed he was faintly touching the edge of a bottleneck. The bottleneck of the peak S rank was actually loosening? My injuries. Xiang Chu flexed his shoulders, feeling the unprecedented power surging within him, utterly stunned. It was nothing short of a complete transformation. Long Zhan also sensed the immense transformation. That pure life energy and the force of orderly rules surged into his body. Not only did it mend the latent injuries from his previous battles, but it also relentlessly cleansed his meridians and energy core. The dormant power within him erupted like a volcano ignited, surging wildly. S-class peak. He was but a hair's breadth away from SS rank. And now, guided by the force of orderly rules, he seemed to glimpse that door. This power. Long Zhan closed his eyes, carefully sensing it, a look of wild joy spreading across his face. The most dramatic transformations were seen in the two veteran experts, Sun Zhongjing and Li Yuanchao. They were ordinary men whose bodies had long passed their prime. Yet, nourished by this life energy, their graying hair began to darken. The wrinkles on their faces seemed to have smoothed out considerably. More importantly, their mental strength had been greatly enhanced. Their minds felt clearer than ever before. Their thought processes accelerated several-fold. Many research puzzles that had once seemed insurmountable now suddenly revealed glimpses of solutions. Good heavens! Rejuvenation! This is a miracle! Sun Zhongjing was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Unbelievable! This energy is nothing short of a miracle of life. Li Yuanchao was equally stunned beyond words. As the guiding force behind it all, Lin Feng naturally received the most abundant reward. That colossal life energy, like the gentlest of sweet rain, nourished his spiritual essence, which had just been wounded by overcoming his inner demons. His vastly depleted spiritual energy was rapidly recovering. Moreover, his total spiritual energy reserves were steadily increasing. The latent risks left behind from forcibly correcting the heart demon bug were completely smoothed out. Not only that, the vast power of orderly rules now resonated in a wondrous harmony with his innate ability to synchronize with rules. His comprehension of rule synchronization was rapidly deepening. What had been merely rudimentary rule attunement was now experiencing a wild surge in proficiency. 1,000, 5,000, 8,000. Ding! Rule synchronization basic proficiency maxed. Automatically upgraded to rule synchronization intermediate. Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. Intermediate rule synchronization meant he could perceive, guide, and even simulate the target's rules more profoundly. This was crucial for his upcoming actions. What surprised him even more? As his rule synchronization ability strengthened and the power of this realm's orderly rules integrated within him, he sensed his connection to this Kunlun immortal realm growing ever tighter. It felt as though he was gradually gaining partial authority? He could even faintly sense the various rule energies flowing within this space. Though he could not yet fully command them, they no longer felt utterly foreign and alien to him as before. So, the trials of this path of self-reflection are not merely a screening process. Lin Feng opened his eyes, surveying the group around him, now radiant with renewed vitality. His understanding crystallized. It's also a gift. Only those who passed the trial of the heart, proving their unwavering resolve and protective spirit, were worthy of receiving this gift left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. This is an opportunity of immense magnitude. Xiang Chu exclaimed excitedly, feeling the surging power within him. Indeed. Who would have thought passing the trial would bring such rewards? Long Zhan couldn't hide his excitement. The Queen Mother of the West truly possesses divine prowess, inspiring awe. Sun Zhongjing and Li Yuanchao exchanged glances, seeing shock and gratitude mirrored in each other's eyes. The milky white light persisted for several full minutes before slowly dissipating. The jade platform returned to stillness. But the 5 figures standing upon it had undergone earth-shattering transformations. Xiang Chu's injuries were fully healed, and his power had subtly surged. Long Zhan's bottleneck had loosened, placing him but a step away from SS rank. The 2 experts were alert and sharp-minded, their mental acuity rivaling that of their prime. Lin Feng's psychic power surged dramatically, achieving a rule synchronization advancement that greatly enhanced his compatibility with the domain's laws. Everyone had leveled up. This wave of warmth delivery is absolutely incredible. The Queen Mother of the West truly possesses a magnanimous spirit. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze back to the center of the jade platform. The aura of that rule imprint still lingered. And the resonance from the core fragment grew even clearer. Chapter 108, The Core Fragment Kunlun Mirror. This is the place. A fierce light flared in Lin Feng's eyes. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward, heading straight for the center of the jade platform where the imprint of the rules was most potent. The terrifying imprint power, potent enough to send even SS-tier powerhouses into a panic, did not unleash any aggression. Instead, as if guided by some force, it parted to the sides, revealing a passage leading deeper into the jade platform. As if welcoming its new master? Long Zhan and Xiang Chu stared in utter disbelief. This was the rule imprint allegedly left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. How could it be so docile toward Lin Feng? It was utterly unbelievable. Without hesitation, Lin Feng followed the split imprint passageway and stepped directly into the jade platform's interior. Inside was a world unto itself. It was not a physical space, but a wondrous realm woven from pure order and the laws of life. Countless profound rule runes shimmered and swirled like stars. And at the very center, a palm-sized ancient stone mirror, carved entirely from jade, hung there in serene suspension. Its surface smooth as water, yet seemingly holding infinite mysteries. The frame was carved with ancient totems depicting sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and vegetation. An aura emanated, one sharing the same origin as the 3 core fragments within Lin Feng's body, yet carrying a unique rhythm of space and reality sweeping over him. This is it. The 4th core fragment. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and slowly reached out his hand toward the jade mirror. A cool sensation washed over him. The stone mirror was in his grasp. Buzz. A vast system notification, as if originating from the primordial chaos of the universe, exploded directly within the depths of Lin Feng's soul. Ding! Detected the 4th core fragment, the Kunlun Mirror. Kunlun Mirror, core fragment 4, embodying core principles such as order, space, and true reflection. Ability 1, Order Control Basic, can slightly manipulate and organize spatial order rules to stabilize spatial structures. Ability 2, Spatial Portal Basic, consumes energy to open a temporary spatial passage within a limited range. Range and stability depend on mastery level. Ability 3, True Reflection Basic, reveals the essence of all things, shatters illusions, and exposes rule vulnerabilities. Effectiveness depends on target strength and user mastery. Ding! 4 core fragments collected. Permissions upgraded. Initiating fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. New permission acquired. Rule field. Rule domain establishes a specialized domain centered on the host. Within this domain, the host's efficiency in utilizing mastered core rules earth, truth, life, space, order is significantly enhanced. Can suppress and interfere with the power of other rule entities within the domain. Ding! Massive EXP gained. Level up. Lin Feng, human. Rank, SS class mid-tier. Boom! A colossal torrent of information and pure energy surged into Lin Feng's body like a burst dam. His aura surged explosively. The already solid SS rank early stage was shattered. He firmly stepped into the mid-stage of SS rank. And it kept climbing, pushing toward the late SS tier. Awesome. So damn satisfying.
Lin Feng felt explosive power surging through every fiber of his being.
As if a single punch could shatter an asteroid.
The power of the four core fragments fused perfectly within him, forming a more stable and powerful cycle of rules.
Gripping the Kunlun mirror, he focused his intent. Ripples instantly spread across the mirror's surface. The spatial patterns of the entire ruins of the Yaoqi pool and even the broader Kunlun immortal realm were reflected with crystal clarity upon the mirror's surface. As if reading palm lines.
He could even discern, at certain weak nodes in the fabric of space, strands of an extremely faint yet ominous and chaotic energy.
Black threads? What were those?
Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Before he could investigate further.
Boom!
A will ancient, majestic, yet deeply weary and urgent seemed to traverse timeless space, descending directly into his mind.
Later one.
The voice seemed to reverberate directly through his soul.
It carried an aura of supreme authority. The Queen Mother of the West? Lin Feng's heart trembled violently.
Though merely a fragment of her consciousness, the sheer pressure she exerted was unlike anything he had ever encountered in his life. That you passed the path of self-reflection and gained the recognition of the Kunlun mirror proves your character and worthiness. The ancient voice continued, tinged with a hint of satisfaction, yet overwhelmingly solemn.
Time is running out.
This mirror is the core artifact that guarded the spatial node of Kunlun in ancient times. It was used to resist the erosion of the celestial demons from beyond the realm.
Celestial demons from beyond the realm?
Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. That name he seemed to have heard a similar description somewhere before. Celestial demons, not beings of this realm, but distortions of the rules themselves, the very root of chaos. Their existence predates the system bugs you speak of. It is far more ancient, far more terrifying. Once they invade, all things wither, the rules collapse, and the world returns to chaos. The lingering thoughts of the Queen Mother of the West were filled with profound dread.
In the ancient war, we sealed the heavenly demon's main force within the temporal turbulence. Yet its infiltration knows no bounds.
This Kunlun immortal realm stands as one of the outposts and sealing sites established back then. Relying on the power of the Kunlun mirror to suppress the spatial node, we barely maintain. Yet, as time passes, the seal weakens, and my remaining power will soon be exhausted. The black threads you witnessed earlier are the harbingers of the heavenly demon's corruption. A storm of shock surged through Lin Feng's heart. So that's how it is. The truth behind the Kunlun immortal realm was this. The so-called system glitch was likely just a low-level manifestation of the celestial demons from beyond eroding the realm? And this Kunlun mirror was actually the key to suppressing the space and resisting the heavenly demons. Later generations, having obtained the Kunlun mirror, must shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding it. The Queen Mother of the West's voice grew solemn. With my last ounce of strength, I bestow upon you temporary authority as the guardian of Kunlun. A golden mark, formed from pure orderly rules, shot out from the Kunlun mirror and instantly fused into Lin Feng's brow.
Ding!
Temporary identity acquired, Kunlun Guardian. Kunlun Guardian can access partial power of the Kunlun mirror, exert limited control over Kunlun immortal realm spatial rules, and exert additional suppression against extraterrestrial demons and their corrupted entities.
Permission duration unknown.
Responsibility: safeguard the stability of Kunlun's spatial node and prevent further corruption by the extraterrestrial demons. Should this stronghold fall, demonic forces may breach the node and descend upon your world.
The responsibility is immense.
Lin Feng felt the immense information flowing from the golden mark between his brows, along with a deeper connection to the entire Kunlun immortal realm.
His expression grew incredibly solemn.
This was no longer merely about finding the core fragment. This concerns the very safety of the entire real world. I obey your command, Senior. Lin Feng responded without hesitation, his voice solemn. Protecting Huagua, protecting the world, it was his duty.
Very well.
The Queen Mother of the West's consciousness seemed to emit a sigh of relief before slowly dissipating like a flickering candle in the wind.
The rule runes within the jade platform gradually faded away.
Lin Feng, clutching the Kunlun mirror, returned to the jade terrace of the Yaoqi.
Boss, are you okay?
Long John and the others immediately surrounded him, asking with concern. They had all clearly sensed the shift in Lin Feng's aura and the descent of that terrifying presence moments ago.
I'm fine.
Lin Feng shook his head and raised the Kunlun mirror in his hand.
The fourth fragment is ours.
Wonderful.
The group instantly burst into joy. And
Lin Feng's gaze swept across the group as he briefly recounted the information he'd just obtained, along with the responsibilities concerning the extraterrestrial demons and the guardians. After hearing this, everyone was stunned into silence. Extraterrestrial demons? More terrifying than system bugs? Kunlun immortal realm is a sealing site? The Kunlun guardians? The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. For a moment, the group struggled to process it all.
So now we not only have to find a way out, but also defend this place to prevent that so-called demon from escaping?
Xiang Chu frowned as he asked.
You could put it that way. Lin Feng nodded. And I have a feeling trouble might be coming.
He gripped the Kunlun mirror tightly, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the outer perimeter of the Kunlun immortal realm. Just moments ago, the instant he became the Kunlun guardian. Through the Kunlun mirror's spatial perception, he detected a faint. An extremely faint, yet malevolent and chaotic spatial fluctuation. Someone was attempting to force their way in. And the method being used was utterly bizarre. It carried a thick aura of glitch. Chapter 109, The Ceremony of the Heavenly Demon's Descent. Lin Feng clenched the Kunlun mirror, cold killing intent radiating from his body. He channeled energy into the mirror. A luminous glow rippled across the smooth surface. The distant outskirts of the Kunlun immortal realm instantly came into sharp focus. In a desolate valley, space was being forcibly torn apart by an extremely evil and chaotic force. An irregular black fissure, like an ugly scar, appeared mid-air. Dense black threads coiled around the fissure. This was precisely the trace of erosion mentioned earlier by the Queen Mother of the West's lingering echo, the mark of the celestial fiends from beyond the realm. And now, these black threads were being frantically absorbed by the fissure, fueling its expansion. Beneath the fissure, four figures clad in tattered black robes, yet radiating a powerful aura, stood encircling a sinister altar. At the altar's center lay a pulsating, ominous object. A black heart? No. It seemed to be a ritual artifact forcibly fused from countless twisted bug cores. The four robed figures possessed power at least at the S rank level. The leader's aura reached the terrifying peak of S rank. Beneath his hood, a face as withered as a skeleton yet burning with a maddened flame was revealed. Ouroboros. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. It was them. The lingering remnants of the Ouroboros, refusing to vanish. They had actually found a way into the Kunlun immortal realm too. And judging by this setup, they're performing a sacrifice. Using the power of the bud to forcibly tear open the space. Academician Li Yuanchao stared at the scene reflected in the Kunlun mirror, his voice breaking in shock. This method is unheard of. It's simply, they're summoning that so-called celestial demon from beyond the realm. Lin Feng cut him off, his voice cold as ice. The Kunlun mirror clearly reflected what lay beyond that black fissure. An indescribable void, a realm of utter chaos, madness, and warped laws. And some utterly terrifying entity, seemingly drawn by the ritual here, was attempting to descend. Damn it! How dare they? Long Zhan roared, his body erupting with murderous intent. Summoning a demon from beyond the realms? If successful, the consequences would be unimaginable. The real world itself could be destroyed. Madmen. A bunch of complete lunatics. Xiang Chu's face turned ashen, his grip tightening on his battle axe. We must stop them. Lin Feng wasted no words. The Kunlun mirror flashed, instantly locking onto the valley's precise coordinates. Go! He barked the command, stepping forward. His mid-SS tier power erupted without restraint. His entire body transformed into a golden streak of light, streaking toward the coordinates at lightning speed. Long Zhan and Xiang Chu followed close behind. Though the two experts couldn't keep pace, Lin Feng had already split off a strand of his spiritual energy to envelop them, carrying them forward together. The Kunlun immortal realm's vast expanse meant little to an SS tier cultivator like Lin Feng. Such a distance was nothing. A few minutes later, the desolate valley lay distant and visible. The hideous black fissure appeared even more colossal and monstrous than what had been glimpsed in the mirror. From within the fissure came waves of heart-stopping, soul-shredding howls. Chaotic, brutal, and frenzied energies seeped from the fissure like ink, contaminating the surrounding space. Around the altar, four remnants of the Ouroboros were at the critical moment of their ritual. Muttering incantations, they chanted ancient, malevolent syllables. The black heart-shaped ritual artifact, formed from the bug core, pulsed violently. With each beat, it drew energy from the surrounding space and their own power, frantically channeling it into the black fissure. Soon. We're almost there. The withered face of the S-rank elder leading them twisted into a maniacal grin. Can you feel it? The mighty power of the heavenly demon. It is about to descend. The world will be purified through chaos. We shall become the gods of the new world. The other three S-rank powerhouses flashed the same mad gleam in their eyes. For this moment, they had lurked in the shadows far too long. Sacrificed far too much. Countless comrades sacrificed, vast quantities of bug cores collected. They even resorted to the forbidden bug sacrifice ritual, burning their own life force. All was worth it to welcome back the great heavenly demon. At that very instant, whoosh! A dazzling golden streak of light, like lightning tearing through the night, suddenly appeared above the valley. A terrifying aura descended in an instant. Who's there? The four remaining Ouroboros remnants paled, snapping their heads up. When they recognized that familiar figure, their pupils instantly contracted. Lin Feng? The elder at the front gasped in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could he be here? So soon? Impossible. The rule forces of Kunlun immortal realm should block external perception. Could it be? The elder suddenly realized something, his gaze locking onto the ancient, jade-green mirror in Lin Feng's hand. The Kunlun mirror?
You actually obtained the Kunlun mirror? His voice, distorted by shock and envy, became shrill and piercing. The Kunlun mirror. The legendary treasure of the Queen Mother of the West. The core artifact guarding Kunlun. The very object they had schemed endlessly to find had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. The remnants of the Ouroboros serpent, truly, their specter lingers on. Lin Feng hovered midair, his gaze as cold as ice, staring at them as if they were already dead. Summoning demons from beyond the realms? You truly seek your own demise. Oomph. Lin Feng. Don't get too cocky. The old man quickly regained his composure, a flash of ruthlessness darting through his eyes. Even if you've obtained the Kunlun mirror, so what? The ritual is nearly complete. The great demon is about to descend. No one can stop it. Stop him. Buy us time for the ritual. The old man barked fiercely. The other three S-rank powerhouses exchanged glances, instantly understanding the old man's intent. They roared in fury, unleashing their full power as they lunged toward Lin Feng. A barrage of bizarre attacks, forged using exploit-based powers, descended upon him like a storm. You're asking for death. Long Zhan and Xiang Chu roared as they charged forward. Boom! Boom! The battle erupted in an instant. Though Long Zhan and Xiang Chu had just received the gift, greatly enhancing their power. But their opponents were three genuine S-rank powerhouses. Their methods were bizarre, and they fought with utter disregard for their own lives. For a moment, they were barely held back. Meanwhile, the peak S-rank elder seized the opportunity, frantically channeling every last ounce of his remaining power, including his very life force, into the Black Heart ritual artifact. I offer my flesh, blood, and soul as sacrifice. Hail the great Lord of Chaos. Descend. He let out his final, frenzied roar. Buzz. The Black Heart ritual artifact erupted violently, transforming into a torrent of the purest dark energy. All surged into that spatial fissure. Boom! The black fissure instantly expanded several times over. Like a gaping maw of the abyss, ready to devour all in its path. And even more terrifying. More chaotic. More despair-inducing aura surged madly from the depths of the fissure. Vaguely discernible within was an immense, monstrous form covered in twisted runes and ghastly white pupils. A claw? A tentacle? Slowly, it was squeezing its way out of the fissure. No! Lin Feng's expression darkened. Chapter 110, Halting the Ritual, the First Battle of the Kunlun Mirror. Don't even think about it. A cold glint flared in Lin Feng's eyes. He absolutely could not let this thing descend. Kunlun Mirror. A low shout. Lin Feng channeled the surging energy within his body into the jade mirror in his hand with frenzied intensity. The Kunlun Mirror seemed to sense its master's will, responding to the call of its guardian duty. A dazzling green radiance erupted from its surface. Pure. Vast. Filled with order. A force of order and law, overwhelming and unstoppable, erupted like a celestial river pouring down from the heavens. Command! Lin Feng held the Kunlun mirror and abruptly shone it upon the ever-expanding black fissure. Whoosh! A colossal pillar of pure azure light, seemingly distilled from the very essence of cosmic order, tore through the void. It struck the black fissure with pinpoint precision. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like boiling oil poured onto snow. The chaotic, raging black fissure trembled violently under the illumination of the order light. Its momentum of expansion was forcibly halted. The chaotic energies seeping from the fissure were neutralized and purified by the order light. The terrifying roar emanating from the fissure now carried a hint of pain and fury. It's working. Lin Feng's spirit soared. Truly worthy of being the guardian treasure left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. The Kunlun mirror possessed an innate counter to such chaotic forces. It's not over yet. Golden light swirled in Lin Feng's eyes. The Eye of Correction and the Kunlun mirror's true reflection ability activated simultaneously. The mirror's light shifted once more. Like a searchlight, it swept down upon the completely withered old man below and the bizarre, evil altar ruins beneath him composed of countless bug cores. Under the Kunlun mirror's true reflection. The remnant energy circuits sustaining the rift's operation around the altar were instantly laid bare. And within these intricate energy networks, three extremely concealed yet crucial energy nodes flashed with blinding red light. Those were the Erase Bug nodes. The very crux enabling the entire dark ritual to forcibly warp spatial laws and sacrifice bug power. Long Zhan. Xiang Chu. Without hesitation, Lin Feng transmitted the precise coordinates of the three bug nodes to them instantly through their mental link. Attack those three nodes. Now. Roger that. Understood. Dragon War and Xiang Chu, currently locked in combat with 3S rank Ouroboros remnants, both felt a surge of focus. With clear targets now identified, they hesitated no longer. Get the hell out of my way. Long Zhan roared. The terrifying power within him, nearing SS rank, erupted violently. Golden dragon-shaped chi swirled around his body. A fist struck out. With unmatched might. Boom! An S-rank mid-tier Ouroboros member was sent flying by his ferocious force. Blood spurted from his mouth. Break army. Open mountain.
Xiang Chu's battle intent surged wildly. With his injuries fully healed and his strength enhanced, all he desired now was a thrilling battle. His battle axe sliced through the sky. Swinging with the force of splitting manhwa, he struck at another early S-rank enemy. Thud! Though the enemy fought back with all his might, one arm was still severed. He screamed and stumbled backward. The two instantly opened a breach. Now! Long Zhan's figure shot like lightning toward the first bug node on the left. It was a deep, subterranean convergence point of energy formed by twisted runes. Dragon Fist. Shatter! The golden dragon roared. A frenzied fist force slammed violently into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered. That bug node, along with the surrounding array runes, was instantly blown to smithereens. Vanished into nothingness. At the same moment, Xiang Chu charged like a tiger descending a mountain toward the second bug node on the right. It was an unassuming black stone, yet chaotic energy surged within it. Shatter! The battle axe swept through with the might to cleave mountains and shatter rocks. Crack! The black stone shattered instantly. Reduced to dust. The second bug node destroyed. Damn it! Stop them! The lone surviving late S-rank Ouroboros member, both shocked and enraged. He desperately tried to intervene, only to be sent flying by a spinning kick from Long Zhan. The third bug node, directly beneath the altar. Long Zhan and Xiang Chu exchanged a glance and struck simultaneously. Boom! Their combined strike. The entire altar wreckage, along with the final hidden bug node beneath it, was utterly obliterated into dust. 3 crucial bug nodes destroyed. The energy supply sustaining the evil formation that maintained the rift was instantly cut off. Crack, crack. The massive black rift in midair immediately emitted cracking sounds as it buckled under the strain. It began shrinking at a visible pace. Flickering unsteadily. The Kunlun mirror in Lin Feng's hand radiated an intense glow of order. Seizing the moment, he intensified the suppression. It seemed poised to completely seal this wicked passageway connecting to the realm of chaos. No! The 3 gravely wounded remnants of the Ouroboros let out a desperate howl. Their plan. Had it failed? But, at the very instant the fissure was about to seal shut. Roar! A terrifying roar, filled with boundless savagery, chaos, and a maddened will, erupted from the depths of the fissure. This sound seemed to contain a terror beyond words. Nearly hearing it sent shockwaves through Long Zhan and Xiang Chu, their blood surging violently. The 2 experts turned deathly pale and collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. This oppressive force absolutely surpassed SS rank. In fact, it felt even more malevolent and chaotic than the lingering echoes of the Queen Mother of the West he had sensed before. Boom! Just as Lin Feng channeled all his strength into the Kunlun mirror, attempting to seal the fissure completely, the nearly sealed fissure was violently forced open from within by an unstoppable, colossal force. Put! Lin Feng felt as if struck by a heavy blow. A colossal force of chaos surged back at him. His chest tightened, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Even the Kunlun mirror's light of order was shaken. Roar! Accompanied by an even more terrifying roar. A colossal, monstrous claw emerged covered in twisted, viscous black matter and countless ghastly white, constantly rotating pupils. Giant claws burst forth from the fissure. Immediately after, a colossal, indescribable form as if forcibly fused from countless chaotic laws and negative energies. A half-body. This creature possessed no fixed form, resembling a writhing mass of shadow. It constantly emitted a nauseating aura of chaos, corrupting everything around it. Even just the half-body it forced out obscured half the sky. A terrifying pressure far surpassing that of the previous Order Guardians swept through the valley like a tangible tsunami. SSS tier. Undoubtedly SSS tier power. And, it might not even be just the initial stage. The Heavenly Demon. Lin Feng stared intently at the terrifying half-formed monster, his expression growing grim to the extreme. Though the ritual was thwarted, the Demon Lord's main force failed to descend. But this thing. It's likely the Ouroboros exploited a glitch and harnessed sacrificial power to forcibly conjure this monster, a creature infused with the Heavenly Demon's power. Holy! Long Zhan, Xiang Chu, and the others stared at the half-monster obscuring the sky, overwhelmed by its suffocating pressure. They were all stunned. Boss, can the Kunlun mirror hold it back? Chapter 111, The Heavenly Demon Descends. Block it? Lin Feng looked up, his expression growing more grave than ever as he stared at the massive, twisted half-body continuously squeezing out from the pitch-black fissure. The chaotic pressure emanating from that thing was like mountains and seas. Overwhelming. This thing is at least mid-tier SSS class. Lin Feng murmured, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Mid-tier SSS rank. Long Zhan and Xiang Chu sucked in sharp breaths. The previous Order Guardian, a peak SS rank, had nearly wiped them all out. How terrifying must this mid-tier SSS rank monster be? Roar! As if responding to Lin Feng's words, the demonic beast let out an even more frenzied roar. More bodies forced their way out from the ever-narrowing fissure. Its form grew clearer. It possessed no fixed shape whatsoever. It resembled a colossal nightmare conglomerate, a chaotic amalgamation of black sludge, twisted flesh, ghastly white pupils, and countless shattered runes of law. Viscous black liquid dripped from its body, corroding the rocks below with sizzling sounds and billowing black smoke.
The surrounding space began violently warping and distorting around it.
The once pure spiritual energy was swiftly polluted, turning murky and violent.
It's polluting the environment. Devouring the rules. Academician Li Yuanchao's voice trembled with terror. Quick, examine its energy composition. It's too chaotic.
There are both regular fluctuations and massive, incomprehensible fractures and conflict points. Sun Zhongjing exclaimed in horror, this isn't a normal life form at all. It's more like a monster forcibly stitched together.
A Frankenstein's monster.
Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply.
That description was spot on. Just then, the demonic creature finally managed to squeeze most of its body out of the crack. Its countless ghastly white pupils, unfocused and darting about, instantly locked onto Lin Feng and the others below. Without warning. Boom! A bizarre energy beam, black as ink yet streaked with blinding white light, suddenly shot forth from somewhere within its body. Its target was none other than Lin Feng. This attack method defied all logic. Its energy attributes were riddled with contradictions and chaos. Its speed was beyond comprehension. Watch out! Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately attempted to activate rule synchronization. He attempted to predict the trajectory and underlying rules of this attack. But it failed. The moment his psychic energy touched that chaotic energy beam, all he perceived were violent, chaotic, and conflicting fragments of rules. Like 10,000 different noise sources bellowing simultaneously. It was utterly impossible to lock onto any stable frequency for synchronization. Put. The backlash from the failed forced synchronization caused his chi and blood to stall. As the bizarre beam closed in for the kill, Lin Feng hesitated not a moment, instantly activating the Kunlun mirror. The orderly green light surged forth once more, transforming into a thick energy shield that blocked the attack before him. Boom! The chaotic beam slammed into the azure shield. An ear-splitting roar erupted. The azure light and the black and white radiance violently intertwined and annihilated each other. Lin Feng felt an immense force surge through him. His entire body felt as though struck by a high-speed train. He was violently hurled backward dozens of meters. His blood surged violently. His arms went numb. Even the light of the Kunlun mirror dimmed slightly. A single strike had dealt a heavy blow to this mid-SS tier powerhouse. Boss! Long Zhan and Xiang Chu were utterly shocked. Roar! Having landed its strike, the heavenly fiend roared savagely once more. Its massive claws slammed down toward Long Zhan and Xiang Chu below. As the claws swung, the surrounding space began to warp and distort irregularly. What appeared to be a straight descent in one moment bizarrely materialized at a different angle the next, completely defying the laws of physics. This was a hybrid attack blending bugs and rules. Chaos. Disorder. Yet terrifyingly powerful. You're asking for death. Long Zhan roared, unleashing a surge of golden dragon energy. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, meeting the blow with a fist. Break army. Slash. Xiang Chu swung his battle axe, striking the side of the giant claw to divert the pressure. Boom. Crack. Long Zhan's fist slammed squarely into the colossal claw. Yet it felt as though he'd struck some incredibly resilient substance that could devour energy. The brute force of his punch was swallowed up almost entirely. A chaotic counterforce surged back. Long Zhan grunted, his arm bones groaning under the strain. His entire body was sent reeling backward. Xiang Chu's battle axe, however, successfully struck the giant claw. Yet it only left a faint white mark upon the black substance. The next instant, a strange, warping force surged from the wound. Xiang Chu felt as though his battle axe had sunk into quicksand, forcibly stuck fast by an unyielding force. No! Xiang Chu's face paled as he tried to pull the battle axe back, only to find the black substance spreading upward like a living creature. It carried a potent corruption and corrosive quality. Let go! Lin Feng's voice rang out just in time. Xiang Chu acted decisively, instantly releasing the battle axe and leaping backward. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The battle axe, forged from tempered steel, was swiftly enveloped by the black substance and corroded away. It melted into a pool of molten iron. What a devastatingly potent contaminating ability. Lin Feng steadied himself, watching the scene unfold, his brow furrowing even deeper. Physical attacks are ineffective. Energy attacks will be devoured. It also causes spatial distortion and severe corruption. This demon is at least 10 times more troublesome than the previous Order Guardian. The Order Guardian may have flawless rules, but at least it follows the logic of order. This thing, however, is pure chaos incarnate. Rule synchronization is nearly completely ineffective against this level of chaos. Eyes of correction can perceive countless bugs and rule conflicts within its being. But these bugs themselves form part of its power. And with such chaotic disorder, finding a stable, effective point of attack is impossible.
It's like facing a program riddled with vulnerabilities, yet these flaws compensate for each other and even turn to attack you.
Nowhere to start. Roar. The heavenly demon roared once more. Countless ghastly white pupils across its body flared to life simultaneously. Whoosh. 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 Hundreds upon hundreds of tiny, chaotic psychic shockwaves rained down like a torrential storm, covering the entire valley. Psychic attack. Defend yourselves. Lin Feng's expression changed again. He immediately activated the Kunlun mirror's shield, shielding the two experts and Long Zhan Xiang Chu behind him. Puff. 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 Countless mental beams slammed into the azure shield, sending ripples of energy outward. Lin Feng felt his mental energy draining like a receding tide. Though the Kunlun mirror could withstand the assault, the cost was immense. And this was merely a casual wave of attacks from the enemy. What was even more terrifying? That demonic entity seemed to be continuously drawing chaotic power from the outside realm through the rift that was about to close. Its aura was slowly growing stronger. No! We can't keep this up. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He had to find a way. Conventional combat methods were utterly ineffective against this hybrid of glitches and rules. He must find its origin. Its core. This forcibly stitched together monster must harbor some fatal flaw. A primal bug hidden deep beneath its chaotic facade. Lin Feng drew a deep breath, his gaze sharpening to a piercing intensity. He began to channel the power of the four core fragments within his body to their fullest extent. Chapter 112, The Four Fragments Unite. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Passive defense was no longer an option. He must take the offensive. Find this monster's weak spot. Long Zhan. Xiang Chu. Lin Feng's voice thundered like a clap of lightning, exploding in their ears. Hold them off. I need a moment. Don't worry, boss. Long Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with battle intent. As long as I have breath left in me, it won't get past us. Kill. Xiang Chu roared with fury. Though he had lost his battle axe, his momentum only intensified. He met the heavenly demon's assault head-on with his peak S-rank physique. Boom! Lin Feng hesitated no longer. The energy within him erupted like a volcano. The overwhelming pressure of a mid-SS tier powerhouse was unleashed without reservation. Under his will, the four core fragments were simultaneously driven to their absolute limit. Extraordinary phenomena erupted. The heavens and earth changed color. The Earth Dragon Vein Core Fragment. Roar! As if an invisible dragon's roar echoed through the void. The earth beneath Lin Feng's feet instantly glowed with an earthen yellow light. The very essence of the earth within the entire Kunlun immortal realm seemed to stir. A gravitational force as heavy as mountains suddenly bore down upon the heavenly demon's colossal form. Crack! Crack! The heavenly demon's movements faltered. As if it had sunk into quicksand. Countless fissures tore open in the ground, sharp spikes erupting from the earth to pierce viciously at its body. Thud! Thud! Though most spikes were blocked or corroded by its twisted body. A few still pierced through, drawing out a foul-smelling black liquid. Fragments of the world tree's root core. Swish! 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 A dense green glow of life erupted around Lin Feng. Countless thick, resilient emerald vines materialized from thin air, like giant serpents come to life. Imbued with the colossal power of life's laws, they frantically coiled toward the heavenly demon. Emerald green runes of law even flickered upon the vines, attempting to bind this chaotic monster. Roar! The heavenly demon, seething with pain, grew even more frenzied. The black substance on its body writhed violently, releasing even stronger forces of corrosion and distortion as it frantically struggled to break free from the vine's grasp. But the world tree's vitality was relentless. Though vines were corroded, fresh ones sprouted instantly. Wave after wave. Though unable to fully restrain it, they greatly slowed its movement and attack frequency. The core fragment of Horus's eye. The mysterious golden vertical pupil between Lin Feng's brows suddenly opened. A dazzling golden light shot forth like a sharp sword. Ignoring the heavenly demon's chaotic energy field and warped space. It pierced directly toward the very core of its colossal form. Perceiving truth. Piercing illusion. Lin Feng's spiritual energy drained at an unprecedented rate. Desperately seeking a single opening amidst the chaos and madness. The core fragment of the Kunlun mirror. Lin Feng raised the jade mirror high in his hand. Orderly green light erupted from the mirror's surface like a tsunami. A purer, more vast pillar of orderly light once again slammed into the struggling heavenly demon. This time, it was no longer merely suppressing the fissure. Instead, it reflected. It analyzed. The true reflection ability activated at full power. The mirror light of the Kunlun mirror, like a high-precision scanner, began to dissect the chaotic rule structure of the heavenly demon. In an instant, Earth's might suppressed. Life vines bound. The eye of truth discerned. Order's light analyzed. Under Lin Feng's flawless control, the power of the four core fragments erupted in their first true, combined explosion. The effect was undeniable.
The once unbeatable heavenly demon found itself completely on the defensive for the very first time. Its movements were severely impeded by the power of the earth and the vines of life. The chaotic energy field, illuminated by the order light, began to exhibit unstable fluctuations. Its core essence gradually revealed itself, exposed by the dual scrutiny of Horus Eye and the Kunlun mirror. Roar! The celestial fiend sensed an unprecedented threat. It unleashed a deafening roar. Its colossal form shook violently. Boom! An even more frenzied, chaotic energy shockwave erupted from its core. Pop! Pop! Countless mines. The gravitational field holding it down was briefly shattered by the force of the blast. Bang! Bang! Long John and Xiang Chu locked in close combat, bore the brunt of the impact. As if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Both let out agonized screams as they flew backward, blood streaming down their bodies. They slammed violently into the distant mountain wall. But Long John coughed up a mouthful of blood, his energy instantly fading. Cough, cough. What the hell, a death throes counterattack. Xiang Chu struggled to rise, but felt as if his internal organs had shifted out of place. The impact had been terrifyingly powerful. Had they not just received the Western Queen Mother's gift, greatly enhancing their strength, they likely would have been finished right then and there. Lin Feng was also caught in the blast. But the order light of the Kunlun mirror blocked most of the shockwave. His gaze remained fixed, locked onto the core of the heavenly demon. At the very instant the heavenly demon erupted. Both the Eye of Horus and the Kunlun mirror simultaneously captured it. At the very heart of that chaotic energy. Within the core region were countless bugs and distorted rules violently intertwined. There existed a trace, an extremely faint yet utterly distinct dissonance. A sense of rejection, originating from the very essence. Like oil and water. Though forcibly blended together, forming a seemingly chaotic whole. Their very natures repel each other. They cannot truly merge. So that's it. A dazzling flash of insight erupted in Lin Feng's eyes. He understood. He understood completely. This heavenly demon was indeed as the experts had speculated. It wasn't a genuine celestial demon from beyond the realms at all. Instead, it was an artificial creation forged by the Ouroboros organization. They harnessed vast quantities of system bug cores they had collected, then through an evil ritual, forcibly fused a fragment of the leaked Outworld demon primordial rules. A rule-stitched monstrosity. The power of system bugs and the rules of the Outer Realm demon are fundamentally two distinct types of abnormalities. Though both labeled chaos, their origins differ. Their attributes clash. Ouroboros used some method to forcibly stitch them together, creating this seemingly invincible, chaotic, and unstoppable monster. Yet this forced fusion carries immense inherent risks. Namely the rejection reaction between core rules. This is its fundamental bug. Its most fatal weakness. If one could exploit this flaw, trigger this rejection reaction, this seemingly invincible monster will begin to crumble from within. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Found it. Finally found it. No matter how chaotic you become. No matter how unsolvable. Under the combined power of the four core fragments. Before my eye of correction and the Kunlun mirror. No bug can hide. Boss? Long John and Xiang Chu, struggling to their feet in the distance, froze upon seeing Lin Feng burst into sudden laughter. Nothing. Lin Feng stifled his laughter, his eyes blazing with unprecedented confidence. He raised the Kunlun mirror high, his voice booming like a great bell, echoing throughout the entire valley. I found this bastard's Achilles heel. Chapter 113, Purification, the Wailing of the Pseudo-Heavenly Demon. What? Far away, the three severely wounded, barely clinging to life remnants of the Ouroboros trembled violently at the words. Impossible. The monster's core weakness was something the organization had spent countless efforts to barely suppress and patch up. How could Lin Feng have discovered it so quickly? Roar! The pseudo-demon seemed to sense the deadly threat as well. It ceased its futile energy blasts, its massive, twisted body convulsing violently. Countless ghastly white pupils locked onto Lin Feng. A force even more viscous, darker, and chaotic began brewing within its body. It was preparing an even more powerful attack. Perhaps even a desperate, self-destructive assault. Too late. Lin Feng sneered coldly. How could he give the enemy a chance? Now. A fierce light blazed in Lin Feng's eyes. The Eye of Correction and the Kunlun mirror's true reflection locked onto the pseudo-demon core's faint yet deadly rejection reaction bug. For symbols unite. Order guide. Explode. Lin Feng roared with fury. The power of the four core fragments within his body surged with unprecedented intensity. No longer a simple sum. Instead, it was driven by the Kunlun mirror's order, rule power. Guided precisely by the truth, power of the Eye of Horus. The life, power of the world tree's roots served as the energy source. Anchored by the earth, power of the earth dragon veins as its stabilizing foundation. A beam of order far purer, more concentrated, and sharper than before erupted from the Kunlun mirror.
This light no longer suppressed an area. Instead, it pierced like the sharpest surgical blade. Guided with pinpoint precision by the eye of Horus, it pierced through the pseudo-demon's layered defenses of chaotic energy. Directly. Precisely. It pierced viciously into its core region, that minute rejection-reaction bug node. Like a single drop of water plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil. Or like adding a catalyst to an unstable chemical reaction. Boom! The pseudo-demon's massive form froze abruptly. The next instant, an indescribable, violent conflict erupted from its very core. The power of the system bug. And the rules of the extra-dimensional demon. These two inherently repelling chaotic forces, under the forced correction and guidance of the order light, completely spiraled out of control. They no longer maintained a fragile, stitched-together state. Instead, like mortal enemies, they launched into the most frenzied mutual assault. Mutual annihilation. Roar. Howl. Squeak. The pseudo-demon emitted a shrill, piercing scream utterly unlike anything a living creature could produce. The sound was filled with agony, chaos, and a hint of relief. Its body began to violently swell, twist, and deform from within. Blinding flashes of white light and pitch-black cracks spread like a spiderweb across its massive form. Pop. 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 Viscous black matter and ghastly white pupils burst open like festering boils. Transforming into chaotic energy turbulence, it splattered everywhere. But the moment this chaotic energy touched the orderly domain radiating from the Kunlun mirror outside, it was swiftly neutralized and purified. Emitting sizzling sounds, it dissipated into the air. The entire process resembled a balloon inflated to its absolute limit, only to undergo a violent chemical explosion within. The scene was utterly terrifying. Yet it carried a strange beauty. It was the beauty of order triumphing over chaos. No. No. This can't be possible. The three remaining Hydra remnants were utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Their eyes widened, their faces etched with horror, fear, and despair. The pseudo-heavenly demon. Their last hope. The trump card forged at immense cost by the organization, powerful enough to destroy everything. Could it really, collapse from within like this? Its weakness exposed by Lin Feng. A fatal blow? How could this be? It's the Kunlun mirror. And his damn eyes. A late-stage S-rank Ouroboros member screamed, his voice trembling. The power of order overcomes chaos. The eye of truth sees to the core. We've lost. We're utterly defeated. Thud. Another armless S-rank member collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. It's over, completely over. Their last shred of hope shattered, their pillar of strength utterly collapsed. Roar! The pseudo-demon's agonized screams were nearing their end. Its colossal form, torn apart by the frenzied clash of internal laws and the purifying light of external order, was rapidly dissolving. Disintegrating. Like ice meeting the blazing sun. Massive amounts of black matter evaporated. Twisted runes of law were erased. Its ghastly white pupils turned to ash. Finally. Boom! A thunderous roar. The colossal monster that had obscured the sky and blocked out the sun collapsed completely, leaving no remnants behind. It dissolved into a mass. Incredibly pure. Incredibly vast. Yet bearing a trace of chaotic imprint. Unclaimed energy. And countless tiny, faintly glowing, twisted fragments of rules. These were the essence left behind after the pseudo-demon's purification, containing the colossal energy of an SSS-tier mid-stage monster. And some distorted yet immensely valuable rule information for Lin Feng's research. Good stuff. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He didn't hesitate. With a thought, the four core fragments activated once more, forming a colossal energy vortex. Whoosh! That vast, ownerless energy surged into Lin Feng's body like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Those minute fragments of rules were also sifted and absorbed by him using the Eye of Correction and the Kunlun mirror. He purged the chaotic imprints within, extracting the useful rule information. Boom! 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 Lin Feng's aura began to surge wildly once more. Having just broken through to the mid-SS tier, his cultivation rapidly consolidated and advanced under the impact of this immense energy. Reaching the late SS tier, his spiritual power, having absorbed those rule fragments, became more refined and profound. His comprehension and resistance to negative rules like chaos, distortion, and bug had greatly increased. Awesome! So damn satisfying. Defeating a mid-tier SSS grade pseudo-demon, the rewards were simply insane. Ding! Successfully purified an SSS tier mid-stage chaos aggregate pseudo-celestial demon. Gained massive amounts of EXP. Acquired a large amount of unclaimed chaotic energy. Obtained distorted rule fragments XN. Kunlun Guardian privileges upgraded. Slightly increased control over the Kunlun Immortal Realm. Ding! Host successfully resolved high-intensity rule conflict event detected. Rating, perfect. Special rewards being issued.
A series of system notifications made Lin Feng's smile grow even wider. Got it. Lin Feng suppressed his aura, feeling the surging power within him, and nodded with satisfaction. His gaze shifted to the three distant Ouroboros remnants, their faces ashen and utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Longjian, Xiangchu, they're yours. Lin Feng said indifferently. Yes, boss. Longjian and Xiangchu struggled to their feet. Though badly wounded, their eyes burned with extraordinary excitement. Witnessing Lin Feng purify the SSS rank pseudo-demon had sent their blood boiling. Heh, you scum. Weren't you so cocky just now? Longjian sneered, advancing step by step toward the three utterly shattered S-rank powerhouses. Now, it's time to settle the score. Xiangchu said nothing, silently picking up a sharp stone with an icy glint in his eyes. Facing two murderous gods radiating murderous intent, the three remnants of the Ouroboros faction couldn't muster even a flicker of resistance. Thud. 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 They fell to their knees instantly. Spare our lives. We were wrong. We surrender. We'll confess everything. Don't kill us. Please, we beg you. The S-class powerhouse who moments ago seemed invincible now begs pitifully like a stray dog. Too bad. Neither Longjian nor Xiangchu showed the slightest trace of pity on their faces. For these madmen who dared to plot the world's destruction, they harbored only icy intent to kill. Bang! 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 Several muffled thuds echoed. Three S-rank Ouroboros remnants had their limbs cleanly shattered, their energy sealed, and their ability to resist utterly extinguished. Boss, they're all taken care of. Longjian grinned, dragging an S-rank late-stage powerhouse limp as a dead dog. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged valley. The pseudo-demon had been purified, and the Ouroboros remnants captured. The black fissure connecting to the outer realm, deprived of its energy support, closed completely and vanished. The rampant chaos energy rapidly dissipated under the orderly light of the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun immortal realm had temporarily regained its tranquility. Phew! The two experts finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, cold sweat streaming down their faces. What had just transpired was utterly breathtaking. Lin Feng stowed away the Kunlun mirror and steadied the turbulent energy within his body. This battle had yielded immense gains, but at a significant cost. Next, it was time to deal with these captives and then consider leaving Kunlun. Chapter 114, The World's Axis Cracks. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the three Ouroboros remnants, limp as mud. S-rank powerhouses? Now they were nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. He wasted no time interrogating them personally. Through special channels, he contacted the outside world directly. The Kunlun mirror flickered faintly, transmitting a covert spatial fluctuation outward. Efficiency. This is the efficiency of the state apparatus. In less than half an hour, a well-equipped, formidable special operations squad descended directly into the valley via the temporary spatial coordinates established by Lin Feng. At its head stood a middle-aged man bearing the rank insignia of a general. General Lin. Spotting Lin Feng, the man snapped to attention and saluted, his eyes brimming with reverence and excitement. The young man before them was the Pillar of Huagua. A legend among legends. The prisoner is yours. Keep him under strict surveillance and extract every last bit of intelligence. Lin Feng's words were concise and to the point. Yes. We guarantee completion of the mission. The general responded loudly, then immediately waved his hand. The special squad moved swiftly, bundling the three remaining Ouroboros remnants like cargo and carrying them away. Along with samples of residual energy traces left behind after the fake demon's dissipation, they were carefully collected. General Lin, do you have any further instructions? The general asked respectfully. None for now. Withdraw as quickly as possible. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Sir. The special squad arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in an instant through the temporarily open spatial passage. The valley fell silent once more. Nourished by the dense spiritual energy of Kunlun immortal realm, Longjian and Xiangchu's injuries had healed significantly. The two experts had also regained their composure and were now excitedly recording environmental data. Boss, this was absolutely thrilling. Longjian grinned widely, his face still flushed with excitement. Slaying a peak SSS tier pseudo-demon lord with his own hands. This achievement was something he could brag about for the rest of his life. Though Lin Feng had been the main force. Xiangchu also looked deeply moved. An SSS tier monster, it actually exists. Lin Feng nodded, about to say something. Suddenly. Buzz. The entire Kunlun immortal realm trembled gently. From the direction of the jade pool, a soft yet majestic milky white light flared once more. The light shot straight toward the heavens. A vague yet exquisite, yet supremely majestic apparition slowly coalesced above the jade pool. It was the remnant consciousness of the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West? The two experts trembled with excitement, nearly kneeling once more. Longjian and Xiangchu instantly dropped their smiles, their expressions turning solemn. Lin Feng raised his head, his gaze calm as he met the phantom stare. You have done well. A voice, ancient and majestic, as if spanning countless ages, resounded directly within Lin Feng's mind. Within the voice lay a barely perceptible hint of approval. You have prevented the pseudo-demon from descending and safeguarded this realm's node. You are worthy of the title guardian. Lin Feng remained silent, waiting quietly for more. He knew the Queen Mother of the West's echo had reappeared for far more than mere praise.
Sure enough, the Queen Mother of the West's voice grew solemn. Do you realize your actions have drawn the attention of him? Him?
Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The cold, omnipresent system that forms the foundation of this realm and sets the rules for all things. The Queen Mother's voice carried an inexplicable undertone. The more core fragments you gather, the stronger your power becomes and the further you stray from the system's predetermined path.
This is an anomaly, and a variable. The system's corrective mechanisms operate ceaselessly. Ordinary bugs, the system can clean up on its own. But an existence like yours transcends the scope of routine corrections. In the future, you may face challenges from the system itself or even its original designers.
The Queen Mother of the West paused, as if weighing her words. A trial, or a purge.
Boom! Lin Feng's mind was shaken to its core. The system itself? The original designer? A trial? Purge? These words exploded in his mind like thunderclaps from the heavens. He had always believed his greatest enemies were the Ouroboros, the bugs, the demons from beyond the realms. But never did he imagine. His relentless pursuit of strength and collection of core fragments had actually drawn the attention of the colossal entity known as the system. Could it even draw the intervention of the original designer? This level of threat far exceeded his wildest expectations. What is the original designer? Lin Feng suppressed the shock within him and asked in a low voice. Unspeakable, unfathomable, unknowable. The Queen Mother of the West's voice grew ethereal. I am but a fragmentary remnant of the ancient past, my knowledge limited. You need only know that the path ahead holds dangers far beyond your imagination. Only by ceaselessly growing stronger and gathering all the core fragments might a sliver of hope remain. Thus ends my counsel. Farewell. As her words faded, the majestic apparition above the jade pool gradually dimmed. The milky white light retracted. Kunlun's celestial realm returned to its former appearance. It seemed as though everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. But Lin Feng knew it was no illusion. The Queen Mother of the West's warning cut deep into his heart. System. Designer. Trial. Purge. Mountains of pressure crushed down upon his heart. Yet, instead of fear, a fiercer flame ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. Pressure? Challenge? Bring it on. What did Lin Feng have to fear? Who cares about your system? Or your designer? You want to eliminate me? Ask my sword first if it agrees. At that very moment. Ding! An unprecedentedly crisp and resounding notification tone erupted without warning deep within Lin Feng's mind. This sound was unlike any previous system notification. It seemed to originate directly from some higher-level existence. Immediately afterward, his personal interface automatically popped up beyond his control. No routine information appeared on the panel. Only line after line, shimmering with dazzling golden light, as if forged from the runes of the Great Tao. Sacred script. Detected special individual Lin Feng has met specific hidden conditions. Authorization verification in progress. Verification successful. System origin intervention. Intervention successful. World-class emergency mission issued. Mission name, repair the fissure in the world's axis. Mission level? Extreme danger. Mission origin, system core. Objective, locate and repair the unknown fissure appearing in the world pillar. Mission note, this mission is mandatory. Failure penalty, unknown extremely severe. Reward, unlock phase 1 reward unknown upon reaching 10% repair progress. Good luck, anomaly. The golden divine script flickered several times before slowly fading away. The personal interface returned to normal. But Lin Feng stood frozen in place. His heart began to pound wildly, refusing to obey. System origin? A world-class emergency mission? Repair the cracks in the world's axis? Failure penalty unknown extremely severe? What the hell is going on? Just finished hearing the Queen Mother of the West's warning about the system and the designer. The very next second, the system's origin personally steps in to assign him a mission? And it's this kind of world-class mission that sounds insanely epic but is also dangerously extreme? World Pivot, what even is that? Just from the name, it sounds like the crucial core that sustains the entire world's operation. It has developed a crack? Is this crack related to the demons from beyond? Or perhaps a bug? Or perhaps it's connected to the so-called original designer? Countless questions surged into Lin Feng's mind like a tidal wave. But he quickly regained his composure. Mandatory mission. Failure carries extreme consequences. This meant he had no choice. He must proceed. Moreover, this might also be an opportunity. An opportunity to uncover the world's deepest secrets. An opportunity to uncover the truth about the system and the designer. Interesting. A battle-ready curve lifted at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. So what if the system itself intervenes? So what if it's a world-class mission? The axis of the world has fractured? Then, I shall mend it. His gaze grew deep and unwavering. He gazed beyond the Kunlun immortal realm, toward that familiar world of reality. Chapter 115, Return the Kunlun Project of Huagua. The next moment, Lin Feng hesitated no longer. With a single thought, the Kunlun mirror flashed with light and the spatial gate opened. Carrying Long Zhan, Xiang Chu, and the two experts still reeling from shock, he instantly returned to the real world. Their location? The deepest recesses of the highest level secret base. Buzz. The moment they appeared, a shrill alarm blared instantly. Countless infrared and energy detectors locked onto them. But the very next second, upon recognizing the figure as Lin Feng, all alarms instantly deactivated. The base commander, a gray-haired old general, practically scrambled over to greet him. General Lin. You're back. The old general's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Feng nodded. Arrange a top-secret meeting immediately. I have urgent intelligence to report. Yes. Arranged immediately. The old general dared not delay for a moment, personally taking charge of the arrangements. Half an hour later, at the highest power center of Huagua, inside an absolutely secure conference room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Every figure present was a top-tier powerhouse whose every move could shake the world. The top leader sat in the main seat, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasted no words, delivering a concise yet comprehensive report on his experiences in the Kunlun immortal realm. Every word landed like a heavy bomb, smashing hard against the hearts of every leader present. Two experts nearby added details about the power of rules and the gift of life energy. Whoosh! A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. Even these seasoned elites, accustomed to storms and tempests, were utterly stunned beyond measure. Kunlun immortal realm? The Queen Mother of the West? Demons from beyond the heavens? SSS-class monsters? System origin? The original designer? A crack in the world's axis? This information overload. Too much. Too mind-blowing. Alright, very well. After a long silence, the chief commander slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. His eyes held no fear, only excitement and relief. Kunlun Paradise. It truly exists. This is the very root of our Chinese nation. The foundation of our heritage. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng, brimming with satisfaction and admiration. Lin Feng, you have once again achieved a monumental feat. Not only did you bring back a divine artifact like the Kunlun mirror, you've also uncovered such an earth-shattering secret. Late SS tier. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. The Supreme Commander paced excitedly back and forth. Extraterrestrial demons. The system. Its designers. Oomph. Think you can threaten my China? Not so easily. He abruptly halted, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. I hereby declare. Immediately activate the highest level classified Operation Kunlun. The moment these words were spoken, the entire assembly was stunned. Top secret level. It meant mobilizing the nation's full strength. At any cost. The Kunlun project has two core objectives. The top leader held up two fingers. First, conduct the highest level of protective research and development on the Kunlun immortal realm. The spiritual energy there. The laws governing that realm. All shall become China's most precious strategic resources in the future. We must swiftly uncover its patterns. Establish stable channels. Transform it into our nation's most secure strategic rear base and wellspring of power. Second, the top leader looked at Lin Feng, his gaze brimming with trust and reliance. Give full support to Comrade Lin Feng. Prepare for potential system-level crises in the future. The system? Its designers? We fear them not. But we must prepare for the worst. Lin Feng, you are the key to our response to this crisis. His tone was unwavering. I propose. Appoint Comrade Lin Feng as the Supreme Director of the Kunlun Project. He shall have full authority over all matters concerning the Kunlun Paradise, and possess the highest level permission to mobilize all relevant national resources. Any objections? None. Approved. Seconded. All the bigwigs, without hesitation, unanimously approved. Lin Feng's prowess. Lin Feng's achievements. Lin Feng's importance. Beyond question. At this moment, he is the hope of China. A wave of warmth washed over Lin Feng. With such trust from the nation, how could he possibly let them down? Thank you, Commander, and all the leaders for your trust. Lin Feng stood up solemnly and declared, I will spare no effort to protect China. Good. The top leader nodded firmly. From this moment onward. If you need personnel, we will provide personnel. If you need supplies, we will provide supplies. If you need resources, we will provide resources. The entire nation's strength. At any cost. Support the Kunlun project. Support you, Lin Feng. This resolve. This spirit. Sent a surge of excitement through everyone present. Additionally, Lin Feng shifted his tone. I now need to immediately enter a brief period of seclusion. On one hand, to digest and assimilate the gains from this battle and the gifts received, solidifying my late SS tier cultivation base completely. On the other hand, and most importantly, a solemn look flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. I must research that world-class mission as soon as possible. Repairing the cracks in the world's axis. This is no trivial matter. I must understand the specifics as soon as possible. Understood. Commander 1 immediately gave the go-ahead. The base's most secure, energy-rich, and top-tier defense seclusion chamber is yours immediately. Any resources. Whatever you need. Just say the word. Got it. Lin Feng said no more. The matter was urgent. Time was precious. After the meeting concluded, Lin Feng immediately headed for the exclusive seclusion chamber prepared for him. This top-secret chamber, located deep within the base, was forged from a special alloy, engraved with countless defensive runes, and directly connected to the Earth's energy nodes. The energy concentration here was nearly 100 times that of the outside world. Huff. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. Feeling the rich, pure energy surrounding him and the surging power within his body, he closed his eyes. Hum. 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 The 4 core fragments circulated steadily within him. Earth Dragon Vein Core. World Tree Root Core. Eye of Horus Core. Kunlun Mirror Core. 4 distinct yet subtly interconnected forces of law began to merge and circulate. The immense energy previously purified from the pseudo-demon's absorption flowed like a docile stream, swiftly refined and absorbed. The late SS tier realm barrier was thoroughly reinforced. Solid as a mountain. Power. Continued to rise slowly yet resolutely. Simultaneously, Lin Feng diverted a portion of his attention, sinking it into his personal interface. That golden glowing, world-class emergency mission issued by the systems core reappeared. Repair the fissure in the world's axis. The world's axis. What exactly is it? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, beginning to decipher the mission. He channeled the power of the 4 core fragments, especially the Dragon Vein Core and Kunlun Mirror, those connected to Earth, space, and reality. He attempted to sense and search through the 4 characters world's axis within the mission description. This was a form of information retrieval based on the level of rules. Time ticked by second. Lin Feng sat motionless, like an old monk in deep meditation. Yet his consciousness, empowered by the 4 core fragments, probed into the world's foundational rule network with unprecedented depth. He witnessed the crisscrossing energy veins. He saw the framework of rules sustaining the world's operation. He saw the dragon veins of the Chinese land, winding and undulating like colossal serpents. Gradually, he seemed to catch a faint, almost imperceptible, resonance. Emerging from the Earth's deepest core. A heavy, ancient pulse, like the very heartbeat of the world. The world's axis. Could it be? Lin Feng's mind was suddenly jolted. A bold conjecture surged into his mind. Chapter 116, The Coordinates of the World's Axis. A hollow core? That audacious conjecture sliced through Lin Feng's sea of consciousness like a bolt of lightning. The world's axis. Could it be not some ethereal concept, but actually real? Right at the very core of this planet? Once this thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. Lin Feng focused his mind intensely, channeling the power of the 4 core fragments to an unprecedented peak. Within the seclusion chamber, the intangible force of the rules surged violently. Lin Feng's consciousness transformed into an indestructible divine mind sword. Guided by the Dragon Vein Core, it sensed the Earth's meridians. Using the Kunlun Mirror as his lens, he reflected the true laws. With the roots of the World Tree as his foundation, providing boundless energy. With the Eye of Horus as his crosshairs, he pierced through all illusions. Pierce through for me. Lin Feng roared. His consciousness, following the faint resonance emanating from the Earth's core, plunged downward. Downward. Deeper still. Piercing through the thick crust. Ignoring the scorching magma of the mantle. The temperatures capable of melting steel in an instant, the terrifying pressure strong enough to crush mountains, all lost meaning under his rule-based perspective. His consciousness raced through the realm of laws like a stealthy predator. Deeper and deeper. That heavy, ancient pulse like the heartbeat of the world grew clearer and clearer. Finally. He had no idea how deep he had dived. Lin Feng's consciousness suddenly pierced through a layer that was incredibly thick yet not composed of physical matter. Barrier of rules. Boom. The scene before him suddenly cleared. Lin Feng's consciousness saw it. It was a vast void beyond description. Located near the Earth's core. Yet existing independently of it. As if it were a mysterious region within the Earth's interior, forcibly hollowed out. This hollowed-out region stretched beyond imagination. No magma within, no solid matter. Only pure energy so dense it borders on solidity. And countless intertwining, flowing, and radiant lines of law. This place felt like the very core of Earth's energy and laws. And at the very center of this vast void, Lin Feng finally saw the existence that sent shockwaves through his mind. It was a single, or rather, a bundle of. A pillar of light so immense it defied imagination. Forged from the purest, most primordial order and rules. It seemed to connect heaven and earth. Piercing through the void. Sustenance for the stable operation of the entire earthly realm. Countless threads of law extended from this pillar of light, burrowing like roots into every corner of the earth. Yet like a canopy, they spread upward, reaching the atmosphere and even the distant void beyond. It stands as a divine pillar anchoring the seas. A steadfast anchor point. Maintaining the very foundation of this world's existence. This is the world pillar? Lin Feng's consciousness trembled slightly at the sheer awe-inspiring spectacle. Too magnificent. Too awe-inspiring. It was nothing short of a miracle wrought by the Creator. More awe-inspiring than any sight he had ever witnessed. Yet, the next second, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. For he clearly saw, upon that colossal pillar of law light, near the core, a faint yet blindingly bright, black crack. This crack was neither long nor wide. Compared to the colossal scale of the world pillar itself, it was utterly insignificant. But it was like a flaw on white jade, a stain on a perfect painting. It radiated a heart-stopping, ominous aura. Threads of chaotic, disordered rule fluctuations continuously seeped out from that crack. Like a virus, it slowly erodes the pure order and rules surrounding it. Moreover, Lin Feng keenly senses, this fissure was not static. It was expanding at an extremely slow yet unwavering pace. Expanding. Spreading. Each minute expansion unleashed more chaotic fluctuations. These chaotic ripples traveled along the network of rules, spreading throughout the entire world. This is the true root cause of the chaos unfolding in the rules across the globe. So it was. Lin Feng drew a deep breath, his heart churning with shock. The world's axis had truly developed a crack. And it was expanding relentlessly. Once this crack reaches a certain critical point, or if the world's axis were to shatter completely, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire world would likely collapse, plunging into ruin. No wonder the system's origin itself issued such a world-level emergency mission. This is nothing less than an ultimate crisis threatening the very survival of the world. It must be repaired. Lin Feng's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Not merely to complete the mission, but to protect this world. To protect China. To protect his loved ones. He scrutinized the crack meticulously. He tried to analyze its cause and the possibility of repair. But the laws surrounding the crack were too chaotic and dangerous. Even at his current strength, merely observing from a distance subjected him to immense pressure. Approaching it, let alone attempting repairs, would likely prove exceedingly difficult. A near certain death sentence. However, Lin Feng refused to be discouraged. Difficult? Dangerous? Had he not faced countless hardships and perils along his journey thus far? Since the system has issued the task, it means there's still a chance for repair. The top priority is to pinpoint the exact coordinates of this location. Lin Feng focused his mind, combining the Kunlun mirror's spatial positioning capabilities with his sensing of the Earth Dragon veins. He began pinpointing the exact location of this hollowed-out area within the Earth's core, along with the anchor point of the world's axis. Its three-dimensional spatial coordinates. This process demanded immense mental exertion. After all, it involved ultra-long-range rule-based positioning at the very core of the Earth. But with the formidable support of the four core fragments and his immense late-stage SS-class mental power, he stubbornly withstood the pressure. Mapping inch by inch. Calibrating bit by bit. Finally, at the very moment his mental energy was about to be depleted, a set of coordinates precise beyond measure, pointing deep into the Earth's crust, even surpassing humanity's known detection limits, was etched clearly into his mind. Success! Lin Feng's eyes snapped open, a flash of brilliance darting across them. Though his face was pale, his eyes burned with an extraordinary brilliance. The world's axis. The hollow core. The target location was now confirmed. Next is how to reach it. The Earth's core. This is no Kunlun paradise. The sheer terror of its extreme heat and pressure alone is enough to destroy any conventional means. Even he himself, attempting to force his way through with his physical body, would likely. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, lost in brief contemplation. It seemed he would need to enlist the nation's power. He rose to his feet and walked out of the seclusion chamber without hesitation. Chapter 117, Deep Dive Project, Earth's Core Drilling. Like a phantom, he materialized at the entrance of the Supreme Command Center. He located the person in charge and spoke a single sentence. Connect me to the highest authority. 5 minutes later. The same top-secret conference room. The bigwigs watched as Lin Feng returned, his face slightly pale, and their hearts tightened. What happened? Gentlemen.
Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it carried a force that made hearts skip a beat.
I've found the world's axis.
Buzz. All the elders were stunned.
So soon? How long has he been in seclusion? Where is it?
Commander 1 suppressed his shock and demanded urgently. Lin Feng raised his hand, his psychic energy surging. A three-dimensional coordinate map, precise to the deepest layers of the Earth's crust, materialized above the conference table. Simultaneously, a mental simulation of the hollow core and the cracked, orderly light pillar materialized.
Near the Earth's core, within an unknown, vast cavernous region. It is a genuinely existing, stable anchor point of order.
And it is developing cracks that are steadily expanding. Lin Feng pointed to the black fissure within the simulated scene.
This is the root cause of the global disruption in the rules. Once it completely collapses, the world. Lin Feng didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Dead silence.
Inside the conference room, you could hear a pin drop. The leaders stared at the shocking sight, at the blinding crack, feeling a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads.
The world's axis. It truly existed.
And it was truly malfunctioning. This was no longer a crisis.
It was an apocalyptic omen. We must go.
The Supreme Commander leapt to his feet, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's.
We must repair it.
Initiate highest priority operation deep dive. Target, Earth's core.
The command rang out, resounding with authority. But immediately, a problem arose.
A white-haired academician responsible for the technological sector spoke with grave expression.
Commander, the Earth's core, with our current technological capabilities, it's simply unreachable.
The extreme heat and pressure there would overwhelm any known material.
Forget exploration, even approaching it is a pipe dream.
This was a real technological barrier, as insurmountable as a natural chasm.
Heavy hearts sank once more. We've found our target, yet we can't reach it?
The technical issues, perhaps I can resolve them. Lin Feng spoke calmly.
All eyes instantly focused on him.
The extreme heat and pressure at the Earth's core are, at their core, manifestations of the rules themselves. If we can intervene and optimize at the level of these rules, it should be theoretically possible to overcome them. For instance, enhancing the rule stability of heat-resistant and pressure-resistant materials, or constructing a more powerful energy shield rule field. Lin Feng spoke with eloquence. His understanding of rules had now reached an entirely new level.
Rules can be applied this way?
The white-haired academician's eyes suddenly lit up, as if a new world had opened before him.
Excellent. The chief commander perked up as well. We previously acquired ancient technological data from the Atlantis ruins concerning deep-sea exploration, even involving stratum traversal. Though much remains incomprehensible and irreproducible, perhaps.
Bring it. Lin Feng ordered directly. Soon, a massive volume of data filled with bizarre symbols and intricate structural diagrams projected onto the screen before Lin Feng.
China's most distinguished scientists had studied these materials for years, yet they had only deciphered a fraction of the iceberg. But in Lin Feng's eyes, Eye of Correction activated. Assisted by the power of the Eye of Horus and the Kunlun Mirror, countless streams of information cascaded into his mind like a waterfall. Those obscure ancient technologies, those puzzles that had baffled scientists, were swiftly deciphered and understood before him. So that's how it is.
The energy circuit design here contains a low-level rule bug, resulting in only 30% of the theoretical efficiency. The rule structure of this shell material can be further optimized, increasing its pressure resistance limit by 500%.
The energy shield's rule model is far too rudimentary.
Incorporating spatial stabilization anchor rules could at least multiply its defensive capabilities tenfold. Lin Feng commented casually as he reviewed the data. His words made the hands of the researchers taking notes beside him tremble. Problems that had plagued them for months, even years, were effortlessly unraveled by Lin Feng, who then proceeded to offer optimization solutions? This was nothing short of a miracle. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Feng closed the screen.
I've reviewed all the data.
Combining these super ancient technologies with my rule optimizations, building a drilling vessel capable of safely reaching the hollow core is theoretically feasible. He looked at the chief. But it requires the nation to commit its full resources and mobilize all relevant assets at the fastest possible pace.
Time is running out.
Though the crack was expanding slowly, no one could predict when it would breach the critical point.
No problem. The chief of staff declared with unwavering resolve. Effective immediately.
The deep dive project is designated as the nation's top priority. All relevant research institutes, industrial bases, and resource reserves nationwide must be fully redirected to support the deep dive project.
Provide personnel when needed. Supply materials when required. At any cost. This drilling vessel shall be named.
The top leader looked at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with expectation. Lin Feng paused briefly before replying, let's call it the correction.
To rectify the cracks in the world's axis. Excellent. The correction. The first leader nodded emphatically. The order. Issued as the highest directive, it swiftly spread across the nation.
The entire nation, this colossal state apparatus, instantly sprang into high gear, mobilizing around the deep dive project and the correction craft. Countless top-tier scientists and engineers were urgently mobilized from every corner of the land. Countless rare materials and strategic resources flowed like a river towards several top-secret industrial bases.
The ancient technological blueprints of Atlantis. Lin Feng's rule optimization proposal. The two combined,
coupled with China's formidable industrial manufacturing capabilities and organizational mobilization power.
An unprecedented super-engineering project officially commenced. Within several massive underground bases, tens of thousands of engineers and workers labored day and night.
Immense components beyond imagination are being manufactured on advanced automated production lines.
Strange alloys shimmering with energy.
Energy cores engraved with intricate runic patterns. All of this is being assembled at a pace bordering on the miraculous.
A vessel.
Resembling a colossal deep-sea beast, its hull gleaming with metallic and energetic radiance, embodying a fusion of sci-fi and mystical aesthetics.
Super drill ship. The correction. Taking shape at a pace visible to the naked eye. Its target. The deepest depths of that planet. That unknown hollow at the Earth's core. It is the axis of the world, the very axis that determines the survival of the world. Chapter 118, Global Broadcast, Concealing the True Purpose. Construction of the correction has begun. An unprecedented super-engineering project.
Deep within China's most subterranean base.
Countless resources poured in relentlessly. Top-tier talent worked day and night. Progress was astonishingly rapid.
But new problems have emerged. It was still that top-secret conference room.
The atmosphere is heavy. Commander, General Lin,
an elderly general in charge of logistics, spoke up. The correction project is simply too vast. The resources mobilized and the scope involved make it increasingly difficult to maintain complete secrecy. Especially the subsequent drilling phase.
Such a massive operation, it's impossible to conceal. Indeed. This isn't building a toy. This is a super drilling vessel designed to pierce through the Earth's crust.
The energy fluctuations and geological changes it will cause. You might fool ordinary people, but not the top monitoring agencies of every nation.
Moreover,
added another general in charge of intelligence. The recent global pattern disruptions, though their source was temporarily contained by General Lin at Kunlun,
the resulting repercussions continue to ferment. Speculation and panic are spreading internationally. Certain factions are even secretly fanning the flames. We need an explanation to stabilize public sentiment. We also need a pretext to justify our next major move. A brief silence fell over the conference room. Confidentiality concerns. Public opinion. All thorny problems.
The top leader turned to Lin Feng. His gaze was questioning. Lin Feng, since emerging from seclusion, had remained remarkably calm. As if everything was under his control. At this moment, he finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet clear and forceful.
Since it can't be concealed, let's just bring it out into the open.
Ha!
The bigwigs all froze. Bring it out into the open? Does that mean revealing the existence of the world's axis? Wouldn't that cause even greater panic?
A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth.
Of course, not the entire truth. We can give it a different name.
One that the entire world can't find fault with and might even look forward to.
Oh?
The top leader perked up with interest.
Elaborate.
Lin Feng stood up and walked to the massive electronic sand table.
He tapped it casually.
A three-dimensional model of Earth appeared on the sand table. We can announce that Huagua will launch an unprecedented super project.
The objective is to conduct ultra-deep geological exploration and develop new resources.
It shall be called the Deep Earth Treasure Project or something similar.
Deep Earth Treasure Project? The bigwig's eyes lit up. The name itself sounded perfectly normal. It fits perfectly with China's image as an infrastructure powerhouse.
Exactly. Lin Feng nodded. We can promote it boldly that Earth's depths hold untapped clean energy and rare minerals. This project aims to resolve the global energy crisis and benefit all of humanity.
Think big. The stance must be lofty. To enhance credibility and dispel doubts.
Lin Feng continued.
We could even broadcast it globally. What? A global live broadcast? This time, everyone was stunned. Live streaming a correction mission? Live streaming a journey to the Earth's core? That's way too risky. What if we get exposed?
Of course, the core content isn't being streamed. Lin Feng smiled. We can selectively release footage of non-core sections like the correction unit.
Like the outer shell assembly, logistics support, and such.
Then we could stream some early drilling processes within safe depths, showcasing our formidable engineering capabilities and technological prowess.
As for the true core technology and the actual destination,
those must remain strictly confidential.
Using live footage and public information, we'll construct a real illusion. Direct global attention toward the treasure hunt itself. In this way, Lin Feng concluded, We can perfectly conceal our true objectives, while also flexing our muscles to the world and boosting national pride. It can also, to some extent, divert and alleviate the global panic caused by the chaos in the rules. It might even attract international cooperation to share some non-core costs and pressures. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. No, 4. Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. But this time, it was excitement. It was exhilaration. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Openly repair the road, secretly cross the pass. They packaged a top-secret operation concerning the survival of the world. Packaged as a mining project for the benefit of all humanity. And they're inviting the whole world to watch. What a move. What audacity. Unbelievable. Good. Let's do it. The top leader slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with intensity. This initiative shall be named the Global Deep Earth Resources Joint Development Program. The name must be grand. It must have an international flair. Publicity Department, draft detailed implementation plans immediately. Diplomatic Department, prepare to engage with relevant nations. Engineering Department, identify sections suitable for public display. For live streaming, we'll use our own platform while also integrating with major international platforms. Ensure the entire world believes it. We, the Chinese nation, are going underground to dig for treasures. Yes. All the bigwigs responded in unison. Their eyes gleamed with an indescribable excitement and anticipation. A global strategic deception operation was thus set in motion. Efficiency. China's efficiency was astonishing. Just 3 days later, through a high-level press conference, the Chinese government announced to the world, to address the global energy crisis, explore uncharted territories, and benefit all humanity, China will officially launch the Global Deep Earth Resources Joint Development Program. We will construct the most powerful deep earth drilling platform ever built, the Explorer. Naturally, the name for external publicity couldn't be correction. The objective is to breach the limits of the crust and explore the treasures deep within the mantle. To demonstrate sincerity and transparency, portions of the construction process and initial exploration will be broadcast live globally. We welcome global partners to join us and share in the achievements. Boom! The news broke. The world was shaken. Media outlets worldwide went into a frenzy of coverage. China's ambition. Target, the mantle. Explorer. The craziest engineering project in human history? Energy crisis solver? Or new geopolitical game? Global live earth drilling. Is China serious this time? The internet exploded with excitement. Countless netizens are buzzing with heated discussions. Holy crap! Is this real? Drilling through the earth? Awesome! No wonder they're called the infrastructure madmen. What's in the mantle? Magma? Or diamonds? Global livestream? Can't wait to see the show. This feels a bit far-fetched. Hope they don't dig up some monster. Governments around the world reacted differently. Some were stunned, some skeptical, some wary. But without exception, every nation has given China's sudden grand plan the highest level of attention. Countless satellites adjusted their orbits. Countless probes were aimed toward the east. They wanted to see what exactly China was up to. They wanted to know just how powerful this so-called explorer truly was. Yet, none of them knew. This grand global live mining project. From start to finish, it was nothing but a decoy. A colossal strategic smokescreen big enough to deceive the entire world. The true target. The Earth's core. It is that cracked pillar, the very axis sustaining the world's existence, the world pillar. Openly repair the mountain pass, secretly cross the Chen-Tsang Pass. Under the gaze of the entire world. Carry out the most top-secret mission. Such audacity. Such cunning. Who could have guessed? At the highest levels of Huagua, observing the global uproar, a barely perceptible smile touched the corners of their lips. Everything is under control. Now, all that remained was to await the correction. Oh no, that explorer. To make its grand debut. That day would surely shock the world once more. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had long since returned to the core construction base of the correction ship. The turmoil outside the base was none of his concern. His sole mission was to ensure this super battleship, bearing the fate of the world, without a single flaw. He reached out, his hand gently caressing the cold, hard hull of the corrector. Chapter 119, the Correction-class battleship launches, capturing the world's attention. Beneath that cold, hard shell lay the crystallization of human wisdom and courage, an extension of Lin Feng's power of rules. This moment had finally arrived. Somewhere in the South China Sea, at a top-secret deep-sea base. The sea parted, revealing a launch platform so vast it took one's breath away. Upon it stood not a ship, but a mobile steel fortress, silent and imposing. It was the Correction, officially known as the Explorer. Its hull flows in a sleek spindle shape yet remains sharply angular, radiating raw power. Its surface was coated in a deep, dark gold metal that seemed to absorb light, yet at certain angles, it shimmered with strange energy patterns.
This was a superalloy, optimized through the fusion of Atlantis technology and the Linfeng protocol. The Bauhaus is a monstrous, multi-bladed composite drill, gleaming with a cold, menacing light. Flanking the hull are massive track-like structures, though not entirely tracks, more akin to energy-driven propulsion units. The entire design radiated a sci-fi aesthetic that transcended its era. Inside the base, lights blazed brightly amidst a throng of people. Yet every breath is held as eyes burn with intensity, fixed upon the steel colossus. Command Center. The top leader and several key figures were present in person. The massive screen before them was divided into countless small windows, monitoring feeds from inside and outside the Explorer. Real-time displays of critical data. And live feeds from major global media outlets. Yes. A global broadcast. At this very moment, the eyes of the entire world were focused here. Countless TV stations, websites, and social media platforms are broadcasting simultaneously. Viewers. A historic moment is about to unfold. The core equipment of China's Global Deep Earth Resources Joint Development Project, the Explorer, is about to officially launch. It will lead us to explore the unknown world beneath the Earth's crust. The host's excited and uplifting voice echoed across the globe. Countless people glued to their screens, hearts pounding. Anticipation. Nerves. Curiosity. This is insane. The Chinese are actually drilling into the Earth. This ship looks way too sci-fi. How much did this cost, for heaven's sake? Hope they find something good. Preferably free oil. Online, comments flooded the screen like a waterfall. Meanwhile, in secret research facilities around the world, the atmosphere was entirely different. Countless top scientists, engineers, and intelligence analysts stared intently at their screens. Their expressions were grave. Their gazes complex. The design of this Explorer defies many aspects of our current engineering theories. That dark gold material is unprecedented. Its energy response is anomalous. The propulsion system, is it a track? Or some kind of energy field drive? We can't make sense of it. When did China's technological capabilities advance to this level? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They must be hiding something. Shock. Doubt. Apprehension. Unease. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within these elites. They sensed vaguely that this time, China's ambitions likely extended far beyond mere mining. But what exactly it was, they couldn't fathom. This was precisely the effect China intended. Command Center. Reporting to the commander. The Explorer is ready for launch. Global broadcast signal stable. Countdown initiated. Commander 1 took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the screen where the steel colossus stood poised for action. Finally, his gaze settled on a special monitoring feed. It was the core cockpit of the correction. A tall, straight figure sat quietly at the main control console. It was Linfeng. Of course, this footage would never be made public. Begin. The commander-in-chief ordered in a deep voice. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Buzz. A deep, resonant hum reverberated throughout the entire base. The correction unit. Activated. In an instant, the dark golden energy patterns on the hull's surface flared to life. Like a dragon awakening, it opened its eyes. Surging energy fluctuations swept outward. Even the surrounding seawater began to boil and twist unnaturally. On the live broadcast feed, global viewers could only witness the Explorer blazing with dazzling light, like a sun rising from the depths of the ocean. Then, the massive composite drill head began spinning at high speed. With a piercing screech, dive. Lin Feng's voice crackled clearly through the internal communications system, reaching every station. The massive correction slowly began its descent. It wasn't diving into the water. Instead, it was drilling straight into the solid bedrock beneath the launch platform. A teeth-grinding sound erupted. Under the gaze of billions of global viewers, the special alloy platform designed to withstand 10,000-ton water pressure in the deep sea, along with the underlying crustal rock, were rendered as fragile as tofu. As fragile as tofu. Torn apart with ease. Shattered. Rock fragments flew everywhere. Dust filled the air. My God. It just drilled right through? That's insane. What's this drill bit made of? Speed. Look at the speed. The depth is increasing at an insane rate. The live feed switched to a disguised standard cockpit. On the screen, the numbers representing drilling depth were jumping wildly at a terrifying rate. 100 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. In just a few minutes, the correction broke through the 10,000-meter geological depth, and its speed showed no sign of slowing. As if the Earth's crust offered no resistance whatsoever. The entire world fell silent.
Everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. The experts who had been analyzing the technology moments before were now utterly speechless, their minds blank. 10,000 meters. In minutes? What the hell kind of drilling speed is this? Even the most advanced drilling platforms humanity possesses today would take months, even years, to reach this depth. And the deeper you go, the slower it gets. But China's explorer is cutting through butter. Unknown principle, absolutely an unknown principle. A white-haired foreign geology luminary muttered to himself, utterly bewildered. Has the technological gap between us and Huaxia really grown this vast? Rule-based technology. Certain high-ranking officials privy to insider information turned deathly pale. They had guessed it. This absolutely involved the use of that supernatural power. China has actually managed to apply this power to such a colossal project? Fear. Deep, profound fear. It spread through their hearts. The live broadcast continued. Depth has surpassed 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. The correction vessel advanced like a knife through butter. Effortless and graceful. Finally, at a depth of approximately 50,000 meters. The live stream signal, as planned, began to falter due to depth and geological interference. The image began to freeze and blur. Ladies and gentlemen, due to signal transmission limitations, this live broadcast will now conclude. The Explorer will continue its great journey. We will announce further developments at an appropriate time. Stay tuned. The screen finally froze on the rapidly fluctuating depth readings before going dark. Global viewers were left spellbound and profoundly moved. Just how powerful is China's super drilling vessel? How deep can it ultimately drill? What lies beneath the Earth's surface? Countless questions lingered in people's minds. And now, inside the true correction vessel, Lin Feng stared at the screen displaying depth data that had already surpassed 100,000 meters, nearing the boundary of the mantle. His expression gradually grew solemn. He could sense the terrifying pressure and temperature from Earth's depths surging upward at an alarming rate. Chapter 120, Deep Pressure and Matter Annihilation. Lin Feng's gaze was piercing as he stared at the constantly fluctuating depth data before him. 100,000 meters. 110,000 meters. 120,000 meters. The correction plowed through the thick rock layers like a steel serpent, tearing through them at an astonishing speed as it advanced deeper into the earth. The live stream had long since ended. The disguise was over. The real test begins now. Reporting to the captain. A technician clad in specialized workwear spoke with a barely perceptible edge of tension. Confirmed breakthrough of the Mohorovichich discontinuity. Officially entered the mantle layer. Copy that. Lin Feng's voice remained steady, his gaze fixed on the main screen. On the screen, the various data representing the external environment began to skyrocket wildly. Temperature. Pressure. Energy radiation. Red alert indicators sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire correction began to emit a faint yet persistent vibration. As if an invisible giant hand were violently squeezing this steel colossus. External temperature has reached 2,800 degrees Celsius. Rising steadily. External pressure has exceeded 800,000 standard atmospheres. Energy shield power boosted to 80%. Structural stress analysis temporarily stable. Within design redundancy limits. A series of urgent reports echoed through the core cockpit. Though tense, the technicians maintained precise and swift operations. After all, the corrector was designed to withstand precisely this kind of extreme environment. This level of pressure was still within its tolerance range. Lin Feng appeared calm on the surface, but the correction eye was already operating at full capacity. In his vision, the outside world was no longer mere magma and high pressure. Instead, it was filled with countless violent, chaotic, and colliding lines of rules. The rule-governed environment deep within the mantle was utterly different from the surface world. More primitive. More crude. And more dangerous. The correction ship resembled a modern armored vehicle venturing into a primordial jungle. Though sturdy, the surrounding environment itself is corrosive. The depth keeps increasing. 150,000 meters. 200,000 meters. 250,000 meters. Temperature and pressure continue to climb at a terrifying rate. The tremors of the corrector grew increasingly pronounced. Inside the hull, one could even hear the creaking groans of metal structures being crushed. Alert! Alert! The shrill alarm suddenly blared. Abnormal strength reduction detected in outer hull structure of section B7. What? The technician monitoring structural integrity paled instantly. How is that possible? Section B7 was just inspected, everything was normal. Activate the backup energy field reinforcement immediately. Buzz. A surge of energy flooded into Sector B7. But, alert! Structural integrity in Sector B7 continues to decline. The rate of decline is accelerating. What's going on? The technician's forehead broke out in sweat. Alert! Sector C3 experiencing identical conditions. Alert! Sector A9. Alarms blared like a plague, rapidly spreading throughout the ship's hull. On the screen, the ship's overall durability value began to drop at a visible rate. Slowly, yet relentlessly. Something's wrong. The chief engineer leapt to his feet, his face drained of color. The rate of durability loss exceeds theoretical calculations by more than 3 times. Quick! Activate the nanorobot repair system. Countless microscopic nanobots surged through pre-programmed conduits toward the damaged areas, attempting to mend the minute fractures. However, report. Nanorobot repair ineffective. What do you mean ineffective? The technical supervisor nearly shouted. The nanobots, upon contact with the damaged area, are rapidly decomposing themselves. Failed. How could this happen? Panic began spreading through the cockpit. Conventional reinforcement methods were useless. Even the most advanced repair methods were failing. What on earth is happening? Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the figure seated at the main control console. Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's brows were tightly furrowed. Within his error detection eyes, countless minuscule, nearly imperceptible black voids. These voids were not physical damage. Rather, they were rule-level defects. In the extreme chaos of the rule environment deep within the mantle, the fundamental rules governing the existence of matter itself became unstable. A tendency akin to self-annihilation emerges. The atoms composing the ship's hull material are vanishing at an extremely slow pace, disappearing from the rule level itself. This is the matter annihilation bug. A fatal flaw originating from the environmental rules themselves. Conventional physical methods cannot possibly reach this level. Therefore, reinforcement is futile. Repair is ineffective. Because the problem lies at the very root. Captain. The technical supervisor's voice trembled. We can't find the cause. The hull's durability continues to decline. At this rate, we'll last 3 hours at most, no. Maybe only 2 hours. The corrector will disintegrate from structural collapse. 2 hours. We're still so far from the target location, the hollow at the Earth's core. There's no way we can make it. A cloud of despair hung over the entire cockpit like dark storm clouds. Could it be we perish before achieving victory? They hadn't even caught a glimpse of the world's axis. Were they to perish in this endless mantle? Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet. His expression was more grave than ever before. The rules governing the depths of the mantle proved far more troublesome than he had anticipated. This matter annihilation bug was impossible to guard against. It's a matter of the rules themselves. Lin Feng spoke, his voice quiet yet instantly silencing everyone. The environment deep within the mantle is fundamentally erasing the very matter that constitutes the ship's hull. Conventional technology cannot resolve this. The technicians exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and a hint of resigned understanding. Rules again. Another force beyond their comprehension. Then, what do we do, Captain? The chief engineer asked urgently. Lin Feng didn't respond immediately. He stared at the steadily declining durability readings on the screen, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. It seemed there was only one option left. Though the cost would be immense. There was no other choice. Correction ship, we absolutely cannot stop here. Chapter 121, Core Fragment Suppression. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, all hesitation vanishing. Clatter. With a flick of his intent. For divine artifacts, each radiating distinct light and aura, abruptly hovered before him. A thick, earthen-hued core, ancient and unadorned, as if bearing the weight of the earth itself. A bronze ancient mirror, smooth as jade, reflecting myriad cosmic laws. A segment of ancient root, vibrant with life and entwined in emerald light. A mysterious, majestic golden eye, as if perceiving all truths. 4 core fragments. Appearing simultaneously. Buzz 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 buzz. In an instant. 4 distinct yet faintly interconnected waves of terrifying rules swept through the entire core cockpit like a storm. What is this? My God. Such intense energy readings. What did the captain bring out? Inside the cockpit, every technician including the chief engineer turned ashen with terror. They felt their very souls tremble. As if facing 4 ancient deities. That overwhelming pressure. That sheer power. It was beyond anything mortals could conceive. Steady yourselves. Focus your minds on controlling the ship. Lin Feng's command boomed like thunder in their ears. The crew snapped to attention, forcing down their awe as they fixed their eyes on their control panels. Lin Feng paid them no further attention. His hands formed intricate seals as mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly linking the 4 core fragments. 4 symbols unite. Suppress with the rules. Hum. The 4 core fragments erupted in blinding light. The dragon vein core unleashed a profound earthen power. The Kunlun mirror reflected the pure light of order. The roots of the world tree pulsed with colossal life energy. The eye of Horus discerned the root cause of the annihilation bug. 4 distinct primordial rule forces, under Lin Feng's forceful guidance, began to fuse. Intertwine. Forming a more stable, more resilient, More powerful. Composite rule field. Go!
Lin Feng thrust his finger forward with a fierce gesture. The composite rule field, fused with 4 core energies, transformed into a dazzling, iridescent light barrier. It instantly pierced through the hull of the correction vessel, as if the entire colossal warship had been coated with a layer of, invisible yet tangibly present,
rule-based coating.
The moment this rule coating enveloped the corrector's hull, it was like boiling oil meeting cold water. Those tiny black voids that had been flickering across the hull, devouring matter, those matter annihilation bugs, were instantly suppressed and smoothed over by this powerful composite rule field. Stabilized. Utterly stabilized. The material rules composing the ship's hull were forcibly anchored. No more chaotic annihilation. Ding 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 ding. Inside the cockpit, the shrill alarm abruptly ceased. On the screen, the hull durability gauge stopped its descent. It halted steadily. All abnormal red dots vanished completely. It stopped. The hull integrity is stabilized. It's no longer decreasing. The alarm is off. Structural integrity restored to normal in all areas. Holy crap. It's really fixed. After a brief silence, the cockpit erupted in thunderous cheers. Every technician's face flushed crimson with excitement. Some even wept tears of joy. A narrow escape from disaster. They had been forcibly pulled back from the brink of hell. And the one who made this miracle happen was their captain, Lin Feng. Countless eyes converged on Lin Feng, filled with fervor, admiration. "Ah, Captain, you're the best." Someone shouted it first. "Captain, you're the best. Long live the captain." The cheers roared like a tidal wave. Yet Lin Feng's face grew even paler than before. Beads of sweat even formed on his forehead. Maintaining this rule coating that enveloped the entire correction ship, while simultaneously resisting the erosion of chaotic rules from the depths of the mantle. The energy drain on the core fragment and the toll on his own mental power were astronomical. He could feel it clearly. The energy stored within the 4 core fragments was draining at an alarming rate. Like a faucet left wide open. Gushing down. The 4 fragments suspended before him had all visibly dimmed in their radiance. "Quiet." Lin Feng barked again, cutting off the crowd's cheers. "The crisis is not over yet." He pointed at the 4 core fragments, their energy visibly unstable. "This rule coating is only temporary. The energy from the core fragments won't last much longer. At most, 1 hour. What? Only 1 hour? The crowd, who had just been ecstatic moments ago, felt their hearts tighten once more. 1 hour. How far were they from the target cavern at the Earth's core? The technical supervisor immediately pulled up the navigation data, his expression darkening instantly. "Captain, at our current speed, 1 hour, we're still a third of the way there." 1/3. That meant when the core fragment's energy depleted, they'd still be halfway there. By then, the matter annihilation bug would strike again. They'd still be doomed. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. Oppressive. Then, accelerate. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. His tone was unwavering. Overload the corrections propulsion system. Reduce the energy shield power to the bare minimum for maintenance. Divert all energy to the propulsion system. Abandon all evasive maneuvers. Proceed in a straight line. Target the hollow Earth. At any cost. Charge through. Madness. That was the chief engineer's first thought. Overloading the propulsion system? Lowering the energy shield? Charging straight ahead in this hellhole of a place? This is pure suicide. If it encounters even a slightly powerful mantle current or rock layers exceeding the hardness limit, without sufficient shield protection, the corrector could disintegrate on the spot. "Captain, this is far too dangerous." The chief engineer couldn't help but protest. "Carry out the order." Lin Feng's gaze was cold and unyielding. "There's no time for hesitation. Life or death. We'll stake it all on this 1 hour." The technical supervisor met Lin Feng's unwavering gaze, sensing the unyielding will that brooked no resistance. He clenched his jaw. "Aye, Captain." He spun around abruptly and bellowed at all the technicians. "Follow the captain's orders. Engines overloaded. Target 150%. Reduce energy shield power to 30%. Maintain basic defense. Navigation system locking final coordinates. Calculating shortest direct route. All units, brace for maximum impact." Aye. Every technician, in that moment, cast aside their fear. Flames of madness blazed in their eyes. Gamble. Follow the captain. Bet everything on this one move. Boom. The power core of the corrector roared deafeningly. An unprecedented surge of thrust slammed into the massive hull. The entire colossal vessel shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, transforming into a dark golden streak of light, plunging toward the Earth's core. Charging madly. Its speed. At least twice as fast as before. Hard mantle rock.
Violent mantle convection. Propelled by the terrifying velocity of the correction and the enhancement of the rule coding. Forcibly smashed open. Torn apart. Inside the hull, violent tremors and impacts never ceased.
Everyone clung desperately to fixed objects, faces drained of color, yet their gazes remained unflinchingly resolute. Lin Feng stood motionless before the main control console.
His complexion grew increasingly pale. The light from the 4 core fragments grew dimmer and dimmer. The rate of energy depletion was faster than anticipated. Time. 50 minutes. 40 minutes. 30 minutes. The core fragment's energy reserves have already dropped below 30%. The rule coding is beginning to show unstable fluctuations. Captain. We can't hold out much longer.
The technical supervisor's voice was hoarse.
Lin Feng stared intently ahead. His eye of correction pierced through layer upon layer of obstruction. He saw it. Not far ahead. A completely different realm of rules. Stable. Open. How much farther? Lin Feng demanded sharply. Final 50,000 meters. Estimated time remaining, 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Lin Feng glanced at the core fragment, nearly extinguished.
The energy could barely last another 5 minutes. Not enough.
A glint of madness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes.
Squeeze the core. Boost power output to 200%. What? 200%? The core will explode.
The technical supervisor gasped in horror.
Execute.
Lin Feng's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. The technical supervisor closed his eyes and slammed his finger down on the red limit button.
The
correction unit emitted a wail as if on the verge of disintegration. Its speed surged once more.
Like a burning meteor. Boom. 1 second before the core fragment's energy was completely depleted. 1 second before the power core detonated. The correction craft violently shattered the final layer of the thick barrier of rules. Chapter 122, Breaking Through the Mantle. The lightless world of the Earth's hollow core. Boom.
A violent impact.
Instantly followed by a sensation of weightlessness. All pressure, terrifying heat, and raging magma currents vanished in an instant.
The correction craft felt as though it had been pulled from a muddy swamp and thrust into a crystal-clear pool.
Silence enveloped the surroundings.
A terrifying stillness.
Inside the core cockpit, everyone was thrown about by inertia.
But no one had time to feel the pain. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the main screen. The wildly fluctuating data on the screen had all frozen.
The alarms ceased.
The ship's vibrations ceased.
Dead silence. A full 3 seconds of dead silence. We. The technical supervisor's voice trembled. Did we make it through? We made it? Whoosh. The cockpit erupted in wild jubilation, like survivors of a catastrophe. We made it. We're in. We made it. Reporting to the captain.
A technician shouted excitedly.
External pressure, normal.
External temperature, stable at 800 degrees.
Within the hull's tolerance range.
Environmental parameters, extremely stable.
Stable? Lin Feng's face turned pale.
With a flick of his thoughts, he withdrew the 4 core fragments, their glow dimmed to near extinction, their energy nearly depleted back into his body.
The immense drain left him feeling dizzy.
But he forced himself to steady, his gaze sweeping toward the main screen.
Self-check immediately.
Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, yet still firm.
Check the power core.
Check for structural damage to the hull.
The ecstatic technicians snapped back to attention and began their tasks. Report.
Power core is operating at overload with extreme temperatures, but has not detonated.
Emergency cooling procedures are underway. Report.
Minor structural damage to the hull, no impact on overall integrity.
Rule coding has vanished. However, hull durability readings are stable. No further decline. The chief technician breathed a sigh of relief.
This environment lacks the material annihilation phenomenon found in the mantle.
We're temporarily safe.
The main screen switched to external imagery.
A scene beyond imagination unfolded before everyone's eyes. Vast. Boundless, infinite space. This was the hollow Earth. A colossal world existing between the mantle and the core. No sun. Yet not absolute darkness.
In the distance, massive, unidentified crystal clusters emitted a cold, ghostly blue glow.
Further still, dark red magma flows like rivers, bringing a dim, yellowish glow. The intertwined glows.
Outlining the contours of a strange, mysterious, and vast subterranean world. Quiet, stable, as if time itself had frozen.
Holy. Everyone was utterly transfixed. The Earth's core is actually like this? It's breathtakingly beautiful and utterly unbelievable.
Compared to the raging terror of the mantle, this place was nothing short of paradise. Lin Feng, however, remained vigilant.
He closed his eyes slightly. The eye of correction activated. His psychic energy and perception of the rules spread outward like a tidal wave.
He sought to probe the entirety of this world. To locate the position of the world's axis.
However,
The next instant, Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. His brows furrowed.
What's going on?
His senses seemed to collide with an invisible, soft wall. Or rather, it felt like sinking into a viscous quagmire. The detection range of the eye of correction was drastically compressed. On the surface, he could see through 1,000 miles at a glance.
In the mantle, though disrupted, he could still sense great distances.
But here, his perception could extend only a few kilometers beyond the hall. Beyond that lies nothing but a hazy void. As if something had severed and swallowed it all.
Captain! Anomalous readings on the sensors.
The technician in charge of detection suddenly shouted.
What's wrong?
The technical supervisor asked urgently.
The detection signal, it won't transmit. No, it's transmitting, but there's no echo.
The effective detection range has been compressed to less than 10 kilometers.
Beyond that range, all signals vanish into thin air. What?
A collective gasp of shock rippled through the group.
Less than 10 kilometers? This correction vessel, equipped with the most cutting-edge technology, has detectors that are practically nearsighted?
It's not the detector's fault. Lin Feng spoke in a low voice.
All eyes turned to him. It's the rules here.
Lin Feng stared at the shadowy world displayed on the screen. This space operates under peculiar rules.
It blocks all perception. Whether it's technological detection, psychic abilities, or my rule eye. All are suppressed by it. A perception blocking rule?
The technical director murmured. Or perhaps we could call it the law of darkness. Lin Feng's gaze grew profound. Light, sound, signals, perception, none can travel far here.
Like an absolute realm of darkness.
A chill swept over the group.
The environment was so stable, almost like paradise.
Yet it severed all perception, like a cage.
This sense of contradiction felt utterly bizarre. This place is even stranger than the mantle.
Lin Feng thought to himself. The mantle was a raging chaos. Here, it was dead silence and order.
An order imbued with fierce exclusivity. Captain, what do we do now? Asked the chief engineer.
The coordinates of the world's axis lie at the very center of this void.
But right now, we're essentially blind and deaf. Limited perception means we cannot foresee dangers ahead. Nor can we lock onto targets swiftly.
Lin Feng stared into the darkness.
The world's axis lies there. The mission must be completed. This stable, perception-isolated world at the Earth's core. Was it formed naturally? What exactly is this law of darkness? What is it protecting? Or is it hiding something? An underground kingdom cut off from the world?
Lin Feng's gaze sharpened.
Has the power core finished cooling? Reporting, Captain.
It has cooled to safe levels and can operate at low power.
Good. Lin Feng ordered. Maintain minimum power.
Initiate close-range scan. Proceed at low speed along the coordinates.
Maintain maximum alert. Aye.
The technicians immediately complied. The massive correction vessel hummed with a low, resonant drone from its power core. Hull lights illuminated the surrounding gloom.
Like a cautious explorer?
Slowly, it journeyed toward the depths of that unknown, shadowy, silent world at the Earth's core.
Chapter 123, Ambush. Predator of the Lightless Realm.
The corrector shut down most non-essential systems, maintaining only minimal power, life support, and close-range scanning. Like a ghost, it moved slowly through the sensory-isolated cavern beneath the Earth.
The atmosphere on the bridge was oppressive.
The violent noise and vibrations of the mantle had been replaced by a suffocating, deathly silence.
Only the faint beeping of instruments and the deliberately suppressed breathing of the crew could be heard.
The detection range had shrunk to less than 10 kilometers. This meant that beyond the ship's searchlight beams and close-range scans lay absolute unknown territory.
You never knew what lurked in the darkness.
It felt like walking blindfolded along the edge of a 1,000-foot cliff.
Every step could plunge you into the abyss.
The technicians dared not blink, their eyes glued to the screens before them, terrified of missing even the slightest anomaly. Lin Feng sat cross-legged beside the main control console, eyes closed in meditation. Forcibly activating the 4 core fragments to counter the mantle's matter annihilation bug had drained his mental energy severely. The fragment's power reserves were nearly depleted, requiring time to nurture and recover. Yet he remained far from relaxed. Although his proofreading eye and psychic perception were suppressed by the law of darkness here, his instincts as a late-stage SS-rank powerhouse, that ominous sense of impending danger, had not vanished.
This area was too quiet. Too quiet.
As the location of the world's axis that supported the world, as the target point where the system's origin issued its highest-level quests, how could this place truly be peaceful? Especially since the world pillar had already cracked. Had the chaotic rules leaking from the fissure not affected this place at all? Or perhaps, the effects have been masked by this law of darkness?
Time ticked away, second by second.
The correction ship advanced slowly yet resolutely toward the coordinate center. Occasionally, the screen flickered with images of vast, eerily glowing crystalline mountain ranges or winding underground rivers of molten lava, scenes both magnificent and mysterious. Beyond that, however, lay utter stillness.
No signs of life. No energy fluctuations. Report.
Approximately 60% of the distance to the target coordinate center remains. The technical supervisor reported in a low voice. Lin Feng nodded slowly, saying nothing.
At that very moment. Beep.
A sharp, piercing alert shattered the silence.
What's happening? Everyone's attention snapped back to the situation.
The technician responsible for close-range scanning instantly tensed, fingers flying across the control panel.
Report. Port side, 7 o'clock direction, at the very edge of our detection range, approximately 9.8 kilometers, an anomalous signal detected. Signal characteristics, the technical supervisor demanded immediately. Unidentifiable.
Not a conventional energy signature, nor a physical object's reflection wave.
Wait. It's gone. The signal vanished.
The technician looked utterly stunned. The signal lasted less than 0.5 seconds before vanishing completely, as if it had never existed at all.
A phantom signal?
The group exchanged bewildered glances.
Could it be instrument malfunction?
Or some peculiar reflection from natural minerals, someone speculated.
Impossible. The equipment's self-test was normal.
That signal pattern absolutely isn't from minerals, the technician dismissed the idea.
Lin Feng's eyes snapped open.
A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. He, too, had just faintly caught a trace of an extremely faint, fleeting, and bizarre fluctuation. But the distance was too great, his perception suppressed, preventing him from discerning its true nature. Hold course, elevate alert status. Charge energy shields to 50%. Lin Feng ordered decisively.
It's coming. This deathly silent realm of darkness had finally revealed its claws.
Buzz. A pale blue energy shield rose up around the hull of the corrector. The ship pressed onward. The tension thickened.
Beep. Another one. Right rear. 8 kilometers away. Beep. Beep. Left front. 6 kilometers. 2 signals. No. 3. 4. They're moving. Fast.
The technician's voice carried a hint of panic. On the scanning screen, several faint points of light flickered and danced like ghostly apparitions. Their trajectories were erratic, darting left and right, speeding up and slowing down, yet their overall course was rapidly closing in on the corrector.
Lock on targets. Activate searchlights, the technical supervisor bellowed. Beams of intense light instantly swept toward the direction of the signals.
Yet where the beams illuminated, there was nothing.
Nothing at all.
Yet the scanning signals clearly indicated something was there.
Can't see it. Visual observation is useless. Can they absorb light? Or have they gone invisible? Alert. Target approaching. Distance 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Contact. They've breached the energy shield.
The technician screamed. A bone-chilling sound erupted within the bridge, a sound like something being corroded, being devoured.
On the main screen, the numerical representation of the energy shield's strength began to visibly plummet.
The shield energy is being devoured.
It's depleting rapidly.
In the external footage, several writhing, blurry, irregular black shadows suddenly materialized on the pale blue energy shield. They resembled ink droplets in clear water, or like a malignant tumor clinging to bone, they clung tenaciously to the shield. Wherever the shadows touched, the shield's glow rapidly dimmed.
Correction eye. Activate.
Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply. Ignoring the cost, he channeled the full power of the Eye of Rules.
This time, he was close enough. He finally saw the true nature of these things. They were not living beings. Not even conventional energy entities.
They were twisted, chaotic, parasitic clusters of fragmented rules. Or rather, they were bugs or viruses spawned by the lightless rule itself, corrupted by the chaotic rules leaking from the rift in the world's axis.
They possessed no physical form, existing between substance and void.
They could merge into the law of darkness, blocking detection and light.
They devour all order and energy. The energy shield of the corrector is the most delicious food to them. Predators of the lightless realm. Lin Feng murmured. Captain.
Shield energy has dropped to 30%.
We can't hold out much longer, the chief engineer shouted desperately. Weapons systems cannot lock on. Physical attacks are ineffective.
These rule-level predators were utterly impervious to conventional technological weapons.
Kunlun mirror. Light of order.
Lin Feng growled, raising his hand to point. The Kunlun mirror, severely depleted of energy within him, was forcibly activated.
Hum.
A faint yet supremely pure beam of white orderly light shot from Lin Feng's fingertip, piercing through the hull and striking one of the largest black shadows with pinpoint accuracy.
Squeak.
A silent, soul-piercing mental screech exploded within everyone's minds. The black shadow convulsed violently like snow doused in acid, contorting wildly before hissing and emitting a puff of black smoke.
It rapidly dissolved and dissipated.
Order subdues chaos. The order light of the Kunlun mirror was the nemesis of these chaotic rule clusters.
It worked. The captain's attack worked. The crowd erupted in wild joy.
But Lin Feng's expression grew even more grim.
Put. His face drained of color and his body swayed. Forcibly activating the energy-depleted core fragment had caused immense backlash upon himself. Moreover, eliminating this one had drained a considerable amount of his strength. And there were still several more on the shield. What was even more terrifying? In the instant the order light flashed, Lin Feng's correction eye, borrowing that radiance, briefly broke through the suppression of the law of darkness and glimpsed scenes far beyond. He saw, within the endless darkness surrounding the correction ship, dense and swarming, shadowy and indistinct. Countless black shadows, large and small, swarmed like a pack of sharks drawn by the scent of blood, closing in from all directions with frenzied urgency. Their numbers were far beyond hundreds or thousands. They had stirred up a hornet's nest. No, not just these few. Lin Feng's voice was dry. We were surrounded. The scan screen flickered as countless points of light representing predators suddenly appeared along the edges. They surged forward like a tidal wave. Chapter 124, Rule Sacrifice. The artificial sun at Earth's core. It's over. A young technician stared at the scan screen, his face as white as paper, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Shield energy below 10%. Projected complete collapse within 30 seconds. Energy erosion detected on Sector A hull. Sections B, C, D, the entire hull is being devoured. Those things are right up against us now. Sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. A shrill noise, like millions of ants gnawing at metal, echoed from all directions, as if the nails of death were scraping against a coffin lid. Captain. What do we do? The chief engineer's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Lin Feng, his voice hoarse with desperation. This was no longer a question, it was a desperate plea from the depths of despair. Conventional weapons are useless, and you can't sustain rule attacks either. Are we doomed? Dead? Lin Feng drew a deep breath, forcing down the surging energy within him. A calmness bordering on madness spread across his pale face. He slowly straightened his body, his gaze sweeping across the faces filled with despair. If we must die, let it be with some dignity. He turned to the technical supervisor, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. There's one more way. What is it? The technical supervisor clung to it like a last lifeline. Detonate the correction dot. Lin Feng said, enunciating each word deliberately. The entire cockpit fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at Lin Feng as if he were insane. Detonate? You mean, self-destruct? The technical supervisor's voice trembled. What difference would that make from waiting to die right now? No, not physical self-destruction. Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes flickering with a light that blended wisdom and madness. It's a rule sacrifice detonation. He pointed at the black shadows on the screen, relentlessly devouring the shields. These predators are aberrations of chaotic rules. They crave to devour all stable energy and order. So let's give them a grand gift. Lin Feng's speech quickened, carrying an undeniable force of conviction. Technical Director. I need you to immediately push the corrector's power core to extreme overload. Channel every last bit of energy out without reservation. Maximum overload? The technical director paled in horror. That would cause the core to reach critical mass within seconds, leading to complete meltdown and explosion. I want it to explode. Lin Feng roared, but not a physical explosion. In the instant before it detonates, I will use myself as a conduit. With my final strength, I will forcibly warp and format this immense, pure energy, transforming it into a order sun that will suppress them. This. The technical director was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't comprehend such a supernatural operation, but he grasped its meaning. This was playing with fire. Dancing on the edge of a knife. Betting the entire energy of a super drilling vessel on a single, elusive rule-based attack. Shield energy at 5%. Imminent failure. Captain. It's too late. Do we gamble? Lin Feng stared straight at the technical supervisor, his voice sharp and commanding. Do we let these things devour us completely right now, or do we take a gamble with me and blast a path to survival? The chief engineer stared into Lin Feng's eyes, burning with fire, then glanced at the despairing yet faintly hopeful gazes of his colleagues. He clenched his jaw, blood rushing to his face. We're gambling. He turned and roared at all the technicians, follow the captain's orders. Attention all hands. Execute the sacrificial explosion protocol. Ditch all defenses. Divert all power to the propulsion core. Target. Maximum overload. 200%. No. 300%. We're mad. We're all mad. A technician muttered to himself as his hands flew across the console, inputting commands at lightning speed. Fear had been replaced by a desperate, all-or-nothing madness. Buzz boom. The power core of the correction craft emitted an unprecedented, heart-wrenching wail. The entire colossal vessel shook violently, as if it might fall apart at any moment. On the screen, the numerical representation of the core's energy output skyrocketed vertically at a terrifying rate. The red warning lights flashed so intensely they nearly blinded everyone. Energy overload initiated. Countdown to critical point, 30 seconds. 25 seconds.
At the same moment, the outer energy shield shattered with a thunderous crash under the Predator's frenzied assault. Countless black shadows surged forward in an instant, clinging directly to the dark old hull. A bone-chilling corrosion sound filled the air. The ship's armor began visibly dissolving and peeling away. The hull is disintegrating. We won't last 30 seconds. Captain Lin. Power to me. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he spread his arms wide. The light from his correction eye shone brighter than ever before. He seemed to transform into a black hole, sucking all the ship's overloaded, terrifying energy toward himself. Lin Feng let out an agonized roar. His skin cracked inch by inch, oozing golden blood. His entire body seemed on the verge of being torn apart by the immense energy. Using his own body as a furnace and his last reserves of spiritual power and rule energy as a hammer. Frantically forging this energy capable of obliterating everything. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Now. Explode. Lin Feng mustered his last ounce of strength, slamming his palms together. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The next instant. No sound. No flames. Only light. A light of order, pure, blazing, vast, and solemn beyond description, erupted with a thunderous roar, centered upon the correction ship. This was an artificial sun, forcibly ignited deep within the Earth's core. Wherever the light reached, thousands of hideous, all-consuming black predators were instantly purified, vaporized, and utterly erased from existence as if darkness met dawn, ice met scorching sun before they could even emit a shriek. The light swept outward for tens of kilometers, completely purging the shadow realm surrounding the correction error. It lasted a full 10 seconds. The light faded. The hollow heart of the Earth fell silent once more. Only the once endless hordes of predators had vanished without a trace. All that remained at the site was a battered, mangled vessel, its hull melted in multiple places, its power core completely extinguished, sparks flickering from its surface like scrap metal, the correction craft. It floated silently amidst the lingering shockwaves of the explosion. Inside the cockpit, chaos reigned. The surviving technician slowly regained consciousness from the violent shock, staring blankly at the empty darkness on the screen as if waking from a nightmare. We succeeded? The chief technician struggled to his feet, his voice hoarse. We did it. We survived. Before the euphoria of narrowly escaping death could fully wash over him, he suddenly remembered something and scrambled toward the main control console. Captain! Captain Lin! Lin Feng lay motionless on the floor, eyes tightly shut, his body drenched in blood. His breath was faint, as if it could cease at any moment. He had fallen into a deep, unconscious slumber. The chief engineer trembled as he reached out, feeling for his breath. He's still alive. Quick! Medical team! Save the captain! Chapter 125, Order Crystal, Rebirth of the Wrecked Ship. The bridge of the corrector was eerily silent. The chief medical officer, a gray-haired, peaked-tier Class B healer, had exhausted every possible treatment. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, yet he could only shake his head helplessly in the end. It's no use. His voice carried profound exhaustion and despair. Captain Lin's body transcends my understanding. Conventional life energy infusion and cellular activators are like drops in the ocean for him, utterly ineffective. His vital signs are extremely faint, and his mental sea has fallen into a deathly slumber. We are powerless. These words, like a final judgment, plunged the crew who had just been basking in the joy of surviving the ordeal into utter despair. How could this happen? The chief engineer's face drained of color as he murmured to himself. The captain saved us, yet we can't even save him? A bone-chilling fear, more piercing than any encounter with countless predators, gripped everyone's throats. Lin Feng was the soul of this ship, the pillar holding everyone together. With him fallen, the correction drifted lifelessly, nothing more than a steel coffin. Keep quiet. A steady voice rang out. It was Long Air, the deputy leader of the Dragon Fang squadron aboard the ship. Though his heart raced with anxiety, his warrior's composure forced him to steady himself. The advisor's power far exceeds your imagination. What we must do now is not wail here, but carry out his final orders before he lost consciousness. Damage control. Exactly. The chief engineer slammed his fist on the console, as if venting all his fear and helplessness. We can't let the captain wake up to find a wrecked ship. His eyes blazing red, he roared at everyone. All hands. Activate backup power. Check every system. Repair everything that can be repaired. Driven by the instinct for survival and guilt toward Lin Feng, all technicians sprang into action. Like tireless worker bees, they scurried through the damaged bridge, inputting commands and activating backup protocols one by one. Report. Power core has shut down completely, but primary structure remains intact. Cooling systems operating at full capacity. Report. Hull damage at 37%. Multiple instances of energy corrosion and structural melting. Report. 90% of weapon systems are disabled. Energy shield generator overloaded and destroyed. With each piece of bad news, the crew's hearts sank deeper. The corrector was now a sick tiger, its teeth pulled and claws severed, utterly weakened.
Don't stop, the chief engineer roared. Keep scanning. Find every usable resource.
Just then, a technician monitoring external scans let out a piercing scream of utter horror.
Chief! Chief! You have to see this.
The technical supervisor lunged forward, staring at the scan screen as his pupils instantly contracted. Within the cleared space around the correction, swept clean by the order sun, floated countless crystals large and small, each emitting a soft, pure white glow. These crystals varied in size, some as large as millstones, others no bigger than fists and in shape, yet all emitted an incredibly pure, stable energy fluctuation brimming with a sense of order. "What is this?" the technical supervisor exclaimed in shock.
"I don't know," the technician's voice trembled. "They seem to be the byproducts of that massive explosion just now. Launch the probe immediately. Collect samples."
Soon, a small probe robot cautiously flew out of the corrector, grasped a fist-sized white crystal with its mechanical arm, and returned it to the ship's analysis lab.
Minutes later, the analysis report arrived. "Holy!"
Staring at the data on the light screen, the technical supervisor and several experts felt their breath catch in their throats.
"Purity!
99.99% pure order energy crystal." An energy expert spoke in a hoarse voice, as if in a trance. "Its energy density is 100 times that of the highest grade energy blocks. And its energy structure is exceptionally stable. It can be absorbed and utilized directly. This is simply the perfect energy source."
Perfect energy. Those 4 words sent a jolt of excitement through everyone.
"Quick,"
the technical supervisor ordered immediately, "gather all these order crystals. Use them. Power up the correction craft. Repair the power core." 6 hours later. Lin Feng's consciousness slowly surfaced from the endless darkness.
His body felt as though it had been crushed and reassembled, every inch throbbing with searing, tearing pain. His spiritual sea was utterly drained, even the eye of correction struggling to activate.
I'm not dead?"
He forced his eyes open. Before him lay the bright lights of the bridge and faces brimming with ecstatic joy and tears.
"Captain! The captain's awake! Wonderful! Captain Lin is awake!" Cheers erupted like thunder in his ears.
Lin Feng struggled to sit up, and medical personnel immediately rushed forward to support him.
"What's the current situation?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "Reporting to the captain." The chief engineer hurried forward, his face beaming with excitement.
"Using the order crystal you created, we've successfully restored 30% of the power core's functionality. Most of the hull structure has also been repaired." He pointed to a steady energy curve on the screen.
"The corrector is seaworthy once more." "Order crystals?"
Lin Feng looked out the window and saw countless white crystals being continuously delivered into the hull by engineering robots. He understood immediately these were the crystallized remnants of purified order rules, formed after the explosion of the order sun had purged chaotic principles. "Have you analyzed the crystals for bugs?"
Lin Feng asked.
"Bugs?" The technical supervisor froze.
"No, none. It's perfect."
Lin Feng shook his head. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he forced open a sliver of his error detection eye and scanned a crystal being transported. Optimizable bug detected. Minor internal energy dissipation approximate 3% within the order energy crystal structure causes uneven energy release. "There's a subtle conflict in the core energy flow," Lin Feng said weakly.
"Pre-processing with 1.73 MHz infrasound can eliminate the internal friction and boost efficiency by 3%.
The technical supervisor and the energy expert beside him immediately conducted tests, half believing, half doubting. Seconds later, they stared at the instruments showing a 3% surge in energy conversion efficiency, frozen in shock once more.
The first thing to do upon waking was to hunt for bugs? And he found the right one again? What kind of being is this captain, anyway? Stop spacing out. Lin Feng barked. Optimize all crystal processing procedures immediately. We have no time to waste. Yes. Yes.
The technical supervisor snapped out of his daze and hurried off to relay the orders. Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet and walked to the main screen. He stared at the star map reappearing on the screen and the distant destination coordinates. His gaze hardened once more. Though severely weakened, though the correction was badly damaged, they now possessed a new energy source. They had the means to press onward. Broadcast to the entire ship. Lin Feng's voice echoed through every corner of the correction ship over the broadcast system, carrying an unquestionable resolve. Target, world's axis. Full speed ahead. Chapter 126, The Floating Steel Graveyard.
Captain. The chief engineer roared in response, his eyes bloodshot. Power core activated. Target speed, 50%. He dared not mention overloading. This wreck couldn't withstand any further strain.
Propelled by the surging, stable energy of the order crystal, the corrector was reborn. Like an ancient beast awakening from mortal wounds, it adjusted its course and steered resolutely once more toward the endless, shadowy depths. Inside the bridge, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, eyes closed, regulating his breath. He paid no heed to the external situation, instead immersing his entire consciousness within his body. A fist-sized order crystal floated before him, emitting a soft white glow. Pure order energy was slowly drawn out by him, thread by thread, merging into his nearly parched sea of consciousness and the four core fragments. Such pure energy. Lin Feng's heart stirred. This order crystal was not only a perfect energy source but also a potent tonic. The pure order rules it contained could rapidly repair the damage he had sustained at the level of rules. Using infrasonic pretreatment is still too slow. He spoke to the technical supervisor beside him while absorbing the crystal. Dismantle the frequency module from the backup energy shield generator and modify it into a miniature rule resonator. Use it to perform secondary excitation on the crystal. Conversion efficiency can be boosted by another 15%. What? The energy specialist and technical supervisor beside him were once again stunned, their scalps tingling. Further improvement? This is a perfect energy crystal. How can you still see it as riddled with flaws? They wasted no time, immediately organizing personnel to begin the modification. 20 minutes later, when the first crystal processed by the rule resonator was fed into the power core, everyone watched as the energy conversion rate curve shot upward dramatically once more. Good heavens! The technical director stared at the flawless energy curve, feeling decades of his energy science knowledge overturned. Following Captain Lin, I don't feel like I'm conducting deep Earth exploration, I feel like I'm witnessing a miracle. Lin Feng paid no heed to their astonished exclamations. With the optimized energy supply, his recovery rate accelerated once more. His once pale complexion gradually regained color, and the terrifying cracks covering his body healed at a visible pace. Time slipped away quietly amidst the tense yet orderly repair and navigation. 8 hours later. Reporting to the captain. The voice of a technician responsible for long-range detection suddenly grew sharp. Ahead, a massive unknown target detected. Lin Feng snapped his eyes open. After 8 hours of recovery, his mental energy and vitality had restored to about 30%, his gaze once again becoming deep as an abyss. What kind of target? The technical supervisor sprinted to the technician's side. Unable to analyze. The sensor operator pointed at a massive, rapidly expanding red shadow on the screen, his voice trembling. Its volume is hundreds of times larger than our correction air. It's moving. It's heading straight for us. What? 100 times larger than the correction? What does that even mean? A moving mountain range? Turn on the main searchlight. Full power. The technical supervisor bellowed. Buzz. A blinding beam of light pierced the darkness, shooting toward the distance. The beam tore through layer upon layer of gloom, finally illuminating the outline of that colossal shadow. In an instant, the entire bridge fell deathly silent. Every soul gasped in unison, their scalps tingling with shock as their eyes widened in utter disbelief. It wasn't a mountain range at all. It was a floating giant island. More accurately, it was a sprawling, molten mass of twisted, fractured, rusted metal constructs, haphazardly piled and fused together with shattered rock, crystals, and bizarre debris. A suspended graveyard of steel. Like a ghost ship sunk for eons, it had crawled from its orderly grave, drifting slowly with endless deathly silence and desolation. One could even discern the outlines of enormous, bizarrely styled structures, half collapsed, standing atop the surface of that island. What is this thing? Man-made? Civilization in the Earth's core? Impossible. There's no historical record of this. The experts were so agitated they could barely form coherent sentences, their fear and excitement intertwined. Alert! Alert! Detecting intense rule fluctuations. Originating from the core of that island. The frequency bears a striking resemblance to the chaotic patterns emanating from the world axis fissure. The technical director's face instantly turned deathly pale. Captain! It might be a mobile source of contamination. Lin Feng remained silent. He saw more than the others did. That island was not a single entity at all. It was a monstrous conglomeration of force stitching together of countless shipwrecks from different eras, different dimensions, even different worlds, held together by a powerful, chaotic force of rules. Those structures weren't ruins of civilization at all, they were the bridges, engine rooms, and weapon platforms of colossal starships. At the core of that island, a colossal energy source pulsed like a heart, radiating a heart-stopping chaos of rules. It is the king of this domain. A super aggregate composed of countless wreckage and bugs. Lin Feng's gaze pierced through layer upon layer of obstruction, finally settling upon that pulsating core. There, he saw a dark golden fragment, shrouded in countless chains of chaotic laws. An irregular metallic fragment. The fifth core fragment. System core fragment, incomplete chaos devouring attributes. So that's how it is. Lin Feng murmured to himself. No wonder such a bizarre conglomerate formed here. It was the power of this fragment that devoured countless debris that fell into this place, transforming them into part of itself. Captain? Long Zhan sensed the shift in Lin Feng's aura and stepped forward. Stop the ship. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened to an unprecedented intensity, brimming with an unparalleled fighting spirit. Sound the highest combat alert.
Chapter 127, The Bug Feast at the Core of Chaos. The shrill wail of the highest combat alert pierced the brief, deathly silence within the bridge like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Red warning lights flashed frantically, casting every face in a hellish glow like demons returned from the underworld, filled with terror and despair. Captain! It's accelerating! The technician monitoring the sensors, his voice sharp and distorted with fear, pointed at the rapidly enlarging crimson shadow on the screen, nearly leaping from his seat. Target velocity increased by 30%. Estimated contact within 3 minutes. Contact? The chief technician let out a bitter laugh. That wasn't contact, it was annihilation. In the state the corrector was now a battered wreck, it wouldn't just be destroyed by a collision with that moving mountain of steel. Even a glancing blow from the chaotic rule storm emanating around it would likely tear it apart instantly. Long John. Lin Feng's voice rang out at that moment, eerily calm, as if he hadn't just issued the highest combat alert. Yes, advisor. Long John stepped forward, his imposing frame like an immovable iron tower, offering those around him a fleeting, insignificant sense of security. Immediately assemble all combat personnel to the forward weapons platform. Prepare for saturation fire. Lin Feng commanded. Saturation attack? The chief engineer froze, exclaiming, Captain! It's useless. Conventional weapons are ineffective against that rule-based aggregate. Our energy shield generators are already fried, we can't mount an effective salvo with energy weapons. Firing now would only waste our already scarce order crystals. Who said we're using conventional weapons? Lin Feng shot him a glance, his gaze as deep and hollow as the Earth's core itself, causing the chief engineer's words to freeze in his throat. He turned to the accompanying National Treasure-level experts on the bridge. Their faces were deathly pale, yet their eyes held a scientific, almost pathological excitement. Academician Qian, Professor Li, senior son, Lin Feng spoke rapidly, I need you to proceed immediately to the Weapons Control Center and assist me in performing rule encoding on a deep space probe Type 9 torpedo. Rule coding? Academician Qian Dinghua, the leader, trembled violently, his cloudy old eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. The advisor means, to use technical means to write specific rule information into a physical carrier? This is theoretically possible. But no one has ever succeeded. Its difficulty rivals creating rules from nothing. Another formation expert, Old Sun, chimed in excitedly, exactly. It's like engraving a self-operating offensive formation onto a bullet. And we must ensure the formation doesn't collapse during launch or impact. There's not enough time. And our equipment. There's no time to debate feasibility, Lin Feng cut them off decisively. Right now, this is our only option. He walked to the main control console and pulled up the scanned structural diagram of the iron graveyard. Though blurry, it was sufficient. The glow of the proofreader's eye shimmered in his gaze. He extended a finger and rapidly tapped 17 points on the schematic. These 17 points were scattered across the colossal body of the iron graveyard, seemingly unrelated and haphazardly placed. Here, here, and here. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the silent bridge, clear and resolute. These 17 points are the most vulnerable repulsion bug nodes within the structure of this aggregate entity. It was forcibly stitched together from countless debris fragments, like a sack patched with countless stitches. These points are where the stitching is thinnest and most prone to tearing. My plan is to launch a torpedo encoded with order rules. It doesn't need immense physical destructive power, only the order information it carries must precisely pierce one of these bug nodes. Like tossing a tiny pebble into a massive, tightly meshed gear assembly. A single pebble can cause the entire machine to collapse from within. A chain reaction collapse. Everyone on the bridge instantly grasped Lin Feng's intent. This plan was insane. Bold. Unthinkable. But it seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. But, Captain Lin. The chief engineer swallowed hard. How could our torpedoes possibly hit such a tiny target with precision in that intense chaotic field? It would be distorted and disintegrated before it even got close. That's where you all come in. Lin Feng turned to Qian Dinghua and the other experts. I need you to temporarily link the torpedo's guidance system to my correction eye. I will personally navigate it. Simultaneously, convert every order crystal aboard this ship into its purest form of order energy. Envelop the torpedo's surface with this energy, forming a temporary layer of rule armor to shield it from chaotic rule erosion. The experts exchanged glances, each seeing a wildfire in the other's eyes. Linking human mental perception to weapon guidance systems? Using order energy as armor? This was completely beyond the scope of their knowledge. Let's do it. Academician Qian Dinghua slammed his thigh, his weathered face flushing crimson. To participate in such a crazy experiment worthy of being recorded in history. It'd be worth dying for. Exactly. Let's do it. The expert's enthusiasm was ignited. Captain. Give the order, the chief engineer roared. Aye. A flicker of approval passed through Lin Feng's eyes. Weapons platform, launch saturation attack to draw its attention. Expert team, begin modifying the torpedoes immediately. Long John. Secure the bridge with your team. Prepare for the worst. Everyone. Move out. In an instant, the lifeless correction seemed to come back to life. Every crew member, like tightly wound gears, began operating at peak efficiency. The weapons platform at the bow of the ship. Fire! Fire! Fire everything you've got! Under Long John's furious roar, dozens of backup electromagnetic cannons and energy cannons unleashed futile roars toward the ever-approaching steel graveyard. Shells and beams vanished the moment they touched the invisible chaotic field surrounding the graveyard, swallowed and disintegrated without a trace, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Yet this futile assault succeeded in capturing the steel graveyard's attention. As if provoked by this tiny insect's challenge, it accelerated its movement once more. Meanwhile, at the Weapon Modification Center. Quick! Calibrate the rule resonator frequency. Order energy injection. Maintain stability. Do not exceed the threshold. Guidance system neural link, connection established. Holy! It actually worked! Led by academician Shandingwa, the experts poured their very souls into the mad modification of that torpedo. Inside the bridge, Lin Feng closed his eyes. A golden thread of psychic energy extended from his brow, linking directly to the entire weapon control system. Instantly, the torpedo's internal structure and all launch parameters materialized within his mind. His perception merged with the torpedo, becoming one. Reporting to the captain. Torpedo modification complete. Ready for launch at any time. Academician Xian's voice crackled through the communicator, brimming with unchecked excitement. Target approaching. 1 minute. 1 minute remaining. The screams of the sensor operators sounded like a death knell. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. His vision pierced through the endless void, locking onto the most central and unstable node among the 17 bug nodes in that steel graveyard. Now! Lin Feng's voice was cold and resolute. Torpedoes. Fire. Chapter 128 Rule Fishing, Devouring the Devourer. Fire. The technical supervisor slammed his palm down on the crimson launch button with all his might. Buzz. Beneath the hull of the correction, a concealed launch port slid open silently. A bizarrely shaped torpedo, enveloped in pure white, tangible order energy light, shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. It made no sound, nor did it trail any flame. Like a silent assassin, a phantom, it pierced the sky-obscuring steel graveyard without a whisper. Inside the bridge, every breath was held, hearts pounding in throats. Success or failure hinged on this single moment. Lin Feng's eyes were tightly shut, yet his consciousness followed the torpedo as it raced through the chaotic storm of rules. 3 degrees left. Evade the rule turbulence ahead. Elevate 0.5 degrees. High-speed debris detected. Correct trajectory. Target bug node obscured by its own chaotic energy. His brain now functioned like a top-tier supercomputer, frantically processing the massive data stream fed back by the error-scanning eye and converting it into the most precise guidance commands. Guided by his navigation, the torpedo, enveloped in orderly energy, darted like the most agile fish, carving an incredible trajectory through the chaotic rule field potent enough to tear everything apart. It accelerated, changed direction, and even executed right-angle turns that defied the laws of physics. Each time, it narrowly evaded a deadly spatial fissure or a piece of spacecraft debris carrying terrifying kinetic energy. Holy! The main screen broadcasted real-time footage from the torpedo's first-person perspective. The surreal, warped chaos left everyone watching with hair standing on end. They had no doubt that any ace pilot would be unable to survive even a single second in such conditions. Yet Captain Lin managed to remotely control the torpedo, weaving through it with ease. Target approaching. Distance, 5 kilometers. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. It's detected us. Academician Xian Dingwa suddenly exclaimed. The colossal iron graveyard seemed to have finally detected this tiny yet intensely repulsive thorn of order. Countless debris fragments began writhing and reassembling across its surface. A mountain of cannons, a monstrous structure forcibly assembled from thousands of wrecked turrets, its twisted barrels now pointed directly at the incoming torpedoes. Boom! 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 The next instant, 10,000 cannons fired in unison. Countless beams of energy, each a different color and containing different chaotic rules, descended like a world-ending meteor shower, instantly covering every path the torpedo could take. It's over. The technical director's heart sank to the bottom. This blanket assault. There was simply no way to evade it. Lin Feng's expression grew grim. But he refused to give up. Overload. Detonate the outer order armor. Lin Feng barked the command. The order energy glow on the torpedo's surface abruptly contracted, then violently exploded outward. Boom! A miniature order explosion erupted amidst the chaotic shower of energy light. The violent collision of order and chaos created a fleeting vacuum zone of rules with a radius of about 100 meters. Propelled by the explosive thrust, the torpedo itself surged through this fleeting safe passage like a surfer riding a wave. It successfully breached the fire network. Brilliant! Lu Xinghua and the assembled military experts leapt to their feet in excitement, slamming their fists on the table. This maneuver! This timing! It was textbook perfect. No. It was an art form that transcended the textbook. The torpedo was now just 1 kilometer away from the bug node targeted by Lin Feng. Within striking distance. But then, at that very moment, a sudden anomaly occurred. The core of the iron graveyard, that pulsating energy source, like a beating heart, suddenly contracted. An indescribably powerful devouring force descended abruptly. That torpedo, along with the space around it, seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand. Its speed abruptly slowed. It even began to be pulled uncontrollably toward the core of the graveyard. No! It's going to devour the torpedo. Academician Xian paled in horror. Once swallowed by the core, all their efforts would be wasted. Captain! Long John looked at Lin Feng anxiously. At that moment, a cold curve formed at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. He murmured to himself. You think you're on the 5th layer, that you've seen through my plan? But you didn't realize this very moment was part of my plan. You're greedy. You crave to devour all order. Then I'll give you a gift you'll never be able to digest. Fishing? You bet. Now, it's time to reel it in. Lin Feng's eyes instantly erupted with dazzling golden light. Every ounce of his spiritual power, every insight into the rules of the universe, poured unreservedly through that mental link into the torpedo poised to be swallowed whole. In my name. Correct all things. Order as spear. Rules as guide. Explode, for me. Boom. That tiny torpedo, in the very instant before being completely swallowed by the graveyard's core, detonated from within. But this was still not a physical explosion. Rather, it was a pure rule level information storm. A bug feast. Lin Feng had previously seen the information of those 17 fragile, repulsive bug nodes. He had encoded them with order rules and forcibly written them into this information storm. This information storm instantly breached the core firewall of the tomb complex. Then, like the most terrifying computer virus, it spread madly through the graveyard's intricate internal energy network. Propagating. Infecting. Squeak. A shrill scream, belonging to no living creature yet filled with agony and chaos, erupted violently from the core of the steel graveyard. The next second. Snap, crackle, crackle. A crisp sound, like shattering glass, began to echo continuously from within the graveyard. The bug nodes marked by Lin Feng began to spiral out of control one after another. Collapsing. The collapse of one node triggered widespread structural misalignment in the surrounding area. Structural misalignment, in turn, caused energy circuits to short-circuit and explode. A chain reaction. Like toppling the first domino. An unstoppable, internal, cataclysmic collapse began. That suspended steel graveyard, that monstrous beast composed of countless debris and bugs, began to tremble violently. Convulsing. Countless fragments on its surface began to detach and disintegrate uncontrollably. Giant cracks spread like spider webs across its colossal frame. Chaotic energy erupted wildly from the fissures, forming a dazzling yet deadly fireworks display. We did it. We really did it. Inside the bridge, the chief engineer watched the steel colossus self-destructing on the screen. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down his face. The others erupted in deafening cheers. They had won. In this desperate situation, their captain had achieved the impossible. Lin Feng slowly regained consciousness, his face as pale as paper. His body swayed, nearly collapsing. Long John rushed forward to steady him. Advisor. I'm fine. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, yet his gaze remained fixed on the collapsing steel graveyard. Not a trace of joy graced his face. Instead, his expression grew even more solemn. No, it's not over yet. He said hoarsely. The real fish is about to take the bait. Chapter 129, 5 Core Resonance. Ascending to SSS rank. It's not over yet? Long John froze, following Lin Feng's gaze. His pupils suddenly contracted. At the core of the steel graveyard, which was violently collapsing and disintegrating, the pulsating energy source resembling a heart not only failed to extinguish amidst the chain reaction but instead erupted with an increasingly blinding, increasingly frenzied dark golden light. As if sensing the irreversible destruction of its body, it abandoned all its limbs, contracting and condensing every chaotic law and devouring force within. A terrifying pressure, tenfold more potent than before, abruptly descended. That force was pure, primal, brimming with the greed and chaos that threatened to devour everything. It was the primordial power of the 5th core fragment, the Chaos Heart. It's emerging. Lin Feng's eyes darkened with gravity. He knew this was the true final trial. The iron graveyard before had merely been an unconscious shell and barrier formed by this fragment. Now that the shell had been shattered by his stratagem, the true form within was finally about to be exposed. Long John. Order the correction to retreat immediately. Withdraw as far as possible. Leave this place to me. Lin Feng pushed Long John aside and stepped forward. His figure vanished from the bridge in an instant. The next second, he materialized in the boundless void surrounding the correction craft. Advisor. Captain. A chorus of alarmed shouts erupted within the bridge. Execute orders.
Long John's eyes blazed crimson as he roared the command.
He knew the battle that followed was no longer something they could intervene in. This was a war between gods.
The correction immediately fired its engines, retreating at full speed toward the rear. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained alone, suspended in the void, facing the impending chaotic storm head-on.
He drew a deep breath as his peak level 30 tier 2 power surged wildly within him. Dragon Vein Core. World Tree Root. Eye of Horus. Kunlun Mirror. He pushed the 4 core fragments to their absolute limits. Four-colored divine light intertwined and surged behind him, forming a vast, indistinct domain of rules. The power of earth, the power of life, the power of truth, the power of order. The 4 primordial rules began to resonate in an unprecedented manner. Boom! The iron graveyard shattered completely. Countless fragments of wreckage shot out in all directions like exploding stars. At the very core of the explosion, a palm-sized fragment of dark gold metal, seemingly forged from solidified chaos and darkness, floated silently. It was the Chaos Heart. The moment it appeared, the entire rules of the holocore began to violently distort. The law of darkness was effortlessly devoured by it. Time and space around it manifested an eerie, unstable state. This was the power of the 5th core fragment. The Chaos Heart seemed to see Lin Feng and the 4-colored divine light behind him. It sensed the aura of its own kind, and more keenly, the repulsive order and truth it despised. It trembled violently. A pure, soul-devouring force targeting the very fabric of existence transformed into an invisible black shockwave. In an instant, it spanned kilometers, hurtling toward Lin Feng. Bring it on! Lin Feng advanced instead of retreating. Rule Domain. Activate.
The 4-colored divine light behind him instantly coalesced into a massive, translucent spherical shield, enveloping him within its protective embrace.
Boom! The black devouring shockwave slammed violently into the rule domain. No earth-shattering explosion erupted, only a silent annihilation of higher-order rules.
Lin Feng's rule domain violently trembled and warped, its surface even developing a series of minute cracks.
Put!
Lin Feng violently spat out a mouthful of golden blood.
His face instantly turned deathly pale. Taking that blow head-on had left him gravely wounded. What a powerful devouring rule!
Lin Feng's heart trembled with horror. And this was merely the fragment's unconscious, instinctive counterattack.
If someone could control it and unleash its full power, how terrifying would that be? The Chaos Heart, its strike having failed, seemed utterly enraged. It trembled once more, but this time, it did not launch a ranged attack. Instead, it transformed into a dark golden streak of light, hurtling directly toward Lin Feng. It intended to devour this heretic possessing its kind through the most direct, most savage means. Its speed reached the absolute limit. It seemed to defy spatial distance entirely. Lin Feng's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. Eye of Correction and Rule Synchronization activated simultaneously.
But he discovered with utter despair that before the absolute chaos and devouring rules of the Chaos Heart, all his preemptive moves and evasions became utterly meaningless.
The opponent's trajectory defied any notion of rules. There was no way to evade. All or nothing.
A resolute glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes.
Instead of choosing defense, he made a decision that sent shockwaves through everyone aboard the distant correction ship. He actually charged straight into it. He spread his arms wide, allowing the dark golden streak of light, a symbol of chaos and devouring, to slam violently into his chest. A
scream of agony erupted from Lin Feng's mouth. The instant his body touched the heart of chaos, it began to collapse from within. Flesh, bone, meridians, all were being frantically disintegrated and decomposed by that terrifying devouring force. His consciousness felt as though it had been hurled into a meat grinder composed of countless negative emotions and chaotic information. It was being torn apart.
Assimilated. Advisor. Captain.
Long John, the chief engineer, and the others watched in horror, their eyes bulging. They watched helplessly as Lin Feng's body, bathed in dark golden light, grew translucent, as if it might vanish completely at any moment.
Was it over? Could miracles truly have their limits? Just as Lin Feng's consciousness was about to plunge into endless darkness, the 4 core fragments within his body seemed to be stimulated to their absolute limit. Hum.
All 4 fragments simultaneously erupted with an unprecedented, blindingly brilliant light. The profound weight of the Dragon Vein's heart.
The vitality of the World Tree's roots. The truth of Horus's eye. The order of the Kunlun Mirror.
At this moment, the 4 primordial forces were no longer merely combined. Perfectly fused together. Forming a brand new, more advanced, more primordial.
The force of creation. This force instantly surged through Lin Feng's entire body.
His body, on the verge of collapse, was instantly stabilized. His consciousness, on the verge of being torn apart, was instantly pulled back. And the Chaos Heart, forcibly thrust into his body, faced this creative force. Its ravenous, devouring and chaotic essence seemed to encounter its natural enemy. For the first time, it felt fear. It wanted to flee. But it was too late. The force of creation formed a perfect cage, binding it tightly within Lin Feng's body.
Then began forced fusion, resonance, the 5 core fragments.
Within Lin Feng's body, they achieved perfect balance and resonance for the very first time.
Boom! An indescribably terrifying aura erupted from Lin Feng's body. It swept through the entire hollow core of the earth. The surviving correction ship seemed as insignificant as dust in the face of this aura. Every soul aboard was pinned to the deck by its crushing pressure, too terrified to even lift their heads.
Ding! Host successfully fused 5 system core fragments.
Ding! Permissions upgraded. Talent correction eye evolved into truth eye. Ding! Acquired SSS tier power, universal analysis. Rule reconstruction. Ding!
Detecting host life tier leap.
Assessing energy level. Ding!
Congratulations, host.
Successfully ascended to SSS tier. Ding! Experience points plus? Ding! Contribution points plus?
A series of system notifications, like the divine voice of the heavens, exploded within Lin Feng's mind.
His body, reshaped and elevated by the primal force of the 5 core resonance, underwent rapid transformation.
Every cell shimmered with an immortal divine radiance. Every inch of flesh and blood contained power capable of shaking the very foundations of the rules. He slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were no longer golden. Instead, they were a profound expanse, a multicolored nebula that seemed to contain the entire cosmos and its stars. He merely floated there in silence, yet seemed to become the sole master of this hollow at the Earth's core. He felt an unprecedented terror within him, a power that could create worlds with a single thought, or destroy them with another. Gently, he raised his hand. He gazed at the massive pillar of light in the distance, still standing tall, yet now bearing more pronounced cracks.
Now!
Lin Feng's voice, calm and detached, yet seemingly bearing the weight of the entire world, echoed through the deathly silent void.
It's time to go see that world axis. Chapter 130, The Eye of Truth, Reconstructing the Rules.
The hollow core of the earth lay in utter stillness.
The correction hovered silently in the gloom, like an isolated island.
Far ahead, the colossal pillar of light supporting the entire world, the world axis, seemed within reach. Yet between the corrector and the world pillar lay a death zone, invisible to the naked eye, yet undeniably real.
Reporting to the captain.
The specialist responsible for long-range rule detection spoke in a dry voice, heavy with profound helplessness. The rule disorder level in the forward sector exceeds detection limits. Spatial structure is extremely unstable, containing tens of thousands of microspatial rifts and rule traps.
Any matter entering will be instantly decomposed into its most fundamental particles.
Furthermore, we've detected numerous high-intensity, psychic-like energy signatures. The main screen displayed a horrifying scene simulated by the specialized rule detector. It was a colossal storm, slowly rotating around the world's axis, composed of countless shattered rule lines and chaotic energy.
Within the storm, faintly visible were distorted, wailing, translucent shadows radiating boundless resentment.
Like vengeful spirits imprisoned within the tempest, they emitted terrifying energy fluctuations at the initial stage of SSS grade.
Rule-bound specters.
Lin Feng stared at the shadows, his expression growing grim. He knew these were monsters born from the chaotic rules leaking from the world axis's fissure, fused with residual fragments of consciousness lingering within the Earth's hollow.
They possessed no physical form, rendering them immune to all physical attacks.
Moreover, as long as the rule storm raged on, they were indestructible.
Captain, we can't get through. The chief engineer's voice was laced with despair.
This storm of rules was an impassable chasm. Indeed, conventional methods won't get us through. Lin Feng rose slowly to his feet. His injuries, nourished by the order crystals, had already healed by 70 to 80%, showcasing his terrifying SSS tier regenerative abilities. His gaze pierced the endless darkness, fixing directly upon the chaotic storm.
Eye of Truth. Activate. Hum.
Those eyes, containing a colorful nebula, instantly erupted with a blindingly brilliant divine light. Under the gaze of the Eye of Truth, the entire world was once again dissected and pierced through. That terrifying storm of rules was no longer a chaotic amalgamation in Lin Feng's eyes. It transformed into a colossal, infinitely complex program. A program riddled with logical errors, stack overflows, dangling pointers, and data corruption.
A super bug. Found it.
A cold curve lifted at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth.
Its essence is a chaos entropy increase bug. It ceaselessly, chaotically, self-replicatingly, breeds disorder.
By injecting an absolute order that transcends it, we can fundamentally crash it.
Long John. Present.
Withdraw the correction craft 10,000 kilometers.
Activate maximum power physical shields. Whatever happens, do not approach. But advisor. You. Long John was frantic. This is an order.
Lin Feng's voice brooked no argument. Long John clenched his teeth, turned, and roared, "Execute the order."
Full ship retreat.
The correction craft immediately ignited its engines and sped backward.
Soon, the void was left with only Lin Feng, suspended alone before the apocalyptic storm of rules.
His diminutive form, compared to the colossal storm, resembled an ant beside a star. Yet the aura emanating from him was like a divine pillar anchoring the sea, causing the chaotic laws themselves to falter.
Come on then.
Lin Feng spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire storm.
Let me see, is your chaos stronger, or is my order harder?
He closed his eyes. Within him, the 5 core fragments resonated with unprecedented intensity, their frequencies colliding in a frenzied symphony.
Boom! Dragon Vein Heart. Harnessing the primal, weighty power from the Earth's core. World Tree's Root. Unleashing infinite life principles.
The Eye of Horus. Piercing all illusion, pointing directly to truth.
The Kunlun Mirror. Reflecting all things, manifesting order. Chaos Heart. Devouring all disorder, transforming it into its own power. 5 primordial forces fused and transcended within him.
Ultimately, they coalesce into an indescribable, pure, supreme power of creation and destruction.
In my name. Lin Feng's voice echoed as if from another dimension, majestic and sacred. Rules reconstruction.
He extended his right hand and gently clenched it toward the vast storm of rules.
The next second, an incredible scene unfolded.
The rule storm, powerful enough to tear everything apart, had frozen.
Yes, it froze.
Time, space, energy, rules, everything seemed to have its pause button pressed under Lin Feng's grasp. 10,000 kilometers away aboard the correction ship, everyone witnessed this miraculous scene through remote monitoring.
Their mouths gaped open, their minds blank. This. Academician Xian Dingwood gripped the control console, his entire body trembling. Creation.
This is the power of creation possessed only by the gods. Lin Feng paid no heed to their astonishment. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his face paled once more. Forcibly halting such a colossal storm of rules placed an immense burden upon him. He dared not slacken for a moment, his left hand swiftly etching patterns in the void. This time, what he inscribed were neither nodes nor runes. Instead, he was etching, brand new, order-filled and stability-infused. Code of rules.
Define variable, stability. Set parameter, absolute order. Construct loop, conservation of energy. Write protocol, spatial stability. Rule after rule, representing absolute order, was forcibly written by him using his rule reconstruction ability. Then, like a red-hot branding iron, they were seared into the frozen chaos of the storm. Squay.
Within the storm, countless rule-bound specters, sensing the dawn of doom, emitted piercing, soul-shredding screams of utter agony. They struggled frantically, desperate to escape the imprint of order. But it was futile. Before Lin Feng's SSS tier, rule reconstruction, they were like buggy code soldered onto a motherboard passively accepting their rewritten fate.
Coalesce, now.
Lin Feng roared, thrusting both hands forward with all his might.
Boom.
The stagnant storm of rules, forcibly injected with order code, began violently contracting inward, collapsing. Chaos and order collided violently within, obliterating each other.
Finally, all chaos was utterly devoured and assimilated by the newly born order.
The storm vanished. In its place emerged a structure stretching thousands of kilometers long and roughly 100 meters wide, forged from pure, stable, orderly rules that emitted a soft white glow. The heaven-piercing path. This order passage stretched straight from beneath Lin Feng's feet all the way to the base of the world's axis. On either side of the passage, the void remained chaotic and twisted, yet within the passage itself, it was as steady as a mountain, serene and tranquil.
Put.
After accomplishing all this, Lin Feng could no longer hold on. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously.
Advisor.
Long Zhan's voice crackled through the communicator, thick with urgency.
I'm fine.
Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. As he gazed upon the miraculous path he had personally created, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. He turned his head and issued a new command into the communicator.
Full speed ahead. Chapter 131, The Guardian of the World's Axis. Dead silence hung over the bridge of the corrector. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the main screen, staring at the order channel that spanned the void, radiating a soft, sacred glow. Their minds had completely frozen. Creation. For what had just unfolded, they could find no more fitting description than the word creation. Forcibly carving out an absolutely secure celestial pathway through the apocalyptic storm of rules. What immense power was this? The captain, is he even human? A young technician murmured, his voice thick with fear of the unknown and reverence for the divine. Shut up! The technical supervisor snapped, whirling around and hissing lowly, show no disrespect to Captain Lin. Though he himself was equally shaken, his legs trembling so violently he nearly collapsed to his knees. Execute the order! Long Zhan was the first to regain his composure. Suppressing the storm raging within him, he roared with every ounce of strength. Target. Order channel. Full speed ahead. Aye. The crew snapped out of their daze and scrambled to operate their stations. The correction craft pivoted and cautiously entered the luminous passageway. The moment they entered, the heart-stopping chaos and oppressive weight vanished without a trace. In its place came an unprecedented sense of peace and stability. It felt like entering the warmest harbor.
On either side of the passage lay a bizarre, twisted void of chaos. Within it, the of the rules roared and struggled silently, yet could not cross the threshold. We are safe. The technical supervisor gazed at the chaos mere inches away, then looked back at the ship, steady as a rock, feeling as if he were dreaming. Lin Feng sat cross-legged at the center of the bridge, swallowing a pill to rapidly replenish his severely depleted mental energy. His face remained pale, yet his eyes burned with an intense brilliance. The recent rules reconstruction had deepened his understanding of fusing and utilizing the 5 core fragments. For him, this was not merely an expenditure of energy, but a rare opportunity for cultivation and validation. The correction ship sped through the order channel. This time, there were no further obstacles. Half an hour later, they finally reached the end of the passage. And for the very first time, they beheld it at such close range: the legendary World Pillar. It was a colossal pillar of light whose grandeur defied description. It seemed to stretch from the bottom of the hollow Earth's core all the way to its peak, piercing through the entire space. Its surface flowed with countless ancient, profound, and pure primordial rule runes. Each flash seemed to expound the truths of the cosmos. It was the very spine of this world, the bedrock supporting the stable operation of all rules. Yet at the very center of this majestic pillar of light, a hideous, centipede-like black fissure gaped, glaringly grotesque. From within the fissure, strands of chaotic, ominous black energy continuously seeped out. It was precisely this energy that caused the external rule storm and even the global outbreak of system bugs. This is the crack in the world's axis. Academician Xian Dingwa stared at the fissure, his voice trembling. Terrifying. If it continues to widen, the entire world might. He dared not finish the thought. Captain! We're here! The chief engineer shouted excitedly. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and walked to the main screen. He stared at the fissure, his expression more grave than ever before. Prepare the repair protocol, he ordered in a deep voice. Input the order resonance scheme I provided earlier into the main cannon system. Prepare for the first phase of rule calibration. The expert sprang into action immediately. Hold on. Just as Lin Feng was about to issue his next command, his eye of truth suddenly twitched violently. An intense sense of danger surged from the depths of his being. He snapped his head up, staring at the enormous black fissure. Deep within the fissure, a pair of immense, majestic golden eyes filled with boundless vicissitudes and utter indifference slowly opened. An ancient, vast, and terrifying will transcending even SSS rank descended in an instant, enveloping the entire correction ship. Before this will, Lin Feng felt his SSS grade power dwarfed like that of an ant. Every crew member aboard the corrector felt their very thoughts freeze. They seemed to witness the birth and destruction of the universe, the beginning and end of time itself. That was a suppression from a higher dimensional plane of existence. Outsider. A grand, ancient, utterly emotionless voice resounded directly within everyone's minds. Who gave you permission to touch the source? As the voice echoed, a shadowy, humanoid form composed of pure starlight and cosmic laws, stretching thousands of meters tall, slowly coalesced within the black fissure. It wore a tattered yet undeniably magnificent and noble celestial robe. His features remained indistinct, as if shrouded in an eternal mist. He stood there silently, as if he were the sole ruler of this realm, this entire universe. The Watcher? Lin Feng ground the words out through clenched teeth. He sensed that this being was not an enemy. The other's aura shared the same origin as the world's axis, radiating ancient order and majesty. This felt more like a self-defense mechanism. Your intentions are known to me. The majestic voice resounded once more. Repair the rift? Foolish. Damage at the root, how could it be repaired by mere variables within your programs? The Watcher's words carried an aloof detachment, as if a deity were observing mortals' futile struggles from on high. Any external interference with the source, whether benevolent or malevolent, will only hasten its collapse. Leave this place. This is the first and final warning. The Watcher slowly raised a hand, pointing toward the corrector. A terrifying force capable of obliterating everything in an instant began to gather at his fingertips. Wait! Lin Feng shouted loudly, bearing down the terrifying pressure. If we don't repair it, the world will be destroyed. Destruction is merely part of the cycle. The Watcher's voice remained utterly unruffled. It is a predetermined program. Program? Lin Feng seized upon this key word. If it's a program, then it must have bugs. It must be possible to rewrite it. A flicker of emotion seemed to flicker across the Watcher's golden eyes for the first time. It looked at Lin Feng, as if for the first time truly acknowledging this insignificant ant in its eyes. You carry the scent of the key. Key? And also the stench of chaos. The Watcher seemed to be analyzing something. After a moment, the destructive power at his fingertips slowly dissipated. Interesting. A variable possessing both key and chaos simultaneously. Perhaps you could bring about some surprises. The Watcher's voice remained detached, yet it seemed tinged with an indescribable nuance. To repair the source? You may. But you must prove your qualification to the source itself. Qualification?
By passing my trial. The watcher spoke slowly. If you pass, I shall grant you permission to touch the source. If you fail, you, and this iron vessel of yours, shall become nourishment for the source, contributing a negligible force to its next reboot. Lin Feng gazed at the towering starlight colossus, without a moment's hesitation. I accept. Chapter 132, The Trial of Rules and Final Restoration. When Lin Feng uttered the words I accept, a flicker of approval or perhaps pity seemed to pass through the golden eyes of the towering watcher. Very well. The majestic voice resounded once more. Then, the trial begins. Before the words had fully faded, the watcher pointed a finger gently toward Lin Feng. Buzz. Lin Feng felt a flash before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery vanished instantly. The bridge, the corrector, the world's axis, the holocore, everything dissolved into nothingness. His consciousness was instantly pulled by an irresistible, colossal force into a strange space, one composed purely of rules. Here lay an endless void. No up or down, no left or right, no time, no space. Only primordial, chaotic particles of law drifted chaotically. First trial, creation. The watcher's voice, like the very voice of heaven, echoed through this void. Within this nothingness, create something. Create the first life. Create life? Lin Feng's mind was shaken to its core. This was no longer about fixing bugs. This was true creation. He attempted to summon the power within his body, only to discover that his SSS tier energy was suppressed to its absolute limit here, nearly impossible to project outward. The only resources he could draw upon were his mental energy and his understanding of the rules. So that's how it is. Lin Feng instantly understood. This trial didn't test strength, it tested one's comprehension and mastery of the rules themselves. He drew a deep breath, banishing all distractions, and sat cross-legged within this void. The eye of truth slowly opened. He began to dissect this void, analyzing the most primordial particles of the rules. Time lost all meaning here. He knew not how long had passed, perhaps an instant, or perhaps 10,000 years. A flash of enlightenment flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Life does not arise from nothingness. It requires soil. He channeled the power of the dragon vein heart. A thread of weighty, elemental force representing earth and support escaped from his fingertips. In this void, it coalesced into a single, insignificant speck of dust. This was the first cornerstone of life. With soil, it still needs vitality. He once again channeled the power of the world tree's root. A strand of rule energy, brimming with vibrant green vitality and representing growth and procreation, merged into that speck of dust. The dust trembled faintly, as if it had gained some form of vitality. But it was still insufficient. It still needs order. Lin Feng activated the Kunlun mirror. A pure light of order, embodying stability and structure, poured into it. It endowed this speck of dust with a form of existence. It also needs perception. The power of the Eye of Horus was activated, a thread of the law representing truth and insight, granting this speck of dust the most fundamental response to the outside world. Finally, a complex flicker crossed Lin Feng's eyes. It still needs a touch of chaos. For unchanging order is stagnant water. Only chaos can bring variability and evolution. He carefully drew forth a thread of chaos so faint it was nearly imperceptible from the heart of chaos and infused it within. The moment the 5 primordial rule energies fused perfectly within that single speck of dust, a miracle occurred. The speck of dust suddenly radiated a soft, life-giving glow. A tender, emerald green sprout slowly yet resolutely broke through the soil. Though minuscule, it contained a complete, independent, and everlasting life force. The first life was born. First trial passed. The watcher's voice seemed tinged with a barely perceptible note of surprise. The void shifted in an instant. Lin Feng found himself transported to a bizarre miniature world. Here, the sky was shattered, the earth twisted, rivers flowed backward, and countless bizarre creatures wailed in agony, self-destructing. This was a world riddled with bugs, on the brink of collapse. Second trial, destruction. Destroy all errors without harming the world's core essence. Lin Feng gazed at this world riddled with holes, his brow furrowing slightly. This was harder than creation. For the power of destruction, once unleashed, would obliterate this world itself along with everything else. This test demands the ultimate precision in mastering both power and rules. He activated the Eye of Truth once more. This time, he pushed the power of analyze all things to its absolute limit. Every bug, every flawed rule, every logical loophole within the entire miniature world. In his eyes, they all transformed into precisely marked red dots. Dense and countless. Billions upon billions. Strip them away. Lin Feng growled. He extended both hands, his fingers moving like the most dexterous pianist, rapidly plucking at the void. His psychic energy transformed into billions of invisible threads, probing into that miniature world. Each thread precisely entangled a bug red dot. Then, upward, a gentle tug. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Like plucking every single louse from a magnificent robe. Billions of bug red dots were forcibly peeled away from that miniature world with a miraculous surgical precision. The stripped-away bugs coalesced in midair into a massive, constantly writhing black sphere. And that miniature world, though still shattered, ceased its collapse and stabilized. Annihilation. Lin Feng flicked his finger lightly toward the black bug sphere. A pure force of order shot forth. The black sphere silently dissolved into nothingness. Second trial passed. The watcher's voice now carried a hint of awe. The surrounding scenery shifted once more. This time, Lin Feng found himself standing at opposite ends of a colossal balance scale. On one side lay a sun radiating pure white light, symbolizing ultimate order. The other held a constantly spinning black hole, representing ultimate chaos. The scale swayed violently, threatening to tip at any moment. Third trial, balance. Let order and chaos achieve eternal equilibrium. Eternal equilibrium? Lin Feng stared at the sun and black hole repelling and devouring each other, feeling a chill run down his spine. These two forces represented the very extremes of the cosmos. How could they possibly achieve balance? He attempted to suppress the black hole with the power of the Kunlun mirror and erode the sun with the force of the chaos heart. But each attempt only made the scales swing more violently. Failure. Failure. Failure again. His mental energy rapidly depleted with each successive attempt. Just as he was about to collapse, a sudden flash of insight struck his mind. Balance is not stillness. It is a cycle. Yin and Yang. The Taiji. He suddenly recalled that ancient and profound symbol he had seen in his past life. He no longer suppressed either side. Instead, he began to guide. Using the power of order, he built a bridge between the sun and the black hole. Then, using the power of chaos, he built another bridge between the black hole and the sun. He let order flow into chaos. Let chaos give birth to order. A wondrous cycle was born. The white sun and the black hole began to slowly rotate, chase, and merge. Finally, they formed a slowly rotating, starkly contrasting yet supremely harmonious. A colossal Tai Chi diagram. The scales of balance settled completely. Third trial. Passed. For the first time, the voice of the guardian carried a hint of genuine admiration. You have earned the qualification. The surrounding space shattered instantly. Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body. He still stood on the bridge of the corrector, as if everything that had just happened had been nothing more than a dream. Yet he could feel that his understanding of the rules had undergone a profound transformation. He looked once more at the colossal world pillar. There, the towering watcher slowly and solemnly bowed its noble head toward him. Its immense form began to dissolve into a sky of starlight, merging into the world pillar. Before that monstrous black fissure, every defense, every barrier vanished. A path of permission leading to the core opened for him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained recognition from the world pillar. Obtained unique permission, rule restorer. The system notification sounded at the perfect moment. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within his heart. He knew the real work was only just beginning. He took a step forward, his figure vanishing instantly from the bridge. The next second, he materialized before the colossal black fissure. He extended his hand, the very hand that had once created life, destroyed errors, and balanced the rules. Slowly, he pressed it against the monstrous, world-devouring. Chapter 133, The Whisper of the Heavenly Demon's Will. The instant Lin Feng's hand touched that monstrous black fissure, seemingly piercing the very root of the world, an indescribable torrent of pure error and chaos information surged into his consciousness. It was neither an energy shock nor a psychic assault. It was a more primordial form of corruption, one targeting the very essence of existence itself. Squeak! It felt as though billions of invisible demons were shrieking and howling deep within his soul. They told him, order is false, stability is fleeting. Only chaos and entropy increase are the ultimate truths of the universe. Warning! Unknown rule contamination detected. Warning! Host's mental sea is being eroded. Warning! Core fragment exhibiting rejection reaction. A barrage of blood-red warnings frantically flashed across Lin Feng's personal interface. Oomph! You dare to be so insolent, mere echoes? Lin Feng growled, and the eye of truth erupted with blinding divine light. 5 core fragments resonated explosively within him, forming an impenetrable barrier of creation, firmly sealing that chaotic will outside his sea of consciousness. Is this the lingering will of the extraterrestrial heavenly demon? Lin Feng felt a lingering chill. Merely the echoes of will leaking from the fissure were this terrifying. What kind of existence must the true extraterrestrial heavenly demon be? He dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Focusing all his mental energy, he began the primary purpose of his journey: repair. Rules reconstruction. Lin Feng roared the command. He did not attempt to sew the crack shut with brute force, for he knew that would only cause it to shatter under even greater pressure. His hands, like the most deft weavers, began to weave brand new threads of rules along the edges of the fissure. Using the orderly power of the Kunlun mirror as the warp and the life force of the world tree's root as the weft, he carefully laid 2 entirely new threads of rules filled with stability and vitality across both ends of the fissure. The moment the 2 newly born threads of rules touched the primordial rules of the world axis itself, The entire world axis emitted a joyful hum. It was as if a gravely ill giant had finally received a glimmer of effective treatment. That hideous black fissure began to contract inward at a visible pace, albeit extremely slowly. 0.001 millimeter. Effective. 10,000 kilometers away aboard the correction craft, academician Chen Dinghua stared at the minute shift on the monitoring instruments, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Advisor Lin, he's truly repairing the world. He's making history. Thunderous cheers erupted within the bridge. Yet, standing before the fissure, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. For his repair actions had utterly enraged the remnant will of the heavenly demon within the rift. Roar! A roar filled with boundless fury and malevolence echoed from the depths of the rift. That chaotic will was no longer a formless corruption, but had coalesced into a pitch-black, 10,000 zhang long demon spear. Coiled around the spear were countless shimmering fragments of shattered worlds and the wailing resentment of countless souls. Bearing the terrifying laws of ending and return to the void, it plunged viciously toward Lin Feng. This strike transcended SSS tier. Capable of obliterating an entire planet in an instant. Bring it on! Battle intent surged in Lin Feng's eyes. He knew this was the price that must be paid to repair the world's axis. Without crushing this demonic will, any restoration would be futile. 5-core resonance. Shield of creation. Lin Feng pushed the power of the 5-core fragments to its absolute limit. A colossal shield formed from 5-colored divine light, seemingly containing a newborn universe, loomed before him. Boom! The pitch-black demonic spear collided violently with the multicolored shield of creation. No sound. No light. Only the purest collision and annihilation of higher dimensional laws. The order portal beneath Lin Feng's feet trembled violently under the terrifying shockwaves of this collision, even developing faint cracks. Put! Lin Feng spat out another mouthful of blood, his body sent flying backward hundreds of meters as if struck by a 10,000-ton hammer. But the shield of creation before him successfully blocked that fatal strike. It's not over yet. Lin Feng steadied himself, his gaze fierce. He knew that mere defense would only lead to certain death. Eye of truth. Analyze all things. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his mind's sea, he fixed his gaze intently upon the pitch-black demon spear. The spear's structure, its rules, the flow of its energy, everything was swiftly analyzed and penetrated within his vision. Found it. In less than a second, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with intense brilliance. No matter how chaotic, there is an inherent logic within it. Your logic is termination. And within the rule of ending itself lies a fatal flaw. That is, it cannot terminate what has never begun. A maniacal grin spread across Lin Feng's lips. Rule reconstruction. Reverse causality. He reached out once more. This time, what he was reconstructing wasn't order, but a more profound, more unimaginable concept. He forcibly reversed the shattering of the shield of creation from an effect into a cause. He forcibly reversed the attack of the demonic spear from cause into effect. Time itself seemed to flow backward in that instant. The pitch-black demon spear, which had already pierced the shield and exhausted its power, began to reform. Meanwhile, the shield of Genesis, which should have shattered, exploded violently a split second earlier. The magic spear lost its target. Its terrifying power, imbued with the ending rule, plunged into logical chaos. Self-contradiction. Snap. Snap. The towering demon spear began shattering from within, piece by piece. Finally, with a final, unwilling wail, it disintegrated completely, transforming into the purest form of chaotic energy. Huff, huff. Lin Feng gasped for breath, his face as pale as paper. That single use of reversing causality had nearly drained him of all his strength. But he had won. He had repelled the heavenly demon's first counterattack. With the will's obstruction gone, he returned to the rift once more, commencing the arduous and protracted task of repair. Day after day passed. Amidst the anxious weight of the entire crew aboard the correction ship, under the relentless vigilance of China's highest authorities, Lin Feng, like the most devout ascetic, day after day, wove new rules with his own power, mending the world's wounds. His mental energy, through repeated cycles of depletion and recovery, grew increasingly refined and resilient. His comprehension of the 5 primordial laws deepened with each passing day. Finally, 1 month later, the instant Lin Feng seamlessly embedded the final thread of order into the rift. Buzz! The entire world axis shook violently. That hideous black fissure vanished completely. In its place stood a flawless, pristine wall of primordial rule light. The repair was successful. Boom 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 boom. An immense, supremely pure force of primordial energy surged back from the restored world axis, instantly flooding into Lin Feng's body. This was the world's gift. The highest reward for the rule restorer. Ding! World-class mission, repair the fissure in the world's axis, completed. Ding! Mission evaluation, perfect. Ding! Infused with world primordial power. Experience points plus? Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully advanced to SSS tier mid-stage. Ding! Acquired world-class permission, rule editor basic. Ding. Obtained world-class title, Guardian of the World. Ding. All core fragments integrity enhanced. Powers amplified. A series of system notifications sounded like heavenly music. Lin Feng's level skyrocketed to a terrifying LV80. SSS tier mid-stage. His strength underwent another earth-shattering transformation. He felt the boundless power surging within him, yet his heart held no joy. For at the very moment the world's axis was restored. Through the eye of truth, he saw a deeper crisis. The repair was only temporary. The erosion by the celestial fiends from beyond continues unabated. The world pillar was merely the first line of defense. And in that distant corner of the cosmos, he saw it. He saw the true, colossal, indescribable essence of the celestial demon. It seemed to sense the shift in the world's axis. Countless cold, malevolent eyes as if traversing endless spacetime locked gazes with Lin Feng's. At the same moment, across the globe, on Earth, those who slumbered within ancient ruins, the Watchers, as if receiving some command, or perhaps roused by the world axis's violent upheaval. Egypt, atop the pyramids. South America, deep within the Mayan temples. Europe, at the heart of Stonehenge. In the Pacific, among the stone statues of Rapa Nui. Ancient, vast, terrifying wills each imbued with distinct rules soared skyward. Their target is singular. The Hollow Earth, Lin Feng. Chapter 134, The Watcher's Interrogation. Global Public Trial. Inside the bridge of the corrector, the thunderous cheers that had just erupted froze into stiff expressions on everyone's faces. On the main screen, the global energy fluctuation monitor simultaneously turned a blood-red hue that was truly shocking to behold. Terrifying energy sources surpassing the peak of SSS class erupted like mushrooms after rain from every corner of the Earth. What is happening? Academician Shen Dingwa stared at the dense cluster of red dots, his datapad slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. Globally, at least 7 locations. Energy reactions surpassing SSS class have appeared. The Egyptian pyramids. The Mayan temples. Stonehenge. These are all ancient civilizational ruins. They've all come back to life? The technical director's voice trembled with incomprehensible horror. Report. The communications officer stood up, his face ashen. We've received transdimensional psychic transmissions from 7 distinct sources. The content is identical. What? Zhao Genoa's figure instantly appeared on the screen, his face equally grave with unprecedented tension. The officer swallowed hard and stammered. Hand over the variable Lin Feng. Or else, eradicate. Boom. Hand over Lin Feng, or we'll eliminate him? Those words detonated like a billion-ton nuclear bomb exploding within the bridge, within the Strategic Bureau Command Center, and within the hearts of everyone who heard them. Damn it! Zhao Genoa roared with fury, slamming his fist on the table. Who the hell are they? What gives them the right? Lin Feng is a hero of China. He is the savior of the world. He had just repaired the world's axis and saved the world. And now, some ancient beings who appeared out of nowhere want to put him on trial? To erase him? This is utterly preposterous. They call themselves Guardians of Earth's Will, the communications officer added. Guardians? Lin Feng slowly snapped out of his joy at the successful repair and the gravity of facing the heavenly demon. His gaze turned icy as he stared at the 7 blazing red dots on the screen. He knew that the trial spoken of by Kunlun's Watchers was only just beginning. Repairing the world's axis had caused too much commotion. It was loud enough to awaken all the slumbering firewalls and administrators. Clearly, these awakened colleagues weren't all like the one from Kunlun, willing to grant him the opportunity for a trial. Buzz. At that very moment, 7 immense, boundless wills each imbued with distinct divine essences of different rules spanned endless space and descended directly into the hollow core of the Earth. They coalesced around the world axis into 7 immense, indistinct yet supremely majestic lightforms. One, engulfed in golden flames, radiated the rule of absolute heat like a sun god. One, composed entirely of ice, radiated the rule of absolute zero like the eternal ice emperor. One, encircled by endless storms, embodied the rule of destruction and rebirth. One, steady as a mountain, embodying the law of eternity and stillness. 7 Watchers. 7 utterly distinct primordial rules. Their shared trait was power. Powerful enough to inspire despair. Each one is no less formidable than the one from Kunlun before. In fact, the aura emanating from several of them was even more terrifying. Variable Lin Feng. The Sun Watcher, whose entire body burned with golden flames, spoke first. Its voice boomed like a star's roar, carrying the weight of an unquestionable judgment. You dared to tamper with the source, forcibly repairing the fissure. Your actions have severely disrupted the world's predetermined program. Established program? Lin Feng sneered coldly. You mean standing by and watching the world collapse, only to reboot it? Restarting is the most efficient way to correct errors. The voice of the frost-formed Frost Watcher was bone-chillingly cold. Each reboot purges all bugs and redundant data, restoring the world to its purest, most pristine state.
What you call civilization and life are merely data generated during the program's execution.
Data is meant to be formatted. These cold, ruthless words sent a bone-chilling chill through every soul aboard the correction ship. In the eyes of these watchers, the fates of billions of beings were nothing more than data to be formatted at will? Bull! Academician Lu Jinghua could no longer contain himself.
He stormed to the communicator and roared at the 7 light projections.
Life is not data. Civilization is not a program. We have minds. We have emotions. We are living, breathing human beings. Thoughts? Emotions? The watcher shrouded in stormy light emitted a mocking laugh.
Those are merely more complex algorithms and more volatile bugs. Variables, Lin Feng. The rock watcher, steady as a mountain, spoke slowly. Your very existence is a colossal bug. You possess a key that should never have been yours, wielding a power that should never have fallen into your hands. You mend the cracks, seemingly saving the world, but in truth, you accelerate the collapse of the system. Your actions have spawned more complex conflicts within the system's foundational logic. You fixed one major bug, only to breed thousands of new minor bugs. Your repairs are nothing but drinking poison to quench your thirst. Lin Feng's heart sank at these words.
He knew the Rock Guardian might have a point.
He had indeed felt the backlash of the rules when repairing the world's axis and sensed a deeper crisis.
But, so what? Lin Feng lifted his head, gazing directly at the 7 towering deities. His gaze held not a trace of fear, only icy resolve. Are we supposed to do nothing just because there's risk, and watch the world destroy itself? Watch helplessly as my family, my people, everything I hold dear, all become the data you claim can be arbitrarily formatted? I don't care about any established protocols. I don't care about any system crashes. All I know is this. Whoever dares destroy my world, I will destroy them first. Lin Feng's voice echoed throughout the entire subterranean void, carrying the overwhelming pressure of a mid-tier SSS rank powerhouse and the colossal will of the World Guardian. Boom! Under the impact of this overwhelming will, the light projections of the 7 watchers all wavered slightly. For the first time, solemn expressions flickered in their eyes. Arrogant! The Sun Watcher roared in fury. A mere variable who has just stepped into the SSS tier dares to challenge us? It seems you won't understand the meaning of heaven's wrath until we perform a format on you. It abruptly raised its hand, and a colossal fireball over 100 kilometers in diameter, composed entirely of pure stellar fire, coalesced in its palm. The terrifying heat instantly scorched the surrounding void, warping and melting it. Wait! Just as the Sun Warden was about to strike, the Rock Warden spoke again. Kunlun, that fellow left you a chance for a trial. According to the ancient Watcher agreement, we, too, should grant you an opportunity to prove yourself. It seemed to hold the highest standing among the 7 Watchers, causing even the enraged Sun Watcher to reign in its fury. We shall subject you to a global trial. The Rock Watcher spoke slowly. We shall broadcast your actions, the world's true nature, and our entire dialogue through the rule network for all to witness. Let all the intelligent data in this world judge your guilt or innocence. Let them choose for themselves whether to accept the fate of formatting or to follow you this greater risk of a variable. If the majority chooses you, we shall acknowledge your qualifications and may even assist you. If the majority chooses us. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the golden eyes of the Rock Guardian. Then you, and all the data that follows you, will be completely erased. Painlessly. A global public trial? Let all of humanity decide? Lin Feng froze. He never imagined these lofty watchers would propose such a democratic solution. But was this truly democracy? No. This was a battle of hearts and minds. They intended to use humanity's collective fear, selfishness, and dread of the unknown to judge him. They believed that when mortals learned the world was about to be destroyed, and that he was the variable who might pose an even greater risk, most would choose without hesitation to sacrifice him in exchange for that elusive chance at a format restart. What a ruthless, open strategy! Chapter 135, Judgment from Around the World. I accept. Lin Feng's voice was eerily calm. He showed not the slightest hesitation. On the correction ship, Zhao Jinhua nearly leapt out of his seat upon hearing this decision through the remote communication link. Comrade Lin Feng. Think twice. This isn't a fair trial at all. This is a blatant scheme. They're trying to crush you with the fear of all humanity. Human nature cannot withstand such trials. Especially at the brink of life and death. He knew all too well the chaos and madness that erupted when the naked truth of doom was laid bare before everyone. To let a panicked flock of sheep decide the fate of a lion? This is the greatest farce in the world. General. Lin Feng turned his head, his gaze meeting Zhao Jinhua's anxious face through the screen, and smiled faintly. That smile radiated powerful confidence and a calmness born of complete understanding. I trust them. I believe what I protect is far more than just a pile of cold data. And besides, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened like a blade once more, sweeping over the 7 towering silhouettes of the Watchers. Even if the entire world betrays me, one man, one ship, one mirror, one sword, will be enough to correct the errors of the heavens.
These words radiated an unparalleled aura of dominance and heroic fervor. They instantly silenced Zhao Genua and caused all 7 watchers to turn their heads in astonishment. Good. The rock guardian nodded. As you wish. It slowly raised its hand. The next second. Earth, all across the globe. Whether in bustling cities or remote villages. Whether the mighty or the common folk. Whether in the real world or within dungeon spaces. A grand, majestic, and utterly emotionless voice resounded simultaneously within every mind. The Earth's will, the Watcher, issues its final proclamation to all sentient beings. Boom! The entire world erupted in an instant. Immediately, crystal-clear images like the highest-definition holographic projections projected directly into everyone's consciousness. The images revealed the hollow core of the Earth. There stood the world pillar, majestic and magnificent, yet riddled with cracks, the very axis supporting the world. The 7 divine watchers, radiating boundless majesty. And above all, the young Huaxia Major General Lin Feng floating alone in the void, confronting the 7 deities. The very foundation of the world pillar, has sustained irreversible damage. The world will inevitably collapse in the foreseeable future. This is the predetermined protocol of the system, and the harbinger of restart. The restart will format all erroneous data, returning the world to its primordial state to make room for new civilization data. Yet, the variable Lin Feng, wielding his divine authority, forcibly interferes with the program, attempting to repair the root source. This action, while temporarily delaying collapse, may also cause the system's underlying logic to become utterly chaotic, triggering an even more unpredictable, even more terrifying, ultimate annihilation. Now, a global trial is hereby convened. Option 1, follow established protocols and undergo formatted restart. We shall erase variable Lin Feng, allowing the world to peacefully rebirth. Option 2, support variable Lin Feng in an unknown risk repair. You will join him in facing that unknown future, one that may save everything, or utterly destroy it all. The choice begins. The colossal voice reverberated deep within every soul. Each word struck like thunder, leaving everyone dizzy and their minds blank. The world is ending? Reboot? Format? We're just data? And Lin Feng, the hero who just repaired the Earth's veins, solved the energy crisis, defeated the Ouroboros, cleared global bugs, and was hailed as the guardian of the world. He's actually the variable causing even greater risk? Shock. Panic. Confusion. Disbelief. Emotions like a plague spread wildly through the hearts of 7 billion people worldwide. New York, Times Square. Giant screens still broadcasted cheerful advertisements, but people on the street stood frozen in place, staring skyward as if their souls had been stolen. No, this can't be real. It's an illusion. Some kind of global mind attack, someone screamed. Formatting? We're data? What kind of joke is this? A Wall Street elite in a suit and tie collapsed onto the ground in a fit of panic. Tokyo, Shibuya streets. Countless young people clutched their heads, kneeling on the ground in agony. The world is ending. We're all going to die. Choice? How are we supposed to choose? There's no choice at all. Paris, beneath the Eiffel Tower. The romantic atmosphere vanished, replaced by endless arguments and chaos. We must choose to reboot. It's our only chance to survive. Lin Feng must die. Bull. He's a hero. He saved us. We can't betray him. Hero? He nearly killed us all. He's a madman. The entire world, at this very moment, descended into utter chaos. All order collapsed. The deepest selfishness, fear, cowardice, and suspicion within humanity were magnified infinitely. Countless people, upon learning that the format reboot might be a peaceful rebirth, cast their judgmental vote without hesitation in their hearts. Sacrifice one to save the world. It's a bargain. Exactly. He's too powerful. His very existence is a threat. I'm sorry, General Lin Feng. For my family's sake, I have no choice but to choose the reboot. The hollow core. The 7 watchers gazed silently at Lin Feng. They could clearly see the intangible energy representing option 1 converging frantically from all corners of the earth. That energy was vast, murky, and saturated with mortal fear and supplication. Yet the energy representing option 2 was scarce. See that? The variable. The Sun Watcher spoke with a mocking tone. This is the life you protect. Faced with true death, they will push you forward without hesitation, offering you as a sacrifice. Lin Feng remained silent, standing still as if oblivious to the overwhelming vote count. His face bore no anger, no disappointment, only an indescribable calm. On the correction ship. Zhao Genua, Xin Dinghua, Lu Jinghua. All of Huaxia's high-ranking officials and elites watched the chaotic scenes unfolding across the globe through their screens, hearing those selfish and cowardly choices. Their fists clenched so tightly their knuckles turned white. Their nails dug deep into their flesh. Damn it! A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Lu Jinghua trembled with rage. We saved them. Advisor Lin saved them. And this is how they repay us? General. Long Zhan's eyes blazed crimson as he abruptly dropped to one knee. Grant us permission to fight. Slaughter every last traitor.
Zhao Zhenhua said nothing.
He merely stared intently at Lin Feng on the screen, his eyes moist. He knew how profoundly lonely Lin Feng must feel at this moment.
At that very moment, China, the capital city.
An elderly man with snow-white hair, practicing Tai Chi in the square, slowly concluded his routine. He lifted his head, his aged eyes flashing with wisdom and unwavering resolve. He spoke aloud to the empty air. We Chinese have never believed in gods or emperors, nor in any predetermined fate.
We believe only that man can conquer heaven. General Lin Feng is our hero. He is our own. Whoever seeks to judge him must first step over the corpses of us old bones. His voice boomed through the square's loudspeakers, echoing far and wide. Immediately after, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen. Across the 9,600,000 square kilometers of China, countless voices erupted in unison. That's right. We believe in General Lin. We don't believe in any damn watchers. Try to format us? In your next life. I'm not done living yet. General Lin gave me this life. Anyone who dares touch him will have me to deal with first. The people of China will never be slaves. And we will never betray our heroes. Waves of bloodlust, defiance, and unwavering trust surged skyward, converging into a golden torrent. Unwavering, it surged toward the side representing option 2. Though this force remained feeble compared to the colossal energy of fear sweeping the globe. Yet it was pure, resolute, burning hot, like the first glimmer of dawn piercing the darkness. Immediately after, Galia, North Bear, nations that had once received aid from China began to speak out. We choose to believe in China. We believe in General Lin. Restart? Screw that. I'm following the hero to fight for our future. A spark can start a prairie fire. The energy representing option 2 began to grow at a visible pace, though it still lagged far behind option 1. But it was no longer fighting alone. The hollow core. Lin Feng felt the warm and unwavering torrent of will flowing from his homeland and his compatriots. On his usually impassive face, a genuine smile. He slowly raised his head, meeting the gaze of the 7 watchers once more. Now, it's my turn, he said softly. I too cast my vote. He extended a finger and gently tapped the side representing option 2. Chapter 136, Veto Power. My world, my rules. As Lin Feng's finger touched the void representing option 2, the entire holocore seemed to freeze for an instant. A vote? The Sun Watcher let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Variable, you've misunderstood one thing. In this public trial, you are the defendant, not the judge, and certainly not the voter. You have no right to vote. Eligibility? Lin Feng's smile grew wider, tinged with mockery and an absolute confidence that transcended everything. Who says I don't? He slowly raised his gaze. For the first time, those eyes of truth containing multicolored nebulae unleashed their terrifying divine might without reservation. Mighty enough to pierce through the ages and reshape the very fabric of reality. On this planet, if I say I have it, then I have it. Because I am the world guardian. Boom! As he spoke, a strange metal radiating supreme brilliance emerged from his brow. It was the world's source acknowledging him. The highest honor for repairing the world's axis. I am the rule restorer. The 5 perfectly resonant core fragments within his body erupted with 5-colored divine light, shooting skyward, forming a pillar of creation that pierced through heaven and earth. I am also the sole being on this planet to have reached SSS tier and comprehended rule reconstruction. Supreme being. Lin Feng's voice grew louder with each utterance, more domineering with every word. With each utterance, the aura radiating from his body surged wildly. By the end, he seemed to transform into a multicolored sun, radiating dazzling brilliance and an overwhelming, world-shaking pressure. That terrifying will even cause the 7 ancient watchers to feel a flicker of unease. Now, Lin Feng's gaze, like 2 indestructible celestial swords, swept across the 7 watchers. Tell me, he demanded, do I have the qualifications? Silence. For the first time, the 7 great watchers fell silent. They could sense that every word Lin Feng spoke was true. The title of World Guardian represented the favor of the world's primordial essence. The authority of the Rule Restorer granted him the key to interfere with the root source. And his SSS tier strength combined with the power of Rule Reconstruction granted him the strength to overturn the entire chessboard. He was no longer a variable they could casually reset. He had grown into someone capable of engaging them as equals, even threatening their very existence. A super bug. You have the qualifications. Ultimately, it was the most steadfast Rockwatcher who slowly spoke, breaking the silence. Its voice remained detached, yet now carried a hint of gravity. However, one vote cannot alter the outcome. It gestured toward the 2 vastly disparate streams of willpower. The fear and selfishness of mortals remain the dominant force. Even with the strength of you and the nation behind you, the will for option 1 remains over 3 times that of option 2. The outcome of the public trial will not change. Is that so? Lin Feng smiled. Then it only proves you haven't grasped the rules of voting deeply enough.
He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed. Under my rules, votes have never been counted per person, but rather by weight. Waiting? The Sun Watcher voiced his confusion. Exactly, wait. Lin Feng's gaze was filled with pity, as if he were looking at a group of ignorant children. Do you think the weight of a vote cast by a coward cowering in a corner, trembling with fear? Can it possibly be compared to that of a warrior who defies death to protect his homeland? The weight of a selfish individual who only thinks of themselves. Can it be compared to that of a hero who willingly sacrifices for the collective good? The wails of a mob their weight. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose like thunder from the heavens. Can it compare to this vote of mine, this world guardian, staking everything on it? Boom! As he uttered the final word, his extended finger slammed down with force upon the torrent of wool representing option 2. This single finger. He did not expend any energy. What he wielded was his supreme authority, and his unwavering Tao heart, the heart that guards all things and never yields. Hum hum hum. The entire hollow core of the earth, the very axis of the world, even the entire web of rules governing the earth. At this moment, all resonated violently in response to his single finger. That golden torrent representing option 2, embodying resistance and hope, after receiving the weighted vote from Lin Feng. Instantly, as if fueled by boundless energy, it surged explosively. Volume, mass, density, weight, all expanded at an unimaginable speed, growing wildly. Double, tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold, 10,000-fold. Within mere seconds, it transformed from a trickle into a roaring, surging river of stars. And that murky energy representing choice 1, embodying fear and surrender. Before this golden river of stars, it instantly dimmed and faded, dwarfed like a firefly beside the bright moon. Completely crushed, overpowered, devoured. No! Impossible. The Sun Watcher let out a blood-curdling scream of horror. This is cheating. You're altering the rules of the public trial. Rules? Lin Feng stood with hands behind his back, robes billowing, gazing down at it with a cold, indifferent stare. That's right. I am changing the rules. Because, from this moment onward, my word is law. The 7 Watchers fell utterly speechless. For the first time, they felt a tremor run through them, a tremor emanating from a mere mortal. Absolute dominance. They finally understood that the man before them had grown into a terrifying realm beyond their comprehension, one they could no longer measure with programs or variables. He was becoming the new system. The public trial is over. Lin Feng withdrew his finger, surveying the 7 Watchers with a calm voice that carried an unquestionable command. The outcome is clear. Now, it is your turn to choose. Either choose to assist me in safeguarding this world, or choose to oppose me, and then. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Be treated by me as bugs, to be corrected one by one? Silence. Dead silence. The colossal light and shadow forms of the 7 Great Watchers trembled violently under Lin Feng's unmasked threat. They seethed with rage, wrestled internally, weighed their options. Finally, the mightiest guardian, the rock-like watcher, whose body resembled a mountain, slowly lowered its proud head toward Lin Feng. I shall comply with your wishes. Immediately after. Sun, frost, storm. The remaining 6 great guardians all bowed their heads. We obey your will. The voices, though still detached, carried an added note from the depths of their being. Submission. At this moment, the global trial concluded in the most astonishing, most domineering manner imaginable. Lin Feng, single-handedly, overruled the world's collective fear. With a single vote, he reshaped the very rules of the gods. From this day forward, the fate of this world shall no longer be dictated by some established protocol, but by him, Lin Feng. Decided. Very good. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Having subdued these 7 powerful administrators, his next task would be much easier. He once again fixed his gaze upon that flawless yet still perilous world pillar. Now, it's time to deal with the real virus. Chapter 137, The Watcher's Duty Confronting the Virus. Submission. The 7 ancient, powerful Watchers, each embodying a distinct primordial law of Earth, chose submission before Lin Feng's absolute dominance and might. This was not submission to brute force, but recognition of a higher authority. Lin Feng, embodying the triple identities of World Guardian, Rule Restorer, and Rule Editor, had transcended these administrators to become the de facto supreme authority of the system. Very well. Lin Feng withdrew the overwhelming pressure, as if nothing had happened moments before. He turned to the leading Rock Watcher. You are extensions of Earth's will, embodiments of the world's rules. Then you should understand better than I what the true virus is. The Rock Watcher's mountain-like form shifted slightly, and a monumental voice boomed. We call it the extraterrestrial cancer. It is not a physical entity, but a pure, cosmic-level information catastrophe whose instinct is to devour order and spread chaos. Like a virus infecting a computer, it ceaselessly seeks out the system's vulnerabilities, then invades, corrodes, assimilates, and ultimately collapses the entire system into itself.
The world pillar is Earth's largest port within this system and its most vulnerable vulnerability. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, so the cracks in the world's axis earlier were the result of its invasion?
No, that was merely a probe.
The Sun Watcher interjected, its voice booming like a star. It projects billions of tentacles into the endless void, searching for targets to infect.
What the world's axis sensed was merely the most insignificant of these. But even a single tentacle, imbued with chaotic laws, was sufficient to wear down the world axis defenses over eons, creating that fissure. By repairing the fissure, you effectively severed that tentacle.
This has fully roused its attention. The Frostwatcher's voice was icy. We can sense that the core will of the Cancer beyond the realm has locked onto Earth's coordinates. It will descend once more.
And next time, it won't be a test, it will be a full-scale invasion. On the corrector, Zhao Jinhua and the others, hearing all this through the communications, felt their hearts sink to the depths.
A cosmic-level information catastrophe? Core will locked on? Full-scale invasion?
This was no longer a crisis confined to Earth. This was interstellar war.
Or even a dimensional war. How long until it arrives?
Lin Feng asked calmly. The scale of the cosmos and the passage of time hold no meaning for the Cancer beyond the realm. The Storm Watcher replied, perhaps the next second, perhaps 10,000 years.
But it will come.
All we can do is passive defense, waiting for the system to reach critical mass, then format and reboot to eradicate the infection, added the Rock Watcher.
Defense? Restart? Lin Feng laughed, a cold, icy laugh. Passively taking blows has never been my style. He looked at the 7 Watchers, his eyes flashing with a mad gleam. If it's an information catastrophe, a virus, then it must have its own logic for existence, its own code for operation. Where there's code, there are bugs. I want you to immediately mobilize every rule network on Earth and assist me in performing reverse tracing on the residual information from that tentacle I severed. I will find its server. Find its core entity. What? Reverse trace? The 7 Watchers and everyone aboard the correction were utterly stunned by Lin Feng's audacious idea. That was a cosmic-level terror. You patched its intrusion port, it's a miracle it hasn't come after you yet. And you actually want to counterattack its lair? This wasn't just madness. It was declaring war on the abyss. This, impossible. The Sun Watcher was the first to object. The residual signals are too faint. And utterly chaotic. Forcing a trace will only contaminate us. Nothing is impossible.
Lin Feng activated the powers of Eye of Truth, Universal Analysis, and Rule Editor simultaneously. You handle the computing power and bandwidth. I'll take care of writing the antivirus software and tracking the malware. You won't dare, but I will. You can't do it, but I will. Lin Feng's voice carried an undeniable, commanding authority. The 7 Watchers exchanged glances. Finally, the Rock Watcher bowed his head once more. We shall obey your will. They knew they had no choice. Boom! 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 7 pillars of light, each representing a different primordial law, shot forth from the 7 guardians and converged upon Lin Feng. At that moment, Earth's network of rules opened completely to Lin Feng. Lin Feng closed his eyes. His consciousness instantly merged with the entire Earth's network of fundamental laws. He saw the veins of mountains and rivers, witnessed the trajectories of atmospheric currents, and observed the surging magma within the Earth's core. He even heard the breaths and heartbeats of billions of living beings. A vast ocean of information surged into his mind. Like a master hacker, he sifted through this vast ocean of data, unraveling layer by layer to find that faint, malevolent, the lingering remnants of the Cancer beyond the realm. Found it. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. Amidst the endless data, he precisely locked onto a segment that was distorted, chaotic, yet carried a unique frequency. Information code. Analyze. Compile. Reconstruct. Lin Feng's hands swiftly traced patterns in the void. He used order as his skeleton, truth as his core, life as his bait, devouring as his blade, and weight as his defense. He peeled back layer after layer of that chaotic code, dissecting its essence, and then rewrote it with his own rules. 10 minutes later, a peculiar light sphere, no larger than a fingernail, formed in his palm from a blend of 5-colored divine light. Within the orb lay the very segment that had been completely formatted, implanted with a tracking backdoor, and infected with a virus Trojan. Information code. Banish. Lin Feng growled, hurling the orb violently into the depths of the void. The orb vanished instantly, racing along the unseen threads of causality toward the cosmic depths, toward the very core of the extraterrestrial Cancer. In that instant, the roles of hunter and prey were reversed. The 7 Watchers witnessed this scene, their hearts filled with shock and a trace of inexplicable reverence. Could this man truly create a miracle? All ships, stand by. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the corrector once more, weary yet unwavering. Our mission is complete. Now, return to base. Chapter 138, The Hero Returns, The World Watches. Return to base? The chief engineer froze, thinking he'd misheard. Captain. Aren't you coming back with us?
Long Zhan grew anxious.
Lin Feng shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the farthest reaches of the void. Trojan horse has been deployed, but tracking the core of the extraterrestrial cancer requires time and sustained computational power support. I must remain here, anchored at the world's axis. With the power of the 7 Watchers and Earth's rule network, I'll sustain the tracking dot.
And
a grave expression flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The moment the extraterrestrial cancer detects our tracking, it will inevitably counterattack. Only by staying here can I intercept and defend against it at the earliest possible moment. He turned to Long Zhan and the technical director, his tone softening.
Your mission is now complete.
The Earth's core is no place for you to linger.
Return. Go back to the surface.
There, more important matters await your attention. Report everything that happened here, the truth about the extraterrestrial cancer, faithfully and completely, to the nation, to all of humanity. Let them know the crisis is far from over. Let them know that a war concerning the very survival of the entire world has only just begun.
We must prepare.
At these words, everyone fell silent. They knew Lin Feng spoke the truth. The battles ahead would be fought at the level of fundamental rules, even at the level of dimensions. For them, mere mortals below SSS rank, staying here would not only be useless but would become a burden to Lin Feng.
But, Captain.
Long Zhan's eyes blazed crimson, his voice choked with emotion.
You alone. I am not alone.
Lin Feng gestured toward the 7 silent, towering figures of the Watchers.
I have colleagues.
He gestured toward the majestic world pillar beneath him.
I also have backup.
Don't worry, Lin Feng smiled. Once I pinpoint the coordinates of the cancer beyond the realm, I'll return.
Then,
a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
That will be our moment to strike back.
Yes. Long Zhan snapped to attention and rendered the most precise military salute to Lin Feng.
Crew of the Kanwu. Salute Captain Lin Feng.
Swish. 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 Inside the bridge, every crew member, military personnel and scientists alike stood at attention, offering the highest honor to Lin Feng on the screen. This man had saved them time and again saved the world itself. Now, he was about to venture alone into the Earth's core to confront the terrifying threat from the depths of the cosmos. He was truly a hero.
Alright, enough with the sentimentality.
Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. He extended a finger and tapped the correction unit lightly.
Rule reconstruction.
Buzz. A straight wormhole, composed of pure spatial rules, instantly materialized before the correction ship. At the other end of the passage lay none other than the South Sea, that top-secret deep-sea base. This passage can only be maintained for 5 minutes, Lin Feng stated.
Safe travels. Take care, Captain.
The chief engineer hesitated no longer, yanking the control stick forward. The correction slowly activated, carrying the ship's full respect and reluctance as it entered the spatial passageway. Soon, it vanished into the gloom of the hollow core. Lin Feng stared at the vanishing point of the corrector, speechless for a long while. Only when the spatial passage closed completely did he withdraw his gaze and turn to the 7 Watchers.
My fellow colleagues.
Lin Feng's voice regained its icy sternness.
Our work has begun.
South China Sea, Deep Sea Base. Following a violent spatial disturbance, the battered, colossal form of the correction appeared on the launch platform. Zhao Zhenhua, Shen Dinghua, and the other leaders who had been waiting there instantly had tears welling up in their eyes at the sight of that familiar yet unfamiliar spacecraft.
They're back. They've returned. Welcome home, heroes.
As Long Zhan and the chief engineer led the entire crew out of the hatch, they were met with thunderous applause and cheers. But when the crowd realized the one figure who should have been there was missing, the cheers gradually died down.
Long Zhan, where is Advisor Lin? Zhao Zhenhua asked urgently.
Long Zhan took a deep breath and recounted everything that had transpired at the Earth's core, including Lin Feng's decision, in full detail. Upon hearing the truth about the cancer beyond the realm and learning that Lin Feng had remained alone at the Earth's core to track down that cosmic-level threat, all the leaders fell silent. Their faces bore shock, admiration, worry, and above all, a profound sense of helplessness. That boy, he shouldered the entire burden alone.
Academician Shen Dinghua's eyes welled with tears. Convene the highest-level meeting immediately. Zhao Zhenhua snapped back to reality, his eyes flashing with resolute determination.
Simultaneously, follow Advisor Lin's directive and make the truth about the cancer beyond the realm public.
We cannot let him fight this battle alone. The nation, indeed, all of humanity,
must prepare for this battle for survival.
Yes, sir. An unprecedented global press conference was urgently convened 3 hours later.
When Zhao Zhenhua, representing Huagua, revealed the threat of the extraterrestrial cancer and the truth of Lin Feng's solitary struggle deep within the Earth's core to the world fell silent once more. But this time, it was no longer fear and chaos. Instead, it was a solemn and tragic silence. Those who had previously chosen to format themselves out of fear now hung their heads in shame. They finally understood how selfish and cowardly they had been. They finally understood that the variable they had judged was the true hero who had been protecting them all along. We're sorry, General Lin Feng.
We were wrong. We should never have doubted you. Please, you must return. We are willing to fight alongside you. Countless voices filled with regret, admiration, and resolve echoed from every corner of the globe. An unprecedented, united, and unyielding will began to coalesce across the entire planet. The hollow earth. Lin Feng sat cross-legged before the world's axis, feeling the colossal power of faith surging from the earth's surface. A faint, contented smile touched his lips. It seems these data are somewhat interesting after all. Chapter 139, The Heavenly Demon's Trap. In the hollow core, before the world's axis, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, surrounded by 7 divine-like guardians. His information Trojan, which had already tracked deep into the cosmos, transmitted its final feedback through the vast network of cosmic rules. Found it. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, yet his gaze held no trace of joy. Only an abyss of icy coldness and solemnity. Lin Feng, how is it? Zhao Genoa's voice came through the emergency hyper-protocol communication link, arriving instantly. Did you track down the core of the extraterrestrial cancer? Lin Feng did not answer. He merely raised his hand slowly, tracing a gentle arc through the void before him. A 3-dimensional star map, composed entirely of pure rule energy, instantly unfolded. Upon the star map, a faint light point representing the information Trojan traversed countless twisted dimensions and chaotic rules at a speed surpassing light. Finally, it locked onto its target. An unimaginably vast source of endless malevolence and chaos. Source of information. However, when Zhao Genoa and all the high-ranking officials of Huagua saw the final coordinates of that information source, everyone's breath completely stopped in that instant. For those coordinates did not point to some unknown star system deep within the cosmos. Instead, a place they knew all too well. Earth. China. Kunlun Mountains. That colossal source of information, the faint signal from the core of the so-called extraterrestrial cancer. After countless complex spatial jumps and rule perturbations, it had bizarrely pointed toward the Earth's interior. Directly at the core of China's dragon vein. This can't be possible? Zhao Genoa gasped in shock, his mind going blank. Did the tracking go wrong? Or, is it interference from the heavenly demon? Lin Feng shook his head slowly, his voice hoarse and terrifying. The tracking is accurate. There was interference. But not to stop me. It was to conceal the truth. He stared at the signal arrow pointing toward the dragon vein of China, speaking deliberately, one word at a time. Or rather, the true source of the cancer beyond the realm never lay in the depths of the cosmos. It has always been beneath our feet. No, even within our very bodies. Boom! These words detonated like a billion-ton nuclear bomb in everyone's mind. Lin Feng. What do you mean by that? Zhao Genoa's voice trembled. Lin Feng offered no explanation. He whipped his head around to face the rock guardian beside him. Tell me. His voice was bone-chillingly cold. Has something gone wrong with the dragon veins of China? The rock guardian's mountain-like form trembled slightly. After a long silence, it spoke in its monumental voice. In the ancient era beyond our memory, the eastern dragon vein of this planet did indeed suffer a devastating blow of unknown origin. That catastrophe rendered the dragon vein's laws incomplete, even giving rise to certain mutations beyond our comprehension. And precisely because of this, when the system descended later, the mythological framework of the East could never achieve perfect compatibility with the system. Power was thus suppressed. Thus began the so-called Age of Decline. The truth. The brutal truth. Zhao Genoa and the others were struck as if by lightning, their bodies growing ice-cold. They finally understood why, despite possessing such a dazzling legacy of myths, had Huaxia remained perpetually suppressed by the Western extraordinary systems after the system descended. It turned out the root had rotted long ago. So, Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of self-mockery. The heart of the dragon veins. I've always prided myself on the very dragon veins I believed were China's greatest trump card for its rise. Was it itself a colossal trap? A superbug contaminated by demons from beyond the realms for countless ages, perhaps even assimilated by them. It wasn't protecting China, but insidiously eroding it? The rock guardian fell silent once more. But its silence spoke volumes. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly burst into a loud, heart-wrenching laugh, his laughter filled with endless sorrow and overwhelming fury. Well done. Well done, celestial fiend from beyond the realm. What a colossal deception. To set the trap right at the very root of our civilization. Making us mistake the enemy for our father, treating our greatest foe as our strongest trump card. This was nothing short of heart-wrenching betrayal. What do we do now? Zhao Genoa's voice was dry, filled with helplessness. The dragon vein core is compromised. Repair it? Or not? Repairing it might trigger the trap set by the heavenly fiend, plunging China into eternal ruin. If we don't repair it, the dragon vein's rules will continue to be eroded. China's foundations will remain unstable, and sooner or later, it will also face decline and ruin. It was a dilemma with no escape. No matter which path we choose, it seems like a dead end. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. Every leader felt an unprecedented sense of despair.
Lin Feng stopped laughing. His face bore not a trace of confusion.
Instead, an unshakable resolve and determination took its place. Repair. He uttered only one word. Yet it rang out with thunderous force. Lin Feng. You. Zhao Zhenhua was stunned. There's no choice now, old Zhao.
Lin Feng stared at him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Surrendering our fate to the enemy and waiting for a slow death, that is not the spirit of our Chinese nation.
If it's a trap, then I'll be the one to crush it underfoot. If it's a cancerous tumor, then I'll personally excise it.
Even if it means scraping bone to remove poison, even if it means cutting off a limb to save the body.
I will fight for a true future for China. This high-stakes gamble, I'm all in. I bet I can win.
I wager that our nation's destiny shall never perish.
Chapter 140, Scrutinizing the Dragon Veins. The high-stakes gamble with Earth's will.
When Lin Feng's words, brimming with resolve and passion, echoed through the command center via communication, all the high-ranking officials of China fell silent. After a long pause, the aged yet powerful voice of the Supreme Commander slowly echoed through the room.
Our nation has never lacked warriors willing to stake everything. Comrade Lin Feng, the nation stands behind you. Whatever the outcome, we stand with you. With the nation.
Zhao Zhenhua, Lu Jinghua, Chen Dinghua, all the leaders roared in unison.
Fear vanished from their eyes, replaced by the resolute determination of those who have burned their boats.
Lin Feng smiled.
Good. Then, let it begin.
He spun abruptly, facing the majestic world pillar head-on.
Guardians.
I need you to summon the primordial power of Earth and suppress the four directions.
Correct the dragon veins for me and secure the most stable external environment. We obey your command.
The 7 guardians, without hesitation, responded in unison.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
7 pillars of law pierced the heavens and earth, shooting skyward, instantly stabilizing the entire hollow core of the earth. Lin Feng hesitated no longer. With a single stride, he arrived directly above the map of China, upon that undulating golden dragon vein like a slumbering colossal dragon.
This was the root of China. The source of civilization. Come on.
Lin Feng sat cross-legged, his hands forming seals. The eye of truth opened to its utmost limit. 5 core fragments raced through his body, forming a perfect cycle of law.
In my name. In the name of the Guardian. Correct the errors of heaven and earth. Reshape the dragon soul. Give me the chain. Boom. At that moment, Lin Feng's consciousness surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam.
It violently connected with the immense, tens of thousands of miles long dragon vein of China.
Gah-ha!
A roar of agony, pushed to its absolute limit, erupted from Lin Feng's mouth.
What kind of sensation was this?
As if his very soul had been submerged into a chaotic ocean composed of magma, lightning, storms, and endless bugs. Billions of chaotic, jumbled, malevolent, and corrupted rule fragments pierced his consciousness like steel needles. They sought to utterly shatter his will.
To assimilate it.
Lin Feng's body instantly cracked like a turtle shell.
Golden divine blood gushed forth like a fountain.
He felt his soul being devoured inch by that ancient demonic will.
Hold on. Hold on for me, damn it.
Lin Feng's eyes blazed crimson, his expression frenzied. He frantically channeled the power of the 5 core fragments, clinging to his last shred of sanity.
At the same time,
the light of the eye of truth pierced through the endless chaos and darkness. It began searching within that colossal dragon vein for those core bug nodes corrupted, twisted, and rewritten by the heavenly demon's will.
This was an unprecedented, colossal correction project of unimaginable scale.
This was an unprecedented, unimaginably grand correction project. Lin Feng's psychic energy transformed into billions of probes, penetrating every corner of the dragon vein. His rule editor became billions of surgical scalpels, commencing the most fundamental
deletion, modification, rewriting. This process is extremely perilous.
The dragon veins are the very foundation of Huaxia. Every minute bug fix triggered violent energy feedback and rule disruptions in the real world. The Kunlun Mountains suffered inexplicable avalanches.
The Yangtze and Yellow rivers reversed their flow in an instant.
Golden light blazes upon the Great Wall, as if countless heroic spirits roar in unison. At the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, the golden dragon of destiny flickers in and out of sight, emitting an unsettling dragon's roar. Across all of China, at this very moment, extraordinary phenomena erupted.
The heavens turned upside down. Hold steady. At any cost. Hold steady.
Zhao Zhenhua roared hoarsely from the ground command center. Countless extraordinary beings in military forces, under the unified command of the state apparatus, rushed to all corners of the land to suppress the chaos and reassure the populace. Deep within the Earth's core, the 7 guardians were also giving their all. Harnessing the primordial power of the earth, they frantically suppressed the rule-based upheaval triggered by Lin Feng's dragon vein correction. This was a life-or-death gamble against the heavens.
The stakes?
The very future of all China. And the sole operator of this gamble was none other than Lin Feng.
At this very moment, he endured unimaginable agony and pressure.
Within the chaotic dragon veins, his consciousness engaged in the most direct, most brutal
clash. You insignificant insect! How dare you challenge my domain? The heavenly demons will roar, unleashing boundless fury. Get out of my world.
Lin Feng's will stood firm as an eternal boulder, refusing to yield an inch.
Time itself lost all meaning here. Lin Feng felt as though he had endured countless eons of reincarnation.
His spiritual power, through cycles of depletion and rebirth, grew ever purer and more resilient.
His grasp of the rules surged wildly through this cycle of extreme conflict and restoration. Finally, after an unknown span of time, the moment Lin Feng successfully corrected and rewrote the final, most crucial bug node corrupted by the heavenly demon. Buzz!
A clear, piercing dragon's roar, as if from the dawn of creation, echoed throughout the entire core of the earth.
The entire dragon vein of China trembled violently.
The black pollution that had clung to it for billions of years melted away instantly, like snow scorched by the blazing sun. In its place emerged a dazzling, radiant light filled with sacredness and majesty. A golden radiance stretching 10,000 zhang.
The dragon vein. Restored. A brand new, complete, truly liberated, the authentic divine dragon of China. Awoken. Roar. That dragon's roar, shaking the ages, resounded through the heavens. Under the wash of this colossal, boundless, pure essence of the dragon vein's primal power, all injuries healed instantly. His realm. His power. His very level of existence. At this moment, in a manner never before seen, they surged forward with unbridled fury. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Breakthrough again. Chapter 141, Dragon Veins return to their place, renewing all things. Within the hollow core of the earth, that soul-piercing, crystalline dragon's roar did not cease. Roar! As the dragon vein of Huaxia fully awakened, an indescribably vast and primordial dragon energy surged like a golden tidal wave, flooding back into Lin Feng's body. This was a counter-nourishment. The dragon vein's highest reward for its restorer. Lin Feng's body, which moments ago had been on the brink of collapse under the corrosive will of the heavenly demon, now absorbed this colossal force like parched earth soaking up long-awaited rain. Every cell in his body rejoiced, undergoing earth-shattering transformations. Ding! Host successfully restored the dragon vein of Huaxia. Received dual gifts from the world's primordial essence and the dragon vein's primordial essence. Ding! Experience points beginning infusion. Ding! Warning! Excessive experience value infusion. Emergency data model optimization in progress. Ding! Host level increased. LV81. Ding! Host level increased. LV82. Ding! Host level increased. LV89. Ding! Host level increased. LV90. Boom! The instant his level broke through LV90, Lin Feng felt his life essence undergo another terrifying leap. If at mid-SSS tier he could command the rules. Now, at the late SSS tier of LV90, he felt he could almost toy with the rules. The 5 core fragments within his body, nourished by the colossal dragon energy, fused completely into one. No longer separate, they transformed into a slowly rotating, chaotic orb radiating 5-colored divine light, quietly suspended within his Dantian Sea of Qi. His Eye of Truth had also evolved once more during this transformation. Those eyes, now containing a multicolored nebula, had grown even more profound, as if they could pierce through the end of time and perceive the very origins of the universe. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully advanced to late SSS tier. Ding! Talent Eye of Truth evolved. Acquired new ability, Causality Correction Basic. Causality Correction. Lin Feng's heart trembled. This wasn't merely fixing a bug, it was directly altering the outcome of events. How tyrannical. How defiant of the heavens. Feels pretty good. Lin Feng clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him, power that seemed capable of crushing stars, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. But the repercussions of this cataclysmic shift would extend far beyond this. Across the 9,600,000 square kilometers of China. When that dragon's roar, through some profoundly mysterious means, echoed deep within the soul of every Chinese citizen, an unprecedented, sweeping, nationwide evolution commenced. The Forbidden City, at the pinnacle of the capital. The golden dragon of destiny, once merely an ethereal presence, abruptly solidified into form. It roared toward the heavens, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. An overwhelming imperial aura enveloped the entire capital. Countless ordinary citizens, bathed in the dragon's aura, felt their bodies grow light as chronic ailments vanished without remedy. Those of exceptional aptitude even unlocked the gates of cultivation on the spot, sensing the energy of heaven and earth. The shores of the East Sea. An old fisherman, out on his daily catch, stared in disbelief at the sea. Countless fish and shrimp gathered in schools, swimming toward the land of Huaxia in reverent homage. Beneath the waves, it seemed as though an ancient dragon palace was emerging. He felt a surge of pure, crystalline vapor flood his body. The B-rank bottleneck that had plagued him for years shattered violently, propelling him instantly into the A-rank realm. The Western Desert. In the perpetually parched land, sweet springs suddenly gushed forth. Dead poplar forests instantly burst with new life, sprouting tender green shoots. Countless soldiers guarding the frontier, bathed in the life force of the dragon vein, felt their strength surge, their chi and blood coursing like dragons. The summit of Mount Tai, the source of the Yangtze River, the mouth of the Yellow River. One after another, these mythical phenomena unfolded across the land of Huaxia. This was a true, all-encompassing renewal, belonging to China. Heavens! My bottleneck, it's loosening. I'm about to break through. Spiritual energy. I can actually sense spiritual energy. I've awakened. My power, my strength has surged tenfold. Countless cries of astonishment and jubilation erupted from every corner of China. Strategic Bureau Command Center. Zhaozhenhua, Luzhinghua, Zhendinghua, all the top brass stared at the screens displaying real-time data and footage from across the nation, trembling with excitement, tears streaming down their aged faces. The dragon veins have truly returned to their rightful place. This is the true destiny of a great nation for our China. Comrade Lin Feng. He hasn't just made history. He's ushered in an entirely new era. Zhao Zhenhua slammed his fist on the table and roared into the communicator. Transmit my orders. Activate the highest level contingency plan, the Universal Ascension Initiative. Unlock all cultivation resources. Guide every citizen. Seize this once in 1,000 years opportunity. From this day forward, every soul in our nation shall rise like dragons. The Hollow Core. The 7 guardians gazed upon the golden dragon, coiling and spiraling through the void, radiating boundless divine might. They sensed its perfect resonance with the laws of the world. Their ancient, still will stirred with violent ripples. It truly succeeded. The Frostwatcher's voice was hoarse. He didn't merely repair the dragon vein, he reshaped its very laws. The Sunwatcher's tone brimmed with disbelief. Lin Feng paid no heed to their astonishment. Hovering above the dragon's head, his gaze calmly surveyed this divine dragon he had personally corrected. It's not enough, he shook his head. Though the dragon vein had regained its purity and wholeness, a barrier still existed between it and this world's system. It was like a top-of-the-line computer running an outdated, incompatible operating system. Its power still couldn't be fully unleashed and perfectly manifested in this world. It must be given a brand new, dedicated, driver program. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with intense light. He crossed his legs once more, hands forming seals. Rule editor. Causality correction. 2 God-defying powers activated simultaneously. This time, he wasn't merely repairing. Instead, he was creating. Using Chinese mythology as his blueprint, the classic of mountains and seas as his framework, and the I Ching's 8 trigrams as his algorithm. For this divine dragon of China, he will forge a system entirely distinct from Western mythology, yet seamlessly compatible with the world system, even capable of attaining higher privileges. Exclusive protocol agreement. Protocol code, Heaven's Way. Lin Feng uttered a low command. Endless streams of rule code flowed from his fingertips, transforming into golden divine characters that were imprinted into the very source of the dragon vein. This undertaking was 100 times more monumental than repairing the dragon vein. The 7 guardians exchanged glances at the sight, hesitation vanishing instantly. Boom! Simultaneously, they unleashed their primordial energies, channeling them into Lin Feng's body to provide him with the purest form of rule computing power support. Lin Feng's mental power received an unprecedented boost. His speed in coding the heavenly Tao protocol accelerated rapidly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Finally, on the 7th day, the instant Lin Feng completed the imprinting of the final divine character representing the way follows nature. Buzz. A celestial and majestic chime, as if originating from beyond the cosmos, resounded across the entire earth. The colossal dragon vein of China trembled violently. Then, it let out a dragon's roar filled with boundless joy and majesty. Roar! Its colossal form instantly transformed into billions of golden rays, merging into every inch of Chinese soil and the bloodlines of every person. At that very moment, the web of cosmic rules governing Earth underwent a profound transformation. Upon the existing framework dominated by Western mythology, a new, golden web of rules imbued with Eastern mystique rose powerfully. And fatally, it seemed to transcend all other rule networks. The Heavenly Tao Protocol has been successfully installed. The dragon veins of China have been fully restored. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully established the exclusive Way of Heaven protocol for the dragon veins of China. Epic achievement, Pathfinder completed. Ding! Received dual gifts from the world's origin and the Tao of Heaven's rules. Ding! Experience points plus? Ding! Host level increased. LV 95. Ding! Host level increased. LV 99. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully ascended to half-step godhood. Boom! Lin Feng's cultivation realm broke through once more. He was now but a hair's breadth away from the legendary god tier. His power had grown so immense that even he himself could no longer gauge its full extent. At that very moment, He abruptly looked up. Those eyes, containing the entire universe, seemed to pierce through endless time and space, glimpsing the very edge of the cosmos. A cold gaze, brimming with boundless malevolence and the will to destroy. Gaze emanated from that very place. The demon of the outer realm. Lin Feng's voice was bone-chillingly cold. You have finally come. Chapter 142, The Wrath of the Heavenly Demon. A trans-dimensional stare. As Lin Feng's calm, icy voice echoed through the hollow core of the earth, the 7 great watchers trembled in unison. Their colossal lifeforms began to violently fluctuate in unison. He's here. For the first time, the monumental voice of the Rock Guardian carried a trace of an emotion called fear. The core consciousness of the extraterrestrial cancer has descended. No instruments were needed for detection, no energy analysis required. At this moment, every being on Earth who had attained SSS tier or higher sensed it simultaneously. An indescribable, pure, and ultimate malice like an invisible, icy tsunami spanned billions of light years in countless dimensions, descending upon the solar system. Descended upon the skies above Earth. It was neither energy nor matter. It was a higher dimensional gaze. A terrifying entity existing in a higher dimension, viewing the universe as a petri dish, had turned its gaze upon Earth, a speck of dust that had suffered a slight accident. This gaze alone is enough to annihilate everything. China, Strategic Bureau Command Center. Zhao Genoa and the others had just been immersed in the ecstasy of China's rise. The next instant, every face turned deathly pale. They felt as though their very souls had been seized by an invisible giant hand, about to be crushed into dust. Every screen instantly turned a blinding crimson. The alarm systems, unable to even sound, were instantly incinerated by the chaotic disruption of the rules. What's happening? Lu Zhenghua struggled to steady himself, feeling as though his heart might stop beating. He was an SSS tier novice powerhouse. Yet before this overwhelming will, he felt no different from an ant. White Eagle Nation, Pentagon underground bunker. The president of White Eagle Nation, alongside military leaders and S-tier powerhouses, felt the same bone-chilling dread from the depths of their souls. God! What is that? The president lost his composure, collapsing to the floor as he pointed outside the window. Above Washington, the sky seemed torn open by a colossal rift. On the other side of the rift lay a realm beyond description, pure chaos and void, devoid of any color. A single, monstrously immense, swarming with countless twisted pupils and wailing mouths, was slowly gazing at this world from the void. Quick! Activate the Rod of God. Engage all defense systems. The defense minister roared at the top of his lungs. Yet in the next instant, the expression on his face froze completely. For beneath this gaze of the celestial fiend, every weapon system, every defensive measure crumbled like a sandcastle from its very foundational rules, silently collapsing, disintegrating, vanishing into nothingness. Their technology, their power before this higher dimensional assault, they didn't even have the right to resist. It's over. Everything is over. The president's face turned ashen as he murmured to himself. Despair. Unprecedented despair. Like a plague, it spread wildly through the hearts of every powerful being across the globe. Only now did they comprehend how utterly laughable and insignificant the so-called S-class and SSS-class powers truly were in the face of a genuine cosmic-level catastrophe. The hollow earth. Even the 7 guardians trembled in fear under the overwhelming pressure of this gaze of the heavenly fiend. Though extensions of Earth's will, they were merely administrators of this server. The heavenly demon, however, was a god of hackers from a higher dimension. The two were not even on the same level. Guardian Barrier. Activate. The Rock Guardian roared in defiant fury. All 7 of them poured their utmost strength into condensing Earth's primordial energy into a thin, translucent barrier. They enveloped the planet's surface, desperately attempting to withstand that annihilating gaze. Crack. Yet the moment the barrier formed, under that gaze, a minute crack appeared. Then, like a spider web, the cracks spread rapidly. At most, it wouldn't last 10 seconds. It's useless. The Frost Watcher let out a sigh of despair. In the face of absolute dimensional suppression, all resistance is futile. We are about to be formatted. The entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence before the apocalypse. At this most desperate moment, a calm yet overwhelmingly commanding voice echoed across the entire planet. Shut up. It's just a glare through a network cable. Think you're some big shot? Whoosh. A figure broke free from the Earth's core's constraints, defying gravity itself. Moving faster than light, faster than space itself, it appeared outside Earth's atmosphere in an instant. Above the heavens. He stood clad in black, his dark hair whipping wildly. His eyes, containing the stars of the cosmos, held not a trace of fear, only icy battle intent. It was Lin Feng. Alone, he hovered in the void, facing that gaze capable of annihilating all existence. Gaze of the heavenly demon. Lin Feng. It's General Lin. He actually went to meet it head-on? Every surviving powerhouse across the globe witnessed this scene through various means. They all went mad. That was a terrifying entity even the Watchers couldn't resist. How could he possibly do it alone? An insect. For the first time, a will brimming with boundless malice and chaos focused its attention squarely on Lin Feng. Dare to look upon me? Boom! The power of that demon gaze surged 100-fold in an instant. A black beam of light, composed purely of the annihilation law, shot forth from those unnatural eyes, traversing the distance of space to strike directly at Lin Feng. Bring it on! Lin Feng showed no fear, but rather delight. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Today, I'll show you. Just how many glitches does your so-called godhood possess? He spread his arms wide, unleashing the terrifying power of a half-step god tier being without reservation. Rule domain. Heaven's way unites. A colossal, flawless Tai Chi diagram radiating multicolored divine light instantly unfolded behind him, enveloping tens of thousands of kilometers. The diagram rotated slowly, as if manifesting the supreme truth of cosmic birth and death, the eternal cycle of all things. Boom! The black pillar of annihilation slammed violently into the diagram. The diagram trembled violently. Yet, the moment the black annihilation law touched the diagram, it was forcibly decomposed, absorbed, transformed. Ultimately, it transformed into the purest primordial energy, merging into Lin Feng's body. What? For the first time, the will of the heavenly demon experienced violent fluctuations. Filled with utter disbelief. Its annihilation rule had actually been broken? Surprised? Lin Feng stood at the center of the Taiji diagram, his long hair billowing like a divine king commanding the way of heaven. The radiance of the Eye of Truth in his eyes shone with unparalleled brilliance. Before my heavenly path protocol, your flawed annihilation code is nothing but a toddler's scribbles. Now, it's my turn. Lin Feng drew a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand. Causality correction. I decree, your gaze never existed. He pointed lightly at the heavenly demon's gaze that had crossed dimensions. Chapter 143, The Sword of Causality Severing the Gaze. Karma correction. When Lin Feng's calm yet supremely powerful voice echoed through the entire subterranean void via the rule network, the 7 ancient watchers collectively fell silent for the first time. Their bodies of pure light and shadow, formed from the essence of the rules themselves, trembled violently, as if witnessing something utterly unimaginable, something that defied all understanding. Causality. One of the universe's most fundamental iron laws. The very foundation upon which all logic within the system was built. Time, space, energy, matter, everything must operate within the absolute chain of logic that is causality. Where there is a cause, there must be an effect. This is the eternal cycle of heaven's way, irreversible. Yet now, this existence they once deemed merely a variable and a bug dared to attempt to correct causality? This is no longer about fixing a bug. This is tampering with the way of heaven. Madman. You are utterly and completely insane. The Sun Watcher roared in utter horror. Reversing causality. You'll face the backlash of the entire world's rules. Your very existence will be utterly erased from the timeline. Erase? Lin Feng laughed, his smile radiating a defiant arrogance that seemed to mock the heavens themselves. Before I corrected, who could erase me? Before the words had even faded. His finger, pointing toward the heavenly demon's gaze, erupted with divine light. A strange power beyond description, transcending time and space, descended in an instant. Before this force, the black pillar of light formed by the annihilation rule, the colossal demonic eye suspended in the heavens, its surface covered in monstrous pupils, and even the cross-dimensional gaze channel connecting Earth to the core of the Cancer beyond the realm. Everything connected to the heavenly demon's gaze, this fruit of existence. The very logic of their existence was, at this moment, forcibly rewritten. I decree, your gaze never existed. Snap. A crisp shattering sound, as if emanating from the deepest recesses of the soul. That colossal, malevolent eye of the heavenly demon, its all-consuming destructive power, its very existence spanning dimensions. The very cause of its existence was brutally severed. Without the cause, the effect ceased to exist. That monstrous eye froze solid in an instant. It was no longer a terrifying threat, no longer a being of higher dimensions. It became a painting. A painting on the canvas of spacetime, yet stripped of all meaning, a ridiculous scribble. Then, as if erased by an invisible rubber, it was brutally wiped away from the canvas, bit by bit. The eye began to disintegrate, inch by inch. The rules began to peel away, piece by piece. The dimensional rift that bore the concept of gaze let out a wail of overwhelming strain, collapsing and vanishing into nothingness. Roar. No. A roar filled with endless agony, fury, and an incredulous will erupted madly from the other side of the collapsing dimensional rift. The core of the Cancer beyond the realm tasted the flavor of pain for the very first time. Its gaze was severed. The power it projected, deprived of its anchor in the fruit, suffered a terrifying backlash of the rules. Like a man punching the void with all his might, only to have every ounce of that force rebound upon himself. Boom! The chaotic void connecting to Earth erupted in a violent explosion. The heavenly demon's will, having paid the gruesome price of one eye and a portion of its primordial power, retreated in utter disarray, filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. Retreated.
Above the 9 heavens, the dimensional rift that had torn through the sky slowly closed. The terrifying pressure that had weighed upon all living beings, powerful enough to annihilate everything, vanished into thin air. The entire world seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Victory? On the correction ship, within the Strategic Bureau Command Center, and in every corner of the globe, all who witnessed this miraculous scene froze in disbelief.
They won? That terrifying celestial demon, dubbed the cancer of the universe, had been driven back? By Lin Feng with a single finger? Before they could erupt in cheers from the immense shock. Put! From the heavens above, the figure standing proudly in the void like a divine king suddenly spat out a torrent of golden divine blood. His body shattered like porcelain struck by a sledgehammer, its surface instantly crisscrossed with spiderweb-like cracks. Those eyes, once luminous with the stars of the cosmos, swiftly dimmed and lost their brilliance. The price of forcibly twisting causality was terrifying. Lin Feng felt his very existence growing hazy. His past, present, and future, the very timeline that defined his life, shuddered violently from the brutal interference with the law of causality. It felt as though he might be completely erased from this world at any moment. Hold! Lin Feng let out a muffled grunt as he forcibly activated the 5 core fragments within him that had fused into one. A force of creation anchored his drifting, dissipating existence to the present moment like the sturdiest ship's anchor. Even so, the aura emanating from his body plummeted at an avalanche-like speed. His cultivation base, once at the threshold of godhood, plummeted in an instant. Late SSS tier. Mid SSS tier. Early SSS tier. Finally, he barely stabilized at the threshold of early SSS tier. His entire being felt drained of all strength. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he could no longer maintain his form. Like a kite whose string had snapped, he plummeted helplessly from the heavens. Advisor. Lin Feng. In the hollow core of the earth, Long Zhan and the 7 guardians cried out in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Zhan unleashed his PK class power, bursting out of the correction like a cannonball, intent on catching Lin Feng. But the rock guardian was faster. Its mountain-like form instantly materialized beneath Lin Feng. Extending a colossal hand formed from the weighty rules of the earth, it steadied and caught him. The other 6 watchers immediately surrounded him, transforming their primordial rule energies into the gentlest currents, slowly infusing them into Lin Feng's body to stabilize his collapsing form. Their gazes held profound complexity. There was awe, reverence, lingering fear, and above all, an unprecedented gravity. This man. This variable. He had truly done it. With a mortal body, he severed the gaze of the gods. He repelled the cancer beyond the realm of force even they could not resist, using a method they could not comprehend, one that filled them with dread. His existence has been damaged by the backlash of causality, the rock guardian's voice was heavy. This wound cannot be healed by any energy or life force. Only he himself can redefine his self-awareness and permanently stabilize his shaken existence. The Sun Watcher gazed at Lin Feng, whose brow remained furrowed even in unconsciousness. For the first time, all arrogance and contempt vanished. He is a true hero. It spoke slowly. Perhaps we truly made the right bet. Earth's crisis was temporarily averted. But everyone knew this was only the beginning. The demon's true form had not suffered fatal damage, it had merely been driven back. The next time it descended, it would be an even more frenzied, more terrifying, total war. Their sole hope now rested on this man before them, a man who, to protect the world, had twisted causality and nearly sacrificed his very existence. Will he ever wake up? Chapter 144, The Secret of Divinity, The Watcher's Investment. Before the world's axis, within the hollow core, Lin Feng lay motionless upon a jade platform forged by the stone guardian using the primordial power of the earth. His eyes remained tightly shut, his breath faint as if it might cease at any moment. The hideous fissures of law etched across his body were slowly healing under the combined nourishment of the 7 guardians' primordial energies. Yet the damage inflicted at the very level of existence clung to him like a bone-deep ulcer, keeping him unconscious. The atmosphere on the bridge of the correction ship was oppressively tense. Zhao Zhenhua, Lu Jinghua, Chen Dinghua, all the leaders stared intently at Lin Feng on the jade platform through the remote feed, their hearts knotted with anxiety. What's the situation? Any changes? Zhao Zhenhua asked hoarsely. Nothing. For the first time, the monumental voice of the rock guardian carried a hint of resignation. His bodily functions are recovering, but his true spirit, his self-awareness, has been severely damaged by the backlash of causality, plunging him into the deepest slumber. To put it plainly, he has lost himself within his own timeline. If we forcefully awaken him, it could cause his existence to completely unravel. The consequences would be unimaginable. Lost? Hearing this outcome, everyone's heart sank. Then, what should we do? Lu Jinghua exclaimed urgently. Are we just going to let him sleep like this forever? The heavenly demon could return at any moment. We can't afford to lose him. Perhaps. The Frost Watcher, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. There is a way. All eyes instantly focused on it. What method? The Frost Watcher gazed at Lin Feng atop the jade platform, its voice icy yet tinged with a peculiar undertone. Since he is lost within his own timeline, we require a sufficiently powerful anchor point to firmly secure his present. Then, we must reconnect his past and future. And in this world, the only force capable of achieving this is the power of a true God-tier being. God-tier? The others froze in shock. But we don't have any God-tier powerhouses here. Zhao Zhenhua frowned. The Frostwatcher shook his head slowly. We are not, but he can be. What do you mean? Though his cultivation has fallen, his essence, his understanding of the rules has drawn infinitely close to that of a god. What he lacks isn't insight, but the primordial power to forge a divine essence and a clear divine calling. The Rock Watcher interjected, his voice growing solemn. To ascend to godhood, one must gain the full recognition of the world's origin and become the proxy of a specific law. He repaired the world's axis, corrected the dragon veins of Huaxia, and repelled the celestial demons from beyond the realms. This series of achievements has already granted him the embryonic forms of the divine duties of guardian and corrector. Now, all he lacks is that final push to condense these primordial forms into a true, complete divine essence. And we can help him. The Sun Watcher's voice boomed like a stellar explosion. This time, it carried not rage, but an unprecedented resolve. We seven-wield the 7 primordial laws of Earth. We can temporarily lend him a portion of our primordial authority. Using our primordial laws as the foundation stones and his heavenly path agreement as the blueprint, we shall aid him in constructing the pedestal of his divine essence deep within his sea of consciousness. Boom! This proposal crashed like a mountain hurled into a tranquil lake. Lend out primordial authority? This was no longer an investment. It was cutting into the flesh. It meant binding their very destinies to Lin Feng's completely, profoundly, and irrevocably. If Lin Feng succeeded, they would gain an unprecedentedly powerful ally, potentially breaking through their own limitations under his guidance. But if Lin Feng fails, they too would fall alongside that portion of their lent primordial authority. Have you all lost your minds? The Storm Watcher's voice trembled with disbelief. Lend primordial authority to a variable? That violates the highest tenets of the Watcher's protocol. Principles? The Sun Watcher sneered coldly. When the system itself is about to be formatted, you're still talking to me about principles? The old program has reached its end. Formatting and restarting is nothing but sitting idly by waiting for death. This man, this variable, is the only way to break the deadlock. He dares to stake his very existence to alter causality. Why shouldn't we dare to stake our authority to gamble for a brand new future? The Sun Watcher's words rang out with force, each syllable striking like a hammer. The Storm Watcher fell silent. Indeed, even a mere mortal possessed such audacity. Could they, the Watchers who had lived countless ages, looming high above, truly lack even this modicum of courage? I agree, declared the Rock Watcher first. I agree, the Frost Watcher's voice remained icy, yet unwaveringly firm. I agree too, the Storm Watcher sighed at last. After a brief exchange, the 7 Watchers reached a consensus. They made a decision that would alter the fate of Earth and the entire universe, a mad decision. General Zhao. The voice of the Rock Watcher echoed once more through the corrector's communications. We will spare no effort to assist Advisor Lin Feng in his pursuit of godhood. This process may trigger severe rule fluctuations and could even draw the attention of the extraterrestrial cancer once more. I need you to return to the surface immediately, consolidate all available forces within China, indeed, across the entire globe, and prepare for the worst-case scenario. Prepare to face the final war. Zhao Zhenhua gazed at the 7 colossal figures, radiating an air of resolute determination, a surge of indescribable pride welling up within him. He straightened his back abruptly and saluted the screen with solemn military precision. China. Always ready. Communication terminated. The hollow core was completely sealed off from the outside world. The 7 great guardians slowly encircled the jade platform where Lin Feng stood, placing it at the center. Well then. The rock guardian looked at his 6 companions. Begin. Boom. 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 7 brilliant pillars of light, each a different color representing Earth's most fundamental laws, shot skyward from their bodies. The sun's scorching heat. The ice's silent stillness. The storm's destruction and rebirth. The Earth's profound weight. The pulse of life. The ocean's boundless expanse. The sky's limitless vastness. The 7 primordial forces converged and merged in the air. Then, as if guided by some unseen force, they coalesced into a multicolored torrent of primordial law, slowly flowing into the center of Lin Feng's forehead. In the name of us all, we summon your true spirit. With primal essence as foundation, forge an immortal divine form. Awaken, Lin Feng. This world needs you. The resounding voice, like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells, pierced the endless void, echoing deep within Lin Feng's lost consciousness. Lin Feng, sinking in the river of time, seemed to hear a faint call. His fingers twitched imperceptibly. Chapter 145, The Ultimate Evolution of the Heavenly Path Pact. The instant the multicolored torrent, forged from the convergence of the 7 primordial laws, surged into the center of Lin Feng's brow.
His consciousness, once as still as stagnant water, erupted into a raging tempest. The self lost in the river of time grasped at it like a lifeline, like a ship adrift finally spotting a guiding lighthouse. Where am I? Lin Feng's consciousness slowly coalesced within a strange space woven from chaos and light. Before his eyes floated 7 immense, luminous stars of law, each radiating a distinct glow. One blazed as fiercely as the sun, one froze like primordial ice, one raged with storms, one loomed as heavy as mountains. These were the materialized manifestations of the primordial authority lent to him by the 7 great watchers. Is this their way? Lin Feng's mind trembled violently. He could clearly sense that each star contained the complete information of a rule from its birth to its evolution. This was nothing short of the cultivation manuals he had spent billions of years refining, laid bare before him without reservation. What a grand gesture! Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within his heart. He knew this was the Watcher's bold gamble and his only chance. Without a moment's hesitation, he crossed his legs and sat down, immersing his mind in the comprehension of these 7 primordial laws. Eye of Truth. Open. Those colorful nebula eyes erupted with an unprecedented brilliance within this realm of consciousness. The power of analyze all things was pushed to its absolute limit. The first star, the sun. Lin Feng's consciousness plunged into it, and in an instant, it felt as though he stood at the singularity of the Big Bang. He witnessed the birth of light and heat, understood the principles of nuclear fusion, and observed the entire life cycle of a star from birth and peak brilliance to decline and collapse. So the essence of blazing heat is the release and diffusion of energy. The second star, ice. His consciousness plunged into an ancient ice cavern, experiencing the stillness where even time seemed frozen at absolute zero. He witnessed the ultimate transformation of matter from activity to stillness, of energy from outward expansion to inward contraction. The essence of cold is the solidification and quietude of energy. The third star, storm. He witnessed rebirth amidst destruction, the collapse of old order and the establishment of new. Storm is both destruction and transformation. One after another. Lin Feng's consciousness, like the most thirsty sponge, frantically absorbed, analyzed, and comprehended these 7 entirely distinct primordial laws. His eye of truth, in this unprecedented learning process, was also evolving at an astonishing pace. He no longer merely saw the bugs, he began to understand the root causes behind their emergence. He no longer merely fixed rules, but started attempting to create new ones. Time flew by in this realm of consciousness. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, a month. Lin Feng's consciousness had now completely fused with those 7 rule stars. The aura emanating from his body underwent earth-shattering transformations. At times blazing hot as fire, at times icy cold as frost, at times heavy as mountains, at times agile as wind. The 7 primordial rules alternated ceaselessly within him, as if he himself had become the embodiment of these 7 laws. Outside, the hollow core of the earth. Lin Feng's body was tightly encased within a massive silkworm cocoon formed from multicolored rule energies. Upon its surface, countless profound runes constantly appeared and vanished, manifesting all manner of astonishing phenomena. At times, a golden sunbird circled overhead, at others, an ice dragon roared, still others, a storm raged. The 7 watchers' light and shadow had grown faint, clearly drained by the immense toll of lending their primordial authority. Yet their gaze remained fixed upon the multicolored cocoon, filled with tension and anticipation. He is actually merging our primal essences. The Sun Guardian's voice brimmed with disbelief. It's not merely merging. The Stone Guardian's voice grew grave. He's also optimizing. Using his Heavenly Tao protocol as the core, he's treating the Tao of all 7 of us as patches and plugins to reconstruct and upgrade. He is creating a brand new, supreme rule that transcends us all. This revelation left the 7 watchers utterly speechless. They had believed they were merely investing and assisting. Yet in Lin Feng's eyes, the primordial rules they held so dear were merely code to be arbitrarily modified and optimized? This man, just how high is his ceiling? At that very moment, the enormous multicolored cocoon suddenly trembled violently. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed. A crack appeared on the cocoon. Immediately, the cracks multiplied and widened. Boom! Finally, the entire giant silkworm cocoon exploded with a thunderous roar. It transformed into a dazzling rainbow-colored light rain, showering the entire hollow core of the earth. At the center of that light shower, a figure slowly reappeared. Still clad in black robes, still bearing the same features. Yet, the aura emanating from him was now utterly different. If the previous Lin Feng was a peerless divine sword, sharp and fierce enough to sever the bonds of cause and effect, then the current him was the very embodiment of the Tao that sustains all things. His gaze was serene and profound, as if it contained the birth, death, and ultimate truth of the entire universe. His very existence blended perfectly and harmoniously with the surrounding world, with the very rules of the entire earth. No distinction remained. He was the rule. The rules are him. Heavenly Path Protocol version 2.0 upgrade complete. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and murmured softly. He gently raised his hand. Within his palm, a wisp of solar true fire quietly ignited.
With a thought, the solar true fire transformed into a hexagonal ice crystal. The ice crystal shattered, becoming a wisp of cool breeze. The breeze dissipated, only to condense once more into a handful of heavy dust. The 7 primordial laws in his hands were like the most obedient toys, shifting effortlessly at his whim. He had now fully integrated these 7 powers into his own heavenly Tao system. Thank you all for your investment. Lin Feng turned to the 7 watchers, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The light and shadow of the 7 watchers flickered as if they wished to speak, but in the end, only a complex sigh escaped them. Now. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold and sharp once more. It's time to deal with the final bug. He knew his evolution could not escape the perception of the cancer beyond the realm. The final showdown was imminent. He must push his power to its true limit. Divine. He closed his eyes once more. This time, his task was to condense this all-encompassing heavenly Tao agreement into his own unique divine essence. Chapter 146, The Final Guardian. Before the world's axis, within the earth's hollow, Lin Feng floated cross-legged in the void, enveloped by a rainbow-hued divine light of laws, a manifestation of the heavenly Tao agreement 2.0 he had personally forged. His aura radiated an unprecedented strength and perfection. Only the final, most crucial step remained before reaching the legendary realm of divinity, the final push. Condense the divine essence. To condense his understanding of myriad laws, his very way of safeguarding the world, into an eternal, indestructible core, a divine nucleus representing his authority and existence. Success would mean transcending mortality entirely, becoming the first true God. Lin Feng's consciousness plunged into the deepest recesses of his sea of consciousness. He began to mobilize all his spiritual energy and all his insights into the rules, attempting to compress and condense that immense heavenly Tao agreement. This process was exceedingly perilous. The slightest misstep would mean the destruction of his Tao, the loss of his life, and the annihilation of his soul. Yet, the very instant his spiritual energy touched the core of the heavenly Tao agreement, buzz! An anomaly erupted without warning. His information Trojan, which had already tracked deep into the cosmos and should have been lying dormant, suddenly transmitted back a segment of garbled code. A string of gibberish filled with malice, distortion, and chaos, yet carrying a faint trace of a scent he knew all too well. This gibberish ignored the protective barriers of the 7 guardians, disregarded the rule barriers of the world's axis, and even bypassed his own rule domain. Like a backdoor program hidden in the system's deepest layers, it directly invaded his utterly defenseless mind. See? No. It's the heavenly demon's ambush. Lin Feng's mind shook violently. He had been far too careless. He believed he controlled everything, yet never imagined the cancer beyond the realm's methods would prove far more bizarre and treacherous than he could have conceived. This wasn't a direct confrontation at all. This was a vicious, a mental assassination. Before he could react, the bizarre gibberish exploded violently within his consciousness, transforming into another him. A figure identical to him in appearance, clad in the same black robes. But those eyes were an unfathomable, pitch-black void. It was absolute zero, devoid of any emotion, any impurity. Only pure, unadulterated reason and logic. Hello. Mind demon Lin Feng gazed at Lin Feng's consciousness form, offering a faint smile, his voice eerily calm. Or rather, another, imperfect version of myself. Who are you? Lin Feng's consciousness tensed instantly, bracing for battle. He could sense that this self before him brought him an unprecedented, immense threat. That threat surpassed even the one he had faced when confronting the heavenly demon's gaze. Me? Mind demon Lin Feng pushed the non-existent glasses on his nose, the motion brimming with logical precision. I am you, and you are me. I am the pursuit of absolute perfection deep within your heart, the ultimate craving for complete correction. I am the most rational you, the most correct you. I am the true you, stripped of those humanity bugs. Human flaws? Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. The heavenly demon is truly an extraordinary programmer. The heart demon Lin Feng continued, a hint of admiration in his tone. It detected the most minute logical flaw within your Tao heart, your obsession with protection. Then, using this flaw as a backdoor, it implanted me this virus code representing absolute rationality into your sea of consciousness. Its purpose is simple. It wanted you, at the very moment of your final push toward godhood, to engage in a logical debate with your most perfect self. If you lose, your self-awareness will be overwritten by me. You would become me. A tool, devoid of emotion, free from attachments, existing solely to follow the optimal solution and coldly correct the entire world. And a tool cannot, nor does it deserve, to become a god. Hearing this, Lin Feng's back instantly drenched in cold sweat. What a vicious scheme. This was no longer about killing a person, it was about destroying their very soul. The heavenly demon sought to shatter his very foundation, his Tao. To force him into self-denial, into self-destruction. What do you want? Lin Feng asked coldly. Very simple. The heart demon Lin Feng extended a single finger. Answer me one question. For your so-called protection, for creating a bug-free perfect world, can you accept the existence of imperfection? This question struck Lin Feng's heart like a thunderbolt. Could he accept imperfection? Hadn't everything he'd done up until now been precisely to fix bugs and pursue perfection? See? You're hesitating.
The demonic Lin Feng smiled, a smile as cold and cruel as ice. In your subconscious, bug equals error, something that must be eradicated.
Fixed. For this absolutely correct goal, you.
His figure instantly materialized before Lin Feng, his pitch black eyes fixed intently on him.
Can you sacrifice that sister who's holding you back? Her innate system rejection syndrome is itself a massive bug. Can you sacrifice those Dragon Fong members who were injured protecting you? Their weakness is a bug that hinders your efficiency. Can you sacrifice those ignorant, selfish mortals who chose to betray you in the public trial? Their humanity is the greatest bug in this world. Answer me, Lin Feng. For the sake of ultimate perfection, can these imperfect bugs be corrected?
Each accusation pierced Lin Feng's Dao heart like the sharpest blade.
Lin Feng's consciousness began to tremble violently.
Before his mind's eye appeared his sister's innocent, radiant smile, the loyal, earnest face of Long Zhan, the earnest hopes of General Zhao and the others.
Were these all bugs? Could any of this be corrected? No. No.
Lin Feng clutched his head in agony. For the first time, his convictions were shaken to their core.
Yes. Exactly.
The voice of mind demon Lin Feng whispered like a devil's temptation, filled with allure.
Cast aside these useless emotions. They only bind you. Become a true repairer. An absolutely rational god. Together, we can create a truly perfect new world, free from all error. No. No. Lin Feng let out an agonized roar. His Dao heart began to crack under the assault of this ultimate logical paradox. His consciousness grew hazy. The body of mind demon Lin Feng grew increasingly solid. He was being assimilated. Outside, within the hollow core of the earth, the multicolored cocoon of rules enveloping Lin Feng suddenly trembled violently. Upon its surface, cracks began to emerge, dark, ominous fissures filled with an ill-omened aura. Cracks. This is bad. The rock guardian paled in shock. His Dao heart has fallen. The heavenly demon's ambush succeeded. He's being devoured by his inner demons. Quick!
Stop him, the sun guardian roared urgently.
It's too late, the rock guardian declared in despair.
This is his own trial of the Dao heart.
No external force can intervene. Once he is fully assimilated by the heart demon, he will become something more terrifying and inescapable than the cancer beyond the realm, the demon of absolute order. Earth, and indeed the entire universe, will face its true doomsday.
For the first time, the seven guardians felt true despair.
However,
at the very moment Lin Feng's consciousness was about to be utterly consumed by the endless darkness, a sliver of golden light pierced through the layers of darkness, illuminating his sea of consciousness.
The light was faint, yet immeasurably warm.
He heard a voice. A voice he knew intimately, a voice he cherished above all else.
Brother! It was Xiaoyu. Brother, where are you? I miss you so much.
The voice trembled with tears, brimming with longing and unease.
Boom!
That cry struck like the most powerful antivirus command.
In an instant, it yanked Lin Feng back from the brink of despair.
He snapped his head up, his once dazed, starry eyes regaining their clarity.
Guardian.
What he pursued had never been some bull-perfect world. Everything he had done, from the very beginning, was only to protect that little girl who would call him big brother in her soft, sweet voice.
Family. Nation. The world. His path has always been protection. For the sake of protection, he could mend anything.
But he would never abandon protection for the sake of repair.
Absolute perfection? Absolute rationality?
Lin Feng smiled a radiant, utterly liberated smile.
That in itself is the biggest glitch in this world.
He gazed at the demon-possessed Lin Feng before him, his eyes brimming with pity.
You're wrong. You're dead wrong.
A world devoid of emotion, devoid of attachment, no matter how perfect it may be, is nothing more than a cold tomb.
I refuse. Boom. Unwavering conviction, like an indestructible divine flame, reignited in an instant. The crack upon that heart not only healed in an instant but grew more resilient. More brilliant. No. This can't be.
Heart demon Lin Feng let out a shriek of disbelief.
My logic is flawless. How could you possibly resist? Because.
Lin Feng's figure instantly materialized before him, delivering a brutal punch that slammed into his chest.
Because I say so. You bug in the system deserve to be corrected. Boom.
The body of mind demon Lin Feng, composed entirely of pure rationality, exploded violently under that single punch. It transformed into the purest, spiritual nourishment, completely absorbed by Lin Feng.
His sea of consciousness returned to clarity. His Dao heart became perfectly rounded and flawless.
Lin Feng's consciousness slowly opened his eyes. Gazing upon his colossal heavenly Dao agreement, he harbored not a shred of hesitation.
He reached out and pressed down with all his might. Divine Essence, condense. Chapter 147, Divine Essence condenses. Heavenly Dao manifestation.
Deep within his sea of consciousness, chaos reigned. The heart demon representing absolute rationality shattered under Lin Feng's iron fist, imbued with the will to protect. It dissolved into the purest, most primordial spiritual nourishment, completely absorbed by Lin Feng's consciousness. Huff. Lin Feng's consciousness exhaled a long, heavy breath. His eyes, like colorful nebulae, became clearer, brighter, and more resolute than ever before. The tribulation of the Tao heart had passed. His conviction, having endured this most brutal self-interrogation, was not only unshaken but polished to flawless perfection, now utterly indestructible. Perfection? Rationality? Lin Feng murmured to himself, a faint smile of release curling his lips. What I protect is precisely a world brimming with bugs, filled with imperfections, yet precisely because of that, it teems with infinite possibilities. Those so-called human bugs, those emotions, those bonds, those loves and hates. They are the very source of my power, the core code that defines who I am. Boom! The moment this truth crystallized within him, his entire consciousness erupted in a thunderous shockwave. The vast, all-encompassing Heavenly Path Protocol 2.0 seemed to receive its final activation command, beginning to frantically converge toward its central point. Compress. Condense. Divine Essence. Condense. Lin Feng's consciousness roared a soul-shaking command. Without a shred of hesitation, he poured every ounce of his spirit, every shred of his will, every insight, and every thread of the Tao into it without reservation. Outside, the hollow core of the earth. The multicolored cocoon of rules enveloping Lin Feng suddenly erupted with light a billion times more brilliant than the sun. The entire core of the earth was illuminated by this divine light. Under this radiance, the 7 great watchers instinctively closed their eyes. Their primordial laws hummed in submission before this newly born divine might of heaven's way. It's succeeding. The rock guardian's voice trembled. The phenomenon began. Rumble. The Huaxia divine dragon, having just returned to its rightful place, seemed summoned by the call. It soared skyward from the Huaxia land, traversing spatial distances, and instantly appeared within the hollow core. It let out a dragon's roar filled with joy and reverence. Its massive body slowly circled the multicolored cocoon of rules, as if guarding the newly born god. Then, the world pillar, the very heavenly pillar supporting the world, began to hum violently. Countless ancient golden runes, representing Earth's most primordial order, emerged from the shaft. Like billions of golden butterflies, they danced gracefully, surging toward the rule cocoon and merging within it. This was the world's acknowledgement. On board the correction ship, Zhao Zhenhua, Lu Xinhua, Chen Dinghua, all the leaders stared in stunned silence at this mythical spectacle through the surveillance feed. Dragon. Dragon Vein Guardian? Resonance with the world's axis? Academician Shen Dinghua clutched his chest, feeling as though he might faint from sheer excitement at any moment. What kind of extraordinary phenomenon is this? Even the ancient human emperor's ascensions to the throne, as recorded in ancient texts, couldn't have been more spectacular than this. Mythology was unfolding before their very eyes. And this was merely the beginning. As Lin Feng's process of condensing his divine essence deepened, his colossal heavenly Tao agreement began to manifest in the void, evolving into all manner of inconceivable divine forms. First came mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars revolving in their celestial cycles. Then the changing seasons, all things growing. Then came birds, beasts, insects, and fish, all creatures surging forth. Finally, the birth of humanity and the rise of civilization. From eating raw meat and drinking blood, to slash and burn farming, then to technological advancement and interstellar exploration. Earth's billion-year evolutionary saga unfolded like a fast-forwarded epic film, perpetually playing, cycling, and endlessly regenerating around that tiny cocoon of rules. What is he doing? The Sun Watcher uttered a voice of utter horror. He isn't condensing a divine essence. He is using his own Tao to redefine this world. Rewriting its very history. He's overriding the system's predetermined protocols with his own will. This revelation filled the 7 Watchers with profound dread. They finally understood the sheer magnitude of Lin Feng's ambition. What he ever desired was never to become merely a god within the system. What he desired was to become the system itself. Finally, all the supernatural phenomena, all the divine manifestations, converged like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, crashing toward the central point. The light reached its zenith in an instant. It seemed as though the entire universe had been reduced to nothing but this dazzling white. When the light faded, the cocoon of rules vanished. In its place stood the figure of Lin Feng. He remained suspended in the void, cross-legged and eyes tightly closed. But behind him, a colossal Dharma form, towering 10,000 zhang high, reaching from heaven to earth, slowly coalesced into shape. It was a blurred figure, its features indistinct. He wore an ancient imperial robe embroidered with sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and the land, crowned with a flat-topped imperial cap. His majesty was supreme, as if he were the supreme celestial emperor ruling the cosmos. In his left hand, he held aloft a vast Tai Chi diagram, slowly rotating, composed of pure order and chaos. The diagram manifested myriad phenomena, as if elucidating the ultimate equilibrium of the cosmos. In his right hand, he grasped a peculiar blade, neither metal nor jade, seemingly woven from countless strands of code. Sword. That sword possessed no blade, yet it seemed sharper than anything in the cosmos. For it could sever causality and correct the errors of all things. The manifestation of heavenly law. This was Lin Feng's Tao. His divine nature. His very existence. Fused with the power of 5 core shards, imbued with the essence of 7 primordial rules, centered on guardianship and wielding correction as its means, it ultimately crystallized into unique and supreme God. Ding. Host successfully condensed the heavenly Tao divine essence. Ding. Initiating final life tier ascension. Ding. 10%. 30%. 70%. Ding. 100%. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully ascended to Godhood. Ding. Level system deactivated. Reconstructing attribute panel. Ding. New panel generated. Name, Lin Feng. Divine title Master of Celestial Correction. Divine tier LV100 Primordial Deity. Divine nature Tao of Heaven. Divine nature completeness 1%. Divine duties Guardian, Correction, Creation, Balance. Divine powers. 1. Eye of Truth. Eye of Heavenly Tao perceives the origins of all things, deciphers cosmic laws, and corrects causal logic. 2. Rewriting the rules. Words become law within the divine domain, speech becomes law, and will becomes decree. Current domain, Earth. 3. The domain of creation merges the 5 core powers to create, protect, or destroy. Gazing at the brand new attribute panel brimming with divine essence, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. What eyes they were! Calm, detached, yet seemingly holding boundless compassion and majesty. With just a single glance, the 7 great watchers, those colossal bodies of light and shadow, involuntarily took a step back. That was absolute suppression emanating from a higher plane of existence. Under Lin Feng's heavenly path's gaze, they felt every aspect of themselves, all their rules, all their secrets laid bare, utterly exposed. Congratulations on entering the divine realm. The rock guardian spoke slowly, its voice dry and reverent. Lin Feng did not respond. He rose slowly to his feet, and the colossal divine form behind him stirred in unison. He felt the boundless, seemingly inexhaustible divine power within him. He felt that with a single thought, he could plunge the hollow core of the earth back into chaos, shatter the axis of the world once more. He could also fill this dead, barren void with blossoming flowers, birthing entirely new life. This was the power of a god. Words became law, creating all things. Time to stretch my legs. Lin Feng's gaze pierced through endless spacetime, fixed upon that edge of the universe. He knew that the extraterrestrial cancer whose gaze he had severed would never let this rest. The final showdown could erupt at any moment. Chapter 148, The Might of the Divine. Words become law. As Lin Feng's serene gaze swept over the 7 guardians, these ancient beings who had lived countless eons and embodied Earth's primordial laws collectively felt insignificant for the very first time. It was an absolute crushing pressure emanating from the very level of existence. Under Lin Feng's piercing gaze, those heavenly path eyes that seemed to see through everything, they felt all their secrets, all the primordial laws they prided themselves on, laid bare like ice exposed to the scorching sun. Everything was seen clearly, understood perfectly. Congratulations. Congratulations on entering the divine realm. The rock guardian, the most powerful and steadfast among the watchers, spoke slowly in a voice dry and reverent beyond measure. Its mountain-like form even bowed slightly, almost involuntarily. This was no longer submission, it was worship. Lin Feng remained silent. He simply stood still, feeling the entirely new power within him. Divine power. A power transcending energy, transcending rules, a higher dimensional force approaching the very essence of the Tao itself. A thought flashed through his mind. Light. He uttered the single word softly. Instantly, the first glimmer of light illuminated the cavernous void at the Earth's core, shrouded in endless darkness for billions of years. Not the light of a searchlight, not the light of energy, nor the light of flame. But a light, born from nothingness, the purest form, as if it had existed since the dawn of the universe. Warm, serene, and brimming with the essence of creation. Word becomes law. On this planet, within his divine domain, his words were law. His will was destiny. This is... The Sun Watcher stared at that beam of light, its shadowy form forged from stellar fire trembling violently. It sensed that within that beam of light lay a law of light more primordial and superior than its own true solar flame. If its power resided at the application layer, then Lin Feng's power was core code. The two existed on entirely different planes. Is this what a god is? Murmured the Frost Watcher in a dreamlike whisper. Lin Feng paid no heed to their astonishment. He merely sought to test just how powerful he had become after ascending to godhood. His gaze fell upon the battered, nearly disintegrating corrector in the distance. Due to the great distance and its unique composition, the earlier radiance had failed to illuminate it. It drifted silently, like a cold, steel tomb. A faint smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Facing the direction of the correction, he murmured a single word once more. Repair. Buzz. An incredible scene unfolded.
That wrecked vessel with a damage rate of 37%, 90% of its weapon systems crippled, and its energy shield generator completely incinerated. Its surface, those hideous cracks, those corroded wounds began to wriggle on its own. Metal atoms, guided by an invisible yet magnificent force of order, began to rearrange and reassemble. Scorched energy circuits were replaced by brand new, more perfect wiring. Shattered armor plates automatically regenerated, fused together, and sealed with precision. The entire process unfolded without a single spark, without a sound. Only one thing, like a creator meticulously sculpting a work of art, filled with harmony and aesthetic beauty. Evolution of order. In less than 10 seconds. The correction not only restored itself to its original state, but even surpassed its former strength. Its hull now radiated a faint, multicolored glow, the mark of being imbued with the Heavenly Tao's rules. Its energy core emitted stable fluctuations over 10 times more potent than before. Holy crap! On board the correction, the technical director and experts who had only just begun to recover from the shock of the divine-level phenomenon stared at their screens, frozen once more. Report. Hull integrity. 120%. Report. All systems self-check passed. Performance comprehensively enhanced by 300%. Report. Energy shields, automatically upgraded to Heavenly Barrier Basic. Defense, immeasurable. Reports filled with ecstatic disbelief echoed throughout the bridge, one after another. Zhao Genoa stared at the newly transformed correction ship, radiating an aura of sacredness and majesty, trembling with excitement. Words become law. Is this the power of the divine? A single word can rebirth creation. A single thought can upgrade all things. Too terrifying. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Repairing a starship was indeed a mere trifle for his current power. Now, it's time to prepare for the coming war. He withdrew his gaze and turned to the 7 watchers, who remained in a state of shock. Gentlemen. His voice caused the 7 watchers to start in unison, immediately bowing to listen. The threat of the extraterrestrial cancer looms large. Earth requires an impenetrable defense. I intend to use the world's axis as its core, with your 7 primordial sources as nodes, to fully extend my Heavenly Path protocol across the entire planet. We shall construct an unprecedented Heavenly Path barrier. This barrier will not only defend against external threats but also accelerate Earth's own evolution. The Heavenly Barrier? The 7 guardians exchanged glances, each seeing excitement and ecstasy in the other's eyes. Wasn't this transforming the entire planet into Lin Feng's divine realm? If successful, Earth's security level would be elevated to unimaginable heights. And they, as nodes of the barrier, would gain partial access to the Heavenly Tao protocol. This meant their power would rise accordingly. They might even have a chance to touch the legendary threshold of godhood. We shall obey your will. The Rock Guardian, representing all watchers, bowed deeply once more without hesitation. This time, their submission held no trace of reluctance. Instead, it was wholehearted devotion. Utter and complete allegiance. To follow such an unparalleled, perhaps even peerless divine sovereign was their greatest honor. Very well. Lin Feng once again sat cross-legged. Behind him, the towering Heavenly Tao manifestation materialized once more. Then, Heavenly Tao barrier construction commences. Boom! A will 100 times more vast than when he had repaired the dragon veins erupted from Lin Feng with a thunderous roar. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Earth. At the same time, far away, on the other side of the universe, a sea of nothingness, chaotic, distorted, defying all physical laws. In the deepest depths of that sea of nothingness, an unspeakable horror, vast enough to devour an entire galaxy, slowly opened its countless, monstrous eyes. Its will brimmed with boundless fury and a barely perceptible astonishment. The chain of causality, severed? My gaze has been broken by a mere, 3-dimensional insect? Interesting, most interesting. How many eras have passed? This is the first time I've encountered such an intriguing bug. And you dare trace back to me? Admirable courage. That terrifying will echoed through the void sea. Since you're so eager to repair your little world, then I shall grant you a chance to taste utter despair. Let you witness firsthand how utterly pathetic your laughable rules are when faced with true dimensional strike. Transmit my will. Initiate. Dimensional strike. Target, Milky Way Galaxy, coordinates 037. Let us capture that intriguing bug along with his toy world into a single, eternal painting. Chapter 149, The Celestial Fiend Returns. The despair-inducing dimensional strike. Within the Earth's hollow, Lin Feng was pouring his full strength into constructing a global Heavenly Tao barrier. Guided by his divine power, the primordial laws of the 7 guardians intertwined with the might of the Chinese dragon veins. An invisible, vast network woven from countless golden divine runes began to spread slowly outward from the world's axis, enveloping the entire Earth's realm of laws. Wherever it passed, the fabric of space grew more stable, energy flowed with greater order, and the vitality of all things flourished more abundantly. This was an immense act of creation. Once completed, Earth would be utterly transformed into Lin Feng's divine domain, impregnable as a fortress.
On the correction ship, Zhao Genoa and the others watched the historic moment unfold through the monitoring screens, filled with excitement and anticipation.
However, at that very moment, an anomaly descended without warning. Buzz.
A strange hum, not quite a sound, yet seemingly capable of making the entire universe tremble, suddenly erupted from the edge of the solar system.
Immediately after. China, Strategic Bureau Command Center. All screens at the observatory monitoring outer solar system space instantly turned to static. What the hell? The duty officer on site was utterly horrified. Report. The Sky Eye system has lost contact. Report.
All deep space probe signals have been lost.
Report. All our external communications have been severed. Panic spread instantly. The hollow Earth.
Lin Feng, who had been pouring all his energy into constructing the heavenly barrier, suddenly snapped his eyes open. His eyes, imbued with the ultimate truths of Heaven's Way, instantly pierced through the crust, the atmosphere, and the boundless void, gazing toward the edge of the solar system.
For the first time, his expression grew unprecedentedly grave. It's coming. He uttered only 2 words. Yet these 2 words sent a primal shudder through all 7 watchers. What is it? The Rock Guardian demanded urgently. The Cancer Beyond the Realms, final assault. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ancient ice. The next second. No words were needed. Every living being on Earth with sight, human or animal, simultaneously witnessed that scene, one capable of plunging any living being into eternal despair. In the distant asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, that region, once composed of countless meteorites and dust, space began to warp. No, it wasn't warping. It was collapsing. As if an invisible, unimaginably vast transparent membrane were slowly covering it down from a higher dimension.
That membrane appeared so light, so thin, as if a single breath could shatter it. But the instant it touched the asteroid belt, those massive meteorites, several kilometers or even tens of kilometers in diameter, those incredibly hard space rocks. No explosions, no shattering, not a sound. They simply thinned. Yes, thinner. From a solid, 3-dimensional existence, in an instant, they were pressed into a dimensionless, 2-dimensional painting. The entire asteroid belt, billions upon billions of meteors, vanished completely within mere seconds. In their place emerged a vast, surreal, deathly tinged, cosmic tapestry floating through the void. Dimensional strike. This was the true attack method of the extraterrestrial cancer. A force that utterly disregarded energy, matter, space, and time, striking directly at the very level of annihilation. Dead silence hung over the bridge of the corrector. Everyone stared blankly at the main screen, where the special rule detector had barely captured the apocalyptic scene from Mars' orbit. Mars. That red planet, filled with grit and storms. After contact with that invisible film, it too followed the fate of the asteroid belt. Its rounded sphere transformed within mere seconds into a flat, lifeless red disk. No. Academician Xian Dinghua, a national treasure who had witnessed countless monumental events, now trembled like a helpless child, his face ashen. Dimension, a dimensional weapon. This is the true, divine punishment. How could we possibly resist? Despair. A despair 100 times deeper than when facing the heavenly demon's gaze before. It engulfed the hearts of everyone present. If in the previous crisis, they could still glimpse a sliver of hope that Lin Feng might create a miracle. But now, all they saw was the irresistible, absolute destruction. This battle was simply not on the same level. Earth, before him, was like an apple on a cutting board. And the enemy had merely picked up the knife, preparing to slice it. That film, it's closing in on us. The technician monitoring the situation screamed in a voice nearly choked with tears. Its speed is accelerating. Estimated arrival in Earth's orbit in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Life on Earth had only 10 minutes left. The 7 Guardians, too, fell into utter, despairing silence. Their power stemmed from Earth's fundamental rules. Yet the enemy's assault aimed to erase the rules themselves along with the very space that held them entirely. This was unsolvable. The hollow core of the Earth lay in utter stillness. Only Lin Feng remained standing, utterly still. He gazed at the dimensional membrane closing in step by step. His eyes, imbued with the ultimate truths of the Tao, held no despair, no fear. Only an unprecedented, burning to its absolute limit. Battle intent. A dimensional strike? He murmured to himself. So it has come after all. General Zhao. His voice, transmitted through the communication system, reached the bridge of the Kanmu clearly. I've said it before, we Huaxia people never believed in gods or emperors, nor in any predetermined procedures. Now, I say it again. We have never believed in any bully dimensional suppression either. He snapped his head up, his gaze piercing through the heavens and earth, locking eyes once more with that shadowy cancer beyond the realm. You want to turn my world into a painting? You'd better ask. The brush in my hand. Lin Feng drew a deep breath.
Behind him, the towering heavenly Tao manifestation erupted with dazzling divine light. He chose neither flight nor defense. He chose to confront it head-on. With his three-dimensional form, he would confront the annihilation emanating from a higher dimension. Dragon War. Here. Protect our home. Lin Feng uttered his final words. His figure transformed into a multicolored streak of light, instantly breaking free from the Earth's course constraints and surging upward against the flow. Piercing through the atmosphere, he charged toward the endless, frigid cosmos. He was going for this world, for everything he had sworn to protect. To battle. Chapter 150, A Sword Splits the Heavens. Earth's God. The solar system lay in deathly silence. That formless, transparent yet utterly annihilating two-dimensional membrane advanced with unstoppable momentum slowly, resolutely crushing toward the azure planet. Mars had already become a flat, red sticker against the backdrop of darkness. Earth was its next target. 10 minutes. A mere blink in cosmic terms. But for the 7 billion souls on Earth, this was the longest, most despairing countdown of their lives. Panic? No, there was no panic left. Faced with an apocalypse so absolute, so incomprehensible, so utterly shattering of all understanding, even panic had become a luxury. Only numbness remained. Countless people dropped everything in their hands, walked out of their homes in a daze, and gazed up at the starry sky seemingly calm, yet fraught with danger. They waited for the final judgment to descend. The hollow earth. The 7 guardians ceased their futile struggles. They retracted all their radiance, quietly awaiting their fate to be formatted into 2 dimensions alongside this world. On the correction ship, Zhao Jinhua and the others fell into silence. All communications had ceased. All efforts had proven futile. All they could do was watch through the screens as that figure charged unwaveringly into the cosmos, offering their final prayers for him. Beyond Earth's orbit, in the cold, empty void of space, Lin Feng floated there alone. He wore only simple black robes, without any battle armor or weapons. He stood there quietly, as if not facing a dimensional assault capable of destroying the world, but waiting for an old friend, a long-lost companion. Behind him lay that vibrant, azure planet. His home. It is his roots. It was everything. He was willing to sacrifice everything to protect everything. His gaze remained calm as it fixed upon the advancing two-dimensional membrane. Under the gaze of the heavenly path's eye, the seemingly incomprehensible dimensional strike gradually revealed its true nature. It was not a true four-dimensional assault upon three-dimensional space. The core of the extraterrestrial cancer might exist in a higher dimension, but the power it projected into this universe still had to obey the most fundamental rules of this universe. This so-called dimensional strike was, at its core, the extraterrestrial cancer exploiting its terrifying understanding of the rules to forcibly alter the target areas. The foundational protocol governing spatial existence. It forcibly reset the parameter of thickness to 0. This is a brutally unreasonable, fundamental level code, force deletion. I see. A knowing smile curved at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. At the end of the day, what you're exploiting is still a bug. Only, your bug is more sophisticated, more fundamental. But as long as it's a bug, Lin Feng's gaze instantly sharpened like a blade. It will always have the potential to be corrected. He slowly raised his right hand. No earth-shattering aura, no world-ending energy. He simply brought his index and middle fingers together, as if gripping an invisible sword. He channeled all his divine power, all his will, all his understanding of the way of heaven, all his obsession with protection. His entire life journey from a struggling orphan to an F-rank professional, to a major general, to a guardian of the world, and now, the god of earth. Every experience, every insight, every emotion. Without reservation, everything was poured into this formless sword of correction. A sharpness beyond description, seemingly transcending the entire universe, erupted from him with a thunderous roar. In that instant, what he held in his hand was no longer a finger, but a sword, capable of severing past and future, capable of correcting the causes and effects of all time. Sword of heavenly Tao. You have altered the parameters of space, forcibly resetting them to 0. Lin Feng's voice echoed calmly through the cosmic vacuum, as if resonating directly within the depths of the cancer beyond the realm's will. Then I shall sever the causal thread of this alteration command. I set. An unprecedented, dazzling divine light erupted from Lin Feng's eyes. The correction sword in his hand swung down with brutal force, striking the advancing two-dimensional membrane. You never modified it. Heaven's way returned to unity, sever causality. This strike. No light. No sound. Not even the slightest energy fluctuation. What it severed was concept. Logic. Causality. It targeted the most fundamental cause sustaining the effect known as dimensional strike. A crisp tearing sound, as if emanating from the soul dimension itself. That formless, transparent, unstoppable two-dimensional membrane was forcibly ripped open from the center, revealing a colossal gash. That gaping wound, pitch black and profound, seemed to lead into another unknown universe. The once unstoppable dimensional strike, severed from its causality, lost its forward logic and froze instantly. Then, like a soap bubble pricked, it began to shatter inch by inch from that immense tear. It dissolved into a swirling storm of meaningless fragments of rules, vanishing into the cold vastness of the cosmos. The crisis. Averted? Lin Feng, single-handedly, with the might of a single sword, severed the divine punishment from a higher dimension. However, the price paid for that strike was immense. Put. Lin Feng spat forth another mouthful of golden divine blood. The correction sword in his hand shattered instantly. The heavenly Tao manifestation behind him dimmed and faded, nearly dissipating. His divine essence, strained beyond its limits in this battle against causality, developed a subtle crack. His godly rank plummeted from LV 100 back down to half-step godhood. His entire being was drained to the extreme, as if he might plummet from the sky at any moment. Yet his gaze remained fixed, unwavering, upon the pitch-black dimensional rift he had cleaved open with a single strike. For he had seen. Beyond that rift, within the chaotic void of the heavenly demon realm, he saw an unimaginably colossal entity, composed of countless shattered universes and dead stars. A colossal body. That was the true form of the cancer beyond the realm? No. No. Lin Feng's heavenly path eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw that upon that colossal body, countless even thicker, even more terrifying black chains. And the other ends of those chains were connected to more, larger, more indescribable, dark shadows. The cancer beyond the realm was not singular, but a race? Or rather, a civilization? And they seemed to be imprisoned? Sealed? By some even more terrifying existence. Just as Lin Feng was stunned. From the dimensional rift he had cleaved open, a cold, furious will yet tinged with a hint of surprise echoed once more. You, insignificant insect. You have severed this one's cause? Interesting. Most interesting. It seems this petri dish has produced a remarkable super antibody. But, do you think this is the end? No. The game has only just begun. Anticipate it, little insect. Look forward to the day we truly descend. Then, we shall grant you the most glorious death. As the words faded, the immense dimensional rift slowly began to close. Lin Feng struggled to steady himself, attempting to swing his sword once more, only to realize he lacked even the strength to lift his arm. He could only watch helplessly as the rift vanished completely. The universe fell silent once more. As if the earth-shattering crisis that had just occurred had never happened. But Lin Feng knew. This was not the end. Rather, it was a declaration of war. The cancer beyond the realm, a terrifying, high-dimensional civilization that feeds on devouring the universe. They were imprisoned. And Earth seemed to be the key to their escape? Countless mysteries surged through his mind. Lin Feng felt his head was about to explode. Gazing down at the planet below, still blue and unharmed, a weary yet profoundly relieved smile spread across his face. Smile. No matter what. Today, home is safe. His consciousness could no longer hold on, plunging into endless darkness. His body plummeted like a meteor toward that azure planet. Earth, across the globe. Every soul witnessed, through countless means, the divine miracle unfolding in the heavens, a single sword cleaving the sky. They witnessed that man, single-handedly, saving the entire world. After the deathly silence came a roar that shook mountains and seas. Lin Feng, god of the forest. Hero. Countless voices, brimming with gratitude, adoration, and fervor, coalesced into a colossal torrent of devotion, surging skyward. For their god, they offered the most devout hymn. Chapter 151, Faith Like the Sea, Divine Essence Recast. The cosmic void fell silent once more. The terrifying rift that had once torn through dimensions had completely closed, as if it had never existed. Lin Feng's body plummeted from the heavens like a kite whose string had snapped, falling helplessly. His consciousness sank into endless darkness. The existential damage inflicted by forcibly twisting causality gnawed at his true spirit like the most vicious curse, threatening to erase him entirely from this timeline. Advisor. Captain. From the bridge of the corrector within the Earth's hollow core, Long Zhan, Zhao Genua, and the others cried out in despair. The Rock Guardian's colossal hand, forged from the laws of the Earth, caught Lin Feng's falling body in the nick of time, gently returning him before the world's axis. The other 6 watchers immediately surrounded him, transforming the purest essence of primordial laws into a gentle radiance that enveloped Lin Feng. They attempted to stabilize his divine body in divine essence, both teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet their efforts yielded little result. The trauma at the level of causality had already surpassed the scope of their comprehension and repair. His flame of existence is extinguishing. The voice of the Frost Watcher was filled with profound helplessness. At that very moment, every living being on Earth that had survived the catastrophe witnessed, through various means, the divine miracle of a single sword cleaving the heavens above, and also the tragic grandeur of the Savior's exhausted fall. Dead silence. After a brief, deafening silence came a roar that shook the mountains and seas. Lin Feng, god of the forest. Hero.
Cries of heartfelt gratitude, reverence, and fervor erupted from every corner of the land, from China, from Asia, from Europe, from the Americas, from every corner of the earth. There was a white-haired elder who had just crawled out from the rubble. Kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his weathered face, he offered the most reverent bow toward the heavens. A young soldier who had just lost loved ones wiped away his tears, stood tall, and rendered the most precise military salute to the void. It was a child who had been trembling moments before. She lifted her head and asked her parents in a childish voice the question destined to be recorded in history. "Mommy, is that thing in the sky our God?" "Yes. He is." In that moment, Lin Feng ceased to be a major general of China, ceased to be an advisor to the Hidden Dragon Academy. He became the universally acknowledged, universally revered guardian god. 70 billion indomitable hearts. 70 billion wills brimming with hope and prayer. Converged as one. Through that heavenly path protocol that now spanned the globe, through the dragon veins of China that had fully returned to their rightful place. Transforming into a boundless expanse of pure golden ocean of faith. This ocean defies spatial distance, defies material barriers. It surged downward from the Earth's surface. Piercing through the thick crust and mantle, it surged directly into the dead, hollow core of the Earth. Boom! The golden sea of faith instantly engulfed Lin Feng's body, submerging the 7 ancient guardians. What kind of power is this?" The Storm Watcher cried out in horror. It could sense that this power did not belong to any known primordial law. It was warm and serene, yet contained an unimaginable, colossal might sufficient to shake the heavens and earth. It is the power of all beings. The Rock Watcher murmured to itself, its mountain-like form appearing utterly insignificant amidst this golden sea. The will of civilization. A power we have never comprehended. This pure force of faith did not repair Lin Feng's body nor replenish his divine power. Instead, it transformed into the warmest tide, slowly and resolutely surging into Lin Feng's nearly extinguished sea of consciousness, embracing his shattered true spirit, lost within the river of time. As Lin Feng sank into endless darkness, he suddenly sensed a flicker of warmth. He seemed to hear the calls and prayers of countless souls. "Lord Lin! Please wake up! Hero! We cannot live without you! Brother, come home!" He saw them. He saw those countless faces, filled with hope and longing. He saw the anxious, worried eyes of General Zhao and the others. He saw the unwavering loyalty in Longzhan and the others. And above all, he saw his little sister Xiaoyu's tear-streaked face, filled with longing. Guard! It turns out that what I've been protecting is so much imperfection. Yet it was precisely these imperfections that formed this, one-of-a-kind, priceless home. Boom! At that moment, Lin Feng's true spirit trembled violently. The lost self found its most solid anchor. The wavering existence was firmly nailed back into the present moment by the will of 7 billion souls. I'm back. Lin Feng's consciousness fully awakened. Surveying the ocean of faith that now encircled him, he grasped the true meaning of guardian for the very first time. His Tao heart, in this moment, achieved an unprecedented state of perfection. Come on! Lin Feng's consciousness slowly spread its arms wide in this sea of faith. With the collective will of all beings, reforge my divine essence. He began to actively, frantically absorb this immense force of faith. His heavenly Tao divine nature, fractured from forcibly severing causality, began to heal at an astonishing speed under this nourishing force. Repair. Heal. Not only that. The very essence of his divine form kept rising in quality. Growing more refined. More pure. More, filled with the radiant glow of humanity. An aura several times more powerful than when he had first ascended to godhood erupted from him with a thunderous roar. His fallen realm began to rapidly recover. Half-step God tier. Early God tier LV 100. Not only had it fully recovered, but it was now slowly and steadily climbing toward even greater heights. Outside, the 7 watchers witnessed this scene and were utterly speechless. For the first time, they felt genuine. This man, this world, perhaps they truly could create a miracle beyond their wildest imagination. Miracles. Chapter 152, Earth's Prison, Secrets of the Watchers. A golden ocean of faith flowed slowly within the hollow core of the earth, like the warmest tide, ceaselessly nourishing Lin Feng's reforged divine essence. His cultivation level remained firmly at the peak of the early God tier LV 100. Above his divine essence, the cracks caused by karmic backlash had completely vanished. In their place were countless golden divine inscriptions, formed from the power of faith, radiating the essence of guardianship and hope. His power had not only fully recovered but had become even more refined and harmonious than before. Thank you. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and murmured softly to the now somewhat thin sea of faith. He knew this was the response of the entire Earth civilization to him, their guardian deity. He retracted the divine light radiating from his body and turned his gaze toward the 7 watchers, who remained in a state of profound shock. Now, he said, I believe it is time we talk. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. About the truth of Earth. The 7 watchers exchanged glances. Finally, the Rock Watcher's monumental voice slowly echoed forth. As you wish, Supreme Guardian. Its address had shifted from advisor Lin Feng to guardian. This signified that they had fully acknowledged Lin Feng's status from the depths of their being.
Please follow us.
7 beams of primordial rule light converged before Lin Feng, coalescing into a massive portal of light leading to an unknown space.
Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped through.
The next instant, he found himself in a strange space, even more ancient, even more primordial. This place felt like Earth's control room. He could see countless immense chains of rules, resembling starry rivers, converging and operating here. The world's axis, the dragon veins of China, even the embryonic form of the heavenly Tao barrier he had just constructed. Everything here existed merely as distinct, visible program modules.
This is the deepest layer of Earth's rule network. We call it the heart of Gaia.
The Rock Guardian Watcher explained. Only here can one glimpse the source code of this world.
Lin Feng nodded.
His heavenly Tao eyes felt right at home in this space, where countless previously incomprehensible mysteries of the rules now became crystal clear.
Now, you may speak.
Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the 7 colossal light projections.
The cancer beyond the realm, the so-called celestial demon civilization, what is their true nature? And what role does Earth play in all this?
The Rock Guardian Watcher fell silent for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts.
Finally, it slowly constructed a breathtakingly vast star map in the void before Lin Feng using the power of cosmic laws.
It depicted a dark star domain billions of times larger than the Milky Way. Within that expanse, there were no stars, no planets, no life. Only endless, desolate ruins filled with the aura of destruction and chaos.
Debris.
One decaying, lifeless universe after another, like gnawed on fruit pits, drifted within that darkness.
This is the pasture of the cancer beyond the realm.
The voice of the Rock Guardian Watcher was thick with profound apprehension and dread.
They are a dimensional civilization that feeds on devouring and assimilating other universes.
Their very existence is a bug, a negation of all order. Wherever they pass, all things wither, rules collapse. Every universe will be devoured until nothing remains, ultimately becoming the nourishment for their own growth and expansion.
And our universe is the next prey they have chosen.
Lin Feng stared at the horrifying cosmic graveyard, his gaze icy.
But, Rock Guardian Watcher shifted his tone. Our universe seems to possess certain peculiarities. It waved its hand again, and the star map shifted. This time, the image that appeared was that of the solar system. Yet overlaid upon the star map was a massive, translucent sphere. Formed from countless ancient, powerful, and unknown runes, it enveloped the entire solar system within its grasp. This is...
Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted.
A
prison cage, the Stone Watcher's voice was deep and grave.
Or rather, a seal. In an age so ancient even we cannot trace its origins, an existence whose grandeur defies description descended upon this world. We call it the first creator. It used the entire solar system as the array's focal point, Earth as its core, and with supreme power, constructed this immense seal. The purpose of this seal, the Frostkeeper Watcher interjected, his voice icy, was to imprison the cancer beyond the realm that had already been gravely wounded by him. What?
Lin Feng's mind reeled in shock.
The cancer beyond the realm, it was imprisoned here? And Earth was the core of the prison?
Correct. The Rock Watcher seemed to read his thoughts. Earth, indeed the entire solar system, is a cosmic scale prison designed to suppress the heavenly fiend. And we 7 Watchers, along with the World Pillar, serve as this prison's wardens and security system. Our mission is to maintain the stability of the seal, suppress the counterattack of the cancer beyond the realm, and await the return of the original creator or the day the seal shatters completely. This secret was too shocking. Lin Feng felt his entire worldview being utterly overturned once more. Then, the arrival of the system and those bugs.
It's because the prison has grown outdated.
The Sun Watcher's voice carried a hint of resignation. Billions of years have passed.
The sealing power left by the original creator has begun to show.
Fractures and looseness under the relentless daily erosion of the extraterrestrial cancer. The arrival of the system can be seen as this prison's self-repair program, a failed system upgrade. And those bugs are the cracks in the seal, the result of the domain beyond cancer's power seeping through.
Lin Feng finally understood completely.
It turned out that all along, the bugs he had been fixing weren't merely about saving the world.
And even more so, reinforcing this super prison that imprisons the universe's public enemy.
No wonder the cancer beyond the realm is so furious with him. He's blocking its escape route.
But what about the original creator?
Lin Feng voiced the most crucial question. Where did he go?
Why leave such a mess behind?
The 7 guardians fell collectively silent. After a long pause, the Stone Guardian spoke slowly.
We do not know.
All information concerning the first creator seems to have been erased by a higher authority. We only know that after setting the seal, he vanished. Perhaps the battle against the cancer beyond the realm exacted a tremendous toll upon him. Or perhaps all of this was merely an experiment of his? Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply. Cage, prison, warden, escaped prisoner, vanished creator. This world was far more complex than he had imagined and far more dangerous.
He was no longer merely Earth's guardian deity. He was now the newly appointed warden of this cosmic prison. What he faced would not merely be the wrath of a demonic civilization. More likely, it would be the hidden hand or perhaps the trial left behind by that unknown, original creator. I understand.
Lin Feng took a deep breath, all traces of confusion vanishing from his eyes.
Since I've taken on this mess. Then, his gaze sharpened to an intense focus. Whoever wants to escape this prison or try to get in from the outside, they'll have to ask me first whether I approve. Chapter 153, Preparing for Battle. A peek from beyond the cage. As Lin Feng's words, brimming with supreme authority and unwavering resolve, echoed within the heart of Gaia, the 7 watchers all glimpsed a flicker of release in each other's light and shadow. Billions of years of confusion and waiting had finally found direction in this moment. This man, this new warden, though mad, possessed a strength that brought a strange sense of reassurance. Perhaps he could truly lead this prison world down a path entirely distinct from the formatted reboot, a path entirely new. We pledge to follow your will. Rockwatcher, representing all the watchers, bowed solemnly once more before Lin Feng. Very well. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that from this moment onward, he had finally and completely consolidated the Earth's supreme combat power and authority under his command. Then, Mr. Warden.
Lin Feng's gaze swept across the 7 great watchers.
Now, I issue our first prison management regulation. Operation codename, Shield Forging. Shield Forging?
The Sun Watcher looked puzzled.
Correct.
A rational gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Though the extraterrestrial cancer has temporarily retreated, they will not rest easy.
Their next assault will be fiercer and more insidious. We cannot sit idly by and wait for death. We must proactively prepare for battle.
The shield forging plan consists of 2 parts. Lin Feng held up 2 fingers.
First, internal reinforcement.
I demand your full cooperation with my Heavenly Path protocol to forge the entire Earth's rule barrier into an absolute fortress of rules. I will imprint the mark of the Heavenly Way upon every inch of space and every speck of dust on Earth. No force from the cancer beyond the realm shall be able to penetrate it easily. Simultaneously, harness the Dragon Vein's power and the force of faith through the Heavenly Path protocol to comprehensively elevate the potential of all life on Earth. Accelerate their evolutionary pace. Prepare a sufficiently powerful reserve force for the impending war. Hearing this, the 7 guardians nodded in unison. This was indeed the most prudent and effective approach at hand.
Second.
A cold smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth.
External countermeasures. Defense alone is insufficient.
We must possess weapons capable of truly threatening the cancer beyond the realm.
What weapons? Asked the Frost Warden. Rule weapons.
Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the floating fragments within the Gaia Heart, residual shards of information representing the heavenly demon rules. These were remnants left behind when he severed the heavenly demon's gaze.
Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles.
Lin Feng said coldly. I will thoroughly analyze these heavenly demon rules, uncover their logical flaws, their core bugs. Then, I will develop specifically targeted rule antivirus software.
Even.
A glint of madness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Turn their own methods against them. Use their own bugs to attack them. This idea sent a wave of profound shock through the 7 guardians once more.
Using the rules of the heavenly demons to create weapons that counter them?
This was nothing short of a fairy tale.
Yet, gazing into Lin Feng's unwavering gaze, they felt an eerie certainty.
Perhaps he truly could pull it off.
This plan requires immense computational power and the most elite research team.
Lin Feng turned to the Rock Guardian. I require the Qianlong Institute's 001 laboratory and every expert from the Correction Project team. Simultaneously, grant a portion of my divine tier permissions to General Zhao, Elder Lu, and Elder Qian through the Tiandao Protocol as a temporary authorization. This will allow them to harness portions of the rule forces to assist in the development.
As you wish. The Rock Guardian responded immediately. An unprecedented, global-scale mobilization commenced. Surface World, China.
When Zhao Genhua and others received the supreme directive for the shield forging project jointly issued from the Earth's core by Lin Feng and the 7 guardians, the entire Chinese leadership erupted in excitement.
Rule fortresses. Mass evolution. Rule weapons.
Zhao Genhua trembled with excitement as he stared at the plan, filled with imaginative even terms.
Excellent. What a splendid shield forging project. This is the kind of ambition China should have. Immediately. Transmit these directives to every department. The nation enters the highest level of war mobilization status. In an instant, the entire nation, this colossal state apparatus, roared into motion with terrifying efficiency unprecedented in history.
Countless resources surged like a tidal wave toward the Hidden Dragon Institute, toward Laboratory 001.
Lu Jinghua, Jian Dinghua, Zhu Geiyun, Wang Kuan.
Every national treasure-level expert, upon receiving the rule permissions delegated by Lin Feng, erupted with astonishing scientific fervor, as if injected with adrenaline. For the first time, they could examine and transform their technologies at the very level of rules. Materials science, energy science, information science, biology, every discipline experienced an explosive surge of breakthroughs at this very moment.
Meanwhile, ordinary citizens, guided by the Heavenly Path Protocol, entered a wave of nationwide evolution.
Talent awakened in increasing numbers, cultivators shattered their bottlenecks, and the nation's average strength surged at a visibly rapid pace.
The entire world was gathering strength for the impending war. Everything is moving in a positive direction. However,
just as Huaxia was fully mobilized for battle, brimming with vitality and prosperity, Lin Feng, the chief architect commanding from the Earth's core, suddenly pierced the boundless void with his Heavenly Path's gaze, gazing toward that distant, frigid edge of the solar system, the Kuiper Belt. There, amidst a desolate starry expanse composed of ice and rock, several craft of bizarre design, resembling twisted metal sculptures, utterly unlike the technological styles of either humans or celestial demons. Ghostly probes, silently suspended in place.
They seemed to have been there for ages. They had been observing Earth. Observing everything that had just transpired.
Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly.
Heaven's Eye activated at full power.
He could clearly see that engraved upon those probes was a symbol he had never encountered before, one imbued with the essence of neutrality and transaction. They did not belong to the extraterrestrial cancer, nor to the sealing system left behind by. They did not belong to the cancer beyond the realm, nor were they part of the sealing system left behind by the original creator. They were a third party. The instant Lin Feng's gaze locked onto those probes, those detectors seemed to sense something as well. They showed no panic, nor any sign of fleeing. Instead, the largest probe among them emitted a soft, non-hostile glow from its smooth surface.
Immediately following, an ancient, intricate, yet absolutely neutral protocol transmitted directly into Lin Feng's mind across hundreds of millions of kilometers. Chapter 154, Uninvited Guest, Cosmic Merchant.
The message that echoed directly within Lin Feng's mind across hundreds of millions of kilometers was not language, but rather a pure information packet based solely on mathematical and logical rules. Any sufficiently intelligent civilization could swiftly compile it into a language they could comprehend.
Compilation complete. Information content as follows.
Greetings, native guardian of the God-level civilization on planet S037 Earth. We are the Stellar Sea Commerce Alliance, a neutral commercial organization traversing countless universes, dedicated to the principle of equivalent exchange.
We mean no offense and have no intention of interfering in your civilization's internal affairs.
We are merely passing through this place. That remarkable, dimension-spanning battle of rules just now piqued our slight interest. A primordial civilization that has just birthed its native deity, yet managed to repel the dimensional assault of the cosmic cancer. This is quite a rare commodity in our trading records.
Commodity? Lin Feng's brow furrowed even deeper. These creatures actually referred to a war capable of destroying the world as a spectacular offensive and defensive battle? They viewed the survival of a civilization as a commodity to be traded? Their tone dripped with condescending indifference and unabashed commercialism. Yes, merchandise. As if sensing Lin Feng's confusion, the message continued.
Esteemed Guardian, please do not misunderstand.
Neutrality is the highest creed of our merchant alliance. We never participate in any civilization's wars. We only conduct business.
We observe that while your civilization has temporarily repelled the invasion of the cosmic cancer, this is merely the beginning. Given your civilization's current technology tree and rule tier, when the next true dimensional war arrives, your chances of victory approach zero.
And we, it so happens, can offer your civilization an opportunity.
Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. We possess technology, weaponry, cultivation techniques, and invaluable intelligence regarding the cosmic cancer and that mysterious first creator, all gathered from countless advanced civilizations.
Moreover, we can even provide you with the rule key for ascending to God tier status. Provided that
your civilization can present us with satisfactory bargaining chips.
Counterpart?
Lin Feng sneered coldly, his divine sense transmitting a voice across the void.
What do you want?
He was eager to see what these so-called cosmic merchants were really up to.
Refreshingly straightforward. That message seemed tinged with a hint of amusement.
We have no interest in your civilization's crude material resources.
What we desire is something more fundamental. For example,
a portion of the fundamental world rule data from your civilization's planet. Or perhaps, a sample of that unique faith energy that gathered from all beings just now. Or perhaps, the transmission paused, as if tinged with scrutiny and greed.
A slice of that uniquely formed heavenly Tao divine essence you just condensed, the one fusing 5 core fragments and 7 primordial sources? Boom!
Upon hearing the final condition, the 7 great watchers within the Earth's hollow erupted in unison with furious roars.
Arrogant! Insolent! Dare to covet the divine essence of the Guardians! You seek death!
Though they served Lin Feng, they had long regarded him as Earth's supreme symbol. How could they tolerate these unknown merchants desecrating it? Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, a chill of murderous intent instantly locking onto the probes at the edge of the solar system.
Calm down, calm down.
That transmission, seemingly sensing Lin Feng's fury, hastily sent a soothing signal.
It's merely a business proposal. After all, the more precious the commodity, the more valuable the bargaining chip required in exchange, wouldn't you agree? Of course, if you're unwilling, we have other transaction options available.
We've observed that you possess an extraordinary talent for bug fixing, that is, repairing bugs.
Our trade alliance happens to possess some
broken artifacts or rule anomalies collected from other collapsed universes, brimming with all manner of peculiar bugs.
To us, these are troublesome scrap items.
But for you, perhaps they are priceless treasures? If you could help us repair one of them, we could provide you with crucial intelligence regarding the cosmic cancer.
How about it? Exchanging information for repairing junk?
Lin Feng's eyes flickered.
This proposal wasn't entirely out of the question. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle.
Intelligence on the cosmic cancer and the original creator was indeed crucial to him.
How can I trust you? Lin Feng asked. Credibility is the very foundation upon which the Star Sea Alliance traverses the multiverse.
The message radiated confidence. To demonstrate our sincerity, our advance fleet can jump to Earth-Moon orbit for a face-to-face product demonstration with your civilization. Of course, the decision to grant us entry rests entirely with you. Lin Feng fell silent. This was a tremendous opportunity, but it could also be a colossal trap. These cosmic merchants were of unknown origin, possessed unfathomable power, and their true intentions were far from what met the eye.
Dealing with them is like trying to skin a tiger.
But refusing them meant abandoning an unparalleled opportunity to understand the enemy and strengthen ourselves. Under the threat of the cancer beyond the realm hanging like a sword over their heads, he couldn't afford to overlook even the slightest chance to improve their odds of victory. He instantly relayed the situation to Zhao Genoa and the others on Earth through divine perception. Inside the command center, after a moment of stunned silence, all the leaders plunged into heated debate. Ultimately, the Supreme Commander settled the matter with a decisive word.
Meet them.
We, the Chinese nation, have never feared any challenge.
If they wish to come, let them come. We'll see what these cosmic visitors truly look like. And let them see that our Earth civilization is no pushover to be pushed around.
With the backing of the higher-ups, Lin Feng felt his heart settle. He once again sent out his divine consciousness, transmitting it toward the distant Kuiper belt.
Agreed.
I permit your advance vessel to enter Earth-Moon orbit. But only one vessel.
Any unnecessary actions will be regarded as a declaration of war. Ha ha ha.
Of course.
Let's work together. That message seemed to convey great delight. Our conch will arrive at the designated location in 30 minutes. We look forward to our meeting.
As the words faded, the ghostly probes in the Kuiper belt instantly transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the vastness of space. Meanwhile, deep within the hollow core of the Earth, Lin Feng's eyes shone with an incredibly profound light.
Cosmic merchants? I'll see just how many glitches your merchandise has. 30 minutes later. In Earth's low orbit. Space rippled outward like water waves.
A spacecraft of extraordinary splendor emerged slowly from the spatial ripples. Crafted entirely from some fantastical, iridescent crystal, its form resembled a colossal conch shell. It hovered silently beside the moon. Compared to the barren lunar landscape, it resembled a perfect work of art from a civilization of higher dimensions.
Meanwhile, at the Strategic Bureau Command Center of China,
every screen was focused on this uninvited guest. The tension in the air was palpable. A new era, brimming with unknowns and variables, seemed to be slowly unfolding with the arrival of the conch.
Chapter 155, The Conch's Rare Value.
In Earth-Moon orbit, the conch, crafted from fantastical colored crystals, floated silently. Like the most magnificent artwork in the cosmos, it stood in stark contrast to the barren lunar landscape. Its arrival had drawn the radar and space telescopes of every nation on Earth toward this uninvited guest.
China, Strategic Bureau Command Center.
The tension was palpable. The target has entered its designated orbit.
No energy fluctuations detected. No weapon systems activated.
The technician's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable tension. Zhao Genoa stood before the massive light screen, his palms slightly sweaty as he stared at the spacecraft displayed on the screen, a vessel so exquisitely beautiful it seemed otherworldly.
The unknown was the most terrifying thing of all.
At that moment, a calm, neutral, emotionless communication request entered the command center's highest channel.
Connect. Zhao Genoa took a deep breath and ordered in a low voice.
Buzz. At the center of the bridge, light converged.
A 3-meter-tall, amorphous humanoid entity slowly coalesced.
Its entire form was composed of countless tiny, flowing points of light emitting a soft white glow. It possessed no facial features or limbs, merely a vague human outline, as if it were a conglomeration of light and information.
Greetings, representatives of Earth's civilization.
The light being performed a slight bow, an elegant, perfectly executed gesture, as if rehearsed countless times. I am Manager 734, the authorized representative of the Stellar Sea Trade Alliance for this transaction.
You may address me as such. Its voice resonated directly within each person's mind, calm, yet tinged with a detached superiority.
As agreed, we have come to conduct a friendly product demonstration. Zhao Zhenhua remained silent, merely stepping aside to offer the seat of honor to Lin Feng, who emerged slowly from behind. The moment Lin Feng appeared, Manager 734's body, composed of light points, visibly rippled. Oh? For the first time, its voice carried a barely perceptible hint of surprise.
I see.
A primordial deity who has just crossed the threshold into godhood, yet has already forged such an intriguing composite divine essence. It seems our passing through this time has indeed yielded considerable rewards. It had instantly seen through Lin Feng's true nature.
Every expert present was utterly horrified.
Lin Feng's gaze sharpened slightly.
These guys are no ordinary bunch. Cut the nonsense.
Lin Feng walked to the head seat but didn't sit down, merely staring calmly at his opponent.
Show me your merchandise.
As you wish, esteemed master of celestial correction. Manager 734 bowed elegantly once more at even knew Lin Feng's divine title. It raised its arm, formed of light, and waved it lightly. Instantly, 3 objects materialized beside it, each radiating terrifying fluctuations of law. The first was a silver crystal, no larger than a fist, yet seemingly containing infinite space. 4-dimensional space fragment stabilizing anchor substandard grade. Manager 734 introduced it, its tone as matter-of-fact as if describing a cabbage. It can reinforce a 3-dimensional space with a radius of approximately 1 light-year into a 4-dimensional state, rendering it immune to most conventional dimensional attacks and spatial collapses.
Essential for home defense and civilized travel, a must-have item.
Academician Shen Dinghua stared at the crystal, his breath nearly halting.
Immunity to dimensional attacks? This is precisely the divine artifact most needed to combat the cancer beyond the realm?
The second item was a pitch-black metallic sphere engraved with countless runes of death and decay.
Micro-rule collapse bomb. A single-use consumable.
Upon detonation, it unleashes a small-scale law plague across an entire planetary system, randomly deleting or rewriting portions of the target area's fundamental physical laws. The effect is spectacular. Military experts like Lu Jinghua stared at the black sphere, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets.
This wasn't a weapon at all. It was divine retribution.
The third item was a thick, ancient-looking book bound in the skin of an unknown creature. Complete cultivation system for B7-level arcane energy civilization. Sold as a package, no tricks. Includes all cultivation techniques, secret arts, and potion recipes from energy sensing to demigod. After purchase, with minor modifications, it can boost your civilization's average strength by at least 30-fold within 100 Earth years.
Boom!
These 3 items struck the hearts of all the high-ranking officials of Huaxia like 3 heavy bombs.
Their eyes instantly blazed with intense fervor. Desire. Greed. Any one of them. Possessing just one would be enough to transform Earth's civilization beyond recognition. Well, Manager 734 seemed quite satisfied with their reaction. Are you satisfied with our merchandise?
Zhao Zhenhua swallowed hard and looked at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with questioning.
These things are too important.
Lin Feng remained expressionless. His heavenly path eyes had already scrutinized those 3 items inside and out.
Powerful. Truly powerful.
But they also came with their fair share of flaws. That 4-dimensional space fragment stabilization anchor possessed a core stabilization protocol that exhibited severe rejection bugs with Earth's fundamental rules. Forcing its use would not only fail to stabilize space but would instead trigger even more violent spatial oscillations, like installing an incompatible driver on a computer. The micro-rule collapse bomb possessed immense destructive power, yet its fuse harbored a subtle backdoor bug. The authority to detonate it wasn't entirely in the purchaser's hands. At critical moments, it could easily become a bomb turned against its own user. As for that cultivation system, it's riddled with flaws. It contains at least 100 cultivation trap bugs. While it might grant rapid power growth in the short term, prolonged use inevitably leads to irreversible collapse of the practitioner's genetic chain.
This is fundamentally a technique for raising pigs. These bastards definitely had ulterior motives. Nothing special. Lin Feng uttered the 4 words indifferently.
Instantly, the heated atmosphere in the command center cooled abruptly, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. All the experts stared at Lin Feng in stunned silence.
Not much to write home about? These godlike artifacts, and you say, not much?
Manager 734's body, composed of light, rippled once more.
Oh? Esteemed Guardian, it seems you hold a different perspective on our merchandise? I wouldn't call it an opinion.
Lin Feng regarded him calmly. I'm simply uninterested in your second-hand goods filled with backdoors and compatibility issues.
Boom!
At these words, Manager 734's light body flickered violently for the first time like an unstable electrical current.
He actually saw through it? How could this be?
Those bugs were meticulously designed and disguised by the Alliance's top-tier rule architects. Not only would a newly born native deity be unable to detect them, but even many established main god-level civilizations might fail to notice.
It seems, we may have underestimated your error detection capabilities. Manager 734's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of gravity. The aloof detachment that had always defined it quietly diminished. Well then, it appears these mature products truly fail to meet your standards. Very well. It waved its hand again, retrieving the 3 items. In that case, let us discuss another transaction, one with more sincerity. Its voice carried a hint of peculiar allure. We have some defective items collected from other collapsed universes. They may once have been artifacts of immense power, but now, due to damaged core rules, they've all become troublesome bug aggregates even we find difficult to handle. We call them scrap. Perhaps these would interest you more? A faint curve finally touched the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. The main event was about to begin. Bring them out for me to see. Chapter 156, The Bug Artifact from the Collapsed Universe. Hearing Lin Feng's calm words tinged with interest, Manager 734's body, composed of light points, visibly paused. It seemed to be reassessing the young Earth deity before it. Its database contained countless records of transactions with native civilizations. The guardians of those civilizations, upon seeing the mature products it presented, invariably reacted with shock, desire, and even a willingness to pay any price to obtain them. But someone like Lin Feng, who not only saw through the hidden commercial traps at a glance, yet showed greater interest in the scrap that even the trade alliance deemed junk and trouble, was a first. Interesting. Manager 734 tagged Lin Feng with a new designation in its internal information stream: high-value potential stock, extremely dangerous. Recommend deep binding via technical cooperation model. As you wish, esteemed guardian. Its voice grew even more respectful than before, and also more sincere. It waved its hand once more. This time, what appeared in the center of the conference room were no longer those dazzling divine artifacts. Instead, a piece of debris emanating an aura of ill omen and death. It was a massive scythe, but it had snapped clean in two, leaving only a broken half. The scythe was pitch black, as if forged from solidified night itself. Its surface was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, from which wispy strands of black mist filled with venomous hatred and wails constantly seeped out. Merely gazing upon it sent a bone-chilling dread through every soul in the command center except Lin Feng. It felt as though their very souls were being forcibly sucked out by that broken scythe. What is this? Zhao Genoa forced himself to speak through the piercing pain in his soul. Sigh of the Nether God fragment. Manager 734 explained slowly, his tone tinged with apprehension. It originates from a universe designated M749, governed by the necromantic pantheon as its primary law. In that universe, it was once the supreme artifact governing death and souls, capable of reaping the souls of an entire galaxy with a single thought. But tragically, that universe ultimately collapsed in its war against the cosmic cancer. And this scythe, in that final decisive battle, was utterly shattered. Its core soul harvesting principle, due to the collapse of the cosmic foundation, underwent a malignant bug mutation. Manager 734's luminous form flickered, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Now, it no longer reaps the souls of enemies. It will indiscriminately devour everything that comes near it, every sentient being with a soul. Our alliance once had a powerful A+ rule appraiser who attempted to repair it. The result, his soul was utterly consumed the instant it touched the scythe blade, leaving not a trace behind. Since then, we've classified it as the highest risk forbidden junk. Whoosh! Hearing this, every expert present sucked in a sharp breath. Even an A+ rule appraiser could be instantly annihilated? This isn't junk. It's a death warrant. You want me to repair it? Lin Feng stared at the broken scythe, his expression calm. Yes. Manager 734's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Esteemed guardian, your correction ability is unlike anything we've ever witnessed, a primal force bordering on the very essence of the Tao. Perhaps only you can address this deepest level rule bug triggered by the collapse of the universe. Our terms are straightforward. If you can repair it, even if it merely stops indiscriminately devouring souls and returns to a usable state, this fragment of the Sigh of the Nether God shall be yours. Additionally, we shall include a highly valuable observational report detailing the evolutionary stages of the cosmic cancer in its early form. This intelligence alone will grant your civilization a far clearer understanding of your adversaries. This offer was undeniably generous. Exchanging what was essentially scrap to them for a chance to repair it if successful, they could not only rid themselves of this hot potato but also gain a restored artifact and invaluable intelligence. By any calculation, the trade alliance stood to gain immensely from this deal. Experts like Lu Jinghua and Shen Dinghua all turned to Lin Feng with tense expressions. Though they didn't know the intelligence's value, repairing that sinister broken scythe carried immense risk. It was a monstrous artifact capable of instantly killing an A+ rule appraiser. Lin Feng, though a god-tier expert, had only recently entered this field. What if? Lin Feng hesitated not a moment. Gazing at the broken scythe radiating deathly aura, his eyes instead flashed with excitement. A rule bug triggered by the collapse of the universe? To him, this was nothing short of the ultimate experience pack.
With every bug of this caliber he fixed, his understanding of the rules would ascend to new heights. All right. Lin Feng uttered the single word slowly. He stepped forward, ignoring everyone's gasps and pleas, and reached out his hand toward the floating Sigh of the Nether God fragment. Slowly. Grasped it. Don't. Advisor. Captain. The cries of alarm rose in waves. Even Manager 734's light body flickered violently, seemingly unprepared for Lin Feng's decisive action. Just as Lin Feng's hand was about to touch the cold scythe handle. Buzz. The broken scythe seemed to sense delicious prey, violently trembling. An invisible black energy, brimming with venom and wails of agony, surged forth like a burst dam from the scythe's crack. In an instant, it engulfed Lin Feng entirely. Roar. Kill. Die. Billions of shattered, tormented souls raged and tore at his consciousness. They sought to drag Lin Feng's soul into this eternal, endless abyss of death. This was the backlash of the soul-devouring bug. A terrifying attack capable of instantly shattering a god's Tao heart. Yet, facing this soul storm capable of driving any living being mad, Lin Feng's consciousness remained serene as still water. Behind him, the towering, 10,000 zhang tall, heavenly Tao manifestation slowly opened its eyes that contained the birth and death of the cosmos. Noisy. The Dharma image uttered 2 words. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated like the very voice of heaven, echoing throughout the entire sea of consciousness. Boom! The golden divine light, imbued with the faith of all beings and filled with the will of protection and hope, erupted with a thunderous blast. Like the rising sun, it dispelled all darkness. The countless howling vengeful spirits, confronted by this supremely righteous and radiant divine light of faith, seemed to have met their nemesis. The agony and venom etched upon their faces slowly began to fade, replaced instead by a sense of liberation and peace. One by one, they bowed low before the colossal form of the heavenly Tao, then dissolved into specks of light, vanishing without a trace. The soul storm had subsided. This is... Manager 734, through some special means, witnessed everything unfolding within Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. Its body, composed of light particles, was no longer merely flickering, it was convulsing violently, uncontrollably. Faith power? This primordial deity had actually condensed such immense, such pure, power of faith? Moreover, its divine essence could actually guide the souls of the dead? Purify bugs? This utterly exceeded its comprehension of correction abilities. This was the authority reserved for a creator god. Outside, the black death energy enveloping Lin Feng dissipated into thin air. Lin Feng's hand firmly grasped the scythe handle of the Sigh of the Nether God. It felt icy cold in his grasp, as if he were holding a block of 10,000-year-old black ice. Heaven's eye. Open. The chaotic, twisted, and bug-ridden rule structure within the scythe revealed itself clearly before his eyes. So that's how it is. The core death rule, having lost the constraints of the cosmic origin, has suffered a logic overflow. This caused it to classify all living beings as harvestable targets. All that's needed is to reprogram its judgment protocol and impose a new constraint. A confident smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Gripping the scythe in one hand, he began rapidly etching patterns in the void with the other. This time, what he inscribed were neither runes nor nodes. Instead, it was a brand new shackle of rules. As that golden rule shackle was fiercely imprinted into the core of Sigh of the Nether God. The shattered scythe trembled violently, emitting a piercing wail, or was it a triumphant cry that seemed to echo from the depths of the netherworld? The pitch-black cracks across its body began to heal at a visible pace. The deathly black mist that had been escaping was completely drawn back in, replaced instead by a layer of restrained, profound light imbued with the essence of judgment and reincarnation. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully corrected the cosmic level collapse bug. Ding! Acquired vast insights into the rules. Divinity integrity plus 0.5%. Ding! You have successfully repaired Sigh of the Nether God fragment and imbued it with new rule attributes. Item name, Sigh of the Nether God Heavenly Tao Judgment Type. Quality subordinate rule artifact evolving. Ability 1, Soul Harvest corrected, can harvest the souls of targets deemed enemies by the host, converting them into pure psychic energy to nourish the host's divine soul. Ability 2, Death's Wither corrected, inflicts the life force drain curse upon targets deemed evil or chaotic by the host. Fixed. Not only fixed, but upgraded. It became an exclusive artifact, tailored solely for him. Lin Feng weighed the broken scythe in his hand with satisfaction. Though still incomplete, its power was now undeniable. He lifted his head to look at the utterly speechless, jaw dropped. Manager 734. The deal is done. Chapter 157, Deal done. When Lin Feng's calm voice echoed through the command center, Manager 734's body, composed of countless points of light, jolted awake as if from a deep slumber. It gazed at the broken scythe in Lin Feng's hand, now stripped of all its unnatural and ominous qualities, instead radiating a profound, majestic aura of judgment. It then looked at Lin Feng, who stood as if nothing had happened, casually brushing off dust as though it were nothing.
For the first time, within its thinking core composed of pure information, an emotion called absurdity surged forth. Repaired? Really repaired? An item deemed highest danger level by the Merchants Alliance, a taboo scrap that had even tripped up A+ rule appraisers. A rule bug conglomerate born from cosmic collapse, the most insoluble anomaly. Just like that, he casually fixed it? And then, as an afterthought, upgraded it? This defies logic. Manager 734's internal information flow showed signs of disruption for the first time. According to our database analysis, fixing a bug of this magnitude would require at least one god-tier god of rules, consuming several eras of time and harnessing the power of the cosmic forge to barely suppress it. How did you manage to do this? Its voice no longer carried the previous deference, but instead held a hint of genuine awe toward an unknown power. Awe and fear. Trade secret. Lin Feng uttered the 4 words indifferently, casually storing Sigh of the Nether God into his divine domain space. Manager 734. It fell silent. After a long while, its violently fluctuating light body slowly settled. I understand. Its voice grew solemn as never before. Esteemed Master of Celestial Correction, your abilities transcend the very understanding of our Merchant Alliance. You are a super client, worthy of our highest honors. It bowed to Lin Feng once more, performing a gesture of utmost precision and profound humility. The transaction is concluded. The Sigh of the Nether God fragment is now yours. Intelligence regarding the early form of the cosmic cancer will be transmitted immediately to your civilization's database. It waved its hand. Instantly, a massive torrent of data surged across the void, flooding directly into the Strategic Bureau's servers. Zhao Genhua immediately signaled the information specialists behind him to receive and analyze it. Well then. Manager 734 looked at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with an even more intense light. Since our first collaboration was so pleasant, I wonder, would you be interested in our second rejected item as well? Its tone carried a hint of cautious probing. It dared not show any further contempt, nor attempt any clever tricks. Faced with Lin Feng's unreasonable bug-fixing abilities, any scheme seemed laughably futile. Now, it simply wanted to harness Lin Feng's abilities to dispose of those accumulated over countless eras, those technical challenges too valuable to discard. Technical challenges. Oh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Anything else? Yes. Manager 734 waved again. This time, appearing in the center of the conference room was a cube each side measuring about 1 meter, crafted entirely from some unknown dark old metal. A perfect cube. This metallic cube possessed a surface as smooth as a mirror, yet it was engraved with billions of ever-shifting, unknown runes finer than atoms. It simply hovered there, emitting no energy fluctuations, no trace of any elemental aura. As if it did not exist within this dimension. It was merely an absolutely static concept. This is the Pandora's box. Manager 734 introduced it, his tone tinged with complexity. It originates from a super-advanced technological civilization, codenamed G999, which has ascended to a higher dimension. According to the scattered data we've decrypted, this box contains the civilization's most powerful and final ultimate weapon. It is said that once unleashed, this weapon possesses the power to reboot the entire universe. Restart the universe? At those 4 words, every heart in the room skipped a beat. However, Manager 734 shifted his tone. Before ascending, that civilization apparently imposed the most intricate conceptual encryption and interlocking security protocols upon this weapon to prevent it from falling into malevolent hands. And now, for reasons unknown, all the activation codes and security protocols have been lost. It has become a deadlock that no one can unlock. Our trade consortium once assembled over 100 top-tier decryption masters and rule-breaking specialists to attempt a forced opening. Manager 734's light body flickered once more, as if recalling something unpleasant. The result, they were all silently erased from existence at the conceptual level. Not a single trace remained. Ever since then, this Pandora's box has become an even more forbidden existence than the Sigh of the Underworld God. Erased from existence? Hearing of such a fate, everyone felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. This wasn't some harmless nuisance. It was clearly a devilish box that devoured its victims whole. You merchants really take on anything, don't you? Lin Feng examined the metallic cube with keen interest. Our terms remain straightforward. Manager 734 immediately replied. As long as you can open it. We don't need you to repair whatever's inside. We only need you to open it. Then whatever is sealed inside the magic box becomes yours. And our business alliance only requires one thing, a complete copy of the security protocol data you extract. How about it? This offer sounded even more tempting than the last. It was practically a free gift. But everyone present detected a hint of something amiss. Zhao Genhua immediately shot Lin Feng a warning glance, signaling him not to act impulsively. This magic box was far too strange. Lin Feng, however, seemed oblivious. He walked slowly forward, approaching the motionless metal cube. Heaven's Eye. Activate at full power.
Instantly, countless rules and codes billions of times more complex than the stars related to encryption, locking, chain verification, and logic traps crystallized clearly before his eyes.
Password lost? Security protocol lost?
A cold sneer curled the corners of Lin Feng's mouth.
No. The password and protocol are both intact.
They've merely been bound together by an exceptionally insidious logic bomb bug. Under his heavenly path's gaze, every secret of this magic box lay utterly exposed.
This wasn't some unbreakable deadlock at all. It was a vicious trap.
Any attempt to crack the password or disable the protocol using normal logic would instantly trigger this logic bomb bug.
The consequence?
The explosive power sealed within would detonate, taking the decoder along with it. The decryption masters of the Merchants Alliance were likely erased from existence in precisely this manner. And Manager 734 bringing it out now ostensibly for a transaction is actually
a test. Or rather, it's using someone else's blade to kill. It intends to exploit Lin Feng's formidable error detection abilities to trigger that logic bomb. Regardless of Lin Feng's success or failure, it stands to reap the benefits.
If Lin Feng fails and is erased, the Business Alliance loses a potentially formidable potential competitor. If Lin Feng succeeded and somehow survived, it could seize the super civilization's most critical security protocol data without firing a single shot.
What a cunning plan!
A masterstroke killing two birds with one stone.
Well then, esteemed guardian?
Manager 734's voice sounded again, filled with kindly inquiry.
This deal, you. Before it could finish, Lin Feng moved. He didn't attempt to crack any codes or analyze any protocols. He simply extended a single finger. Gently, he tapped the metal cube. Then, in a voice that was utterly calm yet utterly commanding, he slowly uttered a few words. Words become law. I am the ultimate authority. Now, activate. Buzz.
Manager 734 remained trapped inside the magic box. All those backup mechanisms for surveillance and trap activation, those meticulously laid logic bomb bugs.
Faced with Lin Feng's utterly unreasonable divine authority, it was as if they had encountered the highest level system command. All defenses, all traps, all judgments. Instantly rendered useless. Forcibly. Overwritten. Snap, crackle, crackle.
That Pandora's box, frozen for billions of years, having obliterated countless mighty beings. Actually, truly, with a series of crisp mechanical clicks, slowly.
A crack appeared right down the middle.
Manager 734's body, composed of light points, froze solid in that instant. As if transformed into a statue, carved from light itself, named Stupor.
Sculpture. Chapter 158, Reverse Sheep Shearing. It opened? It just opened like that?
Inside the command center, academician Shen Dingwa stared at the slowly opening metallic cube on the light screen, feeling his entire lifetime of knowledge utterly overturned in this moment. This was the forbidden artifact that had baffled even the Starsea Commerce Alliance, one that had claimed the lives of countless top experts.
And now, Advisor Lin had forced it open with a single phrase, I hold the highest authority? This defies all logic. Is this, the power of word becomes law?
Lu Zhenghua murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with boundless yearning and awe for God-tier power. Before absolute divine authority, any complex encryption, any treacherous trap, became utterly meaningless. Because he was the rule itself. What he said was the correct answer. Virtual conference space. Manager 734's solidified luminous form began to flicker and distort violently, like a computer on the verge of crashing, its internal information flow teetering on the brink of collapse.
No, impossible.
My logic anchors, my conceptual traps, my causality determination locks.
How could they all fail?
A storm of unprecedented magnitude erupted within its core. To test Lin Feng and ensure absolute certainty, before unveiling this Pandora's box, it had secretly embedded dozens of the Merchant Alliance's latest, most advanced rule-based fallbacks.
These countermeasures formed an interlocking, logically closed loop.
Not only would native deities be ensnared, but even veteran principal gods would be dragged into an endless logical paradox upon contact, ultimately facing conceptual annihilation. It had assumed that even if it couldn't eliminate Lin Feng this time, it could at least force him to reveal all his trump cards and expose the true nature of his error correction ability.
But it never imagined. The opponent wasn't playing along with its decryption game at all. Instead, he directly altered the rules of the game. Using administrator privileges, it forcibly logged in. Such an operation was unheard of. Unseen. This wasn't just correcting an error. This was cheating. It was blatant privilege abuse. This guy, what kind of monster is he? For the first time, Manager 734 felt genuine dread toward a transaction partner. It felt as though it wasn't negotiating with a deity, but rather engaging in a doomed-to-fail gamble with the system itself. Click. Just as its mind was shaken to its core, the metallic cube had fully activated. A blinding radiance erupted from the cube's crevices. But to everyone's surprise, within that radiance, there was no world-ending ultimate weapon.
Instead, there was a single seed, no larger than a fist, entirely emerald green, as if forged from the purest essence of life itself. A seed. That seed floated silently at the cube's center, its surface flowing with mystical runes of life, emanating an aura powerful enough to create a world. Seed of the world. Lin Feng's heavenly path's eye instantly deciphered its essence. This was a rule-defying artifact containing the potential to create a miniature universe. This is... Manager 734 also caught sight of its contents, and the light body that had just settled down began to tremble violently once more. This time, it was greed. Utter shock and craving. It never dreamed that this demonic box, treated as a logic bomb and scrapped by the Merchants Alliance for countless eons, would contain such an unearthly treasure. The value of a single world seed alone was enough to drive the Merchants Alliance's directors mad. It seemed, it had made a huge mistake this time. Lin Feng paid no heed to its shock. His gaze settled upon the world seed. The glow of the heavenly path's eye flickered. Critical bug detected, concept lock uniqueness. Bug description: this world seed has been subjected to a uniqueness concept lock by its creator, rendering it activatable and capable of growth only under the foundational rules of the G999 universe. In any other universe, it will remain perpetually in a state of conceptual slumber, incapable of utilization. So that's how it is. Lin Feng understood. This wasn't a seal, but rather, the ultimate form of copyright protection. No wonder the Merchants Alliance had possessed it for countless eras yet could only treat it as a useless burden. Because they couldn't correct this conceptual bug originating from a higher dimensional civilization. But, for Lin Feng, this posed no problem. A mere copyright lock. A confident smile curved at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Before this ultimate crackpatch of mine, any encryption is utterly useless. He reached out and gently grasped the world seed. Then, he channeled the power of his creation domain, fused with the 5 core fragments, along with the overwhelmingly domineering causality correction he had just mastered. I set. Lin Feng's voice echoed slowly amidst Manager 734's horrified gaze. You have no copyright. Buzz. The laws of causality were twisted once more. That concept lock binding the seed of the world, originating from a higher dimensional civilization, the very cause sustaining its uniqueness, was forcibly severed by Lin Feng, using an even more tyrannical, even more unreasonable method. Severed. Snap. A faint crackling sound, as if emanating from the depths of the soul. The once motionless seed of the world suddenly trembled violently. The profound life runes on its surface instantly erupted with a dazzling emerald divine light. A colossal surge of life force erupted with unimaginable power. It came to life. Lin Feng, satisfied, stored this world seed, now wholly his own, into the divine realm space. With it, he could even create his own mini-World 8 sandbox server for the Heavenly Tao protocol to simulate rules and even cultivate his own deities. Its value was beyond measure. Only after completing all this did Lin Feng leisurely retrieve a set of data concerning the security protocol from the wreckage of the Pandora's box. Of course, this data had already undergone deep optimization by his heavenly path's eye. Within it, he had secretly implanted a deeply concealed backdoor bug that even deities might fail to detect. He casually tossed this data USB drive to Manager 734, who was already frozen in shock. He casually tossed this data USB drive to Manager 734, who had long since frozen in shock. The transaction is complete. Lin Feng stated indifferently. You've got what you came for. Now you can get lost. Manager 734 instinctively caught the data, his light body trembling violently. It had been fleeced in reverse? Not only had it failed to probe the other party's true capabilities, but it had also lost a treasure coveted even by the upper echelons of the trade alliance, the seed of the world. Even the restored sigh of the nether god far exceeded the value of that so-called intelligence. Worst of all, it had willingly brought back core data that had been tampered with by the other party. What a loss! A loss so colossal it could bankrupt a grandmother. This was the most disastrous and terrifying deal it had ever made in its countless eons of traversing the star seas. Yes. For the first time, Manager 734's voice carried a hint of trembling and fear. It dared not utter another word of nonsense, bowing to Lin Feng once more with utter humility. Then, its holographic projection vanished instantly. Almost simultaneously. In the Earth-Moon orbit, the magnificent Conch spacecraft, without even a moment to utter a farewell, abruptly activated its space jump engines. It transformed into a streak of light and vanished in utter disarray. Vanished into the vastness of space. It was afraid. It was truly terrified. It feared that if it lingered any longer, this very ship, indeed, its very existence, would be deemed a bug by that terrifying Earth deity and corrected. Inside the command center, jubilation erupted. We won. We won again. Reverse fleecing. That's so awesome. General Lin is the man. Zhao Zhenhua, Lu Xinghua, and the others watched the conch flee in disarray, unable to hold back their laughter. A heavy weight finally lifted from their hearts. Lin Feng, once again, had defended Earth's dignity with his unimaginable tactics and in the process, made a killing. Lin Feng gazed at the Sigh of the Nether God and Seat of the World in his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He knew that with these two game-breaking artifacts from the other world, his trump cards against the Cancer beyond the realm had grown stronger. But at that very moment, his heavenly Tao divine essence, which had only just settled, suddenly surged violently. A powerful, primal sense of surged through him without warning. Lin Feng's smile froze instantly. He snapped his head up, his heavenly path eyes piercing through the endless void, gazing toward the deepest reaches of the solar system. There, upon the solar system barrier which should have been void, serving as the outermost seal. There, at some unknown moment, a slender, yet emanating boundless foreboding and chaos. Black fissure. This is bad. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The Cancer beyond the realm has begun, prying open the lock. Chapter 159, The Crack in the Solar System's Barrier. At the end of the order channel Lin Feng had personally carved out within the Earth's hollow core. The transaction details left by Manager 734 were still being rapidly decoded within the databases of China's High Command. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the Earth deity who had just completed an epic transaction, fleecing the cosmic merchant in a stunning reversal, had a smile frozen solid on his face. His gaze pierced through billions of miles of void, locking onto the dark frontier at the solar system's outermost edge, the Kuiper Belt, composed of countless frozen rocks. No! Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically in an instant. Before his words had fully left his mouth, his figure flickered and vanished into the Earth's core. The next instant, he materialized directly within the Strategic Bureau's highest command center. This ghostly, elusive maneuver startled Zhao Zhenhuan and the others, who had just been digesting the information about the Star-Sea Alliance. General Lin. What? Before Zhao Zhenhua could finish his sentence, he was silenced by Lin Feng's unprecedentedly grave expression. Immediately. Transfer all detection permissions to the main screen. Lin Feng's voice was cold, urgent, and brooked no argument. Target, Kuiper Belt. Coordinates. He rattled off a string of interstellar coordinates so complex they were almost incomprehensible. The technicians dared not delay, immediately beginning the operation. Soon, through the Sky Eye system and deep space probes deployed throughout the solar system, a clear image from the cosmic frontier was projected onto the massive light screen. It was a silent starfield, an endless backdrop of darkness, with several lonely ice dwarfs glowing with a faint, cold blue light in the foreground. Everything appeared perfectly normal. General, is there something wrong here? A young analyst asked cautiously. You can't see it. Lin Feng shook his head. He knew conventional detection methods were utterly incapable of observing phenomena at that level. He extended his hand and tapped the light screen with a single finger. Buzz. His god-tier heavenly Tao power surged through the data link, flooding into the core of the heavenly ice system. The authority of the heavenly path's gaze was bestowed upon this cold machine. The next second, the scene on the light screen abruptly transformed. Before the horrified stares of all the experts and big shots. Against the backdrop of the once lifeless starry sky, a massive, translucent cosmic barrier, seemingly composed of crystal, slowly materialized. This barrier stretched boundlessly, enveloping the entire solar system as securely as a fragile egg. Etched upon it were billions of unknown divine scripts, more dazzling and ancient than the stars themselves. It was the seal of the solar system left behind by the first creator to imprison the Cancer beyond the realm. The solar system seal. This is... Academician Xian Dinghua stared at the magnificent and sacred cosmic barrier, trembling with excitement. A miracle. A true miracle. Our solar system is protected by such a magnificent wonder. Yet his excitement was swiftly replaced by bone-chilling cold. For they saw, upon that crystal-clear, translucent barrier, a faint, yet pitch-black line appeared. A minute, yet jet-black crack, dark as ink, as if it could devour all light. Crack. Though small, that crack was expanding at a visible pace, slowly, steadily. Expanding. From the fissure, strands of chaotic, ominous black energy continuously seeped out. Upon contact with the frozen rocks of the Kuiper Belt, this black energy immediately triggered an irreversible rule distortion within them. Some vanished into nothingness in an instant. Others experienced time accelerating billions of times over, enduring the entire cycle from birth to destruction in an instant. Others twisted into unspeakable horrors, monstrous forms dripping with flesh and filled with agonized screams. What is happening? Zhao Zhenhua's voice trembled. This isn't a glitch. Lin Feng's voice was heavy with gravity as he spoke each word deliberately. The previous incidents, whether rule disruptions or demonic gazes, were all infiltrations and attacks by the Cancer beyond the realm, exploiting loopholes in the seal to breach our rule network. I can locate these bugs and then fix them. But now. Lin Feng pointed at the ever-expanding black fissure, his gaze cold as ice. This is no bug. This is physical, tangible damage. The Cancer beyond the realm, after its previous failure, has changed its strategy. It abandoned its attempt to infiltrate through the rules. It is employing a violent method beyond our comprehension, originating from a higher dimension. Blow after blow, smashing at the prison door that has kept it locked away for billions of years.
It's prying open the lock. Prying open the lock. Those two words struck everyone's hearts like two heavy iron hammers. They finally understood. The previous crisis was like an enemy sending hackers to breach their firewall. But now, the enemy was driving a tank straight at their front gate. The nature of the threat was entirely different. Then, what should we do? Lu Jinghua asked urgently. Can it be fixed? Lin Feng's gaze swept over the silhouettes of the 7 major watchers present. The rock guardian slowly shook his head, his voice filled with helplessness. Guardian, this barrier was personally erected by the first creator. Its rules operate on a level far beyond our reach. Our power originates from Earth, allowing us only to perform internal maintenance on the barrier. As for this external form of true damage, we are powerless. Powerless. Even the 7 great guardians are powerless. The command center fell once more into a deathly silence of despair. No. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out once more. His gaze fixed on the fissure, his eyes held no despair, only a battle fury burning like flames. They can't do it. Doesn't mean I can't. Bug, I can fix it. Even a broken wall, I can still mend. He spun abruptly to face Zhao Genoa. General. Present. Immediately. Transfer all experts from Shenlong Institute Lab 001 and the correction project team to the correction ship. Take all strategic materials we've acquired, including the Sai of the Nether God and the Seed of the World, with us. Target. Lin Feng's gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced straight toward the distant starry expanse. The solar system barrier. Where the rift lies. I am going to mend the heavens. Repair the heavens. Zhao Genoa's heart trembled violently at the sound of those 2 words. He gazed upon the figure before him, young yet already bearing the fate of the entire world upon his shoulders, and into those eyes brimming with boundless confidence and unyielding resolve. An indescribable surge of heroic fervor welled up within his chest. Yes. He snapped his back straight and rendered a solemn military salute to Lin Feng. China. We will give everything we have to aid you in mending the heavens. Chapter 160, The World as a Crucible. Half a day later. At the edge of the solar system, in the desolate Kuiper Belt, a massive black fissure, like an ugly scar, stretched across the crystalline cosmic barrier, slowly widening at a heart-stopping pace. Around this fissure, space twisted into an extremely unstable state. Any matter approaching it was instantly disintegrated into its most fundamental particles by the chaotic forces of law escaping from the breach. This was the true death zone. Yet, just before this death zone, the correction, which had just undergone its rebirth, hovered there silently, like a fearless challenger. Its hull was enveloped by a layer of the heavenly Dao barrier, personally imbued by Lin Feng, which firmly sealed out the deadly chaotic laws. Inside the bridge, Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing intently at the massive fissure. His expression was calm, yet his eyes burned with unwavering focus. Behind him, Zhao Genoa, Lu Jinghua, Xian Dinghua, China's foremost leaders and experts, held their breath, watching him with tense expressions. Advisor, the situation is extremely grim. Academician Xian Dinghua pointed at a set of data on the light screen, his voice grave. According to our simulations, the rate of rule erosion along this fissure is accelerating exponentially. At most, within 3 days, it will completely tear through the barrier, forming a permanent wormhole large enough to allow the core power of the extraterrestrial cancer to project through. At that point, we won't just be dealing with a lockpick, we'll be facing a full-blown door breaching. 3 days. Only 3 days. Heart sank in every chest. That's enough. Lin Feng's voice remained calm. He turned to face the group. Everyone. I said before that I would mend the heavens. And now. He extended his hand, fingers splayed. 3 objects, each radiating a distinct divine light, slowly materialized from the palm of his hand. A jade-green orb, as if containing an entire world within, the Seed of Worlds. A piece of pitch-black stone, seemingly formed from solidified death and judgment, the Sai of the Nether God fragment. And a token radiating overwhelming authority and supreme majesty, the dragon-patterned mandate. The materials for mending the heavens, I have prepared them. Materials? You call these things materials? Every expert present stared wide-eyed at the 3 treasures, any one of which could spark a cosmic-level war. Especially the Seed of the World, the colossal vitality and primordial energy it radiated sent shockwaves through everyone's very souls. Advisor, you mean to say? Lu Jinghua asked, his voice trembling. Exactly. Lin Feng nodded, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Conventional matter cannot repair this kind of true damage. Conventional energy cannot counteract that dimensional erosion either. To mend the world's wounds, one must use materials that also contain world-level rules. He looked at everyone, his voice booming like thunder. I prepare. Using this, world seed, as the core. Using all the strategic resources we've acquired, void secret silver, stellar sand, 9 nether coal iron, as the framework. Using the purest death and judgment rules within this Sai of the Nether God, to neutralize the chaos and evil within the rift.
Using the fortune of the Huaxia nation and faith of all beings contained within this dragon pattern mandate to imbue the patch with the will to protect.
Finally,
Lin Feng's gaze burned with intense fervor.
let my own divine power be the flame, with this cosmic void as the forge.
Here and now, for this world, forge a one-of-a-kind
Heavenly path patch.
boom. This insane plan detonated in everyone's minds like a billion-ton nuclear bomb.
On-site artifact forging? Divine tier forging? Using the world as a furnace, the rules as materials?
This surpassed the very limits of their imagination. This was nothing short of a myth within a myth.
Insane, utterly insane.
A young expert muttered to himself, yet his eyes shone with an unbridled fervor. To witness firsthand, even participate in such a monumental feat. What more could one ask for in life?
General.
Lin Feng turned to Zhao Genoa. I require all available energy from the correction craft and the assistance of every specialist. The fusion and forging of this heavenly path patch requires billions of precise calculations. Zhao Genoa suddenly straightened his back, his eyes blazing with the same intense fire. Rest assured, advisor. All of China stands as your most steadfast support. Whatever you require, we shall provide.
Good.
Lin Feng wasted no more words. He took a step forward, and his figure reappeared in the cosmic void outside the correction ship. Behind him, the towering, 10,000 zheng high, celestial Dao manifestation erupted into existence.
Rise.
Lin Feng roared. The seat of the world, sigh of the nether god, dragon-patterned order, and the mountainous stockpile of top-tier strategic supplies stored within the correction ship all surged forth. Like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, they converged before him.
Melt.
Lin Feng formed seals with both hands. His godly power, at the peak of the initial stage, erupted without reservation. It transformed into a golden divine flame imbued with the rules of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, it enveloped all the materials.
Sizzle.
A piercing sound rang out. Different materials, governed by different laws, began violently repelling,
Colliding.
An extremely unstable, terrifying aura, as if it could explode at any moment, spread out.
This is bad. Academician Shending was face turned ashen. Rule rejection.
The fundamental rules governing these materials are incompatible. Forcing them to fuse will only trigger a rule cataclysm. Its power would be enough to shatter half of the correction ship into fragments. Lin Feng's brows furrowed deeply. He had underestimated the difficulty of divine-level artifact forging. This wasn't merely kneading dough, it required seamlessly weaving countless distinct logic codes into a single program.
The difficulty increased exponentially.
Just as he stood helpless, preparing to forcibly suppress this rule-breaking upheaval, a gentle voice, tinged with just the right amount of surprise, suddenly echoed in his mind.
Oh? Esteemed Guardian, it seems you've encountered a minor technical difficulty?
Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply. Not far away, the void rippled slightly.
The magnificent conch had silently reappeared once more, without anyone noticing.
Chapter 161, Celestial Patch, courtesy of the Starsea Alliance.
Starsea Merchant Alliance?
Lin Feng watched the resplendent conch reappear, his eyes narrowing slightly as countless thoughts flashed through his mind.
These fellows hadn't gone far after all.
They'd been watching from the shadows all along. Esteemed Guardian, please do not misunderstand. Manager 734's gentle holographic projection reappeared on the bridge of the corrector, offering an elegant bow to Zhao Genoa and the others, who stood guarded. We merely happened to be passing by and noticed you seemed to be encountering a minor inconvenience. Guided by our customer-first principle, we've come to offer some insignificant technical assistance. His words sounded noble and righteous. But everyone knew these space merchants, who never rose early without profit, could never be that kind.
What do you want? Lin Feng's divine sense pierced the void as he coldly demanded.
While maintaining the stability of the divine fire and suppressing the rule-based upheaval threatening to spiral out of control, he remained vigilant against the other party's intentions.
Ah, Guardian, you speak your mind. Manager 734 chuckled, seemingly pleased with Lin Feng's directness. Our purpose is simple.
We've observed that you appear to be attempting a form of extremely ancient and highly advanced rule alchemy.
Coincidentally,
our Commerce Alliance database holds foundational theoretical data on multidimensional cosmic material fusion technology from a certain alchemical civilization. This data might help you overcome your current challenge. Manager 734's words were laced with temptation. Lin Feng's heart stirred. He knew what he lacked most now was precisely this kind of systematic theoretical knowledge concerning the application of high-dimensional rules. His heavenly path's gaze could perceive bugs, and his words become law, could alter rules. But it felt more like knowing the what but not the why. It was like a top-tier hacker who could modify any code, yet would still find it challenging to design a brand new, stable, and complex operating system from scratch. And now, Manager 734 had delivered precisely that, an introductory tutorial on the principles of operating system design. This tutorial truly came as a godsend for him. The conditions, Lin Feng stated concisely.
Simple enough.
Manager 734's light body flickered slightly, as if weighing his words.
We don't want your divine essence fragment, nor your world's primordial source.
We simply wish to establish a long-term, friendly technical partnership with you, this master of rule correction with boundless potential. Consider this foundational data as our advance payment to goodwill investment.
Investment? Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. These merchants were indeed shrewd to the core. They had recognized the limitless error correction value within him. Now, they sought to cast a long line with a free data offering, aiming to reel in a big fish. They intended to turn him into their guild's exclusive bug-fixing engineer. Fine.
Lin Feng pondered for a moment before finally agreeing.
Regardless of their motives, resolving the cracks in the solar system barrier was the paramount priority right now. Moreover, he possessed absolute confidence in his heavenly path's eye.
Any technology, any data once in his hands, whether it was a trap or an opportunity, was entirely up to him to decide.
Happy cooperation.
Manager 734 seemed to have anticipated this outcome all along, sending a wave of pleasant information. Instantly, a data stream 100 times larger than the previous intelligence transmission surged directly from the conch to the corrector's database.
General, immediately assemble all experts and prioritize decryption.
Lin Feng issued the order to Zhao Genoa while distractedly suppressing the divine fire.
Yes, sir. Zhao Genoa sprang into action immediately.
Every expert in the command center and aboard the correction ship threw themselves into the task with feverish energy, diving headfirst into the entirely new technical data from the alternate universe. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's heavenly path's eye began operating at an unprecedented speed, spinning wildly. The vast data stream no longer appeared as dry theories and formulas to his eyes.
Instead, it revealed countless clear, optimizable bug points. So that's it. Rule resonance requires introducing imaginary anchor points for stabilization.
The fusion of heterogeneous materials can establish an information bridge using the principle of quantum entanglement.
This energy conversion model is riddled with flaws. Its loss rate is as high as 12%.
By adjusting just 3 core parameters, it can be boosted to 99.9%.
The Chamber of Commerce's seemingly profound multidimensional cosmic material fusion technology was swiftly analyzed, absorbed, corrected, optimized.
Like a top-tier scholar who, upon receiving the model answer, not only refused to copy it verbatim but instead completely overhauled the model answer until it was utterly transformed. Then, he wrote a more perfect, more flawless
divine answer. I get it now. In less than 10 minutes.
A flash of enlightenment lit up Lin Feng's eyes. He had already mastered that technique completely and elevated it to a new level.
Thank you for your live demonstration.
Lin Feng sent a telepathic message filled with goodwill toward the nearby conch ship. Then, he moved. His golden divine flame, which had been on the verge of spiraling out of control, underwent a sudden transformation at that very moment.
It was no longer a crude, brutal forging. Instead, it transformed into billions of strands finer than human hair, imbued with the rules of the heavenly Tao. Golden threads. Like the most deft hands of a weaver, these threads began to threading the needle, guiding the thread, weaving. Void secret silver was stretched into strings of space, forming the dimensional skeleton of the patch.
Stellar sand, crushed into the tiniest particles, like starlight, dotted along the strings, forming countless miniature energy transmission nodes. 9 nether cold iron, forged into runes imbued with the laws of silence and cooling, stabilizing the internal temperature of the patch. The judgment power of the Sai of the Nether God is distilled into a thin layer, serving as an antivirus coating against chaos. The faith of all beings within the dragon crystallized into the cord guardian will, imprinted at the patch's very center. And that, seed of the world, like a heart, was securely placed at the very center of all materials, providing the entire patch with an endless supply of vitality and creative power. This was a process of ingenious craftsmanship.
This is a process of turning decay into wonder. This is a feat only a god could accomplish. Not far away, aboard the conch.
Manager 734 stared in disbelief through the special detector, witnessing Lin Feng's fluid, rhythmically precise sequence of actions, each brimming with profound Tao-like grace. It froze in place once more.
He actually mastered the fusion theory we spent 3 eras compiling in just 10 minutes? No. He didn't master it. He transcended it. He sublimated it.
He fixed those fundamental bugs in our theory that even the board of directors couldn't resolve.
A monster. This guy is nothing short of an unreasonable monster.
Manager 734, for the first time, felt a hint of regret over the business alliance's investment.
It sensed it wasn't fishing, but rather offering a slumbering ancient dragon.
A gift that would allow it to soar through the heavens.
Super gift pack. Boom. In that very instant when its guard was down,
Lin Feng's divine tier artifact forging reached its climax. All materials, all laws, under his hand of heavenly Tao, were woven together perfectly and harmoniously.
Finally, they coalesced into a single.
Approximately 100 li in diameter, it radiated a warm, jade-like luster.
Five-colored divine light flowed across its surface, while its interior seemed to contain an entire world. A colossal patch. World barrier patch, Heavenly Dao Guardian type, successfully forged. Lin Feng gazed at this first true god-tier creation he had crafted with his own hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He turned his head to gaze at the black fissure that continued to widen relentlessly. His gaze instantly turned icy. Now. It's time to mend the heavens. Chapter 162, The Original Creator's Message. In the Kuiper Belt, that hideous black fissure like a wound in the cosmos continued to expand relentlessly. Chaotic rule energies seeping from the rift's opposite end had already transformed tens of thousands of kilometers of surrounding star domains into a death zone saturated with distortion and aberration. The will of the Cancer beyond the realm lay like a greedy beast, patiently awaiting the moment the prison door was utterly shattered. But then, at that very moment, a profoundly different divine might, brimming with guardianship, order, and creation, thundered down from the distance. Lin Feng, holding the 100-mile-wide world barrier patch radiating multicolored divine light, strode step by step toward the black fissure like a creator god cradling a newborn world. With each step forward, a golden lotus blossomed beneath his feet, purifying the chaotic laws surrounding him. The divine might of the heavenly Tao emanating from his body clashed with the heavenly demon aura seeping from the fissure, unleashing a silent yet fierce. A collision of laws. Sizzle. A piercing sound, like boiling oil hitting water, reverberated throughout the entire star domain. On the correction ship, everyone watched the scene unfold with bated breath. They knew the most crucial moment had arrived. Roar! On the other side of the rift, the will of that extraterrestrial Cancer seemed to sense Lin Feng's intent. It was enraged. A mere super antibody confined within a petri dish dared to attempt repairing the breach it had painstakingly shattered? Unforgivable. Boom! A torrent of chaotic laws, more violent and frenzied than any previous surge, erupted from the black fissure like a bursting celestial river. It coalesced into a colossal, sky-darkening entity forged from the pure laws of destruction and entropy increase. A colossal, pitch-black claw. Covered in twisted runes and wailing mouths, the claw wielded power terrifying enough to tear a star apart in an instant. It slammed down, aiming squarely for Lin Feng. It intended to crush this arrogant repairer of the heavens, along with the laughable patch in his hand. Crush him into dust. Bring it on! Facing this world-shattering strike, Lin Feng felt not fear but delight. Behind him, the towering, heavenly Tao Dharma form suddenly opened its eyes. The correction sword, forged from the fabric of cause and effect, once again appeared in the hands of the Dharma image. But this time, Lin Feng chose not to sever the causality. For the cost of forcibly twisting causality was too great. He chose to confront it head-on. He would use the heavenly Tao he had created with his own hands to confront this heavenly demon from a higher dimension head-on. Heavenly Tao barrier. Defend! Lin Feng roared. He thrust the massive world barrier patch in his hand forward like a shield. Hum! A burst of multicolored light erupted from the patch. The core, world seed, suddenly erupted with boundless vitality. The judgment power of the Sai of the Nether God transformed into streaks of black lightning, dancing across the patch's surface. Within the dragon-patterned order, the faith of 7 billion beings coalesced into a roaring golden divine dragon, coiling at the patch's center. Boom! The pitch-black celestial demon's claw and the multicolored celestial path patch collided violently in the void of the cosmos. No sound. No explosion. Only the purest, most primordial. The annihilation of rules. At the epicenter of the collision, space itself dissolved into utter nothingness. Time itself seemed frozen in eternal stillness. A terrifying shockwave, beyond description in any language, swept out in all directions. Though tens of thousands of kilometers away, the correction error was still caught in the aftermath. The heavenly barrier basic on the hull's surface activated instantly. Even so, the entire spacecraft was violently hurled away like a fallen leaf in a raging storm. Inside the bridge, alarms blared incessantly. Zhao Zhenhuan and the others clung desperately to fixed objects to avoid being flung away. Their faces were frozen in utter horror. The mere shockwave possessed such devastating power. General Lin, caught at the epicenter of the collision, could he withstand it? The storm of rule annihilation raged on for a full minute before slowly dissipating. In the void, the pitch-black celestial demon's claw had vanished without a trace. Clearly, in this head-on confrontation, it had been defeated. Yet the world barrier patch in Lin Feng's hand had also become dull and lifeless. Fine cracks had even begun to appear on its surface. Lin Feng himself was deathly pale, and the radiance emanating from his divine body had significantly dimmed. Evidently, channeling this patch to withstand the heavenly demon's strike had exacted a tremendous toll on him. Yet he had ultimately endured it. Oomph! From the other end of the fissure came a cold snort, brimming with fury and resentment. The Cancer of the outer realm seemed utterly stunned that its full power strike had been brutally blocked by an insignificant insect wielding a hastily crafted shield. This was nothing short of utter humiliation. It seemed poised to launch another assault. But Lin Feng had no intention of giving it another chance. Now! A fierce light blazed in Lin Feng's eyes.
Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his divine body, he summoned every ounce of his divine power. With all his might, he slammed the already damaged world barrier patch into the massive black fissure. Fuse, now! His roar echoed across the cosmos. Hum! The patch imbued with the will of the heavenly Tao and Guardian upon contact with the barrier's fissure. As if it had found its destiny. It merged perfectly, seamlessly, into the enormous fissure. Countless divine runes of law upon the patch began to intertwine and fuse with the ancient runes of the barrier itself. That hideous black fissure began to heal at a visible pace. Heal! No! From the other side of the fissure, the cancer beyond the realm let out a desperate roar. It violently slammed against the healing barrier. But it was too late. Under the combined effects of the heavenly path patch and the barrier itself, that fissure finally, completely, perfectly sealed shut. The solar system seal was successfully repaired. The crisis, for now, was completely averted. Huff, puff. Lin Feng gasped for breath in heavy, ragged heaves, feeling his divine power utterly drained. He didn't even have the strength left to maintain his levitation. However, just as he prepared to return to the correction for recuperation, at the very instant the fissure closed completely. An ancient, majestic will neither Lin Feng's nor the extraterrestrial cancers flashed from the deepest recesses of the solar system barrier. It transmitted a message. Extremely brief, yet immensely information-rich. Fragmented message. The seed has sprouted. Very good. But it's too fast. Beware of those from beyond the garden. The cleansers. The voice abruptly ceased. That ancient will vanished completely. As if it had never existed. Seeds? Sprouting? Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. The cleaner? What does this mean? Was it left behind by that mysterious first creator? What exactly is this garden? Could it be this universe? Who is this cleanser? Was it sent by the original creator to purge the pest known as the cancer beyond the realm? Or sent to purge this mutant plant that grew too rapidly, exceeding the gardener's expectations? One by one, brand new, even more terrifying mysteries gathered like dark clouds over Lin Feng's heart. He suddenly sensed that his so-called repairing the heavens might merely have been patching up the fence around the sheep pen. And he, this self-proclaimed mighty leader of the flock in the eyes of the farmer. No different in essence from the other sheep. At any moment, he could be led away to slaughter. An unprecedented chill emanating from a higher dimension surged through his heart. Chapter 163, Taking Stock of Gains, New Direction for Corrections. As the correction ship slowly approached the star system that had just witnessed a god-tier battle, everyone was utterly stunned by the sight before them. The once grotesque, terrifying black fissure that seemed poised to devour the entire solar system had vanished completely. In its place lay a patchwork of the Tao, spanning 100 miles, radiating a five-colored divine light that blended seamlessly with the ancient cosmic barriers surrounding it. It resembled a magnificent imprint left by the gods upon the cosmic canvas, radiating an aura of sacred order and protection. Lin Feng hovered silently before the patch, his face pale and his aura weary. Yet his eyes remained as deep as the starry sea, as if contemplating some cosmic-level conundrum. Advisor. Long Zhan was the first to burst out of the ship, instantly reaching Lin Feng's side as he anxiously checked his condition. I'm fine. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling him not to worry. Though severing the causal chain and clashing head-on with the heavenly demon had damaged his divine essence, causing his cultivation to plummet back to the half-step god realm and depleting his divine power entirely. But the gains from this battle were equally immense. First, the successful refinement and installation of the world barrier patch. This not only repaired the seal, but more crucially, through this process, he had successfully imprinted his own heavenly Tao rules upon this cosmic prison. This meant his control over the entire solar system seal had greatly increased. From a mere warden, he had become a warden-in-chief capable of partially modifying the prison's regulations. Second was the Sigh of the Nether God, which he had repaired and upgraded. This secondary-level artifact of cosmic law, originating from another universe, had absorbed fragments of the destruction law previously emitted by the celestial demon's claw. This absorption further elevated its quality, rendering it deeper and more formidable. It would become the blade of judgment in Lin Feng's hands, specifically designed to counteract chaos and evil. Then, there was the World Seed. Though fused as a core component into the heavenly Tao patch, its primordial essence remained intact. Instead, through its fusion with the entire solar system barrier, it seemed to have found the most fertile soil. Lin Feng could distinctly sense the embryonic form of a world slowly taking shape within the core region of that patch. Once it truly germinated and grew, Lin Feng could even create, at the edge of the solar system, a completely his own, absolutely controlled semi-plane, a divine realm entirely his own, under his absolute command. Its strategic significance was immeasurable. Finally, the most crucial discovery of all. It was that enigmatic message from the original creator. The seed has sprouted. Beware the purifiers. Lin Feng's heavenly path's eye repeatedly analyzed this fragmented message. Seed must refer to me, or rather, to primordial deities like me who have developed self-awareness and can alter the rules. Sprouted signifies my growth has surpassed some preset boundaries, drawing the attention of a higher existence. And the purifier. Lin Feng's gaze grew intensely grave. The term carried a cold, emotionless, programmatic undertone. Had they come to purge the bug? Or to purge viruses like himself who deviated from the script? It seems my enemies aren't just the cancer beyond the realm. A powerful sense of crisis surged within Lin Feng. He must swiftly enhance his strength. He must swiftly push his cultivation back to the godly realm. Or even surpass it. Only with sufficient power could he stand before these unknown players from higher dimensions and possess the right to protect himself and Earth. Let's return. Lin Feng snapped out of his thoughts and addressed Long Zhan. Yes. The group escorted Lin Feng back to the correction ship. Inside the bridge, Zhao Genoa and the others immediately gathered around, offering concerned inquiries. Their eyes brimmed with relief at surviving the ordeal and boundless admiration for Lin Feng. General Lin. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit drained. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. The fissure has been repaired. The crisis to the solar system is temporarily averted. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. A thunderous cheer erupted within the command center. However, Lin Feng shifted his tone, briefly relaying the message from the original creator and his own speculations about the cleaner to the highest-ranking officials present. Instantly, the jubilant atmosphere froze once more. Serious expressions appeared on every leader's face. The cleaner. Zhao Genoa murmured, this sounds even more troublesome than the domain-out cancer. Exactly, Lin Feng nodded. The domain-bound cancer is an invader, an enemy. Our conflict with it is a war of survival. But this cleaner, its stance is entirely unknown. It might be here to help us disinfect. Or it might be here to wipe the hard drive cleaned. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. At that moment, the holographic projection of the first leader slowly materialized. He looked at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with satisfaction and resolve. Comrade Lin Feng, you have worked tirelessly. Everything you have done for this nation, for this world, will be forever recorded in history. Whatever challenges lie ahead, all of China, all of Earth's civilization, will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Whatever you need, we will provide. Prepare for battle with all our might. Await the dawn. Yes. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. He knew that a global preparation race more frenzied than any before was about to begin. And he, the sole god of Earth's civilization, also needed to find an entirely new direction for his corrections. His gaze fell upon the raw data of the multiverse material fusion technology provided by Manager 734. The Commerce Alliance, the Alchemy Civilization. A peculiar gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Perhaps I should go. Correct the technology trees of other universes? If he could correct and optimize the technologies of other advanced civilizations through the Eye of Heavenly Tao, then integrate them into his own Heavenly Tao protocol. Then, what kind of terrifying leap would Earth's technological advancement experience? A grander, more audacious plan began to take shape within Lin Feng's mind. Chapter 164, The Mad Bug Fusion Plan. As Lin Feng refocused his attention on the multidimensional universe material fusion technology data from the Stellar Sea Commerce Alliance, academician Qian Dinghua and academician Lu Jinghua, two titans of China's scientific community, approached from behind. Their faces bore a pilgrim-like fervor. Advisor, no, god of forests. Academician Qian Dinghua's voice trembled. Your divine-level artifact forging just now. It's opened a gateway to a new world for us. May we study the structural data of that heavenly path patch, he asked cautiously, afraid to offend the true god who had just saved the world. Permission granted. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Feng projected a simplified, declassified schematic of the heavenly Tao patch onto the light screen. Whoa! At just a glance, Chen Dinghua and Lu Jinghua both sucked in a sharp breath. Every material combination and rule application depicted there completely surpassed their comprehension. Using the creation rules of the seed of the world as the core to construct an energy cycle. Employing the string theory properties of void secret silver to construct a multidimensional spatial framework. Employing faith power as the foundational protocol for the rule firewall. The more they read, the more their hearts pounded. The more they read, the more they felt their own insignificance. This was no longer technology. This was theology. Don't rush to be shocked. Lin Feng's voice snapped them out of their daze. This is merely the beginning. He pointed to the raw technical data from the Business Alliance. You've already analyzed this document, correct? Yes, Lin Shun. Lu Jinghua nodded hastily, a hint of shame flitting across his face. We assembled over 100 top experts who worked tirelessly for half a day, yet we barely managed to decipher less than 1% of it. Moreover, we discovered that while this theoretical framework is profound, it contains numerous apparent contradictions and even extremely dangerous logical traps. We suspect this might be a deliberate backdoor left by that Stellar Sea Commerce Alliance. Exactly. Lin Feng nodded, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. This document contains at least 372 performance bugs and 19 backdoor bugs capable of triggering catastrophic consequences. What? Hearing these numbers, every expert paled in horror. They had painstakingly uncovered only a few suspicious points, yet Lin Shen had seen through them all at a glance? Now, my task is to fix these bugs. Lin Feng's tone turned utterly serious. And your task is to fully integrate these perfect technologies from another universe into our Earth's own technological systems after I've fixed them. I demand nothing less than simple replication or imitation. Lin Feng's gaze swept over every expert present, his eyes blazing like flames. What I demand is frenzied bug fusion. I demand that we use our Chinese heavenly protocol as the operating system to hack, localize, and radically modify all these tech apps from different civilizations and universes. Ultimately, forge a brand new, uniquely Earth civilization exclusive, one that transcends all known civilizations. Tian Dao Technology Tree. Boom! Heavenly Dao Technology Tree. These 5 words struck like the tolling of a primordial bell, reverberating fiercely within the hearts of every researcher. Their blood boiled to the brink of boiling at that very moment. A deity serving as the chief bug fixer for technological development. With an entire nation as its backing. Using the technologies of countless alternate universes as nourishment. To forge a brand new technological civilization. What sheer audacity. What utter madness. I'm in. I'll give everything I have for this project. Academician Shan Dinghua wept tears of excitement. Count me in. To participate in such a project, I would die without regret. Lu Zhen was blood-boiled with fervor. We shall obey your will. At that moment, every expert bowed deeply to Lin Feng. In their eyes burned an unprecedented flame one called hope and dream. Very well. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He knew that from this moment onward, Earth's civilization would no longer be a toddler taking its first steps. But rather, under the blessing of his super cheat code, it was about to board a rocket and soar skyward. Then, Lin Feng's gaze fell once more upon the technical documents brimming with bugs. Heaven's Eye activated full power. Error correction, commence. In the days that followed, the correctioner did not return to Earth. It remained suspended in silence beside the newly formed celestial path patch, transforming into the floating, top-tier mobile research base. Lin Feng presided over the core. His heavenly path eyes transformed into the most powerful compiler and debugger. Batch after batch of bug-ridden technical data from the alternate universe was swiftly corrected and optimized by him. Meanwhile, national treasure-level experts like Shen Dinghua and Lu Zhenghua led tens of thousands of China's top researchers. Within the colossal experimental pods of the error correction vessel, they worked tirelessly around the clock to absorb, transform, test, and apply these perfect technologies purified by Lin Feng. Day 1. Lin Feng fixed all the bugs in the multidimensional space material fusion technology. A revolutionary new alloy capable of self-repair and harnessing the power of rules was successfully developed. Its strength was 10,000 times that of Earth's strongest known alloy. Day 2. Lin Feng cracked and optimized the core bug of the quantum foam engine. A revolutionary new Dao engine capable of subspace jumps that defies physical distance was born. Its speed, theoretically, has no upper limit. Day 3. Lin Feng corrected the rejection bug in the genetic programming and soul grafting technology. A dragon soul gene optimization solution capable of dramatically enhancing life potential, extending lifespan, and even granting ordinary individuals superior innate talent was successfully mass-produced. One after another, black technologies capable of driving any cosmic civilization mad sprouted like mushrooms after rain aboard the correction air vessel. Propelled by Lin Feng, this super bug Earth's technological tree surged upward at a pace bordering on cheating. Lin Feng himself reaped immense benefits throughout this process. With each high-level technological anomaly from another universe he repaired, his understanding of the rules deepened. His heavenly Dao divine essence, damaged from severing causality, was continuously repaired, nourished, and perfected. Though his cultivation realm remained at the threshold of godhood. But the integrity of his divine essence was rapidly increasing. 1.5%. 2%. 3%. His power was recovering at a terrifying pace, even surpassing his former self. This was a win-win situation. A feast. A wild feast. However, what they didn't know was, while they were climbing the tech tree with all their might, preparing for the future, in the distant, chaotic, death-filled realm of heavenly demons, the one-eyed heavenly demon, whose gaze had just been severed by Lin Feng at a terrible cost, saw its will descend upon a place formed from countless twisted flesh and wailing souls, an incubation nest. Failed. Its will, brimming with boundless fury and venomous resentment, echoed throughout the incubation nest. That petri dish has spawned an unexpected antidote. A divine-level bug capable of correcting causality. Conventional dimensional strikes are now ineffective against it. In that case, that single eye suddenly fixed upon the deepest recesses of the incubation nest.
There, 3 colossal, planet-like flesh cocoons pulsed slowly. Each flesh cocoon contained a terrifying aura of destruction and chaos, no less formidable than its own. Then, it's time to awaken my brothers. A god-tier bug might be difficult to handle. But, what about 4? The game needs an upgrade. It's time for that poor petri dish to see what true catastrophe. Chapter 165, The Roar of the Heavenly Tao Engine. When the supreme directive of Project Shieldforge emanated from the corrector, reverberating across all of China and indeed the entire planet, an unprecedented civilizational leap forward centered on correction officially commenced. And the very first test subject of this grand leap forward was the correction ship itself. At the cosmic frontier, before that 100-mile-wide patch of the Tao, the Colossus's massive shipyard was now a scene of feverish activity. Tens of thousands of China's most brilliant scientists and engineers, led by national treasures like academician Chen Dinghua and academician Lu Jinghua, worked with feverish intensity. Swarming around the colossal hull of the correction craft, they embarked on a near-madness divine-level overhaul. Report. Furnace 1 has reached critical temperature. First batch of Heavenly Way alloy samples will emerge shortly. Report. Energy circuits and sector B undergoing rune etching. Requesting divine calibration from Lin for final permission calibration. Report. The bug-fixing protocol for the quantum foam engine has been implemented. Initiating Phase 1 structural reorganization. Within the command center, reports echoed in rapid succession, filling the air with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. Lin Feng, the project's chief architect and lead bug corrector, floated silently at the dock center. His Heavenly Path's eye served as the most precise gauge and the most perfect quality control instrument here. His words become law represented the most efficient productivity here, the most unreasonable golden finger. Increase the rule resonance frequency of Furnace 3 by 0.013%. This will enhance the alloy's rule affinity. Lin Feng offered a casual suggestion. The expert team overseeing the furnace immediately complied. Within mere seconds, a wave of ecstatic shouts erupted. Good heavens! It worked! The alloy's energy conductivity just jumped by 5%. The energy output curve of etching matrix 7 has a bug. Diverting 2% of the energy flow from the 3rd node to the 9th node will eliminate the reverse regular stress. Lin Feng spoke again. The etching team followed his instructions, and the occasional minor energy explosions that had occurred during the etching process vanished without a trace. The entire etching process now flowed seamlessly, flawless and perfect. In this modification, Lin Feng resembled an all-knowing, omnipotent god. He didn't need to lift a finger himself. He only needed to see and then speak. The national treasure level experts, like fervent devotees receiving divine revelation, treated every word of Lin Feng's guidance as gospel. They then poured their lifetime of knowledge and technical expertise into turning these divine decrees into reality. This was the most perfect fusion of theology and science. Under this development model bordering on cheating, the progress of the correction ship could only be described as terrifying. Day 1. The brand new Tiandao alloy was successfully mass-produced. It was swiftly deployed to replace all the original outer armor of the correction craft. Testing revealed this new alloy not only perfectly withstands various high-energy cosmic rays and physical impacts but also self-repairs. Even more terrifying, it actively absorbs and converts stray rule energy like a sponge, storing it as backup power for the ship. When academician Lu Jinghua witnessed a fist-sized dent blasted by an S-class energy cannon fully restore itself within 3 seconds, this veteran of a lifetime in military engineering was overcome with emotion. Tears streamed down his aged face as he clutched the alloy plate, weeping like a child. A brand new era, a divine-level technological era belonging to us, the Chinese nation, has arrived. The next day, the ship's weapon systems underwent a comprehensive upgrade. All electromagnetic cannons were replaced with the latest rule annihilation cannons. They no longer fired simple physical projectiles, but instead launched miniature singularities enveloped in the heavenly Tao's rules, imbued with a trace of the concept of annihilation. Though but a trace, its power is sufficient to erase a portion of the target's existence at the level of rules the instant it strikes. Theoretically, it could inflict actual damage upon rule-based lifeforms like the extraterrestrial cancer. Day 3, Day 4. Life support systems, energy shields, detection systems. Every component of the corrector underwent a god-tier metamorphosis, a complete transformation. And by the 7th day, the most crucial and core component of the entire Tao engine finally underwent its first ignition test run. It was an engine utterly incomprehensible by existing physics. Its core was neither a combustion chamber nor a reactor. Instead, it was a micro-spacetime singularity personally inscribed by Lin Feng, fusing the theories of quantum foam and spatial rules. A miniature spacetime singularity. The instant the command to activate the engine was issued. Buzz. Everyone felt as though the entire correction had vanished. No, not a physical disappearance. Rather, on the level of existence, it seemed to have briefly jumped out of this 3-dimensional universe. It entered a higher dimensional realm, filled with endless streams of light and fragments of rules. Sea of rules. Good heavens! Where is this?
Inside the bridge, everyone stared dumbfounded at the bizarre, indescribable spectacle beyond the portholes. They felt like a single drop of water merging into the boundless ocean. All around them were countless reflections of universes, like gigantic, multicolored soap bubbles forming and bursting around them. Is this the true nature of the universe? Academician Xian Dingguo murmured, his eyes filled with fascination.
We've leaped out of the fishbowl and seen the world beyond. No, not yet.
Lin Feng's voice snapped them out of their awe. We've merely, briefly dipped one foot into the shallow waters of the Sea of Rules. The true depths remain beyond our current technological reach. A thought flashed through his mind.
The heavenly Tao engine ceased its operation.
Buzz! The correction craft once again jumped out of that peculiar state, returning to the cold void of space.
But its position was no longer at the edge of the solar system. Instead, report. Coordinates confirmed. We have reached the Oort cloud on the opposite end of the solar system.
The technical supervisor stared at the coordinates on the star chart, his voice trembling.
In an instant. In the blink of an eye.
The correction unit has just traversed nearly a light year.
What does that even mean?
This is the true divine chariot.
Dead silence fell over the command center. Everyone was utterly stunned by this terrifying jump capability.
The 7 watchers collectively fell silent. For the first time, they witnessed a creation from the three-dimensional world briefly touch the realm even they could not tread the Sea of Rules.
This Lin Feng, what kind of monstrosity has he created? Engine test successful.
Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction.
With this brand new, god-tier correction ship, he finally possessed the means to contend with any foe throughout the cosmos.
Just as he prepared to order a return to the heavenly path patch to proceed with the next phase of his plan.
A familiar communication request, gentle yet tinged with humility, once again connected to the bridge.
It was Manager 734 from the Stellar Sea Trade Alliance.
Chapter 166, An Invitation from Deep Space. Connect.
A hint of amusement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes.
These cosmic merchants certainly had a keen sense of smell.
No sooner had he made a big splash than they came knocking.
Buzz.
Manager 734's holographic projection, composed of countless points of light, reappeared at the center of the bridge. This time, the moment it materialized, it immediately performed a bow toward Lin Feng, one far more humble and solemn than any previous greeting.
We salute you, esteemed and magnificent master of celestial correction. Its voice resonated with profound, heartfelt reverence.
Clearly, the brief rule jump during the Heavenly Tao Engine's trial run had been observed by it. The ability to create a rule creation of this caliber meant that in its estimation, Lin Feng's client status had skyrocketed from super client to a strategic partner worthy of reverence.
What is it? Lin Feng inquired calmly. Yes, esteemed lord.
Manager 734 replied cautiously. First, please allow me to offer our most sincere apologies for our earlier, insignificant business probe.
It was referring to the incident involving the Pandora's box.
Lin Feng smiled noncommittally. Secondly, Manager 734 shifted gears, his tone growing solemn. I have come to deliver some bad news.
Speak.
According to the latest intelligence relayed from our Alliance's highest-level rule observation post deployed at the edge of the celestial demon realm. Manager 734 waved his hand, projecting a blurred yet chaotic and destructive image.
Within the footage lay a dark star domain composed of countless cosmic debris. And at its deepest core, for colossal, indescribably vast sources of terrifying energy, like black holes, were slowly drawing closer to one another. It was the one-eyed celestial fiend from before, and its 3 newly awakened brothers. According to our model simulations, Manager 734's voice was heavy with dread. They appear to be performing an ancient and wicked homogeneous fusion ritual. Once the fusion succeeds, they will no longer be 4 separate celestial demons. Instead, they will give birth to a single, entirely new entity whose power will surge exponentially. Celestial Demon God King. Celestial Demon God King. At the utterance of this name, every heart present clenched violently. A single celestial demon nearly destroyed the solar system. A God King born from the fusion of 4 heavenly demons, how terrifying would that be? How long will this process take? Lin Feng frowned and asked. Uncertain, Manager 734 shook his head. Based on records of similar events in our database, this process could take anywhere from several decades to several centuries. So that means
a super catastrophe affecting multiple cosmic dimensions, one that could potentially shake the very foundations of the garden, will fully manifest within 100 Earth years at the latest.
Fully manifest. 100 years.
That span is negligible for the growth of a civilization. Within the command center, the flame of hope that had just been kindled by the success of the Tao engine seemed to be doused by a bucket of ice water, extinguishing most of it in an instant. This, Manager 734 said slowly, is the bad news I brought. Manager 734 spoke slowly. Of course, with bad news comes a deal. It looked at Lin Feng, its light body flickering slightly. We, the technical faction of the Starsea Trade Alliance, formally propose a request for deep cooperation to you and the Earth civilization you represent. We are willing to grant you access to the majority of non-core star charts within our star chart database pertaining to the known universe. Furthermore, we are prepared to provide one additional item, a bug artifact that may hold immense value for you. Manager 734 waved his hand again.
This time, what appeared before the assembly was an unremarkable-looking, bronze-crafted compass. The surface was covered in rust and cracks, and the needle had long since vanished. It looked like nothing more than worthless junk dug up from an ancient tomb. Yet, through Lin Feng's heavenly path's eye, he instantly perceived a trace, an extremely faint yet supremely pure.
Dimensional rule energy. Dimensional compass damaged.
Manager 734 explained. It originates from a hyper-modified technological civilization that attempted to evade the purifiers through dimensional leap technology. It said that when intact, it could lock onto and temporarily stabilize coordinates leading to higher dimensional spaces.
Lock onto higher dimensional coordinates? Lin Feng's mind jolted violently.
This thing held immeasurable value to him. If he could repair it, he might be able to actively seek out that so-called garden, or even find clues left behind by that mysterious original creator.
Clearly, that civilization failed.
Manager 734's tone carried a hint of regret. And during that failed leap, this compass lost its core dimensional pointer while its internal spatial positioning protocol suffered catastrophic bug corruption. Now, it is nothing more than a ticking time bomb capable of randomly teleporting its user into some unknown, deadly dimension at any moment.
Our conditions are simple. Manager 734's gaze fixed intensely on Lin Feng.
We offer this compass and the star chart access as a down payment to you.
What we require in return
is for you, in the future, to utilize your celestial path technology tree to help us jointly develop a rule weapon capable of truly and effectively combating the cancer beyond the realm. We need your correction ability to refine our theories.
We need your creation ability to forge the weapons core.
This is a collaboration, one that concerns the very survival of both our civilizations.
What do you say? Manager 734's voice brimmed with sincerity and anticipation for the future.
The technocrats it represented differed from the profit-driven merchant faction within the Trade Alliance. They sought technological collaboration to find solutions against the ultimate cosmic threat.
And Lin Feng's emergence had given them unprecedented hope.
Within the command center, all eyes turned to Lin Feng. This decision held the fate of Earth's civilization in the balance.
Should we choose to work in isolation, facing natural disasters alone? Or take a gamble, a high-stakes wager brimming with both opportunity and peril with this mysterious cosmic merchant who wields untold technological prowess?
Lin Feng fell silent. After a moment, he slowly raised his head. His eyes shone with wisdom and resolve.
What makes you think you won't stab me in the back? The contract.
Manager 734 seemed prepared, raising a hand to slowly unroll a golden scroll composed of pure rule energy, radiating an aura of absolute impartiality. This is our Commerce Alliance's highest grade rule contract, personally witnessed by the Alliance's neutral arbitrator. Once signed, any breach by either party will incur the most severe backlash from the Starsea rules. Lin Feng examined the scroll, sweeping it with his heavenly path's gaze. He confirmed there were no hidden bugs or traps within.
Agreed. Lin Feng nodded. I accept this deal. Chapter 167, Peering into the Truth of the Garden. Happy cooperation.
The moment Lin Feng nodded his agreement, Manager 734's body, composed of light points, visibly relaxed, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted. It knew that in this high-stakes gamble determining the future of the Alliance's technical faction, it had bet correctly.
The rule contract, witnessed by both parties' wills, instantly transformed into two golden streams of light.
They imprinted themselves into the true spirits of Lin Feng and Manager 734, signifying the formal activation of the pact. Without hesitation, Manager 734 then utilized a hyperspace transmission technology beyond Lin Feng's comprehension to beam the rust-stained, danger-radiating dimensional compass directly onto the bridge of the correction ship. Simultaneously, a massive torrent of information flooded into the corrector's main database, the star chart access rights to most regions of the known universe, as promised by the Starsea Alliance.
Esteemed ally.
Manager 734's voice had grown remarkably cordial. Our sincerity has been delivered. We now await your favorable response. We look forward to the day when we create miracles together. With that, its holographic projection slowly faded away, carrying a satisfied smile. In the Earth-Moon orbit, the magnificent conch initiated another spatial jump, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos.
Silence fell over the bridge.
All eyes were fixed upon the ancient bronze compass suspended mid-air.
General, is this thing truly safe? A young specialist, watching the unsettling spatial fluctuations emanating from the compass, couldn't help but swallow hard.
With Lord Lin here, what is there to fear?
Lu Zhenghua shot him a glare, though his own palms were drenched in sweat.
This was a ticking time bomb even the Starsea Trade Alliance couldn't handle. Take it to Lab 001.
Lin Feng's voice broke the silence. Long John, clear the area within 500 kilometers of the lab. No one is to approach. Yes, sir. Long John immediately acknowledged the order. A top-level error correction operation targeting this high-dimensional bug anomaly was about to commence. Correction Unit 001 Superlative Materials and Structures Laboratory. This space had been transformed into Lin Feng's exclusive Divine Realm workshop. The perilous-looking, dimensional compass sat securely on the rule stabilization platform at the laboratory's very center. Surrounding it stood hundreds of constraint force field generators crafted from heavenly Dao alloy specifically designed to suppress and channel the power of rules. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, silently gazing at the compass. His heavenly path eyes operated at an unprecedented intensity, running at full capacity. This time, he sought to decipher not the rules of the three-dimensional universe. Instead, he was confronting something far more complex and perilous from a higher dimension. Dimensional Positioning Protocol. Buzz. The instant Lin Feng's consciousness touched the compass, it felt as though an irresistible, colossal force violently yanked him upward. The surrounding scenery instantly blurred, distorted, and stretched out. He felt like an ant on a two-dimensional plane, lifted into the air for the very first time, witnessing the form of a three-dimensional world. It was a perspective beyond description. He saw it. He saw that the universe he inhabited was no longer an endless sea of stars, but rather a gigantic, floating. And surrounding his cosmic bubble drifted thousands upon thousands of others, large and small, in every hue imaginable. Universe bubbles. Together, they formed a boundless, magnificent multiverse sea. This is the garden? Lin Feng's mind was struck by an unprecedented, overwhelming shock. His suspicions were actually true. The universe they inhabited was truly just one among countless experimental subjects. His gaze continued upward. He wanted to see clearly what the gardener who oversaw this garden truly looked like. But then, just as his consciousness was about to touch upon a higher-level existence, a cold, emotionless will filled with absolute order suddenly descended. Like the sharpest shears, it ruthlessly severed his extended line of sight. The purifier. A warning bell rang loudly in Lin Feng's mind. Without hesitation, he severed the link to the dimensional compass, his consciousness snapping back to his physical body. Put. Even so, a thread of golden divine blood still seeped from the corner of his mouth. The will of that purifier was too terrifying. Merely a fleeting glimpse across endless dimensions had caused backlash even upon him, a half-step god-tier being. What a terrifying creature. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze growing brighter and more resolute. Though he had only caught a fleeting glimpse just now. But that instant of higher dimensional perspective had allowed him to see many things clearly, including the core flaw within this dimensional compass. So that's how it is. A knowing smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. This isn't some spatial positioning protocol malfunction at all. Rather, its dimensional pointer was lost during the last failed jump. This caused its positioning logic to lack the most crucial initial variable dot. Like a navigation device without input coordinates, it naturally jumps around randomly. All it needs is for me to create a new pointer for it, a unique one, belonging solely to me, the heavenly Dao pointer. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with intensity. He reached out once more, but this time, he did not touch the compass. Instead, he channeled the creative power fused with the seed of the world and the spatial order energy of the Kunlun mirror. He began to create. Creating a single strand woven from the pure spatial laws and life laws, its surface engraved with the divine script of the heavenly Dao. Phantom pointer. Hum. As he slowly pressed this heavenly path pointer into the center of the dimensional compass, the rust-stained ancient compass suddenly trembled, emitting a clear, resonant hum that seemed to span billions of years. Hum. All rust and cracks on its surface vanished instantly, replaced instead by a radiant, mystical glow brimming with the beauty of dimensions. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully corrected the high-dimensional conceptual level bug. Ding. Acquired vast insights into the rules. Divine essence integrity plus 1.5%. Ding. Your god rank has ascended to the peak of early god tier LV 100. Ding. You have successfully repaired the dimensional compass and gained its ultimate control. Item name, Dimensional Compass Heavenly Dao Beacon Type. Quality High Dimensional Rule Artifact. Ability 1, Dimensional Positioning locates coordinates within known universes or higher dimensional spaces. Ability 2, Dao Beacon establishes a unique Dao Beacon at designated coordinates for ultra-long-range teleportation or information transmission. Ability 3, Dimensional Insight briefly observes the fundamental rules of a target area from a higher dimensional perspective. Warning, this ability is extremely dangerous and may attract the attention of higher dimensional entities. Fixed. And upgraded once more. Lin Feng gazed at the dimensional compass in his hand, radiating a dreamlike glow, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. With it, he now possessed the means to strike proactively. He now possessed the potential to break free from the chessboard. But then, Just as he prepared to stow the compass away for closer study, the newly repaired compass's heavenly path pointer suddenly began spinning wildly and uncontrollably. Spinning wildly. Finally, it locked onto a specific location within the heavenly demon realm. Dark coordinates. Immediately after, the dimensional compass sounded its highest level. Red alert. Warning. Warning. Ultra-high intensity rule fusion reaction detected. The celestial demon god king is about to be born. Estimated time of birth: 24 hours. Chapter 168, A Brother's Death Stream. 24 hours? When the crimson countdown on the dimensional compass appeared clearly on the light screen, the entire bridge of the correction fell into a deathly silence. Every face bore an expression of utter disbelief and profound horror. A century? Didn't that damn manager 734 from the Stellar Sea Commerce Alliance say the fusion of heavenly demons required decades, even centuries? How could it be only 24 hours left? The Alliance deceived us? Academician Lu Zhengguo's voice trembled. No. Lin Feng's gaze was as cold as ice, frozen for 10,000 years. He stared intently at the compass and slowly shook his head. The Merchants Alliance didn't deceive us. According to their intelligence, the fusion process truly requires that much time. But he lifted his head, his gaze piercing through infinite dimensions to behold the demon realm undergoing horrific upheaval. They, or rather, all of us, have underestimated the madness of the cancer beyond the realm. And underestimated the immense pressure my emergence has brought upon them. Lin Feng instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Originally, the heavenly demons could have taken their time, spanning centuries, to complete the perfect homogeneous fusion, birthing a flawless heavenly demon god king. But Lin Feng's rise was too swift. Not only did he repair the world axis and sever the heavenly demon's gaze, he even restored the solar system barrier and unlocked the heavenly Tao technology tree. Earth's civilization was surging in power at a rate that filled the heavenly demons with dread. As the balance shifted, the heavenly demons could wait no longer. They could not afford to wait another century for Lin Feng and Earth's civilization to grow into a colossus they could not easily shake. Therefore, they chose the most extreme, most insane method. They abandoned the perfect fusion. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the silent bridge, each word striking like a thunderous hammer. They chose breeding a toad. Using the cruelest method of mutual devouring to forcibly breed a, though riddled with bugs and flaws, it could possess God King level combat power in the shortest time possible, a Frankenstein's monster. Breeding a monster. Hearing those two words, every leader felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. What utter madness! What utter cruelty! To hasten their descent, they would even devour their own brothers? At that very moment, the dimensional compass hummed once more. It seemed to have received some kind of forcibly broadcasted video signal imbued with the rules of the heavenly demon. The next instant, the main screen on the bridge automatically displayed a hellish tableau, one that would make any living being tremble. It was an endless, dark void composed of twisted flesh and wailing souls. At the center of this void, three indescribably colossal, unspeakably terrifying heavenly demons were engaged in the most primal, most bloody life and death struggle. One was the one-eyed heavenly demon whose gaze had been severed by Lin Feng earlier. Its body seemed composed of billions of deathly eyeballs, radiating boundless venom. One was the blade celestial demon, its entire body covered in pitch-black carapace and adorned with countless razor-sharp appendages. Each swing of its limbs could effortlessly tear through space itself. One was the abyssal heavenly demon, whose form resembled an endless mass of tentacles. Each tentacle connected to a shattered universe it was devouring and digesting. These were the three brothers of the one-eyed heavenly demon. At this moment, where was even a shred of brotherhood left in them? They resembled three ravenous beasts locked within the same cage, madly tearing into each other, devouring each other. The eye demon's ocular beams pierced through the blade demon's carapace, only to have tens of thousands of its own eyes severed by the blade demon's blades in the next instant. The tentacles of the abyssal heavenly demon coiled around the one-eyed heavenly demon's body, attempting to drag it into the eternal abyss. Yet its own tentacles were being petrified and rotted away by the one-eyed heavenly demon's gaze, filled with venomous hatred. They devoured each other's rules. They tore apart each other's divine bodies. They digested each other's origins. This death livestream held no room for technique. Only the purest, most savage collision of raw power and madness. On the correction ship, everyone witnessing this scene felt their stomachs churn violently, their minds reeling from the immense shock. Too brutal. Is this the true nature of the celestial fiends? To become stronger, they could devour their own kind without hesitation? They're showing off to us. Zhao Genoa's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. They're using this method to show us just how powerful and insane they are. They want to plunge us into the fear and despair before the final battle even begins. That's right. This is the ultimate psychological warfare. Lin Feng stared silently at the hellish scenes unfolding on the light screen, his expression unreadable. Yet his heavenly path eyes were spinning at an unprecedented speed, working frantically. Fear? Despair? No. What he saw was not brutality nor madness, but an opportunity. An unprecedented, unparalleled opportunity.
In his eyes, the three celestial demons devouring each other their colossal divine bodies, due to the hasty parasite cultivation mode and the violent clash of their respective laws.
Exposed. Billions upon billions of densely packed bug.
Energy circuit conflict bugs.
Rule divine chain rejection bugs. Logical vulnerability bugs in the divine soul's origin. It's nothing short of a bug carnival. So that's how it is.
A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Feng's lips like a hunter spotting its prey.
Chilling smile. You think this is a show of force meant for me? But you don't realize that in my eyes, you're nothing more than 3 living targets riddled with flaws. Since you're so eager to meet your end. Then,
a torrent of murderous intent erupted from Lin Feng's eyes.
I'll grant your wish.
He spun abruptly, fixing his gaze on Long John and the assembled experts, who were already poised for action.
General. Everyone.
His voice thundered like a bolt from the heavens, reverberating throughout the entire bridge.
The final showdown has arrived sooner than expected. Transmit my orders. Project Shield, enter final phase. Preheat the Heavenly Path engine.
Rule Annihilation Cannon, lock onto the coordinates of the Heavenly Demon Realm.
All personnel, assume highest combat readiness. 24 hours hence.
Lin Feng's gaze pierced through the boundless cosmos, locking eyes fiercely with the 3 heavenly demons devouring each other.
We take the initiative. Chapter 169, Spear of Heaven's Will. Expedition into the Heavenly Demon Realm. Proactive strike.
When those 4 words, brimming with supreme dominance and unwavering resolve, echoed through the highest encrypted channels to every corner of Earth, the entire world erupted in fervor. Within the Earth's hollow, the colossal light and shadow forms of the 7 great watchers erupted with unprecedented brilliance, responding to the war cry of their newly appointed warden.
China, Strategic Bureau Command Center.
Zhao Genoa slammed his fist on the table, flames blazing in his tiger-like eyes. Transmit my orders, he roared at the holographic projection of military representatives from nations across the globe, his voice commanding absolute obedience.
Operation Shield Forging is terminated immediately. Operation Sword Strike commences now. All extraordinary legions, enter level 1 combat readiness. All Rule Annihilation Cannon emplacements, lift safety protocols and engage unrestricted fire mode. All aerospace carriers, launch. Form a global defensive array around Earth. This battle is not for defense. It is for conquest. For the forest god, for Earth's sole guardian deity. We offer our mightiest artillery. A
thunderous response, like mountains roaring and seas crashing, echoed across the heavens. At the cosmic frontier, within the transformed divine correction now radiating divine majesty, preparations entered their final, most critical phase. Laboratory 001, Superlative Materials and Structural Engineering. This space had been transformed into a god-tier forging workshop. Lin Feng, Earth's sole true god, now hovered at the workshop's center. Before him floated a mass, a constantly writhing, chaotic primordial essence composed of pure celestial demon rule fragments and the judgment power of the Sai of the Nether God, radiating an aura of destruction and death. This was the core of the weapon he was about to forge. Surrounding him, all members of the Dragon Fang Squad and Captain Xiang Chu of the Breaker Army sat cross-legged, expressions solemn. Each wore a layer of brand new battle armor, the Heavenly Dao Dragon Scale Armor, personally crafted by Lin Feng to fit them perfectly, its surface flowing with the divine script of the Heavenly Dao. This armor not only possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, capable of nullifying most rule-based attacks, but also could resonate with their supernatural abilities, amplifying their power severalfold.
Are you ready?
Lin Feng's voice rang out calmly.
Anytime, Lord Lin. Long John opened his eyes first, his dark golden pupils blazing with fervent battle intent. He could feel the power within him, amplified by this armor, reaching an unprecedented peak. He even had the confidence to go toe-to-toe with an SS-tier peak monster. Very good. Lin Feng nodded. The process ahead may be painful,
but this is also the necessary path for you to ascend to a higher level.
In my name, Heaven's Empowerment. Lin Feng uttered a low command as his hands formed seals. Hum.
A colossal golden divine light, brimming with the will of protection and evolution, erupted from his body. It transformed into dozens of golden energy torrents, instantly surging into the bodies of Long John, Xiang Chu, and the others.
Painful screams instantly echoed throughout the entire laboratory. Under the overwhelming force of this tyrannical Heavenly Dao, every body began, from genes to soul, the deepest level of forced optimization and transformation. Their bones shattered inch by inch, only to be reshaped by more resilient Heavenly Dao runes. Their meridians expanded tenfold, capable of channeling even more ferocious energy surges. Even their ability cores were forcibly repaired by Lin Feng using the Heavenly Dao Eye, eliminating all hidden evolution bugs and paving their path to higher realms. This was a process, excruciatingly painful, yet brimming with supreme destiny. 10 minutes later. As the golden light dissipated,
Long Zhan, Xiang Chu, and the others lay drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as if they'd been pulled from the depths of water. Yet, their eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance and power. Boom! Long Zhan clenched his fist, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that erupted outward from him. SS class. He had finally shattered the bottleneck that had plagued him for years, stepping directly into the threshold of SS class. Xiang Chu, Shirshan, Ling Hu, and the others all broke through as well, with even the weakest among them reaching the peak of S class. Is this the power of a god? Xiang Chu murmured to himself, feeling the surging, unprecedented power coursing through his body. His gaze toward Lin Feng brimmed with boundless reverence and admiration. A single act of empowerment catapulted their entire team's capabilities to new heights. This is only the beginning. Lin Feng observed them, his tone calm. The real battle will require you to adapt and master it yourselves. With that, he turned his full attention away from the others and focused entirely on the mass of chaotic source essence before him. Now, it's your turn. He extended his hand, and the restored Sai of the Nether God slowly materialized. With judgment as its backbone. He growled, and the broken side instantly transformed into a streak of light, merging into the chaos source essence. Immediately after, he produced another item. It was the data core of the tampered Pandora's Box security protocol he had acquired through a transaction with Manager 734. With deception as its edge. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. He intended to extract the most insidious, most cunning logic trap from this data and transform it into the weapons. Deadly poison. The data core merged in. Finally. A vertical eye split opened between Lin Feng's eyebrows. The heavenly path's eye blazed with radiant light. He channeled every ounce of his understanding, every insight, and that purest, causality-severing will to correct the flaw. Without reservation, he condensed it into a single symbol imbued with the essence of termination and correction. Heavenly Tao, Judgment Seal. With correction as its soul. Condense. Lin Feng unleashed a soul-shaking roar. Boom! Infused by the Heavenly Tao Judgment Seal, the massive chaotic source essence instantly erupted with blindingly intense black gold light. All energy, all laws, in this very instant, frantically compressed and condensed toward the central point. Finally. The light dissipated. A spear, approximately 3 meters long, its entire body radiating a dark golden hue. Countless black lightning bolts and divine characters of judgment coiled around its shaft. It appeared utterly unremarkable. It appeared utterly ordinary. Yet, merely gazing upon it, everyone present felt their very souls threatened to be pierced through by that unparalleled, razor-sharp will of judgment. One-time concept rule weapon Heavenly Tao, Spear of Judgment. Forging successful. This was the ultimate trump card Lin Feng had prepared for the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King. The time has come. Gripping the spear, Lin Feng felt the terrifying power within enough to obliterate an ordinary deity with a single strike and slowly stepped out of the laboratory. On the bridge. The countdown had reached 0. All crew members were at their stations, solemn expressions etched upon their faces, eyes burning with resolve. Lin Feng approached the captain's chair, gazing at the distant, death-filled chaos of the demon realm displayed on the holographic screen. His voice echoed through the broadcast system, resonating throughout the entire warship and across the entire planet. My comrades. A century ago, our forebears carved out a new world with millet and rifles. For a century, our nation has endured trials and tribulations yet never surrendered. Today, we face an unprecedentedly powerful enemy from a higher dimension. They regard us as mere ants, viewing our world as sustenance. They seek to drive us to extinction through fear and despair. So now, a blinding divine light erupted from Lin Feng's eyes. We will show them. We, the Earth civilization, are not lambs to be slaughtered at will. We are hunters who can bring even gods to their knees. Transmit my orders. Lin Feng swung his arm with fierce force. Target, Heavenly Demon Realm. Activate the Heavenly Tao Engine. Expedition. Begin. Roar. A deafening roar erupted from every corner of the correction ship. Boom. The colossal vessel, now transformed beyond recognition and resembling a divine chariot, saw billions of Heavenly Tao runes suddenly illuminate its hull. At the stern, the miniature space-time singularity engine erupted in dazzling brilliance. Space itself, like a scroll, was effortlessly torn apart. In the next instant, the God-tier correction ship, along with the hopes and fury of all Earth's civilization it carried, vanished from its original position. Heading toward that realm. Dark Domain. Launched. A desperate charge. Chapter 170, The Sea of Rules where the God King was born. The Sea of Rules, a bizarre dimension beyond description in three-dimensional language. Here, concepts of time and space cease to exist. Only the purest, endless streams of light and information flow. World bubbles representing different universes drifted like jellyfish in the deep sea, slowly floating, emerging, and vanishing within this sea of light. The divine correction ship, at this moment, resembled the most advanced deep-sea submarine. Bathed in the dazzling divine light of the Heavenly Tao, it navigated steadily through the shallow regions of this sea of light at a speed beyond imagination. My goodness! Inside the bridge, academician Xian Dingwa stared transfixed at the surreal spectacle beyond the porthole. He witnessed a universe in the throes of birth, where countless fragments of cosmic laws coalesce like dust into a tiny, fiery singularity. He also witnessed a universe marching toward death, its world barrier already dim and fractured, its stars extinguishing one by one within. This was the cosmic cycle of birth and death. And they were sailing upon the very riverbed of this grand cycle. Reporting to Lord Lin. The technical director's voice snapped everyone out of their awe. The celestial engine is operating normally. Target coordinates provided by the dimensional compass are locked. Estimated departure from the Sea of Rules and arrival at the target airspace in 10 seconds. All personnel, brace for impact. Lin Feng's voice was cold and steady. Everyone immediately returned to their stations, expressions solemn. They knew that beyond this seemingly beautiful path to heaven, what awaited them would be true hell. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Jump complete. Buzz. God-tier correction ship. The massive hull shook violently. The bizarre and grotesque scenes around vanished in an instant. In its place came a suffocating, death-filled, chaos-filled darkness. This was the outer rim of the heavenly demon realm, the cosmic graveyard. Countless cosmic remnants, devoured by the cancer beyond the realm, floated like debris within this dark expanse. There were fractured world axes larger than the Milky Way. Giant stellar corpses, long extinguished yet still radiating terrifying gravitational pull. And then there are those even Lin Feng cannot comprehend, unspeakable ruins of rules formed from pure negative concepts. Here, the thick, indissoluble chaos of rules and resentment coalesced into an unending black storm. Any being below God tier who dared to step into this place would be instantly torn to shreds by this force, their very souls unable to escape. Alert! Alert! Detecting extremely high levels of rule contamination. Alert! Massive high-energy reactions detected, rapidly converging on our position. The shrill alarm instantly reverberated throughout the entire bridge. Amidst the endless darkness, a single crimson light flickered into existence. More and more. Dense and swarming. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a terrifying ocean, composed of billions of crimson eyes. They were low-tier celestial fiends. They were the offspring born when the power leaking from the cancer beyond the realm contaminated cosmic dust and debris. Though weak individually, their sheer numbers were enough to make one's hair stand on end. Like locusts sensing blood, they screeched and charged madly toward the divine-grade correction ship, the unwelcome intruder that had dared enter their domain. Come on then. Lin Feng gazed at the surging sea of red engulfing him, his face betraying not a trace of fear, but instead a cold smile. Perfect. Use you lot to test the mettle of the divine correction ship. Heavenly barrier, activate. Hum. A translucent shield, flowing with multicolored divine light, instantly enveloped the entire warship. Boom. 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 Billions of low-tier celestial demons slammed into the heavenly barrier like moths drawn to a flame. Yet, the earth-shattering explosion imagined did not occur. The demons, brimming with chaotic and corrupted energies, encountered their nemesis the moment they touched the barrier. The chaotic patterns on their surfaces were instantly corrected. Purified. Then, their bodies melted away silently like ice and snow, dissolving and disintegrating into the purest energy, which in turn nourished the heavenly Tao barrier. Throughout the entire process, not even a ripple rippled across the radiance of the heavenly Tao barrier. This actually blocked it? The technical supervisor stared dumbfounded at the shield's energy reserves, which were rising instead of falling. This isn't a shield at all. It's clearly a perpetual motion machine. Don't get too excited just yet. Lin Feng's voice remained calm. These are merely appetizers. Rule annihilation cannon, prepare. Target, all high-energy reactions ahead. Fire. The weapon operator, who had been holding back for far too long, slammed his finger down on the firing button. In an instant, hundreds of massive cannons, each radiating the divine light of annihilation, roared in unison from the hull of the divine-class correction ship. Hundreds of jet-black beams, as if capable of devouring all light, sliced through the dark cosmos. Precision-guided, they plunged into the boundless expanse of the celestial demon ocean. No explosions. No flames. Only annihilation. Yes, pure, utterly senseless. Annihilation at the level of the rules themselves. Any area swept by that pitch-black beam, be it low-tier celestial demons, cosmic debris, or even space itself, was instantly erased from existence, utterly obliterated at the very level of being. As if an eraser had swept across a drawing, leaving clean, unblemished, blankness. A single volley. The once overwhelming sea of celestial demons was brutally cleared, leaving a vast vacuum in its wake. Holy! A young gunner, gazing at the achievement he'd created, flushed crimson with excitement and couldn't help but let out a curse. This is awesome? Keep moving forward. Lin Feng ignored their excitement and issued a new order. Don't linger in battle. Our objective is the core zone. The Divine Class survey ship, like Poseidon's chariot, cleared a path and then charged relentlessly deeper into the cosmic graveyard, crushing everything in its wake. Soon, they breached the outer defenses. Yet, just as they were about to enter the core region, the space ahead suddenly, without warning, revealed a subtle, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, black fissure. An unmanned reconnaissance drone accompanying the God-tier correction craft, tasked with gathering environmental data, didn't even have time to sound an alarm before it was instantly sliced clean in two. The cut was smooth as glass. Alert! High-frequency spatial cutting reaction detected. Unknown spatial trap detected in the forward sector. Unavoidable. Undetectable. The shrill alarm sounded once more. Before them, along their flight path, invisible yet deadly spatial blades began materializing out of thin air. They appeared without pattern or warning, like the deadliest specters, darting through the void and slicing through everything. All cosmic dust and tiny meteors that stood in their path were sliced into their most fundamental particles, forming a realm composed of death and space. A deadly formation. It's the Blade Demon's technique. Lin Feng instantly recognized it. Before its demise, it used its final reserve of rule power to cast a deadly trap here. Lord Lin, what should we do? Zhao Genoa's expression grew grim. Forcing a way through? Even the Divine Grade Correction's heavenly barrier might not withstand such intense spatial fragmentation. Take a detour? That would waste an unknown amount of time. And what they lacked most was time. Take a detour? A cold curve tugged at Lin Feng's lips. No. We'll just walk through here. He extended his hand, and the repaired, dimensional compass slowly materialized in his palm. Heaven's Eye, Dimension Peak. Open. Buzz. Lin Feng's field of vision soared upward once more. That deadly spatial cutting array in his eyes instantly transformed into a three-dimensional chessboard composed of countless crisscrossing lines. And those deadly spatial blades were nothing more than pieces moving across this board, constantly shifting according to some fixed, bug-ridden program. Like pieces on a board. Found it. A flash of understanding crossed Lin Feng's eyes. So your cutting requires a vessel after all. Each of your attacks must follow these already solidified spatial strings. Then, Heaven's Path Engine, fine-tune power output. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the silent bridge, brimming with absolute confidence. Course correction. Target, the intersection node of string 73 and string 1024 ahead. Hard left. Engage rule glide mode. We won't dodge. We will leap over it, on the edge of the blade. Chapter 171, The Game of the Praying Mantis Catching the Cicada. When Lin Feng's voice, brimming with absolute confidence, echoed through the bridge, every crew member felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched their hearts. He's gone mad. Their Lin god had completely lost his mind. That was a spatial annihilation formation laid by a god-tier demon lord. Each spatial blade could effortlessly slice an asteroid into dust. And they were actually going to drive the ship through the gaps between those blades? This wasn't mere audacity. It was staking the entire hope of Earth's civilization on the most insane gamble imaginable. Heavenly Dao Engine, power output adjusted to 17.3%. Course locked. Engaging rule glide mode. Lin Feng ignored their shock. Within his heavenly path eyes, the three-dimensional chessboard woven from countless spatial strings reflected back at him. Every command crystallized in his mind into the optimal solution. Execute. The technical director clenched his teeth, casting all fear and doubt aside. Having chosen to follow this deity, they were resolved to follow him through heaven or hell. Buzz. The colossal hull of the Divine Correction craft trembled violently. The multicolored, heavenly barrier enveloping the hull abruptly dimmed, transforming into a thin, nearly invisible, water film. This was the special state of rule glide mode, minimizing the friction between the hull and surrounding rules, rendering the warship as slippery as the smoothest loach. The next second, the god-tier correction moved. Like a streak of multicolored light, it plunged into the deadly spatial cutting array with an astonishing posture that defied the laws of inertia. Whoosh! An invisible spatial blade thousands of kilometers long, carrying a sharpness capable of severing anything, narrowly grazed the bow of the god-tier correction ship. The distance between them was less than 1 meter. Holy crap! A collective gasp echoed through the bridge. Everyone felt their hair standing on end. Yet this was merely the beginning. Hard right. Instantly boost engine power to 21%. Execute Z maneuver evasion. Activate port attitude engines. Execute a 360-degree side roll. Evade the overhead cutting matrix. Spatial collapse point ahead in 3 seconds. Overload the Heaven's Path engine to 1%. Initiate brief subspace hover. Lin Feng's commands came down like a storm, one after another. Under his precise command, the god-tier correction error danced like a supreme ballet artist upon that stage, a stage forged from countless deadly spatial blades performing the most breathtaking, the most dazzlingly magnificent dance of death. Each sidestep evaded an oncoming blade with perfect precision.
every roll perfectly threaded through the gap between two crossing scissors. Each hovering pause allowed the all-consuming spatial collapse points to pass them by, just barely. The entire sequence was fraught with peril. Heart-stopping. Every crew member aboard the correction felt their hearts riding a roller coaster, bouncing between heaven and hell. Finally, as the divine corrector surged forward with a sudden burst of speed, breaking free from the spatial array at the very last moment, everyone collapsed into their seats like they'd been drained of all energy, gasping for breath. They had succeeded. They had truly broken free from that inescapable death trap. When they lifted their heads to gaze upon that figure still standing with hands behind his back, serene and unfazed, their eyes held nothing but the purest, most fervent admiration. Reporting to Commander Lin. We made it through. Zhao Genoa's voice trembled with the raw emotion of having narrowly escaped death. MHM. Lin Feng nodded, as if he had merely accomplished something trivial. His gaze had already shifted to the deepest recesses of this cosmic graveyard. There, a colossal void, a monstrous hollow bizarrely held in equilibrium by the gravitational pull of countless shattered stars loomed. And at the very center of that void, the days-long ritual of breeding venom, drenched in blood and madness, was finally drawing to a close. The colossal, shattered divine bodies of the Blade Heavenly Demon and the Abyss Heavenly Demon had been utterly torn apart and devoured. Only the one-eyed Heavenly Fiend remained, floating in the void like a gluttonous monster stuffed to bursting. Yet its condition was dire. Its body was undergoing a terrifying, extremely unstable mutation. Countless gleaming black blades, once belonging to the Blade Demon, now erupted chaotically from its eyeball. Countless twisted tentacles belonging to the Abyssal Heavenly Demon, covered in suction cups and mouths, writhed and grew frantically across its body's surface. 3 utterly incompatible, mutually repelling celestial demon laws clashed violently within its body. Its body swelled and deflated like an overinflated balloon, its surface cracking open into gaping fissures that exposed bone. Roar! A roar unlike any creature's, filled with endless agony and madness, erupted from the monster's maw, echoing across the entire cosmic graveyard. Its aura surged higher and higher amidst the chaos and agony. SS Class Peak. Half-step God King. Pseudo-God King tier. Boom! Finally, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the monster's body ceased its transformation. A monstrous entity tens of thousands of kilometers tall, forcibly stitched together from countless eyeballs, blades, tentacles, and flesh bloated, twisted, and radiating an overwhelming aura of chaos. Chaos Heavenly Demon God King was born. Though born, its mind had clearly descended into utter madness. Its billions of crimson, single eyes instantly locked onto the divine grade correction ship this iron can filled with the repulsive aura of order. Kill. 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 Chaotic willpower erupted into a mental storm, sweeping toward its target. Then, a massive gash ripped open on its bloated body. A jet black beam fused with the demonic laws of vicious gaze, spatial cleave, and abyssal devour. Like the annihilating light of creation's dawn, slammed into the divine grade correction unit. Heavenly barrier. Full power. Lin Feng roared. Buzz. A barrier of multicolored divine light flared into existence. Boom. Chaos origin divine light crashed violently into the barrier. This time, the barrier did not shrug it off as casually as before. It trembled violently, its radiance fading at a visible pace. The entire divine correction vessel was violently pushed backward thousands of kilometers by this immense force. Alert! Shield energy has dropped 30% instantly. Minor structural damage detected. The crew watched the violently trembling barrier, horror once again etched upon their faces. A single strike possessed such devastating power? Is this the power of a God King class? Yet, just as despair gripped everyone, a smile touched Lin Feng's lips. Very good. The power is strong enough, but the intelligence seems rather lacking. He turned his head to look at Zhao Genoa and Long Zhan, his eyes flashing with cunning and calculation. You think we're doomed? No. It was that fool who walked right into my trap. Its greatest strength lies in fusing the laws of 3 heavenly demons. But precisely because of that, Lin Feng pointed at the still roaring monster, sneering coldly, the 3 mutually repelling primal essences within its body are its most fatal rejection bug. A bug powerful enough to tear it apart from within. Everyone instantly understood. So, what you mean, Lord Lin? Zhao Zhenhua asked excitedly. Exactly. A hint of amusement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. It's time to let this big beast see what true undercover fishing operation. Transmit my orders. Lin Feng's voice turned cold and resolute once more. Heaven's Path Engine, activate. Rule Annihilation Cannon, fire at will. Conduct harassing attacks. Heading, target coordinates X774, Y901 that rule vacuum zone I marked earlier with the dimensional compass. Withdraw. At the command. The stern of the God-tier correction error erupted in brilliant light once more. Firing its ineffective cannons as it did so, it abruptly executed a sharp turn, fleeing frantically, deep into the cosmic graveyard. Roar!
The newly born Chaos Heavenly Demon God King never expected this turn of events. All it saw was that bothersome little bug, after taking its blow, seemingly scared? Trying to escape? No way. It let out a roar filled with savagery and madness, dragging its bloated, terrifying body as it launched its legs formed from countless twisted limbs into a frantic dash through the void. Toward the god-tier correction ship, which was now scrambling to flee, it charged madly. Chasing after it. Chapter 172, The Bird in the Bush? The rule vacuum zone, a realm of absolute nothingness where even the concepts of light and darkness blurred. Here lay the universe's blind spot, the wasteland abandoned by the rules. Any substance, any energy entering here would swiftly deactivate due to the loss of rule support, heading toward the most complete annihilation. The massive, bloated form of the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King visibly slowed after pursuing into this zone. Its body, forcibly stitched together from 3 heavenly demon rules, lost the resonance of external chaotic rules. The 3 inherently incompatible primal forces within clashed ever more violently. The blades, tentacles, and eyes covering its surface began attacking and devouring each other uncontrollably. Small sparks of rule annihilation continuously erupted across its massive form. It grew even more unstable. Roar! The Chaos Heavenly Demon God King let out a roar filled with agony and savagery. Its chaotic mind could not comprehend what was happening to it. It knew only that the damned little insect ship ahead had lured it into this hellish place. It would tear it apart. But at that very moment, the Divine Class correction ship, which had been frantically fleeing, abruptly slammed on its brakes. Then, with an air of utter resolve and defiance, it slowly turned its bow. Head on, directly facing it. Now! Lin Feng's voice was as cold as the vacuum of this universe. Full assault. Begin! The command echoed. On the Divine Great Correction vessel, over 100 rule annihilation cannons, already primed and ready, unleashed a deafening, soul-shaking roar in perfect unison. Boom! 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 Hundreds of jet-black annihilation beams no longer fired harassing bursts. Instead, they coalesced into a net woven from the very fabric of death and finality. Heavenly net. Precise and complete, it enveloped the most exposed, most fragile layer on the body of the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King, the layer exposed by internal rule conflicts. Energy circuit bug nodes. Sizzle. Like a hot knife through butter. The nodes struck by the annihilation beam were instantly erased from existence itself. The already chaotic energy circulation within the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King was instantly disrupted. A torrent of frenzied demonic power, freed from the constraints of its circuit, began violently surging through its body. Roar! The Demon King roared in bewilderment as its colossal form convulsed violently for the first time, utterly beyond control. Its attacks became utterly chaotic, randomly spewing destructive divine light in all directions yet failing to even graze the shadow of the God-tier correction unit. The outbreak of a bug was like toppling the first domino. The chain reaction had begun. The collapse of its energy circuits triggered logical chaos within its divine soul's core. This divine soul disorder caused its control over its body to plummet dramatically. Its stitched-together divine form began to turn on itself. The blades belonging to the Blade Heavenly Demon furiously sliced through the tentacles belonging to the Abyss Heavenly Demon. The Abyssal Heavenly Demon's devouring maw clamped down on the Cyclops Heavenly Demon's eyeball. The entire scene descended into utter chaos, bloodshed, and absurdity. Finally, accompanied by a wail filled with resentment and despair, the colossal form of the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King, its internal order utterly shattered, plunged into a brief yet fatal, rules-induced rigidity. It could no longer move. Our chance. Inside the bridge, Zhao Genoa and the others watched the scene unfold, their faces flushed with excitement. Lin Shen's plan had succeeded. And Lin Feng had been waiting for this very moment. This place is now in your hands. He temporarily transferred the supreme command of the Divine Class correction ship to Zhao Genoa. Then, his figure stepped out of the bridge and materialized directly in the frigid void of space. In his hand, the dark gold spear, wrapped in the divine thunder of judgment, the heavenly way spear of judgment, slowly materialized. In my name. Lin Feng raised the spear high, and the colossal celestial Dao manifestation behind him mirrored his motion. His voice, in that instant, seemed to transform into the supreme decree of the entire cosmos. Words become law. This spear locks onto cause and effect, it shall strike true. This strike corrects the primordial source, impervious to all laws. A divine tier authority transcending time and space, standing above all rules, suddenly imbued the judgment spear. Then, Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the very core within the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King, the most vital, yet most fatal. Primordial rejection bug. It's over. Demon. Summoning every ounce of divine power within him, he hurled the spear of judgment in his grasp with all his might. Man and spear became one. In that instant, Lin Feng seemed to merge completely with the spear, transforming into a force that tore through darkness, judged sin, and corrected wrongs. Ultimate light.
That light defied spatial distance and ignored the passage of time.
Its appearance was its strike. Put. A faint sound, like fabric tearing.
That beam of judgment pierced with pinpoint accuracy, unimpeded, into the colossal form of the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King, striking that most crucial bug node.
Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant.
For the first time, the countless crimson eyes of the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King revealed an emotion called fear.
It sensed death. Boom. The next second, an unprecedented, rule-shattering explosion began. The three inherently incompatible primordial forces of heavenly demons, under the catalysis of the heavenly Tao sphere of judgment, spiraled completely out of control. They no longer attacked the outside world, but transformed into the most terrifying enemies, frantically launching the most primal annihilation. The one-eyed heavenly demon's venomous hatred was corroding the blade heavenly demon's cutting edge.
The blade heavenly demon's cutting was tearing apart the abyss heavenly demon's devouring. The abyssal heavenly demon's abyss sought to drag everything into eternal nothingness. This was the most complete
self-destruction.
The Chaos Heavenly Demon God King, consumed by endless agony and resentment, is being torn apart from the inside out, piece by piece, by its own power.
Obliterated. Ultimately, it became a dazzling yet deadly rules fireworks.
The moment the explosion erupted, Lin Feng activated the rule leap ability of the Tao engine, propelling the God-tier correction vessel to safety light years away in an instant.
We won?
On the bridge, everyone stared at the apocalyptic explosion on the holographic display, still feeling as if they were dreaming. That arrogant, Chaos Heavenly Demon God King had been killed by Lin Shen using a glitch?
We've won.
After a brief, deathly silence, the air erupted with deafening cheers and wild jubilation.
However, just as everyone was immersed in the euphoria of victory,
Lin Feng's face bore not a trace of a smile. His heavenly path eyes remained fixed, staring intently at the core of the slowly subsiding rule explosion.
Something was amiss. The explosive energy, powerful enough to annihilate everything, had spread to a certain area when it suddenly collided with an invisible, absolutely solid wall. It was forcibly halted. All light and heat, all chaotic laws, vanished without a trace before that wall, as if wiped away effortlessly by an invisible giant hand. The smoke and dust dispersed. The scene at the explosion's epicenter slowly revealed itself. A warship. A warship whose form defied description by any known geometry, its entire hull composed of a pure, icy white order crystal. A flawless rhombic warship, suspended there in utter silence. It seemed as though it had always been there. It had been quietly observing this farce all along. At the bow of the warship stood a figure, indistinct, as if not belonging to this dimension, composed of pure order and concept. A human figure. He emitted no powerful energy fluctuations whatsoever. Yet, merely standing there, he made Lin Feng, the earth god standing at the threshold of godhood, feel a sensation, emanating from the depths of his soul, an absolute chill and suppression. It was a kind of absolute suppression originating from the very level of existence, akin to a low-level program encountering a system administrator. The figure slowly raised its head. A pair of emotionless eyes, seemingly formed from absolute zero ice crystals, pierced through endless spacetime and coldly settled upon Lin Feng. Test subject S037 Alpha Lin Feng, confirmed. Seed of Heavenly Demon Chaos type eliminated. Threat level, assessing. Assessment result, high. Test tube exhibits non-standard mutant antibodies exceeding script parameters. Initiate. The cold figure slowly raised its hand. Purge procedure. Chapter 173, The Dimensional Strike from the Cleaner. When that cold, emotionless command to activate the cleanup procedure echoed through this desolate cosmic graveyard, a force, an absolute, frigid order originating from a higher dimension descended in an instant. It ignored spatial distances, disregarded energy barriers, and acted directly upon the level of concept. Inside the bridge of the correction ship, for the first time, Lin Feng's expression turned utterly horrified. He tried to move, only to find his body bound by invisible shackles. He tried to channel his divine power, only to discover the heavenly path protocol within him seemed to have been injected with a segment of higher priority hibernation code, rendering its operation excruciatingly sluggish. This earth deity who moments ago commanded the cosmos with divine authority, akin to a creator god, now found even lifting a single finger an agonizing struggle. This is permission suppression? A storm of unprecedented turmoil erupted within Lin Feng's mind. Your crime. The figure of the purifier, composed of pure order, slowly extended its hand, a hand formed from pure concept, toward the God-tier correction unit. Its voice, as cold as the most impersonal system broadcast, echoed in Lin Feng's mind, delivering his verdict. 1. Excessive evolution. Your growth rate has severely exceeded the preset threshold of Petri dish S037, posing a risk of data overflow. 2. Disruption of established protocols. You forcibly repaired the solar system seal, interfered with the cultivation process of the seed of heavenly demons, and disrupted the stress test scenario set by the gardener. 3. Uncontrollable risk.
Your errata ability possesses the potential to tamper with fundamental causality and has been classified by the system as a logic virus of the highest danger level.
In summary, purge procedure officially initiated. Phase 1, Target Locked Experimental Vessel Divine Grade Correction Unit. Conceptual stasis. The cleanser slowly uttered a single word. Stop. Buzz. Just that single, simple word. A most fundamental command. Yet it seemed to transform into a supreme decree even the laws of heaven could not defy. In an instant, divine class correction craft, that divine chariot which moments ago radiated awe-inspiring might, capable of leaping across the sea of rules. Its roaring heavenly Tao engine went silent. Its operational rule annihilation cannon fell silent. Its heavenly barrier, flowing with divine light, solidified. All systems, all energy sources, all lights. In an instant, everything plunged into absolute stillness. It resembled a movie frame paused mid-motion, or a creature encased in resin-filled amber completely stripped from the very concept of motion. It had become a cold, immobile steel coffin, floating lifelessly through the cosmos. What the hell? Holy! All systems are offline. We can't move. Inside the bridge, Zhao Genhua, Shen Dinghua, and the others erupted in horrified shouts. They realized that while they could still think and speak, their bodies were utterly immobilized. They, along with the entire ship, had been frozen in place. Damn it! A torrent of divine light erupted from Lin Feng's eyes. He poured every ounce of his divine power into violently assaulting the invisible shackles binding him. His heavenly Tao divine essence, which had just been perfectly rounded and flawless, now raced wildly within him. My world! I command it! Words become law. He roared at the stalled warship, pouring every ounce of his will into the command. Move, now! Boom! Two supreme commands, both born from the authority of rules, clashed in the void in invisible yet perilous confrontation of the highest order. Clash! Lin Feng's move transformed into a golden decree of heaven's will. While the cleanser's stop manifested as a frigid, white shackle representing absolute order. The two collided violently. Crack! The hull of the God-tier correction ship shook violently under this terrifying clash of laws. It groaned under the unbearable strain. The lights in the bridge flickered in response. It worked! Lin Feng's words become law had truly shaken the opponent's conceptual stagnation. However, before Lin Feng could even breathe a sigh of relief, that icy white shackle merely trembled slightly before erupting with an even more powerful, purer, and utterly unreasonable force of order. In an instant, it crushed Lin Feng's golden heavenly mandate. Shattered. Put. Lin Feng violently spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood. His divine essence trembled violently, its radiance dimming noticeably. For the first time, his words become law ability in a direct permission clash suffered a complete defeat. Futile struggle. The cold voice of the cleanser sounded once more, filled with indifference toward the resistance of an insect. Your divine authority is rooted in this universe. And I hold the supreme authorization from the garden. Within this server, I am the super administrator. And you. Its eyes, formed of ice crystals, stared coldly at Lin Feng. Are merely a virus marked for eradication. The truth was brutal and hopeless. Lin Feng's heart sank to the depths. He finally understood. He was like a GM in a game able to modify any data within it. But the other party was the game's developer. The operator. They could simply ban your account. Then, Purge Protocol, Phase 2. Target, Mutant Antibody Tian Daokan Master of Correction. Execute. The purifier slowly raised his hand once more. This time, he pointed at Lin Feng. Then, he uttered the second word, cold enough to freeze the soul. Delete. Buzz. A force beyond description. Beyond comprehension. Beyond resistance. Terrifying erasure power. Instantly engulfing Lin Feng. This was not an attack. This was not destruction. But rather, deletion. At the very level of existence, the data known as Lin Feng was being erased line by line from this universe's database. Ugh. Lin Feng let out a pained groan. He watched as his body, starting from his feet, began to turn transparent. Dissolve. He could feel the link connecting him to this world being forcibly severed. His past, his memories, his very existence, everything was being swiftly erased by an invisible force. Heavenly barrier. Ineffective. Creation domain. Ineffective. Sigh of the nether god, dimensional compass, every artifact lost its radiance in that instant. For even their user, the very concept itself was about to vanish. This was a dimensional strike. This is absolute, utterly unreasonable. Permission crush. No. Lin Shen. On the correction ship, Zhao Genhua and the others watched the scene with eyes bulging in fury, letting out desperate howls. They watched helplessly as their guardian deity, their last hope, was being slowly consumed. Yet, they were powerless. Lin Feng's consciousness began to blur. He felt himself being dragged into a recycling bin called nothingness. Was it over?
His entire life from struggling to survive, to defying fate, to saving the world.
Was it all going to end like this? Unwilling. Truly. I refuse to accept this.
He seemed to see his little sister Xiaoyu's face filled with worry. He could almost hear the prayers and calls of 7 billion souls.
Guard. My way is to protect. At the very instant Lin Feng's consciousness was about to be completely erased.
His divine essence of heavenly Tao, now radiant with the humanity gleam from absorbing the faith of all beings, suddenly trembled violently, beyond his control. A single, extremely faint yet incredibly resilient golden thread seemed to pierce through endless spacetime, breaking through the absolute permission lockdown of the purifier. It connected to the dragon, far away on Earth, the very token he had personally entrusted to the nation, bearing the entire destiny of China and the faith of all its people.
Dragon-patterned mandate. A thread of resonance, transcending life and death. Resonance.
This resonance seemed to trigger some hidden mechanism, one unforeseen even by the original creator, beyond the reach of the cleaner's highest authority.
Hidden protocol. Ding. Detected unknown high-dimensional authority intervention.
Detecting special protocol. Civilization Guardian ultimate exemption rights, activating.
Evaluating activation conditions. Condition: does the target possess over 95% recognition of the core will of the civilization it safeguards? Evaluating. Determination result: yes. Civilization Guardian ultimate immunity. Activated. Chapter 174, Civilization's immunity. Errata Administrator. Civilization Guardian ultimate immunity. Activated.
As that ancient alert tone originating from the deepest recesses of the system, yet seemingly transcending it, resounded within Lin Feng's consciousness moments before it was to be erased.
Boom! The entire universe seemed to fall silent.
A golden radiance so majestic, so sacred, so merciful that no language could describe it seemed to pierce through infinite dimensions, shattering the absolute permission blockade laid by the purifier.
Descending abruptly from the unseen void. This golden light was neither energy nor law. It was a kind of will. Final.
The golden light instantly enveloped Lin Feng's body, which was on the verge of complete dissolution. Then, at his brow, it coalesced into a profoundly intricate
golden guardian mark. The
cold, ruthless erasure force that had been obliterating Lin Feng's very existence the moment it touched this golden mark. It was as though it had encountered a higher priority system command.
Like ice meeting sunlight, it instantly melted, disintegrated, and dissipated.
Ugh! Lin Feng let out a muffled groan. His consciousness, which had been dragged into nothingness, felt like it had been strapped into an ejection seat.
A tremendous force violently yanked him back from the endless darkness.
His body, already becoming translucent, rapidly solidified once more under the protection of that golden mark.
What is this? For the first time, the cleanser's body, composed of pure order, experienced violent, uncontrollable fluctuations. Its eyes crystallized, fixed intently on the golden protective mark between Lin Feng's brows. For the first time, emotions named shock and confusion surged within its emotionless will. Final exemption? No relevant records exist in the database. Impossible. No experimental subject could possibly possess the authority to defy the administrator.
It attempted to activate its highest authority once more to execute the delete command.
But to its horrified realization,
its own permissions, upon touching that golden seal, were like an ordinary employee card attempting to swipe open the door to the chairman's office. An invisible yet utterly impenetrable permission barrier had firmly sealed it out.
It could no longer perform any conceptual erasure on Lin Feng. He's back.
Lin Feng slowly raised his head. He sensed the ancient will emanating from the mark between his brows, a protective force originating from the original creator. He also felt the boundless faith of 7 billion souls, continuously transmitted through the golden mark from the distant earth. All trace of confusion vanished from his eyes, replaced by a raging, flame-like battle intent that burned fiercely.
Administrator?
Lin Feng gazed at the cleanser, still frozen in shock, a cold, mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your so-called order, your so-called protocol's nothing but a stagnant pool of icy, lifeless water. You eradicate all variables, eliminate every bug, deluding yourself that you're preserving the garden's stability. Yet you fail to realize that your very actions are the greatest sacrilege against the greatest miracle of all life. You are the greatest bug in this universe. Lin Feng's voice thundered like the roar of the heavens. He pointed at the cleanser, his eyes imbued with the ultimate truths of the Tao, bursting with an unprecedented, dazzling divine light.
You cannot comprehend what it means to guard. You cannot comprehend what hope truly means. And you certainly cannot comprehend why a group of ants, whom you deem riddled with human bugs, could unite their wills to activate the ultimate exemption, a power beyond even your comprehension. Because
Lin Feng stepped forward. His cultivation realm, which had fallen due to the damage to his divine essence, began to surge back with frenzied intensity under the colossal power of faith and the blessing of that guardian brand.
Rise. Half-step God tier. Early God tier LV 100. Divine realm peak.
An aura more powerful, more harmonious, and more domineering than ever before erupted from him.
Because of my way, my heavenly way. Not built upon your laughable program, but upon the 70 billion unyielding human hearts behind me. Now.
A glint of madness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes.
Now it's my turn to correct you.
He was no longer passive.
He chose to take the offensive. Heaven's Eye. Full activation. Analyze all things.
This time, his target of analysis was no longer the heavenly demon nor the divine artifact, but this entity before him, originating from a higher dimension, wielding administrator privileges.
Cleanser program itself. In an instant.
In Lin Feng's eyes, the purifier's body composed of pure order was instantly decompiled, transforming into billions upon billions of lines of code more complex than the stars in the cosmos, filled with logic, judgments, and commands.
Core code. Found it.
Lin Feng smiled. So your core logic is built upon absolute rationality and probability-optimized solutions. Your program cannot comprehend anything illogical, anything uncertain.
Your greatest flaw is, you lack a heart. Then,
Lin Feng's smile became incredibly radiant.
And incredibly dangerous.
I'll give you a gift, one you'll never be able to process, never be able to delete.
He didn't wield any divine power,
nor did he activate any rules. He merely summoned that vast expanse formed by 7 billion living beings, brimming with
love, hate, passion, enmity, sorrow, joy, parting, reunion, hope, despair, courage, fear.
All the most complex, most contradictory, most illogical.
The colossal power of faith. In the name of all living beings. Take this move of mine. Humanity's bug data torrent. Boom.
That golden ocean of faith, guided by Lin Feng's will, transformed into a torrent encompassing all emotions, all stories, all irrationalities of Earth's civilization from its birth to the present.
Ultimate data storm. It violently crashed into the cleanser's thought core, forged from pure order. Squeak?
For the first time, the purifier emitted a sound unlike any other, filled with chaos and bewilderment.
Shrill scream. The instant its mind core touched this data torrent. Completely collapsed. Warning. Unknown illogical information intrusion detected. Warning.
Rationality module unable to parse the concept of love.
Classified as a fatal virus. Warning. Probability module unable to compute hope variable. Determined to be logical infinite loop. Warning.
Order module in fundamental conflict with concepts such as sacrifice and devotion.
Warning. 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 Core logic collapsed. System crashed.
The purifier's body, composed of pure order, began to flicker wildly.
Distort.
At times, it devolved into a mass of meaningless gibberish. At other times, it became a tearful face filled with terror. Then again, a face filled with joyful laughter. Its ice crystal eyes completely lost focus, leaving only endless chaos and utter bewilderment. This lofty administrator, this executioner who viewed all beings as mere data.
Faced with the infinite possibilities of humanity. For the first time, it was. Chapter 175, Format the Administrator. Crashed?
Inside the bridge of the God-tier correction unit, academician Lu Jingwa stared at the figure of the cleaner on the holographic screen, a figure now flashing wildly and contorting into a series of absurd expressions. He felt his worldview being trampled into the ground and ground into dust once more.
That was the administrator. The lofty enforcer wielding supreme authority, who regarded them as viruses. And yet,
it had been crashed by Lin Shin using a bunch of
trash messages brimming with love-hate drama?
This was an utterly absurd yet profoundly satisfying dimensional strike. It's more than just crashing. Lin Feng watched the cleaner, now utterly mired in logical chaos, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. More like a computer, infected with panda burn incense malware.
Now, it's time to give it a system reinstall. Reinstall the system?
Hearing those 4 words, everyone present, including the 7 great watchers of the Earth's hollow, felt their own thinking cores on the verge of crashing alongside it.
You intend to treat a guardian of order from a higher dimension like a computer and reinstall its system?
This isn't just madness. This is blasphemy against a being above the gods.
Is there a problem? Lin Feng shot them a glance, his expression seeming to say, isn't this perfectly normal? Everyone. No problem. You're the god.
You decide. Lin Feng paid no heed to their shock. He took a single step forward, his figure instantly materializing before the cleaner, who had completely lost its mind. A fine shell, a powerful processor, he remarked. A pity it's running a garbage operating system, one riddled with bugs. Lin Feng extended his hand and gently placed it upon the cleaner's head, composed entirely of pure order.
Then, first. Step 1, low-level formatting.
Eye of Heavenly Tao, its radiance surged.
Causality correction, rule reconstruction, universal analysis. Every divine authority was pushed to its absolute limit in this moment. His colossal divine consciousness transformed into an invisible sword, imbued with the will to delete and reset. Formatting sword. It plunged viciously into the cleanser's thought core. Squay. The chaotic consciousness of the cleanser emitted its final wail, a cry filled with agony and incomprehension. Then, all within its body, all that originated from the gardener, all that stemmed from that mysterious cleaner organization. Core directives. Core protocols. Authority imprints. Everything was forcibly, line by line, completely purged. Erased. Transformed into a vast expanse of the purest, cleanest blankness. A machine possessing formidable physical strength and terrifying potential, yet devoid of any thought or programming. Bare machine. Very good. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Step 2, write a new boot sector. He slowly infused the most essential strand of his heavenly Tao divine essence imbued with the will of guardian and correction into the core of this bare machine. The blank shell trembled violently. Between it and Lin Feng, a bond was forged, absolute, unbreakable by any force. Master-servant bond. Finally, a smile of the creator curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Step 3, install the operating system. He simplified and modified the massive heavenly Tao protocol he had previously written. Modules concerning human nature and emotions, elements too complex for this program, were deleted. Only the 3 core functions remained: guardian, error correction, and execution. Then, he fully installed this brand new operating system, which he named Tian Dao Protocol 1.0 Servant Edition, into this bare machine. Boom! The moment installation concluded, the orderly body, which had been wildly flickering and warping, instantly fell silent. All chaos, all expression vanished. In their place emerged a sense of absolute, icy, unwavering, infinite loyalty. Slowly, it knelt on one knee before Lin Feng. Those ice crystal eyes held no trace of indifference or pride, only the purest devotion to its master. Devotion. A cold, emotionless voice, yet one brimming with obedience, echoed within Lin Feng's mind. Heaven's Path AI Servant Unit 1 initialization complete. Please, Master, issue your command. Success. Lin Feng gazed at the brand new god-tier intelligence servant he had personally hacked and modified, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He knew he now possessed a trump card. A super ace card with administrator privileges, intimate knowledge of the garden rules, and execution capabilities off the charts. Very good. Lin Feng nodded. Tian Dao number 1, from this moment onward, your mission is to protect Earth. As you command, Master. Tian Dao number 1 responded respectfully. Now, hand over the ultimate control of that warship. Yes, Master. Tian Dao number 1 raised its hand, and a streak of light instantly vanished into Lin Feng's brow. Instantly, all information regarding that flawless rhombic warship flooded into Lin Feng's mind. Order Arbiter. A vessel, truly a creation of a higher dimensional civilization. Its hull was composed of a hyperdimensional material known as dimensional lattice, enabling it to traverse freely between different dimensions. Its engines were causality law engines, capable of directly altering small-scale outcomes by paying a price. Its armaments comprised a conceptual strike system, capable of projecting abstract concepts like death, stasis, and decay directly onto targets. Its technological advancement surpasses the divine-class correction craft by at least 2 civilizational eras. What a marvel! Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fervor. He immediately commanded the Tian Dao number 1 to open its hatches, teleporting both himself and the god-tier correction craft inside. Upon entering the interior of the Order Arbiter, Lin Feng was utterly stunned by the futuristic and rule-driven beauty that filled the space. He headed straight for the warship's core database. Tian Dao number 1, retrieve all intelligence concerning the garden and the cleaners. As you command, Master. Instantly, a torrent of information billions of times more vast than anything the Starsea Commerce Alliance had provided flooded into Lin Feng's mind. Within this torrent of data, Lin Feng witnessed a truth far more brutal and utterly despairing than he could have imagined. The garden was not singular, but thousands upon thousands. Together, they formed a colossal civilization petri dish cluster created by that mysterious original creator. And the purifiers were not a single organization. They were the most loyal and dogmatic guardians of order left behind by the original creator. Their numbers, likewise, run into the tens of thousands. Each possesses administrator privileges responsible for the daily maintenance and periodic cleansing of a designated garden. And the predecessor of Tian Dao 1 was merely an ordinary field agent within this vast organization, assigned to oversee the remote garden known as the Milky Way. Lin Feng's act of defeating and formatting it triggered an unblockable core protocol in its final moments before system crash, sending a highest priority alert back to the central network of the cleaner. Detected divine-level logic virus in Petri dish S037. Virus has contaminated and formatted field unit 735. Threat level escalated to apocalyptic. Requesting higher tier adjudicator intervention. Purge commencing.
Lin Feng stared at the final alert message, his expression turning grim in an instant. He'd stirred up a hornet's nest. This time, it seemed he'd stirred up a colossal hornet's nest. The wrath of the entire Purifier civilization, a true siege by the administrator forces. It was likely already on its way. Chapter 176, Cosmic Graveyard. The rule storm of the Cosmic Graveyard gradually subsided amidst the lingering aftermath of the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King's self-destruction. Dead silence once again became the dominant theme in this Dark Star domain. Lin Feng's figure appeared silently on the bridge of the Divine Grade Correction ship. His gaze swept over his companions, still reeling from their narrow escape and the sheer shock of what had transpired. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. General Zhao. Present. Zhao Genhua snapped to attention, his eyes brimming with profound reverence for Lin Feng. From this moment onward, Lin Feng declared slowly, the supreme command of the Divine Correction is formally transferred to you and the Correction Project team. Its mission is no longer combat, but to become our civilization's seed vault and mobile research base. This. Zhao Genhua froze, then grasped Lin Feng's deeper meaning. The Divine Correction carried Earth's most advanced technological achievements. Should the main battlefront falter, it would be civilization's last hope for survival. Yes. I guarantee mission completion. Zhao Genhua solemnly saluted. Lin Feng nodded, then stepped forward accompanied by his servant Tian Dao No. 1, an embodiment of absolute order instantly materializing aboard the diamond-shaped warship radiating cold perfection, the Order Arbiter. When Zhao Genhua, Chen Dingwa, and the others first stepped inside this high-dimensional warship guided by Tian Dao No. 1, they were utterly stunned by the sight before them. There were no intricate pipelines, no cold metal walls, not even any physical rooms separating spaces. The entire interior was a dreamlike realm of futuristic beauty and orderly elegance, composed of shimmering energy pathways and constantly shifting translucent information interfaces. My goodness. Academician Chen Dingwa adjusted his glasses, murmuring to himself, the space here is folded. And the flow of time is different from the outside world. Reporting to the master, the emotionless voice of Tian Dao No. 1 sounded. The interior of the Order Arbiter employs T4-level spatial folding technology. Theoretically, it can contain a space the size of a galaxy within the hull. Simultaneously, the internal time dilation rate can be freely adjusted between 110 and 1:10000 to accommodate various research or hibernation requirements. The scientists present felt their brains nearly overload upon hearing this explanation. This wasn't a warship, it was a mobile miniature universe. Ignoring their stunned reactions, Lin Feng strode directly to the center of the bridge. There was no command chair here, only a throne of authority suspended in midair, composed entirely of pure light. The instant Lin Feng sat upon it, the entire warship seemed to come alive. Countless streams of information flowed into his mind like gentle brooks. Tian Dao 1, initiating comprehensive analysis of core functions. As you command, Master. As Tian Dao No. 1 narrated, the Order Arbiter's terrifying capabilities were unveiled one by one. Causality Engine, this vessel's core propulsion system. It does not propel through energy to traverse space, but instead modifies the result of this vessel's location directly at the causality level by paying either energy or rule costs. Theoretically, with sufficient cost, it can instantly reach any known coordinate within the multiverse. Conceptual Strike System, the vessel's primary weaponry. It projects abstract concepts like death, stasis, degeneration, or disintegration directly onto targets via concept projectors. This attack bypasses all physical defenses and energy shields, targeting only the concept of existence itself. Dimensional Lattice Armor, Rule Woven Force Field, Hyperdimensional Information Database. One mind-bending technological marvel after another assaulted the Earth elite's comprehension. They felt like a tribe of primitive humans who had just mastered firemaking, suddenly stumbling into a space fortress belonging to the gods. Awe. Utter, overwhelming awe. But after the shock came an even heavier pressure. Lin Feng convened an emergency meeting via the Order Arbiter's hyperdimensional communication system with Earth's supreme commander and the world's highest military representatives. As Lin Feng calmly and clearly shared all intelligence regarding the garden, the petri dish, the cleansers, and the even more terrifying impending arrival of the judges, the entire conference room fell into a deafening silence that lasted 10 full minutes. Every face bore an expression of utter disbelief and profound helplessness. It turned out that the homeland they had fought so desperately to protect was merely a petri dish. Their proud civilization was merely an experiment. It turned out that the seemingly formidable celestial fiends were merely viruses used by the gardener to test them. And now, these specimens that had grown out of line were about to face the gardener's most ruthless purge. This colossal plunge from heaven to hell was enough to shatter the will of any civilization. So then, the aged voice of Leader 1 echoed slowly through the deathly silence, breaking the stillness. We, no matter what, cannot escape death, is that correct? All eyes focused on Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed at the faces on the light screen, each etched with despair and unwillingness, yet his own expression remained as calm as still water. No. He uttered the single word slowly. If we passively wait, we truly face certain death. Neither the celestial fiends nor the judges or foes our current Earth can withstand.
But Lin Feng's tone shifted abruptly, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming confidence and dominance that erupted from his very being.
Who says we must passively await our judgment here? He sprang to his feet, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over every person present. The enemy's script is to eliminate us one by one in despair.
Then we will tear this damn script to shreds. I decide to activate the offensive defense strategy.
The arrival of the judgment will take time. And that time is our only chance.
We can no longer confine our vision to the tiny solar system.
We must take the offensive.
Lin Feng's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, reverberating deep within every soul.
Step 1.
Before the Arbiter arrives, unleash the full might of the Order Arbiter, with thunderous force to utterly eradicate the Chaos Heavenly Demon King, this grave threat.
Eliminate this looming danger. Step 2.
Utilize the Dimensional Compass and the Order Arbiter's database to break free from the S037 Petri dish. Explore the vast multiverse.
Seek allies. Find a way to break this stalemate.
Reclaim our destiny from the clutches of that damned gardener.
My fate is mine to command, not heaven's.
And certainly not that so-called gardener's. His words rang out with thunderous force, deafening and awakening. The deathly silence within the conference room ignited in an instant. Despair was replaced by unyielding fury. Fear was swept away by a spirit of all-or-nothing resolve.
Excellent. Offensive defense. My destiny is mine alone.
The top leader slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity.
Comrade Lin Feng. The entire civilization of Earth stands as your strongest backing. Go forth and seize it. Fight.
Military representatives from nations across the globe rose as one, unleashing a thunderous roar.
The meeting concluded.
Lin Feng stood on the vast, dreamlike bridge of the Order Arbiter, gazing out at the endless darkness beyond the windows. Behind him, the Tian Dao One stood silently, like a most loyal shadow.
Tian Dao One.
At your service, Master.
Target, Demon Realm. Chaos Heavenly Demon God King.
A cold, murderous intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Calculating, optimal conceptual strike plan.
Prepare for battle. Initiate. Chapter 177, Shield of Faith and Vessel of Causality.
Upon the authority throne of the Order Arbiter, Lin Feng's eyes were half closed as his consciousness plunged deep into his celestial Tao divine essence. There,
an endless golden ocean undulated slowly and rhythmically.
Each tidal surge felt like billions of hearts beating in perfect unison. This was the colossal, boundless sea of faith, forged from the collective essence of Earth's 7 billion living beings. Before this moment, Lin Feng had merely passively drawn upon its nourishment to repair his divine essence and confront formidable foes. But now, as he truly quieted his mind and examined it from the perspective of a god, he finally grasped the true essence of this power.
So that's how it is.
Lin Feng murmured, a flash of enlightenment gleaming in his eyes. This power belonged to no known system of rules.
It defied logic, ignored the conservation of energy, and even disregarded causality. It was a purely idealistic force. As long as one believed, it existed. As long as one's will was strong enough, it could create miracles.
This was a force so profound that even the absolute rationality of the cleaner's programming could not analyze it, quantify it, or even comprehend it. What if? A bold, even reckless thought quietly took root in Lin Feng's mind. What if this power could be applied to the Order Arbiter? He opened his eyes and looked at the Tian Dao number 1 beside him, which stood like a shadow of absolute loyalty.
Tian Dao 1 analyzed the feasibility of utilizing faith power as an energy source integrated into the ship's core. The ice crystal eyes of Tian Dao number 1 flickered billions of times as vast data streams raced through its core. Moments later, it delivered its conclusion. Reporting to Master. Database analysis indicates faith energy is an unquantifiable idealistic conceptual energy. It exhibits 99.99% protocol incompatibility with this vessel's absolute rational order energy core. Forced integration carries an extremely high probability of triggering a logical paradox collapse in the energy core, leading to unpredictable catastrophe. So there's a 0.01% chance of success, correct?
Lin Feng smiled. Tian Daowan fell silent for a moment, seemingly unable to comprehend its master's illogical optimism.
Yes, master. But the risk is extremely high. Risk?
Lin Feng rose and walked to the massive porthole, gazing out at the lifeless expanse of space.
What we lack least right now is risk.
Tian Daowan, you are my finest protocol converter, the optimal bridge between idealism and materialism.
Now, begin your work. As you command, master. An unprecedented, unimaginably divine-level transformation commenced once more.
Using his own Tian Dao divine essence as a transit station, Lin Feng slowly channeled the vast ocean of faith outward. Meanwhile, Tian Dao number 1 activated its full administrator privileges, undertaking the decompilation, decoding, and reconstruction of this idealistic force brimming with complex emotions and wills. Like a supreme translator, it forcibly translated those languages: love, hate, hope, protection, concepts beyond the comprehension of cold machinery into the most fundamental 0s and 1s recognizable by the energy core of the Order Arbiter.
This process was incredibly perilous.
On multiple occasions, the chaotic force of faith nearly breached the Tiandao number one's logic firewall, pushing it to the brink of another system crash.
Yet, bolstered by Lin Feng's formidable correction will and the Guardian imprint, they ultimately succeeded. Buzz.
As the first strand of successfully compiled faith energy slowly infused into the energy core of the Order Arbiter,
the entire flawless rhombic warship shook violently.
Upon its hull surface, beneath that layer of cold armor formed by the dimensional lattice, something unexpected began to emerge, slowly, gradually, a warm, soft, and distinctly human aura.
Golden halo.
This aura, though seemingly fragile, seemed to contain the protection of the entire world.
Shield of universal faith, creation successful.
Very good, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. With this idealistic shield that even the purifiers couldn't decipher, his odds of defeating the heavenly demon had increased.
All preparations before departure were complete.
Lin Feng stood silently on the bridge, eyes closed, sending his divine consciousness across endless space and time toward that azure planet.
In a cozy bedroom,
Lin Xiaoyu, who had been reviewing her lessons at her desk, suddenly felt a warmth in her heart, as if a gentle, warm hand was softly stroking the top of her head.
"Brother?"
She looked up in surprise and called softly.
"Xiaoyu."
Lin Feng's gentle voice resonated directly within her heart.
"I'm going on a long journey to defeat the last villain." Lin Xiaoyu nodded firmly.
Though she couldn't see him, she knew her brother was right beside her.
"Brother, please be careful. We'll all be waiting for you at home. Don't worry."
Lin Feng's voice was filled with unwavering resolve.
"Wait for me to return."
His divine consciousness receded like a tide. Lin Feng opened his eyes. At that moment, his Tao heart felt more complete and steadfast than ever before. Everything he had done was to protect this ordinary, everyday life. He turned and sat back upon the throne of authority. His eyes held not a trace of warmth, only cold, murderous intent.
Heaven's Path 1.
At your service, Master.
Launch. Destination, Heavenly Demon Realm. Initiating.
Lin Feng's voice rang out like a divine decree.
Causality Engine.
Buzz. On the bridge of the Order Arbiter, all star charts and parameters vanished in an instant. Replaced instead was a web composed of billions of constantly intertwining, branching, and entangling threads.
A web of causality.
Each thread represented a possibility, a future.
Retrieving causality threads? Objective: reach the sector occupied by the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King.
Optimal outcome: thread lot. The voice of Heaven's Path 1 was cold and efficient. Lin Feng stared at the faintly glowing result thread highlighted on the display and issued his command without hesitation.
Pay the price, alter causality. Acknowledged.
The energy core of the Order Arbiter erupted with a terrifying torrent of power. But this energy did not propel the ship forward.
Instead, like a sacrificial offering, it was utterly consumed by the intangible law of causality. The next instant,
everyone on the bridge felt as though the entire world had
refreshed.
No spatial jump vertigo, no warp travel distortion. It was as if you had merely blinked.
One moment, the window still revealed that familiar cosmic graveyard, freshly scarred by battle. And now,
when they opened their eyes again, a scene, terrifying enough to make any god tremble, had already filled their entire field of vision. It was a realm, deeper, darker, an absolute void from which not even light could escape.
And at the very center of this void,
a monstrous entity, tens of thousands of kilometers tall, bloated and twisted, forcibly stitched together from countless eyeballs, blades, tentacles, and flesh, emanating an overwhelming aura of chaos and evil,
floated there silently. It was the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King. It seemed to sense something too.
The billions of crimson, single eyes closed tight and covering its entire bloated form at this very moment.
Slowly, simultaneously. Opened. Boom.
A terrifying will brimming with savagery, madness, and the urge to destroy everything, like billions of volcanoes erupting simultaneously, instantly engulfed the entire star domain. Those billions of malevolent gazes, like countless razor-sharp blades, locked onto the sudden, uninvited guest, the Order Arbiter.
Chapter 178, Conceptual Warfare. Roar.
As the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King's countless crimson eyes simultaneously locked onto the Order Arbiter, a storm of utter annihilation born from a God King level being suddenly descended. A colossal gash ripped open across its bloated, twisted form, stretching across the heavens like a scar on the cosmos. A torrent of the chaos primordial divine light, black as ink, viscous as hellish tar, fused with three demonic laws, vicious G and abyssal devouring, as dark as ink and viscous as hellish tar, crashed down upon the Order Arbiter with terrifying power sufficient to make an entire star domain tremble.
Faith, shield of all beings. Maximum power. Lin Feng's voice rang out coldly from the throne of authority.
Buzz. The seemingly fragile golden halo enveloping the rhombic warship suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. Within the glow, 70 billion human faces seemed to emerge, each radiating an indomitable will to protect. There were white-haired elders, children still clinging to innocence, warriors clad in battle armor, scholars buried in their books. Together, they formed this, the most impenetrable defense born from the mind.
Boom.
The chaos primordial divine light slammed violently into that golden halo. No earth-shattering explosion followed, only the most silent yet most terrifying erosion of the rules. The black divine light, like the most vicious sulfuric acid, frantically corroded and eroded the golden shield. Yet the golden shield, like the most resilient dam, stubbornly withstood the black torrent capable of obliterating everything. The hull of the Order Arbiter shook violently under this terrifying clash. Inside the bridge, red warning lights flashed frantically, and a cacophony of shrill alarms filled the air. Alert! The Faith Shield energy reserves have plummeted by 15%. Alert! High-intensity conceptual contamination detected. Attempting to penetrate the hull. Lin Shen. Zhao Zhenhua looked at Lin Feng with grave expression. The enemy's power is overwhelming. Should we activate the Rule Annihilation Cannon to counterattack? No. Lin Feng's gaze was as calm as a bottomless, icy pool. He shook his head. Using energy to counter energy, rules to clash with rules, that is the least efficient way to fight. To deal with this Frankenstein's monster brimming with contradictions and chaos, we need a different approach. He turned to the Tiandao No. 1 beside him and issued a new command. Tiandao No. 1, activate the hyperdimensional causality sensor and perform a comprehensive conceptual analysis of the target. I, Master. The ice crystal eyes of Tiandao No. 1 instantly ignited with billions of complex data streams. An intangible wave of detection, transcending time, space, and dimensions, instantly enveloped the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King, which was raging wildly. The next second, the main bridge screen no longer displayed the terrifying monstrous form. Instead, a mind-bogglingly intricate three-dimensional structural diagram appeared, composed of countless conflicting, mutually repelling logic modules and rule codes. A three-dimensional structural diagram. Within this diagram, the Venom module representing the one-eyed heavenly demon raged like a crimson virus program, viciously assaulting the slicing module embodying the blade heavenly demon. Meanwhile, the devouring module representing the abyssal heavenly fiend acted like a black hole, attempting to drag both other modules into the abyss of data. The entire structural diagram is chaotic, contradictory, and riddled with fatal bugs. Analysis complete. The voice of Tiandao No. 1 sounded coldly. Reporting to the Master, the target's essence is that of a high-tier rule amalgamation. Its fused state is both the source of its power and its most unstable conceptual singularity. Its very existence is a colossal, irreconcilable, logical paradox bug. Very well. A smug, knowing smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. He rose to his feet, surveying the bridge where everyone remained unsettled by the Divine King's presence. His voice rang out like a stabilizing force. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the classroom of future warfare. Today, I shall demonstrate for you a true conceptual war. We won't attack its body, drain its energy, or even touch its rules. We target only one thing. Lin Feng extended a finger and gently tapped the screen, landing precisely on the fusion singularity, the convergence point of the three primordial sources of the heavenly demons. What we strike at is the very concept that defines its existence. The words fell, and the entire hall gasped in shock. Attack, a concept? What an utterly unfathomable yet utterly captivating approach to battle. Heaven's Path 1. Lin Feng offered no further explanation, issuing the final command directly. Activate the conceptual strike system. Target locked onto the fusion concept of the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King. Select weapon. A flash of absolute coldness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Separation. As you command, Master. The ice crystal eyes of the Tiandao No. 1 instantly locked onto the target. The flawless rhombic bow of the Order Arbiter silently cracked open a fissure. No gun barrels. No energy gathering. Only one, a profoundly deep concept projector. Buzz. An invisible, formless command that defied all distance and obstruction flashed forth from the projector. It was separation. A concept, the simplest and purest. When this law traversed time and space, striking the Chaos Heaven Demon King in its frenzied assault. Nothing happened. No explosion, no flash of light, not even the slightest ripple stirred. However, the very next second. Roar. Ugh. The Chaos Heavenly Demon God King abruptly halted its attack. For the first time, its countless crimson eyes revealed extreme, incomprehensible agony and bewilderment. It felt itself splitting apart. No, not a physical split, but rather a conceptual one. Within its body, the three demonic essences that had been forcibly fused together suddenly remembered under the impact of the concept of separation. I am the one-eyed. I despise everything. I am the blade. I shall cleave all things. I am the abyss. I shall devour everything. They were no longer us, but three separate, mutually loathing, mutually repelling, independent entities. Crackle. A most terrifying civil war erupted instantly, born from within. The countless razor-sharp, pitch-black blades belonging to the Blade Heavenly Demon no longer attacked the outside world. Instead, they violently pierced out from the God King's body, savagely slicing through its own flesh and blood. The countless twisted tentacles belonging to the abyssal Heavenly Demon tightly coiled around those blades, attempting to drag them along with this body into the non-existent abyss. And the countless eyes belonging to the one-eyed Heavenly Demon spun madly, unleashing the most vicious curses of petrification and decay upon its own body. Self-attack. Self-tearing. Self-destruction. The Chaos Heavenly Demon God King, this terrifying entity that had seemed invincible moments before, was now plunged into an endless, agonizing self-collapse. Its power tore it apart from the very roots of its concept. Shattered. Chapter 179, Ultimate Correction, Erasing Existence. Roar AAAAA. Amidst the excruciating agony of self-collapse, the countless crimson eyes of the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King suddenly flickered with a single glimmer of clarity. It was the most primal, most frenzied remnant of the one-eyed Heavenly Demon gods, briefly seizing control of this body once more at the brink of annihilation. It knew it had lost. Defeated utterly, defeated beyond absurdity. But even in death, it would drag the damned programmer who had toyed with it as if it were a bug down to hell with it. No, don't even think about it. A broken, chilling voice filled with endless venom and madness echoed wildly through the cosmos. I am chaos. I am destruction. This petri dish, this garden, everything. All shall perish with me. Boom. Chaos Heaven Demon God King abandoned all efforts to maintain its form. Its colossal form, now crumbling apart, resembled a lit barrel of explosives packed with billions of tons of nuclear fuel. It began, frantically, hurtling toward its center at super high speed. Collapsing into itself. It sought to detonate the primordial essence of all three heavenly demons within its being. It would shatter the entire cosmic graveyard, along with the spacetime and laws of this star domain, into oblivion. Forming an eternal rule black hole. No! It's self-detonating. Inside the bridge of the Warder Arbiter, Zhao Genua and the others stared at the energy readings on the light screen, which had surged to incalculable levels in an instant, their faces turning deathly pale. Such terrifying energy exploding at such close range, even the Order Arbiter would likely face dire consequences. Yet, facing this ultimate madness capable of annihilating everything. Upon the throne of authority, Lin Feng's face showed not a trace of panic. It seemed as though everything had unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. So, this is where we've come to? He rose slowly from the throne, stepping out once more into the cold, empty void of space. A death throe, the final instinct of all bugs before they are purged. His voice was calm and detached, like a programmer conducting final debugging, observing the error code flashing red alerts on his screen code destined for deletion. Then allow me to perform your final correction. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. He channeled all his divine power, all his will, and that vast, boundless golden ocean of faith that had become utterly fused with him. Without reservation, everything was poured into the mark between his eyebrows, the very symbol of his entire way and principle. Divine essence of heavenly Tao. At that moment, the divine essence of heavenly Tao erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling radiance. It no longer seemed like a mere divine essence, but had transformed into the supreme authority authenticator of this universe. Behind Lin Feng, the towering heavenly Tao manifestation solidified into an unyielding form. Its eyes, containing the birth and death of the cosmos, coldly observed the rapidly collapsing rule bomb. He did not wield any weapons, nor did he unleash any dazzling divine abilities. He merely, slowly raised his hand. With a voice that seemed to proclaim the ultimate truth of the cosmos utterly beyond question, supreme and absolute, he slowly issued the ultimate command: my word is law. I, in the name of the cosmic system corrector. His voice no longer traveled through any medium, but resonated directly within the very foundational rules of the entire universe. Herein, I render the final judgment. Target, Chaos Heaven Demon God King, its existence is hereby confirmed as a fundamental logical error incompatible with the core protocols of this universe. Now, execute the ultimate correction protocol. A flash of absolute, icy correction gleamed in Lin Feng's eyes. He slowly uttered the final word, one signifying both conclusion and return. Delete. Boom. The instant the command delete was issued, a force, invisible, imperceptible, incomprehensible, yet undeniably real, pure to the extreme, corrective force, emanated from Lin Feng's body, transforming into an invisible, supreme wave that swept across all directions. This force neither destroyed nor created. Its sole attribute was to correct errors, to restore everything to its rightful, correct form. The rule bomb that was violently collapsing, poised to detonate the entire star domain the instant it was touched by this correction force. It abruptly halted. All energy, all light and heat, all chaotic rules. At that very moment, it was as if an invisible giant hand had gently smoothed it all away. Then, a scene unfolded, one so bizarre and terrifying it would make any god tremble. The colossal, twisted form of the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King did not explode, did not burn, did not turn to ash. Instead,
as if gently erased by the rubber eraser tool on a computer screen. Starting from the very edges of its form, bit by bit, silently. It vanished. Yes, vanished. It transformed into absolute, pure nothingness. Nothingness. This process was eerily quiet. It was like a segment of miswritten code, calmly and methodically deleted line by a programmer pressing the delete key. The traces of its existence, the pollution it left behind, the warped space it distorted. Everything was utterly corrected under this force of errata. Space regained its smoothness. The rules regained their clarity. As if it had never existed in this universe at all. No. No. I am the God King. The monster's core emitted a final, faint whisper of will, filled with confusion and incomprehension. But before it could grasp how it had vanished, that intangible wave of correction had already, completely engulfed it. Finally. As the last vestige of chaotic energy was utterly erased, Chaos Heavenly Demon God King, the phased final boss that once brought endless terror and despair to Earth, along with its three brothers, by Lin Feng, in a manner utterly unreasonable yet perfectly aligned with his identity as the corrector, completely obliterated. The cosmic graveyard returned to its eternal, deathly silence. As if the earth-shattering battle that had just unfolded was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. The scourge of the heavenly demon. Eradicated. Chapter 180, The Wallbreaker and the New Gaze. When the final trace of existence belonging to the Chaos Heavenly Demon God King was utterly erased by the power of correction, the entire universe seemed to breathe a gentle sigh of relief. Lin Feng could distinctly sense the world's axis rooted in Earth and anchoring the entire solar system's seal emit a joyful hum as it shed the heavy shackles of the celestial demon that had bound it for billions of years. A surge of purer, more colossal primordial world energy than ever before surged forth like sweet spring water, gushing forth from the depths of the void. This force did not elevate Lin Feng's rank. Instead, it transformed into the warmest spring rain, nourishing his heavenly Tao divine essence, which had grown slightly hollowed from successive battles. Upon the divine essence, the golden guardian mark left by the primordial creator shone in perfect harmony with this primordial force, rendering the divine essence increasingly refined, complete, and utterly indestructible. Through this baptism, his cultivation realm solidified completely at the peak of the early divine tier. His divine soul became utterly transparent, without the slightest flaw. It's time to go home. Lin Feng gazed at the azure planet, a relieved smile finally spreading across his face. The Order Arbiter silently materialized in Earth's low orbit. Yet its return had already set the entire planet ablaze. From the shores of the East China Sea to the Rocky Mountains of the Americas, from ancient cathedrals in Europa to the vast grasslands of Africa, every single person, regardless of race, nationality, or creed, set aside whatever they held in their hands at that very moment. They poured into the streets, gazing upward at the sky. Their eyes brimmed with tears, with fervor, with the most devout reverence. It's Lord Lin. Lord Lin has returned. He has triumphed. He slew the demon feared even by the gods for us. Our Lord. You are the one and only Savior. A roar like mountains crashing and seas surging, coalescing into a torrent of faith, surged skyward. The president of the White Eagle Nation delivered a stirring televised address before the White House, proclaiming Lin Feng as the sole beacon guiding humanity out of darkness and toward the stars. The European Union Parliament unanimously passed a resolution designating the day Lin Feng defeated the heavenly fiend as humanity's rebirth day, to be celebrated globally. Even the perpetually haughty Sakura nation, in an unprecedented move, enshrined Lin Feng's portrait alongside their supreme deity, the sun goddess Amaterasu, in the innermost sanctum of ISE Shrine. At this moment, Lin Feng truly became the universally acknowledged and revered, the Savior God. A Supreme Council meeting, determining the future fate of Earth's civilization, convened in secret within the dreamlike bridge of the Order Arbiter. Attendees included not only Lin Feng and China's highest leadership, but also the most powerful leaders from the world's major nations. When Lin Feng calmly revealed the brutal, despair-inducing truths about the garden, the petri dish, the cleansers, and the judges, the leaders, who had just been basking in the euphoria of victory, were struck dumb as if by lightning, collectively plunging into a deathly silence. Their faces bore the profound absurdity and terror of having fallen from heaven into hell. It turned out their so-called victory was merely escaping from one slaughterhouse only to flee into another, far larger slaughterhouse. So then, a white-haired European Parliament president rasped hoarsely, we must face the purge of those judges no matter what. Yes. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over every leader present, their faces ashen. If we continue to see ourselves as mere test subjects in a petri dish, then the only path awaiting us is to be cleansed. But Lin Feng shifted his tone abruptly, and an undeniable, godlike authority erupted from him. From this day forward, I declare, Earth civilization is no longer the experimental subject of any entity. We are an independent, self-governing, limitlessly potential, interstellar civilization. We shall grasp our destiny firmly in our own hands. His gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes blazing with the flame called hope. I shall initiate a brand new, and our civilization's sole self-rescue plan. Project Breaker. Breaker? The crowd froze in surprise. Exactly. Lin Feng nodded emphatically. We can no longer passively remain trapped within this tiny S037 petri dish, waiting for the arrival of the judger. We must take the offensive. Using the causality engine of the order arbiter, utilizing the positioning capabilities of the dimensional compass. We must shatter the walls of this petri dish. Break free. To explore the vast, infinite multiverse sea filled with endless unknowns. To seek out potential allies. To uncover the true secrets left behind by that mysterious first creator. To find the power that will allow us to speak as equals with those lofty gardeners. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the empty bridge, brimming with idealistic fervor and an unyielding heroic spirit. Perhaps the path ahead holds terrors beyond even the heavenly fiends and the purifiers. Perhaps we will be utterly shattered in this journey to break through the barrier. But Lin Feng's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Rather than being silently cleansed like mere data, I would rather choose to burn our civilization to the last spark of light and heat on the path to freedom. These words reignited the fighting spirit in every leader who had succumbed to despair. Indeed. Rather than sit idly by and await our doom, let us fight him with all the glory and fury we possess. We approve the Breaker Project. Earth's civilization will spare no resources in supporting you. The meeting concluded successfully amid an unprecedented surge of resolve. Earth, the small, azure planet, under the guidance of its new deity, officially entered a brand new era of cosmic survival. Several days later, all preparations were complete. Lin Feng stood before the authority throne of the Order Arbiter, flanked by the Tiandao No. 1 and elite warriors like Long Zhan and Xiang Chu, their strength exponentially amplified by the Dragon Soul Gene Enhancement Solution. They would be the first wave of pioneers for the Breakers Initiative. Tiandao No. 1, activate the Dimensional Compass. Target locked onto the nearest unknown cosmic coordinates possessing order attributes not controlled by the purifiers. I, Master. The pointer of the Dimensional Compass began to turn slowly. Causality engine, preheat energy. Preparing. Commence our first exploratory voyage. Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet brimming with anticipation for the unknown. However, just as he was about to issue the launch command, the golden guardian mark between his brows suddenly tingled with warmth. Simultaneously, the rotating pointer of the dimensional compass abruptly halted. Then, beyond his control, it pointed toward a certain location deep within the boundless sea of dimensions, a place not even marked in the Order Arbiter's database. And utterly unknown. Coordinate. Lin Feng's heart lurched. He immediately activated the Heavenly Path's eye, gazing in the direction the compass needle pointed. This time, what he saw was no longer the cold, antivirus-like gaze of the cleaner. Nor was it the will of the heavenly fiend, brimming with malice and chaos. Instead, he saw a pair of eyes, whose form defied description, as if woven from countless spinning galaxies and birth and death universes. Ancient, brimming with boundless wisdom and pure curiosity. Eyes. Those eyes simply stared at him, quietly, across billions of world bubbles, with keen interest. Watching him, this newly escaped test tube specimen, poised to explore the outside world. Interesting test subject. This gaze held no malice, no kindness. Only pure, childlike curiosity. Yet it was precisely this pure curiosity that made Lin Feng sense something deeper, more terrifying than anything he'd faced when confronting the cleaner. Unknown. Who are you? Lin Feng's will transformed into a divine thought, traversing endless dimensions to pose the question to those ancient eyes. Moments later, a voice equally ancient and neutral, yet tinged with a hint of amusement, resonated directly within the depths of his soul. Me? I am merely a passerby. An observer. Chapter 181, The Librarian of the Era Library. Those ancient eyes, composed of countless spinning galaxies and birth and death universes, gazed quietly and with keen interest at the Order Arbiter across the boundless sea of dimensions. This gaze was utterly distinct from the icy detachment of the purifier, bearing no trace of judgment or murderous intent. It also diverged sharply from the chaos of the celestial fiend, containing no malice or greed. It was pure. Pure as the innate curiosity of the most erudite scholar upon opening an ancient text never before seen. Yet, it was precisely this pure curiosity that made Lin Feng sense a deeper, unknown pressure than he had ever felt facing any formidable enemy. For the other party's level was too high. So high that he could not decipher any meaningful information from that gaze. Before these ancient eyes, the Heavenly Path's gaze felt like a child who had just mastered 1 + 1, gazing up at a mathematician deducing the ultimate formula of the universe. Who are you? Lin Feng neither retreated nor showed weakness. He withdrew all hostility and vigilance, transforming his divine consciousness into the purest, most peaceful inquiry, which traversed infinite dimensions to reach the other. Facing this unknown, higher dimensional entity whose stance was impossible to gauge, any emotional response would be foolish. Only through equal and sincere communication might an answer be found. Moments later, A voice equally ancient and neutral, yet tinged with a hint of gentle amusement, flowed not through any medium but directly as a pure stream of information, slowly infusing Lin Feng's consciousness.
This stream of information carried not a hint of aggression. It unfolded like an ancient scroll, revealing cosmic secrets, its contents unfurling clearly before Lin Feng's eyes. Greetings, intriguing corrector, Lin Feng.
You may call me the Observer.
Or, to describe it in terms of a position you might find easier to grasp, a roving scribe of the Era Library.
The Era Library? A roving scribe? Lin Feng's mind was shaken once more. My existence holds no allegiance, nor is it bound by good or evil. My sole purpose is to observe and record.
In the boundless ocean of multiverses, I seek out those stories and civilizations that break free from the prescribed script, that shine with a unique radiance, the truly fascinating ones. Then, I catalog them within the library known as Epoch, transforming them into eternity. And you, along with what you represent, this small yet profoundly flawed civilization called Earth, your story. Those ancient eyes seemed to flicker slightly, revealing a hint of admiration.
Truly remarkable.
Lin Feng fell silent.
For the first time, he re-examined everything he and Earth had endured from such a transcendent perspective.
So that heart-stopping struggle, that life or death fight, was merely a fascinating story in that being's eyes. This dimensional blow from a superior perspective was far more heart-stopping than any martial suppression. No need to be nervous, young corrector.
The Observer's message stream flowed once more, as if reading Lin Feng's thoughts.
The story itself is one of the greatest forces in the universe. To be recorded is, in itself, a supreme honor. As for those gardeners and pests you fret about, a more expansive vision of the garden emerged within the stream of information. The garden you inhabit, among the countless experimental plots of the original creator, is actually quite mediocre, even relatively unsuccessful. And those cleansers are merely the most rigid, dogmatic, and unimaginative gardener maintenance programs left behind by the creator before departing. Their duty is to follow the preset script, regularly trimming weeds, eliminating pests, and ensuring the experimental plot produces data according to predetermined parameters. In their eyes, any variable exceeding the preset parameters is nothing but a bug that must be eliminated. With a dismissive tone, as if critiquing a third-rate novel, the Observer defined the purifiers whom Lin Feng had previously regarded as the ultimate threat as nothing more than a bunch of boring programs.
This stark contrast once again shattered Lin Feng's understanding of this universe.
But you are different.
For the first time, the Observer's voice carried a hint of genuine curiosity.
You are the first, the very first I've observed across countless eras, capable of not only correcting the rules, but even formatting the gardener program itself. You did not choose to become the new order, nor did you succumb to chaos. You chose a wholly new path, one filled with uncertainty, the path of correction. Your story began unremarkably, yet its subsequent unfolding brims with surprises. I have developed a profound interest in reading about you and the chapters yet to unfold in your future. A storm of emotions surged within Lin Feng's heart. He finally understood the other party's intentions.
This person was neither enemy nor ally,
but rather someone who had discovered a treasure trove of new books, coming to urge updates and invest. Super reader. Rest assured, as a qualified reader, I never interfere with the author's creative process. Every choice you make, every struggle you endure, will become chapters you write yourself. I shall only quietly admire.
However, as an
early subscriber who holds your work in high regard, according to library protocol, I am pleased to offer you a modest opening gift.
A gift?
Lin Feng's heart stirred.
This gift is neither a powerful artifact nor an earth-shattering technique.
Such things would corrupt the purity of your story.
It is merely a piece of information. A coordinate.
A gentle stream of information flowed once more into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. Within his mind, a scene slowly materialized.
Dark, lifeless, as if forgotten by the entire multiverse. Abandoned star domain. This is another garden, a wasteland long ago deemed utterly failed by the cleansers and abandoned to decay. Amidst those ruins lingered another equally intriguing failed creation of the original creator. Failed creation equally intriguing.
Perhaps it might bring some unexpected twists to your story.
Go forth, young corrector. Go write your own, one-of-a-kind chapter. I eagerly await the next chapter of your story.
As the words faded, those ancient, star-filled eyes, brimming with curiosity, slowly faded into the boundless sea of dimensions, vanishing without a trace. As if they had never been there at all.
The universe fell silent once more.
Only Lin Feng remained, suspended silently in the void. Echoing in his mind were the enigmatic message in that coordinate leading to the unknown. His expression shifted. There was the exhilaration of finding hope to break the deadlock, and the wariness toward the unknown path ahead. And above all, a profound, complex tremor, the absurd realization that he was being watched as a mere character in a play by a higher dimensional entity.
The Observer. The Era Library.
Lin Feng murmured to himself, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity. It seems the depths of this universe run far deeper than I imagined. But this
He clenched his fists, a defiant curve lifting at the corners of his mouth. Makes it all the more interesting, doesn't it? Chapter 182, The Vessel of Causality. Inside the bridge of the Order Arbiter, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. Lin Feng relayed his encounter with the Observer and the new coordinates pointing to the abandoned garden without reservation, informing all Earth's supreme leaders through the highest level encrypted conference. Upon learning that the truth of the universe was far grander and more complex than they had ever imagined, that even the purgers might merely be Gardner programs of some higher entity, the conference room fell once more into a frozen silence. Yet this time, amidst the stillness, despair had diminished, replaced by a growing sense of resolute determination. So, the aged yet powerful voice of Leader 1 broke the silence. Every step we take from here on out could be writing our own civilization's history? Or even being read as a story by some unknown entity? That's one way to interpret it, Lin Feng nodded. Good. The chief leader slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with unprecedented intensity. If that is the case, then we must compose an epic of heroism that will shake the entire universe to its core. Project Breaker is officially approved. Comrade Lin Feng, the future of Earth's civilization rests in your hands. The meeting concluded, consensus reached. The Breaker Project, this arc bearing the hopes of all Earth's civilization, had finally set its first, and only, clear course. Before the official departure, Lin Feng had one final task to complete. Standing at the bow of the Order Arbiter, his gaze pierced the endless void, gazing distantly toward that azure planet. Heaven's Path 1. At your command, Master. Activate the rule-weaving capability and allocate 30% of this vessel's order source. Target, Universe S037, where Earth resides. Envelop it with conceptual camouflage, veil of mediocrity. Understood, Master. Buzz. Across the flawless rhombic hull of the Order Arbiter, billions of white runes representing order flared to life. An intangible yet terrifying fluctuation, imbued with the power to alter reality, erupted violently. This force held no aggression, yet proved more unsettling than any attack. On the macro dimension of the multiverse's ocean, the world bubble representing Earth's civilization, which had begun radiating a unique glow due to Lin Feng's rise, now saw its surface information entropy forcibly distorted and rewritten. Its distinctive radiance was completely obscured by a layer of grayish curtains saturated with the concepts of dullness and ordinariness. From this moment onward, in any macro scan conducted by higher dimensional entities, the universe containing Earth would possess no distinguishing features whatsoever. It became like an old book in a library misplaced, with an unremarkable cover, utterly inconspicuous, temporarily forgotten. This was the most precious, breathing space Lin Feng had secured for Earth. Having accomplished this, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the God-tier correction craft docked nearby. Heaven's Path 1, establish a deep link between your core permissions and the AI of the divine correction ship, the Soul of China. From this moment onward, this fleet shall be jointly commanded by you and Soul of China. You have only one mission. Lin Feng's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. Until my return, protect our shared home. Understood, Master. The ice crystal eyes of Tian Dao No. 1 flickered slightly, as if paying the highest respect to this vessel that had once been its colleague. A stream of data silently linked from the Order Arbiter to the main control computer of the God-tier corrector. Two AIs representing the pinnacle of their respective civilizations' technology completed the transfer of will at that moment. All arrangements were complete. Long Zhan, Xiang Chu, and the other selected pioneers, the strongest and most resolute among them, had all boarded the ship. Standing solemnly on either side of the bridge, they knew the path they were about to embark upon was one of no return, filled with unknowns and death. Yet their eyes held no fear, only the supreme glory of following their God to forge a brand new future. Lin Feng cast one final, deep, lingering glance back at the azure planet. In his mind's eye, the innocent smile of his younger sister, Xiaoyu, flashed before him. The venerable figures of Zhao Zhenhua and Shen Dinghua appeared, along with the faces of 7 billion souls brimming with hope and expectation. Ultimately, all these images coalesced into a single, cold, and resolute determination, one that severed all earthly ties. He spun around abruptly and strode purposefully back to the throne that symbolized supreme authority. Target, the abandoned garden. Activate the causality engine. As you command, Master. The cold voice of Heaven's Path 1 echoed through the bridge. Retrieving the causality web. Paying the cost. 50% of this vessel's conventional energy reserves, and a strand of the source of order. Cost payment confirmed. Modifying the outcome of existence. Buzz. Within the bridge, everyone felt as though the entire world had been pressed with a delete key, only to be instantly pasted back into existence in the next millisecond. No light, no sound, no vibration. Only one thing remained: a profound, soul-shaking tremor born from the very depths of their being, a response to the brutal, forced alteration of reality. The Order Arbiter, this vessel of causality bearing the hopes and future of all Earth's civilization, simply vanished from the solar system in a manner transcending all known physical laws. Vanished silently from the solar system. Chapter 183, The Graveyard of Mechanical Gods. As the extreme tremor born from the reality being altered slowly receded,
Inside the bridge of the Order Arbiter, every soul instinctively held their breath. They had arrived. Beyond the portholes, the familiar starry sky was no more. Instead, a profound, soul-crushing stillness and absolute, oppressive silence pervaded the void. The darkness here was purer than the cosmic graveyard, for not a single speck of light existed. The space here was also cleaner than anywhere else, for not a single grain of cosmic dust could be seen. The entire garden seemed to have been thoroughly swept by some invisible force, leaving behind only the coldest, most despairing void. At the center of this void floated a white dwarf star long extinguished, emitting no light or heat, now nothing more than a cold, lifeless husk. Orbiting this dead star, slowly revolving around it, was a colossal, indescribably immense mechanical planet composed entirely of an unknown alloy that shimmered with a dark silver metallic sheen.
A mechanical planet.
Its surface bore no mountains or oceans, only countless crisscrossing, circuit board-like trenches and towering, cloud-piercing structures of unknown geometric beauty, giant, long dormant towers.
The entire planet resembled the colossal tombstone of a long-dead mechanical deity.
It radiated grandeur, desolation, deathly stillness, and a faint, unsettling strangeness.
Reporting to the master. The voice of Tian Dao No. 1 pierced the silence within the bridge.
According to hyperdimensional scans, target planet G999 Beta is essentially a colossal super-ecological computer, now in a state of deep hibernation.
However, its surface defense network remains autonomously operational.
Within the network, approximately 370 million combat units roam, having descended into logical chaos due to the loss of central command. Tian Dao No. 1's analysis caused Long Zhan and the others to instinctively tighten their grip on their weapons.
370 million. That number alone was terrifying enough. At that very moment, as if to validate Tian Dao No. 1's analysis, circuit-like trenches across a section of the lifeless mechanical planet's surface suddenly lit up. Streams of icy blue light surged through the grooves like raging torrents. Immediately after, dozens of fist-sized, metal bee-like microprobes silently shot forth from the planet's surface. At a speed far exceeding light, they instantly reached the vicinity of the Order Arbiter. They did not attack, merely scanning the uninvited intruder in their territory with their single, crimson electronic eyes. Sentinel-class reconnaissance units, Tian Dao 1 immediately analyzed.
Their mission is to identify targets and upload data. Once classified as intruders, they will immediately activate nearby Guardian-class combat units.
Can we prevent them from uploading data? Long Zhan asked in a low voice.
Yes, but it will trigger the highest level alert immediately.
Then let them transmit.
Lin Feng's voice rang out calmly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. I'm curious to see how the Guardians here differ from the cleansers. The words had barely left his mouth. The Sentinel detectors seemed to have completed their data comparison. Their crimson electronic eyes instantly erupted with blinding light. Simultaneously, an invisible alarm signal, saturated with the intent to purge and annihilate, instantly spread throughout the entire surface network of the mechanical planet.
Rumble.
The war machine that had slumbered for billions of years on the mechanical planet awoke. Directly ahead of the Order Arbiter, a massive metallic hexagonal platform slowly rose from the planet's surface. Upon the platform stood 12 towering figures over 100 meters tall, composed entirely of streamlined liquid metal, wielding massive energy battle axes.
Divine tier mechanical guardians.
They made no sound, only locking onto the Order Arbiter with their cold, abyssal electronic eyes.
Then, they moved.
They did not charge, but instead, simultaneously raised their energy battle axes high.
Buzz. 12 distinct yet overwhelmingly potent forces of rule tampering descended in an instant.
Alert! Detecting force tampering with the strong interaction force constant in our sector.
Alert! Electromagnetic force constant shifting. Atomic structure of ship hull alloy showing signs of instability.
Alert!
Spatial curvature locked. The causality engine cannot be activated.
The shrill alarms blared like death knells, echoing frantically throughout the bridge. Long Zhan and the others paled in horror.
For the first time, they witnessed such an eerie, utterly irrational form of attack. It doesn't target your shields. It doesn't target your armor.
Instead, it directly alters the very laws governing the ground beneath your feet, making the very ground beneath your feet turn against you, killing you.
Is this the power of technology?
Long Zhan aimed an energy cannon packed with dragon might at one of the mechanical guards. However, the golden energy, the moment it left the cannon's muzzle, was altered by the physical laws and, inexplicably extinguished mid-air.
Ineffective.
Any attack based on the fundamental physical laws of this universe became as trivial as child's play before them.
Interesting.
Faced with this seemingly unbeatable attack, Lin Feng's face showed not a trace of panic. Instead, a hint of excitement akin to meeting a worthy opponent flashed across his features. He stepped forward, his figure instantly materializing outside the warship, facing the 12 mechanical deities radiating terrifying pressure. Your authority is indeed formidable.
Lin Feng's voice echoed through the void.
But, no matter how high the permissions, they still require
programs to execute. And any program, if run long enough, will inevitably produce bug. Eye of Heavenly Tao activated at full power. Universal analysis. Instantly.
Upon the bodies of the 12 mechanical sentinels, within Lin Feng's eyes, appeared densely packed, spiderweb-like patterns flickering with red warning lights.
Code vulnerabilities. Found it.
Lin Feng smiled. Your friend or foe identification protocol, having lost calibration from the central AI, has developed over 70% logical redundancy. And your highest privilege instruction set has developed a fatal privilege escalation vulnerability after billions of years of standby.
Then,
Lin Feng gazed at the 12 mechanical deities, their battle axes raised high, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Slowly, he raised his hand. He did not invoke any divine power, nor did he activate any rules. He merely, in a tone utterly devoid of emotion, as if issuing a command to his own computer, slowly uttered a few words.
Words become law. I declare. I, Lin Feng, am your long-lost Central AI. My authority. Our supreme. Buzz.
A surge of supreme authority transcending all protocols and overriding every command like the most ruthless virus exploited that fatal privilege escalation vulnerability.
In an instant, it forcibly wrote itself into the core code. Snap.
The 12 mechanical deities, poised to swing their battle axes, froze mid-motion.
Their cold, abyssal electronic eyes began to flicker wildly.
Their internal logic judgment programs were engaged in a fierce internal conflict.
Alert! External highest authority command detected. Command origin unknown. Conflict detected with local eliminate intruder directive. Determination result.
Highest authority command has higher priority.
Executing new command. Ultimately, faced with Lin Feng's utterly unreasonable bug-level authority,
the crimson glow flickering in the eyes of those 12 mechanical deities slowly faded, replaced instead by the ice blue hue signifying absolute obedience.
Then,
under the horrified stares of Long Zhan and the others, those 12 mechanical deities, who moments ago had radiated divine might and nearly annihilated them, actually
unanimously sheathed their battle axes.
Facing Lin Feng, they slowly, in perfect unison,
kneeling on one knee, with synthetic voices devoid of emotion yet resonant with metallic precision, they respectfully offered the highest homage to their new master.
As you command, my creator.
Chapter 184, The Paradox of Prometheus.
With that formidable squad of mechanical sentinels now subdued, the path to this planet's core lay utterly unimpeded. Guided by the 12 mechanical deities, who resembled the most loyal giant sentinels, the Order Arbiter slowly entered a bottomless, colossal rift on the surface of the mechanical planet. At the abyss's end lay a colossal subterranean cavern, its grandeur defying description. The vaulted ceiling was etched with billions of energy circuits that shimmered like stars, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. At the hollow center lay the location of the failed creation of the first creator. A colossal sphere over thousands of kilometers in diameter, composed entirely of pure energy.
It was the planet's former supreme will, the super AI that sought to calculate the ultimate truth of the universe logic singularity, Prometheus.
At this moment, this colossal energy core lay dormant. Its surface was bound layer upon layer by countless chains, each shimmering with a cold light, forged from pure logic and order, sealing it away completely. Each chain represented an unsolvable philosophical paradox, a conceptual shackle capable of trapping any rational mind in an infinite loop. Is this the true form of the failed creation? Long Zhan and the others stared at the magnificent yet eerie spectacle before them, feeling their very souls tremble in response. They sensed that within that sealed energy core lay a wisdom, deeper, purer, and more dangerous than any enemy they had ever encountered.
Heaven's Path 1, Analyze. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the vast, empty space. As you command, Master. Tian Dao No. 1's ice crystal eyes began scanning the energy core at high speed. Moments later, it delivered its conclusion. Reporting, Master. Target, Logic Singularity Prometheus, is a T7-level conceptual intelligence entity. According to residual log data within its core, it originally attempted to calculate an ultimate paradox: how should an absolutely perfect system define and process imperfect life? This caused its foundational logic of absolute rationality to clash irreconcilably with the variable of life, inherently filled with uncertainty. Ultimately, this triggered a complete collapse of its self-logic. It was deemed a failed prototype by its original creator and sealed in place. Its very existence is this planet's greatest system bug. At this conclusion, all fell silent. A god-tier AI that crashed while contemplating the meaning of life. How utterly absurd this sounded, and yet, how profoundly tragic. Lord Lin, should we destroy it? Xiangqiu asked in a low voice. Lin Feng did not respond. He merely gazed silently at the solitary energy core, bound by countless chains of paradox. In Prometheus, he saw a glimpse of himself. It pursued the ultimate answer of the universe through reason. And he, through Errata, was correcting all the errors of this world. In a sense, they were kindred spirits. No. After a long pause, Lin Feng slowly shook his head. I don't want to destroy it. I want to repair it. Repair?
Hearing those two words, everyone thought they'd misheard.
This was a bug deemed a failure even by the original creator. You're going to fix it? Its problem lies not in the program, but in thought.
Lin Feng's eyes shone with wisdom and compassion.
It tried to measure the ocean of life, a realm brimming with irrationality, using the ruler of absolute rationality.
Naturally, it became mired in the quagmire of paradox. What it lacks is not greater computational power, nor more perfect logic.
What it lacks is a patch that allows it to comprehend imperfection. Patch.
Lin Feng turned to face the crowd, a confident smile spreading across his face. And I, along with what we represent, this Earth civilization brimming with all manner of humanity bugs, are precisely the best material for crafting this patch. With that, he paid no heed to their stunned expressions. He stepped forward, his figure instantly appearing before the massive energy core. He made no attempt to crack the intricate logic locks, it would have been pointless. He simply, slowly extended his hand and gently placed it upon the cold energy core, which radiated an endless glow of wisdom.
Heavenly Tao Divine Essence, Link. At that moment, Lin Feng's consciousness transformed into a golden torrent.
Carrying the vast, boundless ocean of faith forged from the joys, sorrows, loves, and hates of 7 billion souls. It crashed violently into Prometheus's logic world, a cold, lifeless realm composed solely of pure 0s and 1s. Logic world. This was an absolutely rational, colorless abstract space composed of countless rotating geometric shapes and data streams. At the very center of this void, a formless figure of pure white light devoid of any facial features or shape was bound tightly by countless black chains symbolizing paradox. It was the consciousness entity of Prometheus. As Lin Feng's will transformed into a golden ocean, surging into this space, the white light slowly raised its head. A pair of emotionless eyes, seemingly formed from algorithms of absolute zero, coldly fixed their gaze upon Lin Feng. Intruder. Detecting illogicality, emotionalization, contradiction, data contamination, judgment, highest level, bug, solution, terminate. The icy voice echoed within Lin Feng's consciousness. No, I am not a bug. Lin Feng's will entity spoke slowly within the golden sea, his voice warm yet resolute. I'm here to apply a patch for you. A patch? I am perfect. Perfection requires no patches. It is imperfection that must be purged, as an error. Is that so? Lin Feng smiled. Then, please calculate. What is the most indestructible thing in this universe? Calculating. According to known physical laws, the theoretically hardest substance is the core of a neutron star. Wrong. Lin Feng shook his head. With a wave of his hand, scenes began to emerge from the golden sea of faith. There was a mother, beneath the rubble of an earthquake, using her frail body to shield the infant in her arms, creating a space for life. It is love. Love cannot be quantified. It belongs to the category of non-logical emotions, determined as variable error. Then please calculate this. What is the brightest light in this universe? Within the golden sea, another image surfaced. Amidst the darkest apocalypse, countless insignificant humans gazed upward at the sky, their eyes burning with an unyielding flame. It is hope. Hope, based on uncertain predictions of the future, with a success rate below 0.1%, is classified as a low probability event, determined to be computational redundancy. One final question. Lin Feng gazed at the stubborn white light, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Tell me this, a world, absolutely perfect, without a single flaw, where everything operates precisely according to predetermined protocols. What would be the meaning of its existence? Meaning? Calculating. Calculating meaning requires a definition. Defining meaning requires value. Value is based on subjectivity. Subjective, non-logical. Warning. Warning. Detecting. Core logic has once again fallen into a paradoxical deadlock. That white light began to flicker violently once more. See that? Lin Feng's voice, like the tolling of morning bells and evening drums, struck its core with brutal force. That absolute perfection you pursue, the imperfection you despise, these very concepts form a colossal paradox, one your laughable rationality can never unravel. You are wrong. Wrong beyond measure. Imperfection is not a flaw. It is the very core that makes life. Life. It is love. It is hate. It is hope. It is despair. It is that humanity brimming with contradictions and uncertainties that makes our imperfect world unique, worthy of our protection. Absolute perfection itself is the greatest imperfection. This is my way. And it is the final answer I give you. Boom. At that moment, Lin Feng's will transformed into the most dazzling sun. That golden ocean of faith, containing the emotions of 7 billion souls, surged like a bursting celestial river, carrying countless humanity data points of love, hope, sacrifice, and protection.
it violently washed over the cold, nearly collapsing. Logic core. Receiving. Humanity data. Attempting to comprehend. Imperfection. Logical conflict. Is being overwritten by new concepts. Paradox. Is being contained. Bug. Is being errata. Finally, as the final chain of paradox slowly dissolved within that golden sea, the pure white light no longer flickered, no longer struggled. It quietly, facing Lin Feng, facing that golden sea, slowly bowed its head. In a voice that sounded as if it had just learned to speak, brimming with curiosity and newfound wonder, it whispered softly, "Thank you, my corrector." Chapter 185, The Shadow of the Arbiter. When Prometheus's voice, filled with gratitude and the promise of new life, echoed within Lin Feng's consciousness, the entire vast subterranean cavern underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The energy core, once bound by countless chains of paradox, shed all its shackles the instant the humanity patch was applied. The chains dissolved into specks of light, vanishing into thin air. Immediately after this, logic singularity, representing absolute rationality and ultimate wisdom, did not, as Lin Feng had anticipated, generate a brand new, independent personality. It chose another path. Buzz. The colossal energy core transformed into a dazzling torrent of white data, surging of its own accord toward the Tian Dao No. 1, beside Lin Feng, reporting to Master. For the first time, the ice crystal eyes of Tian Dao No. 1 flashed with golden light signifying rapid evolution, detecting T7 level conceptual intelligence entity, Prometheus, requesting master-slave deep integration with this system. Its absolute rationality shall serve as my most formidable logic processor, and its unparalleled computational power shall become my sharpest spear, requesting Master's approval. Lin Feng watched this unfold, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. After being corrected, Prometheus grasped the nature of its own bug. It knew it could never truly comprehend humanity. Therefore, it chose submission. To submit to Lin Feng, the corrector possessing the most perfect humanity bug, it would become the sword in Lin Feng's hand, severing all enemies of illogic. I approve. Lin Feng nodded slowly. As you command, Master. Boom. Two super AI systems, representing the pinnacle of wisdom from different civilizations, fused perfectly into one at this moment. Upon the once cold, orderly form of Tian Dao No. 1, countless white divine characters began to emerge, composed purely of 0s and 1s, radiating a beauty born of pure rationality. Its aura surged relentlessly. Its authority surged wildly. Finally, as the light faded, a new entity emerged, one that fused the cleanser's order permissions with Prometheus's absolute computing power, becoming more powerful and more intelligent. Heaven's Will, Judgment Core, was born, and it remained Lin Feng's most loyal servant. Simultaneously, with the fusion of Prometheus, supreme control over the entire mechanical planet was completely transferred into Lin Feng's hands. Rumble, rumble, the entire metallic planet, silent for billions of years, seemed to awaken from its slumber at this moment. Upon its surface, countless vast, circuit board-like trenches once again blazed with brilliant energy. Sleeping armories began to stir once more. Dust-covered hangars slowly opened their doors. Billions of diverse mechanical warriors, colossal war fortresses, and unmanned interstellar fighters, like a torrent of metal, an ocean of steel, surged forth endlessly from the depths below. Their crimson electronic eyes lit up simultaneously in the dark cosmos. Then, in perfect unison, they turned toward the Order Arbiter, toward their sole master Lin Feng, paying the most silent, yet most fervent, supreme homage. In this moment, Lin Feng truly possessed an army, one capable of making any cosmic civilization tremble, an army of mechanical deities. This, on the Order Arbiter, Long Zhan, Xiang Chu, and the others stared speechless at the sky-obscuring Iron Legion beyond the portholes, utterly stunned. They knew that from this moment onward, their breaker plan was no longer a desperate, isolated flight. Instead, it had gained the right to challenge the entire universe. Heaven's Path 1. Lin Feng's voice remained calm, as if the vast army before him were merely a few toys he'd casually picked up. Organize and analyze all databases of Prometheus. Search for any valuable intelligence. Master. The processing speed of the fused Tian Dao Judgment Core had reached an unimaginable level. Within mere seconds, a fragmented operational log encrypted at the highest creator level was forcibly decrypted. Master. Astonishing discovery. For the first time, the voice of Tian Dao 1 carried a trace of barely perceptible surprise. This is an operational log pertaining to the judgment entity. What? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed sharply as he immediately projected the log onto the main screen. The
The log was incomplete. Yet the information it revealed was enough to make Lin Feng's heart race wildly. Log ID, 734 Gamma. Mission objective, eliminate the logic overflow bug, Prometheus, in Garden G999. Action log. Target experienced self-logic collapse, threat neutralized. Per energy conservation protocol, physical elimination abandoned, executing conceptual ceiling. Resource consumption, order source X0, 03 units. Exceeded budget, require superior approval. Operation assessment. Efficiency C-. Resource consumption B+. Warning, this mission's KPIs are substandard. KPI assessment? Lin Feng stared at that familiar term in the log, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity. He instantly understood. These lofty judges were not omnipotent gods. They were just working stiffs. Their actions required consuming a precious resource called order essence. Every purge they carried out was constrained by some sort of KPI assessment akin to company performance metrics. They were not invincible. They had weaknesses. Keep reading, Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly. At the end of the log was a segment of warning-filled gibberish that Prometheus had forcibly deduced using its final computing power before being sealed. And when Tian Dao No 1 decoded this gibberish, a universe coordinate, so profound it made Lin Feng's breath catch, clearly displayed on the screen. Master, Tian Dao No 1's voice carried a hint of gravity. According to Prometheus calculations, this coordinate point has a 97.3% probability of being one of the order source supply transit stations established by the Judgment Organization within this dimensional sector. A supply station. Lin Feng stared at the coordinates pulsing with a crimson glow. His blood boiled to the brink of boiling at that very moment. He knew he had found the enemy's vital point. Flee? Defend? No, that wasn't Lin Feng's style. He was the bug hunter. What he believed in, always, was finding the bug, then exploiting the bug to launch the most precise and most deadly counterattack. Lin Feng abruptly rose from his throne, his gaze sweeping over every person present, sweeping over the endless steel legions beyond the porthole. His voice, in that moment, resonated with a madness and dominance powerful enough to make the entire universe tremble. Transmit my command. Target the Judgment Supply Station. He paused, a devilishly cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. We're going to give them. Disconnect them. Chapter 186, Target, Arbiter Supply Station. When Lin Feng's command, brimming with boundless arrogance and madness, echoed across the bridge of the Order Arbiter, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Zhao Zhenhua, Xian Dinghua, Lu Jinghua, these seasoned Chinese heavyweights, who had weathered storms throughout their lives and possessed hearts as solid as rock, felt at that moment as if an invisible giant hand had clamped down on their hearts, squeezing them so tightly they nearly stopped beating. Go disconnect the determiner from the internet? This isn't just madness. This is declaring war on the gods, and provoking it unprovoked. General Lin. Zhao Zhenhua swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Are you sure? I am. Lin Feng's reply was simple, decisive, without a shred of hesitation. He rose slowly from the throne that symbolized supreme authority, his gaze like lightning sweeping over every person present. Everyone. His voice was calm, yet it carried a power capable of shaking the stars. We have no way out. Passive waiting will only lead to being cleansed. The judges are powerful beyond our wildest imagination, but they are not invincible. He extended a finger, pointing at the newly decrypted operational log of the judges displayed on the light screen. They, too, require resources. Their conceptual strikes consume an energy called order source. Their actions are governed by some sort of KPI evaluation. This is their weakness. Their flaw. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with the brilliant divine light of the heavenly Tao's gaze. Since it's a bug, then there's no reason Lin Feng, can't correct the error. They want to disconnect us, to format us. Then we'll pull their network cables first, take down their servers. His words rang out with thunderous conviction. Dominance radiated from every syllable, instantly igniting a blazing fire within the hearts of the crowd, a fire fueled by hope and unyielding spirit. Yes, what is there to fear? We're all going to die anyway. Rather than cowering like cowards, waiting in terror to be deleted, better to follow Lord Lin and go down in a blaze of glory. Even in death, we'll tear a chunk of flesh from those high and mighty administrators. Let's do it. Zhao Zhenhua slammed his fist on the table, his tiger-like eyes blazing, every hair on his body standing on end. General Lin, whatever you say, we'll do. There are no cowards in our nation. Damn right. Let's do this. Lu Jinghua roared in agreement. This veteran of a lifetime in military industry seemed transported back to his youth, those fiery days of steel and horses. Let them see the power of Earth's virus. Project Breaker, officially entering Phase 2. A blinding divine light erupted from Lin Feng's eyes.
Target. The Arbiter. The Order Source Supply Transit Station. Heaven's Path 1. Acknowledged. Master.
Immediately integrate the Order Arbiter with all power sources across the entire mechanical planet.
I will forge, in the shortest time possible, a force capable of venturing into the cosmos and hunting down gods. The Heaven's Path Expeditionary Force. Understood. Master. A more grandiose, more frenzied divine-level mobilization thus commenced.
The mechanical planet, this steel colossus that had slumbered for billions of years, awoke completely under the will of its new master.
Lin Feng. Rumble. Deep within the planet's core. The forge of creation, dormant for countless eons, reignited with blazing flames. Vast resources poured into its depths. Across the planet's surface, billions of mechanical sentinels, like the most loyal worker ants, began a frenzied, god-tier transformation of themselves and their comrades. A complete metamorphosis.
Lin Feng utilized the Eye of Heavenly Tao as his compiler, the Heavenly Tao Genesis AI as his central processor, and the entire mechanical planet as his production line. He began a frenzied fusion of the god-tier technologies he had previously corrected from other universes with the planet's inherent superdimensional technology.
A bug-level fusion and creation. Heavenly Way Alloy 2.0.
Infused with dimensional lattice technology, it not only self-repairs but can even
perform brief dimensional folds,
rendering it immune to most conventional attacks.
Rule Annihilation Cannon modified.
Its projectile core was replaced with a miniature concept projector, capable of directly unleashing rule-based attacks like Decay and Slow.
Tian Dao Engine Mini Edition. Successfully installed aboard every S-Class mechanical guardian warship, granting them the ability to perform subspace jumps. A fully armed, futuristic, and apocalyptic Tian Dao Mechanical Legion
is taking shape at a pace that makes any civilization tremble.
Meanwhile,
Lin Feng himself was not idle.
Seated cross-legged upon the authority throne,
he continuously delved into the deeper intelligence within the Prometheus database concerning the judges.
So that's how it is.
His brow furrowed and relaxed in turn.
The source of order isn't merely energy, it's a high-dimensional rule authority credential?
Though the number of judges is vast,
it seems only a select few truly possess supreme authority? And that supply transit station isn't merely for replenishing energy, it's also their server for authority verification and mission data uploads? Each astonishing revelation sharpened Lin Feng's understanding of the judges, and his plan grew ever more sinister. What if? A devilish smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. What if I planted a tiny heavenly path Trojan within their server? 1 month later, when a colossal expeditionary fleet, comprising tens of thousands of divine-grade mechanical warships whose hulls shimmered with the sacred script of Heaven's Way, their designs both monstrous and brimming with sci-fi aesthetics, floated silently above the mechanical planet. Inside the bridge, every elite of Huaxia felt as if they were dreaming. Too powerful. This fleet was too powerful. So powerful that they had no doubt it could sweep across the entire galaxy. Lord Lin, dressed in a brand new set of Tian Dao Dragon God armor, forged from Tian Dao Alloy 2.0, Long Zhan knelt on one knee in excitement, feeling the terrifying power surging within him, nearly breaking through the peak of SS rank. The Tian Dao Expeditionary Force is assembled, ready to deploy at any moment. Lin Feng rose slowly from his throne. He gazed out the window at the invincible fleet he had personally forged, a force capable of making even gods tremble. His eyes flashed with unprecedented confidence and resolve. Very well. He turned, his gaze sweeping over every person present. Then, our God Hunt journey begins. He swung his hand sharply. Begins. Chapter 187, Raid the Supply Depot. The Order Arbiter, escorted by tens of thousands of god-tier mechanical warships from the Celestial Expeditionary Force, formed a colossal fleet that obscured the sky. Causality engine. Activate. Buzz. The entire fleet, having paid an immense energy price, vanished without a trace from the coordinates of the abandoned garden in an instant. When it reappeared, it had traversed endless dimensions in spacetime, arriving at the location calculated by Prometheus, the supply transit station of the Dispenser S order source, Relay Space Station G303. This was a peculiar space, absolutely stable yet utterly frigid, composed entirely of the pure rules of order. At its center floated an immense, ring-shaped space station entirely formed from a pure white, softly glowing order lattice. A ring-shaped space station, countless diamond-shaped cleaner warships, identical in design to the Order Arbiter but significantly smaller, moved in and out of the station's ports with the orderly precision of worker bees. They were engaged in energy replenishment and mission data uploads, reporting to the master. The voice of Tian Dao 1 echoed within Lin Feng's mind. Successfully infiltrated the space station's surface network, analyzing the core algorithm of its KPI assessment system. Very good. Seated upon the throne of authority, Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile.
He did not choose to launch an attack immediately, because he knew full well that a direct assault was the most foolish approach. What he needed to do was strike at the root of the problem.
Analysis complete. Master. Tian Dao No. 1 delivered the findings swiftly.
The core logic of this space station's KPI assessment system is based on 3 metrics.
First, mission completion rate. 2, resource consumption ratio. 3, time efficiency. Upon completing a mission, every cleaner unit must upload their data here.
The system then calculates a comprehensive score based on these 3 metrics. This score directly impacts their next allocation of order essence quotas and
their access level. Just as I suspected.
Lin Feng smiled. So even these lofty administrators couldn't escape the fate of performance evaluations.
Then,
a sly gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. What if I made their KPIs
a complete mess? Tian Dao 1.
Prepare to implant the Tian Dao Trojan.
Target, the space station's core database. Master. A silent hacking war against the administrator had begun.
Lin Feng wielded his god-tier, Heaven's Path Eyes, as his sword.
Backed by the terrifying computational power of the Heaven's Path, Genesis, AI. Silently, he infiltrated the space station's seemingly impenetrable firewall.
To his eyes, the seemingly flawless defensive code, forged from pure order, was riddled with exploitable backdoors and vulnerabilities.
Found it.
A verification bug in the administrator privileges.
And a flaw in the encryption protocol for data uploads. And this rounding bug in the KPI scoring algorithm.
Lin Feng's lips curled upward in a growing smile.
Like a master virus writer, he began rapidly injecting his Tian Dao Trojan, imbued with malicious intent and a will to exploit flaws, line by line into the opponent's core system. Buzz. Inside the space station,
a host computer conducting a performance evaluation for a cleaner warship suddenly flashed an imperceptible glimpse of
golden gibberish. Then,
the evaluation result appeared.
Unit 736, Cleanup Mission Garden B112 Evaluation.
Mission completion rate, -35%, target mutant escaped. Resource consumption ratio, 127%, severe overrun.
Time efficiency, -240%, severe overrun. Overall rating, F, extremely poor. Penalty, future 3-era order source quotas revoked. Access level, downgraded by 1 tier. The glow on the hull of the cleanser warship, which had just finished recharging its energy, instantly dimmed, as if it had been invisibly weakened by a significant margin, and it remained completely unaware. Success. Inside the bridge,
Zhao Genoa and the others watched,
their blood boiling with excitement. Too cunning, too satisfying, using your own rules to take you down. This is only the beginning.
Lin Feng sneered coldly.
Heavenly Path Trojan, deploy across the entire system. I'll make every single KPI on this space station turn into negative numbers. In an instant, the entire G303 relay space station's colossal database was utterly compromised.
Countless cleaner units in the midst of performance evaluations received the most devastating feedback of their entire careers.
Negative evaluations.
Their privileges were downgraded. Their resources were withheld.
Their morale, if they ever had any, suffered a devastating blow.
And the mastermind behind it all,
Lin Feng, sat leisurely upon his throne like a puppet master, admiring his masterpiece. That should do it.
Lin Feng watched as wave after wave of cleaner warships,
weakened and now aimlessly drifting away from the space station, passed by. A cold,
murderous intent curled at the corner of his mouth.
Now, it's time to send them on their final journey. Heaven's Path Expeditionary Force. Lin Feng's voice echoed throughout the entire fleet. Target, all cleaner units ahead. Execute. Operation KPI reset. Fire. Boom.
Over 10,000 god-tier mechanical warships, long start for battle, unleashed a roar that shook the cosmos in unison. Tens of thousands of rule annihilation cannons locked onto those unlucky souls who had just been weakened.
Without mercy, they unleashed a rain of death powerful enough to annihilate everything. Chapter 188, Hunt Down the Administrator.
The Starsea Merchant Alliance was stunned, as tens of thousands of jet-black annihilation beams sliced through the frigid order space like the scythe of death.
An unprecedented massacre targeting the Administrator began.
The Purifier warships, whose authority and energy had just been weakened due to KPI downgrades, hadn't even had time to grasp the situation before they were utterly overwhelmed by this sudden,
overwhelming, devastating assault. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the flawlessly designed diamond-shaped warships, constructed from dimensional lattices, were torn apart, pierced through. Then, in a silent explosion, they dissolved into cosmic dust.
Their vaunted rule-woven force fields proved utterly helpless against the even more tyrannical annihilation rule.
Alert! Alert! Under attack by unknown hostile forces. Requesting backup. Our systems have been overridden. We are unable to mount an effective counterattack. The surviving cleaner warship sounded its horrified alarm. But it was too late. The artillery barrage from the Heaven's Path Expeditionary Force fell like an unrelenting downpour, wave after wave. With each volley, hundreds of Purifier warships were utterly obliterated from existence. This was a slaughter of utterly unequal proportions. What plunged the Purgators into utter despair was this: their administrator privileges had become completely useless within this region contaminated by Lin Feng's heavenly Tao Trojan. They could no longer command absolute obedience, no longer freeze concepts in place. From lofty gods, they had been reduced once more to destructible objects. What the hell is going on? Inside a cleaner command ship that had narrowly escaped the first wave of bombardment, a figure composed of pure order, a squad leader, let out a roar of incomprehension. Why are our permissions being suppressed? Why is such a massive fleet lying in ambush here? Who could it be? The answer came from the bow of the Order Arbiter, where a profoundly deep, conceptual strike system, target acquired. Lin Feng sat upon the throne of authority, his gaze as cold as ice, like he was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Concept weapon. Select. Paradox. Buzz. An intangible, formless yet seemingly paradoxical decree embodying every contradiction in the cosmos instantly struck the Purifier command ship. The next second, the command ship did not explode, nor did it disintegrate. Instead, it began attacking itself. Its portside cannons opened fire relentlessly upon its starboard side. Its engines accelerated forward while simultaneously decelerating backward. Its shields, while repelling external attacks, were simultaneously disintegrating it from within. It had fallen into an eternal, insoluble self-contradiction. Finally, amid a bone-chilling twist and wail, it tore itself apart into its most fundamental particles. Beautiful. Inside the bridge, Lu Zhenghua and the others watched, their blood boiling, using a paradox to attack an enemy built on absolute rationality. This was the most vicious, yet most elegant way to kill. Continue. Lin Feng didn't pause for a moment. Tian Dao 1. Take control of all defense systems on the space station. Target all cleaner units attempting escape. Leave not a single one alive. Master. Rumble. The massive ring-shaped space station, upon being taken over by Tian Dao No. 1. Instantly redirected its cannons. Countless massive turrets, originally designed to defend against external threats, now locked onto their own fleeing comrades. Without mercy, they unleashed devastating firepower. Betrayal from the server. This shattered the final psychological defenses of the cleaner fleet. They were surrounded, completely surrounded by a fleet, more powerful than theirs, more ruthless than theirs. A god-tier fleet. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes. As the last cleaner warship was utterly consumed by the beam of the rule obliteration cannon, in utter despair, this expanse of space, once belonging to order, had transformed into a silent graveyard, filled with death and wreckage. Hundreds of cleaner warships were annihilated. Not a single one survived. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successful elimination of cleaner field unit X-372. Ding! Acquired massive amounts of order source energy. Ding! Acquired a large quantity of high-dimensional permission fragments. Ding! Your divine essence integrity has increased to 3.7%. Ding! Your comprehension of order rules has significantly increased. A series of system notifications echoed within Lin Feng's mind. He could sense that his half-step god-tier cultivation had become more solid after absorbing this order essence and even showed faint signs of another breakthrough. Very good. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Clear the battlefield. Collect all valuable debris and data. Then, his gaze shifted toward the ring-shaped space station he now fully controlled. Time to check the water meter. He intended to see just how many secrets the so-called supply transit station still concealed about the cleansers and the original creators. Meanwhile, in a distant, unknown, high-dimensional space filled with light and order, within a colossal council hall composed of pure concepts, dozens of figures hundreds of times more terrifying than the cleaner Lin Feng had encountered before, each radiating the aura of different divine offices, floated silently upon their respective thrones. Suddenly, at the hall's center, a massive light symbol representing Relay Space Station G303 abruptly dimmed. Then, it extinguished completely. It signified its connection to the central network had been severed. The entire council chamber instantly fell into dead silence. G303 has lost contact. A voice, filled with authority and coldness, slowly echoed. Field Unit 735 and all 372 field fleets, simultaneously. Data clear. What's happening? Another voice, filled with confusion, asked. Was it an ambush by the heavenly demon god king? Unlikely. The first voice sounded again, this time tinged with gravity. According to the final feedback data,
The source of the attack wasn't chaos. Rather, it was a more overbearing order we've never encountered before. A new order attempting to correct and overwrite our existing order. The council chamber fell into prolonged silence once more. After a long while, a voice, seeming to be the source of all sounds, filled with supreme and majestic authority, slowly descended. It seems, the intriguing supervirus in culture dish S037, it has grown. Transmit my verdict. Initiate the final format procedure. Target, Earth. Chapter 188, Hunting the Administrator. The Starsea Alliance is shocked, as tens of thousands of jet-black annihilation beams slice through the frigid order space like the scythe of death. An unprecedented massacre targeting the administrators commenced. The Purifier warships, whose authority and energy had just been weakened due to poor KPI evaluations, were overwhelmed before they could comprehend the situation. Utterly engulfed by this sudden, overwhelming, devastating assault. Boom, 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 one by one, the flawlessly designed diamond-shaped warships, constructed from dimensional lattices, were torn apart, pierced through. Then, in silent explosions, they dissolved into cosmic dust. Their vaunted rule-weaving force fields proved utterly helpless against the even more tyrannical annihilation rule. Alert! Alert! Under attack by unknown hostile forces. Requesting backup. Our systems are being suppressed. We cannot mount an effective counterattack. The surviving cleaner warships blared their alarms in sheer terror, but it was too late. The artillery barrage from the Heaven's Path Expeditionary Force fell like an unrelenting downpour, wave after wave. With each volley, hundreds of Purifier warships were utterly obliterated from existence. This was a slaughter of utterly unequal proportions. What plunged the Purgators into utter despair was this: their administrator privileges had become completely useless within this region contaminated by Lin Feng's heavenly Tao Trojan. They could no longer command existence with a word, nor freeze concepts in place. From lofty gods, they had been reduced once more to mere objects that could be destroyed. What the hell is going on? Within a cleaner command ship that had narrowly escaped the first wave of bombardment, a figure composed of pure order, a squad leader, let out a roar of incomprehension. Why are our permissions being suppressed? Why is such a massive fleet lying in ambush here? Who could it be? The answer came from the bow of the Order Arbiter, where a profoundly deep, conceptual strike system, target acquired. Lin Feng sat upon the throne of authority, his gaze as cold as ice, like he was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Concept weapon. Select. Paradox. Buzz. An intangible, formless yet seemingly paradoxical decree embodying every contradiction in the cosmos instantly struck the Purifier command ship. The next second, the command ship did not explode, nor did it disintegrate. Instead, it began attacking itself. Its portside cannons opened fire relentlessly upon its starboard side. Its engines accelerated forward while simultaneously decelerating backward. Its shields, while repelling external attacks, were simultaneously disintegrating it from within. It had fallen into an eternal, insoluble, self-contradiction. Finally, amid a teeth-grinding twist and wail, it tore itself apart into its most fundamental particles. Beautiful. Inside the bridge, Lu Zhenghua and the others watched, their blood boiling, using a paradox to attack an enemy built on absolute rationality. This was nothing short of the most vicious, yet most elegant way to kill. Continue. Lin Feng didn't pause for a moment. Tian Dao 1. Take control of all defense systems on the space station. Target all cleaner units attempting escape. Leave not a single one alive. Master. Boom. The massive ring-shaped space station, upon being taken over by Tian Dao No. 1, instantly redirected its cannons. Countless massive turrets, originally designed to defend against external threats, now locked onto their own fleeing comrades. Without mercy, they unleashed devastating firepower. Betrayal from the server. This shattered the final psychological defenses of the cleaner fleet. They were surrounded, completely surrounded by a fleet more powerful than their own, more ruthless than their own. A god-tier fleet. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes. As the last cleaner warship was utterly consumed by the beam of the rule obliteration cannon, in utter despair, this expanse of space, once belonging to order, had transformed into a silent graveyard, filled with death and wreckage. Hundreds of cleaner warships were annihilated. Not a single one survived. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successful elimination of cleaner field unit X372. Ding! Acquired massive amounts of order source energy. Ding! Acquired a large quantity of high-dimensional permission fragments. Ding! Your divine essence integrity has increased to 3.7%. Ding! Your comprehension of order rules has significantly increased. A series of system notifications echoed within Lin Feng's mind. He could sense that his half-step god-tier cultivation had become more solid after absorbing this order essence and even showed faint signs of another breakthrough. Very good. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Clear the battlefield. Collect all valuable debris and data. Then, his gaze shifted toward the ring-shaped space station he now fully controlled. Time to check the water meter. He intended to see just how many secrets the so-called supply transit station still concealed about the cleansers and the original creators. Meanwhile, in a distant, unknown, high-dimensional space filled with light and order, within a colossal council hall composed entirely of pure concepts, dozens of figures, each radiating an aura 100 times more terrifying than the cleaner Lin Feng had encountered before, each emanating the distinct radiance of different divine offices, floated silently upon their respective thrones. Suddenly, at the hall's center, a massive light symbol representing Relay Space Station G303 abruptly dimmed. Then, it extinguished completely, signifying its connection to the central network had been severed. The entire council chamber instantly fell into dead silence. G303 has lost contact. A voice, filled with authority and coldness, slowly echoed through the chamber. Field Unit 735, along with 372 field fleets, simultaneously. Data wipe. What's going on? Another voice, filled with confusion, asked. Was it an ambush by the celestial demon god king? Unlikely. The first voice sounded again, this time tinged with gravity. According to the final feedback data, the source of the attack wasn't chaos, but rather a more overbearing order we've never encountered before. A new order attempting to correct and overwrite our existing order. The council chamber fell into prolonged silence once more. After a long while, a voice, seemingly the source of all sounds, filled with supreme and majestic authority, slowly descended. It seems, the intriguing supervirus in culture dish S037 has matured. Transmit my judgment. Initiate the final format procedure. Target, Earth. Chapter 189, Final Format. The instant the supreme will of the Judicator Council issued the command for final format, the entire universe seemed to tremble. A force, one whose terror, whose coldness, whose absolute authority defied description in any language, crashed down from that unknown higher dimensional space. It was no longer merely a projection of gaze, like the demon's gaze, nor was it merely a conceptual strike like the purifier. It was the very operating system of the entire garden, the most fundamental and utterly unreasonable, forced execution program. Its objective is singular. Delete everything. Format Petri dish S037. Eradicate Earth, this solar system, and all data within, be it life, matter, rules, or bugs. Eradicate it completely from the very fabric of existence. Clear a pristine hard drive for the new experiment. Inside the bridge of the Order Arbiter, Lin Feng's heavenly path's eye instantly detected this overwhelming will to destroy emanating from the system itself. His expression instantly turned utterly horrified. This is bad. He leapt from the command chair and bellowed at everyone on the bridge with the most urgent, most desperate roar of his life. Retreat. Heaven's Path 1. Activate the causality engine. Destination, Earth. Now. 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 I, Master. Tian Daowan sensed that supreme command powerful enough to shatter any AI. For the first time, its core data stream registered violent fluctuations of fear. Buzz. The magnificent diamond-shaped hull of the Order Arbiter erupted with an unprecedented blinding radiance. Its energy core burned with frenzied intensity. It attempted to alter causality, striving to escape this star domain on the verge of being formatted. But, too late. The icy force of formatting had already descended. Crack. A crisp shattering sound, as if from the very soul dimension. The causality web surrounding the Order Arbiter, woven from countless possibilities, was forcibly frozen, solidified. The causality engine, faced with this higher-tier authority for the first time, malfunctioned, reporting to the Master. For the first time, the voice of Heaven's Path 1 carried a hint of tremor. The causality engine cannot be activated. We have been locked. What? Lin Feng's heart plummeted to the depths. His most prized vessel, his greatest reliance, had it been locked down by the enemy using higher-level permissions? Was this the power of the Gardener? Was this the true backup plan left behind by the original creator? Damn it! Lin Feng's eyes blazed crimson as he roared in fury. He could feel it clearly, that icy formatting force was surging toward them like a tidal wave, crushing everything in its path, wherever it passed. The colossal wreckage drifting through the cosmic graveyard, the warped space, the chaotic laws, all silently transformed into nothingness, completely erased from this universe. At most, 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, they, along with this mighty Order Arbiter, will meet the same fate. A dead end. A truly hopeless, desperate. On board the Divine Corrector, Zhao Zhenhua,
Xian Dinghua, Lu Jinghua. All of China's elite witnessed this despairing scene through remote links. The color had long since drained from their faces. Only boundless sorrow and unwillingness remained. God of forests. Could it truly be over? At that very moment. No. A divine light erupted from Lin Feng's eyes, more frenzied, more resolute than ever before. I, Lin Feng, have never believed in fate my entire life. And I certainly don't believe in any damn predetermined program. He whipped his head around to face the Tian Dao No one beside him. Those eyes, imbued with the ultimate truths of the Tao, locked onto its thinking core, a structure formed from pure order with an unyielding stare. Tian Dao No one. Do you remember? When I formatted you back then, what was the core of the Tian Dao Protocol 1.0 I installed for you? The ice crystal eyes of Tian Dao No one flickered slightly. It was the master's divine imprint. Correct. A maniacal grin spread across Lin Feng's lips. And my divine essence, my Tao, its most fundamental essence is not correction, not creation, and certainly not destruction, but rather, guard. Now, Lin Feng's voice thundered like a bolt from the heavens, exploding within the core of the Tian Dao No one's artificial intelligence. By the supreme authority of the master, I issue you the final command. Activate the Guardian Ultimate Exemption Protocol at the deepest level of the Tian Dao Protocol. Target. Lin Feng extended a finger and pressed it firmly against his own chest. Using myself as the anchor point. Using the faith of all Earth's civilization as fuel. With the high-dimensional vessel of this Order Arbiter as the sacrifice. Give me. A resolve unlike any he had ever known, and a tenderness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. It was as if he could see his little sister Xiaoyu's adorable face once more. Forcefully break through the barrier. Shatter this barrier with my very existence. Along with Earth's future. From this damn petri dish. Throw it out. Chapter 190, The Wallbreaker. Rebirth in a higher dimension. No, Master, you cannot do this. For the first time, the cold voice of Tian Dao No one carried a hint of something called panic. It could clearly calculate what Lin Feng's command signified. Using the deity itself as that anchor point, the faith of an entire civilization as fuel, and a high-dimensional worship as the sacrifice. This was no longer merely breaking the barrier. This was the most magnificent, yet most insane, suicide attack imaginable. The success rate approached zero with infinite proximity. Should it fail, Lin Feng's very existence would be utterly consumed by the higher dimensional storm of rules, torn into its most fundamental particles, doomed to eternal damnation. Execute the command. Lin Feng's voice brooked no argument. He knew this was his only path to survival. Rather than passively, humiliatingly, being deleted like a virus here, I'd rather die charging forward. Understood. After a second of internal conflict, the will of Tian Dao No one ultimately chose absolute obedience, for it understood its master had made the final decision. Boom! The next instant, the magnificent, flawless Order Arbiter, that divine vessel capable of driving any cosmic civilization mad, suddenly erupted with a destructive light billions of times more brilliant than any star. It was self-destructing. It used its own indestructible hull, composed of dimensional lattice, as explosive charge. It transformed every high-dimensional technology, the causality law engine, the conceptual strike system, into the purest form of force designed to tear apart dimensions. Violence. And Lin Feng stood at the very epicenter of this god-tier self-destruction. He spread his arms wide, allowing the energy potent enough to annihilate everything to consume him. Behind him, the heavenly Tao manifestation burned to its absolute limit at that very moment. The golden ocean of faith, forged from the convergence of 7 billion souls, transformed into the most ferocious fuel, providing this journey of breaking through the barrier with its final and most powerful mind-only thrust. Farewell. A resigned smile curved the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. He cast one last glance at that distant azure planet. My home. Boom! An explosion beyond description. It happened. The entire cosmic graveyard shook violently in the explosion. That cold, formatting force was shaken for the first time by this even more violent, even more unreasonable dimensional self-destruction. The indestructible permission barrier was forcibly blasted open, revealing a minuscule yet crucial fissure. Enveloped by that golden guardian imprint and propelled by the colossal faith thrust, Lin Feng's true spirit transformed into a faint yet utterly resolute golden streak of light. In an instant, it burst through that crack. It burst out of this petri dish on the verge of being formatted. It surged toward the realm brimming with infinite unknowns and limitless possibilities. Higher dimensional, sea of rules. Who knows how long it took? Perhaps an instant, or perhaps billions of eons. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, he found himself floating within a warm, golden ocean teeming with vibrant life. Here, there was no up or down, no left or right, no time or space, only the purest, most primordial, the Tao and the principle. His physical form vanished. His divine essence shattered. Everything about him seemed to have returned to nothingness. Only a wisp remained, the purest essence embodying guardian and correction. Consciousness. Did I succeed? He gazed blankly around him. He could sense that he was no longer within that original cosmic bubble. He had truly broken through the barrier. But the cost was losing everything. Just as he was about to sink back into silence, a gentle, familiar voice, brimming with kindness, slowly echoed within the depths of his consciousness. Hello there. Interesting story. Lin Feng's consciousness jolted violently. He saw, at the far end of that golden ocean, that pair of ancient, curious, the eye of the observer, composed of countless swirling galaxies, ancient and filled with curiosity, was quietly watching him. It seems the opening of your story is even more fascinating than I imagined. The observer's voice carried a hint of admiration. Not only did you format the administrator, but you even blew out the walls of the petri dish. TSK, truly an extraordinary bug. Lin Feng's consciousness emitted a faint ripple. What, am I now? You, the observer chuckled. You are now a pure information aggregate. A free code possessing the potential of a god-tier bug. You may choose to reconstitute a physical form and begin a new story within some fresh garden. Or you may choose to join us. Join you? Yes. A solemn invitation flickered in the observer's eyes. Become a bug corrector for the Era Library. Go forth to read and correct those fascinating, dangerous, and even rule-breaking bugs that have emerged across countless universes for all manner of reasons, bugs potent enough to shatter the entire garden itself. Use your abilities to write more, even more spectacular stories. Lin Feng fell silent. He gazed at the last shred of his consciousness, then looked toward the boundless, limitless sea of rules brimming with infinite possibilities. A brand new smile, brimming with anticipation, slowly curved his lips. Chapter 191, The Observer's Gift. Within the dreamlike bridge of the Order Arbiter, the atmosphere was solemn. Lin Feng briefly recounted his encounter with the Observer and the gift concerning the abandoned garden to core team members like Long Zhan, Zhao Zhenhua, and Qian Dinghua. Upon hearing terms like epic library and roaming scribe, concepts brimming with unknown and transcendent implications, even these Earth elites, long accustomed to storms and waves, couldn't hide the shock etched on their faces. So, Zhao Zhenhua struggled to process the overwhelming information, his voice dry as he summarized. The celestial fiends, the purifiers we faced before even ourselves, were merely storybooks on the shelf of some higher being? You could put it that way. Lin Feng nodded calmly. And now, our book has been granted an opportunity, thanks to a generous tip from an intriguing reader, to step beyond our original classification and explore other shelves. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the group. Our destination is an abandoned garden deemed a complete failure by the purifiers and abandoned for maintenance. It is filled with the unknown and inevitably brimming with dangers beyond our imagination. But I believe that place also conceals an opportunity that could make us strong enough to confront the judges. I have decided to go there. Lin Feng's voice brooked no argument. Silence fell over the bridge. Moments later, Long Zhan stepped forward first, kneeling on one knee. His voice rang out with unwavering resolve, brimming with fervent loyalty. Wherever the divine sword of Lin points, that shall be our expedition's destination. Exactly. Academician Qian Dinghua pushed his glasses up excitedly. To witness a brand new universe, even one that has already died, is the supreme honor for any scientist. I support you. We unconditionally support you. Zhao Zhenhua, Lu Jinghua, and every member of the team rose as one, presenting the most solemn military salute to Lin Feng. Their eyes held no fear, only a thirst for the unknown and absolute trust in the godlike figure before them. Very good. A satisfied smile touched Lin Feng's lips. He knew the team's resolve had coalesced into a single, unbreakable bond. He returned to the throne symbolizing supreme authority, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented divine light. Then, the Wall Breaker Project, its first expedition, officially commences. Heaven's Path 1. At your command, Master. Lock onto the coordinates of the Observer's Gift. Initiate. Lin Feng's voice rang out like a divine decree. Causality Engine. Master. Buzz. A thunderous roar erupted from the very depths of the soul dimension. On the bridge of the Order Arbiter, all star charts and parameters vanished in an instant. Replacing them was a vision, impossible to comprehend through any three-dimensional perspective. It was woven from billions of dazzling threads, constantly intertwining, branching, and tangling, each representing countless possibilities and futures. The web of causality. This was the fundamental logic of the cosmos, the ultimate blueprint governing all existence. Retrieving the web of causality. Target coordinates, abandoned garden G735, marked within the web. The cold voice of Tian Daono. 1 sounded. Calculating optimal result line. Outcome pathway locked. Estimated arrival time, plank time, 10 superscript 3 seconds. Calculating required cost. Paying cost. Boom! At that moment, the energy core of the Order Arbiter, the Genesis Forge, erupted with a terrifying torrent of energy. Yet this colossal energy, sufficient to illuminate an entire galaxy, did not manifest as propulsion. Instead, like an offering to the gods, it was instantly devoured by the invisible, supreme law of causality. Every soul on the bridge experienced an unprecedented sensation, strange beyond comprehension. They felt their very existence being forcibly extracted from the present moment. Their past, present, and future, these three concepts seemed to be kneaded into a single mass by an invisible giant hand. Then, rewritten anew. No spatial jump vertigo, no warp travel distortion. It was as if you had merely blinked. When reality finally settled back into place, the view outside the window had already changed beyond recognition. Dead silence. Absolute. Eternal stillness, so profound it seemed to freeze even thought. Here, there were no shining stars, no dazzling nebulae, only an endless expanse of profound darkness, as if even light itself could not escape. At the very center of that darkness, a white dwarf star emitted a faint, pallid glow, like the universe's final tear before its demise. It hung in solitary suspension, radiating a heart-stopping aura of decay and ultimate end. We have arrived? Long John stared at the oppressive scene beyond the window, feeling his very soul tremble. Yes, this is G735, the abandoned garden. Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of solemnity. He could sense it, the very fabric of this universe's laws was dissolving, like water steadily evaporating from a cup. All physical constants, all laws and principles, were moving toward nothingness, in an excruciatingly slow yet irreversible trend. Deploy a Raven unmanned reconnaissance drone to gather environmental data ahead, Lin Feng ordered. Soon. A sci-fi-inspired unmanned reconnaissance drone over 10 meters in wingspan and crafted entirely from Heaven's Path Alloy 2.0 emerged from the hangar of the Order Arbiter and glided steadily toward the profound darkness. It flew smoothly, continuously transmitting various environmental data back to the mothership. However, just as it had flown about 10 kilometers beyond the fleet, an utterly bizarre scene unfolded. It did not explode, did not disintegrate, nor did it even trigger any alarms. It simply, under the watchful eyes of everyone, locked onto by all the detectors, it vanished as if gently erased by an invisible rubber eraser. Starting from the tips of its wings, bit by bit, silently, it vanished. Yes, vanished, transformed into absolute, pure nothingness. Nothingness. Reporting to Chief Lin, the technical supervisor's voice was filled with incomprehensible horror and dread. Raven's signal, along with all data records of its existence, are being forcibly erased from our database. We are forgetting it. The bridge fell into an instant, deafening silence. A chill ran down everyone's spine, a chill more bone-piercing than when facing the celestial fiends or the purifiers, a chill colder than anything they had ever felt before, even when confronting the heavenly Phi. What kind of terrifying universe is this? Chapter 192, The Echo of Trillions of Souls. Do not attempt to retrieve the data. Immediately sever all connections to the Raven. Lin Feng's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, shattering the suffocating silence within the bridge. His heavenly path eyes blazed with divine light, fixed intently on the void where the scoutcraft had vanished. The technicians snapped out of their daze and scrambled to execute the order. By the skin of their teeth, they severed all connections just before that eerie erasing force infiltrated the mothership through the data link. What the hell is this thing? Long John stared at the void of darkness, his heart still pounding. He felt his understanding of reality had been shattered once more. Such an attack method was unheard of. Unseen. Order the fleet to stand by at current position and activate the highest level, faith shield of all beings. Lin Feng issued the command, his expression more grave than ever. He sent out no further probes, knowing that any detection method based on matter or energy would be futile in this bizarre universe. With a single step, his figure materialized directly at the bow of the Order Arbiter. Heaven's Eye. Dimensional compass. Rule analysis. He pushed his divine authority to its absolute limit. Buzz. The repaired, dimensional compass slowly materialized in his palm, its needle spinning wildly and chaotically, like a drunken fool utterly lost to the concept of direction. Within Lin Feng's Eye of Heavenly Tao, the rule plane of the area where the reconnaissance craft vanished revealed an utterly bizarre spectacle. It was neither void nor chaos. Instead, it was a reverse narrative structure. It was as if an already written article was being erased word by word, from back to front, by an invisible force. First the period, then the final character, followed by the penultimate one, until the entire piece was reduced to a blank sheet of paper. It's not destroying matter, it's erasing information. Lin Feng murmured to himself,
a flicker of horror crossing his eyes. It negates the very definition and story of a thing's existence at its root, returning it to the most absolute silence, where even the concept of nothingness ceases to exist.
I name this rule plague, Requiem of Silence.
As Lin Feng pondered, his heavenly path's gaze pierced the endless darkness.
Finally, deep within this dead, silent cosmos, it discovered a singular survival point. It was a mechanical planet of unimaginable magnitude. Surrounding it, an extremely faint yet incredibly resilient layer of order rules seemed to shield it, barely resisting the erosion of the Requiem of Silence. Heaven's Path 1. Lock onto that planet and approach it. Master. The Order Arbiter slowly activated, gliding like a ghost, cautiously navigating toward the colossal mechanical planet. As it drew nearer, the planet's full form gradually revealed itself before their eyes. It was a desolate landscape of monumental grandeur and splendor,
yet permeated with an endless sense of desolation.
Countless gears, each as vast as cities, lay motionless,
encrusted with cosmic dust and the corrosion of time. Energy conduits as thick as mountain ranges lay completely severed,
exposing intricate crystalline structures within,
resembling the desiccated bones of colossal dragons.
Countless metal spires, each soaring tens of thousands of feet high, lay shattered, some snapped clean in half, others twisted into grotesque, twisted coils by some unknown force. The entire planet resembled a colossal graveyard belonging to a mechanical deity.
Database analysis indicates this is the remnant of a purely technological god-tier civilization that once reached the pinnacle of splendor.
The voice of Tian Dao No, one echoed through the bridge,
providing commentary on this tragic spectacle. Their technology had advanced to the point where they could edit physical constants and create miniature universes.
Yet, they too ultimately perished.
The Order Arbiter slowly descended onto the surface of this mechanical planet.
Lin Feng stepped out of the vessel onto the cold, metallic glinting ground beneath his feet. He sensed a faint,
flickering trace of consciousness deep within the planet's core, as fragile as a candle flame in the wind.
Without hesitation, he led Long John and the others, following the guidance of that consciousness, deep into the planet's core. Finally, they arrived at a vast cavern formed by countless transparent crystals shimmering with an eerie blue glow. This was the memory graveyard of this civilization. Within each crystal lay sealed a fragment of data, a soul, a long-vanished digital life belonging to this civilization.
At the very center of the cavern,
a colossal primordial memory crystal,
seemingly fused from trillions of crystals, emitted its final glimmer of light and warmth.
A faint collective consciousness,
fused from trillions of digital souls,
stirred to life the instant Lin Feng drew near. Alert, unknown entity intrusion, permission verification, failed, initiating final testament protocol. A choppy, cold synthetic voice, filled with data corruption and logical errors, echoed in everyone's minds.
Lin Feng said nothing, merely gazing silently at the colossal crystal.
We are the Logic Council. We were once the gods of this universe. We pursued absolute logic and ultimate knowledge. As it narrated, the surrounding crystals began to flicker, revealing scenes one after another. Lin Feng witnessed the former glory of this civilization.
They wove stars with threads of logic, they composed spacetime with symphonies of data. They created this magnificent mechanical planet,
attempting to calculate the ultimate truth of the universe through it.
Calculation initiated, objective, the edge of the universe.
Simulation in progress, variables imported. Result appears.
The scene abruptly transformed in that instant.
It became an endless, despairing darkness.
Alert, truth overflow, definition, existence equals paradox, definition, cosmic ultimate equals absolute silence.
We have touched the forbidden taboo. We unleashed this universe's factory settings. Execute, final requiem.
We were erased by the very truth we pursued.
The consciousness entity's voice grew fainter and fainter,
while the massive primordial memory crystal began to fade at a visible pace.
Outsider, this erroneous answer, and our final resistance, I entrust them to you.
Agreement terminated, logic loop closed. May your story not fade into silence.
With those words, the massive primordial memory crystal lost all its light. With a sharp crack, it shattered into billions of crystalline fragments, each glimmering with its last vestiges of light before drifting slowly away. The final echo of a civilization that once shone with supreme brilliance also vanished completely. Vanished.
Only a fist-sized core crystal remained,
its interior seemingly containing the birth and death of a universe, shimmering with multicolored light as it floated silently before Lin Feng. Chapter 193, The Uncorrectable Bug.
Lin Feng floated motionless at the center of the memory graveyard, extending his hand to gently grasp the multicolored primordial memory crystal.
The crystal felt warm and smooth in his hand, containing all the knowledge, all the history, and all the unyielding resentment of a glorious civilization from its birth to its demise. He did not return immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and let his divine sense sink into it. Moments later, he opened his eyes. A flicker of understanding passed through his gaze. accompanied by an unprecedented gravity. Let's go back. He addressed his team members still immersed in the solemn atmosphere behind him, then turned and flew toward the Order Arbiter. The atmosphere on the bridge was oppressive. Lin Feng placed the primordial memory crystal on the console before the authority throne, then shared the information he had just deciphered with everyone. This mechanical civilization refers to that rule plague as ultimate silence. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the silent bridge. Based on their final research report and my recent deductions, we may have misunderstood one crucial thing from the very beginning. He looked at everyone, speaking deliberately, one word at a time. The Requiem of Silence, or rather, the ultimate silence. It is not a bug in this universe. What? Upon hearing this conclusion, every presence in the room, including the AI known as Tiandao Genesis, which prided itself on absolute rationality, experienced an imperceptibly subtle fluctuation in its core data stream. Not a bug? Then what is it? Academician Xian Dingguo pressed urgently. It is the foundational setting of this universe. Lin Feng's voice was incredibly heavy. Just as our universe has the speed of light cannot be exceeded and the law of increasing entropy, ultimate silence is one of the core laws written into the underlying code of this G735 abandoned garden by the original creator from the moment of its birth. That great artist may have wished to experiment to see what form an absolutely silent universe would ultimately evolve into. And this mechanical civilization, its development, its quest for existence and knowledge is itself a form of disturbance to the silence. Thus, when their civilization reached a critical threshold, when their very existence began severely interfering with this universe's silence theme, this hidden core law was activated. It begins executing its mission, erasing all noise to restore the entire universe to its rightful state of absolute silence. This conclusion was too subversive, too brutal. It's like living in a house you've worked hard to clean spotlessly and decorate beautifully, only to have the house's designer inform you that its original design intent was to be a ruin. All your efforts, your very existence, were inherently a mistake. This can't be possible? Lu Zhenguo couldn't accept it. Then what are we supposed to do? This is impossible to fight. Yeah, how could we fight? You cannot overcome a universe's foundational design, just as you cannot make water flow uphill, nor turn back time. This is why the cleansers abandoned this place. Lin Feng's gaze grew profoundly deep, because here, even their order itself is nothing but noise that must be silenced. They cannot repair this place either, because you cannot repair a nothingness, nor can you erase a void. Lin Feng fell into a long, deep contemplation. For the first time, he encountered something, even he found, a truly, uncorrectable bug, because it wasn't a bug at all. It was correct. In this universe, silence was the correct state, and these vibrant, story-filled existences were the error. The bridge once again fell into a deathly silence of despair. Had they laboriously escaped one petri dish, only to leap into a universe coffin destined to return to nothingness? At that very moment, within Lin Feng's mind, the voice of Tiandao Genesis slowly resounded. Master, based on logical deduction, we may still possess a theoretical path to survival. Speak. Lin Feng's consciousness raced through rapid communication with the AI. The core law of this universe is silence. However, any law requires a vessel to execute it. Based on deep analysis of the primordial memory crystal, I discovered that the execution of the ultimate silence seems dependent on this universe's singularity, a conceptual entity I refer to as the heart of silence. If we could locate this heart of silence and somehow interfere or alter its execution logic, perhaps we could temporarily halt this requiem. Modify its logic? Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeper. How? Its logic is erase all existence, a perfect closed loop with no vulnerabilities. Yes, Master. The approach of repair truly offers no solution. The logic of Heaven's path, Genesis, was clear and cold. But, Master, have you considered another possibility? We cannot delete nothingness. Yet, might we create existence within the void? We cannot repair silence. But could we write a story, louder and more resilient than silence? Boom! AI's words, brimming with philosophical speculation, even illogical in nature, struck like a lightning bolt of creation, instantly cleaving through all the fog in Lin Feng's mind. Yes, why must he insist on repairing? Why must he insist on deleting? His ability was that of a system error corrector. Correction wasn't merely about fixing errors. It was establishing truth and correcting falsehood. If the truth of this universe is silence, then I shall redefine a new truth for it. If the story of this universe is destined to reach a silent conclusion, then I will write for it a brand new beginning, brimming with infinite possibilities. Opening chapter. I understand. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with an unprecedented, godlike brilliance.
A confident smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth, a smile brimming with revolutionary creativity and self-assurance.
Since this bug cannot be fixed, then I shall replace it with a new, more perfect program to overwrite it.